Though he had $1 million in savings, he worked 20 jobs, even using his roommate's toothpaste, just to pour every penny into the tech tree of civilization in his mind. Others mocked him as a miser, looking down on his identity as a takeout scholar. But who knew that the controlled nuclear fusion technology and 1 nanometer lithography machine technology he held could reshape the world's landscape? When challenged publicly to compete in mathematical basics, he finished the answer in just 5 seconds, leaving the challenger. I was instantly petrified. My name is Sugo, a student at Capital University of Science and Technology, and also a money grubber hustling through various part-time jobs. I do food deliveries, retail purchasing, tutoring, in-game power leveling, and even run an online store flipping goods, sleeping only 5 hours a day, juggling 20 jobs simultaneously. My roommates all say I'm too stingy, sitting on $1 million in savings yet never spending a dime. But what no one knows is that before my eyes stands a luminous technology tree of mortal-grade civilization. All my income is spent on topping up to upgrade it. Balance for account 0681, 948,350 yuan. The tech tree level is too low, so only small items like stamina cola and titanium steel knives are dropping as loot. What I truly desire is the elite civilization's technology tree, level 1, potentially dropping controlled nuclear fusion technology and 1 nanometer lithography machine technology. Titans, armored tanks, and other game-changing national treasures that can alter the global landscape. More advanced mythological civilization tech tree, level 3, even includes lunar palace aerial aircraft carriers and warp drive interstellar cruisers. I possess maturity and profound depth and my gaze far beyond my peers, because I've been reborn from the apocalypse 30 years later. In the bitter winter of 2055, 99% of Huaxia had already fallen, and the American Empire perished just yesterday. The apocalypse truly arrived. After 10 rounds of civilization trials, Huaxia ultimately fell to monsters that could be described as myth-tier entities. With a second chance in the tree of civilization's technology, I will never lose again. For this reason, even if it means taking on massive debt or being misunderstood by friends and family, I must earn more money to advance the tech tree. Rest assured your loan of 700,000 yuan is overdue. Please repay it as soon as possible. I exited WeChat without changing my expression. Early the next morning, I had just received the 50,000 yuan research funding for hydrogen energy stabilization technology that I had previously applied for. With the 2,000 yuan part-time salary about to be credited, the total balance will surpass the 1 million yuan required for the upgrade. Account 0681 balance, 998,350 yuan. I looked at the reward preview with great anticipation. Civilization level 05-06 tech tree upgrade reward preview. Clean hydrogen bomb technology, red. A nuclear-free hydrogen bomb? My eyes lit up. Detonate in a non-nuclear manner, unrestricted by any nation's nuclear weapons usage convention. This is absolutely a decisive national treasure. It belongs to the same field as my research on hydrogen energy stability. Once digested, I'll gain complete mastery over this technology. I must have this technology. At that moment, a WeChat message popped up. Dr. Zhang, the attending physician, Xiaosu, if your brain tumor isn't treated soon, your survival period will be reduced to just 3 months. My eyes softened with warmth as I well knew, within that 1 million yuan upgrade deposit, 200,000 yuan was earmarked for my surgical treatment. To protect this lifetime's loving family and the entire Huaxia, I have no choice but to let my sister down for now. Another WeChat message came from Professor Dong, reminding me that Jean Jibing from the Foreign Languages faculty had accused me of fraud and was very dissatisfied with my research funding. Jean Jibing is of mixed Chinese and Korean descent, specializing in the same research field as me, yet he looks down on us local scholars due to his foreign-funded background. I don't have time to bother with these clowns. Making money and leveling up is the real deal. I got dressed and headed to the research institute, ready to put the system rewards into practice immediately. As soon as she stepped into the research institute, she heard Jean Jibing's raspy voice. Hey, isn't this Yuga? You got research funding as a freshman, impressive. Is it not clear whether prowess lies in research skills or in the art of flattery? Securing research funding? Are you even worthy of it? Percent. Chapter 3, Math Fundamentals? Crushed. Jean Jibing brought 2 foreign exchange students to confront him. Get lost. Sugo walked toward his lab with a cold expression. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he wasn't about to let a brat get under his skin. Other students in the lab turned to watch. To them, Sugo was Professor Dong's protege and Jean Jibing was the foreign-funded representative. Both were tough nuts to crack. Jean Jibing blocked Su Ji's path while addressing the foreign exchange student beside him. This is totally unfair. Everyone knows Professor Dong is his mentor, and he's the one reviewing the funding for this hydrogen stability project. Who'd believe there's no funny business going on? The foreign student, Bob, indeed smiled and tried to smooth things over, addressing Sugo in broken Chinese. Su, we're not questioning you. If you can demonstrate your technical prowess and compete with us to dispel everyone's doubts, it's for your own good. Sugo looked at the 2 of them and said, not interested. Move aside. I don't have time to play games with you. Jean Jibing sneered. Stop wasting your breath on him. Suga, you spend 18 hours a day delivering takeout. What kind of research skills do you have? Did I really lose to a penny pincher like you? Bull. You must have cheated. Not me, Shishi. I'm not picking on you. If you've got the guts, let's settle this. Unless you're afraid of exposing your ignorant brain and letting everyone know Teacher Dong helped you cheat? This outburst even reached Teacher Dong in the office. Other top professors from different fields also overheard at this institute was a key research center of a prestigious 985 university. They all turned to stare at Teacher Dong with amused expressions, as if saying, "Your student cheated?" Outside the office, Suga knew he couldn't take it anymore. Because this mess had now splattered onto his teacher. Suga could shrug it off, but he couldn't let his mentor, who believed in him, get dragged into this mess. Su-Ji's gaze remained composed. Though he possessed the system, it didn't mean his own research capabilities were weak. Suga looked at Jin Jibing and said, "Fine. Let's compete. But what happens if you lose?" Jin Jibing's eyes lit up. He didn't believe he'd lose to some takeout scholar. Fearing Suga might back out, he quickly added, "If I lose, I'll give you 50 grand. Suga sneered contemptuously. He needed money. Jin Jibing was practically offering it up. Boring. Raise the stakes. If I lose, I'll give you 100,000 on top of the 50,000 research funds. If you lose, you owe me 150,000. Jin Jibing hesitated. He had some savings, but 150,000 yuan was still too much. Bob saw Jin Jibing's hesitation. He hadn't put Jin Jibing forward for this just for some petty funding. Their foreign investment project team was here on a national mission. A nation grows strong when its youth are strong. Especially at prestigious institutions like Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology. Bob and his team were here to identify gifted young scholars in China for future close attention. As for losing? They'd brought their trump card to this contest. So Bob patted Jin Jibing on the shoulder. "Jin, take the bet. We'll cover that 100,000. With Bob's backing, Jin Jibing breathed a sigh of relief and declared arrogantly, "Bet it. We're betting 150,000. Don't regret this, Su-Gu. We'll compete on mathematical fundamentals. On problem-solving speed. Isn't there a college-wide calculus competition today? We'll use their problems." Jin Jibing's face remained impassive, but inside he was secretly delighted. As a member of the student council, he'd already seen those problems yesterday. Speed in solving problems? Su-Gu wouldn't stand a chance. He only needed to write out the corresponding steps. An assistant professor, assigned as the judge, wrote the problem on the blackboard. Compute the triple integral omega x superscript 2 plus y superscript 2 plus z superscript 2 dx dy dz, where the region omega is bounded by the surface z equals x superscript 2 plus y superscript 2 and the plane z equals 1. Su-Gu chuckled when he saw it. This basic problem was too simple. Combine geometry with coordinate transformation, then compute the integrals sequentially. The only challenge was the computational load. But for him, a graduate of Imperial Capital University of Science in his previous life, this level of computation was no different from solving elementary math problems. It required no thought. He could even perform the calculations entirely in his head. In under 5 seconds, the formula was written out, and the answer was already on paper. Submit. Su-Gu had even used a more concise solution. Meanwhile, Jin Jibing scribbled while sneering. "I don't even need to hesitate on this kind of problem. Just 20 seconds. The answer is Su-Gu wins." Jin Jibing's words caught in his throat. He looked up at the teaching assistant holding Su-Ji's submitted answer with a questioning gaze. A question mark seemed to appear above his head. Su-Ji's voice rang out beside him. "The answer is 4pi5. Hurry up, I've been waiting 10 seconds. Pay up." Jin Jibing's smile froze. Because he hadn't even finished writing out his damn steps yet. He looked at the teaching assistant as if seeking confirmation of Su-Ji's words. After receiving the teaching assistant's affirmative response, Jin Jibing's expression turned as sour as eating. "No way. You finished that fast? You must be bluffing. How could you possibly have solved it faster than me? Cough cough. Solved it faster than me by calculating it in your head beforehand." Bob was secretly startled too. Of course everyone could solve such basic problems. But what was terrifying was Su-Ji's speed. Too fast. At that pace, Su-Gu must have deduced the answer the moment he saw the problem. Those 5 seconds were purely for writing it down. Chapter 4, The Competition Escalates. Foreign Genius William? The direct manifestation of mathematical talent is intuition. A true mathematical genius doesn't need to calculate. They can see numbers and answers directly. Many of history's giants who laid the foundations of mathematics and physics were like this. The teaching assistant interrupted. The process skips tedious calculations, and every step is flawless. This level of simplicity is unmatched. Even our most outstanding graduates couldn't do better. Su, your foundational knowledge is rock solid. The teaching assistant nodded appreciatively at Su-Gu. The professors watching the spectacle in the office found it amusing, but that was all. Solving problems of this difficulty level was hardly enough to astonish them. Suga turned to Jin Jibing, his face practically frozen in a smile. Someone was actually handing him money with such a basic problem. Great! 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 Bring on more! You lost, pay up! Jin Jibing's face flushed as he protested. This kind of simple question doesn't even count. Chinese students excel at solving impossible problems, we can't compete with that. What I'm questioning is your research ability. Dare you switch to a harder one? Graduate level. Suga feigned difficulty. So you're going back on your word? You have to give me 150,000 first before we compete. Another challenge, and you want more money? Jin Jibing was at a loss for words. This Suga really loves money. Bob whispered to Jin Jibing. Keep going. We've got the money. Don't forget we still have our secret weapon. This Sugai can only handle basic problems. Give him something tough and he's done for. With his boss giving the green light, Jin Jibing wasn't about to back down. His eyes darted around as he replied. Deal. I'll give you the money first. Add another 200,000 to the wager. But we need to switch players, someone from my hydrogen energy stabilization project team. How about it? As the stakes grew ever higher, Professor Dong frowned in the office. He feared Suga was playing himself into trouble, for he had spotted the foreign student behind Bob who'd been silently solving a Rubik's Cube, the math prodigy among the exchange students from the Empire of Aimkin. William Clare. Rumored to be this year's gold medalist at the International Mathematical Olympiad. Countless graduate students from China's top universities had fallen to him in competitions. And Suga was just a freshman with zero competition experience. Suga glanced at the WeChat message from Professor Dong and nodded slightly. He remained unfazed and declared. Alright, transfer the money. Professor Dong sighed inwardly. This kid was just too impulsive. Greed shouldn't drive someone to act this recklessly. Those around who recognized William Clare were quietly watching the spectacle unfold. Su Ji's money pit was about to bleed dry. Jin Jibing, seeing Su Ji's greed for money, was overjoyed. He immediately transferred the earlier 150,000 yuan wager. As for the risk? If Suga could beat William, he'd go stand on his head and eat. This time, he'd take everything Suga had down to his underwear. Beep. 150,000 yuan received via Alipay. Money's in. Let's start round 2. 200,000 yuan bet. Let me introduce my team members. William Clare. Gold medalist at the Mathematical Olympiad Cup. Dubbed the strongest freshman math student at the University of Michigan in the past decade. Suga, you're finished. Ha ha. Jin Jibing's grin stretched from ear to ear. He couldn't wait to see Su Ji's regretful expression. But Suga wore an eerie smile. The buzzing chatter around him was completely inaudible to Suga. Because he had enough money to spend on in-game purchases. Ha ha. Balance, 1,148,350 yuan. 0.50.6, 100,000 yuan. Balance sufficient. Proceed with payment? Suga couldn't wait to shout in his mind. Go all in. Max it out. Balance, 148,350 yuan. 0.50.6, 100W yuan. Common tier civilization tech tree. Level 0.6 upgradable with in-app purchases. 0.60.7, 500,000 yuan. Upgrade successful. Rewards dispersed. Nuclear-free hydrogen bomb technology red, perfect integrated machine tool technology gold, explosives expertise purple, firearms expertise purple. Before Su Ji's eyes, the tech tree began to shift from white, developing faint golden patterns. Immediately, 4 fruits, 1 red, 1 gold, and 2 purple plummeted from the tree, shooting straight into Su Ji's forehead. Suga felt an overwhelming surge of knowledge so vast it threatened to overload his mind, flooding in. He froze in place. Even with preparation, adaptation was necessary. But in Jin Jibing's eyes, Suga was clearly stunned into stupidity by the shock. Playing dumb won't help you now. Hand over the 150k wager in 50k funding if you refuse to compete. Admit you cheated. Bob shook his head beside him. Clearly, Suga wasn't the genius he'd been looking for. A true genius wouldn't be intimidated by such a mere title. Professor Dong in the office couldn't bear to watch any longer. He pushed open the door and declared. What's all this commotion? This contest is utter nonsense. Suga, return the 150,000 yuan and let's call it even. Another teacher who didn't get along with Professor Dong sneered. Old Dong, take it easy, or could it be you're actually helping a student cheat? Professor Dong's face darkened. Of course he hadn't. He valued Su Ji's potential. But this sparked a flurry of whispers among the surrounding students. Just as Professor Dong was caught in an awkward position, Su Ji's calm voice rang out. Professor Dong, leave it to me from here on. Suga had never felt such profound relief, a sense of security slowly filling the void in his mind. Chapter 5, Underhanded Tricks. Scum. It felt as if he knew everything. This was the sign of Su Ji's brain being unlocked. Use it or lose it. The vast knowledge wasn't just entering his brain, it was exercising its capabilities. Most crucially, relying on his accumulated knowledge from his previous life, Su Gu had grasped a full 30% of the knowledge structure behind this nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. Yet even that 30% involved mathematical foundations so complex that Su Gu felt he could probably qualify as a university professor right now. Professor Dong watched Su Gu and quietly advised him. Don't be impulsive, Su Gu. I have high hopes for your future. There's no need to prove yourself right now. Su Gu reassured Professor Dong while stepping in front of him. Rest assured, Professor. I'm confident. Su Gu locked eyes with William Clare, and a palpable tension filled the office. William set down the Rubik's Cube he'd been fiddling with. Truthfully, he'd never been interested in this wager. If it weren't for Bob, the leader of the exchange student group, demanding it, he'd never have set foot on this lowly racist turf. Academic exchange? William defined this study abroad experience as nothing more than entertainment. What kind of advanced exchange could this academically backward country possibly offer him? Oomph. William chuckled lightly. Ignorant. You've probably never even participated in an international competition, have you? You'll soon discover the gap in our IQs is wider than that between a mentally disabled person and a normal one. Su Gu exclaimed in surprise, why are you calling yourself mentally disabled? You. William's smugness instantly deflated. How could a kid like him possibly stand up to a street-smart veteran like Su Gu? Bob quickly stepped forward, afraid his secret weapon might explode with rage. Since Su Gu agreed himself, Teacher Dong, you have no reason to stop us now. Then let the contest begin. Professor Dong sighed, waved his hand, and sat down to watch. Bob's eyes darted around. Now that his secret weapon was out, he couldn't possibly settle for such a simple question. Otherwise, wouldn't all his scheming have been for nothing? Bob cleared his throat. If I recall correctly, your university's nuclear-free weapons technology research competition is opening soon. At the opening ceremony, they presented a challenging hydrogen energy problem with 3 difficulty levels. Solving the easiest level grants direct entry into the top 20. Solving the second level gets you straight into the top 5. As for the highest difficulty level, the organizers saved it as the grand finale, a problem that many top researchers across various fields still hadn't cracked. The organizers were just testing the waters, they never expected students to solve it. As an official research competition, confidentiality goes without saying. Let's just compete on the second level difficulty of that problem. Absolute fairness and impartiality. Professor Dong narrowed his eyes. This foreign exchange student, Bob, had ulterior motives. This nuclear-free research competition hosted by Imperial Capital University was state-sponsored and open to all of China. Less than 24 hours had passed since the opening round problem was released, and many Chinese students hadn't submitted their solutions yet. After all, it was a domestic competition with fixed spots available, no need to rush. But if this William solved it publicly now, and Su Gu, a student from Capital University of Science and Technology, lost to him in front of everyone, tomorrow would bring major news. Capital University professor and student team cheat, exposed by foreign exchange students' mastery. Foreign freshman math prodigy outshines all Chinese students, first to solve research competition's final problem. Each headline would damage China's international reputation for scientific prowess. For a top-tier 985 institution like Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology, its students don't just represent themselves. They represent the scientific prowess of China's new generation. Scientific prowess equals national strength. Such public discourse undoubtedly has a negative impact on China's trade war with the US. It could even trigger volatility in the technology sector of the stock market, with losses potentially reaching billions. Professor Dong looked at Su Gu with concern. This was no longer just about his personal success or failure, it was about the reputation of China's scientific community. If he lost, Su Ji's scientific career would be forever tarnished with an indelible stain. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Su Gu frowned the moment Bob revealed the origin of the problem. He instantly understood where this unwarranted disaster had come from. The tariff war. This redhead wasn't just targeting him after all. Rage surged within Su Gu. He could handle being targeted with a sense of amusement, but to actually scheme against China? You're asking for it. Originally, he'd only wanted to win. But since the other side harbored ulterior motives, this time he'd destroy the mathematical genius Bob prided himself on. Su Ji's gaze turned icy, piercing Bob like a steel blade. It was the oppressive aura honed through countless bloody battles in his past life. Bob felt uneasy under Su Ji's intense stare. His words stumbled out. Same as before, if both sides solve it, it comes down to who finishes faster. Bob snapped out of it. He couldn't believe he'd just been intimidated by a Chinese man's gaze. What a disgrace. Ahem. Teaching assistant. Please give us the problem. Su Gu sneered. Bring it on. Nothing but tricks. Chapter 6, was Su Gu acting? Was he incompetent? An extremely complex proof problem appeared on the whiteboard. Let the hydrogen atom model Mn(G) be a compact, boundaryless, oriented even-dimensional Riemannian manifold with n equals 2k. Prove that its Euler characteristic Chi_m satisfies Chi_m equals 1 2 pi caret km f omega, where p f omega denotes the Poffel value of the curvature form matrix omega, and omega ij equals 1 2 rkjlk dxk dxl is defined by the Riemann curvature tensor. This is like hieroglyphics to the average person. Solving this would secure a top 5 finish in the research competition, meaning the problem setter values its difficulty as ranking among the top 10 challenges for China's emerging generation of scholars. And this is merely the second highest difficulty level. What about the highest difficulty problem? Su Guo and William both focused intently, diving straight into solving it. This wasn't something you could just crack on a whim. Though William made it sound easy, his advisor had actually given him hints on the problem's approach yesterday. Solving it would take at least an hour. But when Su Guo looked at this problem, a wave of familiarity instantly flooded him. Wasn't this the simplest part of the mathematical foundation for the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb model? Or rather, this problem was merely the leftover scraps from establishing the theoretical foundation for the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb model. Compared to the complex problems in his mind, this was too simple. Not only could he solve it, he could even solve it in 5 different ways. 5. Su Guo calmly glanced at William, who was frantically calculating on a blank sheet of paper beside him. He had already figured out how to strike back at this foreign genius. Jin Shibing, having lost a round, had been stripped of his right to speak by Bob. But seeing Su Guo still sitting idle, he couldn't help but laugh. Pretending? You're busted. Probably dumbfounded by the problem itself. Thought solving basic problems fast made you a genius? Faced with a real challenge, you're just a moron. Su Guo, cut the act. You can't solve this. Jin Shibing's voice echoed loudly throughout the entire Research Institute lobby. The onlookers were no longer just spectators. At this moment, the contest between Su Guo and William was no longer just a personal matter, it had become a matter of pride for all the Chinese scholars present. Among them, influential figures frowned at Su Guo and murmured to Professor Dong. Old Dong, does this student of yours actually have what it takes? Taking on such a bet recklessly, if he loses, it'll be us who lose face in the end. If this escalates to the national tariff level, who will shoulder such losses? Professor Dong watched Su Ji's impassive expression with frustration. Why didn't he listen to him earlier? How else would we have ended up in this predicament? Across the room, William had already filled a sheet of paper, clearly working through complex calculations as his solution took shape. Su Guo. Keep it up. Meanwhile, Su Guo was calculating the time. Meanwhile, scholars observing William's problem-solving board noticed his exceptionally clear reasoning. Within 10 minutes, he had already pinpointed the solution. A third-year graduate student watched William's steps and exclaimed, I see. Constructing it from the heat equation and index theory. First, select the drum complex structure to form an elliptic complex structure, then expand the hydrogen thermonuclear reaction. Eliminate higher-order terms while retaining constant parameters, and finally match the curvature terms to prove it. Truly the top genius of the new generation at the University of Michigan. Though currently on opposing sides, William's formidable academic prowess left the ordinary Chinese scholars present in awe. Jin Shibing declared triumphantly. Absolutely. William is the cream of the crop among emerging talents at Michigan School of Mathematics. A prodigy. If he maintains this research pace, he'll surely become an honorary professor here someday. How could someone like Su Guo, a delivery guy, compare? Su Guo, why aren't you writing? Half an hour had passed, and William's progress was smoother than expected. He estimated he'd finish in another 5 minutes. But Su Ji's paper remained blank. Jin Shibing chimed in with a sly hint. You absolutely can't use the approach William just shared, senior. If you do, that's plagiarism. All the Chinese scholars watching Su Guo sighed inwardly. Su Guo watched William, who was nearing the end of his solution, and knew the moment had come. He ignored the blank paper before him. Instead, he stood up, walked to the blackboard, and picked up the marker from the desk. Everyone present was baffled, unsure what Su Guo intended to do. Su Guo took a deep breath and began drawing black lines across the whiteboard with the marker. Now, it was his turn to take the stage. Thump! 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 The whiteboard echoed with the sharp, resonant taps of the marker. Even William, who was solving the problem, looked up, drawn by the sound. Jin Shibing sneered contemptuously. What's the big deal, Su Guo? You're just a clown trying to show off. You think switching boards will solve the problem? Shoo! Quiet! A professor nearby stepped in to cut off Jin Shibing's taunts, his gaze turning serious as he studied Su Ji's solution. At first, the scholars present had glanced at Su Ji's whiteboard with playful curiosity. But when Su Guo reached the third line, everyone dropped their playful attitudes. This was Fiber Bundle Chen-Wei E Theory. Chapter 7, Mathematics. You behold me as a mayfly beholds the heavens. A deeply learned professor murmured softly. This is a theory typically encountered during doctoral studies. It's perfectly normal for some of the younger folks here to be unfamiliar with it. With the professor's endorsement, everyone present began seriously assessing Su Ji's capabilities. Only Jin Jibing muttered under his breath. So what if he knows the theory? Can he actually solve it? William had already finished his own proof and turned his attention to Su Gu. As Su Ji's solution progressed deeper and deeper, astonishment slowly filled the genius's eyes. You can solve it like this? William couldn't help but exclaim. Using the principal subordinate connection and curvature from this theory to find the corresponding Riemann curvature, then establishing the Chen-style integral. Next, combining it with the integral formula on oriented manifolds will yield the result. What a fast method! This is far simpler than my approach. Su Gu hadn't done anything for the first 30 minutes. Yet in less than 3 minutes, he caught up to my progress. How is this possible? Wasn't he the genius who dominated the entire freshman class? William felt a twinge of doubt welling up inside him. He quickly lowered his head and sped up his work. Because he was about to be overtaken. As the seconds ticked away, everyone in the room held their breath. At that moment, Su Gu slammed his pen down on the final solution. Done. 5 minutes elapsed. Putting down his pen simultaneously, William had finished too. He really solved it. Damn, Su Gu! A fellow freshman exclaimed in awe. And it only took 5 minutes. Even though we wasted 30 minutes earlier. That's incredible. Who knew it could be solved like that? Truly worthy of our Chinese scholars. So all that silence earlier was just building up to this killer move. Clap, 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 clap. Someone started clapping, and soon the entire research institute lobby joined in rhythmically. 5 minutes. Solving a problem of this caliber in 5 minutes. Unlike the astonished students, the professors understood the true value of those 5 minutes. They stared at Su Gu in shock. This meant his solution was the optimal one. And this problem in the field of hydrogen energy was brand new. To produce the optimal solution in such a short time. Such mathematical talent was terrifying. Didn't you see William, another genius sitting beside him, take 35 minutes even with a clear approach? A 7-fold difference in speed is an abysmal gap in the mathematical world. Several professors bowed respectfully to Professor Dong with smiles. Old Dong, congratulations. You've struck gold. Professor Dong gazed at Su Gu with astonishment and delight. This was a problem that could secure a top 5 finish in the competition if solved. Su Gu truly was a genius. This performance would almost certainly confirm Su Ji's mathematical talent among the top 10 in the new generation. Having a student like this was a stroke of luck. Professor Dong exclaimed with excitement. This solution is exceptionally elegant. It even feels applicable to the foundational principles of actual manufacturing theory. If it can be verified, Su Gu, you'll have made a monumental contribution. Bob stared at the flawlessly executed solution and began to panic. Oh no! Could he really have lost? If he did lose, the academic oligarchs backing him wouldn't let him off the hook. After all, in America, profit and power reign supreme. Losing hundreds of thousands on the wager was trivial compared to the consequences if this bet eroded investor confidence in the empire's scientific community, causing stock prices to plummet. He feared those oligarchs whose fortunes had dwindled would make his life a living hell. Bob frantically turned to Jin Jibing and hissed into his ear. William can't lose. If he does, I'll make you pay with your life. Jin Jibing's face drained of color. Ignoring the other bigwigs present, he protested. This isn't scientific. Su Gu. How could Su Gu possibly beat William? No, Su Gu spent half an hour thinking earlier that should count toward his time. William should be the winner. A scholar retorted. Shut up. Even adding those 30 minutes, Su Ji's total time was only 35 minutes, the same as William's. How dare you say Su Gu lost? Bob forced himself to stay calm. A draw? Fine, a draw. At least he wouldn't be penalized. William kept his head down. For him, matching Su Ji's score already felt like defeat. Because it meant he and Su Gu were on the same level of talent. I'm actually on the same level as him. Maybe I should change my perspective. After a moment of deep thought, William lifted his head, still radiating pride, and extended a hand toward Su Gu. The teacher was right. The world is vast, and geniuses abound. Su Gu, I acknowledge your strength. You. Smack. Su Gu slapped William's hand away. After trying to humiliate me earlier, now you want to make peace after losing? No way. Su Gu turned and walked toward another blackboard, the crisp sound of the pen tip striking the surface ringing out once more. Recognize me? Do you even deserve it? The gap between us. Mathematics. You see me as a mayfly sees the heavens. Hearing Su Gu utter such arrogance in his calm tone, William was utterly stunned. Su Gu is this arrogant? The distinguished professors standing nearby were equally stunned. What does this mean? Has Su Gu lost his mind? As Su Gu wrote the character solution on the blackboard once more, a senior student asked in confusion. Su Gu, you still need to solve it? Chapter 8, The Disheartened William and Professor Riemann. He's just trying to be mysterious. Jin Jibing watched Su Ji's actions with a skeptical look, about to step forward to mock him. But the moment he took a step forward, William blocked his path. William, the mathematical genius from the University of Michigan, was now staring blankly at the formula Su Gu had written, his eyes betraying utter disbelief. He murmured to himself, "This is a new solution? It seems to follow the same approach as mine? Did he grasp my entire line of reasoning so quickly and even develop an upgraded version?" William suddenly felt as if he'd been hit with a dimensional strike. In just 2 minutes, Su Gu had already completed this upgraded solution, as if he were solving elementary school problems. Before William's brain could process it, Su Gu had already begun working on the third solution. And this third approach was entirely original. The entire hall fell deathly silent, everyone afraid to disturb Su Gu. William was the most silent of them all. He had believed himself and Su Gu to be on equal footing, but the moment the final period landed on the third solution, William's pride shattered. How is this possible? Could I have solved 3? No, I couldn't. Su Gu is far superior to me. William even forgot Su Ji's earlier arrogant remarks, exactly the effect Su Gu had intended. Just as William was drowning in defeat, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. He snapped back to reality and turned to see an elegant man wearing gold-rimmed glasses smiling at him. This man was the lead professor for their exchange program, Sigma Riemann, a tenured professor at the University of Michigan. Professor Riemann was around 50 years old, his appearance exuding a gentle and approachable demeanor. His research focused on hydrogen energy, and his contributions in this field extended beyond batteries and automobiles to include significant advancements in military applications. "William, what are you afraid of? You're the prodigy I taught." True to his seasoned experience, Professor Riemann instantly detected the unusual state of William with just a glance. His voice was deep and commanding, betraying his displeasure with William. His gaze was piercing, fixed intently on William, as if seeking answers in his expression. Then, Professor Riemann shifted his gaze to Su Gu at the blackboard, silently pondering. Who could possibly unsettle William like this? Is he a student from Class 0 at Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology? Or perhaps the favored disciple of some reclusive old master? This solution isn't particularly groundbreaking. The first approach is indeed concise, while the second merely borrows slightly from William's foundational method. The third shows some creativity, but it's not entirely original either. Professor Riemann murmured to himself. Nevertheless, he remained disappointed in William's performance. Even with 3 solutions, it shouldn't have thrown you off balance like this. It seems my mental training for you has been far too inadequate. You were so easily shaken. Professor Riemann's tone carried clear reproach and admonishment. He glared at William and snapped. Is this how I taught you? To become so distracted and disoriented at the slightest setback? Even if he is the last disciple of some great scientist, my student Riemann will never be inferior to him. If we failed this time, then next time we will defeat him completely. Riemann's words struck deep into William's soul, like a bolt of lightning, gradually restoring the confidence he had lost. He was suddenly astonished and incredulous at his own earlier behavior. He had actually wavered, even feeling that the student standing at the blackboard was stronger than him. How could that be? He was William. His teacher was Riemann, the world-renowned professor emeritus. His academic prowess far surpassed every professor in this laboratory. Yet, in that instant, William seemed to snap out of his daze. He straightened his posture, his gaze fixed intently on Su Gu, his eyes flashing with the rekindled light of confidence. It's merely a minor setback, Su Gu. William's voice grew firm and powerful. So what if you have 2 more solutions than me? With my teacher's meticulous guidance and my innate talent, the gap between us will only widen. His words carried an unabashed confidence and arrogance, as if he held Su Gu in utter contempt. This time might be your only chance to beat me. William continued, but let me tell you, this is merely the beginning. At the International Middle East Research Exhibition in 3 months, I'll show you what a true mathematical genius looks like. Professor Dong, watching Professor Riemann, grew increasingly grim. He felt his dignity had been gravely insulted and could no longer sit still. Su Gu was his student. Riemann's words showed utter disregard for his teacher's research capabilities. While he admittedly lagged behind Riemann in research prowess, that didn't mean Su Gu would lose to William. At this moment, Professor Dong had fully identified himself with Su Ji's teacher. He even began secretly contemplating whether to take Su Gu as his final disciple. Chapter 9. When did I ever say there were only 3? In the scientific community, nurturing a disciple who surpasses their master is an immense honor. Not only does it elevate one's own reputation, but it also adds a significant highlight to one's academic career. If Su Gu were to win a major award someday, it would bring immense glory to Professor Dong as his mentor. Professor Dong's expression darkened. He abruptly stood up, voicing his displeasure without reservation. Professor Riemann, your remarks are rather inappropriate. This was a fair and impartial competition. Su Ji's victory was achieved solely through his own merit. If you question my teaching abilities, let me remind you I am not alone. I have fellow disciples and senior colleagues, and my own mentor is still alive. Should Sugo require resources, I could certainly assist him to some extent. Faced with Professor Dong's firm response, Professor Riemann naturally refused to back down. His delegation's visit, ostensibly for academic exchange, was in reality a display of national soft power at the critical juncture of the tariff war. A faint, dismissive smile touched his lips as he retorted. Oh? Is that so? Well then, I'll be curious to see just how much influence your so-called foundations can wield. But before we get to that, let's settle the stakes of this current wager first. Professor Riemann's words carried an air of confidence and composure. With a casual wave of his hand, he instructed someone nearby. No big deal, just a little cash. Hey, you there, go transfer the money to the other side. Bob, standing nearby, watched as Professor Riemann successfully took control of the situation. A huge weight lifted from his shoulders. His face immediately broke into a broad smile as he swiftly transferred the 200,000 yuan wager to the other party according to Professor Riemann's instructions. For a scholar of Riemann's stature, 200,000 yuan was merely the cost of consumables for a single experiment, hardly a significant sum. Alipay payment received 200,000 yuan. With that crisp notification, the money entered his wallet. Su Ji's spirit surged with a jolt. What a sweet sound. His kryptonite powerhouse plan gained another injection of funds. Sugo had been completely immersed in the world of solving problems, his thoughts galloping like a wild horse, utterly oblivious to everything around him. Yet this abrupt sound of money being deposited forcibly yanked his attention back. Sugo slowly lifted his head, his gaze shifting from the blackboard before him. He noticed Professor Riemann's arrival and then saw William, whose eyes had regained that genius-like confidence. The moment William's gaze met Su Ji's, Sugo distinctly sensed the transformation. That look of confusion and defeat had vanished, replaced by the radiant confidence of a prodigy. Sugo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Did someone just pull a psychological manipulation on William? However, he didn't let this thought show on his face, maintaining his faint smile instead. What a pity, Sugo murmured softly, as if to himself, I haven't even unleashed my ultimate move yet, and you've already exhausted your healing. What are you going to do now? A hint of faint disdain tinged his tone. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. Small change? It really is small change. To give you such a valuable lesson and only charge you 200,000? That's far too cheap for you. Professor Riemann clearly heard Su Ji's words, and his expression darkened. This young student from Great Xia showed him not a shred of the respect he deserved. Anger flared within him, the veins on his forehead beginning to throb. Arrogant brat! Professor Riemann roared. Do you know who you're speaking to? His voice echoed through the classroom, thick with palpable fury. Facing Professor Riemann's rebuke, Sugo merely chuckled lightly, completely unfazed by his intimidating presence. He casually pulled over the second blackboard, ready to continue demonstrating his solution process. This blackboard, designated for comprehensive discussion, was 4 times larger than the previous one. Sugo stood before it, appearing almost insignificant. A hint of melancholy flickered in Su Ji's eyes as he slowly raised his right hand, pen in hand. With nimble strokes, he etched another word onto the board. Solve. Su Ji's cold voice echoed throughout the hall. 3 solutions? When did I ever say I only had 3 solutions? As if seeking greater impact, Sugo took a stride sideways, creating space before writing another solution character. Then he wrote 2 more solutions in quick succession. They now formed a straight line across the entire blackboard. Everyone present froze in shock. They had never witnessed anything like this. They couldn't fathom what Sugo meant, or rather, they dared not imagine it. Each represented a solution method. Did this mean Sugo could solve it 2 more ways? Solving just one would make him a math genius ranked among the top 10 in the capital. But if Sugo wasn't joking about these 2 solutions, that meant 5 methods in total. What level of mathematical genius was this? Even the geniuses from the Zero class and Ochuan class over the past decade didn't possess such extraordinary talent. If he truly possesses 5 distinct solution methods, it means Su Ji's talent has reached the level of scholars from the founding era. A pillar of society born once in decades? Not just Professor Dong, but all the professors and PhDs watching the spectacle were now breathing heavily. They stared intently at Sugo. Deep down, they were hoping Sugo wasn't just being ignorant and arrogant, joking around. Chapter 10, I can give you a discount. Professor Dong's voice trembled with excitement. He'd long disliked that Riemann, who constantly looked down on scholars from the Great Xia Empire while on their soil. Now that Sugo had the chance to humiliate Riemann, how could he let it slip away? Sugo, you mustn't joke about this. Academic matters are serious. What exactly do these 2 solutions mean? Sugo nodded obediently. Exactly what you're thinking. Rest assured, Professor Dong, I know my limits. Sugo turned to look at Professor Riemann, his tone tinged with a hint of challenge. I wonder if the professor had the confidence to find 5 solutions back in his younger days. Care to wager again? I'll give you a discount this time. Sugo licked his lips, waiting for the bait to take hold. Professor Riemann, upon hearing this, actually calmed down. Academic work wasn't some blood-pumping battle game where sheer determination and effort could elevate one's level. This problem itself was already at the limit of what ordinary scholars could handle, let alone 5 solutions. He simply didn't believe Sugu could solve 5. Solving a difficult problem and solving it in 5 different ways were 2 entirely different realms. It was like basic addition and subtraction within 10. Anyone could do it. But ask someone to solve it using 5 different methods? That would likely require the caliber of Tsinghua or Peking University. And this was a real-world problem in the field of hydrogen energy. Professor Riemann himself was the foremost expert in this field. He understood the complexity of hydrogen energy problems better than anyone. The young man's first solution was indeed brilliant, but the second was merely an improvement on William's work. The third was already pushing the limits. He simply couldn't believe Sugu could conjure up 2 more solutions out of thin air. 5 solutions. What a bold claim. Even Professor Riemann, as he is now, could probably develop a 4th solution after deep study, but 5? Impossible. And Sugu was merely a freshman who had enrolled less than a year ago, a complete novice who couldn't even be called a scholar. Young man, don't be so arrogant. Professor Riemann scrutinized the problem once more and declared with confidence. Within a specialized field, achieving 4 solutions might be possible. But 5? Absolutely impossible. This is my judgment after 30 years in the hydrogen energy field. Given that, do you still want to bet? As for the wager? Ha! I'm hardly broke. Solve 5 methods, and I'll give you 500,000. Su Ji's eyes began to glow green. 500,000. Combined with the 350,000 already in his account, he could earn 850,000 today. He'd be one step closer to the 5 million needed for the next tech tree upgrade. And this knowledge was merely a tiny fraction of the knowledge contained within that nuclear-free hydrogen bomb tech tree fruit. These 5 solutions were entirely extracted by Sugu from the fundamental principles of the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. Or rather, combining these 5 solutions revealed a small part of the core theory behind the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. This was the source of Su Ji's confidence. His solutions were entirely verifiable. Moreover, presenting these 5 solutions now lays a reasonable foundation for the eventual emergence of nuclear-free hydrogen bomb technology, avoiding excessive strangeness or implausibility. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Money. Fame. Security. He wants it all. Sugu slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming excitedly. All right. 50,000 it is. Professor Dong had also regained his composure by then, having privately assessed the likelihood of the 5 solutions. It was too slim. Besides, while Riemann's character left much to be desired, his academic prowess was universally acknowledged. He'd admitted he could only produce 4 solutions, so Sugu, don't be impulsive. You've already proven 3 solutions, you've won. There's no need to increase the risk. Losing money is one thing, but if you fail to produce the 5th solution, all your previous reputation will be wasted. You'll be branded as arrogant and conceited. Our country doesn't favor scholars like that. This will damage your academic career. Professor Dong expressed his concern. Rest assured, as long as you refuse to compete, no one can force you to gamble again with me here. At that moment, the other professors chimed in. That's right, Xiao Su. We've all witnessed your talent. There's no need to act on a momentary impulse. You have a bright future ahead. There's no need to rush success or failure at this moment. 5 solutions is still too ambitious. Even if you have a rough outline in your mind, the time is simply too short. Without actual verification through calculation, your brain might be deceiving you. Coming up with 3 solutions out of 5 is already a sign of extraordinary genius. Young man, take a step back. Sugu smiled and bowed. He knew these professors and teachers were speaking from his best interests. But he truly did have 5 solutions. How could he lose with the answer staring him in the face? Seeing this, Jin Jibing, standing nearby, feared Sugu might calm down and regret it. He immediately jumped in. Sugu initiated this wager. We've already settled our debts. How can he back out now? Is this the character of scholars from Great Xia? In my opinion, Su Ji's second solution shouldn't even count. Because it borrowed from William's solution. Sugu. Return the money. Jin Jibing had now completely abandoned the scholars of Great Xia, fully switching sides to join the foreign exchange students led by Riemann. Even Bob, the orthodox exchange student, looked at Jin Jibing with disdain. True to his mixed Korean heritage, he sure knows how to stir up resentment. Chapter 11, The Mathematical Artist. Sugu frowned at Jin Jibing. I'm having a one-on-one with Professor Riemann. Who do you think you are to interrupt? He then turned to Professor Riemann, his eyes asking, is this your idea? Professor Riemann was also displeased. He wouldn't stoop to using verbal sparring to intimidate a student. Jin Jibing's interruption was undermining his authority. Moreover, he had already acknowledged Su Ji's second solution. Jin Jibing's words were essentially slapping him in the face. He waved his hand dismissively. Bob, William, get this man out of here. Jin Jibing gasped in shock and immediately protested. Professor Riemann, I'm helping you. How can you repay kindness with ingratitude? I'm on your side. Ugh. Seeing Professor Riemann's anger, Bob immediately covered Jean Jibing's mouth and dragged him out. Then he hissed into Jean Jibing's ear. Shut up. At last, silence fell over the lab lobby. Suga nodded and said, we can begin now. Suga slowly turned around, a crimson glow emanating from his pupils. This was the light that appeared whenever his brain rapidly processed the knowledge from the red technology tree fruit he had obtained. Solution 4. Proof begins. Seeing Suga begin to write, Riemann's heart skipped a beat. Could this be possible? Had he misjudged him? Row after row of intricate formulas appeared on the blackboard before Suga. The theories and methods employed completely transcended the textbooks studied at the undergraduate level. Even graduate students had never encountered such foundational principles. Regardless of whether he could prove it, the graduate students and undergraduates in the lab couldn't follow Su Ji's reasoning. Some senior undergraduates whispered among themselves. Is Su Ji's proof correct? No idea, our professors never covered this. Me neither. I can only grasp half of the first formula. Holy crap, is the gap between us and Suga really this huge? Look at those big shots, they're all dead serious. It must be right. By now, the professors watching had entered a state of flow. Su Ji's step-by-step proof was simply breathtaking. It was beauty in the academic sense. Each step of the solution fit together like precision-engineered parts, perfect in every way. This was nothing short of astonishing for a first-time proof. It was as if he'd rehearsed it hundreds of times in his mind, then stripped away all the unnecessary, cumbersome steps. Genius. Even if he can't write 5 proofs, he's still a genius. I want this student. Professor Dong glanced at the speaking professor and declared. Forget it. Xiao Su is already under my tutelage. Suga paid no heed. He was utterly immersed in the exhilaration of knowledge output. That rush of knowledge flooding his mind, the thrill of completing artistic proofs through numbers. Once you've tasted it, you're hooked. This was the allure of academia. Combining real variable functions with measure theory, we can redefine the hydrogen energy stability coefficient as a single numerical value. He muttered to himself while frantically dancing his pen tip across the paper. The fourth solution. Complete. Without a moment's pause, Suga didn't even pause to think before diving straight into proving the fifth solution. Meanwhile, Riemann, witnessing the completion of the third solution, instinctively approached the blackboard to double-check it once more. This approach can actually be proven. It's a valid solution. Riemann's pupils contracted. Because Su Ji's approach was one he hadn't considered. He felt a twinge of doubt. One of Su Ji's fellow senior students exclaimed excitedly. The fifth one. Suga hasn't stopped. The fifth one is taking shape. That familiar feeling is back. That familiar sense of perfection. From the very first solution, this mechanical precision, the simplicity, high efficiency, and flawless execution had permeated every step of Su Ji's proof process. It seemed to have become Su Ji's signature symbol. While Riemann was verifying the fourth solution, Suga had already set the general direction for the fifth. Su Ji's hand was moving so fast across the blackboard it left a blur. It seemed he wasn't writing a rigorous mathematical proof, but creating a work of art. Su Ji's figure gradually became artistic in the minds of the onlookers. As the fifth solution neared completion, Suga slammed his pen down on the blackboard. He took a slight breath, and the pen in his hand finally came to a halt. A single word suddenly sprang to mind among the gathered masters, scholars, and fellow students. Mathematical artist. The artistry lay not only in the steps refined to ultimate simplicity, but also in that wildly imaginative approach. For the fifth solution was even more profound. So profound that even Professor Dong began to marvel like that in turn before. Unbelievable. This approach. How did I not think of it? Professor Riemann watched Su Ji's solution steps, instinctively tugging at his taut tie. Unbeknownst to him, his hand was trembling slightly from sheer astonishment. 5 solutions already. Though the fifth wasn't complete, the underlying logic was already fully formed. Had Suga surpassed even his own predictions? Amid the crowd, a man in gold-rimmed glasses gleamed with excitement. The moment Suga wrote down the fourth solution, he pulled out his phone without hesitation and made a call. Director, I've discovered a promising talent. You'll need to come see this yourself. Chapter 12, Those Not of Our Kind Have Different Hearts. After hanging up, the man in gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his attire and slowly approached Suga. An ID badge was pinned to his jacket pocket. It read, Great Xia Research Bureau 314. Meanwhile, William, who had regained his confidence moments before, stumbled backward 2 steps, colliding with the table behind him. His vision blurred as he stared at the blackboard before Suga, muttering calculations under his breath. Stability, feasible. Coefficient synthesis, feasible. Formula application environment, feasible. Result, correct. 5 types. He solved 5 types. How is that possible? Shouldn't I be stronger than him? But even if I studied for another 3 years, could I solve 5 types? Professor. Where is the professor? William's face drained as he turned to the teacher beside him, but even Professor Riemann had no time for William now. The emergence of the fifth solution had already begun to shake his confidence. The fourth and fifth solutions represented approaches he had never even considered. Hydrogen energy was supposed to be his domain. Riemann stared at Sugu, who stood facing the blackboard with his back to him. Sugu was still wearing the bright yellow delivery uniform from Daxia. That glaring yellow seemed to mock Riemann's ignorance. A delivery guy from Daxia had achieved the academic level Riemann had strived for over 30 years? Was Daxia wasting such a student's time delivering food for a pittance? Riemann felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This was nothing short of squandering a precious talent. Most crucially, he had just stated that even he could only find 4 solutions and now Sugu had achieved the same. Wasn't this telling the global scientific community that Sugu, a freshman moonlighting as a delivery driver, possessed the same level of academic understanding in hydrogen energy as he, a university professor? Every scholar present from Daxia was ecstatic. 5. 5. 5. Keep writing. Keep writing. The undergrads and grad students present had transformed into rabid fans chasing their idol. Because the immersion was too intense. Sugu was like the ordinary, unseen versions of themselves, now going toe-to-toe with a renowned professor who'd long been a big shot in the scientific community. And he was holding his own, even gaining the upper hand. Sugu is awesome. Standing before the blackboard, Sugu ignored the clamor around him, waving his hand to signal for quiet. He mainly needed a break because his hand was getting sore from writing. Seeing Sugu pause, Riemann breathed a sigh of relief, assuming Sugu was still mindful of his status and offering him a way out. At that moment, Riemann himself felt a twinge of concession. He spoke up. Alright, you do have reason to be cocky. Among the current generation of young mathematicians, you're definitely in the top 3 in the field of hydrogen energy. I'd like to be your friend. There's no need to finish writing out that fifth solution. When Riemann uttered these words, everyone was stunned. After all, what was Riemann's standing? A tenured professor at the University of Michigan, that venerable institution of the American Empire. What was Sugu's standing? His greatest achievement so far was being a freshman at the Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology. Riemann actually initiated friendship with Sugu? How is this any different from a provincial-level leader suddenly telling a lowly clerk in a township, let's become sworn brothers? Everyone, including Professor Dong, assumed Sugu would surely reconcile. After all, this is an industry heavyweight making the first move to smooth things over. But Sugu didn't even turn his head, merely raising a hand to signal silence. Sugu's mind flashed back to the early stages of the future civilization trials in his previous life, the fierce struggles between nations, the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of great Xia warriors, and the academic defenses built day and night by tens of thousands of domestic academic leaders. Every memory served as a stark reminder. Sugu declared resolutely. Sorry, I never befriend those who covet my homeland's territory. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. These 2 sentences struck the hearts of all the scholars present like thunder. For many present adhered to the belief that science knows no borders. But Sugu knew that when war came, science may have no borders, but scientists do. Making friends with scientists from other nations? In times of war, that was nothing but a joke. Moreover, with only 10 years left before the civilization trial descended, Sugu's plan demanded that Great Xia resolve external threats and achieve preliminary unification of Earth's military strength before the trial arrived. At the very least, Great Xia must secure its position as the absolute leader of the Earth United Forces. For survival, war was inevitable. Liman hadn't expected Sugu's refusal to be so resolute. A wave of humiliating shame surged through him, instantly flushing his face crimson. You arrogant fool. Don't push your luck. Before Sugu could respond, the man in gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward from the crowd and remarked calmly. The face of our Great Xia's young talent doesn't need approval from some American scholar like you. The man in gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his spectacles and bowed slightly toward Sugu. I am Su Xingha of the Great Xia 139 Research Bureau. On behalf of the Bureau, I extend an official invitation for you to join us. We hope you will become one of us. The crowd erupted into commotion. Bureau 139? Never heard of it. Is that even an official agency? Chapter 13, Bureau 139. The Hidden Hooks of 5 Solutions. A disciple of a prominent figure remarked indifferently. It's normal you don't know about it. This research institute only operates within the circle of genius scholars because they only recruit geniuses. Only those ranked in the top 3 in their respective fields. Every mature scholar there is capable of single-handedly carrying a year's worth of national strategic research. Even the newly joined interns are future pillars of society. Rumor has it they hold the highest authority among scholars in Great Xia. Even officials 2 ranks above them must defer to them. A freshman sucked in a breath of cold air. Does that mean joining this research bureau is like ascending to the heavens in one step? No need to even take the civil service exams or selection processes? The senior's disciple scoffed dismissively. What are you thinking? Those who make it in wouldn't care about ordinary civil service positions. The projects they handle are at least national level. The others nodded in deep agreement. These days, jobs are hard to come by, pay is low, and competition is fierce. Civil service seems like the best option. But for these genius-level scholars, work is no big deal. Even before graduation, if they were willing, countless companies would offer them hefty salaries to hire them. Of course, this genius wasn't measured by college entrance exam scores, but by those who continued to demonstrate extraordinary talent after entering university research. Moreover, most of these geniuses didn't even take the gaokao. Su-go had followed the traditional college entrance exam path, which was precisely why some academic elites looked down on him. Now, on the field, the bigwigs who knew about Research Bureau 139 sucked in a cold breath, while the scholars who didn't know about it looked at Su-go with envy after being informed. Professor Riemann frowned at Su Xinghe, who had extended an olive branch to Su-go. He had heard rumors about this department. In fact, all the department's publicly known members were on their defection list, the red list. Su Xinghe, standing before them, ranked among the top few on that list. Among the intelligence they had gathered was a photograph showing Su Xinghe shaking hands with a government official from the core district of the imperial capital. As the saying goes, the eunuch before the throne holds the rank of a second-grade official. And this was the second in command of the capital's core district? So Su Xinghe's authority was likely terrifyingly high. Professor Riemann shook his head. What? Has Bureau 139 lowered its standards so drastically? This is merely an introductory problem in hydrogen energy stabilization research. Though he presented 5 for solutions, it likely doesn't meet your requirements. You only recruit geniuses with concrete research achievements, correct? Hearing Riemann's words, Su Xinghe's eyes lit up instead. Su Xinghe hadn't expected Riemann to miss that Su-go had embedded academic hooks within each of those 5 solutions. Combined, these 5 hooks should point to a fundamental principle in the field of hydrogen energy. Excitement flashed in Su Xinghe's eyes. A foundational principle. How many years had it been since such a talent emerged? Compared to mathematical geniuses who merely applied the theories of their predecessors, those capable of creating their own theories were truly rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Was Riemann genuinely dismissive of the great Xia people, or had he misjudged Su-go simply because he was young? How could he have missed this? Riemann, you don't understand. In any case, Su Xinghe had made up his mind Su-go was his to recruit. Su-go watched Su Xinghe extend his hand, his mind flashing back to memories of Bureau 139. The frozen image was one of blood-soaked, utter annihilation. During the 6th Civilization trial, this research bureau sacrificed its entire team to crack a crucial weapon technology. Though they never saw rescue, they uploaded the technology to the terminal at the cost of their lives, saving the Great Xia Empire from collapse. Su-go stood at attention and rendered a perfect military salute to Su Xinghe. It was a salute born of profound respect for a comrade. Su Xinghe didn't know why Su-go had suddenly saluted, but the scholars of Bureau 139 were also military personnel. His body instinctively returned the salute to Su Ji's military gesture. Su-go broke into a bright smile, a smile that spoke of a bloody memory yet to unfold. And he would never allow such an apocalypse to befall Great Xia again. Senior Su, please wait a moment. Su-go glanced at Li Man's ashen face, switched to a black pen with fresh ink, and began writing again with fluid strokes. The 5th solution's subsequent steps grew even more unconventional. Even some scholars who had already graduated and entered the field found themselves utterly bewildered. As time ticked by, when the solution reached its conclusion, the room remained utterly silent. Because no one could comprehend it. And those few who did grasp it, upon noticing the foreigner Riemann present, quietly kept their mouths shut. For the specific details of this contest might well become state secrets. Until Su-go tapped the final stroke. Su-go turned to Riemann and said calmly, impressed? Riemann sensed something profoundly mysterious about this solution. Yet, something still felt off. He stared blankly at the solution process. It was indeed the 5th method. And it had indeed solved the problem. No flaws. Su-go, he would remember that name. You win. The moment those 3 words left Su Ji's lips, it was William standing beside him who couldn't take it anymore. The mathematical genius stared fixedly at the blackboard filled with the 5 solutions, his eyes bloodshot. His mathematical intuition screamed that something was wrong with these 5 solutions. But he couldn't pinpoint what it was. No. 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 It can't be this simple. Something is hidden within. Chapter 14, Riemann lost. William went mad. The big shot arrives. William clenched his fists and trembled, as if seized by hysteria. Meanwhile, Riemann, standing beside him, thought William couldn't bear the blow. He tugged at William's sleeve, his voice filled with concern. Calm down. You're just outmatched. Look at yourself now. Su-go watched William with a faint, mocking smile. This was his true trump card. The shadow of failure could eventually be overcome, but endless doubt and uncertainty would kill an outstanding scholar. William, at least until he unraveled the hooks hidden within these 5 solutions, would be reduced to a neurotic wreck. And those 5 hooks weren't easy to solve. Once solved, they would become fundamental principles at the level of ordinary mathematical theory. Enough to make one a professor. It required deep contemplation to achieve, but William, tormented by doubt, could never settle his mind to study. Thus, this is a deliberate trap. A dead end. Unless someone guides William. Sugo looked at Riemann, his meaning unmistakable. Professor Riemann's face turned ashen. He retorted angrily. The money will be transferred to you in 10 minutes. Don't get too cocky. Sugo, I admit you do possess some talent, but there are plenty of geniuses who burn out. All because of their arrogance and ignorance. You may not live to see your mathematical genius bear practical fruit. Sugo met Riemann's dark gaze and realized this man wasn't just a university professor, he was also a military scholar collaborating with the American Empire government. This was a threat. But Sugo wasn't easily intimidated. Is that so? Then let's see who perishes first, me or those demons and monsters who become the nourishment for my ascension to godhood. Su Xinghe listened to Su Ji's resolute words, his eyes brimming with admiration. He certainly couldn't tolerate an outsider threatening the promising talent he had his eye on. Su Xinghe stood before Professor Riemann with a cold expression, chuckling. What's the matter? Didn't our Bureau 139's hot air balloon circling your imperial airspace a few days ago scare you enough? How about swapping the balloon for a missile this time? No one will cut short the life of my Bureau 139's promising talent. Professor Dong rushed over from the other side and declared. I'm no pushover either. Riemann. Threatening my student? Don't push your luck. Scholars from Great Xia gradually gathered around them. Regardless of whether they knew Sugo personally, they instinctively formed a protective circle around him, making their stance clear. In their eyes, Sugo was now the rising star of Great Xia's future. A pillar of the nation's prosperity. Protecting one's own. A time-honored virtue of Great Xia. Sugo looked at his compatriots surrounding him, feeling a warm glow in his heart. It was precisely because of these scholars and soldiers that Great Xia had managed to hold out until the 10th round in his previous life. Facing the increasingly aggressive crowd, Riemann finally realized he was still on foreign soil. His courage faltered, and he backed down. What do you think you're doing? Don't forget, your research exchange team is still in the American Empire. If anything happens to me, they won't return safely either. Lehman's confidence stemmed from the fact that this exchange involved both sides sending research teams to each other's territories to learn. It was essentially a hostage swap. How much they could secretly learn or how much intelligence they could gather depended entirely on their own abilities. Thus, he was unlikely to face danger. Yet seeing the sheer number of Great Xia scholars present still made him uneasy. Lehman grabbed the dazed William and turned to leave. Sugo. We'll meet again soon. Watching their hasty retreat, Sugo couldn't help but laugh aloud. Sugo observed his fellow countrymen around him and bowed respectfully. Thank you all. Though Sugo wasn't afraid of Riemann's threats, he still knew how to appreciate others' help. The others responded in unison. It's the least we could do. Congratulations. You've made a name for yourself in one fell swoop. Awesome, Sugo. 5 solutions. I've really learned something today. Sugo, do you still deliver takeout? I won't order, just teach me a problem or two when you're free. Sugo. Can I be your teammate? I'm dying to improve. Su Xinghe waved his hand to interrupt Sugo, who was nearly drowned in everyone's compliments. He nodded and addressed the crowd. Everyone, disperse. Someone will contact you shortly to sign confidentiality agreements. Nothing from this competition may be disclosed. Hearing Su Xinghe's words, even those who hadn't grasped the full implications realized Sugo's 5 solutions were no ordinary feat. Nearly every scholar glanced at Sugo as they left, hoping to exchange WeChat contacts to build connections. Who knew if Sugo might become a future big shot? Once the crowd dispersed, Su Xinghe escorted Professor Dong into the exclusive waiting lounge. A dozen security guards rushed in and immediately cordoned off the area. Professor Dong was nearly numb by now. What was this? Why would meeting someone require a security lockdown? Something was off, 9/10 off, to be precise. He stared blankly, recalling those 5 solutions. Though he was a professor-level scholar, that merely meant he was experienced. For a novel solution like Su Ji's, even recognizing those 5 hooks required time to study. Just as Riemann hadn't seen it either. But as Riemann had said, this threshold of less than 139 games. Unless, those 5 solutions hid something. Professor Dong's heart tightened. Damn it! Could this 139 game challenge be about poaching his students? This also revealed Su Xinghe's extraordinary talent. He spotted the flaw in Su Ji's solution at a glance. Then a figure pushed open the sealed door. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, slowly strode in. Though his pace was slow, the imposing dignity and overwhelming presence he carried made Sugo pause, as if witnessing a black tiger in its twilight years. Professor Dong blinked dazedly, then spoke with a trembling voice. You are the backbone of Great Xia, a founding-level distinguished scholar of Great Xia. Old Master Qian? Chapter 15, Internship Test. Bureau 139's favor. Sugu couldn't help but rise to his feet. This man was one of the pillars that had enabled Great Xia to stand tall in its founding days, a figure he'd only ever encountered in textbooks. It was thanks to him that Great Xia endured when the civilization trials descended in his previous life. Sadly, Old Master Qian ultimately reached the end of his lifespan and fell during the first round of the trials. Yet the team and knowledge he left behind propelled Great Xia all the way to the 10th round. It could be said that Old Master Qian ranked among the absolute pinnacle of scientific luminaries in the history of the Great Xia, indeed, of all humanity. Old Master Qian walked over to Su Gu and slowly sat down. Looking at Su Gu with evident satisfaction, he remarked, "Not bad. You didn't lose your composure upon seeing me. I heard about your work from Xingha. Those 5 solutions, they're quite something. Are you researching the fundamental theory of nuclear-free hydrogen bombs? You're a confident young man, aren't you? Do you really think those foreign exchange scholars couldn't see through the clues you left behind?" Su Gu was secretly startled. True to his reputation, Professor Qian had immediately discerned the origin of his hooks from mere descriptions. He hurriedly explained, "Even if they did notice, it wouldn't matter. That's just a small part of my core research theory. Don't worry, Professor Qian." Professor Qian chuckled. "Don't be nervous. I'm not blaming you. What's wrong with the new generation of the Great Xia dynasty being a bit cocky? Back in my day, I was even more confident than you. I said we'd develop nuclear weapons in 3 years, and we did. That stems from our capabilities and our drive to safeguard national security. That's exactly how young scholars should be. What the hell are we afraid of? Those Americans aren't much stronger than us." Su Gu relaxed at the sight of the foul-mouthed elder, feeling an unexpected warmth toward him. Who would have thought that old Qian, the backbone of the Great Xia, possessed such a fiery temper, even a touch of youthful arrogance? It was hard to imagine how spirited he must have been in his prime. Leaning on his cane, old Qian stood and continued. "I meet every young recruit joining the new Bureau 139 personally. I memorize their names. But Bureau 139 takes neither mediocrities nor slackers. Every new recruit must undergo a formal assessment. Only those who pass become official members of Bureau 139. The test requires you to produce research results comparable to those of a young Changjiang scholar within 3 months. During this probationary period, your research and living arrangements will be treated as those of a full Bureau 139 member. Failure, well, that's just too bad." Old Qian said earnestly. "We need geniuses, but we need geniuses who deliver tangible results even more." Su Gu nodded. "An agency like Bureau 139, which determines the nation's cutting-edge technological capabilities, naturally cannot afford idle hands. Otherwise, the Great Xia would be finished." He now possessed the complete theoretical framework for a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. 3 months should suffice to fully digest it, and even if he couldn't, other technologies could be substituted. After all, the tech tree didn't just reward upgrades, it constantly dropped tech fruits. Who knew what gems might appear? Becoming a young Changjiang scholar wasn't that difficult. "Keep at it, young man." Old Qian patted Su Gu on the shoulder. Just as he turned to leave, Su Ji's phone rang urgently. Ri-ing. Su Gu raised his hand to see it was an emergency contact. Liang Wei calling. Liang Wei was Su Ji's childhood friend who had stayed behind in their hometown to build her life. Having grown up together, Liang Wei's parents divorced and remarried, leaving her to live alone. Unloved by either parent, Su Gu became her closest confidant, hence why she listed him as her emergency contact. Liang Wei wouldn't call in using the emergency contact method unless it was urgent. Even with old man Qian present, Su Gu didn't want to ignore her call. Without hesitation, Su Gu answered. Liang Wei's anxious voice came through. "Su, something's happened at your place. A group of people showed up claiming to be from a legitimate loan platform. They said you owe them money and they're here to collect. They also said if you can't repay, you'll have to hand over your homestead to them." Aunt Su is so upset she's crying. Chapter 16, Overdue Payment Crisis. Send a helicopter? The reception hall was so quiet that when the sound came from Su Ji's phone, everyone present including old Qian heard it. Yet no one spoke, as this was Su Ji's personal matter. Yet as his mentor, Professor Dong couldn't help but ask with concern. "Su Gu, is there a family emergency requiring money? Or some misunderstanding? Our college can help resolve it." Su Gu shook his head. He could only handle the loan matter himself, it would be too difficult to explain otherwise. Besides, he wasn't in the mood to explain right now. Because he could hear the urgency in his childhood friend Liang Wei's voice. Time was running out. Su Gu glanced at old Master Qian, wanting to leave early, but departing before him in such a setting would be extremely rude. Before Su Gu could speak, old Qian understood. He turned to Su Xingha and said, "Xingha, go accompany Xiao Su to handle this. After all, he's now in his internship period and receives the full benefits of our Bureau 139. We can't let our Bureau 139 personnel be treated unfairly." Su Gu hesitated to refuse, but Su Xingha placed an arm around his shoulder. Su Xingha's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Come on, future colleague. Let me show you what Bureau 139's authority looks like." Our records indicate your hometown isn't in the capital city, but in a rural county town next to it. From what I understand, even taking the high-speed rail would take you 3 hours to get there. I'm afraid you might not make it in time. Su Gu frowned. Su Xingha was right if the situation was urgent, 3 hours to get there might indeed be too late. Noticing Su Ji's expression, Su Xingha smiled faintly before offering his assurance. Leave it to me. He dialed a number and declared. Requesting an armed helicopter from the 3rd Garrison Command of the Imperial Capital in the name of Bureau 139. Must arrive within 3 minutes. Yes, this is Su Xingha. After that single sentence, Su Xingha hung up, seemingly certain of success. But Professor Dong beside him wore a look of utter astonishment. Directly requesting an armed helicopter from the Imperial Capital? Are you kidding me? This isn't something an academic could pull off. Even high-ranking military officers couldn't mobilize military helicopters except for special missions. And Su Xingha hadn't even filed a report, just one phone call? And an armed helicopter isn't just ordinary transportation. They're weapons. As the seat of power where numerous academic and business leaders, officials, and even top-level state figures reside and conduct business, the capital's security protocols are exceptionally stringent. The very nature of an armed helicopter means it can't possibly operate without oversight. After all, even motorcycles and cars within the inner ring of the capital city face restrictions. How much more so for an armed helicopter equipped with offensive capabilities and carrying heavy weaponry? If criminals exploited this privilege to cause casualties, the consequences would be unbearable for anyone. Therefore, helicopter access is strictly regulated. Only a handful of top-tier national corporations and government officials possess the authority to deploy standard helicopters. Within the Imperial Capital, particularly in core areas like Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology, only provincial or ministerial level officials possess the authority to deploy armed helicopters. Or military generals of equivalent rank. This is absolutely the highest level authorization imaginable. Su Guo's expression turned astonished. Even though he knew of the existence of Bureau 139, the idea of granting an intern the authority to deploy an armed helicopter with just a single sentence was simply outrageous. What Su Gu didn't know was that he himself had no authority to make such a request. But Su Xingha could. This helicopter was deployed by Su Xingha with Old Qian's tacit approval. It was a benefit stemming from Old Qian's favor. As he pondered this, Su Gu heard the distant whir of the helicopter approaching. The efficiency was astonishing. Old Qian, standing nearby, remained unfazed. After all, he had proposed granting Bureau 139 this very authority. Old Qian sought to cultivate and protect Bureau 139's most brilliant scholars with greater autonomy, ensuring these young geniuses would become the nation's pillars in the future. After all, technological prowess determines a nation's strength. Rather than granting Bureau 139 special privileges, it was more about securing a future for the great Xia. What was dispatching a helicopter? If faced with more extraordinary events, even calling upon the garrison's armory was not beyond the realm of possibility. As Professor Dong watched in astonishment, a black-armed helicopter began circling above Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology. Since the Hydrogen Energy Research Institute lacked a proper helipad, the armed helicopter hovered directly above the institute's perimeter. A long rope ladder descended from the helicopter. The intention was for Su Xingha and Su Gu to climb up directly, where specialized military personnel would meet them on the helicopter. This highly conspicuous scene naturally drew the attention of students gathering around Imperial Capital University. They had never witnessed anyone boarding an armed helicopter within the university grounds before. This was Imperial Capital University, after all. Not just any ordinary school, it housed numerous strategic-level technologies and weapons. This was beyond belief. Which ultimate military scion is this? Or is some ministerial-level leader visiting? Among the onlookers, Su Ji's roommate, Brother Jie, spotted a figure who shouldn't have been there climbing the long ladder to board the helicopter. He rubbed his eyes, then squinted again to get a better look at that figure. No way, dude. Am I seeing things? Jie tossed aside what he was holding and hurriedly pulled out his phone, zooming in on the boarding ramp. Instantly, he gasped. Holy crap! Is that Su Gu? Chapter 17, Forced Land Acquisition? The Trustworthy Black Glasses. Brother Jie nudged old Zhang beside him, who was engrossed in the spectacle. No way, let me see. Holy. It's definitely him. That tie-yellow delivery uniform, the stitching I did on it. And that cocky posture and expression, it's Su Gu for sure. Holy crap, what kind of background does he have? He actually managed to get an armed helicopter at Imperial Capital University of Technology. With that kind of background, why would he need to deliver food for a living? Brother Jie fell silent for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly. We're rich. You wouldn't understand this, would you? Some rich kids and military brats just love experiencing real life. Forget it, from now on Su Gu is my big brother. No, he's my dad. Old Zhang stared blankly and said. I'll never nag Su Gu again. If he ever delivers to me, I'll pay him extra for the food. Those unfamiliar with Su-gu were all wondering, did something major happen again? Why would they need an armed helicopter? Amid the crowd, an exceptionally striking figure gazed at Su-gu boarding the helicopter. Her red lips parted slightly, as if in confusion. Su-gu? That suck up? Su Village, Linquan County, on the outskirts of the capital. Inside the old house of Su Ji's parents, 5 or 6 men dressed in black stood present. One of them, wearing sunglasses, stood arrogantly gesturing at Su's father. Debt repayment is only fair. I'm not bluffing you, and I'm not some gangster. I'm here to collect a legitimate debt. The man in sunglasses held up the loan contract bearing the company's official seal and Su Ji's signature, shouting confidently at Su's father. Your son Su-gu borrowed 700,000 yuan through legitimate channels from our company, Trustworthy Loan. He's overdue on repayment. Per the contract terms, since he hasn't repaid, we have the right to seize assets to offset the debt. According to our investigation, your family owns 3 residential plots and an old house, correct? We won't overcharge the value of those 3 plots alone covers the 700,000 yuan. Sign here, and ownership of the land transfers to us, settling Su Ji's debt. Black Glasses adopted a magnanimous expression, as if he were making a tremendous concession. And 700,000 is just the principal. With all the overdue interest, it's actually reached 800,000 now. But considering your son is a struggling college student, we'll waive the interest. How does that sound? Su's parents stared at the contract stamped with the red seal, speechless for a long moment. They didn't question the authenticity of the 700,000 yuan debt. On one hand, Liang Wei had shown them the contract and it seemed legitimate. On the other hand, they knew their son was ill. They had scraped together 200,000 yuan from home for his treatment. Perhaps the medical costs weren't enough, and not wanting to burden his family, he had taken out this 700,000 yuan loan on his own? Oh, what kind of situation is this? Su's father sighed. They hadn't imagined his son's treatment would require such a large sum. The elderly couple could only sigh. But selling the family homestead was truly out of the question. They held traditional values who would sell ancestral property unless absolutely forced to? That would be like betraying their forebears, especially since the homestead also contained ancestral graves. What about relocating the graves? That would disrupt the family's feng shui. Father Su humbly pleaded with Black Glasses. Could you give us a few days? We'll borrow from relatives and friends, or sell this old house, anything to scrape together that's 700,000 yuan. Black Glasses chuckled coldly, his tone unyielding. You think this is child's play? The deadline has passed. We have no time for fundraising. And the very fact that it's overdue means we've already given you time to raise the money. Today, either you sign over the land to us, or we'll send your son straight to jail. Then the bank and the state will come to seize your land anyway. And mark my words, we'll still demand your interest payments. Old man, we've shown you mercy. Don't push us to our limits. Liang Wei, glaring at the arrogant man in dark glasses, stood fiercely in front of Su's parents. Then, with fierce determination, she retorted. Bull. Even if your loan contract is real, you can't forcibly seize our land under private names like this. As far as I know, all loans should be eligible for payment extensions, and your interest rates are completely unreasonable. Even if there is a contract, who knows if it's a dual contract? And since Su-gu himself isn't here, how dare you come to seize the land directly? Liang Wei held back the dark glasses man while whispering to Su's parents. Auntie, uncle, don't worry. I've already contacted Su-gu. He'll be back soon. Let's wait until he returns to discuss everything. Outside the Su family's ancestral home, a crowd of curious villagers had gathered. In a village like this, secrets don't last long. From the moment Black Glasses and his men entered the village, they'd drawn the attention of every villager until they kicked open the door of the Su family's old residence. Villagers loved a good spectacle, especially when it came to loan disputes, matters that didn't concern them directly. Su-gu, being the only person in the village to attend university, was especially envied. While they offered congratulations on the surface, most of their own children had only attended vocational schools or entered the workforce after high school. Deep down, they seethed with resentment. Why should your son be the one to succeed? If anyone should fall, let us all fall together. Now, seeing Su-gu in financial trouble, they couldn't be more delighted. Some sharp-tongued villagers began standing outside the door, making snide remarks. Debt repayment is only fair. Su Ji's actions were unethical. Old Su, you must repay this money, don't tarnish our village's reputation. Chapter 18, Jealous Villagers and a Bribe-Taking Village Chief. Exactly. Our village still needs to do business. If word gets out about this, who'd dare trade with us? Old Su, who would have thought your son Su-gu, he always seemed so honest, would do something like this? That's 700,000 yuan. He just borrowed it like it was nothing. Didn't they consider you two old folks at all? Don't tell me Su-gu only seemed honest before. When we ran the village store, he even took a few bottles of water without paying. Liang Wei, standing nearby, flared up at this. What do you mean didn't pay? Su-gu was helping you move stuff and doing chores. You handed him the water yourself. You just made that up, didn't you? You bunch of jerks. Some young villagers who'd always disliked Sugu, unable to leave the village due to their own shortcomings, idled away their days. They only grew more vicious in their taunts. What good did Suji's college admission do him? Look at how he ended up. 700,000 yuan, he'd have to work 10 years just to pay that off. Oh dear, won't Sugu end up in jail now? Then what good was getting into college? Seems better off not going to university, just like us go find a job and earn some money, right? Those loan platforms are actually pretty decent, they even waived Suji's interest. You guys should be thanking them. Liang Wei was so furious her face turned crimson. She wanted to bite them. Until an elderly man pushed through the crowd. It was the village chief. Good day, village chief. After the villagers greeted him, the kindly-looking elder responded warmly before approaching the Su family's home. As the village chief, it was his duty to step in and uphold justice when households under his jurisdiction faced such issues. But when no one was looking, the village chief and the man in dark glasses exchanged a knowing glance as if they had known each other for years. Black Glasses pursed his lips, and the village chief, as if understanding the unspoken message, walked toward old Su's father. Clearly, the squinty-eyed village chief and the man in dark glasses had reached some kind of understanding. Hear me out, the village chief pleaded earnestly. Old Su. Your son Su is a bright young man, the first from our village to get into university. Only your family knows the hardships you've endured. If you can't repay this 700,000 yuan, he'll end up with a criminal record. That will affect his job prospects, even his chances of passing civil service exams or getting government positions. It's just not worth it. This could ruin his entire future. Frankly, that homestead land is useless to you anyway. Why not just give it up to settle the debt? The village chief, as if making a decision that defied ancestral traditions, resolved with pain. As for your family gravesite, I've taken the liberty of carving out a plot for you on my own land. Would that be acceptable? It's the last thing I can do as your village chief. Su's parents were deeply moved by his words. Meanwhile, the man in the dark glasses silently applauded the village chief in his mind. No wonder he was the seasoned veteran he'd bribed with 50 grand. What a smooth talker. If he closed this deal today, he knew he'd earn praise from the mysterious Mr. Fei behind the scenes. The Su family's homestead plot was far from ordinary. Though the company hadn't made it public, Black Glasses knew from leaked information that the Su family's land held a special mineral deposit underground. Extremely valuable. Its worth far exceeded the surface value of the land by hundreds or even thousands of times. Black Glasses belonged to TrustLend, the largest private lending platform in Great Xia. In the capital, it was divided into 4 major districts, which were further split into 9 sub-districts. There were 36 district managers in total. Black Glasses was one of the 36 district heads overseeing the imperial capital region. Above them stood the 4 CEOs of the capital's major districts, while the ultimate boss was Fei Yun, one of the nation's top 10 capital tycoons. Black Glasses held credit approval authority. A 700,000 yuan loan required no reporting, he could approve it himself. His plan was to use the Su family's land deal to curry favor and secure a promotion to regional CEO. Sugu, the college student, had been part of his scheme from the very start of the loan process. It's important to note that ordinary college students without jobs, even those from prestigious 985 universities like Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology, would never qualify for a 700,000 yuan loan limit. Typical student loans range from 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, or even less. They gave Sugu the 700,000 yuan limit precisely to ensure he couldn't repay it. They had specifically targeted the owner of this mineral-rich land beforehand, and when Sugu happened to seek a loan, they set this trap. By now, Su's parents had been swayed. With the village chief's endorsement and the villagers' taunts outside the door ringing too harshly in their ears. Having lived their entire lives in the countryside, how could these elderly parents withstand such pressure? And since their daughter Liang Wei said the contract was fine, they might as well sign it. Su Ji's parents tremblingly took the contract. Tears welled in their eyes. What choice did they have? If it meant curing their son's illness, selling everything they owned was worth it. Just then, Liang Wei pressed down on Su's father's hand. A buzzing sound reached her ears. It wasn't just her who heard it, the villagers gathered outside watching the commotion, and even Black Glasses heard it too. And the sound was getting closer and louder. The others were clueless, but Black Glasses, who'd seen his share of the world, was puzzled. That sounded like a helicopter. But wait, how could a helicopter possibly come to this remote backwater? One villager immediately confirmed Black Glasses' suspicion, exclaiming, "Hey, look! It's a helicopter! Just like the ones on TV." His next cry of surprise sent shockwaves through the crowd. "Someone's coming down! Someone's coming down! Hey, that guy looks familiar. He looks just like old Su's son." Chapter 19, Sugu arrives. Underground minerals beneath the homestead. Black Glasses snapped his head up. The village chief's face also twisted in disbelief as he followed the villagers' pointing gaze. A helicopter hovered high above, lowering a rope ladder. Slowly descending from above was none other than Sugu. Sugu had grown up in this village, running around every villager's home since he was a toddler. They knew him intimately and recognized him instantly. There was no mistaking him. The villagers who had been mocking him moments ago instantly fell silent. Their minds went blank. They couldn't comprehend Sugu descending from the sky, returning by helicopter. Their minds were completely frozen. What kind of high-ranking official could this be? The moment Sugu touched down, he ignored the stunned villagers and strode straight toward his family's old house. Inside, Su's father and mother stood behind Liang Wei, who faced off fearlessly against Black Glasses and the others. Liang Wei's eyes lit up like stars when she saw Sugu. Su's parents, however, were filled with heartache and worry. Sugu approached Liang Wei and whispered softly, "You've worked hard. Thank you." Then Su Ji's expression turned cold as he turned his gaze toward Black Glasses and the village chief. In fact, he had been on the phone with Liang Wei since he was on the plane. Since Liang Wei hadn't hung up, Black Glasses, the village chief, and the villagers' words had all been transmitted directly through her phone to Su Ji's ears. He knew what had transpired in the Su family's old house even before stepping off the helicopter. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he instantly grasped the intricate schemes at play. He had even wondered why he could secure a 700,000 yuan loan balance. It was waiting for him right here. It seemed his family's homestead held a secret. Sugu frowned. A distant memory stirred in his mind. In his previous life, something like this had indeed happened. After graduating from Imperial Tech University, he had brought his parents to the capital. When their hometown was demolished, his family had indeed received a large sum of money. Moreover, the old residential area of his hometown had been designated as a protected zone by the state. Was something being mined there? So it must be that there were precious minerals or ancient relics beneath his family's homestead. At this thought, Sugu shook his head. The matter of detecting what lay beneath his homestead could wait for another day. Right now, he needed to deal with this debt-collecting guy in black glasses. He wasn't just an ordinary college student anymore, he was now part of Bureau 139. Before Sugu could speak, he spotted Su Xingha arriving in pursuit. Black Glasses, who had already seen Su Ji's photo, naturally recognized his appearance. The shock hadn't yet faded from his mind. Sure, he'd seen his share of the world private helicopters. What major domestic tycoon didn't have one? But did Sugu deserve one? And why did this helicopter look so different from the ones he'd seen before? It felt a bit unsettling. Black Glasses shook his head. Probably just some no-name chopper Sugu rented to save face. Who cares? The most important thing now was to secure that piece of land belonging to Su Ji's family. Sugu, right? Since you're here, we won't need your parents to sign on your behalf. You can sign it yourself. All the contracts are right here. Everything is completely legal and compliant. Sugu didn't even glance at the contracts, he just tossed them onto the table. He knew this tactic well. National regulations clearly stated that regardless of whether it was an overdue loan or online credit, lending platforms had no right to forcibly seize the assets of a debtor's relatives. After all, Su's parents were still alive. The homestead and the old house were assets belonging to Su's parents, not to him, Sugu. He, Sugu, was just an ordinary, impoverished college student. Even if he truly defaulted, the lending platform could only blacklist his credit rating. They absolutely could not come to his doorstep to coerce his parents into signing a land for debt repayment contract. You're trying to fool a child. Sugu chuckled. Besides, I never said I wouldn't repay if it's overdue, I'll just pay the overdue interest along with it, right? Black Glasses nearly burst out laughing at this. What kind of money could a college student possibly have? Do you think we haven't investigated you? You're running food delivery all day at school, where would the money come from? Ha! Just get your parents to sign the land sale agreement like a good boy. At this, the previously silent villagers erupted once more. Delivering food? Sugu, a top-tier university student, delivering food? Ridiculous. The villagers collectively experienced a collective mental orgasm. They tried to use Su Ji's failure to console themselves for the pain and numbness of their own failed lives. Meanwhile, the village chief, prompted by Black Glasses, chimed in. Sugu, coming back to support your parents shows great filial piety. But failing to repay the debt will truly harm your future prospects, it's unavoidable. You should heed your parents' advice and settle the debt with your homestead. Uncle Village Chief is only looking out for your best interests. Sugu sneered at the village chief playing the good cop. Did they really think he was a socially clueless college kid? From the moment Sugu received the call to his arrival in the village took only 15 minutes, that was the speed of a national-level armed helicopter. Thus, it was precisely the moment Professor Riemann's wager payment was due. Su Ji's Alipay notification chimed. Your Alipay account has received 500,000 yuan. Sugu found it insufficient and proceeded to transfer his entire deposit balance. Your account balance is now 848,350 yuan. Chapter 20, Su Xingha steps in. Terrifying permissions. The sudden notification startled everyone present, especially the village chief who had been about to speak. His words instantly stuck in his throat. How much? How much? They had just finished saying that Sugu, a college student, couldn't have much money. This notification instantly slapped them in the face. The young villagers who had been mocking him outside the village moments ago stared blankly. 850,000? Where did he get that much money? Isn't he still a college student? 850,000 yuan? I could farm this land my whole life and still not earn 100,000 yuan. Su Xingha stood silently nearby, wanting to see how Su Ge would handle it. Without Su Ge speaking up, he had no reason to intervene. Black Glass's heart sank at the notification sound. Damn it, where did this Su Ge get the money? If he actually paid it back, they'd be in deep trouble. Their target wasn't this measly 800,000 yuan, it was the mineral deposits beneath the homestead. Preliminary estimates put the value of that mineral deposit at no less than 20 million. Black Glasses forced a nervous chuckle. Su Ge, you're already past due. According to the contract, the payment method after default is determined by us. Paying back now is useless because the contract stipulates you must settle with land. And your family only owns this homestead plot, right? So it's useless. You'll have to sign eventually. Even if you take us to court, we have solid grounds. Plus, we'll hire the best lawyers you're bound to lose. Ever heard of Jibei? Our worry-free loan is backed by the largest lending platform in Daxia. Our big boss is none other than Fei Yun, the former richest man in Daxia. Black Glasses was actually lacking confidence, so he resorted to using Fei Yun as a threat. Hearing this, the village chief, who had been feeling uneasy, suddenly felt reassured. Right, this Black Glasses guy was from Ant Group. Black Glasses turned to Su Ge. He couldn't believe a college student like Su Ge wouldn't be intimidated now. Whether Su Ge was intimidated or not was unclear, but the villagers were certainly cowed by Black Glasses. In rural areas, people might not know who runs the country, but they definitely know the wealthiest man, Fei Yun. That was the power of reputation regardless of whether it was true or not. Su Ge placed his phone gently on the table and addressed Black Glasses. I'll repay the money today. But you're not taking the land. Brother Su, thanks for stepping in. After speaking, Su Ge turned to Su Xingha, who was watching the commotion from the sidelines. Su Xingha knew it was his turn to step in. As someone who could take photos and shake hands with the second in command of the capital's inner circle, Su Xingha naturally looked down on this lending platform. He couldn't care less about a mere 800,000 yuan. After all, even the head of Ant Group had to bow to the state. If the state said no monopoly, there would be no monopoly. If the state ordered him down, he'd step down. Su Xingha slowly approached the man in dark glasses and gave him a once-over. The man in dark glasses felt a sense of familiarity. Su Xingha spoke up, Fei Yun. I crossed paths with him not long ago. Hearing this, Black Glasses sneered coldly, what are you bragging about? Anyone can claim to know Mr. Fei just by saying they do. I could even say I know the Prime Minister. Su Xingha shook his head, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. After connecting, Su Xingha briefly explained the situation before continuing. Anyway, one of our Bureau 139 members is being harassed by debt collectors. They're threatening to seize his homestead to settle the debt. What should we do? Su Xingha handed the phone to the skeptical-looking man in dark glasses across from him. Black Glasses dismissed the idea. Who could possibly be on the other end? Could it really be the secretary of the Imperial City Committee? Hello, this is the secretary of the Imperial City Party Committee. You must be the manager under Fei Yun. Black Glasses stiffened, his mind filled with question marks. He glanced at the phone skeptically. Impersonating the secretary? That's a prison sentence. The caller seemed to anticipate Black Glasses' skepticism. So he took the initiative. That favor your boss Fei asked me for last time? I haven't handled it yet. The coordinates are Villa 102 at Suyu Manor in Suzhou. What? Do I need to call Fei Yun again? The moment that address was mentioned, Black Glasses broke out in a cold sweat. Because this address was where their boss, Mr. Fei, entertained important guests. Few people knew about it, as it was strictly confidential. Besides the 36 managers and regional CEOs, only the drivers knew it. And then, of course, the VIPs they entertained knew it. Meaning that even if the person across the way wasn't the party secretary, they were at least a high-ranking official he couldn't afford to provoke. Such an entity would never dare to impersonate someone else, especially not the party secretary of the imperial capital. That would be suicide. Unless they wanted their head on a platter. So the man across the table was likely the real party secretary. This man named Su, standing before them, could summon such an entity with a single phone call. What terrifying status must he possess? How on earth did Su Ge connect with this person? Black Glasses broke out in a cold sweat at the thought. This was the most perilous moment of his entire life. His adrenaline surged instantly. Chapter 21, Black Glasses kneels in apology. Village chief removed. Oh no! Mr. Fei still needed this person's favor. If Mr. Fei found out he'd offended someone who could command the municipal party secretary of the capital, forget about using the mineral rights to curry favor, he'd likely never find work anywhere in the entire country. No company would dare hire him. He even suspected someone might eliminate him. Black Glasses' legs instantly went weak, and he was so terrified he nearly wet himself. His voice trembled as he pleaded. No! Please spare me. I'll handle it. I'll handle it. He handed the phone back to Su Xinghe with both hands. Su Xinghe took the phone, thanked him, and hung up. He then patted Black Glasses on the shoulder. Black Glasses, abandoning all dignity, instantly changed his demeanor. He groveled obsequiously, apologizing profusely to Su Xinghe. I truly had no idea Sugu was your man. Oh my, if I'd known, I'd never have dared act like that. Please forgive me, sir. Realizing where the trouble had originated, Black Glasses turned to Sugu with extreme obsequiousness. Young master. No, my lord. I was blind. It was all a misunderstanding. Consider this 800,000 as a welcome gift. I'll clear all loan records immediately. It won't affect your studies or future. Your academic record and prospects will remain spotless, untouched by this 800,000. Oh no. There was never any loan. It was all a system error. Seeing Sugu still staring at him coldly, unmoved, Black Glasses was suddenly seized by panic. He slapped himself across the face. The sharp crack echoed throughout the old house. The village chief and villagers were all stunned into silence. Are city folks this shameless? Then, Black Glasses flashed an extremely obsequious smile at Sugu. My fault. I deserve to die. I was blind to offend you. He then turned and knelt directly before Su Ji's parents. Su Ji's parents were so startled they rushed to help him up. I've been utterly disrespectful, a complete beast. Forcing you elders like that was truly inhuman. The 800,000 yuan gift for this distinguished guest Sugu seems too meager. How about I personally add another million? After speaking, Black Glasses turned to Su Xinghe, signaling, what do you think? Su Xinghe naturally didn't intervene. This was Su Ji's personal matter. As for whether this constituted bullying the weak, Su Xinghe's life experience taught him that it takes a villain to deal with a villain. Trying to reason with such a petty person using noble principles would be laughable. Sugu chuckled. It was like someone delivering a pillow just when he was feeling sleepy. He hadn't even figured out how to raise the 5 million for his next upgrade. He'd planned to borrow temporarily, repaying once he acquired the new tech, but now this unexpected windfall. Not only did he not have to repay it, but he now had an extra million. Still, appearances must be maintained. Brother Su, regarding this million, I'd like to request it from the Bureau as research funding specifically for my internship assessment expenses. That way, we won't need to bother the Bureau with an allocation. Let's leave it at that. Su Xinghe hadn't expected Sugu to be so tactful. While he didn't care about the million yuan, he appreciated Su Ji's attitude. For some people, attitude matters more than money. Su Xinghe laughed heartily. Very well, very well. That shows initiative. I approve. Su Xinghe glanced at Black Glasses and said slowly, don't think I don't know what you're up to. I usually turn a blind eye because your activities still benefit the public more than they harm it. But if I catch you doing something this outrageous again, your boss Fei can retire early. Black Glasses broke out in a cold sweat, nodding frantically. After receiving Su Xinghe's warning, he hurriedly fled the village with his men, scrambling to escape. The village chief, who had been watching Black Glasses, was stunned wave after wave. Then came profound dread. He had accepted Black Glasses' bribe to frame Su's parents. Wasn't he now the biggest loser of all? The trembling village chief glanced at Sugu. The mocking look in Su Ji's eyes made the cunning old fox realize he'd been exposed. Knowing Sugu was no match for him, he turned to Su's father and mother and said, Brother, I was only thinking of you earlier. I never imagined your son had such influence. Seems you don't need my help after all. Well, I'll be on my way then. Just as the village chief tried to make a run for it, Liang Wei grabbed him by the collar. She'd known since childhood that this village chief wasn't a good man, all kindness on the surface, but with a heart blacker than anyone else's. As an orphan child she had cared for, she hadn't been cheated by this village chief when she was young. It was Su Ji's family who had protected her house, otherwise it would have been confiscated by the village chief long ago. Liang Wei snapped back fiercely. Old man, I know exactly what you're up to. You were just trying to trick uncle and aunt into selling their house and homestead. Sugu stared at the village chief. He wasn't some naive do-gooder. When faced with someone trying to screw over his own family, he wouldn't let it slide. Sugu looked at the village chief and said slowly, Chief, these years haven't been easy for you. You've been so tired. Why not step down properly and take a rest? The elderly village chief tried to protest, but when he turned and saw Su Xinghe's smiling face and recalled the fate of the man in dark glasses earlier, he could only stammer. All right. I'm tired. It's time for me to step down. Sugu had connections to the bigwigs in the capital. What could a mere village chief possibly say? But the village chief never imagined that it was precisely his decision to betray the Su family that had led to this outcome. Sugu hadn't considered handing the village chief position to his parents. Instead, his gaze fell on Liang Wei. Liang Wei had passed the college entrance exam for a technical college, but she chose to return to the village to develop it rather than go out and endure hardships. Only Sugu knew that Liang Wei wanted to help take care of her parents. And Liang Wei actually possessed some capability more than enough to handle being village chief. Moreover, Suga secretly wanted to investigate what lay beneath his family's homestead. With Liang Wei as village chief, it would be far more convenient. Subsequent excavation and even sales could be managed by Liang Wei with full legitimacy. With this thought, Suga ruffled the hair of Liang Wei, this honest and adorable country girl. Liang Wei, would you like to be village chief? Liang Wei froze, surprised Suga had considered her. But village chief, she still felt hesitant. Just as she was about to refuse, the villagers outside began to stir. The onlookers hadn't expected the commotion to affect them. The village chief was their leader. How could they let a young girl like Liang Wei be in charge? Chapter 22, Liang Wei steps up, Suga discovers magnetic sorcerer. I refuse to accept this. Why should a little girl be village chief? What does she know about managing? Who in this village would obey her? Exactly. Some unloved black sheep. What gives her the right to boss us around? Doesn't she know bad luck follows her? Liang Wei clenched her fists, ready to storm out and settle this with force. Suga grabbed the impulsive Liang Wei's arm and addressed the crowd. Why? Because I support her. Is that enough? Suga, breaking from his usual calm demeanor, stood before Liang Wei with a hint of anger in his voice. This side of Suga was unseen at school. Seeing Suga get angry for her sake, Liang Wei gradually found her own confidence. Since Suga supported her becoming village chief, why not give it a shot? And so, the fiery temper of this country girl couldn't be contained. She gently tugged at Su Ji's sleeve, signaling that she would handle this herself. The villagers still looked down on this seemingly young country girl, unaware of the storm they were about to face. With hands on hips and a deep, resonant voice, Liang Wei unleashed a torrent of words like a shrewish woman. Wang family. If I remember correctly, your son burned old Lu's wheat field 3 months ago. You think no one saw? Well, guess what? I caught it on camera. Lu family. After your wheat field burned down, you were dissatisfied. You went to the village committee and deliberately altered your compensation payment, even bribing the village chief to do so. The Gu family in the west of the village. Your youngest son is quite the gem, isn't he? Last year, he got into a fight and ended up in jail. To avoid a criminal record, he threatened the victim, didn't he? And Sister Gu from the east end of the village, if I recall correctly, you secretly instigated that protest meeting 6 months ago, didn't you? Ha! That demonstration caused massive losses for the village. Many households even had their monthly farmland fees withheld because of it. You certainly profited from it. And old Wang's family, Aunt Zhang's family, the little thug's family. I won't list them all. I've got dirt on every single one of you. Don't think I'm just wandering around the village aimlessly. I know every detail about every household. If I expose just one thing, your children, your homes, and your livelihoods will either end up with criminal records or face hefty fines. Liang Wei spoke with fierce authority. After this tirade, all the villagers fell silent. A few village women even glared at Sister Gu. They didn't know she'd taken bribes. The villagers she'd called out hung their heads guiltily, and a few families slipped away quietly. Liang Wei surveyed the now silent crowd and demanded, do I still qualify to be your village chief? Who's in favor? Who's against? No one spoke up. Liang Wei surveyed her achievement with satisfaction, then turned to Su Gu, her eyes begging for praise. Su Gu smiled and ruffled Liang Wei's hair. 3 years his junior, Liang Wei was like his little sister. He never imagined this girl he'd watched grow up would become so capable, facing challenges without flinching. After receiving her reward, Liang Wei's cheeks flushed bright red as she addressed the villagers. No more accounting today. Everyone, go home. With the matter settled, Su Xingha turned to Su Gu and said, my task is done. Are you coming back with me, or staying here to see your parents before heading back on your own? Su Gu, still preoccupied with what lay beneath the homestead, naturally declined to return immediately. He decided to stay behind alone. Watching Su Xingha board the plane and depart, Su Gu felt immense gratitude toward this elder Su. With his experience, Su Xingha must have known the inside story that Black Glasses insisted Su Gu use the land to settle the debt. Yet by not exposing it, Su Xingha had done Su Gu an enormous favor. It seemed he'd have to remember to repay this favor someday. Only then did Su Gu turn to Liang Wei and say, let's go to the homestead. Su Ji's homestead lay about 1 kilometer from the old house, consisting of cultivable farmland. The 3 plots combined covered about 3 mu, roughly the size of a small soccer field. Su Gu pulled out the omnidirectional mineral detector awarded by the system, roughly the size of a basketball. For 3 mu of land, surveying would take considerable time, requiring a methodical approach. Of course, if the underground object was large enough, detection would be effortless. Indeed, it proved substantial. Barely 2 meters into his scan, the device immediately sounded an alert. A large red area instantly appeared on the detector's radar display. This red zone was precisely the reaction caused by the detector's radar waves being refracted. This indicated that the mineral deposits in this area were refracting the radar magnetic field. Su Gu stared in astonishment at the vast scale. This area covered nearly the entire underground space of 3 mu of land, extending to a depth of nearly 100 meters. The detector rewarded from the tech tree was far more than just a simple mineral scale detector, it was a gold-grade device. After a 10-second pause, the instrument commenced its formal measurement. Analyzing mineral type. Grade C mineral magnetic source ore. Total detected 280,000 tons. Waste ore rate 99.9%. Actual usable ore yield 280 tons. Including 220 tons of secondary magnetic ore, 56 tons of qualified magnetic ore, 3.9 tons of premium magnetic ore, 0.1 tons 100 kilograms of perfect magnetic ore. Calculating optimal mining points. Calculating optimal mining plan. In under 2 seconds, 5 perfect grade mining plans emerged covering safety, efficiency, and preserving mineral integrity. Holy crap! Core mineral for nuclear-related technology. Magnetic source ore. Seeing the name displayed on the instrument, Su Ji's heart surged with excitement. The familiar name magnetic source ore had long been etched into his memory. This mineral was originally developed for controlled nuclear fusion devices, but it was also the most crucial material for nuclear-free hydrogen bombs. Both nuclear-free hydrogen bombs and controlled nuclear fusion share a common core principle: the confinement of radiation magnetic fields. Magnetic source ore possessed properties that achieved this effect more effectively and stably, even exhibiting inherent radiation confinement capabilities. To date, no nation in the world has successfully mined this mineral. Or rather, even if someone did, they wouldn't know what this mineral is actually used for. Sugu gazed at the land beneath his feet, realizing the value of this resource deposit was likely far beyond hundreds of millions. Chapter 23, Old Black returns, Black loves. He couldn't possibly pocket it all for himself. If such a strategically vital mineral resource wasn't handed over to the state, he'd be a disgrace to the people of the Great Xia Empire in both his past and present lives. Moreover, without state backing, selling this mineral would be suicide. Such excavated mines must be surrendered to the state. There's no room for private transactions, as individuals hold no mining rights. Besides, who could he sell it to? Another country? That would be aiding the enemy. Wouldn't you fear the sold minerals turning into weapons aimed at your own head? Yet Sugo remained conflicted. If converted to cash, this mineral could potentially propel his tech tree to near level 1 overnight. Crucially, he needed magnetic source ore. It was essential for both hydrogen bomb research and controlled nuclear fusion. Wait! A sudden flash of insight struck Sugu. He abruptly realized he was now part of Bureau 139. After such vital resources were handed over to the state, the government would undoubtedly put them to use. And for such vital, unique, and unknown mineral resources, Bureau 139 would likely be the first to gain research authorization. As the first person within Bureau 139 to discover this mineral, he should be the most qualified to apply for its research and utilization. In other words, handing it over to the state meant handing it over to Bureau 139, which meant handing it over to himself. A perfect closed loop. Of course, this hinges on Sugo successfully completing his research tasks during his internship, formally joining Bureau 139, and securing a position within the Bureau. Sugo smiled. With magnetic source ore, the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb might not just remain theoretical, it could even lead to the development of experimental prototypes. If he unveiled a prototype of the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb during the competition, he wouldn't just win first place. The Imperial Capital Military District would likely seal off the entire competition site that very day. How could he possibly fail to join Bureau 139? But preparing a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb, even a sample with an ultra-low yield, was certainly not something that could be accomplished in a short time. Even if he mastered all the theoretical knowledge, he would still need practical technical capabilities, industrial production capacity, and suitable equipment. Only by ensuring everything reached theoretical perfection could a genuine nuclear-free hydrogen bomb be produced. But once it was made, Su Ji's standing within Bureau 139 would rise to the very top tier. Suga stared at the mineral deposits beneath his feet. Yet another thought surfaced in his mind: how exactly would he mine them? Yes, his mind held expertise in explosives, firearms, and even the theoretical knowledge to create a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. But it lacked any theoretical understanding of mineral extraction techniques. He stared helplessly at the 5 detection device designs, unable to put them into practice. Just as Sugo was deep in thought, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure rapidly approaching from the other side of the field. From a distance, he heard the person shouting, "Honored guest! Honored guest!" That familiar title. Sugo frowned. That guy with the dark glasses? Why is he here again? Black glasses looked slightly disheveled at that moment. In his hand, he clutched a document sealed with an absolute security seal. Black glasses looked at Sugo earnestly and said, "Honored guest, this is data I obtained from our company, top secret information about the mineral deposits beneath your homestead. I brought it specifically to deliver to you. We obtained this data through connections with the National Land Survey's Geological Exploration Team. Well, to put it bluntly, we paid them for the information. The mineral deposits beneath your property were exposed through this very channel." Suga took the documents and glanced through them. The radar anomaly reports estimated mineral scale and potential mineral characteristics all matched. It seemed genuine. But now he was puzzled. Why would this guy in dark glasses suddenly hand him this information? Noticing the confusion in Su Ji's eyes, Black Glasses smiled calmly. You're still a novice, aren't you? You must understand that if I offend you, or that Su fellow, this matter will inevitably come to light. My men aren't my loyal confidants, or even if they were, they couldn't resist being bought off by my rivals. Once this scandal breaks, regardless of whether I resolve the issue, I'll never be trusted with important assignments again. My apology and compensation merely address my survival. They do nothing for my future prospects. With my path already blocked, why should I stubbornly persist? Misfortune and fortune are intertwined. I've offended you, but this also means I've come to know you. By giving you this information, I'm asking, can I join your side? Black Glasses appeared visibly agitated at this point. Though he'd lost his future at the lending platform, the man before him, Sugu, clearly represented a far greater opportunity. Especially since Sugu was still young and surely lacked his own established team. Black Glasses' expression remained unchanged as he declared with pride. You've witnessed my chameleon-like adaptability. I'm sure your enterprise already has brilliant minds and capable assistants, but what it definitely lacks is someone like me, a shrewd opportunist who can handle the messy business you'd rather avoid. Moreover, my connections are incredibly extensive. I can likely source any black resources you require. Most crucially, I'm someone you can control at will. I'll never betray you. Black Glasses' persuasive rhetoric left Sugu inwardly stunned. Was this man offering to be his black market operative? In a way, the man before him was truly one of a kind. Flexible and adaptable, whether it was kneeling to apologize or returning after leaving, Black Glasses showed an almost unbelievable decisiveness when facing crucial life choices. Black Glasses' words struck a chord with Sugu. Just as he currently had no clue how to mine minerals, Black Glasses clearly possessed the necessary connections. After all, those in the loan business inevitably knew people in the construction industry. Mineral extraction was second nature to them. Sugu paused before replying. All right. What's your name? Black Glasses' eyes lit up. Just call me Old Black. Haha, I'll be counting on your favor in the future. I think you need my help right now. Chapter 24, Back to the Capital. Preparing for the competition. You guessed right. Alright, consider this your initiation test. Sugu said in a deep voice. I need to conduct an initial excavation of this mineral deposit. Extract a small sample to take with me. I'll send you the mining plan and extraction points. After that, leave the deposit untouched. You focus on finding people for me. Reliable people. Got it. Lao He immediately turned to handle Su Ji's arrangements, moving with remarkable efficiency. At the same time, Su Ji's phone alerted. Alipay received 1 million yuan. Sugu narrowed his eyes. Old Black really knew how to play his cards. But he'd truly seized an opportunity. Considering Su Ji's future potential, which could reach the pinnacle of global supremacy if Lao He stuck with him now, when he was still a nobody, the rewards later would be beyond counting. Liang Wei, standing nearby, voiced her concern. Are we really bringing him along? Couldn't that be dangerous? Sugu shook his head. With someone like Lao He, as long as you're strong enough and give him enough, he'll become your most loyal subordinate. Alright, take care of my parents for me. I'm heading back to the capital. Also, keep an eye on Lao He's work. Once the minerals are extracted, mail them to me. I only need about a pound. He specified Jean because Liang Wei was familiar with that unit of measurement and wouldn't get it wrong. Also, the lower mine is special. You can't use iron tools for cutting, water must be used instead. Remind them of that. Liang Wei nodded obediently. Watching Sugu depart, Liang Wei's eyes held a hint of reluctance. In truth, in her previous life, Sugu and Liang Wei hadn't shared much of a relationship. After Sugu went off to college, they'd barely seen each other at all. On the high-speed train, Sugu frowned as he pondered. The future seems to have changed. The 139 Bureau, Liang Wei's phone call, and the mineral deposits beneath my home, these events don't quite match my previous experiences. Could it be because of my rebirth? Hopefully it's for the better. With that thought, Sugu transferred 100,000 yuan to Liang Wei via his phone. He typed, use this for now. After returning to campus from the high-speed rail station, Sugu needed to prepare materials for the competition. Though he possessed the theoretical framework for a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb, he still had to compile it into a formal document with experimental data, a well-founded submission required for the contest. Since Sugu had solved the problem, he only needed to provide one solution to advance directly to the finals. He still had ample time. His current savings, minus the 100,000 yuan given to Liang Wei, now stood at 1.7 million yuan. He was still 3.3 million yuan short of the 5 million yuan needed for his next upgrade. The top prize for this competition was 2 million yuan. If he could win it, he would only need another 1.3 million yuan to upgrade again. His current tech tree level was 0.6 civilization. Sugu opened the tech tree. The little worker was diligently chopping trees. Sugu checked the fruit drops, expecting only white and green ones as usual. Yet among the sea of green fruits, 2 purple ones had appeared. It only increased by 0.1 levels, but the drop rate improved this much? This was his first time obtaining purple fruits. Brain power flavored yogurt purple 2. Consumption boosts mental capacity by 1000% while inducing a state of heightened alertness, granting sustained energy for 2 consecutive days. Minimal food intake required during this period. Su Ji's eyes lit up. This is a god-tier item for hardcore gamers. Scholars conducting research often push their bodies to the limit year-round. This yogurt perfectly addresses that weakness while boosting research efficiency. Consider that he had only leveled up half a day ago and already dropped 2. And this was only at a 0.6 level drop rate. Sugu also noticed he was getting more fruit drops than at 0.5 level. Excellent. Sugu eagerly retrieved the yogurt from his tech tree storage and downed it in one gulp. Instantly, his mind felt crystal clear. His previous exhaustion vanished completely, and he didn't even feel hungry anymore. Sugu felt a surge of excitement and immediately wanted to pull out his computer to start outputting. Returning to the dorm, Sugu was surprised to find his roommates lined up to welcome him. "Welcome home, Su-Dad." Seeing his roommates' expressions, Sugu realized they must have spotted him boarding the armed helicopter. Sugu was more than happy to lend these brothers a hand. Not to mention the 4-year bond they shared as college roommates in his previous life. These guys had also earned their spots at the prestigious Capital University of Science and Technology through rigorous exams, possessing knowledge and intellect far surpassing the average person. Sugu possessed a technological knowledge base, and the scientific products he would develop in the future would be countless. It was impossible for him to accomplish such a massive workload alone. He must build his own team, a company, even a technology department. Recruiting talent was crucial. No. Just call me Sugu. I get what you guys mean. If fortune favors us, let's not forget each other. I'm entering that competition our school is organizing. Why don't you guys assist me? Brother Jia's eyes lit up. Sure. Just tell us your ideas. Rest assured, you'll definitely be the lead author. We'll be happy with just a co-author credit. Sugu smiled. Of course. Alright, everyone grab your computers, let's get started. Oh, right before we start, share this around. Sugu pulled out the brain power flavored yogurt. Though unsure of Su Ji's intentions, the 3 brothers trusted him implicitly and promptly finished the yogurt. Instantly, they felt their minds sharpen and their fatigue vanish. The 3 exchanged glances. Brother Jia thought to himself, is this Su Ji's power? This must be some state-developed food designed to help scholars research better. They'd never even heard of it, yet Sugu managed to get his hands on it. His background must be seriously impressive. Sugu declared earnestly. Take leave. Skip class. For the next 3 days, we'll work nonstop to finish our competition entry. Let's do this. Chapter 25, the finals begin. Su Ji's crush? Su Ji's dorm room light stayed on for 3 days straight. The room was piled high with takeout boxes and 2 or 3 empty cups of brain power flavored yogurt. Despite this, everyone's faces radiated excitement. Especially the trio led by Brother Jia. They had assumed Sugu would present a concept for them to execute, but instead, these past 3 days had been spent with Sugu lecturing and explaining everything to them. Their job was to absorb it all and then compile everything they'd learned into documentation. This task sounded deceptively simple like copy-pasting, but it was far from it. Grasping knowledge at this level required a threshold of understanding beyond the average person's reach, let alone translating abstract concepts in one's mind into structured documentation. Fortunately, Su Ji's 3 roommates possessed equally extraordinary talent. Completing it in 3 days was already pushing the absolute limit, and that was just a preliminary version. In the final product, their combined contribution amounted to a mere 10%, while Sugu single-handedly completed the remaining 90%. What was most astonishing was that the content of these materials pointed to a technology, the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. You're seriously building a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb, bro? This competition was just supposed to spark some inspiration and motivation, but Sugu, you've practically designed the entire architecture already. Holy! Sugu, tell me this isn't a dream. Am I about to go down in history, damn it? Brother Jia and the others still couldn't believe what they'd accomplished. Sugu remained remarkably calm. The 3-day competition had concluded its screening phase, and they had officially advanced to the finals. But after the initial excitement, the 3 roommates suddenly fell silent. Brother Jia, Old Zhang, and Yuan Xiao exchanged glances. Though their expressions couldn't hide their excitement, they looked at Sugu with seriousness. We had no idea you were tackling technology at this level. We should forget about the original agreement for co-credit. You essentially developed all this technical material single-handedly. Even our contributions were completed under your guidance. Old Zhang hesitated, then said with genuine regret. To put it bluntly, we don't deserve it. While we're all envious of such recognition, we can't be so shameless as to piggyback on your achievements. Sugu looked at his roommates with a hint of surprise. He genuinely hadn't expected them to refuse. After graduation in his previous life, they'd lost touch. Then came the civilization trial apocalypse, making any reunion impossible. Only now did he truly recognize these seemingly carefree students. They were quietly evolving into genuine scholars. Seeing their resolve, Suga didn't press further. Instead, he promised, "Don't worry, there will be other chances. I promise you'll all get the opportunity to fulfill your academic ambitions." Jie slung his arm around Su Ji's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Thanks a lot." Meanwhile, the introverted Yuan Shao stared at his phone and muttered, "This final round won't be easy. Though the preliminary nuclear-free hydrogen bomb theory we developed with Sugu is solid, it still lacks experimental data to back it up. But the front-runner in the finals is none other than Guan Xiaoping." Yuan Shao rattled off the details like a proud collector. "We're from the same school and graduating class, but he entered the youth program at Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology 3 years ahead of me. He studied under Vice President Zheng Feng, an academician at Imperial Capital University. You know how prestigious that is? He may look like a freshman now, but he's actually a senior. His experiments started 3 years ago. From what I know, his research topic is precisely radiation removal methods for nuclear-free hydrogen bombs. He definitely has experimental data. He might even have developed a prototype." Suga had no recollection of this person. Guan Xiaoping. Wait. The person who developed the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb in my previous life had the surname Guan. Only it happened 5 years later. Could it be him? Su Ji's interest was piqued. If it really was him, then he was different from Su Gu. He had developed the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb through his own abilities. Even accounting for his age, he would only be 24 years old 5 years later. This was a true genius, a pillar of the nation. Not like Su Gu, who relied on the fruits of the tech tree. If he could become an asset under Su Ji's command, realizing the fruits of his tech tree would be so much easier. Su Gu silently added another objective to this competition: recruit Guan Xiaoping. But now, with Guan Xiaoping as an obstacle, winning the championship would be tougher. After all, Su Gu didn't know how far Guan Xiaoping had progressed. If he'd also laid the groundwork for the theoretical framework and gathered experimental data, his chances of winning would be greater than Su Ji's. Su Gu pondered. He recalled Liang Wei had already sent over a 500G sample of magnetic ore and it was high-quality stuff. Su Ji's eyes lit up. Why not head straight to Bureau 139 to see if there was suitable equipment for an experiment? Perhaps he could actually produce a small experimental sample? Not a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb prototype, mind you, but a sample demonstrating how magnetic ore neutralizes nuclear radiation. Yuan Shao continued reporting the information he'd retrieved until he spotted a name. His expression turned peculiar as he looked at Su Gu. "Su Gu, guess who I spotted in Guan Xiaoping's 5-person team?" Su Gu turned to look, puzzled. Jie and the others also looked on with wide-eyed curiosity upon seeing the name. Yuan Shao chuckled. "Your goddess, Zhuang Xiaoyan. The one you confessed to right after entering university. Didn't she say she'd give you a chance to pursue her?" Su Ji's memory gradually came into focus. This happened before his rebirth. After unlocking the tech tree, he'd been too busy making money to care about that so-called goddess. Liang Wei was way more interesting. But then Brother Jie dropped a bombshell. "Didn't you say she was joining your hydrogen energy project? How come she ended up on Guan Xiaoping's team?" "Su Gu, no offense, but this woman has a bad reputation. Maybe you should find a new target? Lots of people call her an academic seductress. I hope Guan Xiaoping hasn't fallen for her tricks." Su Gu shook his head. "Right now, I just want to focus on making money and advancing my research." "Goddess? She's nothing but a fleeting illusion." Compared to women, saving the Great Xia Empire was Su Ji's strongest motivation now. Just then, a message popped up on Su Ji's phone. "Zhuang Xiaoyan, Su Gu, was that you boarding the helicopter on campus?" Su Gu frowned and ignored the message. He quickly contacted Su Xinghe, stating his intention to visit Bureau 139. "Su Xinghe, almost forgot my oversight. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with Bureau 139's work environment right now. Be there soon." Su Gu didn't know how valuable that right away really was. Less than 3 minutes later, Su Xinghe's voice echoed beneath Su Ji's dormitory. "Su Gu? Come downstairs." Su Gu looked down to see a black Hongqi sedan parked below, its license plate reading, Emperor 0009. The three roommates exchanged wide-eyed glances, then turned to stare at Su Gu. Su Gu gave an embarrassed smile and said, "Well, I had no idea he was this influential." Chapter 26, Humiliating Zhuang Xiaoyan. Not long after, Su Gu descended the stairs carrying a small black bag. Inside that small black bag was precisely the 500G of high-quality magnetic ore Liang Wei had sent him. At that moment, Su Xinghe was waiting in his car downstairs, about 100 meters from the dormitory building. Su Gu had just descended the stairs when he spotted two familiar figures in the distance. One of them, strikingly beautiful and eye-catching, was none other than Zhuang Xiaoyan. Zhuang Xiaoyan was deep in conversation with someone, her laughter ringing out. The man she was conversing with was none other than Jin Jibing, who had been conspiring with the foreign exchange students. Su Gu initially intended to ignore her and walk straight to Su Xing's car. But Zhuang Xiaoyan spotted Su Gu coming down the stairs. Her expression instantly turned furious as she stormed toward him, shouting, "Hey, Su Gu, why didn't you reply to my messages? Wasn't that you boarding the armed helicopter at the Hydrogen Energy Research Institute earlier? I only asked because you looked familiar. But surely it couldn't be you, you're just some hick from the countryside. How could you possibly have the clout to deploy an armed helicopter from the capital's military forces?" Su Gu naturally had no intention of engaging her, pretending not to hear as he continued toward Su Xing's car. But this move infuriated Zhuang Xiaoyan. After all, their previous relationship had been the textbook example of a goddess and her devoted admirer. Su Gu had endured her scolding and demands without complaint, granting her every wish. He even handed over his academic achievements without hesitation. If Liang Wei ever found out, she'd likely be so heartbroken she'd leave the Su family immediately. In his previous life, Su Gu, having come from a rural background, harbored deep-seated feelings of inferiority. He genuinely believed he wasn't worthy of Zhuang Xiaoyan, which is why he constantly sought her approval in everything. Zhuang Xiaoyan, however, came from a solid middle-class background. While not a tycoon-level family, hers was certainly respectable. Thus, whether in social standing or popularity at school, Zhuang Xiaoyan truly outshone Su Gu in every way. After enduring Zhuang Xiaoyan's emotional manipulation, Su Gu had completely devolved into a brainless sycophant. But now, reborn and reincarnated, Su Gu was completely immune to her manipulation. Naturally, he wouldn't be her lapdog anymore. She was just a woman. No matter how beautiful, she was nothing more than a painted skeleton. Without genuine substance, good character, or outstanding intellect, she held no appeal whatsoever for the new Su Gu. Thus, after his rebirth, Su Gu defied his usual self and ignored Zhuang Xiaoyan completely. This sudden cold treatment from Su Gu was unbearable for Zhuang Xiaoyan. Women like her, adept at navigating social circles and leveraging beauty and physicality to secure better academic resources while climbing the ladder, harbored extreme sensitivity within. She couldn't allow a sycophant like Su Gu to slip from her grasp, especially since he had promised to share his research findings with her. In fact, Zhuang Xiaoyan had already obtained a set of research findings on hydrogen energy from Su Gu. It was precisely thanks to this research that Zhuang Xiaoyan had successfully joined Guan Chaoping's research team. In Guan Chaoping's eyes, Zhuang Xiaoyan wasn't just a pretty face, she possessed genuine academic merit. Little did he know that the academic prowess he attributed to her actually belonged to Su Gu. But Zhuang Xiaoyan couldn't possibly coast through Guan Chaoping's team forever on the strength of a single research paper. Sure enough, after months of stagnation, she had already been marginalized by the team. With the finals approaching, Zhuang Xiaoyan certainly didn't want to be pushed out at the last minute. She needed new results. Having lost Su Ji's fawning, goddess-like treatment, anxiety naturally set in. She wanted to extract more academic achievements from Su Gu to elevate her standing within Guan Chaoping's team. Unfortunately, Su Gu wasn't about to give her the time of day this time. Su Gu said coldly to Zhuang Xiaoyan, "Get lost. We're not close." Zhuang Xiaoyan froze at his words. How dare he speak to her like this? She'd never seen Su Gu treat her like this before. Could someone have been bad-mouthing her to Su Gu? Only then did Zhuang Xiaoyan's expression soften slightly as she asked gently, "Did you misunderstand something? Don't listen to others stirring up trouble. Su Gu, are you getting impatient? You need to be patient. After all, I'm a girl. I can't just trust you so easily. I need to see your efforts. I need to know you genuinely like me before I can accept you, right?" Zhuang Xiaoyan's manipulative tactics were polished to perfection. She was convinced she could continue to play Su Gu like a stringed instrument. Su Gu shot her a withering look, inwardly cursing how agonizingly slow this 100-meter walk felt. Su Gu was speechless now, having no desire to engage with this woman. Seeing herself ignored, Zhuang Xiaoyan's pleasant expression instantly turned to anger. She snapped at Su Gu. "What are you playing at? Didn't you confess first? I gave you a chance. Even letting you be my lapdog was me showing you respect. Su Gu, don't push your luck. I have plenty of suitors. You wouldn't even make the top 10 in the lapdog category. See that hottie over there? Jin Shibing. He's the big shot in our school's international exchange program. If I can get linked to him and add some research achievements, he could recommend me for grad school in the American Empire. Then I'll change my fate. You won't even be worthy of being my bootlicker." Meanwhile, Jin Shibing, seeing his goddess Zhuang Xiaoyan being ignored. Jin Shibing was furious. He was about to unleash a tirade when. But the moment he recognized Su Ji's face, he froze in terror. How could he run into this nemesis again? Chapter 27, Entering Bureau 139. A lavish scale. Jin Shibing abandoned all pretense of chatting with Zhuang Xiaoyan and turned tail to flee. Are you kidding me? Even Professor Riemann got humiliated and ran away from this kid. What makes him think he can handle it? He only avoided being taken down last time by sheer luck. Run! Run! Get away from this man! Suga narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Hey, little Jean, did your boss give you a dressing down when he got back? Zhuang Xiaoyan looked puzzled. Little Jean? Brother Jean? You know Sugu? Jean Jibin was utterly speechless. How could this madwoman Zhuang Xiaoyan keep causing him trouble? Ignoring Su Ji's taunts, he frantically started his car and floored it. Brother Jean, don't go. Brother Jean, you. Hey! Zhuang Xiaoyan knew nothing about the conflict between Jean Jibin and Sugu, nor about the previous competition with Li Man and William. After all, everyone had signed confidentiality agreements. She could only stare blankly as Jean Jibin fled in panic, utterly confused. Unable to comprehend the situation, she naturally felt no fear towards Sugu. She could only curse inwardly, Jean Jibin, that unreliable man. She turned back to Sugu and continued. Regardless, you're a man. You promised something, so you have to deliver. You agreed to give me the research findings from the hydrogen energy project. You can't back out now, can you? Let's part on good terms. How about it? Sugu now felt a tinge of admiration for this shameless woman. Even at this point, she still had the nerve to demand things. Unbelievable. What a shameless woman, trying to morally blackmail me at a time like this, or rather, trying to blackmail me with some outdated notion of male virtue. It's the 21st century, for crying out loud. Suga sighed, pointing toward the Hydrogen Energy Research Institute. Look, all the research results are over there. Want them? Go ahead. Zhuang Xiaoyan's face turned ashen. She knew perfectly well Sugu was toying with her. Don't get too cocky, Sugu. I've joined Guan Xiaoping's team now. You know what kind of person Guan Xiaoping is, right? Once I win first place in the competition with his team, will you still be able to gloat? I doubt you'll even make it past the semi-finals. No sooner had Zhuang Xiaoyan finished speaking than Brother Jie came downstairs carrying the competition application form. He called out to Sugu, Sugu, our application's been approved. Our submitted answers passed review. The competition organizers notified us we're being granted special entry into the finals. Zhuang Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. Granted entry to the finals? What did that mean? Then, a sneer curled her lips as she sneered. What are you two acting at? Final round? Do you even deserve it? To get a special exemption into the finals, you have to solve the second level difficulty of that problem. I've never heard of anyone solving it. Bull. Sugu didn't want to waste any more time here. He pulled open Su Xinghe's car door and shouted to Brother Jie. Hand in your materials. I'm going to deploy our final trump card. Brother Jie nodded. Su Xian and Xinghe looked at Sugu with wide-eyed curiosity. We're leaving now? Sugu nodded, completely ignoring Zhuang Xiaoyan, who was still talking beside him. The car roared to life, spewing a cloud of acrid exhaust that hit Zhuang Xiaoyan square in the face. She let out a shriek and glared hatefully at Su Ji's receding figure. Sugu! You bastard! And you, the driver! You! At that moment, Zhuang Xiaoyan finally noticed the license plate of the departing car, D00009. Her face instantly drained of color. As someone who knew everyone and everything, how could she not recognize the significance of that license plate? Her mind flashed back to Sugu getting into the car, and an unthinkable thought struck her. Could it be that Sugu was the one who boarded that helicopter last time? Su Xinghe drove the car away from the Imperial City District. This was precisely what Sugu had anticipated. As a research institution, Bureau 139 would certainly require the establishment of a research facility. The city simply couldn't accommodate their equipment storage and experimental needs. Finally, they reached a seemingly ordinary large villa complex in the suburbs. After passing through the electromagnetic scan at the main gate, the car slowly drove inside. At first glance, it appeared to be a sparsely populated residential area. But then, before Su Ji's eyes, a massive office complex forged from bronze-colored steel came into view. Su Xinghe said with great satisfaction, "Don't be fooled by how nice this bronze-colored steel looks, it's not just decorative. It's mixed with some very special metallic minerals that can block external signal detection to the greatest extent possible. You could say it's a highly classified material." Su Ji's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. An entire villa-sized office complex made entirely of signal-blocking materials? Luxurious. Ambitious. Yes. This was exactly the level of sophistication he had envisioned for Bureau 139. White-coated figures bustled through the office complex. The car slowly entered the underground parking garage. Su Xinghe produced an access card and led Sugu through the garage elevator into the actual office area. After about 10 seconds of descent, Sugu realized the elevator wasn't ascending, it was descending. In other words, even the bronze-colored ground-level office area was merely a cover. Those were at most ordinary staff handling routine procedures. The Real Bureau 139 must lie beneath this villa complex. Chapter 28, The Layout of Bureau 139. Report to the Experimental Zone. Sugu felt a deep sense of awe. By the end of the civilization trial, most critical government facilities had been constructed underground precisely as a precaution. Underground facilities offered far superior security and confidentiality compared to above-ground structures. Su Xinghe smiled faintly, extending his hand. Come on, Xiao Su Gu. Let me introduce you. This is Bureau 139's headquarters, the Imperial Capital headquarters. Naturally, Bureau 139 isn't confined to the Imperial Capital alone. Since many research projects require fieldwork across the nation, we maintain numerous branch offices. However, all project reports must be submitted to the central headquarters. The area we're in now is Bureau 139's project reporting zone. And Director Qian's office is right at the heart of this reporting zone. Director Qian is also the first and only director in the history of Bureau 139. Su Xinghe walked alongside Su Gu, explaining the layout of the entire Bureau 139 Imperial Capital headquarters. Radiating outward from the project reporting zone are the equipment display area, various levels of experimental zones, big data processing areas, computing power provision zones, and equipment maintenance areas. Additionally, there are staff dormitories, exercise and restrooms, and a gaming area. Work-life balance, after all. Separately designated was the communications zone. Su Xinghe pointed toward the experimental zones. The hydrogen and nuclear energy labs you'll need are over there. During your internship, your office won't be underground, it'll be above ground. Only after you're formally hired by Bureau 139 will you have an office in the underground lab area. You know how critical the work here is. Without official membership, you're not permitted to stay long-term in the underground labs. Your access this time is granted because you're still an intern, and we must provide unconditional support for your project. It currently holds top priority. After all, this is your sole opportunity to become a full member of Bureau 139. Su Gu nodded in understanding. The bag Su Gu carried, containing the source ore, had also undergone inspection and registration upon entering Bureau 139. Although the inspection machines and personnel failed to identify the resource ore's unique properties, they confirmed it posed no danger. Su Xinghe was also quite curious. After explaining the entire layout of Bureau 139, he glanced at the bag in Su Ji's hand and asked, "What's that you're carrying?" Su Gu smiled. "This is my trump card for joining Bureau 139. Brother Su, do I need any special approval to use the lab? I don't have suitable experimental equipment outside to complete my project." Su Xinghe nodded. "Sure, absolutely. But you'll need to submit a complete laboratory access application form. Most importantly, you must provide a comprehensive experimental protocol and academic report. These will undergo up to 3 levels of review by the Project Assessment Department. Only after approval can you access the corresponding lab facilities." Su Xinghe explained, the 3-tier review system is based on the project's criticality level. Typically, a C-level project only requires the first review for standard projects. For critical A-level projects, the first review is conducted by regular staff, followed by a second review by academician-level scholars. For S-level experiments that could alter the national landscape, a third review by Professor Qian is required. Su Gu nodded without hesitation and immediately began filling out the experimental zone application form. As for the complete experimental plan and academic report, these were precisely what he and his roommates, including Jia, had been working on over the past 3 days. He simply needed to make a copy and submit it to Bureau 139 for review. After submitting the forms, Su Xinghe mentioned he had other matters to attend to and suggested Su Gu take a look around. Bureau 139 was riddled with surveillance cameras and laboratories requiring special access. Su Xinghe had no concerns about Su Gu being a foreign spy. Forget foreign spies, even the most skilled international agent couldn't steal a single document and escape. Where Old Qian was stationed, heavily armed synthetic brigades provided protection. That was the sheer importance of Old Man Qian to the Great Xia Empire. Meanwhile, the curious Su Gu naturally headed toward the experimental zone most relevant to his needs: nuclear and hydrogen energy research. Upon approaching, Su Gu immediately spotted the experimental equipment he needed most: the very testing zone housing the apparatus required for hydrogen bomb fabrication. This included nuclear material cutting and reconstruction equipment, radiation intensity measurement devices, and automated hydrogen bomb assembly machinery. The sign on this experimental zone bore the designation S-Class. This meant accessing this experimental zone required passing through 3 layers of security clearance. Su Gu pressed his face against the observation window, peering inside. The lab was truly vast, and all safety measures were meticulously implemented, reaching the pinnacle of scientific understanding, the most perfect state imaginable. Product samples produced in such a laboratory would inevitably be of flawless quality. Moreover, Su Gu even spotted a detonation test site in the deepest recesses. This meant that if he could produce 2 samples, he could potentially conduct a detonation test right there in that experimental zone. Of course, there were yield restrictions clearly marked. Excessively high yields were out of the question. If the hydrogen bomb's yield were too large, it might obliterate the entire Bureau 139 experimental zone. Su Gu was engrossed in his inspection when a thunderous shout erupted behind him. "Who's that? What are you looking at?" Are you here to steal our experimental materials? Guards! Guards! Lock him up. Chapter 29, First Review Submission. Before Sugu could react, two men pinned him down and shoved him into the break room. Before him stood a bald giant in a white lab coat, his hair perfectly shaved, a name tag reading Wang Zhonghu pinned to his uniform. True to his name, he was a real tiger. Sugu stammered. Wait, I'm a new intern from Bureau 139. Brother Su Xingha brought me here. I swear I'm not stealing materials, I'm just waiting for my project to pass review. Wang Zhonghu's fierce face bore no resemblance to an academic researcher, he looked more like a bouncer. His eyes widened in anger as he snorted coldly. What good can come from someone Su Xingha brings in? Oomph. And this is the S-level project lab zone. You look like you haven't even graduated from college yet. Your project passing S-level review? What a joke. I hate nothing more than brainless braggarts. Where's Su Xingha? Since you say he brought you in, have him come bail you out. Sugu inwardly thought, this is bad. This Wang Zhonghu and Su Xingha clearly aren't on the same page. Must be some grudge between them? Could it be that even the academic staff at Bureau 139 are divided into factions? That made sense. Wherever there are people, there's politics. And even though Bureau 139 was a government agency, competition for resources was inevitable. Factions would naturally form. If members of two factions both needed the same S-level experimental zone, the stronger faction with the better project would seize it. That's precisely why Wang Zhonghu held Sugu back. He stared at Sugu with a smug look and said, You little punk, you're not some decoy sent by Su Xingha to snatch our experimental zone, are you? That application you mentioned must be for Su Xingha's project. That kid's actually got some real talent, he might just pull off getting that S-level experimental zone approved. But if he actually gets it approved, you'll have to suffer a bit, huh? Stealing our experimental zone will cost you some pain and suffering. Sugu laughed it off, feeling less tense now. It seemed that while these people were scrambling for resources, it was all for the nation. Even if their experimental zone was snatched, they still joked about it. It didn't feel like a big deal. Sugu chuckled. No, Brother Wang, you've got it all wrong. This is genuinely my own project. I'm a rookie still in my probationary period at Bureau 139. This application is my probationary assessment project. Wang Zhonghu's tiger-like eyebrows arched with interest. An entry-level assessment project applying for S-class? You kid's mouth doesn't tell a single truth. Fine. Since you say you've submitted it, we'll see soon enough. Onboarding project submissions get top priority in our bureau. Yours should clear in half an hour max. Oh wait, you said it's an S-level project? If it actually passes, maybe an hour? You just hang tight in the lounge. Sugu slumped helplessly onto the sofa. At least the break room was decent snacks, coffee, a comfy couch, even a TV to watch. He could only hope the review would go through quickly. Meanwhile, Su Ji's submission had reached the project review zone. The scholar handling the initial review frowned slightly in surprise upon seeing the project title. His voice was sharp as he asked, Experimental plan for a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb? Seeing the proposal's title, the reviewer initially assumed it was submitted by a high-level expert. However, proposals of that caliber typically bypassed his desk entirely, going straight to the second review stage handled by academician-level scholars. Something's not right here. He glanced at the submitter's name and saw an unfamiliar surname. Finally, among the list of level 139 interns, he spotted the name Sugu. The reviewing scholar couldn't help but chuckle softly. This youngster sure is ambitious, tackling a project of this caliber during his internship. Are you kidding me? The staff member scoffed at Su Ji's proposal. Yet, adhering to the principle that work should be taken seriously, he clicked open the document and began a thorough review. Of course, his initial attitude wasn't particularly serious. But after reading just 3 lines of Su Ji's experimental plan, his expression turned serious. As an academic, and especially as a reviewer, his sensitivity to experimental protocols was exceptionally high. With just 3 lines of experimental steps, Sugu had transformed his doubts and skepticism into affirmation. Such a rigorous and flawless process didn't seem like something a newcomer could have written. As his review deepened and he delved further into Su Ji's experimental report, his expression gradually shifted from solemnity to utter astonishment. Because when he reached the 110 mark of the report, he realized he couldn't understand it. Yes, he genuinely couldn't comprehend it. As a reviewer for Bureau 139, his academic credentials far surpassed those of ordinary scholars. Even a PhD graduate from a top-tier 985 university couldn't join Bureau 139 without research achievements on par with a young Changjiang scholar. The review staff at Bureau 139 actually operated on a rotating shift system, with genius scholars from within the bureau taking turns conducting the reviews. Therefore, this particular reviewer was himself an absolutely brilliant scholar. Yet he was now struggling to comprehend it. Chapter 30, The Second Review. The Academician's Expectations. The potential of this document likely surpasses his comprehension. Of course, this doesn't mean Su Ji's abilities vastly surpassed the reviewer's understanding. Rather, though the reviewer possessed exceptional academic prowess, the document spanned an exceptionally broad range of knowledge. For someone not specializing in its specific subfield, it was naturally becoming overwhelming. After scrutinizing it for 10 minutes, the staff member swallowed hard. He realized his own expertise was insufficient to continue reviewing this document. Yet the 1/10 he had reviewed was sufficient to pass the first review stage. The staff member then dialed a special communication line to reach the academician responsible for the second review stage. Professor Yu, we have a project review report in your field of expertise. While my own capabilities are insufficient, I believe this report holds tremendous potential. I urge you to review it at your earliest convenience. Please note this project was submitted by an intern. Your immediate review and feedback are imperative. Communications within Bureau 139 were exceptionally swift, and such special calls triggered immediate notifications for recipients. Professor Yu was precisely the academician in the nuclear engineering field. Academician Yu Xiaoliang. The core objective of non-nuclear hydrogen bomb research is to eliminate the threat of nuclear radiation from hydrogen bombs without diminishing their explosive destructive power. Naturally, academician Yu Xiaoliang, as the foremost authority in this field within nuclear engineering, was assigned to oversee it. Such applications from Bureau 139 are typically routed to him. At that moment, academician Yu Xiaoliang was working on his own project, coding on his computer. Upon receiving the communication alert, he opened the file sent by the staff member. After silently reviewing the document's title, the academician murmured in quiet puzzlement. Perfect preparation method for nuclear-free hydrogen bombs and radiation elimination structure. Interesting. The academician immediately put on his reading glasses. After all, this was a submission from the review staff. This indicated the document possessed a certain level of academic rigor and wasn't mere nonsense. An academician is an academician. After all, he did not look down on Su Ge simply because he was an intern. Academician Yu Xiaoliang belonged to the first generation of scholars who rose to prominence in scientific research after the founding of the nation. They witnessed the transformation of Great Xia from desolation to prosperity, from having nothing to possessing everything. It could be said they were the cohort of scholars most confident in the nation's future, or rather, the people's faith in the motherland was built upon their very convictions. Academician Yu Xiaoliang was also among the most devoted scholars who followed the late Professor Qian. Their expectations for the young generation of Daxia's future were exceptionally high. If Su Ge could truly deliver an experimental proposal and academic report of this caliber, it would be acceptable even if it caused these academicians to pass away on the spot. After all, they would eventually grow old, and it was this fresh blood that would ultimately sustain the nation's progress. Academician Yu Xiaoliang narrowed his eyes, carefully examining Su Ji's academic report and experimental plan through his reading glasses. As he read, his eyes flickered with a mix of expectation and admiration. His white beard trembled involuntarily, even quivering slightly. He reached for the teacup beside him, intending to take a sip to calm his nerves, but the water spilled onto his clothes. Yet academician Yu Xiaoliang paid no heed to this minor detail, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the computer screen. The shock this document delivered to him was no less than what he had felt upon encountering the work of the late Qian Shuesan back in the day. I thought the first few lines were mere coincidence. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine they were merely the setup. This report hasn't been abandoned. Just the first tenth of it shows genuine promise for constructing an experimental report on a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. Young talents capable of this level of work aren't unheard of, but what's lacking is persistence. At least the 50% I've seen so far is entirely reasonable, logical, and rigorously structured. Calm down, calm down. Stay composed. I need to verify this more carefully. Academician Yu Xiaoliang muttered to himself, trying to calm down, yet his eyes darted excitedly across Su Ji's experimental report. His gaze flickered with brilliance, then softened into a smile, occasionally clouded with confusion, and at times widened in sheer astonishment. Normally, a report of this caliber would take academician Yu Xiaoliang only half an hour to review. But Su Ji's report had him engrossed for a full hour. And even that wasn't enough. He wanted to read it through more carefully and thoroughly. For within it lay approaches and formulas he himself had never encountered. It was utterly astonishing. But this delay was torture for Su Ge, who was waiting in the lounge. Having been told by Wang Zhenghu that the entire review would take only an hour, he had now been waiting for an hour and a half. Compounding his predicament, he couldn't reach Su Xinghe, who was busy with other matters, leaving him unable to explain himself. Wang Zhenghu, standing outside the detention room, watched him with a smirk and couldn't resist taunting. "Where the hell are you from, kid? If you got into Bureau 139, it means you must have been approved. But your application has been up for an hour and a half with no response, not even a rejection. You're not lying, are you? You never even submitted it." Chapter 31, Red Gold Stone. Warning Wang Zhenghu. Wang Zhenghu continued cutting the materials in his hands while mocking Su Ge without looking up, a prime example of multitasking. Su Ge remained silent. His speculation was, perhaps his report contained knowledge guided by the tech tree fruits that current scholars couldn't comprehend. Even academician-level scholars might need time to process it, which could explain the delay. Sugo reassured himself not to rush, shifting his gaze to the material Wang Zhonghu was working on. It was a blood-red, translucent stone. After squinting at it for a while, Sugo finally realized it was the material Wang Zhonghu's team had found for crafting the core component of a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. But clearly, it wasn't magnetic or it was red gold stone. Sugo shook his head. Brother Wang, your material won't work. That blood-red core has 50% transparency. If I'm not mistaken, it should be refractive red goldstone. While red goldstone does possess properties that can refract and eliminate some radiation, it lacks a rational three-dimensional structural method. Once processed using the hydrogen bomb preparation method, its refractive properties will actually amplify radiation. You found the wrong material. Wang Zhonghu suddenly turned to stare at Sugo, his voice tinged with suspicion. You recognize this stone? We only discovered it this past week and haven't released it publicly. Only a handful of people within the bureau know about it. How did you find out? Sugo knew perfectly well, because in the future, this was all published as flawed material. After all, every great experiment is born through countless mistakes. The red gold stone in Wang Zhonghu's hand was one such flawed material discovered during the search for nuclear-free hydrogen bomb components. This mistake had even caused a severe radiation leak accident in the large-scale experimental zone of the desert testing area. It sent shockwaves throughout the entire military region and the academic community. Sugo looked at Wang Zhonghu with grave seriousness. He hoped to prevent this experimental accident, as the casualties back then had been substantial. Undeterred by Wang Zhonghu's gaze, Sugo declared solemnly, Brother Wang, you must trust me. Under no circumstances should you recklessly incorporate this stone into the preparation process. I recommend conducting only a sample measurement at the lowest possible scale. Furthermore, during the cutting and preparation stages, personnel must not come into contact with it under any circumstances. I recommend a 5G scale. After preparation, detonate it in the lab's radiation-shielded zone for testing. If the radiation leakage properties differ from what I've described, I'll gladly face a military tribunal. Wang Zhonghu was startled. His academic temperament was indeed rather reckless. Had Sugo not cautioned him, Wang Zhonghu would have set the ideal yield at 3 kilograms, a staggering 600 times Su Ji's recommendation. After all, this was considered small for a hydrogen bomb yield, and he planned to conduct the test in the desert, not the suburbs. A higher yield wouldn't matter much. But after Sugo made that statement and staked his own reputation on facing a military tribunal, Wang Zhonghu couldn't help but hesitate. You are serious? After all, no scholar would willingly gamble their career on a whim, especially since he and Sugo had no personal grudge. Even detaining him in the lounge was merely fulfilling his duty. Surely this kid wouldn't joke about something like this? Then how do you know this red gold stone will alter its properties, increasing radiation after undergoing hydrogen bomb preparation methods? You must know our current tests show it reduces and eliminates radiation, reversing its characteristics entirely through secondary structuring? The probability is minuscule. Sugo stroked his chin and said, Here's the deal, Brother Wang. Let me out. I know how to verify this property. I'll demonstrate it right here, right now. Over the past 3 days, Sugo had already assimilated 80% of the knowledge from the fallen fruits on the tech tree. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to devise an experimental plan for a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. So naturally, he could easily verify the flawed theory behind this red gold stone. But Wang Zhonghu looked at Sugo suspiciously. You little bastard aren't planning to get out and pull a fast one on me, are you? Sugo was speechless. Just as he didn't know what to say, Su Xingha finally arrived. Old one, what's this? Why lock up the young guy I brought? Sugo waved frantically at Su Xingha as if he'd spotted a lifeline. Brother Su, please vouch for me. Brother Wang keeps suspecting I'm here to steal materials. And what I just told him earlier, I wasn't joking. This matter is even more critical than my proposed project. We absolutely cannot let Brother Wang conduct high-yield experiments. The consequences would be severe. With Su Xingha vouching for him, Sugo was naturally released from the detention room. In reality, Bureau 139 didn't have a prison. The so-called detention room was provided for scholars who had conflicts within the bureau or suffered mental breakdowns that caused damage. That's why it contained sofas, snacks, coffee, and other leisure amenities. Though termed detention, it essentially amounted to a few days of confinement. Chapter 32, Error Verification. Persuading Wang Zhonghu. After all, any scholar randomly selected from Bureau 139 would be a treasure to the outside world. Even those who had been eliminated were talents fiercely sought after by commercial companies outside. Su Xingha looked at Wang Zhonghu and said, This young man of mine has some real talent. Old Master Qian speaks highly of him. What? Are you questioning old Master Qian's judgment? Hearing Su Xingha mention Master Qian's endorsement, Wang Zhonghu felt a pang of unease. Master Qian was the bedrock of Bureau 139. Every scholar held him in the highest regard. Wang Zhonghu turned to Su Gu and said earnestly, "Fine. For old Qian's sake, I'll give you a chance. Go ahead, tell me how to proceed. I'll handle the execution." Su Gu nodded. He certainly couldn't rely on words alone. He requested a computer from a nearby scholar and began constructing the flawed method from memory detailing machine operations, material processing, and even the theoretical framework. After about half an hour, Su Gu pushed the computer toward Wang Zhonghu and asked, "Is this the method you intend to use for preparation?" Wang Zhonghu's pupils contracted sharply as his eyes widened in shock. "Holy! How did you know? We've never leaked our experimental methods. Did you deduce it? That's unbelievable. You figured out what took our team 2 months with just your own brainpower." Su Gu sighed. "Do you believe me now? Alright, follow the method on the computer and the properties of red crystal I mentioned. Cut off about 5 grams of red gold stone for preparation. I've also provided the final preparation step you were missing. This S-Zone lab is fully equipped. It should take about 10 minutes. As for whether I'm correct, you'll know once you prepare the sample and test it in the explosion testing zone. Experiment is the sole criterion for verifying facts." All present were scholars, naturally holding this statement in high regard. Wang Zhonghu, hearing Su Ji's words and seeing the computer-generated plan before him, was already 90% convinced. But adhering to the academic principle of never drawing conclusions until the very last moment, he immediately began the preparation. Su Xinghe, standing nearby, glanced at Su Gu with some surprise. He knew Wang Zhonghu's temperament well. Among the top scholars of Bureau 139, Wang Zhonghu was already an elite figure, second only to the highest-ranking authorities. That such a hot-tempered genius with such high standing would follow Su Ji's advice to the letter was truly unexpected. Su Gu truly surprised him. The equipment in the S-level experimental zone began to activate. Of course, it wasn't just Wang Zhonghu operating it, his entire team was involved. Time flew by. Su Gu munched on snacks while watching the rapid equipment preparation. He was also familiarizing himself with the controls, since he might need to use them soon. Truthfully, his assistance in validating Wang Zhonghu's work served another purpose. If he could ultimately earn Wang Zhonghu's trust, then he could request Wang Zhonghu's team to assist him during his own experiments. After all, operating this equipment wasn't something one person could handle alone. Daxia society valued teamwork. Individual heroics were frowned upon. Su Ji's side was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, in academician Yu Xiaolian's office, a profound silence hung in the air. He had finally finished reviewing all of Su Ji's submitted materials. The experimental reports and briefing documents demonstrated exemplary completeness and logical coherence. At least from academician Yu Xiaolian's perspective, the feasibility of this experiment was exceptionally high. But without having conducted the actual experiments himself, he still felt somewhat at a loss. Academician Yu Xiaolian focused on the core element within the entire experimental report. His confusion stemmed from a specific material mentioned in the report's core section, a material with radiation-eliminating properties. Yet, this material did not currently exist. If it didn't exist, then the entire experimental report built upon this foundation would collapse. Yet the mineral model presented in this report clearly didn't appear fabricated. Could it be that intern Su Gu had actually discovered this mineral? Such a discovery would be monumental. If this novel mineral could indeed be found, and if it were the core material for producing nuclear-free hydrogen bombs, its economic and strategic value would be immense, greatly enhancing the nation's overall strength. Most crucially, Su Ji's experimental report now possesses complete feasibility for practical application. Moreover, due to the unique nature of nuclear engineering, if this material can be applied to eliminate radiation during hydrogen bomb production, it would inevitably also be applicable to the foundational theories of controlled nuclear fusion. The current mainstream approach to controlled nuclear fusion is magnetic confinement. This constraint and radiation elimination possess a certain degree of universality. After all, radiation elimination can be understood as confining radiation within an extremely small area using magnetic fields to prevent outward diffusion. A discovery of this magnitude will be recorded in bold letters in the scientific history of this century. Academician Yu stood up in excitement, accidentally knocking over his teacup onto the floor, drawing the attention of his assistant outside the door. The assistant cried out in alarm, "Academician Yu, what happened?" Chapter 33, The Theoretical Foundation of Nuclear-Free Hydrogen Bomb Deterrence. Academician Yu slowly regained his composure and calmly remarked, "Excellent, excellent. Our nation may have produced another genius. It's not prudent for me alone to make this determination. This proposal absolutely meets S-level standards. It's worthy of a third review by old Qian." After speaking, Academician Yu bypassed official channels and directly dialed Professor Qian's private number. This was faster. "Professor Qian. Professor Qian. Wonderful news. Wonderful news. Guess what I saw today?" A gentle voice answered. "Is it another outstanding project breakthrough from our Bureau 139? Academician Yu exclaimed excitedly, "Not just one. Not just one project. Today I received an S-level proposal. After over an hour of review, I found its feasibility exceptionally high. What's most unbelievable is that the submitter is an intern named Sugu who hasn't even graduated from university yet. If this young genius's credentials are verified, Bureau 139 will undoubtedly see many more S-level projects in the future. Our Bureau 139 may have produced another pillar of national talent. Ahem. Old Xian cleared his throat softly. The name Sugu rang a bell. Very well. Forward his proposal to me. I shall conduct the third-level review. Nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. Nearly every reviewer murmured these 4 words in astonishment. Including old Master Qian. For this was a national treasure. If the devices created by old Qian were the backbone of the nation capable of rescuing it from peril and turning the tide against adversity, then what Su Gu proposed would be the sword of power with which Great Xia would extend its hand to the world and display its majesty. In a world where nuclear weapons cannot be deployed, possessing a weapon that combines the destructive power of nuclear arms without the hazards of radiation would be a formidable tool to reshape the global landscape. Moreover, magnetic source or has another application, radiation shielding. With sufficient quantities of magnetic source or to construct offensive equipment, it could completely neutralize the radiological effects of nuclear weapons. When paired with suitable steel structures, it could even withstand the thermophysical shock of nuclear weapons. Thus, nuclear weapons would lose their greatest deterrent effect. For the deterrent power of nuclear weapons has never been about inflicting mass casualties on ordinary citizens, but about bypassing all enemy defenses to wipe out an adversary's ruling class in one fell swoop. Just as the first little boy bomb failed to deter the emperor from his aggressive ambitions, it was only when the second bomb threatened his own safety that he truly grasped the weapon's power. This is the harsh reality. Civilian lives are never a factor in ruling elites' decision-making. Only when their own survival is gravely threatened do they regard such weapons as deterrents. Once magnetic source or deposits are established on a massive scale, nuclear weapons will lose their deterrent effect against enemy ruling elites. Of course, this is not the case for the Great Xia. Putting the people first and serving the people were the foundational principles established at the very inception of the Great Xia. No ruler can ever bypass this foundation. For all of Dacia's military might rests upon the foundation of its People's Liberation Army. Should any ruler dare to overturn this foundation, the People's Liberation Army would transform into the people's authority and overthrow the ruler's rule. But in the eyes of Dacia's adversaries, the situation is entirely different. When these nations find themselves unable to effectively target Dacia's elite leadership with nuclear weapons, panic will undoubtedly set in. Therefore, if the Great Xia were to acquire weapons like non-nuclear hydrogen bombs, their destructive power would be of a ruling class magnitude. As the backbone of the Great Xia Empire, Old Xian naturally understood the critical importance of non-nuclear hydrogen bombs. In fact, this competition at Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology was jointly established by the 139th Bureau and the university's academician-level academic leaders. Its purpose isn't to develop a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb itself, but to identify talent capable of researching it to form a specialized team to collaborate with Old Xian on its development. This initiative stemmed from the escalating tariff war and increasingly tense international situation. Power struggles within the American empire continued to escalate, creating a volatile situation. Should a major upheaval occur, war would inevitably follow. At such a critical juncture, the weapons available would become decisive factors in determining the outcome of the war. Naturally, no one desires the outbreak of nuclear war. Thus, the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb will be one of the most formidable weapons on a non-nuclear battlefield. Beyond nuclear-free hydrogen bombs, other weapons include satellite networks, drone warfare, quantum information warfare, and more. Professor Qian's schedule was relentlessly packed, with research tasks and meetings demanding his attention at every hour. When Academician Yu notified him, Old Xian was actually preparing to convene a combat meeting with the Southern Theater Command. At that very moment, Old Xian was boarding a transport aircraft bound for the Southern Theater Command. Of course, this was not the front lines. Rather, it was the rear area of the city where the Southern Theater Command was stationed, a location that could absolutely guarantee the safety of the senior leader. A figure of Qian's stature was always accompanied by a fully equipped combined arms brigade for protection. Combined with the full military might of the Southern Theater Command, his safety was undoubtedly guaranteed. The reason for General Qian's deployment was the dispute over the unknown mineral discovered in the South China Sea region. Scholars in Dacia were locked in heated debate over the analysis of that mineral deposit, leaving only General Qian to deliver the final, decisive conclusion. Seated aboard the transport aircraft, Old Qian opened his phone to review Su Ji's experimental report. Chapter 34, Third Passage. A Pillar of Talent. Inside the transport aircraft. Beside Qian Lao sat 2 rows of military guards and his 2 academic assistants, while across from him was another academic heavyweight of equal standing. The usually mild-mannered Professor Qian suddenly turned pale. His assistant, sensing something was wrong, hurriedly asked with concern, "Professor Qian, are you feeling unwell?" Old Qian regained his composure and waved his hand. Nothing. I just saw something remarkable. It was like seeing my younger self, full of vigor and ambition. Professor Qian's words instantly piqued the interest of the other academic heavyweight standing nearby. Old Qian, if something can make you change your expression like that, might I inquire about it? Old Qian chuckled, confidential. After all, it's not conclusive yet. I can't risk alarming you further, let me confirm it first. Besides, this belongs to our Bureau 139. You wouldn't dare poach my talent, would you? The other big shot waved his hand dismissively, forced to laugh it off. Professor Qian narrowed his eyes. He resumed his meticulous review of Su Ji's academic report. In old Qian's mind, Su Ji's report had already transformed from words into rows and columns of numbers. He distilled the most crucial and essential parts from these figures for scrutiny. What first caught Professor Qian's attention were certain novel approaches and formulas never before seen in the current academic community. These formulas possessed remarkable logical coherence. Though he hadn't verified them yet, after mentally running through them, he concluded they were indeed feasible. In other words, this academic report contained an entirely new paper on mathematical formulas. This groundbreaking formula paper alone was sufficient for journal publication. Next, the report addressed the most critical issue in non-core bullet construction, radiation elimination. The optimal solution proposed in this report combined two approaches. First, utilizing the unique properties of a specific mineral to eliminate radiation, along with a three-dimensional structural design for this mineral to achieve radiation elimination. The second approach builds upon the first with a more complex construction. The core of both methods revolves around that particular mineral. At this point, Professor Qian shared the same confusion as academician Yu Xiaoliang until he saw the theoretical model of that unique mineral. Unlike academician Yu, Qian immediately recognized this was not a theoretical model, it was an actual 3D scan of an existing mineral deposit. The intricate, realistic texture patterns and rock grain structures could not possibly be fabricated by human imagination. This meant Su Gu possessed at least one such stone in his possession. The significance of this discovery was even more staggering than Su Ji's report itself. It meant Su Gu had uncovered an entirely new mineral. A mineral never before published in academic circles or even the world. Moreover, this mineral could be used to produce nuclear-free hydrogen bombs capable of reshaping the global landscape. A simple calculation would reveal its immense value. Excellent! 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 Even the seasoned veteran Qian Lao couldn't help but show signs of excitement. The bigwigs observing the former elder's reaction nearby were all taken aback. Old Qian, this is uncharacteristic of you. What on earth could make you react like this? The last time I saw you look like this was 30 years ago. Old Qian roared with laughter. Mind your own business. When the time comes, I'll tell you. Then you can secretly envy me. He continued reviewing, completely engrossed. Only after reviewing the final section of Su Ji's academic report and every step of the experimental procedures did he exhale a long breath. Calming his emotions, he began composing a message to academician Yu. The entire process took about 10 minutes, nearly 9 times faster than academician Yu. This was the true measure of old Qian's prowess. The message contained only 8 words. Approved. A pillar of the field. These 8 words would serve as Su Ji's final report for his probationary period, forever etched into his personnel file. Even if Su Gu were to leave Bureau 139 in the future, these 8 words would become his greatest credential, ensuring he would never lack for work. Academician Yu, upon receiving the news, grew even more excited. He exclaimed to his assistant beside him, he passed. His future is limitless, limitless. Quick, quick, accompany me to see that new intern, Su Gu. The assistant, who had never seen academician Yu so excited, could only support him as they made their way toward Su Ji's location. All scholars entering Bureau 139's underground experimental zone were equipped with protective tracking devices. The primary purpose was to prevent accidents and ensure the security of top-secret materials. Only individuals at the level of academician possessed the authority to access these tracking systems. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of Su Gu and Su Xinghe, Wang Zhonghu and his team had successfully synthesized a tiny sample of a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb using the preparation method provided by Su Gu. Of course, whether it could truly be called a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb would only be confirmed after testing. Is it a successful sample of a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb or a failed one? Only the experiments will tell. Chapter 35: The Power of Red Goldstone. Super Nuclear Hydrogen Bomb. This sample, using only 5G of red goldstone, had an extremely low yield. After grinding and adding external materials during construction, it appeared to be no larger than 1/10 the size of a pinky fingernail. Looking at this minuscule red goldstone non-nuclear hydrogen bomb sample, Brother Su mused that it probably wouldn't produce much explosive power. Before retrieving this red goldstone sample, Wang Zhonghu, Brother Su, and others donned radiation protective suits. Using robotic equipment, they transported the sample to the detonation test zone. The perimeter of the blast zone was constructed entirely from specialized radiation shielding materials. Additionally, several types of high-strength composite steel were incorporated to prevent blast propagation. It was virtually foolproof. Inside the explosion test zone, instruments were embedded in the walls, ceiling, perimeter, and even the floor to monitor temperature, energy shockwaves, radiation intensity, and other parameters generated during the explosion. All data was transmitted in real time to a visual display screen. As the explosion test commenced, Suku and the others fixed their gaze on the final screen. Boom! A series of explosions, not particularly loud, echoed through the chamber. Suga knew the countdown had begun. The sound suppression equipment muffled the noise, but without it, the blast would likely have shattered their eardrums. As the explosions occurred, the readings on the screen began to shift. The destructive power of a hydrogen bomb was truly formidable. An explosion produced by just 5 grams of red goldstone already equaled the explosive yield of 100 standard C4 charges. While the power met the standard, it still wasn't enough. The most critical concern remained the intensity of radiation after the explosion. Wang Zhonghu stared intently at the equipment as the readings for radiation intensity began to climb. It instantly surged to 10 times the radiation intensity of a conventional nuclear weapon. Wang Zhonghu's pupils contracted sharply, and he fell silent. He had anticipated some deviation, but never imagined the error would be tenfold. This data proved Brother Su was right, and it wasn't just ordinary radiation amplification. It was amplified by a full tenfold. In a sense, the device Wang Zhonghu had crafted from red goldstone surpassed even a conventional hydrogen bomb in destructive power. Setting aside humanitarian concerns about radiation, if used as a weapon, it would be nothing short of hellish. Su Xing has stared at the data for a long moment before speaking slowly. Old Wang, in a way, you really are a ing genius. This weapon you've made is more powerful than a real hydrogen bomb. You've unleashed a demon from hell. If the bomb dropped on Sakura Island back then had been one like this, its kill radius and hellish devastation would have been 10 times worse. Forget surrender, they wouldn't even have had a chance to surrender. Forget calling it a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb, this is a super-nuclear hydrogen bomb. Ha 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 ha. Wang Zhonghu glared at Su Xinghe before turning to Su Gu. Amidst the stunned expressions of everyone present including Brother Su, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle with utmost solemnity and respect. Wang Zhonghu gathered his energy in his lower abdomen, his voice resonating with conviction. Thank you for the warning. You saved me from making a catastrophic mistake. I completely underestimated the lethal radius and radiation intensity of this device. Had we proceeded with my original plan to detonate it in the desert testing zone at that yield and radiation level, I fear my team, our security personnel, and I would have perished under the radiation. Suga, thank you for saving our lives. Hearing Wang Zhonghu's words, the rest of his team finally understood the gravity of the situation. One by one, they removed their protective suits and bowed deeply to Su Gu. This sudden display left Su Gu flustered and embarrassed. He immediately stepped forward to help them all up. We're all fellow citizens of Great Xia. It's only right. Su Gu exclaimed with admiration. And even though the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb failed, Brother Wang's experiment, as Brother Su said, is a completely different kind of huge success. The super-nuclear hydrogen bomb you made using red goldstone, once its yield is increased, it might just become the most terrifying weapon in the world today. This achievement alone will secure Brother Wang's place in history. Wang Zhonghu smacked his lips in realization. Holy! You're right. The red goldstone deposit our team found is half the size of a football field. If we really turned all of it into super-nuclear hydrogen bombs. Everyone present imagined the scene and shuddered collectively. 3 of those could destroy an entire nation. A single thought formed in every mind. It absolutely must not be used. Using it would likely spell the end of the world. Wang Zhonghu sighed and said, let's hope we never have to use it. And Su Gu, you deserve credit for this too, you completed the final segment. We'll add your name to the project credits. Only Su Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he whispered fiercely. We can't use it against humanity, but maybe in the near future, it could be used against alien invaders? Su Xinghe didn't catch it and asked. What did you say? Su Gu blinked, nothing. Wonder if my proposal got approved, it's been nearly 2 hours. Wang Zhonghu reassured him. It's fine, relax. Your S-class project proposal is just standard procedure. I don't even get 1 approved out of 10 tries, you'll get used to it. Just as Su Xinghe was about to offer comfort, the voice of academician Yu echoed from outside the lab zone. Su Gu? Where's Su Gu? Let me see him right away. A prodigy. A true prodigy. Chapter 36, Academician Yu can't bear to part with him. All heads turned in unison. There stood Academician Yu, a document in hand, brushing aside his assistant's hand as he rushed over in a flurry of urgency. He grabbed Su Xinghe by the arm, a true genius. Our Bureau 139's genius. Su Gu, you've done us proud. Wang Zhonghu Su Xinghe Su Gu. Wang Zhonghu stepped forward, placing Academician Yu's trembling arms on either side of Su Ji's biceps. Academician Yu, this is Su Gu. Academician Yu cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, Su Gu, a young prodigy. Academician Yu showed Su Gu the 8 characters personally approved by Old Qian. Su Gu maintained a relatively composed expression. But the other two, Wang Zhonghu and Su Xinghe, were anything but calm. Wang Zhonghu, an S-level project, approved on the first try. And personally endorsed by old Qian himself. Lao He, no wonder Dean Yu's voice preceded his arrival earlier. If I were him, I'd be even more excited than he is. I'd practically fly over to see you. Both men were envious yet delighted for Su Gu. Even old Qian's overwhelming endorsement of Su Ji's nuclear-free hydrogen bomb concept proved this project's immense potential. It even held the potential for practical implementation. What kind of powerhouse would Great Xia become when it possessed a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb? Who dares defy us? Then let's fight. Until they submit. Hey, Su Xinghe. Wang Zhonghu nudged him. What's got you grinning like that? Nothing, nothing. Hey, where are Academician Yu and Su Gu? Wang Zhonghu, they're gone. Su Xinghe craned his neck in anticipation. Where? Can't they take us along? If he could just participate in some minor aspect of the hydrogen bomb project, he'd have a huge chance to go down in history. Wang Zhonghu shot him a couple of glances. Su Gu originally invited you along, but you were acting so cocky earlier. Academician Yu took offense, and since I was standing close to you, he told us to get lost. He didn't want us interrupting his important discussions with his brilliant mind. Su Xinghe. Alright, he had been a bit overconfident earlier. But seriously, which country wouldn't be brimming with pride if it possessed a weapon as powerful and pollution-free as a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb? He was already holding back, okay? Senior Research Lab, Bureau 139. Academician Yu was passionately discussing his concept with Su Gu. The more they talked, the more radiant Academician Yu's complexion became. He seemed to have rejuvenated by 50 years. Su Gu was worried he might get too excited. Academician Yu, please sit down. Let's talk slowly. There's no rush. But to everyone's surprise, Academician Yu grew even more impatient, tapping Su Ji's hand urgently. How could I not be anxious? In recent years, our great nation has been constantly held back by hostile nations. Though we've tried every means to break through this stalemate. But if we truly develop a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb, would those hostile nations still dare to act up? Not only would they not dare, they'd have to court us openly and covertly. Because they know that if they upset Great Xia or harm its interests, the consequences would be beyond their capacity to bear. Academician Yu's eyes reddened as he gripped Su Ji's hand tightly. Su Gu, you are a great talent of our Great Xia. Su Gu understood Academician Yu's meaning and clasped his hand in return. Academician Yu, the current non-nuclear hydrogen bomb project remains in the theoretical stage. I hope we can advance to the experimental development phase as soon as possible. Academician Yu had been thinking along those lines. He led Su Gu to the S+ level test zone. This was Bureau 139's highest level laboratory. Only individuals of Yu's caliber possessed access clearance. Academician Yu immediately replicated a set of access credentials for Su Gu on the spot. When Academician Yu finally emerged from the S+ level test zone, 12 hours had passed. Su Gu had practically rushed him out. Academician Yu was reluctant to leave. No sooner had he stepped outside than his assistant appeared carrying a medical kit. Academician Yu waved his hand impatiently. I'm going to work, not to the battlefield. I'm perfectly fine, no need for a checkup. Having worked alongside Academician Yu for years, the assistant knew his temperament well. Academician Yu, I know you're in good health, but I'm your assistant. If I don't get you checked, I'll be fired tomorrow. Sure enough, Academician Yu's expression softened. He obediently let the assistant examine him. Everything else was normal, except his heart rate was a bit high. The assistant understood the situation and was just packing up the examination equipment. Wang Zhonghu and Su Xinghe approached. Academician Yu. Before they could finish, Academician Yu waved them off. Don't speak. My heart feels a bit off, I can't handle any excitement. With that, he had his assistant help him walk away. Wang Zhonghu and Su Xinghe were left standing there, bewildered and slightly concerned. The assistant here was also anxious. Academician Yu, I'll call the doctor immediately. During the earlier checkup, his heart rate had only been slightly elevated. How could he suddenly feel this unwell? But he dared not take any chances. Academician Yu's health was the top priority. Yet the moment they were out of sight of Wang Zhonghu and Su Xinghe, Academician Yu shoved his assistant aside and acted as if nothing was wrong. Why see a doctor? I told you I'm fine. And you, young as you are, why can't you hear properly? The assistant stared dumbfounded at the suddenly energetic Academician Yu. Academician Yu, how can you joke about your own health like this? This was the first time the assistant had ever dared to speak so loudly to Academician Yu. The academician, who had been so confident moments before, felt a pang of guilt at being scolded by his assistant. Ahem, I had no choice. Su Gu is now a top talent under special protection by our Bureau 139. He can't be exposed to just anyone. Assistant, but Wang Zhonghu and Su Xinghe aren't ordinary people. But what truly left the assistant speechless was yet to come. Professor Qian had sent his assistant to request that Bureau 139 intern Su Gu be assigned to work with him for a period. Academician Yu frowned as he addressed the communication device. Please inform Mr. Qian that Sugu is ill and cannot come for the time being. Ah, it's not serious, mainly we're concerned about infecting Mr. Qian. Yes. Once he recovers, I'll send him over immediately. Send a doctor? No need. Alright, nothing else then. I'll hang up now. Bureau 139 has several important matters requiring my attention. After hanging up, Academician Yu noticed his assistant staring at him with a peculiar look. Academician Yu was puzzled. I'm an old man now. Why are you staring at me like that? Assistant Academician Yu, I never imagined you'd be this kind of Academician Yu. If he still couldn't grasp Academician Yu's intentions after all this time, he'd have wasted his years working under him. Academician Yu clearly didn't want Sugu to go to old Qian's side. But the assistant was certain that within 3 days, Academician Yu would come to his senses and send Sugu over himself. After all, this was old Qian we were talking about. What kind of sparks would fly when two pillars of the nation collided? Who wouldn't be eager to see it? Chapter 37, Su Ji's Physical Abnormality? Sugu remained in the S+ level test zone for 3 full days. Here, large-scale auxiliary research equipment was readily available. The capacity of every piece of equipment here was at least 10 times greater than that of the S-level test zone. Sugu now resembled a starving squirrel that had fallen into a rice bin. He was itching to skip eating and sleeping just to validate his theories. Every few hours, a fresh set of data would appear on the massive display screens in designated areas of the S+ level test zone. Sugu could memorize the data with just a glance. The S+ test zone remained illuminated 24/7, completely isolated from the outside world. A master control switch inside specifically regulated the oxygen levels in the researchers' activity zones. Beep. The final gate of the S+ level test zone swung open from the center. A slender figure clad in a white lab coat entered the rest area with a tray in hand, moving with practiced ease. Yao Qingli was Director Yu's star pupil. She might not be his most brilliant student, but she was undoubtedly the most obedient. Director Yu instructed her to deliver meals daily to an intern named Sugu in the S+ level test zone at precisely scheduled times. As a full-fledged researcher, she never questioned why. She simply accepted the assignment and came. She delivered meals for 3 consecutive days without a single complaint. She understood perfectly well that if it weren't for delivering meals to Sugu, she, Yao Qingli, wouldn't even have the privilege of entering the S+ level test zone. For now, she could only access the rest area. She remained deeply satisfied. However, the rest area of the S+ level test zone was no ordinary place. Inside were several screens and controllers. One screen clearly displayed Su Ji's physical condition. Heart rate, 100 beats per minute. Blood pressure, systolic 139 mm of mercury, diastolic 88 mm of mercury. Blood oxygen saturation, 95%. Body temperature, 37.4 C. Over 20 metrics in total. Nearly half of them hovered on the edge of abnormality. Yao Qingli's expression grew increasingly grave. She sent a message to Dean Yu, her mentor. Dean Yu is currently dealing with Wang Zonghu and Su Xinghe. If you really have nothing better to do, go help me create a 120% authentic medical record. Wang Zonghu, huh? Dean Yu, we're not doctors. How could we possibly help you with that? I trust your talents will allow you to learn and handle it quickly. Director Yu gave both men a firm pat on the shoulder, signaling his genuine confidence in them. Within Bureau 139, Director Yu ranked second only to old Qian. With each pat from him, Wang Zonghu and Su Xinghe stood a little straighter. Well, it's just a medical record, no big deal. Director Yu pressed on, this matter must remain confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone, understand? Su Xinghe casually asked, is this a high-level confidential project for our bureau? Ahem, Director Yu's eyes flickered with unease. Not exactly. This is my personal arrangement for you. If you're unwilling, I won't force it. I'll find someone else. Wang Zonghu shot Su Xinghe a glare. We're more than willing, Director Yu. He paused briefly before flashing a fawning smile. Director Yu, after we handle this matter for you, would you allow us to see Sugu one last time? Heaven only knew why, even though everyone was in Bureau 139, it felt like they were separated by several dimensions. Sugu was nowhere to be seen. Just as Director Yu was about to wave him off, his communication device buzzed. What? Yao Qingli in the S+ test zone rest area hurried to calm him down. Professor, please stay calm. Su Ji's body hasn't shown any immediate issues, but his vital signs are hovering right on the edge of normalcy. I fear his body may not withstand continued exposure. Director Yu felt like slapping himself. Look at that talk about being a jinx. Why did I have to make up that excuse about him getting sick? Now he really is getting sick. Director Yu barked urgently, quickly connect to the internal communication system of the S+ level test zone. I need to speak with Sugu. Professor, I'm afraid that won't be possible, Yao Qingli said, swiveling the camera to show him another monitor. Sugu has activated sealed experiment mode. He couldn't hear a word anyone outside was saying. Seeing Director Yu's frustration etched deep into his wrinkled face, Yao Qingli offered a thoughtful suggestion. Professor, if you'll allow it, I can access the control room and the lounge to shut down the oxygenation equipment in the S+ level test zone's researcher activity area. That would release sufficient carbon dioxide. Most people assume oxygenation equipment is only found in hospitals or certain high-altitude regions with oxygen deficiency. In reality, such equipment is widely used in many high-end entertainment venues. A sufficient oxygen supply, combined with an enclosed environment and specialized decor, creates the illusion for patrons that time remains perpetually in daylight, oxygen levels remain high, and fatigue never sets in. After a wild night of revelry and spending, when they finally emerge with empty wallets, they realize goodness gracious days have passed. And many of the Bureau 139's experimental zones actually possess equipment similar to these high-end entertainment venues. Ahem, the purpose, of course, is not to make researchers oblivious to the outside world. Rather, it was to address the intense mental exertion and high energy consumption during research. This allows them to focus more intensely and produce greater results in less time. Sugu maxed out his own oxygen levels. This was a key reason why he could work non-stop except during meal breaks without feeling the slightest fatigue. Upon hearing Yao Qingli's suggestion, Dean Yu didn't hesitate for a second. Alright, I approve. Shut it down immediately. Director Yu thought to himself, Sugu is great in every way, but he's just too young. He didn't take his own health seriously. In that regard, he was still superior to him. He could give him some pointers in the future, haha. After Yao Qingli obtained the control password from Director Yu, she shut off the oxygen supply and activated the carbon dioxide switch. In the observation room of the blast zone, awaiting the latest round of magnetic or explosion data, there was still no reaction. This time, he had chosen explosives laced with 5 milligrams of magnetic ore for the experiment. He half-heartedly donned his radiation suit. As Sugu pressed the activation switch, a burst of flame erupted from the explosion test zone. This time, Sugu deliberately confined the blast radius to within 50 square meters. Multi-layered protective barriers isolated the shockwaves generated by the explosion. Sugu stared at the data on the display screen, growing increasingly satisfied. The area impacted by the blast wave remained precisely within 50 square meters. The magnetic ore of equivalent yield produced an explosion 10 times quieter than the previous test. As for the radiation issue currently of greatest concern to Old Qian and others, it had become a secondary consideration in this experiment. Because in the previous experiments, as well as this one, the monitoring equipment within the blast zone detected no radiation whatsoever. Radiation levels were so low that even the most sensitive detectors failed to register them. What did this indicate? It indicates either zero radiation or levels within an absolutely safe range. This conclusion was reached even without Sugu incorporating steel structures into the experiment. Sugu scanned the data into his brain once more, cleared the screen, and stepped out, preparing to proceed to the next experiment. As he approached the control console, his blinking rate noticeably increased. Chapter 38, Please be my master. I'll serve you. His head began to feel light and dizzy. Sugu forced himself to blink twice. The more he blinked, the more dizzy he felt. Sugu braced himself with both hands on the edge of the operating table. Finally realizing his body was operating at full capacity. His stomach promptly responded with a timely rumble. Sugu finally removed his protective suit and headed to the rest area. The air in the rest area was normal. Sugu immediately felt his mind clear up considerably. Inside the rest area, Yao Qingli quietly lowered her presence. Although she had her teacher's permission to adjust the oxygen and carbon dioxide levels, she still felt inexplicably nervous around Sugu. Seeing her demeanor, what else could Sugu not understand? He casually tapped open a display screen and entered his authorized credentials. Then he settled into a comfortable recliner and began eating heartily. True to the saying, food is as essential as iron, skipping a meal left him famished. Yao Qingli, who had been trying to hide in the corner like a quail to avoid being scolded, waited in vain for the expected reprimand. She tentatively lifted one eyelid to peek at Sugu. She saw Sugu stuffing his face like someone who hadn't eaten in 10 years. Yao Qingli. So the prodigy everyone raved about was actually a bit off his rocker? But soon, she had no time to ponder why Sugu hadn't scolded her. Her peripheral vision caught a display screen lighting up. The data displayed made her jump to her feet. Adding just 5 milligrams of magnetic ore resulted in an explosion 100 times more powerful than using 5 grams of red crystal explosives. She rubbed her eyes hard. The data was still there, she hadn't imagined it. She took a few more steps forward, nearly pressing herself against the display screen. 100 times more powerful, yet the blast wave is still contained within 50 square meters. What kind of mind-blowing data was this? Her pupils suddenly contracted, as if she'd witnessed something truly extraordinary. Her slender, pale fingers trembled as she pointed at the nuclear radiation data line. Sugu, wait, Sugad. It. Sugu glanced up at her indifferently. Researcher Yao Qingli, please straighten your tongue before speaking to me, okay? Yes. Yao Qingli took a deep breath. She exhaled, inhaled, repeating several times until her racing heart finally calmed slightly. Su God, is it true that its nuclear radiation is zero? Sugo had already finished his meal. He wiped his mouth rather ungracefully. 2 words slipped from his lips, false. Yao Qingli, huh? This is an S+ level test zone. It's equipped with automated inspection systems costing tens of billions. Her brain might be malfunctioning, but the equipment inside definitely wouldn't. Her earlier question was merely to seek further confirmation from Su Shun. Sugo stood up and chuckled, researcher Yao Qingli, this reading indicates. Yao Qingli's cheeks flushed crimson at Su Ji's words. How could she not know? That none of the detection instruments in the testing area had detected nuclear radiation? Theoretically, if more sophisticated detection equipment were used for another scan, it might detect nuclear radiation. But the problem was that this was Bureau 139's highest level testing zone. The instruments inside were already the most precise of the precise. Therefore, there was a 99.99% probability that there was zero nuclear radiation. Yao Qingli flushed, her cheeks and neck turning crimson as if struck by a sudden thought. Without warning, she suddenly knelt before Sugo with a thud. Staring in utter shock, Sugo watched as she performed 3 formal bows of apprenticeship. Master Su, from this day forward, you shall be my second master, Yao Qingli. Once a teacher, always a father. Should you ever become bedridden, I, Yao Qingli, swear I will personally attend to your every need from helping you use the toilet to preparing soft, easily digestible meals. Until the day you pass away, I will never cease caring for you. While I live, I will burn paper offerings for you at the beginning and end of every month. Should I pass away too, I will have my descendants burn offerings for you. Even if they don't burn offerings for me, they must burn them for you. I will ensure you have more money than you can spend in the afterlife. You needn't bow to the demands of paper money. Continue your research with unwavering dedication. If I fail to fulfill even one of these promises, may I be struck by lightning. Thud. Sugo was so startled by Yao Qingli's series of actions that he fell back onto the soft, cushioned chair. It took Sugo a long while to shake off the eerie feeling Yao Qingli had conjured in his mind. Without waiting for a response, he stood up, gently but firmly guiding Yao Qingli to the sofa. He spoke earnestly, researcher Yao Qingli, in terms of seniority, you are my senior. If anyone were to seek a master, it should be me bowing to you. Besides, you said yourself that your teacher is Dean Yu. How could I possibly face Dean Yu if you were to ask me to be your mentor? Yao Qingli stubbornly protested, but... Shoo. Sugo raised a finger, signaling her to let him finish. In terms of age, you're probably several years older than me, cough cough. I really don't need you to feed me or change my diapers. Truly, if Sugo ever sank that low, he'd choke to death on his own spit in the dead of night. Seeing Su Ji's seriousness, Yao Qingli sighed regretfully. Alright then, I won't call you master anymore. But please remember, you hold a place of honor in my heart. Faced with those sparkling eyes, Sugo felt an unusual sense of helplessness. Whatever you say. Just don't go shouting it in public. He had his pride, after all. Just as Yao Qingli was about to further discuss with Sugo whether the blast wave could be contained within a smaller area, she was suddenly shoved aside by an unknown object. Yao Qingli barely steadied herself before she could cross her arms in anger, only to realize that unknown object was none other than her own teacher. Yao Qingli forced the curse back into her throat. Dean Yu urgently exclaimed, Sugo, the doctors from Bureau 139 are in the ambulance. We need to go down immediately. At that moment, Director Yu bitterly regretted his vote to deny doctors access to the S+ trial zone. Look at this, his precious student nearly perished in there. Sugo and Yao Qingli were both utterly confused. Director Yu, what ambulance? Is someone sick? Despite his age, Director Yu reached out to steady Sugo. Sugo, your vital signs are hovering at the edge of safety. You urgently need medical attention. Su Ji's mouth twitched, then twitched again. Finally, his gaze lingered on Yao Qingli for several seconds. He stared at Yao Qingli until she hung her furry head down, looking utterly pitiful. Sugo sighed helplessly. There was no way he was getting into that ambulance. He had to find a way to brush this off. Ding dong, Director Yu, take a look at this. Chapter 39, Lying will get my internship revoked. Look at what? You should be seeing a doctor. Director Yu was completely deaf to reason, his mind fixated on the words, my brilliant talent is unwell. Sugo sighed in resignation. He mimicked Wang Zhonghu's actions, gently turning Yu Yuan's head toward the monitor. Reluctantly, Yu glanced at it. Then, he couldn't tear his eyes away. Electromagnetic radiation. He immediately scanned the data row in front of him. His legs buckled beneath him, his balance lost, and he stumbled forward, tumbling toward the floor. Hey, you! Professor! Sugo and Yao Qingli each grabbed one of his arms. They helped him sit down on the sofa. Sugo got up again and brought Yu Yuan a cup of hot water. Director Yu, please drink some water to calm down. Gulp! Yu Yuan obediently drank it down. Even if Sugo had brought him a pot of yellow water instead of plain water, he would have downed it without batting an eye. After finishing, he clutched Su Ji's hand tightly. Tears streamed down his aged face. Sugo, swear on my life if you leave Bureau 139, I'll go meet my great-grandfather underground right away. Suga let out a long sigh. Truly, the student reflects the teacher. He regretted it now. He might as well have let Yu Yuan drag him straight onto the ambulance. Oh my goodness. In desperation, Suga clutched his chest and pounded it hard several times. Yu Yuan crouched down, shouting, "Datsai! My Datsai! What's wrong? Doctor, come on, I'll carry you to the doctor." This was an S+ level experimental zone. Yu Yuan's assistant had no authorization to enter. In his panic, Yu Yuan forgot his age and physical limitations. Suga dared not climb onto Yu Yuan's back. He shot Yao Qingli a quick wink. Equally anxious, Yao Qingli took a split second to react before understanding. She supported Sugu and hurried out. Yu Yuan strode swiftly behind them. The ambulance crew outside was already fully prepared. Without giving Sugu a chance to speak, they lifted him into the ambulance. Externally, the ambulance looked no different from a standard one. But its entire structure was bulletproof and could withstand temperatures of 200 C. In certain extreme situations, the single ambulance alone could save the lives of dozens of researchers. Not to mention the emergency medical equipment inside worth hundreds of millions. At Bureau 139, the lives of researchers were often priceless. Watching them prepare to hook him up to the equipment, Suga grew desperate. "Doctor, I'm fine." Really? He just didn't want to swear on Yu Yuan's life. Doctors working at Bureau 139 were exceptional in their own right. The doctor replied calmly, "I understand. Since you're already here, let's just get it checked." Since you're already here. Was that really the right phrase to use? Sugu resigned himself to it. Fortunately, the doctor only performed some basic tests on Sugu. After finding everything within normal range, the doctor understood the situation. It seemed Yu Yuan had indeed overreacted. "Young man, you can get up now. You're as strong as an ox. But remember, no more consecutive all-nighters. Even the strongest person can't withstand the damage caused by overwork." Sugu scratched his face, feeling a bit embarrassed. Doctor, how are you going to explain this to Director Yu?" The doctor glanced at him. He wasn't privy to the details between Sugu and Director Yu, nor did he know that Sugu had become a rising star in the eyes of both Director Yu and the esteemed Dr. Qian. He simply adhered to his professional duty. "I'll tell him the truth, of course. A student faking illness was bound to get scolded by their teacher wherever they went." If time permitted, the doctor would have loved to witness President Yu reprimanding Sugu in person. Sugu felt utterly miserable. They were about to arrive at the medical center within Bureau 139. Yu Yuan and the doctor were about to meet face to face, and Su Ji's mind raced. He clung to the doctor's shoulder like a buddy. "Doctor, the second machine on the left is the X-ray machine, right?" The doctor tried to brush Su Ji's hand away, but couldn't. He grunted in acknowledgement. "That thing has low radiation, but you're too healthy right now. I won't use it on you." He assumed Sugu was merely curious about it. Sugu grinned. "Doctor, you're missing the point. I'm perfectly fine, no need for a quick imaging scan. But if I told you I could reduce that silver X-ray machine's radiation by 100-fold, or even eliminate it entirely, would you let me off the hook?" The doctor said nothing, merely tilting his head to look at Sugu, his expression screaming two words, "You? Put." The laughter came from a nurse standing nearby. When Sugu looked over, she didn't flinch. "Do you know who invented this X-ray machine?" Sugu honestly shook his head, "No idea." Nurse, Professor Qian personally led the development team. Not only are its specifications more precise, but its radiation levels have been reduced to the absolute minimum. The cost of this silver-white X-ray machine was nearly 50 times higher than the standard machines found in most hospitals. This is precisely why silver-white X-ray machines only appear in places like Bureau 139. They're too expensive for other facilities to afford, making them cost-ineffective. For ordinary people, who might use an X-ray machine less than once a year, the radiation exposure is negligible and can be metabolized over time. But researchers at Bureau 139 are different. Some scientists might handle radioactive materials daily. While protective gear exists, it's never 100% foolproof. Therefore, the Bureau strives to minimize radiation exposure in other ways, ensuring the safety of its researchers. The nurse found it utterly unbelievable that Sugu, a greenhorn intern who hadn't even grown a full beard yet, could be more skilled than the seasoned Dr. Qian. The doctor fell silent for a moment, taken aback by Su Ji's unwavering certainty. He asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Sugu swore to the car ceiling. "Give me 2 hours. If I can't reduce its radiation levels 100-fold, let Bureau 139 revoke my internship." The ambulance's wail had ceased, and the vehicle had pulled up at the entrance of the medical center. They were about to get out. The doctors and nurses inside the ambulance all sucked in a sharp breath. Revoke his internship? This kid must be out of his mind. But they couldn't help but take it seriously. Yet no matter how they looked at him, Suga showed absolutely none of the traits one would expect from a seasoned researcher. A physique more robust than an ox. Thick, jet-black hair. Glowing skin. A booming voice. Outside the ambulance, Yu Yuan's voice echoed. Seeing that everyone still didn't believe him, Sugu heaved a heavy sigh. Garlic bird, just admit your mistake. Then swear on your life under Yu Yuan's watchful eye. Just then, the doctor who clearly held the authority spoke up. Alright, I'll give you 1 day. I'm not asking you to reduce the radiation from that silver-white X-ray machine by 100-fold, just have it. If you manage that, I'll explain things to Yu Yuan for you. Sugu exhaled a partial sigh of relief. Lay out your butts. The doctor paused for a few seconds, then continued, but if you fail, it won't just be about losing your internship spot. I'll make sure you understand the consequences of lying without limits and seeking attention. Fine. Chapter 40, Casually Building a Radiation-Free X-ray Machine. After getting out of the car, the doctor first reassured Yu Yuan, telling him not to worry. Sugu had a minor health issue, nothing serious. Then he wheeled Sugu into the hospital. Shortly after, with the doctor's assistance, Sugu slipped out the back door. He dared not wander aimlessly, fearing he might be caught by Yu Yuan. Bam! Hey! Sugu! Wang Zonghu and Su Xingha pulled Sugu back in surprise, refusing to let him leave. Finally, we've got you in sight. Sugu patted his chest. I'm heading to the S-Class experimental zone now. Want to come along? Let's get that radiation-free X-ray machine built sooner rather than later. Wang Zonghu Su Xingha nodded frantically, yes. Upon learning Su Ji's plan, their expressions mirrored each other once more. Wang Zonghu fired off a soul-searching question, can a radiation-free X-ray machine even perform imaging diagnostics? Su Xingha knew Sugu never acted without reason. I trust Sugu. You can do it. Can we tag along as your sidekicks? Sure. It was merely a matter of reducing the radiation within the X-ray machine, a task far less daunting than building a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. The necessary materials were already present. The core component generating radiation in the X-ray machine is the X-ray tube, where rays collide with tungsten metal or tungsten alloy to form images. Sugu still utilized magnetic source ore. Through repeated modifications and experiments, he engineered the magnetic ore to absorb radiation from the X-ray tube, triggering rapid chemical reactions that degraded it. This achieved the goal of eliminating radiation exposure for the user. In less than an hour, a specially modified X-ray machine was complete. Wang Zonghu and Su Xingha observed the entire process. They didn't miss a single step of the process. But Su Ji's speed was simply too fast. Before they could grasp the underlying principles, he had already assembled the X-ray machine. Let's go to the radiation testing area to check its current radiation levels. The two followed along, feeling a bit dazed. Sugu deliberately brought a large white rabbit for the experiment. As several radiation-proof doors closed behind them, Sugu walked over to the control panel and pressed the detection button. Soon, a row of numbers appeared on the display. Electromagnetic radiation. Wang Zonghu, below the minimum detectable threshold. Whether it was 0 or not no longer mattered, because neither medical staff nor patients would suffer health damage from prolonged exposure. Wang Zonghu suddenly clutched Su Ji's shoulders as if possessed. Sugu, you're a genius, no, a pillar of society. You must have a way to reduce the electromagnetic radiation during angiography procedures, right? Sugu wanted to escape again. This Bureau 139 was no place for a sane person. Truly. Su Ji's head was nearly shaking loose. Su Xingha stepped in, prying Wang Zonghu's hands, veins bulging on his knuckles, off Su Ji's shoulders. Simultaneously apologizing to Sugu, don't let Wang Zonghu's bald, rough and tumble appearance fool you, he's a textbook sister-obsessed guy. His sister's a surgeon, both of them workaholics. She's always wearing heavy lead aprons in that radiation-filled operating room. Wang Zonghu was utterly, completely unwilling to let his sister endure such hardship. He'd told her countless times to switch jobs or even quit altogether because he could support her. Of course, this only earned him a merciless rebuke from his sister. If this problem could be solved, Su Xingha dared not imagine how close Wang Zonghu and his sister would become. He might not only have to endure the sweetness of romantic couples but also be forced to witness the affection between siblings. Sugu breathed a sigh of relief and delivered his conclusion directly. Theoretically, it's feasible. But since each machine has a different structure and source of electromagnetic radiation, detailed experiments are still needed. Wang Zonghu's eyes lit up even brighter. He was itching to lock Sugu in the S-level lab and make him modify every single piece of electromagnetic radiation-emitting medical equipment his sister would need in the operating room. Sugu timidly shifted behind Su Xingha. No way around it, this sister-obsessed maniac was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Su Xingha glared at Wang Zonghu. Sugu spent 3 days and nights in the S+ experimental zone. After coming out, he didn't rest either. He went straight to developing a radiation-free X-ray machine. Can't you let him take a break? You said it yourself, Sugu is the great talent and pillar that old Qian and Director Yu hold in high regard. If you work Sugu into the ground, just wait for old Qian and Director Yu to come flying over to deal with you. Wang Zonghu finally snapped out of it. Then, when will Sugu have time? What can I do for you? Just say the word, I'll walk through fire for you. Sugu scratched his head. Ah, well. I can't give you a definite answer, but I promise, whenever I have time, I'll get it done. Wang Zhonghu was temporarily appeased. Sugu still dared not linger long in the S+ level experimental zone. He used a cart to transport the X-ray machine without a tube to the doctor's office. The doctor was about to clock out when the large object in Sugu barged in, startling him. Sugu grinned. Doctor, the radiation-free X-ray machine you requested is here. Along with the machine, he handed over a report issued by the S-level laboratory. The doctor, who had been feeling tired after a full day's work, perked up instantly. He glanced at the radiation-free X-ray machine, then at the report. He did this several times. Sugu feared he might snap his own neck. Without exception, the doctor's expression mirrored Wang Zhonghu's from earlier. Sugu, with foresight, brought over 2 chairs. No matter how the doctor stretched his arms, he couldn't reach Sugu. The doctor tried to maneuver around the chairs, but Sugu moved them out of the way. Doctor, I've done everything I promised. Remember to explain things to Director Yu later. Well, if there's nothing else, I'd like to leave now. Before he could finish speaking, Sugu had already dashed out of the doctor's office like a whirlwind. By the time the doctor anxiously moved the chairs aside and rushed out, Sugu was nowhere to be seen. Still, he kept his word and made a point of explaining to Director Yu. Sugu was just exhausted. He'll be fine after resting for a day or 2. Dr. Yu's half-held heart finally relaxed. Thank you so much for your hard work, Doctor. Director Yu, it's my duty. The doctor was the unquestioned head of his department, but in front of Director Yu from Bureau 139, he dared not put on any airs. Yu Yuan personally escorted the doctor to the door. I'll have my assistant send your department a commendation banner and a letter of appreciation. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he managed to swallow them back. Ahem, truth be told, no doctor could resist such accolades. Regardless of vanity, they represent recognition of their professional competence. The doctor returned to work overtime. He ordered all the silver-white X-ray machines in their department to be replaced with radiation-free X-ray machines. The department erupted in commotion. The accompanying nurse gasped, Director, did that kid actually develop radiation-free X-ray machines? The department head pushed his glasses up his nose sternly. What do you mean that kid? He's Sugu, a prodigy. Chapter 41, Old Man Qian can't wait any longer. The ultimatum. A young nurse nearby caught on immediately. Then let's call him Su the genius from now on. Su Dekai had found a spot surrounded by birdsong and blossoms and was fast asleep. Completely unaware that someone was thinking of him so intensely they couldn't sleep at night. Southern Theater Command Rear Base. Under heavy security, Old Qian extracted a fragment of the unknown mineral. Preliminary results were now available. His original plan was to have his Dekai fly over to jointly research and analyze the minerals here. But Bureau 139 remained unresponsive. Old Master Qian emerged from his tent, robes draped over his shoulders. A nearby guard immediately inquired respectfully, Mr. Qian, is there anything you need from your tent? Just tell me, and I'll fetch it. Old Qian glanced up at the night sky. Tonight, the night sky was resplendent with stars. But his mood was anything but brilliant. Any word from Dean Yu? Not yet. Old Qian nodded and re-entered the tent. Lying on the camp cot, he closed his eyes to sleep. 3 minutes later, his tightly shut eyes snapped open. Old Master Qian personally initiated a video call with Director Yu. Yu Xiaoyang, tell me honestly, has something seriously wrong with my body? Only this could explain why Sugu hadn't arrived yet. Young people recover completely from minor illnesses after just a couple of good nights' sleep. On the other end of the video call, Director Yu was in the S-level laboratory. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. After struggling to find the words for a long moment, he still couldn't form a complete sentence. He. Old Qian, look at this. He adjusted the communicator. The next instant, a display screen appeared before Old Master Qian. Old Master Qian squinted and stared at it for a long moment. Did Sugu make this? Though phrased as a question, his tone carried an unmistakable certainty. Yu Yuan nodded vigorously, yes. The system had prompted him to view this data. Otherwise, he'd still be completely in the dark. As for why Sugu, who should have been receiving treatment at the hospital at that exact moment, ended up in the S-class experimental zone, leading the X-ray machine to overcome electromagnetic radiation barriers, he didn't want to waste mental energy pondering it. He only knew that while this achievement couldn't compare to Su Ji's nuclear-free hydrogen bomb, its contribution to medicine and humanity was equally monumental. On a broader scale, tens of thousands of patients and doctors would no longer risk illness from frequent exposure to the electromagnetic radiation emitted by X-ray machines. Old Qian remained relatively composed, for his mind was occupied with other matters. Besides, if his brilliant mind could propose a feasible theory for a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb, what challenge could a mere radiation-free X-ray machine possibly pose? On the other end of the communicator, Yu Yuan cleared his throat emphatically. Professor Qian snapped back to reality. Yu Yuan, Professor Qian, did you just get carried away? In the past, even if they dared to dream of it, they lacked the technology to make a radiation-free X-ray machine a reality. Professor Qian's piercing gaze fixed on Yu Yuan. Yu Xiaoguan, I'll ask you this, can I see Sugo by tomorrow evening? Ah, well. His ploy to divert Qian Lao's attention had been exposed. Yu Yuan, who had been working non-stop for over 10 hours yet remained energetic, instantly slumped his shoulders. I'm sorry, Dean Qian. I lied to you. When I said Sugo was sick and couldn't come, it was all a lie. Director Qian cared little for the process and wasn't interested in assigning blame. He only cared about the outcome. Yu Xiaoguan, I'll ask you once more, can I see my brilliant talent at the rear of the Southern Theater Command before nightfall tomorrow? Yu Wang declared with unwavering conviction, yes. He had come to realize just how utterly wrong he had been. How could he have denied Old Qian the chance to see Sugo out of selfish motives? Old Qian was a pioneer among pioneers. He still fought on the front lines of scientific research. Sugo was a rising star. The two of them were destined to be a perfect match. How many groundbreaking new technologies and weapons could they create together? And so, in a garden filled with birdsong and blossoms at Bureau 139, Sugo, fast asleep in a large hanging chair, had a bizarre dream. In the dream, soft, fluffy clouds drifted toward him, opening their mouths to invite him aboard for a journey through the sky. Though the clouds were barely half a meter away, Sugo found himself utterly unable to reach them. In the end, it was Wang Zhonghu and Su Xinghe who lifted him up. True to the spirit of sharing good fortune, he reached out to invite Wang Zhonghu and Su Xinghe to join him on the cloud. They're really soft. But the cloud had already begun its journey, and soon Wang Zhonghu and Su Xinghe vanished from his sight. Sugo shot upright. There was no cloud in sight. What met his eyes were clearly various composite materials. Oh, and Yao Qingli. He yanked his hand back. How did I end up here? Yao Qingli set down the report in her hands and replied, you came up here yourself. Forgot already? Sugo scratched the back of his head fiercely, wishing he could scratch it bald. Out of the corner of his eye, Sugo caught the faint smile playing at Yao Qingli's lips. Only then did it dawn on him. Oh, really? Who was it that begged me to take them as a disciple yesterday, only to treat me like a fool today? Yao Qingli suppressed the smile at the corner of her mouth and replied seriously, I'm only responsible for carrying out the arrangements made by the dean's office. Sugo leaned against the window and peered out a few times. Where are we going? Yao Qingli answered truthfully, I don't know. Her gaze had already returned to the research report her teacher had given her. Sugo held up a finger in front of her. One last question, were Wang Zhonghu and Su Xinghe the ones who carried me from the garden to the plane? Yao Qingli nodded. Yep. Sugo slumped back in his seat with a thud. He still couldn't figure out where Yu Yuan intended to send him. Could it be that Yu Yuan had discovered his collusion with the doctor to deceive the hospital? Was Director Yu so furious he intended to exile him to the middle of nowhere? Sigh. If he'd known lying to Bureau 139 would cost him so dearly, he'd never have lied in a million years. He knew it was too late to jump ship now. Peering out the window again, he grimaced. Damn it, jumping now would turn him into mincemeat. The helicopter, carrying a slightly anxious Sugo, landed on the rear helipad dam of the Southern Theater Command garrison. The surroundings were pitch black, with only scattered lights illuminating the road. The guards inside didn't know Su Ji's identity, but this was the helicopter reserved for senior researchers of Bureau 139. The guards could only assume the passenger was a key figure from Bureau 139, most likely here to see Old Qian. Please follow me. The stern, imposing soldier's tone and manner made Sugo feel even more uneasy for some reason. He nervously replied, all right. Behind him, Yao Qingli was infected by Su Ji's unease and grew equally nervous. Oh my gosh, she'd gotten dragged into some huge project because of Sugo again. So exciting. If they could read each other's minds, they'd undoubtedly be rolling their eyes at each other non-stop. After getting off at the dam parking lot, they drove for about 10 minutes, passing through several checkpoints, each stricter than the last. Sugo handed over documents the entire way, his arms growing sore from the effort. Chapter 42, Scientists Without Borders? Ha! Finally, they arrived at an ordinary-looking olive-drab tent. The soldier guiding them stepped forward to exchange a few words with the guards at the entrance. The guards' piercing gaze swept over Sugo and Yao Qingli one by one. The two shuddered at the intensity. Their spines instinctively straightened, fearing they might be mistaken for troublemakers. The guard withdrew his gaze, exchanged a few words with the soldier, then lifted the tent flap and entered. Sugo and Yao Qingli were left staring at each other. Old Qian had finally drifted off to sleep, but the guard's wake-up call left him unusually dazed. What's going on? Is there trouble at the lab? Old Master Qian asked as he hurriedly pulled on his clothes. Old Master Qian, please don't worry. The lab is fine. It's Bureau 139 sending people over. The guard couldn't quite gauge the man's status. To call him a researcher seemed too young. To say he was the director's assistant seemed to warrant such a commotion. But Old Qian grew even more flustered, so flustered he put one shoe on backwards. Say. It must be my Sai. Guard. What great talent. That greenhorn out there is the prodigy Old Qian's been raving about lately? This was completely shattering his worldview. Old Master Qian, with his left foot in the right shoe and his right foot in the left shoe, rushed out, grabbed Su Gu precisely, and dragged him into his tent. Everyone! Who knew old Qian possessed such explosive energy not just in research, but in athletics too? Those in the know recognized old Qian, while the uninitiated assumed the chieftain of that mountain stronghold had descended to raid the caravan. Su Gu was equally astonished. Inside the tent lived none other than old Qian. Professor Qian eagerly pulled Su Gu over to the desk. He showed Su Gu the partial structural diagrams he had drawn for a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. I've reviewed the entire process and results of your low-yield hydrogen bomb experiment using 5 milligrams of magnetic ore in the S+ level experimental zone. Once we return, we'll proceed to construct hydrogen bombs with yields of 50 milligrams, 5 grams, 50 grams, and even larger, then measure their nuclear radiation. If the radiation levels remain below the limit of detection, Su Gu, do you understand what that signifies? Before Su Gu could answer, old Qian spoke with a tone brimming with excitement and relief. It means our great Xia will embark on a new chapter. It means hostile nations will be left in the dust. It means we will have the opportunity to steer the course of global development. Old Qian truly lived up to his reputation. His ability to regulate emotions was second to none. He quickly regained his composure, gently patting Su Gu on the shoulder. Su Gu, don't put too much pressure on yourself. This project won't be completed overnight. Our Bureau 139 is brimming with talent. Your seniors and mentors are all at your disposal. If we can develop a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb with 1/10 the destructive power of a conventional hydrogen bomb within 3 years, that would be truly remarkable. What pressure could Su Gu possibly feel? If not for fear of alarming Bureau 139, he'd have developed a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb with 10 times the destructive power of a conventional one within a single day. Within less than a day, Chen Lao's inner circle learned of Su Ji's existence. They also knew old Qian regarded him as the apple of his eye. Under special circumstances, if you absolutely must choose one of us for protection, it must be Su Gu. He didn't deny his own talent and capabilities. But he was no longer young. He asked himself honestly, at Su Ji's age, could he have achieved what Su Gu had? No. Protecting the younger generation is the duty of the elders. Before the guards could recover from old Master Qian's earlier entrustment, they heard him add another but. But outside these walls, Su Gu is just an ordinary student, as ordinary as they come. Is that clear? Guards, understood. Parents who love their children plan for their long-term future. Master Qian treated his student Su Gu with precisely this kind of foresight. Early the next morning, Master Qian first led Su Gu on a tour of the makeshift laboratory. Here, this is your pass. From now on, Su Gu would have unrestricted access to both the garrison and this laboratory. What? Theodore from the Americent Empire demands exclusive rights to a mining area for research? Tell them they're dreaming. Yes, the exact composition of the newly discovered unknown ore remains unclear to the Great Xia Empire. But that doesn't mean Theodore can just barge in. Old Qian was furious and prepared to head straight to the mining area by car. Su Gu, Professor Qian, may I accompany you to the mining area? Old Qian hesitated, a rare occurrence. It wasn't that he didn't want to take Su Gu, he'd had Yu Xiaoliang bring Su Gu over in the middle of the night specifically for this purpose. But now the problem was that Theodore was there too. Theodore was bouncing around various countries under the banner of a scientist without borders. Kick him out, and it would make Great Xia look petty. Keep him around, and he'd inevitably meddle in everything. Today he'd gone too far. Theodore was also cunning as a fox. He feared Theodore might discover Su Ji's talent and set his sights on him. Su Gu interjected at the right moment, Old Qian, please trust your own judgment and trust me too. Old Qian paused. Right, how could he lack confidence in his own great talent? Very well. You'll accompany me, but try not to speak. Just focus on playing the role of my student. Certainly. It would be my honor to be your student, Mr. Qian. Ha ha. Mining area. Numerous scholars worked through the night, surveying the area with their equipment. Upon seeing Professor Qian arrive, the scholars instinctively yielded the prime survey spots. Except for Theodore. He even slung his arm around old Qian's shoulder like they were old buddies, speaking without any sense of propriety. Professor Qian, we've been surveying this mining area for quite some time now. Aside from extracting a trace amount of gold, we haven't found any other valuable substances. Professor Qian showed him no courtesy, immediately shaking off his arm. By the time Theodore stubbornly tried to cling on again, Su Gu had already slipped silently between them. Theodore shot Su Gu several glances, signaling him to step aside. Su Gu pretended not to notice. Out of options, Theodore ignored Su Gu and continued his brainwashing attempt on old Qian. Moreover, the gold content is extremely low, it holds no mining value whatsoever. Master Qian, my suggestion is we shouldn't waste the scholar's time. Pack up and head back. There are plenty of unexplored mines in Great Xia. It's more cost-effective to survey the promising ones. Old Qian, however, didn't even spare him a single glance. Su Ji's eyes darted around. He immediately shouted, your opinion? Who do you think you are? Theodore pointed at himself in disbelief. You don't know who I am? Su Gu snorted. Theodore grew even angrier. I'm Theodore, the scientist without borders. Countless small nations were lining up to invite him to assist their scientists with research. Su Gu wore his contempt on his face. You know you're a scientist without borders now, not a scientist of the Great Xia Nation, right? Chapter 43, 500 mu of magnetic source ore? The scholar refuses to believe it. This mineral deposit belongs to the Great Xia. You're standing on Great Xia soil right now. Su Ji's words were crystal clear. Most of the scholars around him wanted to give Su Gu a thumbs up. Well said. He voiced what they'd been thinking all these days. Theodore, relying on his status as a scientist without borders, was bossing people around in the mining area. Ignore him, and he'd immediately start loudly echoing his own assistant, accusing the scholars of Great Xia of being petty and stingy. Engage with him, and you'd be led by the nose. Seeing him in the mining area every day is utterly infuriating. But the scholars, constrained by their status, couldn't really say much. Now, with Su Gu this straightforward student along, he'd spoken directly to everyone's heart. Theodore had been living it up abroad for years, always being fawned over wherever he went. Today, a greenhorn had humiliated him, and Theodore couldn't bear the loss of face. What do you mean? Are you accusing me? Su Gu nodded earnestly. Yes. I hope you'll respect boundaries and understand your place. If you behave properly as a guest, our Great Xia Kingdom will naturally treat you properly as a host. But if you dare to usurp the throne, using your guest status to claim the host seat? Sorry, Great Xia won't welcome you. Please go back to wherever you came from. Ha! Theodore laughed bitterly. His fingers circled among the scholars. And you all silently tolerate this hothead treating me this way? The scholars kept their eyes fixed on their noses on their hearts, refusing to engage with Theodore's provocation. Theodore strode directly to old Master Qian. Old Qian, are you just going to let your student bully a defenseless, stateless scientist? Master Qian gave him a faint glance and uttered a single sentence. For friends, we have fine delicacies. For wolves, we have nuclear bombs. Theodore. The scholars. True to form, old Qian spoke without mincing words and defended his own. The scholars suspected that given Professor Qian's character, he might not fully endorse his student's words. But in front of outsiders, he shielded his student 100%. Theodore was so furious steam practically rose from his head. Literally smoke. He was furious. Fine. Very fine. This is how you treat guests in your Great Xia Empire. Since you show no mercy, I'll show no justice. From this day forward, no one from your Great Xia shall ever borrow a single piece of mineral exploration equipment from my team. Theodore had every reason to be arrogant. He possessed high-precision surveyors that most nations lacked. What if he refused to supply them anymore? The scholars' hearts sank. While the Great Xia Empire possessed a considerable number of surveyors, they had to admit that compared to Theodore's, theirs were somewhat inferior. Seeing Theodore already signaling his team to pack up his surveyors, one of the wavering scholars couldn't help but start complaining about Su Gu. Such a student mindset speaking only for immediate satisfaction. Exactly. What good does it do us to drive Theodore away? Su Gu, why don't you go apologize? I think you went a bit too far earlier too. Before Su Gu could respond, old Qian stepped in. Apologize? You want my student to apologize to a half-baked fool no country would take in? The scholar who had spoken most harshly trembled under Qian Lao's piercing gaze. Forget eye contact, they couldn't even lift their heads. The bolder scholars, though unwilling to confront Qian Lao, could only mutter under their breath. But Theodore's departure is a loss for our Great Xia Empire. In the grand scheme of things, Theodore's attitude is utterly irrelevant, isn't it? Theodore deliberately hinted for his team to pack their things slowly. He was certain the scholars of the Great Xia Empire would eventually back down and beg for mercy. Then he would make Su Gu kowtow and apologize to him. The face of Theodore was not so easily lost. Old Qian, however, remained completely unmoved. Not only did he refuse to persuade Theodore and his team to stay, but he also ordered the garrison to keep a close watch on them. Not a single or from the mining area is to be allowed to leave with them. Theodore stumbled slightly. Very well. This was no longer simply a matter of Su Gu apologizing to him. Let's go. Theodore loaded his equipment and men into their vehicle. In the vehicle, Theodore's assistant voiced concern. Sir, you mentioned this rare magnetic ore source is crucial for hydrogen bomb research. If we leave now, won't all our efforts be for naught? Indeed, Theodore's equipment had already detected magnetic ore deposits within this mineral field located behind the southern theater garrison of the Great Xia Nation. Their current equipment could probe to a depth of 20 meters. Though the detected magnetic ore concentration was less than 1/10,000th, it was magnetic ore nonetheless. 1 kilogram of magnetic source ore, if used properly, possessed enough destructive power to obliterate the entire southern theater command of the Great Xia Empire. Theodore dismissed his assistant's concerns with disdain. The Great Xia Empire's scientific capabilities are nothing to write home about. If they could discover which mine contains magnetic source ore, I'd change my surname to match that of the Qian family, call the Qian patriarch Grandfather Qian, and become his grandson. The assistant and the rest of the scientific team breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. After all, it was their team that had surveyed the magnetic ore deposits. They couldn't let the Great Xia Empire's grandchildren reap the benefits. Theodore leisurely accepted the red wine his assistant handed him and sipped it twice. Once they lower their guard here, we'll figure out a way back. Extracting the magnetic ore, whether selling it directly or developing it into weapons for resale to nations, would net them a massive profit. Inside the mining area, the atmosphere on site was somewhat stifling. A momentary release of frustration might bring temporary relief, but afterward, they'd be left staring blankly. Old Qian's face showed not a trace of regret. He never bowed his head during the difficult times back then, let alone now. At worst, it would take a little more time. You won't get far by relying on others. With these words spoken with deep conviction, Old Qian prepared to get to work. At that moment, Su Ge leaned close and whispered something into Old Master Qian's ear. Old Qian's eyes sharpened, his gaze fixed intently on his prodigy. 60% chance? In truth, Su Ge was 100% certain. As he had driven Theodore away, he had already used the detector rewarded from the tech tree to roughly scan the mineral composition of the small corner mine near him. Total detected, 1 million tons. Waste or rate, 99.999%. Actual usable or yield, 10 tons. Including 9.2 tons of substandard magnetic ore, 0.3 tons of qualified magnetic ore, 0.5 tons of premium magnetic ore, 0 tons of perfect magnetic ore. The magnetic ore content in this mining area, along with the proportions of premium and perfect ore, couldn't hold a candle to those found in Su Ge's 3-mu homestead plot. But its sheer scale makes up for it. Moreover, with so many people present, Su Ge couldn't conduct a comprehensive survey. It's possible that the section he surveyed earlier happened to be the area with the lowest magnetic ore content in the entire mining zone. Unable to directly tell Old Qian about his cheat code, Su Ge argued his point from other angles. Old Qian was already 99% convinced. Alright, I believe you. Chapter 44, Magnetic Source Radar Prevention Before the Fact. Knowing the answer makes solving the problem much easier. Professor Qian gathered the scholars and assigned them tasks. Each was assigned a specific section of the survey. After receiving their assignments, the scholars conducted on-site surveys while harboring doubts. What on earth was this about? Did Professor Qian truly believe that with sufficiently clear division of labor, they could surpass the high-precision surveying equipment in Theodore's hands? Most scholars still believe Theodore's claim that there were no valuable minerals in the mine. Su Ge and Yao Qingli formed a separate team. Yao Qingli had always stood by Su Ge's side. There was no other reason Su Ge was the second master she truly respected from the bottom of her heart. How could an apprentice question their own mentor? Over a dozen groups of scholars conducted their assigned experiments. Each group perfected their assigned tasks before submitting them to Professor Qian. Rejected by him, they returned to refine their experiments, resubmitting repeatedly. Early morning of the 5th day. Yao Qingli, her eyes ringed with exhaustion, shook Su Ge awake with overwhelming excitement. He lay sprawled on the floor, snoring soundly. The first thing Su Ge did upon waking was wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. Is breakfast ready? The chef here was truly top-notch. Su Ge had only been here 5 days and had already gained 2 pounds. Su Ge, I've discovered the terminal structure of the magnetic source ore. She practically dragged Su Ge from the floor to the display screen. Look! Su Ge rubbed his sleepy eyes. He feigned astonishment. Really? Hurry and report this to Old Qian. Yao Qingli, okay. Old Qian was right next door. He came over immediately. Seeing the molecular structure under the microscope and all the data confirmed that this was indeed the terminal structure of the magnetic source ore. Old Qian exclaimed excellent 3 times in succession. 2 days later, over a dozen other teams also presented results backed by experimental data. It really is magnetic ore. While the scholars rejoiced, they didn't forget to criticize Theodore. So that's all Theodore and his detector are good for. We'll never have to rely on Theodore again. If I could turn back time, I'd roll up my sleeves and slap Theodore twice across the face. Oh, who was it complaining about Theodore and kicking him out, saying we'd never get high-precision surveyors again? Yeah, who was it? Jokes aside, when Old Qian raised his hand, the scholars all fell silent. Our next task is to survey the magnetic ore deposits within the mine, their concentration and classification. Su Ge cleared his throat. Professor Qian, I've prepared a content report. Would you like to review it first? Old Master Qian solemnly accepted the thick stack of reports Su Ge handed him. In the report, Su Ge had divided the mining area into 24 smaller zones of varying sizes. Based on existing experimental results, he calculated the magnetic ore content within each of the 24 zones, along with the proportions of secondary, premium, and perfect-grade magnetic ore. Before seeing the report, if someone had told Chen Lao that Su Ge could calculate these figures based solely on theoretical knowledge, Chen Lao would have dismissed it as nonsense. But after reading the first page, then the second, by the time he reached the end, Old Qian's hands were trembling. Excellent! We can immediately commence development of our nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. Some scholars were curious about what exactly was written in the report in Qian's hands. Seeing them all craning their necks and tiptoeing to get a glimpse, Professor Qian waved his hand. He instructed his assistant to separate the report by pages and pin them to the board. Before long, the area in front of the board was packed tight. Yao Qingli scanned the report at a glance, then squeezed out of the crowd, leaving the prime viewing spot for other scholars. She nudged Su Ji's arm. Suge, we've been in the same lab for 5 days straight. When did you even find time to finish this report? Suge replied without batting an eye, while you were buried in separating the ore. Yao Qingli thought about it. She had been intensely focused at the time. The mining area spanned 500 acres. It wouldn't be fully excavated anytime soon. Old Qian summoned the commander of the Southern Theater Forces directly. The commander immediately assured him, rest assured, Old Qian. I'll double the troop deployment immediately. We'll guard the magnetic ore source with ironclad security. But to everyone's surprise, Old Master Qian remained unsatisfied. Double the soldiers? How could that possibly guard 500 acres of mining land without a single leak? It must be 20 times the number. What? The existence of this mine determines whether our great Xia can become the world's leading technological power within the next 5 years. The manager snapped to attention and paid Mr. Qian the highest respect. Yes, sir. However, the manager's authority was limited. He had to return to submit a request. Once higher-ups understood the situation, they wouldn't refuse. But there was a time lag involved. Currently, the magnetic source mine was secure. But what if something unexpected happened? And then there's Theodore. He must know something. We can't let those with ulterior motives find a loophole to exploit. The supervisor, eager to act swiftly, started to leave but was stopped by Old Qian. No need to request it. I spoke with your highest authority minutes ago. Reinforcements are already airborne. The first wave will arrive within half an hour. Prepare accordingly. Person in charge, yes, sir. Reinforcements landed in waves across the southern theater. Soon, the mine was completely surrounded. Both electronic and physical security measures ensured that even a mosquito passing by would be intercepted. All researchers entering or exiting the mine underwent multiple layers of verification. After finishing his tasks, Suge deliberately made his way over to one of the theater commanders. The hostile nation is cunning. Though our security measures are robust, that possibility can't be ruled out. They might have learned through certain channels that we've discovered magnetic ore deposits. The commander immediately retorted, our security is ironclad, it's practically a net that covers the entire sky. Suge pointed toward the sky. The commander replied, we have radar detectors in the sky too. Suge scratched his face, casually mentioning, I recall that scholar mentioning Theodore is quite knowledgeable about nanodrones. Though he hasn't admitted to possessing them, shouldn't we prepare early? The manager's expression stiffened. Nanodrones. Indeed, their current radar technology couldn't detect them. Suge, thank you for the reminder. I'll report this immediately and find a solution as soon as possible. Suge spread his palm, revealing an unidentified object the size of a coin. Supervisor, what is this? Suge, well, I've been assisting Old Qian with magnetic ore research lately. I extracted a few secondary magnetic ore samples to develop radar capable of rapidly identifying nanoscale aerial objects. Seeing the other person frozen in place, Suge assumed the man doubted the capabilities of this small device. My lab has experimental data to back this up. If you still doubt it, we can have Old Qian come and verify it again. The supervisor hastily took it with both hands, handling it with extreme care, afraid of even the slightest bump. You're a trusted genius of Professor Qian. How could I doubt you? Thank you, Suge. I'll install it immediately. Chapter 45, Turning the Tables, Catching the Turtle in the Jar. High in the distant mountains, Theodore and his men each held a pair of binoculars. It's too far. We can only see the tip of the mine shaft, can't make out what's inside at all. Theodore's men were practically squinting their eyes out, yet still came up empty-handed. One team member suggested, should we deploy the drone? Theodore shot it down immediately. There's radar over there. The moment a drone enters their surveillance zone, it'll get shot down. It would also risk alerting the enemy. Theodore now found himself in a very passive situation. He'd spent several carefree days in the neon-lit, hedonistic districts of Daxia. He was certain that Qian and the others would come to rescue him. But he waited and waited until the flowers had wilted and the vegetables had gone cold, yet no word came. He had his assistant return to the mining area under the pretext of retrieving something, hoping to assess the situation there. He imagined the worst-case scenario, those rigid scientists from the Great Xia Empire circling the mine, racking their brains, yet still coming up empty-handed. Instead, his assistant couldn't even get onto the main access road to the mining area. The area appeared unguarded, but his assistant accidentally dropped an electronic watch on the roadside where few noticed. Within 2 seconds, a guard picked it up and returned it, warning him that if he dropped anything he shouldn't again, he wouldn't be let off so easily. The assistant's trip to the mining area wasn't entirely fruitless. The Great Xia Empire always valued its combat strength and wouldn't reinforce security without reason. Theodore couldn't help but suspect that the rigid scientists of the Great Xia Kingdom had likely discovered something. To verify further, he led his team over mountains and around detours to a ridge where they could observe the mine without being spotted by Great Xia soldiers. The team members and Theodore shared a common interest. Each was rapidly brainstorming solutions. Looks like we'll have to deploy our precious Unit 3? Theodore paced back and forth several times among the mountain weeds. The baby series were nano-drones they had developed at enormous cost. Both Treasure 1 and Treasure 2 had been depleted during testing. Not only were the development costs of the baby series drones astronomical, but each deployment also came with a staggering price tag. The consumption cost was measured in tens of millions. Theodore, stop hesitating. It's just a few tens of millions. Think about that greasy magnetite ore. How many tens of millions could a single kilogram of secondary magnetite ore fetch? Theodore snapped the branch covering his face. Gritting his teeth, he said, "All right, deploy baby 3. It was nearly invisible to the naked eye. They needed to wear special glasses to open the box and retrieve baby 3. Before officially launching treasure number 3, they still needed to establish a signal connection. The machine controlling baby 3, however, was enormous. Theodore's team spent nearly half the day just lugging this equipment back and forth. Exhausted and gasping for breath, they finally managed to install and debug everything before nightfall. The group of scientists from various countries, their expressions tense and serious, stared intently through their special glasses at baby number 3, the object of their high hopes. This marked baby 3's first true mission. As Theodore pressed the control button, baby 3 slowly began its flight toward the mine. Yes, slowly. Its speed was slower than even an ordinary drone. It wasn't that Theodore and his team didn't want it to go faster. But with current technology, reducing the drone size meant compromising other aspects. This was the fastest speed they could achieve. An hour passed, then 2. At dawn, the scientist on duty suddenly became excited. Theodore and the others were so exhausted their eyelids were drooping. Their heads nodded repeatedly, all while enduring the constant harassment of mosquitoes and insects in the mountains. Stay awake, baby 3 is about to reach the mine. Only 500 meters left. The drowsiness instantly vanished from Theodore and the others. Let me see. A small red dot on the mobile display was closing in on the mine. Perfect. Theodore clenched his fist. Can we activate the 360 camera on baby 3 now? They hadn't activated it earlier, worried it might slow baby 3 down. Now, with only 500 meters left, slow down if it must. They couldn't wait to see the current state of the mine. Theodore, activate. At the garrison near the mine. The military district commander, Old Qian, and Sugu were also gathered around a screen. The military district commander had already experienced several waves of excitement. Now, he could finally calmly converse with Old Qian and the others. He calmly wiped away the drool he'd sprayed all over the screen during his earlier incoherent outburst. Signal established. Can we proceed? The commander looked at Sugu and Old Qian with stars in his eyes. Old Qian also looked at Sugu. When the nano-drone was still 2 kilometers from the mine, Suji's magnetic source radar had already detected it. The supervisor had intended to shoot it down immediately. But Sugu argued that shooting it down would only address the symptom, not the root cause. Instead, they could wait until it was close enough or when it activated other connections, intercept its signal, take control of the entire system, pinpoint the command center, and capture the mastermind behind it all in one fell swoop. It must be said, Suji's proposal greatly appealed to the person in charge. Ha! For these petty criminals to dare cause trouble beneath the soil of Great Xia if they weren't caught, the commander would have marched himself 100 kilometers. Finally, the signal cue Sugu had mentioned appeared. Sugu raised his hand, his gaze fixed on the screen. No, we must wait longer. All right. The supervisor forced himself to suppress his impatience. Still, he couldn't help but grumble, man, why does this thing fly so slow? Even the 90-year-old grandma in our village walks faster than it does. How dare you speak like that, Qian Lame? Only when the nano-drone was a mere 100 meters from the mine did Old Qian speak up. This range should be enough for it to capture footage inside the mine. Sugu, are you confident we can take them down in one go? The magnetic ore inside the mine was the most valuable resource now. Sugu nodded solemnly. Old Qian. His fingers swiftly swiped across the touchscreen display. A tiny object, no bigger than a strand of hair, appeared on the screen. Previously, they could only see a processed light cluster, with the nanodrone at its core. This is the nanodrone magnified 100,000 times. The supervisor couldn't make head nor tail of it. But Old Qian immediately spotted the problem. True nanomaterial wouldn't show such a large physical form even when magnified 500,000 times. Sugu desperately wanted to snap his fingers in admiration, truly the masterful Chen Lao, but he restrained his restless hand. Exactly. They haven't achieved true nanoscale at all. Its performance falls far short of an ideal nanodrone. So our plan to use it to counter-control the operator, isn't that actually quite clever? If the nanodrones were meant to film the mine, let them film it. Those people were about to be caught anyway. Even if they saw more, they couldn't leak it. This was the perfect chance for Suga to see just how much potential this nanodrone truly held. Chapter 46. Theodore's defenses crumble, dream of stealing magnetic or shattered. Theodore and his crew on the mountain ridge were so excited they were kicking themselves. I see it. I see it. The security inside is indeed much tighter. Quick, make it fly lower. Get it through that opening. Don't rush it. It has its own rhythm. Under Theodore's group's eager gaze, treasure number 3 successfully entered the mine. Theodore kept pumping his fist in the air, shouting yes. Let me see, what are these people doing? The more Theodore watched, the deeper his frown grew. Sure enough, things were unfolding in the very direction they dreaded most. This equipment. The scientists of the Great Xia Empire had already discovered magnetic ore deposits within the mine. The group of international scientists hung their heads in dejection. Theodore, why did you act on impulse back then? Yeah, we shouldn't have left the mine. Staying hidden inside would have made it much easier to take action. Now treasure number 3 was helping them detect the scenes inside. But the layered defenses within made it impossible for them to act. If only Baby 3 could carry explosives. What good would explosives do? A mine that size would require small missiles to completely destroy it. What they couldn't obtain, they certainly didn't want the Great Xia Empire to get either. The blamed Theodore didn't argue with them, for it was indeed his flawed decision that had led them into this predicament. But he would turn the tide. Send Baby 3 into Old Man Qian's lab. Old Qian had always barred them from approaching the lab. Before treasure number 3 could even touch the laboratory door, it burst into flames. In an instant, it was reduced to ashes. Before Theodore and the others on the mountain could react, the display screen went black. Theodore tried to restart the machine, but to no avail. He grabbed his head in frustration. How could this happen? Where exactly did things go wrong? Just then, his assistant shouted, "Oh no, they're here." Who was coming? The warriors of the Great Xia Empire, of course. Several silent drones were already circling overhead, concealed by the trees, hovering silently above Theodore and his companions. Theodore still wanted to gather his expensive equipment. His assistant grabbed him and pulled him away. What's more important, your life or your gear? Reluctantly, Theodore followed his assistant. But it was too late. After only a few steps, they were surrounded and captured by Great Xia warriors who had flanked them from the mountainside. Theodore had nowhere left to hide. The cliff edge beside him offered no pursuers. But Theodore wasn't a god with multiple heads and arms. He certainly wasn't going to gamble on a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. To avoid suffering, Theodore raised his hands and surrendered first. The soldiers bound his hands behind his back. Theodore offered no resistance. He only wanted answers to 2 questions. How did you find it? And how did you find me? They were so well hidden. They'd even set up radar systems all around. Yet their radar hadn't picked up a single thing until now. The soldiers were only tasked with following orders and making arrests, so naturally they paid no attention to Theodore. Theodore was escorted onto a helicopter and transported to a temporary detention facility in the southern war zone. Theodore and his group were all held in separate cells. Theodore found it unbearable to be confined in the lightless room. He grew increasingly agitated. He pounded the walls and bellowed, trying to attract the guards' attention. Unfortunately, it only resulted in swollen fists and a hoarse voice, with no effect whatsoever. No one brought him food either. After what felt like a million years, when Theodore was too weak from hunger to speak, movement finally came from the doorway. Someone helped him to his feet. Back in the light of day, Theodore couldn't open his eyes against the glare. Confess? The interrogator asked only that one question. Theodore's body was weak, but he was, after all, a top-tier scientist. His mind wouldn't shut down so easily. As Theodore hesitated, the interrogator seemed to grow impatient. He slammed his pen down on the table. No confession? Then head back. The cafeteria chef made braised pork knuckles today. If you're late, you'll miss out big loss. The footsteps grew fainter and fainter. Theodore's gut told him this. If he didn't confess now, he might truly starve to death. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. He managed to get the words out with great effort. The interrogator halted with a sigh of disappointment. Then hurry up. I'm in a hurry to eat. I'm too hungry. I don't have the strength to talk. Theodore, whose taste buds had been thoroughly acclimated to the delicacies of the Great Xia Kingdom, found himself involuntarily swallowing several times as he recalled their braised pork knuckles. Could I have a serving of braised pork knuckles first? Most interrogators wouldn't refuse after all. Getting results sooner was in everyone's best interest. But this interrogator was no ordinary man. Braised pork knuckle? I only get to eat it once a month. And you want it the moment you arrive? You wish. Why don't you just fly to the moon? Talk or not, I'm counting down to the mountain. If you don't talk, you're going back for 3 more days. Theodore. He genuinely wanted to choke himself to death with a deep breath. In the end, Sugu, who had been monitoring the observation room, arranged for a bag of glucose to be brought in for Theodore. It wasn't out of kindness, it was because Theodore looked like he was on his last legs. Sugu genuinely feared he might not make it if he didn't get some energy soon. After downing the glucose, Theodore dared not ask for anything else. He answered whatever was asked. Interrogation expert, are you a spy sent by the American Empire? Theodore, no. I truly am a scientist without borders. Interrogator, but the things you've done don't seem like something a scientist without borders would do. I swear I'm not. Seeing the interrogator didn't believe him, Theodore feared being locked up again. In his panic, he blurted out that he'd been expelled from the American Empire Research Institute. They fired me without any explanation. Why would I still work for them? I did those things purely for money. I admit I'm no conscientious scientist, I'm a complete opportunist. Everything I did was purely for the money. Having lived in the Great Xia Kingdom for a long time, he understood its stance toward the American Empire. Any connection to the Incan Empire could only bring him harm. The back and forth lasted over half an hour. When the conversation turned to the most critical topic, the nanodrone technology, Theodore began to stammer. I'm already in your hands, there's no point in hiding it. But before I say anything, you must tell me how my Baby 3 was discovered. Baby 3 cost over 100 million to build, and each activation consumed tens of millions. The interrogation specialist glanced at a glass partition in the interrogation room invisible from the inside. But Sugu outside could clearly see the meaning in the interrogation expert's eyes. Old Master Qian was also present. Sugu first sought his approval before proceeding. Only then did Sugu push open the door and step inside. Inside the interrogation room, Theodore had imagined countless possibilities, yet never anticipated that the pivotal figure would be that greenhorn he had dismissed from the very beginning. Theodore tried to rise. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Old Master Qian broke through, didn't he? You brought him here to confront me. Chapter 47, Sugu, remember to hang it on my belt. But his entire body was restrained to the chair, unable to move. Sugu tucked his hands into his pockets, raising an eyebrow with a smug look. You think you're worthy of confronting old Master Qian? Even a lowly intern like me could wipe the floor with you. Where did you get the nerve to covet the minds of the Great Xia Kingdom? Theodore's face flushed alternately green and purple at Su Ji's words. Do you really think a kid in his 20s could crack my prized treasure number 3? Sugu threw his head back and roared with laughter. Baby number 3? You named that piece of junk baby? Ha 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 ha. Theodore's face turned crimson with fury. You can insult me, but I won't tolerate you insulting my baby number 3. Do you have any idea how much blood, sweat, and tears our team poured into developing it? This is a nanodrone technology your Great Xia nation won't surpass for 50 years. Sugu laughed even harder. You know full well it's not even nanoscale. No matter how advanced it was, we still burned it to ashes. Ha ha he. Theodore's entire body trembled. Finally unable to hold it in, he retched and vomited. Sugu shot a guilty glance at the interrogation expert. He truly hadn't meant to. Who knew Theodore was so weak? Fortunately, medical personnel were nearby. After treatment, Theodore recovered. This time, Theodore radiated a stench of decay from the inside out. He had actually been defeated by a greenhorn. He was Theodore, the internationally renowned scientist. Defeated by an unknown student from the Great Xia nation. What a disgrace! The interrogation expert, who had successfully devoured the braised pork knuckle, returned. Regarding your precious project number 3, your accomplices have already spilled everything they could and couldn't say. You have one last chance, speak up or remain silent? This time, the interrogation expert truly didn't care about the outcome. Earlier, old Qian had specifically spoken with him. While the Great Xia Kingdom currently lacked drones of treasure number 3's caliber. But if old Qian and his team set their minds to it, they could certainly develop one. And it wouldn't take years, at most 3 months. Sugu had even sketched out a complete set of formulas on the spot. With the necessary equipment and funding secured, development could commence immediately. The interrogation expert was merely going through the motions of procedure. Theodore rubbed his face twice. He dared not hesitate any longer. He told everything, word for word. Sugu and old Qian had long since departed. When the interrogation expert handed them the video footage, both couldn't help but show disappointment. Qian Lao sighed, I was secretly hoping Theodore's team might deliver a groundbreaking innovation. Turns out it all came down to throwing money at the problem. Research inevitably requires funding. But Theodore's baby number 3 clearly offered poor value for money. Few legitimate nations would pursue such a path. Only an outsider like Theodore, with dubious funding sources, could afford to splurge without hesitation. In the wake of the Theodore incident, the Great Xia Empire revoked all special privileges granted to scientists without national affiliations. Many research facilities no longer permit their access. The only venues remotely related to research they could access were major exhibitions and public lecture conferences. The kind where journalists are always present. I didn't do anything. I heard a team tried to steal something from the Great Xia Kingdom under the guise of being a scientist without borders. Who? What did they steal? Theodore. Without exception, Theodore was mercilessly berated by the innocent, implicated scientists of no borders. If only I could see Theodore face to face? Whether he'd make it out of the Great Xia Kingdom alive was anyone's guess. Meanwhile, Su Gu and Old Qian had already boarded the transport aircraft with 10 kilograms of secondary magnetic source ore, heading back to Bureau 139. The others remained behind to continue mining. Throughout the journey, Old Qian discussed with Su Gu how to ensure zero radiation from the hydrogen bomb after expanding the experimental yield. After disembarking the transport, the two headed straight for the S+ level experimental zone. Card swipe, facial recognition, iris scan. Yu Yuan, engrossed in his research, glanced up and was stunned to see Su Gu. Su Gu. Am I dreaming? Director Yu had been numbing himself with experiments lately. His brilliant talent snatched away by Old Qian. Ahem, though he personally packed Su Gu up and sent him over. But he still felt a pang of regret. Su Gu, why are you back? How long will you stay this time? Oh, are you hungry? Su Gu deliberately kept a straight face. Dinyu, that's not fair. Dinyu froze, then realized Su Gu was complaining about him sending him off to meet Old Qian. He awkwardly scratched his nose. Su Gu, I was wrong about that. How about you punish me by letting me tag along as your sidekick for 3 days? Su Gu. Old Qian interrupted the thick-skinned Dinyu. The S+ lab has been requisitioned. We can't conduct other experiments there for now. Ha? Director Yu hurriedly asked, what did you discover in the southern mining area? Large quantities of rare elements? Or perhaps the third type of fuel? Old Qian raised his hand. Neither. Stop guessing. It's magnetic ore. Oh, magnetic ore, huh? Yu Yuan, whose movements weren't particularly agile, bounced up and down in place. The magnetic source ore essential for developing nuclear-free hydrogen bombs? Old Qian nodded. Yes, but the concentration is low. On average, magnetic source ore contains less than 0.001%. Perfect magnetic source ore is even rarer. Yu Yuan still wanted to run wildly around the experimental area like a young man. 0.001% seemed minuscule, but the sheer volume was staggering. That mine in the southern theater spanned a full 500 acres. The spring of the Great Xia nation has arrived. Old Qian had no desire to stand by and watch Yu Yuan lose his mind. He grabbed Su Gu and headed deeper into the experimental zone. Ignore him. He's getting old and becoming quite irritating. As he said this, Old Qian completely forgot that he himself was far older than Yu Yuan. Su Gu suppressed a chuckle and nodded. As Yu Yuan rambled on, he suddenly realized he was the only one left at the scene. Wait for me. The allure of a hydrogen bomb without a nuclear core, who could resist? Experiments and theory had hinted at this possibility. When they set the magnetic source light dosage in the hydrogen bomb to 2 grams, the nuclear radiation monitoring zone in the blast area detected trace amounts of radiation. Su Gu frowned. Professor Qian and Director Yu, however, considered this perfectly normal. Yu Yuan remarked, I thought nuclear radiation would be detectable at 1 gram. Director Qian, this level is but a drop in the bucket compared to the radiation emitted during a standard hydrogen bomb detonation. Su Gu forced a smile. That night, lying in bed, he kept replaying the day's experimental procedures in his mind. Nothing went wrong in the sections he handled. So the problem must lie with the parts handled by Old Qian or Director Yu? No way, those two are heavyweights. Su Gu couldn't sleep. He shot up, threw on his shoes, and dashed out the door. Yao Qingli, deliberately assigned to the room next to Su Ji's, called out urgently, Hey, Su Gu. Director Yu told me to make sure you go to sleep. Su Gu waved at her with his back turned, casually replying. Well, next time you'll have to hang onto my belt to keep an eye on me. Chapter 48, oh my, who could it be? Wang Zhonghu's sister. Left standing at the door, Yao Qingli's ears rang. A faint blush spread across her bare, makeup-free face. What a big jerk. S+ level laboratory. Su Gu entered his access credentials into the main system. He retrieved the daytime surveillance footage. He sped up the footage of Old Qian and Yu Yuan's daytime operations to 5 times the normal speed and reviewed it. When a fleeting image caught his attention, Su Gu swiftly hit pause. He reset the playback to normal speed. The footage clearly showed an object falling into one of the experimental vessels. But it was too small to make out clearly. Not until Su Gu slowed the footage down 50 times. Under the high-definition camera, a tiny speck of gunk finer than a strand of hair fell from the left corner of Yu Yuan's eye. Su Gu. How to put it? Younger researchers tend to follow basic experimental protocols meticulously. The older ones, however, weren't so concerned with such details. They valued results above all else, and since they held the power, no one dared call them out for the occasional lapse in protocol. If it were any other matter, Su Gu would have covered for Yu Yuan without hesitation. The old man had been kind to him. But this couldn't be covered up. Ha 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 ha. Sugu held it in until dawn the next day, then packaged the video and sent it to Yu Yuan and Old Qian. Yu Yuan adjusted his glasses and watched it over and over, at least 10 times. The more he watched, the redder his face grew. At his age, to cause such a scene. Yu Yuan covered his face, wishing he could sink into a hole. Old Qian, however, didn't hold back. He opened his mouth and started cursing. You Xiaoliang, you're regressing with age. You don't even wear basic protective eyewear. Should I send you to the hospital to check if you've got dementia? Yao Qingli, who had just arrived to deliver materials, couldn't bear to watch her elderly teacher being berated. Professor Qian, there's a small lump beneath the professor's left eye. Wearing goggles not only doesn't help but also presses on it, causing significant pain. After explaining for her teacher, Yao Qingli gently urged, Dinu, you really should find time to have it removed. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will keep growing. Yu Yuan no longer covered his face, but his head remained bowed. Truthfully, the lump had been minuscule at first, causing no discomfort. He hoped it might simply disappear given time. But recently, the precious talent he cherished most had been personally packed away and sent off. His anguish and repression seemed to resonate with the lump, causing it to gradually swell and ache. Until it became impossible to wear his goggles. Old Qian leaned in angrily to take a closer look. He grew even angrier. You Xiaoliang, are you still a 3-year-old child? You're sick and won't go see a doctor, what are you waiting for? Waiting for me to pinch your nose and force the medicine down your throat? Su Guo and Yao Qingli stared in disbelief. The director Yu, who was revered like a god by junior researchers at Bureau 139 and held in awe at public events, now looked like a child who'd done something wrong. He hung his head in shame, not daring to utter a single word in defense. There was no way you would be able to participate in today's experiment. He'd been sent to the hospital by Old Qian. But you had one demand, he absolutely refused to go to Bureau 139's internal hospital. Though his ailment wasn't shameful, he felt it was humiliating nonetheless. Professor Qian personally selected Su Gu and Yao Qingli to accompany Yu Yuan, fearing he might try to slip away midway. Only after leaving Old Qian's sight did Yu Yuan dare to mutter under his breath. At my age, it's just a little lump. It's not like it's going to kill me. Forget a small lump, even if I grew several large tumors, as long as they weren't malignant, I wouldn't die. If it won't kill me, then it's no big deal. Su Gu let it go in one ear and out the other. Often, as long as their profession wasn't mentioned, a big shot like Yu Yuan shared many similarities with the old men and women in their village. Yao Qingli, who had listened to the entire conversation and was already accustomed to it, suddenly sensed that her teacher seemed to be trying to slip away. She narrowed her eyes, but remained calm. With calm composure, she called out to Yu Yuan's left rear, Hello, Old Qian. Ah, Mr. Qian. I wasn't running away, ha. I was just heading to the hospital. See? I really wasn't running. Yu Yuan obediently walked toward the hospital entrance. When he didn't hear Mr. Qian's response for a while, he cautiously turned his head to look back. But where was old Master Qian? Yu Yuan, you're something else, Yao Qingli. You've gone bad too. Yao Qingli kept her gaze straight ahead as she pressed the elevator button. Teacher, it's time to get in. Out of Yu Yuan's sight, Su Gu silently gave Yao Qingli a thumbs up. After the doctor's examination and a series of tests, the diagnosis was confirmed, squamous cell carcinoma. At the word cancer, both Su Gu and Yao Qingli's expressions darkened. Dr. Wang Zhongping explained, the patient is currently in the early stages. With proper management, it's unlikely to become malignant. Initially, the doctors hadn't planned to operate on Yu Yuan. Given her advanced age, they favored conservative treatment. That was until Su Gu interjected, our professor is a workaholic. He needs to wear protective goggles for his job. Conservative treatment is too slow. What if we consider surgery? Wang Zhongping lifted her cool, clear eyes to meet Su Ji's gaze. Generally, we don't recommend this type of surgery for patients of this age. Many elderly patients themselves are reluctant to undergo surgery lightly. After all, with current medical technology, conservative treatment can also make the swelling on the patient's face subside. It just takes a little time. But if the patient insists on surgery, it's not impossible. Alright, have the patient and family members sign the consent forms. We'll begin the procedure in 10 minutes. It was a minor procedure, so preparations were straightforward. The doctors and nurses in the operating room chatted casually while preparing. Wow, using the new equipment has really improved my sleep lately. I think it's all in your head. Who says? Every piece of equipment in our or involving electromagnetic or nuclear radiation has been replaced. Either the radiation is negligible or zero. I asked a friend who studies this electromagnetic and nuclear radiation do affect biological sleep. Ah, we owe it all to Dr. Wang. Doctors in other departments are still waiting in line for radiation-free machines, but ours is almost fully equipped. I'm so jealous Dr. Wang has such a great brother. My brother? If he doesn't throw his stinky socks at me every day, I consider myself lucky. Hearing them mention her brother, Wang Zhongping, who usually wore little expression. Wang Zhongping, these weren't developed by my brother. They were primarily developed by an intern named Su Gu at his workplace. The operating room staff gasped. An intern did it? Dr. Yu on the operating table desperately wanted to interject. Yeah, it's from my department. My genius did it, ha ha ha. Unfortunately, the anesthesiologist moved in the next instant, administering local anesthesia, leaving him unable to speak. Chapter 49. On the eve of the competition, Guan Xiaoping steps in. As the surgery concluded, medical staff gathered around eagerly. Dr. Wang, did you see that intern? Doesn't he look like a genius? Such remarkable achievements at such a young age. Wow, I'd love his autograph. A photo together would be even better. Another veteran nurse escorted her away. You think this is some kind of celebrity chase? Signing autographs and taking photos? Why, just let me bask in the master's glory for a bit. Wang Zhongping desperately wanted to say, I'd love to meet this genius too, but I never get the chance. She had just taken off her scrubs and returned to the office when she found her brother there. Sis-obsessed Wang Zhonghu, little sis, mom bought a free-range chicken and made a big pot of soup. I brought you some. Make sure you drink it. Bro, I've told you so many times the hospital cafeteria feeds me just fine. Wang Zhonghu brushed it off with a dismissive response, not taking a single word to heart. He kept on and on. Wang Zhongping, annoyed, pushed him toward the door. I'm not a kid anymore. You don't need to micromanage everything I do. Wang Zhonghu clung to the doorframe, looking utterly aggrieved. Sis, I'm just worried you're working too hard. I care about you and want to help however I can. Wang Zhongping pursed her lips. If you really want to help me, brother, let me meet that genius Su Gu. I want to thank him in person. Not only for developing radiation-free medical equipment that eased the biggest conflict between me and my brother, but also for indirectly saving the lives of tens of thousands of medical workers. Wang Zhonghu perked up immediately. Really? Wang Zhonghu grabbed his sister and rushed to meet the genius she admired. Thud. Sorry. Ah, Su Gu. Sis, this is Su Gu. Wang Zhonghu instantly beamed like a sunflower. Su Gu and Wang Zhongping both wore expressions that screamed, no way. Su Gu had never once considered that Dr. Wang might be Wang Zhonghu's sister. Wang Zhonghu wasn't just rough around the edges, his features were downright coarse. Su Gu naturally assumed that since they were family, his sister would look similar to him. He couldn't for the life of him connect the elegant, beautiful doctor before him with Wang Zhonghu. As for Wang Zhongping, she never imagined that the workaholic student of her longtime patient was actually the renowned expert she'd been longing to meet. No need for a separate trip. Wang Zhonghu cheerfully and formally introduced them. Su Gu, this is my sister, Wang Zhongping. Sis, this is Su Gu. Su Gu was stunned for only half a second. Yu Yuan, fresh from surgery, insisted on returning to Bureau 139. Su Gu had come to seek the doctor's advice. Wang Zhongping had also guessed that the identity of the patient earlier must be no ordinary person. After going over the post-op precautions, she who had never dined alone with a stranger was about to invite Su Gu to the cafeteria when he had already walked away. After escorting Yu Yuan back to Unit 139, Su Gu was called away by a phone call from his roommate. It had been a while since they last met. Brother Jia and the others surrounded him. Brother Jia, Su Gu, do you even realize the Imperial Capital Tech competition starts in 2 days? It's like the Emperor isn't worried, but the eunuchs are freaking out. Old Zhang, hey, did you go mining coal or something? How'd you get so dark and dirty? Yuan Xiao cut to the chase. The organizers require all finalist teams to submit a 30-second project video by tonight. The project lead must submit it in person. Su Gu rushed in, parched with thirst. He gulped down a big mouthful of water before answering their questions one by one. I know, I rushed back here, it felt like digging coal. Yeah, I am kinda dark, but it's a handsome tan, haha. The video? I'll get on it right away. Yuan Xiao handed him a USB drive. Time's tight. I heard the other teams have already submitted theirs. We made one for you in advance. If it looks okay, just submit it first. This was an additional requirement imposed by the organizers. Because there would be some non-technical people attending the competition. They might not grasp all the technical jargon. The organizers required each team to create a concise video explaining their project's core theory in a way accessible to non-technical viewers. Su Gu inserted the USB drive into the computer. This is perfect. We'll use this one. Su Gu handed over the USB drive. Are you the team leader for Su Ji's group? Yes, sir. Here's my ID. After verifying the details and uploading the video to the system, the instructor finally remarked, don't be so late next time. The system was supposed to shut down an hour ago. Thanks to Guan Xiaoping from your school, who informed us that one group hadn't submitted yet, we extended the deadline by an hour. Su Gu was genuinely surprised. Guan Xiaoping? Ha! Teacher, can we still add team members' names now? Ha! The teacher made an exception. Anyway, Su Gu was the project leader. As long as he was willing, he could add anyone's name. Su Gu added all 3 of his roommates in one go. Stepping outside the building, a downpour had begun, filling the air with mist. An elegant, hazy silhouette in a white dress stood at the doorway, waiting for the rain to stop. Sugo hadn't brought an umbrella, but he had his windbreaker. He unzipped his jacket and walked over. "Hey. It's you?" Suji's face instantly turned as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. His hands moved swiftly to pull the jacket back on. What a vision in that white dress. From now on, any girl wearing a white dress would be added to his blacklist. Zhuang Xiaoyan wasn't surprised to see Sugu, because part of the reason she was still here at this hour was to wait for him. But in the brief time she'd stepped away to use the restroom, rain had begun falling outside. At that moment, she couldn't care less about how heavy the rain was. She reached out her hand. "Sugu, give me the stuff." Sugu crossed his arms, scanning her up and down. "What exactly?" Zhuang Xiaoyan replied patiently, "The core research materials from your project. I need them badly. Whatever happened with Sugu before, no matter who was right or wrong, is in the past. I only care about the present and future. If you're willing to hand over your project, I'll agree to be with you." Zhuang Xiaoyan had thrown caution to the wind. Even though Sugu was just one of her many admirers, being with Sugu would lower her standards. But a few days ago, she accidentally deleted an important document from Guan Xiaoping's team. The team was demanding her name be removed from the project roster. Zhuang Xiaoyan had sacrificed far too much to join Guan Xiaoping's project team. The sunk costs were too great. Zhuang Xiaoyan was never going to accept being kicked off the team. She pleaded pitifully that it wasn't intentional. Under any other circumstances, her sycophants in the team would surely speak up for her. But this time, the trouble she'd caused was simply too immense. No one dared to speak up for her. Tears welling in her eyes, she fixed her gaze on Guan Xiaoping, hoping he might relent. Chapter 50, Brother Jia, I'll crush Su Ji's heart of being a sycophant. But Guan Xiaoping was utterly absorbed in his academic research, completely oblivious to her subtle hints. He responded strictly by the book. The team members have made some contributions to the project. The implication was clear. Zhuang Xiaoyan was indeed all talk and no action, and if she was incompetent, she should step aside. For several days straight, Zhuang Xiaoyan camped out below the boys' dormitory, waiting for Sugu. It wasn't until one of her sycophants kindly informed her that Sugu hadn't been on campus lately that she decided to make one last attempt here. Zhuang Xiaoyan spoke with a tone of condescending grace about wanting to be with Sugu. Damn it! Ugh! Sugu actually threw up. He braced himself against a nearby pillar and spat out a couple mouthfuls of acid. Only then did his stomach feel slightly better. Sugu had only one thought now: if he could go back to his freshman year, he'd slap himself hard across the face, yelling with every blow, "Sugu, open your damn eyes. Don't become Zhuang Xiaoyan's lapdog. Stay the hell away from her." Zhuang Xiaoyan, however, didn't think Sugu was disgusted by her. She pulled out a tissue and handed it to Sugu with a look of disgust. "Wipe yourself off. Now that you're my boyfriend, you need to watch your image. Don't embarrass me." Though she only intended to make Sugu her boyfriend for a single day, Sugu swatted her hand away and ran to another pillar to spit a few times. Seeing Zhuang Xiaoyan approaching to check on him again, Sugu snapped. "Stay where you are. Don't come over." "Zhuang Xiaoyan, I'll say this one last time. Sugu, don't like you, and I won't be fooled by you again. Handing over my research achievements to make you, an academic moron, look good. As long as you stop causing trouble, I won't pursue the matter of you using my work to win awards and gain entry into Guan Xiaoping's team. Remember this, I don't like you, and I won't be your lapdog. Put away your little schemes." Su Ji's words struck Zhuang Xiaoyan like a scorching iron palm, slapping her face with a resounding clang. She frantically glanced around. Fortunately, due to the heavy rain, everyone was sheltering indoors. Zhuang Xiaoyan clutched her chest, teetering on the edge of collapse. "Is this how much you miss me, Sugu? Fine, fine. We can put everything else aside for now. Do you know why I'm still here at this hour? Because I was waiting for you. The video submission deadline ends at 3 p.m. today. I knew you wouldn't be able to submit it. That's why I wanted to help you. I never imagined I'd be that kind of person in your eyes." Sugu didn't even want to respond. But he couldn't help but retort, "What are you going to do about it?" He wanted to see just how far this woman would go to disgust him. Seeing Sugu had fallen for it, Zhuang Xiaoyan immediately declared stubbornly, "The teacher in charge really appreciates me. I'll plead your case and ask him to give you another chance." Sugu had always fallen for this tactic before. Next, Sugu would feel sorry for her, stop her from begging, and then proactively hand over the project's core content. But when she lifted her head, clutching her fragile heart, all she saw was the empty curtain of rain. Sugu didn't want to throw up a third time. He pulled his hat down and slipped away. Disgusting. If I ever speak to her again, may the tech tree drop 100 dark fruits for me. Speaking of which, everyone had unlocked the tech tree recently. Go take a look. The little guy was frantically hugging the tree trunk, dancing wildly. Sugu shuddered. The little guy must have snuck a drink of that evil potion while I was gone. Oh no. A message appeared before his eyes. Excess fruit dropped by mechanical tree. Long-term neglect of cleanup has occupied the little guy's tree cutting spot. He's now going berserk in retaliation. Sugu. Sugu glanced over. There were only 10 fruits in total. How could there be no room to stand? Tisk. Still, getting some fruit is a good thing. Physical energy tea drink +3. Brain blast boiling water +7. What the heck is brain blast? Sugu didn't think twice. He just opened a bottle and drank it. Whoa, ugh. Ouch, it scalded my tongue raw. The bottle felt room temperature, so Sugu automatically ignored the boiling water part of its name. One bottle was barely a sip. Sugu spit it all out. Driven by curiosity, he opened another bottle, this time letting it cool completely before drinking. Sugu smacked his lips twice. Downing a whole bottle of Brain Blast felt no different from drinking plain water. With half-closed eyes, Sugu dragged the little goblin still clutching the tech tree and dancing wildly out into the open. He shoved the axe into its hands. This whole area is yours. Chop away, chop away. Dare to dance that eye-searing dance again, and I'll turn you into fertilizer. Whether it understood or simply noticed the cleared ground, the little creature resumed its diligent tree chopping. Sugu returned to the dormitory. Ahem, just a heads up, you guys all need to be at the finals in 2 days. Jia and the others looked confused. Aren't we unqualified? Only members of the competition team and industry bigwigs could attend in person. Though they were genuinely eager to witness it firsthand. They yearned to witness Su Ji's project clinch first place with their own eyes. Sugu said casually, yeah, so I added all your names to the list. Yuan Shao, usually reserved, stood up first. Sugu, didn't we agree that for projects of this caliber like a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb we'd only handle peripheral tasks? This is entirely your project. Jega added, Sugu, you really don't need to consider us. Old Zhang glanced around and sighed softly. Well, it'd be a lie to say we're not tempted. But Sugu, we have our pride too. We want to earn our recognition. Sugu put his arms around the three men's shoulders, beaming. I never said I'd split the competition prize money with you. You've all genuinely contributed to this project. If you three hadn't prepared the video half a day early today, I definitely wouldn't have made the submission deadline. And putting your names on the submission? That was a little selfish of me. Jia and the others still felt Sugu was just making excuses to placate them. Sugu gave a helpless tug at the corner of his mouth. Seriously, if I were lying to you, I'd never make a fortune in this lifetime. The three immediately believed him. What is it exactly? Spill it, let us brace ourselves. Su Ji's face turned ashen as he finally uttered Zhuang Xiaoyan's name. No sooner had he uttered Zhuang Xiaoyan's name. Old Zhen cut him off with an extremely stern tone. Sugu, don't even think about it. We absolutely will not assist you in unfurling banners, handing flowers, or presenting rings to confess your feelings to Zhuang Xiaoyan at the finals venue in the Imperial Capital Technology Tower. She doesn't deserve it. Sugu, no. Brother Jia, who had been deep in thought, snapped out of it upon hearing this. He angrily grabbed Su Ji's shoulders. Sugu, I thought you were serious last time that you'd completely given up on that academic seductress Zhuang Xiaoyan. Turns out it was all just stalling tactics. Now you're pulling this grand scheme on us? With me, Brother Jia, around, I'll never let you fall into her fox's den. Sugu. Chapter 51, Old Zhang, Sugu, we saw you slip her the drug. Brother Jia and Old Zhang were discussing whether to just tie Sugu to their side, determined not to let him meet Zhuang Xiaoyan. To prevent him from falling into Zhuang Xiaoyan's schemes. Sugu couldn't get a word in edgewise. Fortunately, Yuan Shao remained relatively clear-headed. He refused to believe someone capable of writing a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb theory project could be deceived by a fake white flower like Zhuang Xiaoyan. Yuan Shao swiftly stuffed a smelly sock into each of their mouths. Brother Jia Old Zhang, MMMPH. Yuan Shao apologized, let Sugu finish speaking first. Sugu, terrified of being interrupted again, gasped for air before blurting out, Zhuang Xiaoyan is driving me crazy. She's part of Guan Xiaoping's team and will likely be at the competition. I'm afraid she'll come to annoy me or sabotage me. Your 3 tasks on competition day are to keep Zhuang Xiaoyan at least 3 meters away from me. Lao Zhang and Brother Jia were dumbfounded. Seriously, just keep Zhuang Xiaoyan away? Sugu didn't hesitate for a second. Yes, it couldn't be more real. If I were lying, I'd never achieve any major scientific breakthroughs in my life. Several sighs of relief echoed through the dorm room. Good job, Sugu. You should have done this a long time ago. Exactly. Better to overthink than underthink and give Zhuang Xiaoyan an opening to mess with our Sugu. In their hearts, they were willing to risk Su Ji's disdain to stop him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them 7-star roommates. Now that Sugu had seen the light, Brother Jia no longer harbored such intense hatred toward Zhuang Xiaoyan. He made a straightforward prediction, just wait. Sooner or later, Zhuang Xiaoyan is going to take a big fall. Old Zhang hummed a tune as he opened his laptop. Hey, Sugu, it's been ages since we teamed up for a game. Fancy a couple of rounds? Just to unwind? Sugu nodded. Sure. 10 minutes later. The three roommates and their opponents across the screen shared the same expression, 7 parts shock, 2 parts bewilderment, and 1 part numbness. Old Zhang roared, "So good, do you know the game's source code? Wait, no, did you help develop this game?" In just 10 minutes, they played a full 5 rounds. Initially, the system only matched them with players of the same level. Within a minute, Suga single-handedly knocked out the entire opposing team. Somehow, Suga forced the system to match them against higher-level players. By the final match, judging by the opponent's ID numbers, it was clear they were facing elite players. The kind who earns $1 million a year just from gaming. Yet Suga led his team to take down all the opposing top-tier pros in just 2 minutes. Compared to his roommate's complex expressions, Suji's look was far simpler, pure frustration. He was really pissed. What kind of crappy game is this? Did hackers attack it? There's zero challenge. Even kindergarten kids wouldn't play this crap. This is pointless. No way, no way. Wasted 10 minutes of my life. I'm going to give this game a bad review. Sugu acted on his words immediately. Old Zhang and the others. 1,000 thoughts raced through their minds. Brother Jie grabbed his phone in hand. Sugu, there's no one else around. Tell us quietly, did the big shots from Unit 139 secretly give you some kind of mind-blowing brain booster? What the hell? Seeing old Zhang clutching his phone with all his might, Sugu didn't forcefully pull it away. He chuckled, if that stuff really existed, then the world would be. Ah. His words trailed off. The game was clearly still the same. Even if it had been hacked, it couldn't possibly mean all those opposing players had been hacked too. If hackers had that much free time, they could develop a competing game themselves and make a fortune selling it. Out of the corner of his eye, Suga spotted a heavily used book with an impossibly long title sitting on Yuan Zhao's desk. Yuan Zhao followed his gaze. He handed the book to Sugu. Academician Zhang Feng passed by the lab yesterday, saw our experiment, and asked me to come to his office. He lent me this book to read. The book was entirely in foreign languages, an internal publication compiled by an international scientific organization, something money couldn't buy. More importantly, it was densely annotated with academician Zhang Feng's handwritten notes. It contained concepts beyond the current imagination of scientists worldwide, opening a new world for Yuan Zhao. He had stayed up all night studying it, yet had only managed to read through a third of the prologue. His comprehension was only passable at best. Sugu took the book and casually flipped through its pages. He no longer heard what his roommates were saying. For he discovered with horror that merely glancing at any page in the book caused its contents to automatically transform into knowledge within his mind. Even the annotations made by academician Zhang Feng were automatically digested and absorbed. For some brief, fragmented annotations, his mind would automatically generate multiple interpretations, then select the most fitting one based on context. All of this happened in an instant. As his fingers turned to the final page, the entire book's contents flooded into Su Ji's mind. The knowledge within became his own. Ah! Sugu clutched his head, belatedly feeling as if it would explode. Yuan Xiao and the others, Sugu, don't scare us like that. The three of them paced anxiously, Yuan Xiao even ready to call an ambulance. Sugu shook his head violently twice. I'm fine. I feel much better now. The pain in his head was more psychological than physical. I'll go get a glass of water. Old Zhang offered to help, but Sugu pushed him away. He fetched 4 cups of water and pulled out 4 bottles of Brain Blast. After a moment's thought, he decided to only pour 3 bottles into the glass. This stuff packs a serious punch. Right after drinking it, nothing happened. But the moment it kicked in, it started working wonders. He'd see how things went and have another later. Here. I see you're all thirsty. Have some water. Old Zhang and the other two exchanged glances. Sugu, what did you put in the water? Su Ji's heart skipped a beat. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Brother Jia pointed at the 3 cups of water handed to them. We all saw you sneakily adding some unknown liquid to our water. The glass on the balcony outside reflected it. Facing 3 pairs of curious eyes, Suga simply spread his hands. Poison. The kind that kills you if you drink it. Just tell me, are you drinking it or not? Brother Jia punched him. He downed the water in one gulp. The other 2 followed suit. Though Sugu hadn't revealed what the mysterious liquid actually was, they trusted him implicitly, past or present, he'd never harm them. Old Zhang smacked his lips twice. Weird. Our dorm doesn't have hot water, we always drink cold water. This stuff feels so hot. Brother Jie chimed in, Sugu, whatever you put in there didn't have much taste to begin with. Did it get diluted by the water? And doesn't it generate heat when it comes into contact with water? Let me think about what ingredients it might contain. Only Yuan Xiao remained silent after finishing his drink. Chapter 52, just a small explosion, yet the S+ lab is compromised. Sugu shot him a curious glance. He noticed Yuan Xiao was holding the book from earlier, reading it with great interest. He couldn't match Su Ji's ability to memorize everything at a glance. But he was no longer like last night, where his brain cells were fried before he even got started. Now his reading speed was nearly on par with ordinary books. The other two leaned in to look and found themselves having similar reactions. The three sullenly set down their books. They advanced toward Sugu. Sugu, startled by their intense stares, backed step by step toward the door until his entire body pressed against it. Ahem, what's going on? This shouldn't be happening. He drank that stuff too, and he didn't have any weird reactions. Could it be that brain blast affects different people differently, causing varying side effects? Brother Jie, Sugu, did you sneak out that priceless brain-boosting water the big shots made in Bureau 139 and give it to us? Old Zhang, you're definitely going to get severely punished for this. Forget it. We'll just go inside and do menial labor to pay off the debt. Yun Xiao, Sugu, thank you. Sugu blew 3 breaths of air at them. Hey, you 3 grown men, could you please tone down your wild imaginations? The 3 men didn't care about the spit splattered on their faces. Sugu, you're my second father. Alarm bells rang in Su Ji's mind. Stop it. I don't need you guys changing my diapers now, and I sure as hell won't need it when I'm old. He had to stay spry and lively until his very last day, leaving no one the chance to help him with his bodily functions. It was all Yao Qingli's fault for leaving him with such deep psychological scars back then. By the time Sugu emerged from the dormitory building, night had fallen completely. At this hour, tossing a few pebbles into the bushes beneath the roadside trees would guarantee hitting at least 3 pairs of lovebirds. Just as Sugu grinned wickedly, debating whether to give in to his mischievous urge, his stomach turned in a familiar wave of nausea. Diagonally ahead, that familiar silhouette in the white dress appeared once more. She was arm in arm with a man, acting coy. Sugu cursed his luck under his breath and turned to leave. Heaven and earth, protect me from bad luck. Sugu had barely stepped out of the school gates when he spotted that black Hongqi again, bearing the license plate A0009. Brother Su, is it urgent? Not exactly urgent. Su Xingha motioned for him to get in. Sugu, your status is special now. You're a key protection target for Bureau 139. If it weren't for fear of drawing too much attention, old Qian would have assigned several of his personal security guards to you. Su Ji's hand froze midway through fastening his seatbelt. Even the most random security guard pulled from old Qian's entourage possessed formidable combat prowess. Many wealthy individuals preferred hiring retired military personnel as bodyguards. But Mr. Qian's team? They were all active duty. They regularly returned for specialized training to ensure peak readiness when protecting old Qian. No need. I'm just an intern, I wouldn't dare use resources of that caliber. The car glided into the familiar bronze-hued office complex. Early the next morning, Sugu rushed to the S+ lab to continue his low-yield nuclear-free hydrogen bomb experiments. Having already surpassed 2 grams last time, Sugu immediately retrieved 3 grams of secondary magnetic source ore upon starting today's work. Only after completing the measurements of explosive force and nuclear radiation did old Master Qian arrive. Old Qian clearly hadn't been in a good mood. Old Qian, who upset you? I'll go scold them for you. Professor Qian patted his talented student's shoulder cheerfully. Alright, it's that disobedient you Xiao Yang. All day long, instead of focusing on recovering, he keeps wanting to come to the lab. Remember to give him a good scolding later. Sugu silently cursed his own meddling and tactfully changed the subject. Professor Qian, I've just completed a hydrogen bomb using 3 grams of secondary magnetic source ore. Here are the detailed specifications. Old Qian perked up immediately. Let me see. The more he examined it, the deeper the wrinkles etched into his face. Unsurprisingly, the nuclear radiation levels were again below detectable limits. Just 3 grams produced such power. What effect would it have if we used premium grade or even perfect magnetic source ore? Old Qian was filled with anticipation. But scientific research couldn't be rushed, it had to be done step by step. Sugu slipped into Yu Yuan's lounge during his lunch break. Even if Yu wasn't recuperating at the hospital, he should be resting properly at home. Even the smallest wound was still a wound, after all. But Yu firmly refused. If he couldn't enter the lab, then he'd review documents in the lounge instead. Knock knock. Come in. Seeing it was Sugu, Yu Yuan's face lit up with delight. Sugu, did you guys hit 2.5 grams this morning? Sugu scratched his head with a smile. Director Yu, we've already hit 4 grams. After his initial surprise, Yu felt nothing but regret. Oh my goodness. If I'd known this would happen, I would have gone even if Director Qian had beaten me. Sugu had come precisely for this matter. He pulled out a bottle of energy drink. Yu Yuan, what's this? Sugu, it's a folk remedy from my hometown that's supposed to speed up healing for external injuries. Want to give it a shot? I can't guarantee it'll work though. Just a month ago, Yu Yuan wouldn't have accepted it. He would have lectured Sugu earnestly, folk remedies lack scientific basis, they can kill you. But now. Director Yu hesitated for only 3 seconds before downing the entire bottle of energy drink. After Yu Yuan finished it, Sugu waited for the results. He was only certain this stuff could keep someone tirelessly bouncing around the lab for 3 days and nights straight. He wasn't sure if it worked on external injuries. If it really didn't work, well, folk remedies are useless most of the time anyway. Heh. Something miraculous happened. The small wound on Yu Yuan's arm, previously wrapped in gauze, began to itch. He peeled back the gauze. The small wound was healing at a visible pace. Miracle medicine. Su Gu cleared his throat softly. Yu Yuan, that's just a folk remedy, not some miracle cure. Yu Yuan gave him a knowing look. Your village ancestors might have had a wandering miracle doctor. Traditional Chinese medicine in the Great Xia Kingdom had been passed down for over 1,000 years. It wasn't surprising that a few miraculous remedies had emerged among the common folk. What makes a medicine miraculous is either its extremely demanding preparation method, far more complex than any scientific research, or the use of incredibly rare herbs, the kind where each plant harvested diminishes the world's supply. With his wounds healed, Yu Yuan naturally refused to stay in the rest area reviewing documents. He bounded over to the S+ lab and, before Old Qian could speak up, thrust his own face forward, all healed up. Hey. Old Qian. Yu Yuan believed that at Su Gu and Old Qian's pace, breaking through the 5-gram mark this afternoon would be no problem. But when they hit 4.9 grams, the red warning lights in the explosion zone flashed. Retreat! They were already beyond the third layer of protective doors. But Old Master Qian immediately led Su Gu and the others to retreat through the emergency exit. The three ran from the underground to the surface. Nearby staff members evacuated the area. Seconds later, everyone distinctly felt a slight tremor in that section of the ground. After the explosion subsided, they conducted basic checks to confirm no nuclear radiation had leaked and the laboratory's main structure remained intact. Only then did Su Gu and the others return underground. 2 of the 3 protective doors had been breached. At 4.8 grams, there were no signs it would breach the blast zone. That means 4.9 grams is its first critical threshold. Truly worthy of being called a magnetic source. Or Chapter 53, The Tournament in the First Clash with Genius Guan Xiaoping. The 4.9 gram data proved more perfect than they had imagined. A heavyweight hydrogen bomb without a core is just around the corner. The biggest issue now wasn't the experiment itself, but the experimental environment. The S+ level lab was no longer sufficient for their needs. But that was a concern for the 139th Bureau's management. Su Gu needn't get involved. Professor Qian, the finals of the Imperial Capital Tech Competition are tomorrow, right? Su Gu, that's correct. Old Qian, several judges are from our Bureau 139. Su Gu, ha. Old Qian, want me to pull some strings for you? I can make sure you take first place. Su Gu. Old Qian, ha, just kidding. Su Gu. Old Qian's tone gradually turned serious. Our experimental yield has reached 4.9 grams. How large a sample batch do you plan to enter in tomorrow's competition? Su Gu thought for a moment. Professor Qian, I plan to use a 1 milligram sample. Old Qian raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed intently on Su Ji's expression. We've already reached 4.9 grams. Aren't you worried you won't win with such a small sample? Su Gu shook his head with a smile. Mr. Qian, setting aside other factors, the explosion test site provided by the finals organizers simply can't handle a hydrogen bomb sample with such a large yield. Besides, even if the site could handle it, I don't think now is the time to let everyone know that our Great Xia has already achieved a 4.9 yield hydrogen bomb. He was confident in his achievement. A single milligram sample would suffice. Old Qian smiled too. His smile brimmed with pride. Proud that the Great Xia nation possessed such extraordinary talent. Because Su Gu had thought along the same lines as him. He had anticipated Su Gu would seek a sample containing over 4 grams of magnetic ore to compete, only then would victory be assured. He understood, after all, young people are naturally competitive. But he never imagined Su Gu would possess such foresight. He was deeply gratified. Su Gu, I promise you this, regardless of your ranking in the Imperial Capital Technology Competition, you will successfully complete your internship and become a full-time researcher at Bureau 139. Su Gu flashed a bright smile. Final competition venue. Members from each group who had assumed their roles would meet. Members from other teams were somewhat nervous. After all, today's audience comprised heavyweights from every industry. They might even be their future bosses. If they shine in the competition, they might land a job early. Starting out as a young millionaire isn't just a dream. I heard the judges are all big shots. Yeah, academician Zhang Feng from Imperial Capital University of Technology. Wow, I know him, he's amazing, a true expert. And some big shots from Bureau 139 are here too. Hey, look. That's USTC's Prodigy Guan Xiaoping. Guan Xiaoping was accustomed to others staring at him. He walked straight through the crowd without a glance to the side. Su Gu spotted him too and made a point to approach and greet him. Hello, Guan Xiaoping. I'm Su Gu. Thank you for submitting the video. Guan Xiaoping pushed his glasses up his nose. No need to thank me. I'd have helped any student from another team at our school. But next time, Su Gu, if you're too busy to participate, don't sign up. If you do sign up, prepare properly. It's a matter of respect both for your opponents and for yourself. With that, he turned and walked away. After taking a few steps, he seemed to remember something and turned back. Without any emotion in his voice, he added, regarding this competition, you're all still stuck in theory. I've already achieved tangible results. The championship is definitely mine. I hope you're mentally prepared to lose. Suga blinked in place. Wow, what a character, no wonder he thinks highly of this talent. Fine, you too. Not far away, Zhuang Xiaoyan, dressed in a red skirt, spotted Suga with her sharp eyes. She still harbored resentment over the previous incident. She stomped over in her high heels, ready to taunt Sugu. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. Ah. Before she could get within 5 meters of Sugu, someone grabbed her arms from both sides and carried her away. Zhuang Xiaoyan was furious. Don't wrinkle my dress. Old Zhang and brother Jia placed her in the corner furthest from Sugu. Don't go messing with Sugu. Stay away from him. Zhuang Xiaoyan was fuming. Why? Just because you're Su Ji's roommates? Ha! You guys came in with Sugu, right? You better believe I could make Sugu cut ties with you guys with just one word. Brother Jia gave her a full circle, dead-on eye roll. Zhuang Xiaoyan, how we got in isn't important. But you, academic dodgy. Just the other day I heard members of Guan Xiaoping's group were clamoring to expel you. So which naive youngster have you latched onto now? Stealing others' work just to keep your spot? Zhuang Xiaoyan's eyes flashed red with anger. You guys are pushing it too far. Watch out, I'll sue you for defamation. Brother Jia and old Zhang rolled up their sleeves, ready to give her a proper scolding. Yun Xiao stepped in and pulled them away. Don't stir trouble for Su Gu. Today's focus is the competition. Zhuang Xiaoyan misinterpreted their reaction, thinking they were intimidated. Her smugness grew. Tell Su Gu his project isn't anything special. I, Zhuang Xiaoyan, don't think much of it. After today, I'll be the one with the big award. Su Gu won't even have a chance to be my lapdog in the future. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin, never amounting to anything in life. Yun Xiao turned and strode toward Zhuang Xiaoyan, his fist clenched so tightly against his pant leg it creaked. Brother Jie, old Zhang. The two hurriedly dragged Yun Xiao away. Insults are fine, but fighting is out of the question. Zhuang Xiaoyan missed this little incident entirely, still smugly flipping her freshly styled hair. Mocking Su Gu could wait, plenty of opportunities would arise later. She had struggled to make it to the finals venue, and there were more important matters at hand. Audience seating. Some guests had already taken their seats. Each seat had a nameplate in front of it. Zhuang Xiaoyan glanced up. Weihua Technology. The leading tech company in the Great Xia Kingdom. The organizers had reserved a spacious area for them, where a middle-aged man stood. He must be Chairman Ren, the president of Weihua Technology. Zhuang Xiaoyan quickly tidied her appearance. Satisfied, she glided over with a ladylike stride. Her voice sweet and clear, she feigned surprise. Oh. Are you Chairman Ren of Weihua Technology? I've admired you for so long. Oh, my apologies, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhuang Xiaoyan, and I'm a freshman at Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology. The nuclear-free hydrogen bomb project my team is working on has made it to the finals. A magnetic female voice sounded from behind. That's odd. I've reviewed the finals list and there's no team leader named Zhuang Xiaoyan. Zhuang Xiaoyan whipped her head around, glaring at her. Who do you think you are? Some company secretary? How dare you look at the finals list? At that moment, the middle-aged man across from Zhuang Xiaoyan paled. Young lady, this is none other than the daughter of the chairman of Hua Technology, Ms. Ren. Please show some respect in your speech. Chapter 54, Guan Xiaoping wins over the judges. Zhuang Xiaoyan's face, which had been a delicate blend of pale and rosy, suddenly drained of all color. Judging by the tone of this man, he was clearly not the chairman of Weihua Technology as she had assumed. Instead, the woman before her, unadorned and sharp-eyed, was Ren Fei of Weihua Technology, the legendary heiress of the conglomerate. Truthfully, she had sensed something extraordinary about the other woman from the very beginning. But she refused to entertain such thoughts. How could a woman not only be born into a golden castle, possess extraordinary business acumen, but also be so strikingly beautiful? Though there was no full-length mirror here, Zhuang Xiaoyan already sensed that standing beside Ren Fei, she felt like an inconspicuous weed next to a blooming, vibrant rose. Ms. Ren, young President Ren, I failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive my ignorance. What she thought inside didn't matter. She couldn't afford to offend the daughter of the chairman of Weihua Technology. Ren Fei gave no indication whether she accepted the apology. You still haven't told me why you claim to be the final project team leader? Zhuang Xiaoyan. Why was the esteemed CEO of Weihua Tech fixating on such a trivial matter? Zhuang Xiaoyan flushed and stammered for a long while, still unable to give a coherent explanation. She couldn't very well say outright, because I want to take credit for Guan Xiaoping's achievements, leaving a stellar impression at Weihua Tech so I can land that $1 million annual salary offer from them in the future. Ah, my stomach hurts so bad, ouch, it hurts too much, excuse me. Zhuang Xiaoyan, who usually knew how to play both sides, had run into someone today who wouldn't buy her act. She could only back down and make a quick escape. If Su Gu had been there to witness what Zhuang Xiaoyan just endured, he would have laughed at her openly for 2 whole minutes before adding, serves her right. Unfortunately, he was currently being aggressively consoled by 3 thoughtful roommates. Old Zhang, Guan Xiaoping is a genius. He's not on our level. Brother Jie, exactly. One of the judges is even his teacher, academician Zhang Feng. That gives him a second inherent advantage. Yun Xiao, I think it'd be amazing if we could even get second place. Su Gu unbuttoned his coat, hands on his hips. Is that how little faith you have in me? Who was it just the other day saying we'd definitely be holding the championship trophy in both hands? Brother Jia pinched his nose. Ahem, well, back then I didn't know Guan Xiaoping's team had already produced a prototype. Losing to him isn't shameful at all. He's been grinding on this project for at least 3 years. How long have you been at it? Su Gu pulled a ring box-sized container from his pocket as easily as fetching keys. Who said I didn't have a prototype? Everything Su Gu did at Bureau 139 was classified. His 3 roommates only knew he'd been recruited to work there while away from campus. They had no idea what exactly he was doing. Old Zhang's right index finger trembled as he pointed at the box. It's the finished product from your project? A nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. A hydrogen bomb, for crying out loud. The other 2 looked just as stunned as old Zhang. Su Gu nodded. That's right. Thud. Old Zhang flopped onto the floor. He didn't need anyone to help him up. He scrambled back to his feet. Nervously glancing around, he blurted out. You're not wrong? You're absolutely off your rocker. You just carry a weapon of mass destruction like this in your pocket? Do you even know where Guan Xiaoping's team keeps their stuff? They built a dedicated mobile lab just to store it. He didn't doubt Su Ji's words for a second. He just couldn't believe Su Gu cared so little about his own life. Even the smallest nuclear-free hydrogen bomb wouldn't hold back once ignited. It had the power to obliterate the entire site. Su Gu casually slipped the box back into his pocket. Meeting the furious stares of the 3, he sighed softly. Don't you trust me? This thing is incredibly stable. Igniting it requires more than just fire. It needs a specific numeric code. If it were truly unsafe, the bigwigs at Bureau 139 wouldn't have let me walk out of the facility carrying it. Hearing about the numeric code, the 3 roommates felt considerably more at ease. Jie, but what if it falls into enemy hands someday? They won't have the code and won't be able to activate it, right? What if they try to crack it by force? Su Gu heard staff calling his name and sped up his speech. Force decryption has only one outcome. It renders its performance worse than snot. At least snot helps block some airborne debris in the nasal cavity. A non-nuclear projectile without explosive capability is utterly useless. Come on, it's almost our turn. Brother Jie and the trio. How the hell did this kid connect boogers to a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb? But their mindset had undergone a massive shift. Their roommate was about to defeat the genius Guan Xiaoping. In terms of theoretical project design, Su Gu clearly outperformed Guan Xiaoping. In terms of practical application, Guan Xiaoping had been winning until just now. Now, without a doubt, Su Gu was winning. Loud applause erupted before the curtain rose. Next up, the Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology team led by Guan Xiaoping. As Guan Xiaoping and his team members took the stage, the organizers began playing their project introduction video. Zhuang Xiaoyan had participated in countless school events before. She was well versed in handling grand occasions. But today's audience wasn't just students and teachers, it was industry heavyweights. Zhuang Xiaoyan wouldn't let any chance to shine slip by. She discreetly slipped past the classmate standing behind Guan Xiaoping, whose contribution to the project was second only to Guan's, and followed closely behind him, walking gracefully toward the center of the stage. Unfortunately, the judges and industry leaders were currently focused entirely on the video. The video was concise and easy to understand. Anyone with a primary school education could grasp the core of Guan Xiaoping's team's project after watching it. When the video ended, spontaneous applause erupted from the audience. The camera cut to the man opposite, a titan of the fruit industry, a real-world entrepreneur owning vast orchards in southwest China. His empire spanned fresh fruit, juice beverages, and countless fruit products. I just want to applaud such promising young talents, the future of our nation. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped 3 more times, his excitement palpable. In the southwest, I inevitably deal with other countries. Sometimes you encounter unreasonable ones who constantly stir up petty conflicts to annoy people. Not lethal, just pure time-wasting harassment. Whenever that happens, I think our technology still isn't advanced enough. If we had weapons that could precisely destroy their targets without harming our own people, would they still dare to be so arrogant? Would they still dare to deliberately pick fights? They wouldn't dare. So my vision isn't just a dream anymore. Our country already possesses this technology. All those technical terms and specific research details? I'm just a simple guy, I don't understand any of it. But I caught this. Guan Xiaoping's team has only achieved 1% progress on their non-nuclear hydrogen bomb. One major hurdle is that rare mineral? I'm personally donating 100 million yuan to fund Guan Xiaoping's research. The fruit tycoon declared, no matter how rare the mineral, if it exists on Earth, money can buy it. Chapter 55, The Goddess's True Colors Show, Slap in the Face. The entire arena erupted in shock. Many might think 100 million yuan is no big deal for a major corporation. Well, it certainly isn't. But for a company CEO personally, who in their right mind would leave a pile of liquid assets sitting in their account? Business people always want to make money work for them. This wasn't a charity gala, it was a tech competition. So the fruit tycoon had decided to donate on the spur of the moment. TSK. 100 million is just pocket change for him. If it weren't casual, it'd be billions. Truly the king of the real economy. Envious tears welled in the corners of the mouths of tycoons from non-real economy sectors. The student contestants backstage were also stunned by the figure. Turns out our teachers were right, knowledge truly leads to riches. Among Guan Xiaoping's team members, Zhuang Xiaoyan reacted fastest. Adjusting her earpiece with a sweet smile, she said, "On behalf of all my teammates, thank you for your generous donation." Guan Xiaoping glanced at her but said nothing, merely leading his team in a bow to the fruit magnate. After the opening segment, the screen displayed a new PowerPoint presentation. Guan Xiaoping was the presenter. Zhuang Xiaoyan wanted to take his place. But the slides were entirely his creation. She hadn't had a chance to review it, and forcing her way onto the stage only to make a fool of herself would be disastrous. Guan Xiaoping's voice wasn't particularly pleasant, but no one was there for his vocal talents. However, the more he delved into the complexities, the more the layman among the bigwigs could only grasp the surface meaning of each word. As for what it all meant when put together? Ahem, their minds were utterly blank. As the final slide faded, the host returned to the stage. Alright, now we move to the Q&A session. What questions do our esteemed judges have for our prodigy, Guan Xiaoping? Academician Zhang Feng, seated among the judges, made no secret of his connection to Guan Xiaoping. Guan Xiaoping is my last disciple. I provided guidance on this project. Normally, I should recuse myself. But setting aside my role as his teacher, Guan Xiaoping's project and its achievements alone would warrant the highest score from me. Had he been evasive, whispers might have spread behind the scenes. Even if Guan Xiaoping won the top prize on his own merits, some would still suspect it was due to his connections. By openly acknowledging the relationship, everyone instead perceived both mentor and student as straightforward and honest, earning them greater admiration. After stating his position, academician Zhang Feng graciously gestured for the camera to focus on the other judges. Yu Yuan from Bureau 139 inquired, "Team Guan Xiaoping, your presentation mentioned that the sample brought today is a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb containing 0.05 milligrams of magnetic source ore, correct?" Guan Xiaoping, yes. Yu Yuan, since it's called a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb, does that mean the nuclear radiation produced upon detonation is either below detectable limits or zero? Guan Xiaoping paused for a second. The nuclear radiation it produces is only 100,000th of that from a conventional non-nuclear hydrogen bomb of equivalent yield. Currently, we only have secondary-grade magnetic source ore. If we can procure superior or perfect grade ore in the future, its nuclear radiation will be even lower. Yu Yuan, alright, thank you for your explanation, Guan Xiaoping. I have no further questions. Guan Xiaoping was exceptional. Their team's magnetic ore resources were also quite limited. Achieving this level of performance made Yu Yuan genuinely impressed. He was willing to give Guan Xiaoping a score above 9 but below 10. As for a perfect 10, that had to be reserved for his top talents. Fang Yuan from Bureau 139 also posed his question. Your team identified 3 core points besides nuclear radiation. Could you elaborate on the third core point specifically? Guan Xiaoping, certainly. Fang Yuan raised his right hand. I'd like to invite the student responsible for this core point to answer. Since you're a team, you should give other members more opportunities to shine, right? A wave of good-natured laughter rippled through the audience. Guan Xiaoping smiled too. Alright, let's invite Zhuang Xiaoyan to explain it for everyone. Core point 3 was the least important and simplest of the 3. Guan Xiaoping handled over 85% of the project himself. He only cared about the results of his team members' work. He never interfered with how they did it. This particular part was ultimately submitted by Zhuang Xiaoyan, which had surprised him at the time. Beyond a minor achievement early in her joining the team, Zhuang Xiaoyan's daily routine consisted solely of dressing up beautifully, strolling through the lab, distracting the less steadfast team members, tossing out a few flattering words, and then leaving. Not long ago, she even made a rookie mistake that angered everyone. Had he not been busy with quantitative experiments on samples at the time, he would have dismissed her immediately. But then, out of nowhere, Zhuang Xiaoyan submitted a surprisingly solid report. All the previous grievances instantly vanished from his mind. No one noticed that when Dean Fong mentioned the section she was responsible for, Zhuang Xiaoyan's flawless, unshakable smile cracked ever so slightly. She wasn't foolish enough to come unprepared. Getting into Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology required genuine ability. Not only her section, but the entire project she could recite it backwards. But this wasn't a rote memorization test. Memorizing it and truly understanding it, being able to articulate it fluently, were two entirely different things. Zhuang Xiaoyan? Zhuang Xiaoyan responded with a smile. Yes, Professor, please ask your question. Professor Fong raised an eyebrow, his tone softening noticeably when addressing a female student. Is the magnetic source or truly irreplaceable? Zhuang Xiaoyan exhaled softly. This question was straightforward. The core of Guan Xiaoping's team project hinged on magnetic source or. How could the core possibly be replaced? She answered decisively, yes, Professor. The sycophant who'd ceded the research credit to her whipped his head around to glare at her. He frantically blinked at her. Unfortunately, he stood too far away, his blinks were only visible to his own eye boogers. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoping intervened promptly. Judge, Zhuang Xiaoyan misspoke. Zhuang Xiaoyan's mind froze. Had she answered incorrectly? How should she respond now? She finally remembered to glance at her sycophant #N. Flattery seeker #N. Honorable judges, Ms. Zhuang Xiaoyan is a bit timid. Let me speak for her. Dean Fong, who had been unusually gentle earlier out of consideration for Zhuang Xiaoyan being a young woman, now wore a stern expression. It's fine. If you're nervous, just speak slowly. Every judge here was young once and went through the same. The spotlight fell on Zhuang Xiaoyan. How much she had once relished the spotlight now turned to sheer terror. Alright, yes, it can be replaced. Dean Fong nodded. Good. What can replace it? And how does the replacement compare to the current solution? How could Zhuang Xiaoyan possibly know? She stammered, my stomach hurts so much. Others might have believed Zhuang Xiaoyan was genuinely unwell, but the representatives from Central Hua Technology in the audience certainly didn't buy it. Chapter 56, Academician Zhang Feng challenges Su Gu, you're full of nonsense. Does she have a switch in her stomach? It hurts whenever she wants it to. What a great actress, why didn't she go to drama school? There's definitely something fishy going on. Shoo, quiet. Young CEO Ren is looking this way. In the end, Guan Xiaoping had to wrap things up. He wasn't stupid, he knew Zhuang Xiaoyan must have stolen another team member's work. Apologies, esteemed judges. I failed to manage my team members properly, causing this embarrassment and wasting your time. Dean Fong didn't press him further, then Guan Xiaoping, you'll have to explain it to everyone. In the end, Guan Xiaoping's team received a total score of 59.6 points from the judges and 30 points from the audience vote, bringing their theoretical phase total to 89.6 points out of a possible 90. The practical phase was worth 10 points. Even without the practical points, Guan Xiaoping's team was already in first place, leading the second place team by over 30 points. Everyone present, except for Yu Yuan from Bureau 139, believed tonight's top prize would undoubtedly go to Guan Xiaoping's team. Some companies had already requested the roster of Guan Xiaoping's team from the organizers. Securing Guan Xiaoping for their company, whether full-time or part-time, would be a huge win. Even if they offered him a 10 million yuan annual salary, he had the capability to earn back 10 or 100 times that for the company. Ahem, of course, these executives were well aware that Guan Xiaoping's capabilities far exceeded the realm of ordinary talent. He was likely to be recruited by the Great Xia government. They could lower their expectations a bit and try to poach members of Guan Xiaoping's team instead. They'd still need to weed out Zhuang Xiaoyan, who was clearly problematic. With Guan Xiaoping's team as the benchmark, the subsequent team's performances inevitably paled in comparison. The contestants' objectives were crystal clear. First place is undoubtedly Guan Xiaoping's team's to claim. No worries, I was mentally prepared for this and accept the loss wholeheartedly. So our goal is second place. The prize money for second isn't shabby either. You're after the prize money, but I'm eyeing that offer from Weihua Tech. As the tech industry leader, Weihua Tech operates multiple labs and places immense value on its research teams, the very core of the company. Their products' technologies aren't sourced from other companies or countries, nor are they OEM branded. Every innovation stems from their own R&D. Weihua is also renowned for treating its researchers exceptionally well. $1 million annual salary is the baseline. For those with outstanding achievements, a $10 million salary plus luxury cars and mansions isn't a pipe dream. The judges and big-name audience members all understood that geniuses like Guan Xiaoping are one in a million. You can't expect every competing team to match Guan Xiaoping's group. But seeing that glaring gap, they couldn't help but silently sigh. Two judges were even whispering to each other in the judging booth. We're about to switch venues, right? I can't wait to see Guan Xiaoping's team's prototype test. One last team laughed. I glanced at the roster, seems identical to Guan Xiaoping's group, with a freshman as team leader. Sigh, that'll be even less exciting. How many years does it take for a genius like Guan Xiaoping to emerge in Daxia? Let's wrap this up and move on. TSK, show the students some respect. Yeah. Like the previous groups, they started with a teaser trailer. Sugazu's teaser was created by Jiegu and his team. No flashy intro, no dazzling transitions. Just straightforward, unadorned core content. After watching half a day of competition, the judges and VIP audience were understandably fatigued. At the most dramatic moments, yawns broke out. Listening to the last group's tedious narration only made them sleepier. But gradually, even the lay audience began to sense something was off. What the hell? Zero nuclear radiation? An explosion 100 times more powerful than a standard hydrogen bomb? Potential to reach 10,000 times that in the future while maintaining zero radiation? Similar concepts had been proposed by earlier teams. But they all presented them modestly, outlining conditions needed for completion and estimating decades required. Yet Sugazu spoke with such certainty, as if it were already achieved. Could the final team be trying a different approach to grab attention? I understand they're the last team competing and want to avoid being shortchanged, so they might try a few tricks to score more points. But this is scientific research, you can't exaggerate excessively. When it came to the judges' Q&A session, Yu Yuan also wanted to follow academician Zhang Feng's lead and clarify his relationship with Su Gu. Unfortunately, academician Zhang Feng beat him to it. Su Gu, you're also a student at Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology? Su Gu nodded. Indeed, academician Zhang Feng. I had the privilege of reading the book you lent Yuan Shao about global nuclear pollution. Many of my perspectives align with your annotations in the text. Academician Zhang Feng let out a cold laugh. Su Gu, don't think this will help you cozy up to me. As a student of Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology, do you recall our school motto? Su Gu, rigorous, truth-seeking, innovation. Academician Zhang Feng, good. Since you know it, why did you go and embarrass our university in front of so many people? It was all because he'd been too busy lately to check out the university's finalist project in the Crown Super Flat Group. He'd embarrassed himself in front of industry leaders from all walks of life. With media present today, this would surely make the news. He wondered if there was still time to negotiate with the media to have this segment edited out. He had hoped Su Gu would own up to his mistake. Admitting fault and making amends is the greatest virtue. He could still give Su Ji's team another chance. Despite being berated by an industry heavyweight, Su Gu remained unflappable. Academician Zhang Feng, are you suggesting my team's theoretical knowledge is complete nonsense? Zhang Feng paused, taken aback. No, my criticism targets your claim that you've produced a prototype and that this prototype is data which is impossible with current technology. You might fool outsiders, but you won't fool me or the other judges. We've dedicated our lives to hydrogen bomb research. Young man, you have a long road ahead. Don't narrow your own path. Zhang Feng didn't notice how twisted the expression on Yu Xiaoliang's face had become, several meters away from him. Yu Xiaoliang had tried several times to interrupt Zhang Feng. But that stubborn kid was like a firecracker, exploding with a barrage of criticism that bombarded Yu Xiaoliang's brilliance. Silently, Yu Xiaoliang undid the buttons on both sleeves of his jacket at his seat, removed his watch, and shifted his chair back to a distance, allowing for a quick escape. If his great talent couldn't withstand Zhang Feng's assault, he'd risk his old bones today to fight that brat head-on. My great talent, you think you can bully it, you little punk? Su Gu winked at you. Don't be impulsive, director. Your old bones won't stand a chance against academician Zhang Feng. You? Su Gu withdrew his gaze and calmly responded to academician Zhang Feng's interrogation, but I did achieve it. I brought the sample. Chapter 57, Hydrogen Bomb in the Pocket, ready at a touch. Academician Zhang Feng leapt from his judge's chair in excitement. You made it? What did you make? Su Gu, a sample of a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb with 5 milligrams of magnetic source or added. Academician Zhang Feng's face flushed crimson as he shouted, You're lying. Su Gu, esteemed judges and audience, shall we head to the detonation zone to see the results? Su Ji's team was the last group anyway, they could simply move to the site immediately. However, academician Zhang Feng insisted that the judges and audience withhold their scores for Su Ji's team until after the practical demonstration. Simply put, I must lead by example. Until I see the actual device, I refuse to believe anyone could have built it. Could an unremarkable freshman really develop a devastating non-nuclear hydrogen bomb in such a short time? Academician Zhang Feng remained convinced Su Gu had deliberately lied to secure higher theoretical scores from the judges. Since Su Gu was his university student, he scolded him first, making it easier for other judges to hold back their harsh criticism. Su Gu had no objections. Whether the criticism came early or late, it was criticism nonetheless. Only academician Yu felt deeply aggrieved. As he moved toward the explosion test area, he saw academician Zhang Feng still fuming, his face twisted with displeasure. Academician Zhang Feng handed him a bottle of water. Academician Yu, have some water. Just looking at him made academician Yu angry. He turned his body away, refusing to acknowledge him. Academician Zhang Feng could tell academician Yu disliked him. Ah, my apologies, Director Yu. I've made a spectacle of myself. Once we return, I'll definitely raise this with the university administration. They need to strengthen character education for students. Director Yu's eyes instantly widened. What was this brat implying? Mocking his brilliant students as lacking in character? Fine. Very good. Zhang Feng, you're quite something. Zhang Feng. Only 2 teams actually made it to the practical competition phase, Guan Shopping's group and Su Ji's group. Guan Chaoping's sample-carrying vehicle had already arrived. The trio of Jiego and his friends gazed enviously at the mobile lab, as thick and sleek as an armored vehicle. Then they all looked down in unison at Su Ji's pocket. It looked pitiful no matter how you looked at it. So shabby. They then sneakily observed Su Ji's expression. Surely he'd feel a moment or two of inferiority under this stark contrast? Instead, they noticed Su Ji's gaze drifting toward the hostess, specifically the pastries on her tray. He even swallowed hard. The trio closed their eyes briefly. Garlic bird, garlic bird. They'd all ended up with this weirdo roommate. What could they do? Just put up with it. But then Sugu started grumbling to himself, clearly dissatisfied. Why do the audience get snacks? The judges get them too. But us contestants, who worked the hardest today, have to go hungry. That's not fair. The three roommates silently averted their eyes, unwilling to spare him another glance. Zhang Feng, who was so annoyed by Sugu that he kept glaring at him, noticed Sugu was up to something again. He adjusted his earpiece. Sugu, is there something you want to say? He thought, since Sugu was a student from his own school, he'd give him one more chance. If Sugu would just admit he exaggerated the experiment's results now, he was willing to give Su Ji's team full marks for their theoretical portion. Even if Su Ji's team scored 0 in today's practical competition, they could still return to school with a respectable competition ranking. It would also greatly benefit Su Ji's future personal development. Everyone turned their gaze toward Sugu. They had arrived at the competition venue at 7 in the morning, and it was now almost 1 o'clock. Sugu, who hadn't even taken a sip of water, admitted honestly, the delicacies on the trays held by the hostesses are tempting my stomach. I want to eat too. He couldn't help but swallow a few times. Academician Zhang Feng. Roommate 3 Yu Yuan. Everyone else. Seriously, what was going through Su Ji's mind? At a time like this, he could still eat? Academician Zhang Feng was so exasperated he laughed. He waved for the organizers to send Sugu some food. Go ahead, eat up. You've got to eat your last meal. The organizers couldn't just send food to Sugu, the only contestant. Naturally, all the contestants got a share. Actually, the organizers hadn't intended to shortchange the students. They'd prepared food for them long ago. They were just worried the students might be too tense during the competition to enjoy their meals, and sending food only to waste it seemed pointless. Better to let them savor it after the event. When the food reached the contestants, they initially tried to maintain some decorum, reminding themselves not to act like starving ghosts reincarnated, as if they were back in the school cafeteria. With so many big shots present today, they didn't want to scare anyone off. So delicious. No wonder Sugu was drooling like crazy. Thanks to Sugu for this. If he gets chewed out by academician Zhang Feng later, I'll step in to take some heat off him all for this 5-star restaurant quality feast. This shrimp is bigger than my palm. Crunch. Wow wow wow. Crispy outside, tender inside. I could polish off a whole bowl in one go. Even the VIP guests and judges who hadn't planned to eat couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of these young people devouring their food. I think I'm getting hungry too. Might as well grab a bite. Outside the explosion zone, conversation fell silent for a moment, replaced only by the sound of swallowing. Organizers? If you didn't know better, you'd think they were some stingy organizers. Look what they've done to these folks, young and old alike, starved them to this state. 20 minutes later, after devouring everything in sight, the contestants rubbed their satisfied bellies. The host reappeared. Alright, next up, let's welcome the Guan Chaoping team. Under everyone's gaze, Guan Chaoping opened the double doors of his team's mobile lab. Escorted by his teammates, he transferred their hydrogen bomb sample to the explosion zone. The organizers had already evacuated everyone to the safety zone. A high-profile spectator, clearly valuing his life, repeatedly asked, "Are you absolutely certain the blast wave won't reach us?" He still had billions upon billions of dollars left to spend. He couldn't die in such a humiliating way. Academician Zhang Feng reassured him, the blast zone has undergone multiple safety verifications. There are 5 buffer zones in total. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, those 5 buffer zones will be sufficient to withstand the blast wave. Moreover, the Guan Chaoping group's sample contained only 0.05 milligrams of magnetic ore. As the group's de facto mentor, academician Zhang Feng knew better than anyone the explosive power this quantity possessed. The VIP spectator nodded, though fear still lingered in his heart. He perched only halfway on his chair, ready to scram if anything went wrong. The Guan Chaoping group members, fully geared up in the control room, pressed the activation button. Immediately, the dignitaries witnessed a massive fireball erupt within the blast zone. To provide a more vivid demonstration, several miniature reinforced concrete buildings had been placed within the explosion area. As the fireball surged, those scaled-down structures were reduced to shards and debris. Construction magnate, damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Chapter 58, The Power of a Hydrogen Bomb. The tycoon adds 9 billion. Such a tiny thing possessed such immense power. If he could extract just a tiny bit of that power for his future demolitions, wouldn't it be enough to reduce old buildings to dust? No one cared if the construction tycoon had lost his composure. Because the reactions of the others present weren't much better. Hydrogen bomb. This is the power of a hydrogen bomb. The fruit tycoon's eyes were practically glowing. I'll add another few $100 million. He was more than happy to spend money on something like this. Far more worthwhile than buying a few luxury cruise ships. Academician Zhang Feng in the judging panel straightened his back with pride. The face he lost earlier to Su Gu, that barbarian freshman, had been restored by his beloved disciple. He shot another sly glance at Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan, what do you think? Yu Yuan finally acknowledged him, quite impressive. Zhang Feng nearly shed tears of joy. The explosion data arrived swiftly. The blast radius, nuclear radiation levels, and other metrics matched Guan Xiaoping's earlier projections to within 2 decimal places. As Guan Xiaoping's team emerged from the control room, thunderous applause erupted outside. A true hero of Great Xia. I'd offer Guan Xiaoping a $20 million annual salary to join my RD department. I'll counter with $30 million. The host shared the crowd's excitement, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Guan Xiaoping. Su Ji's team was completely forgotten. Academician, you spoke up. Host, one more sample hasn't been demonstrated. Ha! The host snapped back to reality, feeling a pang of regret. He quickly recovered. Is Su Ji's sample still outside? You can bring the test vehicle in now. Su Gu shook his head. It's not outside. It's our turn now, right? Then I'll just drive in and show everyone the power of our team's sample. Everyone? Wait, was Su Gu really, as academician Zhang Feng had accused, never having produced a successful hydrogen bomb sample at all? Had he been deceiving everyone from the very beginning? Academician Zhang Feng pressed his hand to his forehead, unwilling to look at Su Gu even once more. Slap! Yu Xiaoliang finally snapped. He erupted in fury. Zhang Feng, will you ever stop? Ever since Su Ji's team took the stage, you've been discriminating against him. I have reason to suspect you're deliberately making things difficult for other competitive teams just to favor your star pupil. Zhang Feng slowly lowered his hand from his forehead, staring at him in disbelief. Yu Xiaoliang, how could you think that of me? You know perfectly well I'm not like that. Yu Xiaoliang snorted twice. You're no different. I learned everything from you. Zhang Feng was rendered speechless. Dean Yu, do you genuinely believe this greener-than-green kid could produce a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb prototype? His beloved disciple was only capable of reducing the hydrogen bomb's nuclear radiation to a certain level, still a long way from achieving zero radiation. Yu Xiaoliang lifted his chin haughtily. Why wouldn't I believe him? If he dares stand here, I dare believe him. Or are you, Zhang Feng, lacking confidence in your own students from Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology? Zhang Feng stammered, I'm not. You waved him off. I don't want to hear your excuses. Su Ji's team, are you ready? Su Gu nodded. Yes, we're ready. Zhang Feng seethed with indignation at the scolding. Daring not to argue with you, he sat in his seat, his gaze fixed intently on Su Gu. He'd see how this brat, who'd managed to fool even you, intended to keep deceiving everyone else. Watching Su Gu stride straight toward the blast zone, and his 3 teammates showing no intention of retrieving their samples, the host hesitated briefly before reminding him, Su Gu, your samples? Su Gu patted his pants pocket, right here. Seeing everyone's bewildered expressions, he understood. You all want to see them, right? Sure. Go ahead. Brother Jia and the others inwardly groaned. Su Gu wouldn't actually do that, would he? Yes, Su Gu intended to do exactly that. He waved for the organizers to zoom in on him. The organizers were confused but complied. Everyone watched on the big screen as this team leader, with his rock-solid composure, casually opened the ring box in his hand. Wait, no, it was a metal box. Worried they might not see clearly, Su Gu even pinched up the tiny sphere barely bigger than a booger. He glanced back at the screen. Camera, get a bit closer for a sharper shot. Yeah, that's good. Everyone got a clear look? I'm heading in now. See you later. The crowd wore a mix of expressions. The judges and VIP audience members who had initially found academician Zhang Feng's confidence excessive were now beginning to understand him. A hydrogen bomb you can just slip into your pocket? Squeeze in your hand? Child's play. Young people these days. Sigh, I won't even comment. The emperor's new clothes, he's treating everyone like fools. Is their school's principal here? I need to have a serious talk with him. No need. Word of today's incident will get back to him. Su Gu will get a major demerit at best, and at worst, he might have to repeat the year. While everyone pondered how to teach this loose-lipped youngster a lesson, Su Gu had already secured the booger. Looking at the bulky protective suit, he really didn't want to wear it. Peeking outside, he sighed and obediently put it on. If the judges gave him high marks just for this, he'd be getting a raw deal. The host didn't go inside, there were too many cameras. Su Gu entered string after string of numbers into the computer in the control room. After a while, no one called start. He muttered, should I just start it myself? 3, go. The activation button was pressed. A massive mushroom cloud erupted from the blast zone, sweeping across everyone's vision at lightning speed. Without warning, without preparation. Ah! What were they seeing? The large mushroom cloud rapidly fragmented into smaller ones, unleashing a fierce assault on the explosives within. The group could even see how the smaller mushroom clouds reduced the scaled-down reinforced concrete structures to dust. Yes, dust, not chunks, not debris. The mushroom clouds even possessed the power to suppress the rising dust. The dust obediently settled to the ground, piling up into thick dust mountains. As the dust settled, before the crowd's wide-eyed gazes could return to normal, Suji's voice, light-hearted yet tinged with a hint of mischief, echoed again from the control room. There's one more little surprise. Don't blink, hee hee. 3, 2, 1. Boom! The blast zone was multi-layered and soundproofed, so no one outside could hear the explosion. That's why Sugu thoughtfully provided the audio. Academician Zhang Feng, still reeling from shock, stared blankly at the tiny speck in the blast zone. Hydrogen bomb, now invisible to the naked eye, initiated its second detonation. The dust mountains on the ground were blown apart. The dust was shattered into even finer dust. Truly, visibly to the naked eye, they had become more refined. Inside the control room, Sugo watched the series of explosion data displayed on the screen and smiled with satisfaction. Consistent performance. He removed his protective suit. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upward. Guan Chaping's team had created a 0.05 mg hydrogen bomb, one with nuclear radiation but less than 1,000th the explosive power of his team's sample, and they were all being commended. When he stepped out later, wouldn't everyone be clapping until their palms blistered? Had ha. Chapter 59, Zhang Feng, longing to hear his beloved disciple call him teacher. And that magnanimous fruit magnate, might he, in a moment of generosity, donate 100 or 2 million to his team? Well, 100 or 2,000 would suffice. Ahem, provided it went directly to him personally, accelerating his advancement. Suga strode confidently out of the blast zone. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Silence. Dead silence. Ahem. Where was the applause? Hundreds were present, yet the scene remained eerily quiet. Suga finally cracked, his face turning green. Left hand, right hand, clap away. Anyone who doesn't clap gets a nuke shoved in their mouth. He even pretended to reach into his other pocket. Clap. Clap, clap, clap. The applause Sugo had longed for finally erupted. The applause started as a trickle, then swelled into a thunderous roar. Though he de-provoked it himself, Suga felt a sudden wave of shyness. Then he thought, whether they were scared by his hydrogen bomb or impressed by his brilliance, either way was fine. Ha ha ha. Dean, you gave Sugu a thumbs up. Sugu, everyone has seen your project's experimental data. I won't elaborate further. Here, on behalf of Bureau 139, I announce that you may conclude your internship early and become a full-time researcher at Bureau 139, the youngest researcher in its history. I hold great promise for you and anticipate even more groundbreaking research from you in the future. Sugu grinned widely and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. The audience and judges, still reeling from the shock. What? Sugu was an intern at Bureau 139? Wait, no, he's already a full researcher now. Bureau 139. The place where old Qian works. So why did I join academician Zhang Feng in mocking Sugu earlier? Just to set myself up for a spectacular faceplant? Completely immersed in the explosive data, academician Zhang Feng remained utterly oblivious to the murderous stares about to dismember him. He sprang to his feet. He scrambled to the display screen outside the room. Desperate to dive into the screen. His face was nothing but shock. Academician Zhang Feng got the most brutal slap in the face. How is he gonna save face now? Well, academician Zhang Feng is still a big shot in the field. He just misjudged things once. No need to dwell on it, right? Heh, if Sugu hadn't been so resolutely confident just now, would we have witnessed such a breathtaking moment? TSK, just thinking about seeing academician Zhang Feng's embarrassed expression later makes me want to rub my hands together. To everyone's surprise, academician Zhang Feng's default settings simply didn't include anything resembling an embarrassed expression. He scampered back to Sugu. Sugu, did you use the perfect magnetic source or in your experiment? Sugu, it was the secondary magnetic source or the same grade as what Guan Xiaoping used. Academician Zhang Feng stamped his foot and pressed further. Then if you had used the perfect magnetic source or, what effect do you think it would have produced? Sugu, the blast radius and explosive force would definitely increase to the next level. The exact figures would require further experimentation to confirm. Academician Zhang Feng opened his mouth to ask more, only to be shoved back into his seat by Yu Yuan's old arm. Yu Yuan remarked with a strange tone, Sugu is just a youngster with no hair on his chin, could he really create a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb prototype? While others dared not embarrass academician Zhang Feng, Yu Xiaolian wasn't about to let him off the hook. Zhang Feng, however, had a thick skin. He declared solemnly and loudly. Director Yu, your words about Sugu are completely wrong. Sugu is a truly outstanding talent. If anyone else dares to speak nonsense, don't blame me, Zhang Feng, for turning my back on you. Yu Xiaolian. Everyone, academician Zhang Feng, have you forgotten about something called a camera? The whole thing was recorded. And we're neither deaf nor fish with 7-second memories. But today, Zhang Feng was determined to play the rogue to the end. He rose as if nothing had happened, grabbed Su Ji's arm, and started walking him out of the venue. Su Ge, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Zhang Feng. You should be quite familiar with it, right? Some prefer to call me Vice President Zhang, others refer to me as Academician Zhang. I'm thoroughly sick of it all. My greatest wish now is to hear my beloved disciple, Su Ge, address me as teacher. Academician Zhang Feng still had a microphone pinned to his lapel. The crowd, hearing it all clearly, truly speechless. Su Ge naturally wouldn't obediently follow him. He stood rooted to the spot, unmoved even as Academician Zhang Feng exerted all his might to push him. Zhang Feng's aged face flushed crimson. Seeing he couldn't budge him, he openly called for backup. Guan Xiaoping, my beloved disciple. Come help your master escort your junior back to campus. He hadn't missed Yuan's earlier declaration about snatching Su Ge to Bureau 139 as a researcher. Bureau 139 was quick with words, so he had to be quicker in action. Guan Xiaoping actually showed up. But he wasn't there to help his master kidnap Su Ge. Su Ge, please let me join your team. Su Ji's eyes lit up. He'd assumed that the kind of teacher you had would determine the kind of disciple you'd get. He'd braced himself, ready to deal with this shameless master-disciple duo. Join? Guan Xiaoping nodded solemnly. Yes, join. I, Guan Xiaoping, have always been known as a child prodigy. Before meeting you, I believed that myself. But today, I realized how narrow-minded I've been. Please let me join your team. You are the first person I've ever truly respected. Getting something for nothing, Su Ge was naturally more than happy to oblige. But, he glanced at his own sleeve, still being held tightly by Academician Zhang Feng. Guan Xiaoping immediately turned his head and whispered a few words into Academician Zhang Feng's ear. Academician Zhang Feng finally reluctantly let go. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Academician Zhang Feng's earlier frenzy had been truly terrifying. No one doubted that if a spaceship had been present, he would have carried Guan Xiaoping and Su Ge aboard without hesitation. Straight into outer space, no one would dare snatch his beloved disciples. Alright, welcome to my team. Su Ge smiled and slapped Guan Xiaoping on the shoulder. Guan Xiaoping smiled back. The two young men laughed so freely, so exuberantly. Yes, this was how youth should be. In unspoken harmony, a phrase formed in everyone's minds: youth thrives, and the nation thrives. The day when Great Xia becomes a world power is within reach. The host wiped away tears backstage before returning to the stage, eyes still red. Now, please welcome the judges and audience to score Team Su Ji's theoretical and practical projects. Team Guan Xiaoping's practical score was 9.9 points, their theoretical score was 89.6 points, and their total competition score was 99.5 points. Before Team Su Ge presented their samples, Team Guan Xiaoping was the undisputed favorite to win in everyone's eyes. Soon, Su Ji's team's theoretical and practical scores were announced. Theoretical score, 90 points. Practical score, 10 points. Total score, 100 points. Every category was perfect. Chapter 60, 6 judges go all out, battle the fruit guy. Giving Su Ji's team 100 points isn't because they only deserve 100 points, but because 100 is the absolute maximum we can award. Yes, if I could assign my own score, I'd give him 100 million points. He built a hydrogen bomb. Forget 100 million points, I'd lick Su Ji's shoe soles 100 million times. Ha? Wait? Did I hear that right? The car tycoon just said he'd lick Su Ji's shoe soles? Shoo, the car tycoon probably just blurted out his true feelings. He's sulking now, pretend you didn't hear that. Guan Xiaoping beside Su Ge showed no disappointment, instead wearing an expression that said, that's how it should be. Su Ge, congratulations. When does our team's next experiment start? Not that I'm rushing, you just want to know ahead of time so I can plan my schedule. Su Ge was a bit distracted. Ah, next time is next time. He peered left and right. Weird. They said there'd be a bonus, but why hasn't it been handed out yet? Fortunately, the organizers kept their word. After presenting Su Ge with the championship trophy, they immediately handed him the 2 million yuan prize. Su Ge instantly beamed from ear to ear. With 2 million in hand, plus the previous 1.7 million, he was only 1.3 million short of the 5 million needed for his next upgrade. Su Ji's grin stretched even wider, reaching his ears. The venue erupted in thunderous applause once more. Su Ge truly deserved it. With the prize money in hand, Su Ge couldn't wait a second longer. He was eager to head to the bank to cash it out. Hey, Su Ge, don't rush off just yet. The voice belonged to the generous fruit tycoon. Is the fruit tycoon preparing to pour hundreds of millions into another project for the pillars of the Great Xia Nation? Billions? He was willing to invest $1 billion in Guan Xiaoping's team for their micronuclear radiation hydrogen bomb project. Su Ji's team achieved completely radiation-free results. The investment should at least match Guan Xiaoping's. Well, if my company ever needs a cash flow boost, I know exactly who to borrow from. I bet he's donating $2 billion this time. TSK, as if tycoon's money isn't real money. It's hard-earned cash, 2 billion, not 200 million. Don't just see news reports about which businessman donated how much to where. Businessmen are in it for profit too, either to offset taxes or secure mutually beneficial local partnerships. The fruit tycoon isn't running a tech company. Donating to Guan Xiaoping's group gets him tax breaks and a good reputation. But donating another 2 billion to Sugu? What's in it for him? Tax breaks are already maxed out with Guan Xiaoping, is it for even louder fame? Come on. Tycoons love putting their companies and products in the spotlight, but they absolutely hate putting themselves there. Being both wealthy and flashy, it's like they're afraid kidnappers won't spot them. With 2 million in hand, Sugu wasn't nearly as envious of the fruit tycoon's fortune. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Fruit tycoon, I intend to donate 10 billion to Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology. This sum can fund campus development or directly support follow-up research on nuclear-free hydrogen bombs. How much? 10 billion. As expected, our estimates of the real-world tycoon's wealth were far too conservative. Sugu swallowed hard. Donating today? Check or wire transfer? Pre-tax or post-tax? Fruit tycoon, yes, today. It will be in the university's account within 2 hours. Sugu shrugged. On behalf of all faculty and students, I thank you for your generous gift. Wonder if he could strike while the iron's hot and ask academician Zhang Feng to upgrade their dorm to one of those 100 square meter luxury rooms? Ha! Fruit tycoon, I'm willing to give you another 10 billion personally. Sugu mechanically scratched his ear. Also available today? The fruit tycoon nodded confidently. Yes, that's just the first year's salary. We'll adjust upward based on performance. So, are you in? The crowd reacted with mixed expressions to the fruit tycoon's offer. Audience tycoons, damn, fruit sellers make a killing. I'm going to lease a few orchards this year and test the waters. Organizer, tycoon, look at me. I don't want 100 billion annual salary, just give me 100 million. No, 1 million will do. The 6 judges, bastard. That's my student. How dare you, you money-grubbing merchant, try to snatch him away. We'll have to drag this shameless old fool into an alley and beat him senseless with a sack. No, 3 beatings. 1 time won't teach him a lesson. Everyone stared at Sugu with bated breath. 100 billion annual salary? That's not just a working stiff stream. Many medium and large enterprises don't even make 100 billion in annual profits. Luckily, the big shots watching the competition today are all industry leaders. While some might not match the fruit tycoon's clout, they're not far off. A few sour remarks in their hearts will suffice. What if they'd invited small and medium-sized business owners too? Then today would have been a real spectacle. It might have turned into an internal recruitment fair for the fruit tycoon's company. Everyone assumed Sugu wouldn't refuse. A normal person wouldn't turn down an offer of this caliber. Especially considering Suji's modest family background. 100 billion a year was more money than most people could earn in a lifetime. Even the tycoons in the audience couldn't help but ask themselves, if they'd faced such an offer at Suji's age, would they have refused? No way. Sugu, thank you for your appreciation, but I'm not the right fit. The fruit tycoon was struck dumb. Why? Think it's too little? I can add more. Sugu shook his head hastily. You're in the fruit business. Spending that much to recruit me to your company would be pure waste. The fruit tycoon's furrowed brow instantly smoothed out, so that's what Mr. Sugu was worried about. Rest assured, I won't underutilize your talents. I'm about to launch a brand new tech company. Sugu still declined. His reasoning was straightforward, different fields are worlds apart. The fruit tycoon had been swept up in the competition's fervor today. In a moment of impulsiveness, he believed that securing Sugu would instantly propel his new tech company to the pinnacle of the industry. Once he cooled down, he'd likely regret it. If he wanted to return to Bureau 139, then, would his still be the same? Sugu valued long-term development more. The fruit tycoon was still hot-headed, refusing to give up and determined to up the ante to get Sugu into his company. The 6 judges had reached their breaking point. 2 men lifted his legs, 2 lifted his arms, 1 positioned himself behind, and the last guided the way. Is this the spot? No, not far enough. Move deeper inside. Alright, ready. On the count of 3, throw him in. 3. Thud. Ouch. Chapter 61, Extreme Tug of War, more scheming than a sieve. The fruit tycoon was tossed into the second protective door of the explosion test zone by 6 judges whose combined ages could have made them his great-great-grandfather. The protective door could only be opened from the outside. The fruit tycoon scrambled up from the ground, trying to open the door. But he sadly discovered it was an electronic door, no handle at all. Oh. The organizers wanted to go in and rescue him. The 6 judges were unusually united. After exchanging glances, they unexpectedly dispatched this year's oldest participant, 91-year-old academician Wang from Bureau 139, still working on the front lines. Academician Wang stood with arms crossed, steadfastly guarding the doorway. Organizers? A staff member tentatively took a step forward. Academician Wang, please don't make this difficult for us. We can't just stand by and watch people die. Academician Wang's legs immediately began trembling, his hands shaking. Ah, humph. He appeared gasping for breath, on the verge of fainting. The organizers froze in place, not daring to move. Academician Wang, we won't go in. Please calm down, take deep breaths, inhale, exhale. Academician Wang followed the instructions, his emotions quickly stabilizing. He even turned to reassure the staff. During the famine years, I was forced to go without food for 7 days. I weighed less than 100 Gene back then, but after 7 days, I was still a strong man. That big guy inside? Even if they lock him up for 3 days and nights, he won't starve to death. Staff wanted to cry. After weighing their options, the staff had no choice but to side with Academician Wang. They couldn't afford to cross him, not in the slightest. If anything went wrong with Academician Wang today, the entire organizing committee, top to bottom, would be finished. The other 5 judges took turns praising Sugu as a man of unyielding integrity, unwilling to bow for a pittance, already showing the potential to become a heavyweight like old Qian. Sugu smiled on the surface, but inside he was crying. Did he not want the money? But he knew that money wasn't easy to get. Sigh. After the meeting, Brother Jia and several roommates slung their arms around Su Ji's shoulders. Haven't we had a dorm dinner in ages? How about grabbing a bite at that hot pot place near campus? Hot pot? Forget it. I'm treating today. Let's go for a feast. Sugu was about to say he'd cover it. A middle-aged man strode up politely. Mr. Su, our young CEO Ren would like to speak with you. Could you spare a few minutes? Old Zhang and the others beside him frantically jabbed Su Ji's arm. The daughter of the chairman of Manhwa Tech wants to meet Sugu. Maybe she's like that fruit tycoon wants Sugu to work for her company? Sugu, what are you still standing there for? Go! Sugu, alright. Inside the understated, non-luxurious black business vehicle. No sooner had Sugu taken his seat than a statement exploded in his ear, before he could even glance at the interior decor or the owner of the car. Sugu, marry me. I can give you half of my shares in Manhwa Technology. Renfei wasn't a cute little sister type, nor was she an aloof goddess. She'd inherited her father's business acumen and been meticulously groomed by him. She radiated an intense aura, exuding the powerful presence of a businesswoman. If Sugu himself weren't equally formidable, he'd never dare refuse under these circumstances. Sugu crossed his arms in front of him. The more formidable Renfei's aura became, the more relaxed his posture grew. Nope. Renfei, you don't seem afraid of me at all? Sugu raised an eyebrow. You're not a murderer. Why should I be afraid? Renfei let out a soft laugh. Seems the arranged marriage route is out. Would Mr. Su consider working for Manhwa Technology instead? The marriage alliance was meant to bind their interests more tightly, but it wasn't the only way to collaborate. Besides, she hadn't genuinely intended to marry Sugu. Sugu had never ridden in a business vehicle like this before. He casually touched here and there, rummaging through the minibar until he found a bottle of red wine of unknown vintage. Is this drinkable? With only the two of them in the car, Renfei got up and brought over 2 wine glasses. She gently swirled the inky purple wine. Its legs clung to the glass like blood. Sugu remarked, that fruit tycoon offered me 100 billion just to invite me to his company. Yet here you are besides coming over to blast me with your cold attitude showing zero sincerity. TSK. Renfei paused, then burst into hearty laughter. I haven't had the chance to deal with that fruit tycoon yet, but my father once mentioned him to me. He said the fruit tycoon loves doing charity work. For donations under 100 million, he gives generously without seeking fame or profit. For donations under 1 billion, he only seeks fame, not profit. Over 10 billion? He'd demand 10 times the profit in return. Put simply, that's not charity, it's doing his own business under the guise of philanthropy. If he gives you 100 billion, he's already decided he'll make at least 1 trillion off you. Sugu stared at her, his eyes unreadable. Is that not how you see it? Are you exceptionally kind and selfless? Ha ha ha. Renfei laughed again, her smile bright and unrestrained. No, no. I'm even more ruthless than him. I don't want 10 times the return, I want unlimited returns. Sugu. He couldn't quite hold it together anymore. Renfei leaned closer to Sugu, her breath carrying a hint of wine, but Manhwa Tech has far greater resources than him. He's in the fruit business. Not only does he want to switch industries, he wants a newly established tech company to generate 100 billion in annual profits in a short time. That's pure fantasy. Manhwa Tech, however, can actually deliver. Whatever he can offer you, Manhwa can offer too, and without any limits. He gulped down 2 mouthfuls of red wine. He had to admit, both Renfei herself and the terms she offered held a powerful allure. Sugu, Mizran, I won't sugarcoat things for you. Be sincere, stop sugarcoating things for me. This woman wasn't just seemingly formidable, she truly was formidable. First, she invited him into her private sphere, creating the illusion that Renfei regarded him as one of her own, attempting to lower his guard. Then she played out the idle drama tropes, the domineering CEO falls for me. She wanted Sugu to work for her willingly. As for her promise of half her shares, it was undeniably tempting. But when would she give them? In what form? She hadn't mentioned a single detail. TSK, what a wicked capitalist. She dug pit after pit for him. One wrong step and he'd fall right in. This woman named Rin, after all she'd spouted today, Suga could only confirm her claim that I'm more ruthless than the fruit tycoon was genuine. Everything else was just a big, round pie. When called out, Rin Fei showed neither guilt nor the slightest hint of apology. Indeed, you're even smarter than I imagined. She set down her wine glass and leaned back in her chair. She made a gesture to see him out. Since Mr. Su isn't buying my pie in the sky, perhaps we'll cross paths again someday. Chapter 62, Pay to Win Upgrade, half-nanometer lithography technology acquired. This time, it was Su Ji's turn to smile. Little CEO Ren, you really want me to leave? The words carried a hint of ambiguity, yet neither party harbored the slightest impure thought. Ren Fei, you're merely a winner of a merit award. Every competition must have a winner, you're not unique. Moreover, your achievements in nuclear-free hydrogen bombs only prove you possess some talent and capability in weapons research. But in other fields? You may not have the ability to impress again. Here it comes, the bait failed, so now she's putting him down. The more she acted like this, the more certain Suga became that Rin Fei was absolutely intent on recruiting him to work for Hua Technology. Suga gave a perfunctory nod. Right. Those shady maneuvers by the American Empire won't affect your company in the slightest. Even if, hypothetically, they did cause some disruption, your internal R&D team could handle the breakthroughs themselves. Worst case, you could wait for the next tech competition and recruit the champion to work for you. Alright, I won't keep you any longer, Ms. Rin. Until next time. Suga pushed the car door several times, but it wouldn't budge. He turned and stared intently at Rin Fei. A crack finally appeared on Rin Fei's face. Su Ji's words made her realize clearly that he wasn't just some research-obsessed nerd clueless about real life. She didn't try to lure him with empty promises to work for Huatech. Instead, she asked, tell me what kind of cooperation model you want. Suga perked up immediately. Invest 2 million in me. Within half a month, I'll make you 20 million. Ran Fei latched onto the key words in his statement. Investment? Suga nodded. Yes. 2 million. She could pull any bag from her closet that was worth more than that. All right. Ran Fei transferred 2 million yuan to Sugu on the spot. Ding, Alipay received 2 million yuan. As Sugu got out of the car, his expression was a complex blend of emotions. Balance, 5,708,350 yuan. 0.60.7, 0500 yuan. Sufficient balance. Proceed with payment? Sugu, pay. Pay now. Balance, 708,350 yuan. 0.60.7, 500 yuan. Level, 0.7. 0.70.8, 50 million yuan. Rewards being distributed. Semi-nano lithography technology red, extreme ultraviolet lithography technology purple, deep ultraviolet lithography technology purple, etching equipment technology purple, wafer inspection measurement equipment technology gold. As the tree-chopping little people cheered and bounced, 5 fruits, 1 red, 1 gold, and 3 purple flew straight toward Sugu. A flood of information surged into Su Ji's mind. That familiar sensation of his brain crashing. Sugu clutched his head and crouched on the ground, taking a long time to recover. He shook his head vigorously, his mind filled with half-nanometer lithography technology. Currently, the American Empire monopolizes the entire industrial chain for all electronic devices below 7 nanometers. Recently, their restrictions on the Great Xia Nation have grown particularly stringent. The most severely impacted entity is Weihua Technology, the leading tech company of the Great Xia Nation. Now that Sugu possesses these core technologies, the very ones being choked off by the hostile nation, what will the future hold for the Great Xia and the American Empire? Ha 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 ha. Sugu? Zhuang Xiaoyan, who had deliberately bumped into Sugu multiple times, saw him crouched on the ground in apparent despair. She pulled out a tissue, intending to comfort him and earn some goodwill. But now, Su Ji's eerie expression made her shrink back in fright. She turned to run. But remembering her purpose, she gritted her teeth and held her ground. Sugu shot up and shoved her away. Get lost. Get lost. Stay the hell away from me. Don't rub your bad luck off on me. Zhuang Xiaoyan's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Before she could speak again, Sugu had already taken off running. Zhuang Xiaoyan stomped her foot in anger where she stood. Still unwilling to give up, she tossed elegance aside, pulled her hair back into a ponytail, and gave chase. Hearing footsteps behind him, Sugu cursed 3 generations of Zhuang Xiaoyan's family, then sped up. Soon, he was out of sight. Inside the business van, Ren Fei, who had witnessed the entire scene. Su. Visionary. Strategist. Gu instantly transformed into Su. Goofball. Gu. Unclean, back to the company. Meanwhile, Sugu sprinted outside to catch up with his 3 roommates. Sugu, why the hell are you running so fast? No dogs chasing you. Holy crap, whoever's after Sugu is scarier than any dog. Wait, is it Zhuang Xiaoyan? Why won't she leave him alone? I'm going to give her a piece of my mind. Sugu grabbed brother Jia and the others, continuing to run. Until Su Xinghe kindly pulled them into his car. After hearing the whole story, Su Xinghe frowned. I'll call the bureau right now and have them deal with Zhuang Xiaoyan. Sugu was now a key protection target of Bureau 139, his importance nearly on par with old Qian. Some nobody like Zhuang Xiaoyan thought she could mess with Sugu? No way. Su Xinghe's tone and terrifying expression intimidated Sugu and his three companions. Sugu quickly grabbed the phone from his hand. Bro Su, it's not that serious, really. She's just some morally bankrupt academic nobody. Not worth our trouble. Su Xinghe, are you sure the bureau doesn't need to get involved? Sugu, absolutely not. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Zhuang Xiaoyan was practically digging her own grave. Fine. If you can't handle it, let me know anytime. Su Xinghe offered with unexpected consideration. You guys heading straight back to campus? Sugu scratched his face and grinned. We're grabbing a big meal to celebrate. You wanna join us, Su? Su Xinghe shook his head. No thanks. I've got stuff to do later. Have fun, guys. When you're done, remember to swing by Bureau 139. Director, you said there's something important he needs to discuss with you. While Sugu and his roommates officially kicked off their celebration, the room where Rinjia and his daughter were staying was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Father? Personal filming and recording were strictly prohibited at today's competition venue. All photographers were provided by the organizers, and which footage could be released afterward required multiple layers of review. Renfei recounted today's events to her father in meticulous detail. Chairman Ren concluded, he's got character. Capable people always have their quirks. Noticing her father's approval of the unmet Sugu, Renfei pressed, Father, do you think he can earn us 20 million within half a month? Chairman Ren spread his hands. I don't know. If anyone else had issued the challenge, he would have laughed and retorted, joke money? But Sugu, he chose to wait and see. Just then, the chief secretary, usually steady and reliable, disregarded the fact that both Chairman Rin and his daughter were in a private meeting and pushed open the door abruptly. Chairman, Mr. Han Dis-sik will be landing at Daxia Capital Airport in 2 hours. Renfei's gaze inquired, Han Dis-sik, Vice President of Global Market Development at Xingshan? The chief secretary nodded. Yes, Chairman Rin, young Chairman Rin. Who should we arrange to meet him? Their company had a dedicated department for receiving partners. But the current situation was special. Sending only department personnel might make the other party feel they weren't being taken seriously enough. Chairman Rin stood up. I'll go myself. Chapter 63, Cutting Off Qilin Chip Supplies, Waihua Company in Peril. Renfei frowned, Father, I can handle it. He's merely the vice president of some tech company from Korea. Notifying us at the last minute was already discourteous enough. Now you want him to personally go? Wouldn't that make Waihua look overly desperate? Mr. Rin buttoned his suit jacket and spoke earnestly to his daughter. Feifei, Waihua technology has been held hostage by the American Empire on multiple technological fronts, stagnating for far too long. The importance of the Kirin series chips manufactured for us by Xingshan Corporation needs no further explanation. This is a critical moment for Waihua technology. We cannot afford the slightest mishap. Renfei reluctantly lowered her head. All right, Father. I understand. I'll accompany you. They arrived at the Imperial Capital Airport an hour early. But after waiting at the arrivals gate for a full half hour, no one appeared. The chief secretary hurried to ask the airport staff, are there any other arrival channels here? The staff shook their heads. No. The chief secretary immediately contacted Xingshan Corporation's External Relations Department. The response came, it's tomorrow at 6 p.m. Why are you here so early? The chief secretary replied sternly, I've double-checked the itinerary multiple times. I still have your email in my inbox clearly stating it's this afternoon at 6 p.m. The other party gasped, offering a half-hearted apology. It was a mix-up by a new colleague. The chief secretary of Waihua Company was tempted to fly to Star Mountain Company in Korea and beat up their entire external affairs department. How outrageous! Renfei also felt anger welling up. She couldn't believe a major corporation like Star Mountain would make such a basic mistake. Even if they did, their attitude was blatantly mocking them. President Ren's face darkened. On the way back, the icy aura radiating from father and daughter could have chilled a truckload of kimchi. The following afternoon, they returned to the capital's airport. Han Dae-sik, Xingshan's vice president, stood in a pink suit, his gaze lingering on the Wrens. Is this how you treat your life-saving benefactors? Not even a proper airport reception? TSK. Weihua's chief secretary offered a forced smile. Mr. Han, we've reserved the finest hotel for you. Any activities you desire, we'll do our utmost to arrange. Han Dae-sik didn't even glance at the secretary, his gaze fixed intently on Renfei. Well, I recall meeting you 3 years ago. Not bad, not bad. You filled out nicely. Renfei clenched her fists, saying nothing. Endure. Endure until Weihua Technology no longer needed Xingshan to manufacture the Kirin chips. Endure until their own factory under Weihua Technology could produce Kirin. Then she would settle all old and new accounts. But President Ren spoke up, her tone still tinged with lingering anger. Mr. Han De-sik, Ren-fei is my daughter and the vice president of Weihua Technology. Please watch your words. Han De-sik finally reined himself in slightly. But this was merely the beginning. From the moment they left the airport, he hadn't stopped finding fault. Even birds passing overhead couldn't escape his commentary. For a full week, the Ren family served as his companions, accompanying him through meals, drinks, and leisure activities. On the 8th day, Han De-sik voluntarily suggested visiting the R&D facility of Weihua Technology. Mr. Ren agreed, certainly, no problem. He immediately instructed the R&D team and support staff to present their best work. They were also to showcase their most advanced technological achievements. They wanted Han De-sik to know that Weihua Technology was advancing relentlessly. Perhaps soon, they wouldn't need Xingshan's contract manufacturing services. This was a subtle reminder to both Han De-sik and Xingshan Corporation that Weihua Technology wasn't solely dependent on them and they shouldn't overstep their bounds. Upon entering the R&D zone, Han De-sik remained largely silent. The Ren family exchanged a knowing glance. It seemed they had genuinely intimidated Han De-sik. Things should be quiet for a few months now. Just as Han De-sik was about to leave, he unexpectedly remarked, "Your technology at Weihua Technology is far too outdated." No, it's the entire chip technology of Huaxia that's lagging behind. We genuinely believe that after so many years of R&D, you would have developed your own chip technology. Even without Xingshan, you should have been capable of independently manufacturing the Kirin chips. It's truly regrettable. Han De-sik shook his head solemnly, his expression thick with feigned disappointment, setting off alarm bells for the Rens. Mr. Ren's voice trembled slightly. "Mr. Han, what exactly do you mean by that?" Han De-sik sighed heavily. "Mr. Ren, I regret to inform you of some bad news. Xingshan Corporation will terminate its partnership with Weihua Technology. We will no longer manufacture the Kirin series chips for your company. You will have to manage on your own." The schadenfreude in his tone was impossible to hide. To everyone's surprise, Ren-fei lunged forward and grabbed Han De-sik by the collar. "You knew all along your company would stop manufacturing the Kirin series chips for us, yet you only tell us now. Your kimchi has gone bad on your entire family. You dare come to my Great Xia territory to toy with my people?" As a man, Han De-sik's first instinct was to push Ren-fei away. But no matter how many times he pushed, he couldn't budge her. Instead, Ren-fei pinned him against the wall corner, lifting both his feet off the ground. He cringed, terror evident in his eyes as he looked at her. This beautiful woman in front of him was trained. Chinese martial arts truly lived up to its reputation. He'd have to find a Chinese master to learn a few moves himself. Ren-fei gradually tightened her grip. "Speak." Cough, cough, cough. Han De-sik choked on the pressure, coughing violently. Yes, but this isn't our Xingshan company's fault. President Ren, help me." Cough, cough, "Your daughter is strangling me." President Ren signaled his daughter to release him. He unleashed all the authority and sternness he had been holding back these past days. Who else could be calling the shots for you?" Han De-ji was nowhere near his usual arrogant self, meekly stammering, "It was an order from the American Empire. We dared not disobey. Otherwise, why would we abandon perfectly good business deals, turn down profits, and rush over here to terminate our contract with you?" CEO Ren coldly reminded him, "The contract between Weihua Technology and Xingshan Technology hasn't expired yet." Han De-ji timidly pulled out a card. "Headquarters sent me to pay the penalty fee, didn't they?" The turn of events was too sudden. Weihua Technology convened an emergency board meeting. Could Xingshan be trying to raise prices by orchestrating this? Unlikely. Han De-ji came bearing the penalty payment. Then this is serious trouble. Xingshan's penalty 1T be a small sum. But what use is that penalty money to us? What we need is the Qilin series chips. The American Empire is pushing it too far. Everyone, what should we do now? Chapter 64, What does a ride-hailing driver know? The core issue remained unsolved. Holding more meetings was pointless. President Ren couldn't handle the blow and was hospitalized. Fortunately, timely treatment meant he was out of danger. Whether it was Xingshan Corporation halting its partnership with Weihua Technology or Mr. Rin being hospitalized from the shock, nothing could be concealed. Within days, negative news about Weihua Technology flooded the media. Sugu had been shuttling between Bureau 139 and the university lately. Rarely finding free time, he stepped out of the USTC cafeteria, sat in the adjacent garden, and stared blankly at the blue and white sky for a while. "Sugu, you took my 2 million yuan. Can't complete the task and planning to run away?" Sugu jolted awake, looking at the person beside him. "Young CEO Ren? You didn't come all the way to our university just to find me, did you?" He certainly hadn't forgotten the promise he made to Ren-fei. Weihua Technology was an excellent platform. Sugu desperately hoped it wouldn't be crushed by the American Empire. Ren-fei, not exactly. I came to donate funds and recruit on campus, and to see how your money-making venture is progressing. Su-gu clicked his tongue. Manhwa Tech has been forced to halt production of some core chips. Shouldn't you be scrambling to find a way out? How can you spare resources for donations? Renfei regarded him with a deep, inscrutable gaze, a faint smile playing on her lips. Well, I found a way out, haven't I? This woman was baiting him again. Su-gu sighed lazily. My 20 million won't save your Manhwa from burning down. Renfei tugged at the corner of her mouth. Is that so? She didn't storm off, angered by Su-gu. Instead, dressed in an expensive suit just like him, she sat down on the garden steps. Do you know what my father taught me first when I entered the business world? Su-gu watched her. In this campus filled with the vibrancy of life, Renfei was still the same Renfei, but her face now held a livelier aura, no longer the distant, aloof expression she'd worn in the business car. That business people shouldn't have a conscience, and should just rake in as much money as possible? Renfei's mouth twitched slightly. My father told me that both companies and individuals experience ups and downs over the long term. Today, Hua technology stands at the peak, but tomorrow, it could begin its descent. Su-gu gaped, summarizing for her, so you two are just going to coast on your past achievements? He immediately dismissed his own conjecture. Impossible. In his memory, Manhwa Tech would develop its own core technology within 2 years, mass-producing the Kirin chip. It was just that the next 2 years would be tough. Sometimes Renfei genuinely wanted to pull 2 ribs from an American's body, sharpen them, and crack open Su-ji's skull to see what was inside. My father and I never fear failure. Wherever we fall, we rise again. Currently, Manhwa Technology's chip technology lags behind countries like America, but that doesn't mean it will always be so. Within 3 years at most, we will resume production of the Kirin series chips, and we will handle every single step ourselves. Su-gu stood up and walked forward. Renfei stared at his back for 2 seconds before rising to follow. Su-gu made a trip back to Bureau 139 to retrieve the chip, now 50% complete, and accompanied Renfei to the RD zone of Manhwa Technology. Security here, while not as tight as Bureau 139, still restricted access to unauthorized personnel. Young CEO Ren, who might this be? Renfei, an intern I recruited for RD, enter his details into the system. The staff member eyed Su-gu with obvious surprise. When had Manhwa Tech's RD department ever hired interns? Young people who gained access were top graduates from elite universities holding master's or doctoral degrees, almost always through internal referrals. The young man before them looked rough around the edges, but he was clearly no older than 20. At 20, he'd be either a freshman or sophomore in college. Regardless of his inner thoughts, his hands moved swiftly. Manhwa Tech's RD complex spans several buildings. Renfei guided Su-gu into an elevator bound for the 22nd floor. The entire floor lacked windows. Some areas were even pitch black. The 22nd floor housed Manhwa Tech's core technology division. Even the janitors held at least bachelor's degrees in electronics-related fields. The sudden appearance of a young man who looked completely out of place stirred mixed reactions among the staff. Who's CEO Ren's new boyfriend? Never heard she had a boyfriend. She's a workaholic, when would she have time for dating? Look, he's wearing a special internship badge around his neck. Huh, must be someone important. CEO Ren's illegitimate child? That seems like the only plausible explanation. Sun Xian, who had achieved a full head of baldness before turning 30, silently exited the break room and headed straight for Lab 22 on the 22nd floor. He swiped his face to enter. Renfei heard footsteps and turned around, slightly surprised. Good grief, the last time she saw him, he still had a tuft of hair on his head. Today, not a single strand remained. Sun Xian? Sun Xian couldn't keep his thoughts to himself. Young Mr. Rin, when the CEO held our onboarding meeting, he repeatedly assured us that Hua Technology wouldn't be a place for nepotism. So why did you bring the CEO's illegitimate son into the company's core area? Bringing him in wasn't the issue. What he cared about was whether their future experiments would also be micromanaged by this hothead. Su-gu Renfei, what illegitimate son? Sun Xian pointed angrily at Su-gu. You're the illegitimate son who got special treatment from Mr. Ren. I'm putting this out there today, 22nd floor, it's either me or him. Both can't stay. Su-gu was speechless. Renfei pressed her hand to her forehead. Sun Xian, Su-gu isn't a bastard child. I invited him specifically for critical RD. Him? He's capable of critical RD? Sun Xian had felt Su-gu looked familiar earlier. After another glance, he finally recalled where he'd seen him. A while back, feeling down, he'd attended the wedding of his former campus goddess. He'd drunk too much, and his classmates had called a designated driver for him. Su-gu had been sitting in the back seat, looking gloomy. The driver up front, probably feeling sorry for him, had offered some words of comfort. That face, that voice, it all clicked instantly. His anger flared even more. You're just a ride-sharing driver. Do you even know how chips are made? Do you have any idea what we're most short on right now? You know nothing. You're just a con artist who fooled little Ren. Renfei turned to look at Su-gu. You've driven for a ride-sharing service? Why wouldn't I? Sugu replied candidly. Not only have I driven for ride-sharing, I've delivered food. I've done any legitimate job that pays decent money. As he spoke, pride swelled in him. He raised his chin defiantly at Sun Xin. Not only did I get you home safely, I even comforted you through your heartbreak. You ungrateful jerk. Not only that, but after all this time, you have the nerve to give me a bad review right to my face. Shameless. Chapter 65, Your heart rate is skyrocketing. Sun Xin, he. Renfei raised her hand to cut him off. Time was tight, and she had no patience for his antics. Her tone turned stern. Sun Xin, either leave or be quiet. Sun Xin glared at Sugu. He was a core R&D engineer at Hua Technology. The company had provided him with a house, a car, and even a professional nanny. He never had to worry about anything in life, proof of how highly the company valued him. But today, young Master Rin was kicking him out over a designated driver. Fine. He'd see just how this driver planned to deceive young Master Rin to the end. Sugu fed his prototype into the machine for processing. Moments later, all the data appeared. 4 nanometers? How did you do it? Only 4 nanometers? Sun Xin shoved past the two, his entire body flushed crimson. Sugu and Renfei were pushed back, barely maintaining their balance. Sugu, this bald guy looks skinny as a rail, but he sure packs a punch. Renfei, besides graduating from a top university, he was once the national third-place champion in Sanda. Sugu glanced at the passing R&D engineers sporting identical hairstyles, feeling a mix of emotions. Your company hasn't secretly installed machines to steal employees' hair and collagen, has it? Look what they've turned a perfectly good athlete into. Renfei dodged the question, when can the remaining 50% be completed? Sugu surveyed the surroundings and replied after a moment, before midnight tonight. Renfei took a deep breath. Alright, I'll stay here with you. Whatever you need, just give the word. Compared to her previous aloof demeanor, Renfei's current attitude was almost unrecognizable. Sugu clicked his tongue. Capitalists everywhere were cut from the same cloth. When there's profit to be made, they worship you like a god. When you're no longer useful, they kick you like dog. Eager to get back, Sugu yanked Sun Xin aside. Alright. I'm just a lousy designated driver. What good stuff could I possibly make? Stop staring. Sun Xin tried to charge forward again but was stopped by Renfei. Meeting her disapproving gaze, Sun Xin finally calmed down. Even the high-end Kirin chips Xingshan Corporation supplies our company are only 5 nanometers. How the hell did he pull off 4 nanometers? Wateka's internal technology could only produce chips above 7 nanometers. Sub-7 nanometers chips were monopolized by empires like America and Japan. Factories with production technology, raw material suppliers, and even personnel possessing this expertise were all being forced to refuse cooperation with Dacia's tech companies. Though that chip was still only a prototype, the most challenging half-nanometer lithography technology had achieved a qualitative breakthrough. No matter how Renfei tried to shoo him away, Sun Xin refused to budge, clinging to the R&D room like a stubborn plaster. Renfei couldn't really do anything to him. Whenever Sugu needed equipment or supplies, she simply sent Sun Xin to run the errands. Sun Xin, however, seemed to relish the role. At 9 o'clock that evening, having finally cleared her backlog of work, Renfei stood up to stretch her neck. When she saw several colorful images appear on the display screen ahead. It worked? Her voice trembled. The pent-up frustration bottled up inside her for days was about to burst through the clouds. Sugu hesitated, then said, well, it might be a bit different from what you imagined. Theory and practice always had some gap. Time was too tight. This chip still fell short of the Kirin series chips manufactured by South Korea's Star Mountain Company. It can't display human faces. Renfei, huh? Sugu paused, then added, it's not suitable for smartphones or tablet computers either. The pent-up frustration that had been about to burst out of Renfei was abruptly stifled. Sun Xin suddenly chimed in from the side, what about using it in smartwatches? Or devices like fitness bands? Market standards don't require adult imagery for these products. Suji's eyes lit up, that's absolutely viable. If we're only applying it to these smaller devices, we could even add new features on top. The promise to be home by midnight was promptly forgotten. Though the project deviated from expectations, Renfei remained fully supportive. Sugu commanded the entire 22nd floor's core R&D engineers. Who knew how many all-nighters Sugu had pulled in Hua Technology's research tower? By the time he appeared refreshed, clutching 2 latest masterpieces to show Renfei, most of the 22nd floor's R&D engineers had been worked to the bone. Only a handful remained at their desks. Sugu announced excitedly, young President Run, 2 watches, 1 sports model, 1 smart health monitor. You can try them on. Hey! Young President Run? Asleep? Hand them over. I'll try them. President Ren extended his hand. Seeing Sugu freeze, he chuckled, what? Not good enough? Sugu hastily shook his head. Of course you can. When did Mr. Ren arrive? Why didn't anyone notify him? The moment the watch was secured, a series of readings appeared on the display. Systolic blood pressure, 129 millimeters of mercury. Diastolic blood pressure, 88 millimeters of mercury. Total cholesterol, 5.3 mol/L. Blood glucose, 5.7 mol/L. Heart rate, 80 bpm. So good, Mr. Rin, your blood pressure is a bit high, and your total cholesterol is elevated. Your blood sugar, however, is quite normal. Mr. Ren had just been discharged from the hospital today, having undergone a full physical examination before leaving. The data largely matched his previous readings. I see several question marks on the display screen for uric acid, bone density, PSA, and others. What do these indicate? Suga gestured around the screen. These blank data points, some require you to wear the monitoring watch on different body parts for in-depth tracking to generate readings. Others, like bone density and carotid ultrasound, need our monitoring watch to be upgraded first before we can continue tracking. Suppressing his excitement, Ren continued, so in the future, people won't need to spend time and money going to hospitals for checkups anymore? He had his own personal physician and even a private hospital. Seeking medical care never involved the same queues, waiting for doctor's appointments, paying fees, or undergoing tests as ordinary citizens did. But that didn't mean he was an entrepreneur oblivious to the hardships of the common folk. Suga shook his head. No, the size and price of our watch mean many tests simply can't be done independently by it alone. Of course, we can't rule out that future advancements might allow a single monitoring watch to handle all necessary patient examinations. But let's not look that far ahead. Even just completing this series of tests displayed on the screen is enough to help wearers prevent certain major diseases early. It connects to the wearer's family members' phones. If the watch detects abnormal fluctuations in the data, it triggers an alert on their phones, allowing loved ones to prepare in time and prevent dire situations. For example, right now, your heart rate is steadily rising. Suga stared at the rapidly climbing numbers on the display and immediately called for help. Chapter 66, 4 nanometers is already astonishing. What's wrong? Dad. Ren Fei awoke. Her face was etched with concern for her father. Fortunately, Mr. Ren's personal physician was stationed outside, providing round-the-clock care. After several minutes, Mr. Ren's heart rate returned to normal. Ren Fei turned pale with fear. Dad, leave this matter to me. Please listen to the doctor and go home to rest, okay? All right. Mr. Ren gripped his daughter's hand tightly. Both these watch models must go into mass production, and the technology must not leak out. Ren Fei understood the implication in her father's words. Everything else was manageable, but preventing the technology from leaking. Her gaze drifted to Sugu, who was huddled in a corner whispering with Sun Xin. She sighed inwardly. After several direct confrontations with Sugu, she hadn't lost, but she'd never gained the upper hand either. Now her father wanted her to use every means possible to keep Sugu solely for their benefit? That was clearly impossible. To spare her father undue worry that might affect his health, she smiled and said, "All right, Dad." After seeing her father off, Ren Fei walked toward the RD station. Sugo asked without turning his head, "You two aren't plotting something against me again, are you?" Ren Fei cleared her throat and lied without flinching, "You're overthinking it. My father and I were discussing how to reward you. TSK, no need. That 2 million is my reward. I only take what I deserve." Sugo waved his hand in a decisive refusal. By the way, these two products are ready for mass production. The outside world hasn't been very optimistic about manhwa technology lately, with a lot of speculation. Should we consider holding a press conference to show off a bit? Ren Fei couldn't help but chuckle at Su Ji's teasing. We need to prioritize stability first. The product hadn't undergone stability testing yet. If they rushed into mass production and sales now, they could only launch it on a small scale and sign relevant contracts with buyers. That way, if any unexpected issues arose, they could adjust promptly. Only once its stability reached 99.999% would they proceed with a large-scale market launch. Ren Fei's plan was to first recruit a group of volunteers. They would wear both the sports watch and the monitoring watch for a period, closely tracking all relevant data. Only after confirming no major issues would they proceed with small-scale sales, followed by full-scale production. Suga nodded in understanding. It was just like the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb project he'd been buried in at Bureau 139. Not only did they need to conduct high-yield tests, but they also had to ensure it performed optimally and stably under all extreme conditions. This wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight at required time. Sugu cleared his throat. So, did I meet that 20 million yuan target? Without large-scale production, there was no way to turn a profit. Ren Fei turned her wrist, both watches now fastened to her hands. I'm personally buying these two watches at 10 million yuan each. Sugu chuckled. Rich ladies sure know how to spend. Money just moves from one pocket to the other. Ren Fei knew his mouth would never utter anything nice, so she'd already walked away. Sugu returned to the dorm. His roommates were gathered around old Zhang's computer, staring intently at something. Sugu, color film? Make sure to send me a copy. Did you see today's news? Old Zhang and the others looked grim. Whale Island Corporation also announced they won't be manufacturing any chips below 7 nanometers process technology for any tech companies in the Great Xia Empire for the next 5 years. Whale Island Corporation's largest client in the Great Xia Empire was Hua Technology. And Whale Island Corporation is indirectly subject to American Empire regulations. This move is undoubtedly another dirty trick orchestrated by the American Empire. The American Empire is so treacherous, terrified that Great Xia's technology might surpass theirs. Actually, this is also an indirect endorsement of Great Xia's technology by the American Empire. The question is, how do we solve the current crisis? Huawei just announced its new H7 series phones a month ago. Now that its two largest contract manufacturers are refusing to supply chips, won't Huawei become a laughingstock? Who dares laugh? I'll be the first to punch them. Our fellow countrymen wouldn't be that foolish, but the American Empire will undoubtedly exaggerate wildly, seizing the chance to destroy the positive image we've built for Great Xia internationally. Oomph, as if they're the only ones who can speak? The roommates were all seething with indignation. After a long while, they noticed Sugu standing there silently, chin in hand. Old Zhang suddenly had an idea. Hey, Sugu, have you ever considered switching careers to research sub-nanometer lithography technology? Brother Jia punched him playfully. Good thing academician Zhang Feng and director you weren't here. Otherwise, you'd end up like that fruit-loving big shot locked up for 2 days until you learned your lesson. Who is Sugu? A talent's 6 senior judges fought to recruit. Both the university and Bureau 139 hoped Sugu would dedicate himself to the field of nuclear-free hydrogen bombs. Sugu asked an unrelated question. Want to make some extra cash? Old Zhang and the others, what? Sugu whispered a few words in their ears. All three of them widened their eyes in unison. You actually pulled off something this big behind our backs. Sugu humbly replied, it's not that big of a deal, really. It's only applicable to watches. It took the trio quite a while to recover. But when they saw the actual product, their hearts, which had grown quiet, surged with excitement once more. Brother Jie declared, Sugu, I hereby proclaim you my god. If you tell me to make $1 billion, I won't settle for less than $1 billion. Su Ji's left cheek twitched violently. $120 a month, it's not much, but free money is free money, right? All three nodded. The money wasn't the point. The point was that they were the first to use a 4 nanometers technology product developed entirely with China's own technology. The sense of pride in their hearts was priceless. The roommates' physiological data streamed directly into Weihua Technologies systems. Hundreds of R&D engineers gathered to analyze the readings. Test subject Yuan Shao exhibits near-perfect physiological metrics across all parameters, with minimal fluctuation. Curious Watch data shows their combined sleep duration over the past 3 days hasn't exceeded 5 hours, with deep sleep under 3 hours. Yet all vital signs remain normal. Could this be the advantage of youth? No, that can't be right. My younger brother is the same age as them. I had him wear one too. He often stays up late gaming, and during those late-night hours, his watch data clearly shows abnormal readings. It seems our monitoring sample size is still insufficient. So Renfei sought out Sugu again, explaining the current limitations and their uncertainties. Sugu thought, my roommates have all tried my energy-boosting cola. Pulling 3 all-nighters is nothing, even 7 straight days wouldn't cause major issues. Renfei, I need to expand our sample size quickly. Any ideas? Simple. Sugu immediately thought of offering benefits to his university peers. With over 10,000 students at our Imperial Tech University, we could easily form a large sample group. If that's not enough, there are plenty of other universities in the capital. Chapter 67, Trouble Ahead. Someone's targeting the nation's future. College students alone won't suffice, Renfei interrupted. The primary target demographic for the monitoring watches is middle-aged and elderly individuals. Su Ji's eyes darted around. Easy. Leave it to me. From 99 down to 40, I'll get you at least 1,000 samples within a day. But you gotta make sure that $120 a month hits their accounts on time. Small change. Renfei nodded without hesitation. Alright, hurry up. I'll head to the factory and see if they can get the goods to you within 2 hours. After the shipment arrived, Sugu and the entire class distributed the watches at the cafeteria entrance. Once you receive your watch, activate it and input your personal information. 120 yuan will be deposited into your account on time in 1 month. Hearing there was money involved, the students became even more enthusiastic. Fearing they might miss out, they scrambled like students fighting for the last free chicken drumstick at cafeteria closing time. Me. I've got 5 roommates, give me 5 more. I can wear 2 myself. Honestly, my ankles are just sitting there empty anyway. Might as well, haha. Sugu distributed over 10,000 watches in just the time it took to eat dinner. Sugu, are you doing side gigs? Academician Zhang Feng, fresh from the cafeteria, frowned at him. College students aren't forbidden from part-time work. Sugu is. His time is too precious to waste on such things. Didn't you just get that 2 million yuan award? Why are you still scrambling for money? Don't tell me some shady characters are dragging you into trouble? His sharp gaze swept over Su Ji's roommates and classmates. Even the unfamiliar students who'd approached Su Gu about the watch issue didn't escape his scrutiny. Su Gu felt a bit helpless. Professor Zhang, I am doing part-time work, but it has nothing to do with others, and I haven't picked up any bad habits. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. Academician Zhang Feng's frown deepened. Returning to his office, he urgently contacted Dean Yu. His opening words were, Dean Yu, this is serious. Someone is trying to corrupt the nation's future leaders. Dean Yu, what? Within half an hour, the university's top brass and personnel from Bureau 139 converged for an emergency meeting. One side leveraged extensive investigative networks, while the other directly utilized internal authority for inquiries. Within 5 minutes, they had thoroughly uncovered who had recently interacted with Su Gu and what he had been up to. After reviewing the findings, academician Zhang Feng and the others fell into a prolonged silence. Where does this kid get all that energy? At his age, I was stuck in a 3-point loop: lab, cafeteria, dorm. Same here. Any spare time back then was spent catching up on sleep. Director Yu, I believe your Bureau 139 hasn't allocated sufficient time for Su Gu. Zhang Feng, what are you saying? Su Gu is still a student, we can't just lock him up in Bureau 139. I'd say it's your Capital University of Science and Technology's curriculum that's not demanding enough. Both sides traded a few barbs. Alright, enough bickering. Since Su Gu shows talent in chip development, let him pursue it. If you're worried about his health, assign him a few veteran doctors skilled in restoring young people's vitality, have them take his pulse and prescribe some restorative herbs. This final proposal won unanimous agreement. Meanwhile, Su Gu was already driving his second-hand pickup truck, a recent 2,000 yuan purchase loaded with 1,000 monitoring watches, heading back to the village. Su Gu hummed a folk tune, feeling quite cheerful all the way. Until he noticed a bright red sports car had been tailing him through 5 intersections. He grunted. The guy in the sports car probably wouldn't rob someone driving a beat-up pickup, right? Su Gu thought this, but still slammed his foot on the gas. Result? How could a beat-up pickup possibly outrun a sports car? He couldn't shake it off. Su Gu was furious. Another intersection lay ahead, less than 10 kilometers from Zhujiakan. Su Gu decided to pull over right at the junction. The red sports car stopped too, just 5 meters away. Not wanting trouble, Su Gu got out carrying the axe left by the original owner and headed straight for the sports car. With just a meter left to the sports car, the door opened. An old man stepped out. The old man looked puzzled. Little Su Gu, why did you stop? What are you doing here? Su Gu was speechless. Old man, you've been following me this whole time. What exactly do you want? Your car could buy 100 of mine. You're not here to rob me, are you? I'm busy. No time to play games with rich idlers like you. Dr. Tang's mouth twitched violently. Young Su Gu, you're so young yet overthink things. It harms your spleen, drains your qi and blood, and indirectly affects your heart and kidneys. Have you been having trouble peeing lately? Who the hell are you? Su Gu grew increasingly wary. Damn it. He hadn't felt anything wrong. He ate well, drank well, and could still bounce around. But after the little old man said that, it suddenly felt like, no, don't fall for it. He must be caught in some high-end scam. Dr. Tang looked puzzled. Didn't they tell you who I am? Su Gu snapped, cut the mystique. Stay away from me. If I catch you following me again, I won't show you any respect. Dr. Tang's eyes nearly rolled back into his head. Looks like I'll need to add another herb to your formula. He leaned in and pulled a document case from the car. Inside were a stack of documents, some yellowed with age, clearly decades old. Su Gu, you want to know who I am? Well, here you go. I'm the doctor specially invited by old Qian to treat you. Here's my medical license, this is my work ID from Bureau 139, and this is my ID card. Ah, I don't photograph well, the picture doesn't even capture a tenth of my real looks. Su Gu never believed this bizarre old man driving a red sports car was a doctor. When he saw the birth date on his ID, he was so furious he started pumping his fists. Great, you old fool, trying to pull the wool over my eyes. May your ancestors' graves open wide for you. You're 103 years old, yet you can still drive a sports car chasing after me? Not a single strand of gray hair on your head? Ha! Did he really think Su Gu had never seen a centenarian? Their village had just lost a centenarian last year. He'd gotten so excited at his birthday banquet that he passed away. That old man had gone completely gray long ago. Though he could take care of himself, he always needed a cane to walk. A 103-year-old driving a sports car and still full of beans? Give me a break. If you really are 103, old fart, I'll bang my head 103 times on the ground facing my family's ancestral graves today. Dr. Tang waved his hand dismissively. What's the point of bowing 103 times? It's just for my family graves anyway. How about this, if what I say is true, you introduce me to 103 women over 95 to be my friends. How's that? Chapter 68, The Creepy Old Geezer. The more lecherously the old geezer grinned, the more unsettled Su Ji's expression became. Fine. But if what you say is fake, you'd better go turn yourself in. Dr. Tang, deal. Sugu pulled out his phone, muttering to himself. Just you wait, old geezer. Soon enough, your family will be fishing you out of jail. Hey, brother Su, it's me, Sugu. What do you mean you sent me a message? Oh, my phone was on silent, didn't he see it? The doctor you sent hasn't he left yet, right? Already on the way? Driving a red sports car? Really 103 years old? Wait, no, hold on. Let us video call and double check. Sugu opened the video call. Su Xingha, Dr. Tang, you've already met young Sugu. Dr. Tang nodded vigorously, then began complaining right in front of the person involved. Yeah. Young Sugu called me a fraud and wants to lock me up, saying my great-grandkids will have to come pick me up from behind bars. After ending the video call, Su Ji's face turned every color of the rainbow. Dr. Tang, do you have some ancestral secret formula for immortality at home? Dr. Tang waved his hand. If I really had that stuff, my second son wouldn't have died earlier this year. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Dr. Tang pulled a box of chocolates from his pocket. Want some? Dr. Tang popped one into his mouth, his face showing not a trace of sadness or regret. He savored the chocolate sweetness with pure delight. What are you apologizing for? It's not like you killed him. No offense, but with how young people treat their bodies these days, they might not even make it to 83. Sugu, your second son was already 83 when he passed? Dr. Tang hummed in acknowledgement, popped another chocolate into his mouth, then tucked the box away. 83 is indeed young. But when my wife was carrying him, things were already rough. Not getting enough to eat, running errands while heavily pregnant, that was the norm. When the second boy was born, he was no bigger than my palm. His whole body was covered in bruises. The midwives all said he wouldn't survive and told us to prepare for the worst. Well, my grandfather was still around then. One dose of his medicine, and he managed to save the little guy's life. My grandfather said, nurture him well, and my second son will live to 50. Well, we raised him too well, he accidentally lived 33 years longer than expected. Sugu finally understood why Dr. Tang, at 103 years old, still looked like a little old man in his 60s. Beyond his family's generations of masterful medical skills, it also had to do with his remarkably open-minded attitude. If he could take things like this in stride, what else could possibly bother him? My identity's verified. Remember you promised to hook me up with 103 ladies over 95? Can we roll now? Dr. Tang yanked open the car door. Any later and we'll miss second sister's beef noodles. Sugu automatically ignored the first part of his statement and asked in surprise, how do you know there's a second sister beef noodle shop in our town? Have you been here before? No, I haven't. Dr. Tang fastened his seatbelt and leaned forward with righteous indignation. I looked up the guide before coming. Locals say Second Sister Beef Noodle Shop has great flavor, but it only operates from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sugu. Whoever says old folks can't keep up with the times should be dragged before them by this lecherous little old man. It was almost 10 o'clock. Dr. Tang didn't even bother with Sugu, flooring the gas pedal straight to Second Sister's Beef Noodle Shop. Owner, 2 large bowls of beef noodles. Sugu followed inside, feeling rather speechless. 2 bowls of beef noodles. Sugu naturally assumed one was for him. But the little old man clutched both bowls protectively to his chest, growling, Xiao Sugu, what are you up to? Sugu gestured with his hands. 2 huge bowls? Can you even finish them? Little old man, wasting food is shameful. The little old man snorted coldly, I can finish them. Sugu had eaten at the school cafeteria before leaving and wasn't actually hungry. But seeing the old man's possessive attitude, he decided to take him on today. He sat down firmly across from him. Fine, you eat. I'll watch you eat. If you don't finish it all today, I'll pinch your nose and force it down your throat. Dr. Tang ignored him, already buried in his bowl, slurping away. Slurp. Bowl after bowl. The beef topping was cooked to perfection, tender yet chewy. The noodles were hand-rolled just before cooking, springy and satisfying. The beef noodle soup had minimal seasoning, letting the natural flavors shine. Sugu found himself swallowing repeatedly. Across the table, the little old man found a moment in his busy schedule to sneak a couple of glances at Sugu. Then, he actually picked up 2 bowls of noodles, wiggled his hips, and shifted to the back table, sitting with his back to Sugu as he continued to devour his meal. Sugu couldn't help but laugh at the frustration. Owner, give me a large bowl of beef noodles too. The second sister, tied in an apron, emerged apologetically. Sorry, we're sold out of beef noodles today. The old man's slurping sounds echoed uncomfortably close to Su Ji's ear. Sugu, then a bowl of plain noodles will do. Second sister, our flour is freshly ground every morning by my in-laws. We're out of flour today too. Truly sorry. Alright, I'll come back another time. Sugu took a deep breath, took 3 steps in 2 strides toward the little old man, grabbed one of the bowls, and ran off. Hey! My noodles! Sugu ate as he ran. Old man, you're getting on in years. Eating too much at night can cause indigestion. Let me help you out. No need to be polite. You little brat. Dr. Tang stood at the shop entrance, laughing as he scolded him. That bowl's been touched. Come back for a fresh one. Sugo waved his hand behind his back. No need, no need. I know you're trying to trick me. If I go back, I won't get any. Wow, this is so good. Dr. Tang. That brat must be a worm in his belly. TSK. Late at night, 2 cars entered the village. The first to stir were the village dogs. Next was Liang Wei, the current village chief of Shujia village. Sugu, why did you suddenly return? Did something happen? Sugu opened the car door. Distribute the monitoring watches to the villagers overnight. The sooner, the better. Liang Wei asked cheerfully, is this a targeted donation from some big company for our elderly? Sugu shook his head. Not a donation. They're just testing them out for a while. Liang Wei hesitated. Brother Su, you know our village elders are pretty sharp. Actually, it wasn't just their village, other villages were the same. Free stuff, even a plastic bag, and they'd fight over it. But the monitoring watches Sugu brought required transmitting their health data back to the central system, and eventually, the watches would be collected. The elders would likely seize the opportunity to demand something in return. Sugu, a monthly stipend of 120 yuan. They get paid? Liang Wei exhaled in relief. Why didn't you say so sooner? Alright, leave it to me. Chapter 69, Grandpa Wu, what are you doing out in broad daylight? Liang Wei immediately used the village loudspeaker to gather everyone. Village chief, what's the urgent matter at this hour? Yeah, I have to get up early for the market tomorrow. Liang Wei, quiet. Ever since she asserted her authority last time, Liang Wei's words carried significant weight in the village. The murmurs below instantly fell silent. Liang Wei, gathering everyone at this hour means it's either extremely bad news or extremely good news. The villagers' hearts instantly leapt to their throats. Liang Wei, alright, I won't keep you in suspense. I secured a great benefit for everyone in town, a trial of high-end watches that monitor your health in real time. During the trial period, if you experience any headaches or fevers, someone will come to examine you for free. Hearing this, the villagers perked up. That really is great news. I'm feeling a bit under the weather right now. Can you treat me? Ahem, haven't you forgotten what the village chief said at the last meeting? Don't get too greedy. I remember. I was just asking. I didn't say they had to treat me. Sugu quietly gave Liang Wei a thumbs up. Liang Wei winked back at him. What was meant to be a private exchange between the two was abruptly interrupted by the little old man. Young Sugu, is that your sweetheart? The girl's got potential, she'll easily live to 99. If you two marry, I guarantee you'll have 2 kids within 3 years. Sugu glared at him. Old man, you talk too much. The old man made a zipping mouth gesture. Surrounded by villagers, Liang Wei dropped another bombshell. Anyone who collects a watch and wears it according to the rules will receive a monthly payment of 120 yuan. Quantities are limited, first come, first served. In less than 5 minutes, the entire box of smart monitoring watches prepared for Shujia village was gone. Early the next morning, Sugu and Liang Wei visited several nearby villages and repeated the process. 1,000 watches were snatched up just as quickly. Oh my goodness. My kids came back yesterday just to celebrate my birthday and then left. If I'd known, I would have let them stay another night. Who can argue with that? Sugu, if there's another opportunity like this, you must remember to call us. Sugu nodded with a smile. Back in Shujia village. Black glasses, ever the sycophant, sidled up. Big shot, I couldn't reach you for ages. People kept asking about that mineral deposit, openly and under the table I turned them all away. Sugu, thanks for your hard work, old black. No trouble at all. It's my duty. All I should do. Hearing Su Ji's words, old black nearly welled up with tears. Though his time and money invested in Sugu hadn't yet yielded returns. He'd just heard through the grapevine that the winner of the Capital Tech Competition's nuclear-free hydrogen bomb award was a student surnamed Su. Though only the surname was given, Lao He was absolutely certain it was Sugu. Following such a big shot, he had no worries about ever making it big. Sugu, help me with one more thing. Just give the orders, sir. Lao He waited quietly for Su Ji's instructions. Sugu, find me an office space in the capital. Preferably a standalone building, cheap rent and convenient transportation. Liang Wei whispered a warning, Brother Su, a standalone building in a prime location can't possibly be cheap. Sugu nodded calmly. I understand. I'll try my best. Maybe we'll get lucky and snag a bargain. After chatting with his parents for a bit, Sugu prepared to leave. Someone burst out from behind him. Sugu, hold on. The little old man? Sugu had nearly forgotten about him. After arriving home last night, the little old man had barged into Su Ji's room and fallen fast asleep. According to Su Ji's father, his snoring was so loud it disturbed the birds outside the window, keeping them chirping restlessly all night. Waking up that morning, the little old man had cheerfully polished off most of the breakfast his mom had prepared for the whole family. Everyone else had only eaten about half their fill. The little old man ran without breaking a sweat. He pulled a box out of his pocket. Su-gu didn't take it. Chocolate? Keep it for yourself. Dr. Tang pressed the box into his hand. These are specially formulated tonic pills for you today. Take one daily for 7 consecutive days. After that, even if you sleep only 1 day a week for the next year, it won't affect your lifespan. Do as you please. Su-gu accepted it and, under the old man's watchful gaze, popped one into his mouth. It looked almost identical to chocolate and tasted sweet when chewed. The little old man called after Su-gu, "Su-gu, remember to get at least 6 hours of sleep each day during these 7 days of taking the pills." Got it? Su-gu had already driven his beat-up pickup truck into town. The old truck pulled into the parking lot of Manhwa Technologies or D-Zone. Manhwa Technologies or D engineers were all high earners. The cheapest cars in the lot were worth over 200,000 yuan, and million yuan vehicles were commonplace. Su-ji's beat-up pickup stood out conspicuously. It baffled the security guard at the entrance. Just what's the deal with that kid? If he was personally brought in by young CEO Ren, why's he driving a pickup so beat up even the company's trash collectors would turn their noses up at it? Poof. Su-gu swiped his face to enter the 22nd floor. RD Room 22. Renwei and several core RD engineers were already present. All the display screens were activated. Dense clusters of data filled the screens. Data from the university students from Zujiakan. Sun Xan, seated in the front row, suddenly widened his eyes. Bad news. Observer A11's heart rate and blood pressure have surged 30% in a short time and are still climbing. Adrenaline levels have skyrocketed 8-fold. Su-gu leaned closer. A11 was Su-ji's great-uncle, now well into his 80s. Renwei, contact the nearest doctor immediately. Doctors and nurses were stationed outside the village. Fearing for his great-uncle's safety, Su-gu immediately called Liang Wei. "Liang Wei, I'll ride my e-scooter over, I'll be there in a minute." "Don't worry, Su-gu, Grandpa 5 will be fine." Su-gu didn't let Liang Wei hang up. He put the call on speakerphone, so the exchange that followed a minute later was heard not only by him but by everyone in RD Room 22. "Liang Wei, Grandpa Wu, we've received an abnormal health signal from your location. Are you okay?" Immediately followed by the sound of Liang Wei forcefully pushing open the door. The next moment, the elderly man's terrified screams, Liang Wei's screams, Old Black's screams as he guided the medical team, and the medical staff's screams echoed in succession. Su-gu, everyone in the RD lab. Listening to Grandpa was booming screams on the other end of the line. It didn't sound like illness. But the data was undeniably abnormal. Could their monitoring watches already be faulty, just moments after starting the monitoring? Liang Wei's voice came through again, her tone tinged with something hard to describe. "Grandpa Wu. Who is this lady? In broad daylight, how is she, on your bed?" Chapter 70, Zhuang Xiaoyan casts her spell, and it's getting hard to hold on. You young girl, mind your own business." Grandpa Wu hurriedly and clumsily pulled on his clothes, his old face flushed with embarrassment as he glared at Liang Wei. Wei, Grandpa Wu knows you're the village chief now and have some authority, but you still can't break into people's homes. Liang Wei's face was also flushed red. She never would have imagined that Grandpa Wu, well into his 80s, could experience a second spring. And to make matters worse, he'd been caught red-handed by his smartwatch. When Grandpa Wu heard the culprit was the very watch on his wrist, he flew into a rage, yanking it off. "Take this damn thing away. I'm done with it." Manhwa Technology RD Zone 22. Everyone held their breath. They'd already recovered from the shock of realizing an 80-year-old man had physical needs. Now their concern was whether, after Grandpa Wu set this precedent, other elderly residents might feel their privacy was being invaded, worried that anything they did was being watched. Although Su-gu had explained this situation to the elders beforehand, you couldn't really reason with old people. Grandpa Wu was making a scene, refusing the doctor's diagnosis and insisting on throwing the watch away. "Old Wu. You good for nothing." Another aged yet spirited voice cut through the air. "Big sister." Grandpa Wu froze. He was sharp enough to grasp the situation. He shot Liang Wei another glare. It had to be Wei who ratted him out. Liang Wei felt guilty. Just minutes ago, after confirming Grandpa Wu was fine, she signaled to Lao Hei to fetch Grandpa Wu's eldest sister, Grandma Tsuhua, from the neighboring village. Grandma Tsuehua had a fiery temper. The moment she arrived, she tapped Grandpa Wu on the head twice. "Little Wu, are you regressing with age? This excellent monitoring watch back in the day, we couldn't even buy one with our money. Now we get to wear it for free. And you're complaining about it? Do you think Xiao Su-gu, Liang Wei, and the doctors made all this for who? For us, of course. If you still can't tell right from wrong, just wait till I deal with you." Grandpa Wu was so scolded he dared not even breathe heavily. In the end, not only did Grandpa Wu keep the watch on, he promised never to even think about taking it off again. False alarm. Inside the RD lab, an engineer suggested, could we optimize the watch's alert function? Like today's A11 case, shouldn't we avoid triggering system alerts? Sun Xin countered, the watch only alarms when it detects abnormalities. We've seen seniors get overly agitated by false alarms, turning celebrations into tragedies. This feature works perfectly, no need for tweaks. Today they caught it early. Had they been any later, A11 might have met with disaster. The two remained deadlocked, both turning to stare at Sugu. Sugu believed further optimization was possible, not to filter out similar cases, but to more accurately identify the wearer's medical condition. This would facilitate dispatching the appropriate specialist for treatment and improve survival rates. Renfei, I support Su Ji's proposal. I don't understand the specifics of RD, but if funding is needed, come to me anytime. Sugu plunged back into his frenzied work mode. Within a week, 2 days at the university, 3 days at Bureau 139, 2 days in Lab 22. By the afternoon of the 7th day, Su Ji's condition began to show signs of distress. Director Yu exclaimed in alarm. Sugu, why is your face so flushed? Are you ill? I'll call the doctor immediately. Sugu hastily waved him off. It's fine, Director Yu. I pulled another all-nighter last night. I'll just rest in my dorm. Dean Yu urged him from behind, still concerned. When you get back, if you feel unwell, press the red button by your bed. Sugu returned to his dorm at Bureau 139 and collapsed onto his bed. His body grew increasingly feverish. He felt as if his entire being was on fire. In a haze, Sugu thought he heard Yao Qingli's concerned voice. What happened after that was a blur. When he woke up the next morning, Sugu sensed something off about the field beside him. Was he dreaming? He lifted his eyelids to take a look. Thud. The dorm bed wasn't large, and Sugu was jolted right off it. The loud noise woke Yao Qingli, who had been sleeping soundly. Today, the look she gave Sugu held not only her usual admiration and respect, but also a hint of coyness. Sugu, last night, it was so sudden. I wasn't prepared at all. Sugu shook his head. He wasn't someone who lacked self-control. How? Dr. Tang's warning suddenly rang in his mind. During the tonic regimen, he must get at least 6 hours of sleep every night, or else suffer side effects. But over the past week, Sugu had been so swamped he barely had time to take a dump, let alone sleep 6 hours daily. Could this be the side effect? And he sensed it wasn't over yet. Sugu scrambled out of bed and dialed the little old man's number. Beep. The call was hung up after just one ring. The next second, a video call invitation popped up on Su Ji's phone screen. He tapped to accept. A familiar large tree came into view, followed by Grandma Tsuihua and the little old man massaging her shoulders. The little old man glanced at Sugu. Sugu, you still didn't listen to me. Did you enjoy last night? Grandma Tsuihua let out a soft hiss. The little old man immediately adjusted his grip, asking softly, is that better now? Grandma Tsuihua nodded with a smile. MHM. You two keep talking. Don't mind me. The little old man promptly insisted that chatting was just a side activity. Massaging Grandma Tsuiwa's shoulders was the real business. Sugu cringed at the old man's fawning attentiveness. Old man, give me a straight answer. How long will this condition last? The old man had already started massaging Grandma Tsuiwa's head. His response to Sugu was utterly perfunctory. Not long, just a week. Bear with it, and it'll pass. Sugu hung up the phone, his heart sinking. He wanted to endure it, but he just couldn't stand it. On the first day, Yao Qingli was super enthusiastic, her face flushed with shyness. By the second and third days, her smile wasn't as bright. On the third and fifth days, Yao Qingli just begged Sugu to return to normal. On the sixth night, she ran away. Sugu slept well at night, allowing him to function normally during the day. On the sixth night, however, he slept poorly, leaving him in a terrible state the following day. After class, he hurriedly dialed Yao Qingli's number, but it still went straight to voicemail. Just then, a distinctly feminine fragrance wafted into Su Ji's nostrils. Zhuang Xiaoyan placed her hand on Su Ji's forehead. Sugu, your face is so hot. Do you have a fever? Her tone and movements were exceptionally gentle, her eyes brimming with sincerity. The weather was hot today, so Zhuang Xiaoyan dressed lightly, revealing everything except what shouldn't be shown. Su. Beast. Gu swallowed uncontrollably. Chapter 71, Peach blossoms in full bloom, spring breezes warm and gentle. A terrifying thought began to take root in his mind. Aside from being a bit morally questionable, a bit of a liar, a bit of a research credit thief, and a bit of a schemer, Zhuang Xiaoyan was actually quite pretty. If he were to, well, it wouldn't be a bad deal. Sugu shuddered and shook his head violently. Sugu, show some backbone. Don't pick up every piece of rotten. Zhuang Xiaoyan pressed closer, looking pitiful. Sugu, I've sent all my other suitors away. From now on, I only have you. Will you be with me? Sugu looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Those suitors were part of who she was. Without them, could Zhuang Xiaoyan even be Zhuang Xiaoyan? Sugu, sniffle, sniffle. Was I too immature before? Did I hurt you too deeply? Zhuang Xiaoyan wept pitifully. I'll change, I promise I'll change. Really? I've fallen deeply in love with you. I can't live without you. Honestly. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you. With that, she rose and leaped toward the nearby pond. Sugu's eyes widened as he scrambled to follow. He couldn't care less about Zhuang Xiaoyan's life or death, but if she died because of him? trouble would surely follow. Zhuang Xiaoyan, calm down. Zhuang Xiaoyan backed toward the pond's edge. Sugu, I can't calm down unless you promise to be with me forever, never depart. Sugu inwardly cursed his bad luck. Just as he was about to lie against his conscience, a cold, composed figure walked straight over. Passing by Sugu. Under the horrified stares of both Sugu and Zhuang Xiaoyan, the figure casually reached out and pushed Zhuang Xiaoyan into the water. Pushed. Into. The. Water. I can't swim. Help. Wang jumping calmly tossed a nearby life ring down, which landed perfectly around Zhuang Xiaoyan. After doing all this, Wang Zhongping turned to look at Sugu, her composure still terrifyingly unshaken. Sugu, let's go back and do it. Sugu, what? He must have seen double, plus his ears were ringing. I know about you and Yao Qingli. She doesn't want to, but I do. I do it in my dreams. Come on, let's go to your car. Sugu felt a surge of desire, utterly shameless. Climbing into the beat-up pickup truck, Sugu mustered the last shred of his sanity to ask, aren't you afraid your brother won't approve? I'm not a child. Her icy gaze fixed on Sugu. Are you afraid? Su Ji's response was the weight the beat-up pickup couldn't bear. The afternoon and evening of the seventh day, Sugu spent entirely with Wang Zhongping. Afterward, he felt an unprecedented sense of clarity and refreshment. He also changed his daily routine of cursing the little old man 3 times to just once. Whistling a tune, Sugu strolled through campus when Zhuang Xiaoyan, that meddlesome woman, appeared again. Sugu, you're something else. Let me tell you this, Zhuang Xiaoyan, never liked you not for a single moment. Don't think winning first place in the tech competition makes you special. You don't even measure up to a single hair on my admirers. 2 million is the most money you'll ever make in your entire life. Your achievements in the field of nuclear-free hydrogen bombs stop right here. You're just a country bumpkin with no family connections, destined to struggle at the bottom forever. Sugu responded with just a few words, the mad dogs barking again. Before Zhuang Xiaoyan could catch up, he was gone in a flash. Sugu accepted Ren Fei's invitation to provide guidance at Huatek's factory. Ahem, truth be told, there wasn't too much to guide. Sugu mainly went to take a look around and check on production progress. Both the sports watch and the monitoring watch were primarily developed by Sugu. Renfei directly ordered her team to add Sugu's initials XG to the brand logo on the watches. Sugu, the tycoon vibe has finally hit me, huh? Sugu asked a serious question. When are you holding the new product launch event? Renfei smiled. Launch event? We're not having one. Sugu raised an eyebrow. A 4 nanometers chip breakthrough? Such a major advancement and you're not holding a launch event? Currently, the outside world is filled with pessimistic predictions about Weihua technology. Many large companies are even quietly poaching talent from Weihua's R&D department. Sun Xian alone has received no fewer than 10 offers from Fortune 500 companies in his inbox. Inside the workshop filled with the smell of machinery, Renfei and Sugu both wore simple work uniforms. Renfei's aura remained as ethereal as ever. She opened her thin lips. Because I have a feeling you'll bring even greater surprises to Weihua technology. I think holding a press conference now is too early, it might alert our rivals prematurely. Renfei had already discussed this with her father. Externally, they wouldn't mention the watch's chip was made with 4 nanometers technology. If anyone asked, they'd say 8 nanometers. Sugu nodded thoughtfully. Since the American Empire couldn't bear seeing Weihua technology possess more advanced technology and products. Then when they learned Weihua Tech already possessed 4 nanometers technology, even if it couldn't yet be applied to phones or computers, they would still panic. In their panic, they'd secretly plant more obstacles, making them impossible to guard against. But skipping the press conference also had a major drawback: sales figures would struggle to rise. Sugu proposed, assign me a portion of the sales targets. I'll take 5% of the sales revenue. Renfei studied Sugu anew. You started a company? Her scrutiny made Sugu uneasy. How did you figure that out? He'd asked Lao He to find office space and register the business for him. The paperwork was only finalized today. Even Liang Wei didn't know yet. Renfei replied calmly, your current demeanor mirrors exactly how I felt when I secretly founded my first company behind my father's back. Ms. Ren, stop taking advantage of me. Renfei burst into another hearty laugh. She accepted Su Ji's proposal. After all, sales were sales regardless of the recipient. Moreover, Sugu wasn't just the core developer of the watch, he was also a crucial technical partner whose expertise could determine whether Huatek could weather the storm of American and American-backed imperialist crackdowns. After finalizing the distribution contract with Renfei, Sugu immediately returned to the village to pick up Liang Wei. Liang Wei was thrilled by the trip. She alternated between peering out the car window at the scenery and chattering non-stop. Sugu, you really started a company? This is so sudden. You're just a freshman and already a boss. Can you keep up with your studies? And is it really appropriate for me to join your company? Sugu turned the steering wheel, executing a smooth drift with the beat-up pickup. He teased deliberately, I don't think you're quite the right fit either. When I came back to the village, I saw Dr. Tang teaching Grandma Tsuehua to read. Honestly, Grandma Tsuehua seems more suited than you. Liang Wei looked confused. Suited for what? Su Gu grinned mischievously. Suitable for working at my company, of course. Liang Wei gaped in disbelief. Su Gu, Grandma Tsuehua is 96 years old. Su Gu hummed in acknowledgement. 96? That's the perfect age to work hard. Grandma Tsuehua is eager to learn and incredibly diligent. She needs little sleep and eats even less. She'd make a perfect workhorse at my company. Chapter 72. Company moves into unfinished building. Liang Wei suffers heart attack. Liang Wei genuinely feared Brother Su might actually follow through. She pleaded earnestly for him to abandon the idea of enslaving Grandma Tsuehua, talking herself hoarse before realizing Brother Su had been suppressing laughter the whole time. Su Gu, you're so mean. But thanks to Su Ji's distraction, Liang Wei's lingering feelings of inadequacy and her worries that her lack of capability might cause trouble for Su Gu had mostly vanished. The beat-up pickup truck entered the city, passed through the bustling district, and arrived before a stalled construction project. Liang Wei tentatively asked, Su Gu, did we come to the wrong place? Su Gu turned the key in his hand. Nope. Suddenly, firecrackers crackled ahead. A red carpet stretched from the unfinished building's entrance straight to Su Ji's feet. Lao Hei clapped energetically. A warm welcome home, CEO Su. Su Gu stumbled. Liang Wei, quick to read the situation, steadied him. Su Gu brushed her away, his face stern. Lao Hei, we're a startup. We don't need all this flashy nonsense. The weather wasn't great today either, overcast and gloomy. Lao Hei had laid another red carpet at the entrance of the unfinished building, making it look eerie. For some reason, Lao Hei was wearing a black and white striped suit. It was even more bizarre. To the uninitiated, it looked like the King of Hell had dispatched the black and white impermanents to claim Su Gu. Liang Wei couldn't help but tease him. Lao Hei, if you're going to wear a white suit, just wear white. If you're going to wear black, just wear black. This black and white combo, are you planning to moonlight at the underworld? Lao Hei seemed quite pleased with himself. I had this custom made. It's a walking yin-yang symbol, signifying we can navigate both the underworld and the legitimate world with ease. Liang Wei found herself somewhat intrigued by his words. Where did you get it made? Is it expensive? If it's not too pricey, get me a women's version too. Ouch, Su Gu, you're hurting me. Su Gu dragged her away. Putting the suit aside, Liang Wei began examining their company with renewed curiosity. Hey, Su Gu, can you even get a business license for a half-built building? The unfinished tower currently stood at 32 stories, with infrastructure in place but no roof yet. Each floor spanned 3,000 square meters. Lao Hei had only finished the first floor. Due to budget constraints, it was done in an industrial style. Ahem, simply put, they just poured a few buckets of cement floor paint on the ground. As for the walls, primitive style, no need for plastering. They made some basic electrical modifications and placed a few pieces of furniture. And, this desk, is it second-hand? Liang Wei felt a pang of heartache. She could tell the newest things in the entire office area were the red carpet laid end-to-end and the crackling firecrackers. Lao Hei, I haven't really spent the money Su Gu gave me last time. How about I use it to get our company some decent desks and chairs? Lao Hei waved his hands frantically. This isn't about the money. Do you really think I'm short on cash? Su Gu might be a bit tight on cash right now, but Lao Hei could definitely afford it. He hadn't spent it, and it really wasn't because he was stingy. These desks, chairs, and cabinets are all hand-me-downs from a school. They're just a bit old, but they're in great shape, durable, and free of formaldehyde. We're moving in soon, aren't they just as good as new? And earlier, weren't you asking how we'd get a business license? Lao Hei pointed outside at the security booth. Oh, not the snack shop, see that little hut? That's the place we properly rented to handle the business license. This unfinished building? That's a freebie they threw in for us to use. The snack shop's owner was a notorious holdout in the area. Back when everyone on the street moved out, he refused to budge. At first, everyone assumed he was holding out for a better deal from the developer. Later, they realized the old man simply refused to leave. It was the place he'd lived his entire life, and he had one wish, to die in that house. Eventually, due to various reasons, the developer went bankrupt and the area never developed. Liang Wei nodded in understanding. Well, but it's so desolate around here, and the transportation isn't convenient. Didn't you consider a better location? And it always feels kind of spooky in there. Lao Hei smiled again, his expression full of meaning. Because I have reliable information, within 6 months, subway construction will begin within 500 meters of our office building. The stalled plans from years ago will resume. As for the spookiness, well, there is a reason for that, but I suggest you're better off not knowing what it is. Lao Hei had completely piqued Liang Wei's curiosity. Lao Hei, just tell me already. I want to know. Lao Hei waved a raised index finger. No, you don't want to know. Liang Wei, ah. Su Gu shot Lao Hei a glance. Lao Hei quickly composed himself, holding up 10 fingers. Because so many people have died in this building accidentally or not. He waited to see Liang Wei jump in fright. Not just a young girl, even his own men, who were used to bloodshed, wouldn't dare enter this abandoned building alone. Liang Wei exclaimed excitedly, "Why didn't you say so sooner? I love exploring haunted houses." Every spooky spot in their town had been thoroughly investigated by her. "Lao Hei, are you even human?" Liang Wei hummed in agreement, already itching to start her haunted house adventure. After the first shipment arrived from Weihua Technology, Su Ge, Liang Wei, and Lao Hei switched into sales mode. The sports watch was priced at 1,599 yuan, while the smart health monitor watch was set at 1,999 yuan. As soon as Su Ge and Liang Wei returned to the village, several elderly villagers gathered around them. "Su Ge, village chief, you're finally back. They say they want our watches back." "Well, we know we should return them, but these things are just so convenient. We don't want to keep them for free. You know, name your price. If it's reasonable, we'll buy them outright." Initially, the elders had only agreed to wear the watches out of curiosity and for the 120 yuan subsidy. Gradually, they discovered the watch's true value. The village was mostly elderly, and with age came increased susceptibility to illness. During the time they wore the watches, 3 major incidents occurred. First, a lone elderly villager got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. Stepping off the bed, they missed their footing and fell from a half-meter height onto the floor. They were knocked unconscious on impact. The main system received the alert and immediately dispatched a doctor, who arrived within 10 minutes and saved the elderly person. Second, engineer Wu from Weihua Tech, who'd never been one to follow the rules, fell into the same trap again. Worse still, he downed half a shot of baijiu beforehand, hoping to regain his vigor. The outcome was predictable. It started and ended in an instant. Wu's breathing became labored immediately, and soon he was flat on the stretcher. His wife's face turned deathly pale. Medical staff rushed in and immediately began treating Grandpa Wu. This time, he spent 2 weeks in the hospital. Grandma Tsuehua gave him a thorough scolding, made him delete the old lady's phone number right in front of her, and made him promise never to act recklessly again. Third incident, a couple in their 60s and their young granddaughter went mushroom picking in the mountains. But soon after eating them, the entire family lost consciousness. Once again, it was the smart monitoring watches that first detected the abnormality. An ambulance arrived promptly, rushing the family to the hospital for gastric lavage and treatment. Chapter 73, 4 nanometers tech watches sell out, covering the entire school. Liang Wei and Su Ge observed the elderly couple's reactions. Liang Wei deliberately adopted a stern tone. "The market price for the watches you're wearing is 1,999 yuan. That's no small sum. Do your children approve? Don't come back later complaining we scammed seniors out of their money." The elderly couple grew excited again. "Village chief, rest assured I can cover it myself, well under 2,000 yuan. Right. We made some money growing strawberries this year. We got the cash. My kids not only agreed, they even transferred money to me." Don't be fooled by their usual bluster. When frustrated by younger generations, they often blurt out things like, "I might as well just die." Truth is, they cherish their lives more than anyone. Back then, they couldn't afford it. Now they can. Of course they'll treat themselves. "Liang Wei, everyone, quiet. This watch was actually secured for us through connections by Su Ge. Whether we can buy it outright depends on him." The elderly immediately turned their pleading eyes toward Su Ge. "Su Ge, I can't sell the watches to you." The seniors were furious. Su Ge added, "But if you're willing to help promote it, I'll give you one for free." "Ha? Is there such a good deal?" Su Ge's strategy was simple. The seniors had powerful local networks. One senior brings in 3 new users, those 3 bring in 9 more. Su Ge envisioned a perfect scenario. Reality proved even more promising than he'd imagined. The seniors were always eager to show off. If any relative still didn't know they owned a smart health monitor watch, that could only mean their notification hadn't reached them properly. At 1,999 yuan, it wasn't cheap, but if truly useful, most seniors wouldn't consider it expensive. After all, they'd been tricked into attending lectures for a few eggs and a bowl of noodles countless times before. Those expert sessions never came free. They'd shelled out thousands for massage chairs and thousands more for health supplements. Now, the smart monitoring watch held the status of an elixir of life in their eyes. $2,000 for an elixir? Worth every penny. Lao Hei didn't go through official channels either. With his extensive connections, he sold a huge batch internally. By the end of the week, Su Ge's sales figures actually surpassed those of Weihua Technology's official channels. Su Ge was strutting around Renfei's office, feeling pretty cocky. "TSK, your company's salespeople are useless. They can't even match the sales skills of the old folks in our village. How much do you pay them?" "The elders in my village don't take a single penny." Renfei leaned back in her executive chair, legs crossed, watching him silently. Only after Su Ge finished his boast did she speak. "Weihua Tech isn't banking on this watch for profits. What the company truly needs is the 4 nanometers technology applicable to smartphones and computers." Caught off guard, Su Ge scratched his head awkwardly. Lately, he'd been so busy selling watches he'd completely forgotten about his R&D responsibilities. As Su-gu dove headfirst into 4 nanometers technology development, external attention on Weihua's smart monitoring watch rapidly grew. Renfei wasn't entirely indifferent. Her sales team had been outmaneuvered by a bunch of old folks. She just hadn't shown it in front of Su-gu. Ahem, after all, even a bossy CEO needs to save face. She stepped up her efforts too. The results were immediate. Inventory cleared out fast. Knock knock. Come in. The sales department general manager burst in, frantic. Ms. Run, all our stores are out of stock. We're getting flooded with calls from potential customers demanding immediate restocking. The phones are ringing off the hook. You need to give me a definite answer today. When will the second batch arrive? Renfei pinched the bridge of her nose. Tell them no later than the day after tomorrow, then halt sales for 2 weeks. The sales director's lips, which had just curled upward, froze again. Ms. Ren, may I ask why? Not long ago, the company was fretting over sluggish watch sales. Now this sudden move, was she trying some scarcity marketing tactic? Renfei, production can't keep up. That was all. She hadn't anticipated the smartwatches would become this popular. Only 2 production lines had been allocated. Sales manager. Capital University of Science and Technology. Male dormitory. My buddy Su's here too? As soon as Brother Jie entered the room, he excitedly charged toward Su-gu, who rarely visited the dorm. Su-gu deftly dodged him. Let's talk. Brother Jie opened the payment page on his phone. 3 minutes ago, I got another 5,000 yuan. Su-gu immediately assigned the task of selling smart watches. Students who helped him sell one could earn a 40-50 yuan reward. Initially, only students from impoverished backgrounds participated. Thanks to the product's exceptional quality, simply explaining its features to potential customers led to easy sales. A student could effortlessly earn over 1,000 yuan daily just by utilizing their spare time. On weekends, heading to crowded areas with decent sales skills could easily net over 10,000 yuan. Soon, students from less impoverished backgrounds joined in too. As for Su Ji's 3 roommates, they'd originally focused solely on academics. But the watches proved wildly popular, often selling out. Word spread that Su-gu was the source. And Su-gu himself remained elusive as a dragon seen only in glimpses. Consequently, they turned to his roommates through indirect channels. Brother Su, I never imagined money would literally fall into my lap while I sat at home. You're my personal fortune god. Brother Jie was about to pounce on Su-gu again. Su-gu pressed a hand against his forehead, redirecting the conversation. Tell me, do you see a bright future for Weihua Tech watches? Old Zhang, very promising. Though you won't find news about them on TV, phones, or the internet, they're popping up everywhere in people's daily lives. Jie, the entire swimming team at the university next door switched to Weihua Tech sports watches. Initially, they were drawn to the sports watch's waterproof feature. It could handle any kind of soaking. But over time, they discovered its other features were surprisingly useful too. Now they couldn't live without it. Yuan Xiao, I've noticed that on average, 1 in 10 people on the street wears a Weihua smartwatch. I think its market potential hasn't been fully tapped yet. Su-gu nodded thoughtfully, chin in hand. Priced at $15.99 and $19.99, it falls within the everyday mid-range budget for ordinary people in the capital. But in other second and third tier cities, its price point means it won't be an everyday purchase, so market share won't be very high. Brother Jie was confused. You're not the CEO of Weihua Tech, why are you thinking about this? Su-gu looked out the window. Because the size of its user base will determine how successful the development of future 4 nanometers technology for smartphones, computers, and other critical electronic devices can be. Sample size isn't essential, but having it is best. Brother Jie and the others couldn't grasp the connection, so they simply stopped thinking about it and happily counted their money instead. Days of raking in gold by the bucketful were simply too wonderful. The warm breeze of Huawei Technology's smartwatch eventually reached the ears of the executives at Korea's Star Mountain Company. A crappy watch can monitor over 60 physical metrics? I don't buy it. Weihua Tech is just making a last-ditch effort. Chapter 74, The Ghost Ship. Star Mountain CEO gets electrocuted. While the Star Mountain executives loudly declared it impossible, their hands moved swiftly. They fished a watch out of the box and snapped it onto their wrists. If this thing was really that good, they had to be among the first in Korea to wear it. They weren't short on money, so they valued their lives above all else. Is the doctor here yet? Hurry up and examine us for comparison. Soon the conference room was packed. Doctors arrived with equipment to conduct partial tests. The rest requires hospital facilities. The machines are too large to bring here. Another executive bellowed, Weihua Tech's watch data must be fabricated. A tiny watch can perform tests that require million-dollar hospital equipment? Enough. This is clearly a smokescreen from Weihua Tech, leading us all on a wild goose chase. President Xingshan insisted everyone complete the tests. Half a day later, the results were in. The data wasn't identical, but the discrepancies fell within normal ranges. Moreover, even the doctors themselves couldn't definitively attribute the variations to the monitoring watches. It could just as easily be their own equipment. This outcome stunned everyone present. How could this happen? What kind of technology did they use? Summon all the engineers from RD. Inside Xingshan Corporation, the procurement manager shouted, "Don't dismantle them all. These aren't cheap." A sports watch sold for only 1,599 yuan in the Great Xia Kingdom, yet he paid 40,000 yuan to acquire one. The monitoring watch cost 60,000 yuan. The real issue wasn't the cost, it was the difficulty in selling them. The middlemen claimed these 50 watches were hard-won acquisitions. Xingshan's RD team meticulously disassembled both models. They examined each internal component. The construction isn't unique, the key lies in the internal chip. Found it. An engineer placed a tiny, dark, booger-sized object onto a container. The Xingshan president bent down to examine it but couldn't make sense of it. Duplicate it immediately. If they could replicate it, they could crack it. Cracking it meant they'd mastered the technology too. Then Hua technology would no longer be a threat. The engineers nodded. Judging by the chip size, it's likely 8-9 nanometers technology. Our nanotechnology is already at 3 nanometers. Cracking 8-9 nanometers should be a breeze. This is a job for junior engineers. The engineers started with brimming confidence. But after battling for hours straight, watching the chip destroy several million-dollar machines, they remained utterly undeterred, only to end up utterly devastated. The engineers were locked in a fierce battle with the Weihua watch chip. They adopted an all-out, no-sleep approach until they cracked it. The CEO, however, lost his cool first. "What the hell is wrong with you? My equipment costing thousands is breaking down one after another. I'm giving you one more day. If you still can't crack it, you'll be eating prison food." When RD personnel generate profits for the company, the CEO treats them like his own children. But when massive funds were drained without results, he turned on them in an instant. This was the standard behavior of South Korean capitalists. The engineers turned pale under the scolding. They redoubled their efforts to crack the Weihua chip. Unsurprisingly, the next day still brought no breakthrough. The chip had also wrecked several more pieces of equipment worth tens of millions. Bad news, the company intranet's under attack. We're done for all recent research data wiped clean. Oh. Click. Even the lights went out, and the air conditioning and other equipment shut down simultaneously. The company electrician rushed to inspect the wiring, finding no physical damage. The issue originated from the control room's system. No investigation was needed, it was that chip's doing. This is too weird. Everyone, stay away from it. The RD room was already pitch black. The engineers grew increasingly uneasy, none daring to approach it. President Xingshan, furious beyond measure, stormed over and flung the damn chip onto the floor. "I'll show you." Thump. 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 He stomped on it repeatedly. Just then, the chip emitted a faint popping sound, like juice bursting. Before President Xing could react, an electric current shot up his body from his feet to the top of his head. Sizzle. Thud. President Xing was rushed to the hospital. That same day, local news in Korea reported the CEO's accidental electrocution. News reached Great Xia. RD Lab 22. Sun Xin beamed as he shared the good news with everyone. "Did you hear? Star Mountain's CEO got electrocuted. Karma's it's not that it won't come, just that the time wasn't right. Ha 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 ha." Though Star Mountain wasn't the mastermind behind the scheme, they were complicit. Just days prior, they had been publicly disparaging Weihua technology in the media, claiming the company would plummet without their chips and have no future prospects, constantly painting a bleak picture for Weihua. Weihua's engineers had been assisting Sugu daily. Except for Sun Xin, who had to return home for urgent matters, none had contact with the outside world. Is he dead? Bad guys live forever, definitely still alive. I'm kinda curious, doesn't a guy like him have a bunch of bodyguards? How did he suddenly get electrocuted? Not far away, Sugu also paused his work. Judging by the time, the Weihua watch should have reached Korea by now. "Good afternoon, Ms. Run." Renfei raised her hand, briefly inquired about the RD progress, then pulled Sugu aside for a private chat. "You've been tinkering with the 4 nanometers chip, haven't you?" Sugu grinned mischievously. "How'd you guess it was me?" Renfei smiled too, her youthful face radiating a gentle warmth. "Because I know you're a little troublemaker." Sugu shuddered, goosebumps rising on his skin. Cut it out, cut it out. Don't talk to me like some greasy CEO." Renfei shrugged. Just as she was about to speak again, the break room door crashed down with a loud bang. Boom! Along with the door panel, several engineers who had been pressed against it eavesdropping were also knocked down. The engineers exchanged bewildered glances. Finally, Sun Xin swallowed hard and turned to Sugu with eager eyes. "Sugu, can you tell us how you did it?" They had seen the 4 nanometers watch chip he'd developed back then. They hadn't noticed any hidden features. Sugu didn't hold back. He led them back into the RD room. He enlarged sections of the chip's internal data and materials for them to see. I had some leftover magnetic or waste material from previous projects. I wondered if it could be repurposed. Turns out it could. So I used it in the watch chip. One by one, the engineers stared wide-eyed at the large screen. All they could utter was, absolutely. After studying it for a long while, Renfei finally asked. If consumers, out of curiosity, decide to disassemble the watch to see its inner workings, could that harm them? In reality, such consumers would likely be few and far between. Renfei didn't want to face the day when innocent victims, accompanied by the media, came to condemn them. Chapter 75, Renfei, old dad's going crazy, can't stop him. Sugu shook his head firmly. No. Most consumers, including many individual repairers and small to medium repair shops, have limited equipment. They can't repeatedly attempt to crack the chip. If they don't try to crack it, they won't trigger its protective mechanism, so they won't get electrocuted either. Sun Xian and the others beside him all exclaimed in unison, unbelievable. They had never imagined such an approach was possible. Even if they had, they couldn't have executed it to this level. For Hua Technology's quarterly financial report was much better than expected. Previously, due to companies like Xing Tian refusing to manufacture chips below 7 nanometers for them, several new smartphone models couldn't be mass-produced, leading to a decline in sales. Now, with 2 smartwatch models, sales had skyrocketed again, filling the gap left by the phones. Runzone's face showed equal parts joy and concern. The watch market is still limited. Our focus must remain on phones and computers. Renfei said, Father, there's progress on the 4 nanometers phone chip technology. Mr. Rin immediately stood up, his voice brimming with excitement. Is Su Gu leading the development? Renfei nodded. Mr. Rin paced back and forth in front of his desk, his joy palpable. Excellent. Have the driver prepare the car immediately. I'm going right now to formally adopt Su Gu as my son. Renfei's lips twitched violently. She pulled her father toward the sofa. Dad, could you please stop acting on every whim? Mr. Run was displeased. I'm doing this for the company. Su Gu is exceptionally talented. Ordinary perks won't sway him. Must up the ante. Renfei rolled her eyes dramatically. Her old man was going off the rails. Unstoppable. Completely unstoppable. Whatever. She sent Su Gu a message, half-consciously, to warn him. Whether Su Gu could escape unscathed? That depended on his luck. Sigh. In the end, Mr. Rin didn't get the chance to adopt his godson. Because Su Gu had already left. And he'd run into a little trouble. Bam! His beat-up pickup got rear-ended. The car that hit him was an ordinary sedan. A plainly dressed female driver hurried out of the driver's seat. Oh, sorry. I got distracted. Can we settle this privately? Su Gu gave her a casual glance. Surprisingly pretty. Though she wore a loose t-shirt and dirty, baggy jeans that hid her figure. Her features were striking yet completely non-threatening, the gentle type of campus goddess. Only this gentle campus goddess looked utterly exhausted, as if life had dealt her a rough hand. Su Gu, are you sure you want to settle this privately? Fong Buting hummed in agreement. My insurance expired, and I had a little to drink, can't call the cops. So, how much do you want? Su Gu was stunned. This wasn't a gentle campus beauty, she was more like a ditzy campus beauty. He decided to tease her a bit. Fine, I won't make things hard for you. Just pay me 10,000. Fong Buting's cherry red lips parted slightly, and her eyes quickly reddened. 10,000? But I only have 300 left. What should I do? I wanted to sell my aunt's car, but she's still unconscious, I can't sell it. I haven't even scraped together enough for her surgery fees. I'm so useless. Her emotions reached a peak. Crouching on the ground, she buried her head, leaving only a round, fluffy head peeking out, sniffling softly. Su Gu couldn't bear it. Hey, don't cry. I was just teasing you. It's doubtful this beat-up car is even worth 10,000 now. Fong Buting lifted her swollen eyes, a single tear hanging precariously on her lashes. Really? Su Ji's fingers itched. Yeah, really. You don't owe me anything. Just keep driving it for a while longer. Once the insurance expires, I'll send it to the scrapyard. Fong Buting's tears turned to laughter. Thank you, kind person. You're the first decent person I've met in a long time. Su Gu couldn't resist any longer. He reached out and caught the tear hanging from her lashes. Fong Buting blinked her dark, innocent eyes a few times. Su Gu asked her, did something bad happen? Tell me. Maybe I can help? But the little creature, who had been sobbing uncontrollably moments ago, suddenly grew wary. Su Gu chuckled in exasperation. Do I look like a bad guy to you? A flicker of confusion crossed Fong Buting's eyes. Thank you. Goodbye. Without another glance, she hopped into the car and sped off. For some reason, on his way back, Su Gu couldn't shake the image of Fong Buting's tear-streaked, adorably dazed face from his mind. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. That evening, after leaving the university lab, Su Gu stopped by the campus convenience store to grab some supplies. There, the familiar figure he'd seen earlier was restocking the shelves. Sugu took a detour and slipped behind her. Fong Buting turned around and bumped straight into Su Ji's arms. Ah! What are you doing here? Sugu raised an eyebrow. I'm a student at Capital University of Science and Technology. Looks like you are too? Working part-time? What's your major? Just then, the supermarket's full-time staff called out to Fong Buting. Fong Buting hurried off, leaving Sugu with only a hurriedly retreating back. The next day, at the same time, Sugu went to the campus store again to buy water. He browsed the store but didn't see that familiar figure anywhere. He asked another part-timer where Crybaby was. The other person replied with a mix of sympathy and resignation, she's out collecting money. Collecting money? Sugu pressed further. Do you know where she is now? The part-timer paused, setting aside their work to look at Sugu seriously. If I tell you, will you go find her? Sugu nodded. I will. A hint of urgency flickered in the part-timer's eyes. Alright, then go to room 138 at Fengyuan Hotel. Remember, you must hurry. Sugu sensed something was off. After thanking him, he floored it toward Fengyuan Hotel. He arrived at the room door. Sugu took a deep breath. Knock knock. Who is it? A gruff, middle-aged man's voice came from inside. Su Ji's knocking grew more urgent. There's a fire next door. Sir, please evacuate immediately. Soon, clattering sounds and curses echoed from inside. Moments later, the door clicked open. A man in a bathrobe pushed past Sugu, dazed and looking around frantically. Where do I go? Sugu pointed in a random direction. The middle-aged man, valuing his life, immediately dashed off in that direction. Sugu walked straight into the room and casually locked the door behind him. Crybaby? Are you there? Sugu searched both the bathroom and the bedroom but found no sign of her. Not here? Or had that part-timer given him the wrong room number? Just as Sugu was about to leave, he felt something under his foot. He moved his shoe aside, crouched down, and picked it up. It was a pink hair tie. Both times he'd encountered the Crybaby, she'd been wearing this exact hair tie. Crybaby, come out. I'm here to rescue you. Sugu paced to the curtains, pulled them open, but still saw no one. He walked back to the window. He opened it and peered down. I'm here. A faint, weak female voice came from behind him. Chapter 76, The Beauty Trap, Countering the Scheme. Sugu whipped his head around. He saw Crybaby struggling to crawl out from beneath the narrow bed. Sugu stepped forward, grabbed her shoulders, and gave her a little push. Ah, it hurts. The gap was too narrow. Su Ji's forceful tugging only pressed her harder against the large bed, making every joint ache. Sugu had no choice but to lift the entire bed with all his strength before Fong Buting could be freed. Wha, did you come here just to save me? How did you know I was here? Wha, I thought I was going to die in here, wha? Sugu looked down at her from above. You slept with that old man and he agreed to pay for your aunt's surgery? Fong Buting shook her head faster than a rattle. No, no. They clearly promised me last time just deliver the game to this room. Once the boss reviewed it and approved it, he'd buy the game I developed. A one-time buyout of 300,000 yuan, just enough for my aunt's surgery. But, they actually tricked me. My classmate warned me there was a catch, but I didn't believe them. Thank goodness you came to save me. Sugu found it hard to put into words. How could someone be so naive? Last time I saw you, you said you'd been drinking. Was that with them too? Fong Buting nodded. Yeah. They said if I drank, the big boss would give me a chance. Su Ji's large hand ruffled her messy hair. At least you were smart enough to hide under the bed. Just thinking about it sent shivers down Fong Buting's spine. The moment I walked in, he started groping me. I was terrified, but I knew I couldn't fight him off. So I pretended to comply, telling him to take a shower first while I got ready too. He believed me. The second he stepped into the bathroom, I turned to run, but this hotel door required a code to open. I tried several times but couldn't open it. I was terrified he'd come out any second, so I had no choice but to hide under the bed. Her survival instinct kicked in so hard she somehow managed to squeeze herself in. When the man came out and realized she tricked him, he got furious and tried to pull her out. But he couldn't get in at all, which bought Sugu time to rescue Fong Buting. Sugu sighed helplessly. Still think I'm the bad guy? Fong Buting shook her head wildly, her gaze sincere as she looked at Sugu. You're a good person. A really, really good person. Sugu poked her dimple. Now the good guy has to keep doing good deeds. Fong Buting, huh? Sugu pulled her toward the exit. Come on, let's go save your aunt at the hospital. The so-called boss had already realized he'd been played by Sugu. He called for men to break down the door. Sugu remained unhurried, positioning Renfei behind him as they waited for the door to open. You little bastard. You dare play me for a fool. He swung his fist, ready to punch Sugu. The moment his fist rose, it was seized by a force he couldn't possibly withstand. A man dressed plainly the kind who'd blend into a crowd and not particularly tall, spoke coldly, he is not someone you can touch. The boss, enraged and humiliated, barked orders at the dozen bodyguards surrounding him. What are you standing around for? Get him. The bodyguards swarmed forward. Sugu wasn't worried his people couldn't handle them. Instead, he pulled a small knife from the shoulder bag behind him, pumping himself up as he charged forward. Sugu yanked her back. What are you doing? Fong Buting panicked. Help him. He can't take them all alone. Sugu gripped her head, forcing her to watch ahead. Within seconds, over half the boss's bodyguards were sprawled on the ground. Sugu, see? Still need your help? As he spoke, the remaining bodyguards also fell, groaning in pain. Fong Buting, whoa. Before the bodyguard's fists could land, the boss dropped to his knees before Sugu with a thud. Sugu looked at Fong Buting. Did you bring the game? Fong Buting nodded. I did. She pulled a USB drive from her pocket. Sugu placed the USB drive in front of the boss. You're offering 50,000 to buy it? The boss, yes, 300,000, right, 500,000. Sugu nodded with satisfaction. Fong Buting, open your payment page. Fong Buting complied. The boss dared not play any tricks. He transferred the money promptly. Su Ji's gaze turned cold. All past grievances with Fong Buting are now settled. Can you do that? The boss obediently nodded. Money was nowhere near as important as his own life. He hadn't exactly lived by the book, racking up numerous enemies, which was why he always traveled with a large contingent of bodyguards. Each of his bodyguards possessed extraordinary skills. Yet today, they had been utterly annihilated by a single individual across the table. Anyone who could afford such an assassin was clearly not someone he could afford to provoke. Fong Buting's aunt was saved. Once her aunt's condition stabilized, she specially invited Sugu to dinner. After the meal, the stars twinkled outside. Fong Buting gathered her courage. Sugu, I know verbal thanks are useless and not sincere enough. Su Ji's mind was filled with thoughts of how magical it would be to rush out into the beautiful night sky at that moment. The next instant, his breath caught. Fong Buting said shyly, let me repay you, okay? Sugu pushed her away, wrapped his coat tighter, and spoke boldly. Are you repaying me, or just satisfying yourself? Don't you have any self-awareness? Fong Buting froze in place, her face blank and unmoving. Sugu admired her for a moment, marveling at humanity's uncanny ability to change expressions before slyly slipping his arm around her shoulders and steering her toward the nearby hotel. Lately, he'd been consumed with developing 4 nanometers technology for phones and computers, leaving no time to enjoy life. Naturally, he wasn't about to pass up such a golden opportunity. Hotel, large bed. Sugu smiled, Fong Buting smiled back. She smiled as she removed the pink hair tie. Sugu thought, this little crybaby really is frugal. How long has she been using that one hair tie? If she keeps it up, it'll probably develop a patina. The next moment, a tingling sensation spread across his neck. Sugu touched his neck in disbelief. Beneath him, Fong Buting calmly retracted the hair tie-style syringe. Any trace of sweet tenderness vanished from her face. Her dark eyes brimmed with amusement and the satisfaction of nearing her goal. Sugu's body froze instantly, only his head able to move. Fong Buting, who sent you? Fong Buting rolled off the bed and pulled back the curtains. Hidden behind the curtains were several American Empire operatives. Fragments of memory flashed through Su Ji's mind. Xingshan Corporation tried to crack the chip in the Hua watch but failed. So they turned to you? And how did you even know the chip was connected to me? No one answered. Sugu muttered to himself, you actually planted a spy in Weihua Technologies or D Department. The gentle, timid crybaby transformed into a lowly killer, fiercely demanding, since you know our purpose, hand over the item. Sugu smiled, a look of smug satisfaction spreading across his face. Fong Buting and the other American Empire agents frowned, but before they could speak, several geckos violently smashed through the window. Fong Buting shouted, we're trapped. Run. Chapter 77, The Scam. Sugu, my whole family adores you. But where could they run? The door was also blocked. Fong Buting instantly seized Sugu. Let us go, or I'll kill him. The geckos visibly wavered. Su Ji's safety was their top priority. Sugu spoke up. Fong Buting, don't you have any real feelings for me? His tone was filled with sorrow. Fong Buting didn't directly answer his question. Does this even matter? Just make them let us go. Sugu sighed bitterly. My wholehearted devotion to Sugu has truly been wasted. Fong Buting didn't want to linger here too long. She softened her tone slightly. Sugu, I never meant to hurt you. I only want the chip technology in your hands. If you're willing to give me what you have, I can give you all my love. Sugu, really? Everyone in the room was stunned. Wait, was Sugu seriously that love-struck? Fong Buting had laid all her cards on the table, and he was still willing to betray the great Xia for her? Seeing Sugu go this far for her, a flicker of reluctance crossed Fong Buting's mind. People aren't plants who could be truly heartless? At that very moment, Sugu, who had only been able to move his head, suddenly raised his arm. With lightning speed, he snatched Fong Buting's hair tie and slashed it across her neck. The figure collapsing in disbelief was Fongbuting. Meanwhile, the geckos seized the opportunity to take down the entire group of American Empire operatives. The pity in Fongbuting's eyes turned to defiance. How is this possible? I clearly injected the drug into your neck. Su Ge chuckled. Perhaps it's because I'm favored by heaven and the Great Xia Empire is favored by earth? Su Ge speculated that it might be the 7 pills given by Dr. Tang or the fruits from the tech tree that had taken effect. Fongbuting closed her eyes. When did you start suspecting me? Today's events were undoubtedly a trap set by Su Ge. She couldn't fathom where she'd slipped up. She was a spy, meticulously trained by the American Empire at great expense. Integrated into the Great Xia Kingdom from a young age, she'd never once aroused suspicion. Su Ge had kindly decided to let her die with clarity. From the very first moment I saw you. It must be said, the American Empire possessed formidable strength across all fronts. Not only did they uncover the 4nm chip as his creation, but they also knew his personal preferences inside out. They knew he had zero resistance to the gentle, tearful campus beauty. She played the helpless victim, with her ailing aunt needing urgent medical care, perfect for him to play the knight in shining armor. Everything fell into place so seamlessly. It was practically a tender trap tailor-made for him. He decided to play along, determined to uncover her true motives. The moment of truth arrived. Fongbuting froze, utterly stunned. The persona she'd painstakingly crafted over years, the meticulously laid trap, it had all been exposed from the very beginning. Everything she had built crumbled. Su Ge, did you ever truly love me? Su Ge scoffed. Copycat. I've already used that trick. How about something new? Fongbuting. Fongbuting and the other American Empire agents were taken away by official personnel. Su Ge was sent back to Bureau 139. Yu Yuan and the others were waiting for him. The moment Su Ge entered the room, he was first surrounded and scrutinized. Then came a barrage of scolding. You brat! Who told you to put yourself in danger? Just a few spies, did you really need to go catch them? Did you ever think about what would happen to us old farts if they hurt you? Without you as deputy chief engineer, how would we continue the high-yield non-nuclear hydrogen bomb research? Su Ge hung his head, too ashamed to look up. Finally, Old Qian puffed out his cheeks and bellowed, enough! Stop it! Old Qian and Su Ge entered the S+ level laboratory, where they had already progressed to the 8-gram magnetic source or nuclear-free hydrogen bomb experiment phase. Old Qian studied the latest nuclear-free hydrogen bomb data, then turned to look intently at Su Ge. Su Ge, remember the last tech competition? After thorough deliberation, it was decided not to disclose the results to the outside world. Do you know why? Su Ge scratched his head. Because a low-yield nuclear-free hydrogen bomb isn't worth announcing? Old Qian's mouth twitched slightly. A low yield is still a huge leap forward. It's 10,000 times better than countries that can't even produce zero-yield devices. The reason we didn't announce it was to protect you. We'd already sent people to sign non-disclosure agreements with all the team members and spectators from that competition. Su Ge was genuinely surprised. Old Qian, I don't mind. If they dare touch me, I'll just pull a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb from my pocket and blow them sky high. Old Qian automatically ignored his prodigy's reckless words. But the tentacles of the American Empire reach far longer than we imagined. We can't hide it forever. They might already know and be waiting for us to develop a higher-yield nuke so they can wipe us out in one fell swoop. Anyway, since they've already targeted you, we have nothing left to fear. What needs to be disclosed will be disclosed, what needs to be shown will be shown. How else could we intimidate petty criminals without flexing the Great Xia nation's muscles? Su Ge had no objections. Old Qian, starting today, the number of people assigned to protect you will double. Be mentally prepared. Old Qian understood that young people generally dislike having someone constantly shadowing them. Su Ge was no longer as resistant to being protected as before. Because the bodyguards assigned to him by Bureau 139 were nothing like the traditional bodyguards he had imagined. They weren't the kind of bodyguards who shadowed wealthy bosses or celebrities every step of the way, drawing attention wherever they went. His bodyguards weren't just highly skilled, their disguise techniques were also exceptionally powerful. Sometimes, he couldn't even tell if someone was a passerby or one of his own bodyguards. The publicity department moved swiftly. That very evening, a barrage of news began flooding all channels and platforms. Great Xia Nation's hydrogen bomb research enters a new dimension. First nuclear-free hydrogen bomb unveiled. Developer of nuclear-free hydrogen bomb image. The image showed only Su Ge's silhouette. Yet across the entire Great Xia Nation, young and old alike cheered and revered this young engineer. Clever small shop owners even stayed up all night customizing Su Ge merchandise. A single silhouette image inspired hundreds of different products. And every single one sold out the moment it hit the shelves. The following afternoon, Su Ge returned to school for class. Seeing his silhouette printed on backpacks, clothes, water bottles, fans, and more, he felt a flutter in his chest. After a moment, Su Ge quietly averted his gaze and continued toward the classroom as if nothing had happened. It was just a silhouette, even his own mother might not recognize him. Thud. A book fell at Su Ji's feet. Sugu picked it up and handed it to the student across from him. Here, your book. The student's eyes sparkled with excitement, like a kid seeing Ultraman. Thank you, Sugu. I love you. You're so amazing. My parents, grandparents, uncles, aunts, and even my aunt's whole family love you. You're our family idol. Can we take a picture together? Chapter 78, Mobile Edition 4 nanometers lithography technology success. Su Ji's mouth twitched. Classmate, thank you for your admiration, but no need for a photo. I have to get to class. Sugu turned and headed upstairs to the classroom. Yet over the mere few dozen meters, students kept dropping books, keys, or campus cards along the way. What else did Sugu need to understand? He pulled out his sunglasses and slid them onto his nose. Blindness. I see nothing. Seeing their strategy fail, the students didn't blame Sugu for being heartless. Instead, they vented their frustration solely at the school. Ugh, this crappy school. Why can't we even talk to Sugu unless absolutely necessary? And we can't get within half a meter of him without his permission. This is infuriating. Just wanted to say hi and give my idol a hug, and now they want to expel me? I seriously want to troll my own school online. Wow, in my lifetime I actually got to attend the same school as the big shot, eat in the same cafeteria, we probably even used the same set of utensils. Hey, that's enough, wipe your drool. This is academic building B, not a no man's land. Students were one thing bound by school rules, they dared not make a big move. But the teachers, especially the old professors and academicians? Who dares to manage them? Sugu noticed the teacher for their class had changed today. The original instructor was quite young, but today it was an old academician from the department. In one class period, Sugu was called on 10 times and had to go up to the podium to solve problems 8 times. Sugu was completely numb. Fortunately, by the next day, everything had returned to normal. Sugu didn't know the details. It wasn't until later, when Guan Xiaoping came to the 139 lab to work on experiments with him, that he mentioned it. 2 senior academicians from different colleges got into a fight over who would teach your class's ideological and moral education course. They rolled up their sleeves and went at it, for real. Somehow it escalated into a brawl involving professors and academicians from both colleges. Things spiraled out of control. While fighting, they kept exposing each other's dirty laundry. Eventually, the school janitors had to call the administration to break up the brawl. Then, it turned into 3 separate groups fighting. In the end, those who needed hospital care went to the hospital, and those who needed to go to the police station ended up there. Once everyone cooled down, they somehow managed to settle things internally. They decided to follow the normal rules and procedures from now on. But Guan Xiaoping knew it wasn't that simple. The professors had merely switched from physical brawls to verbal battles. Sugu couldn't be bothered with their internal tangles, as long as they stopped treating him like a monkey. After breaking through the 10-gram magnetic or equivalent in his experiment, Sugu hadn't even had time to lift old Qian in celebration when Renfei's call came in like a death knell. Su Ji's exaggerated tone filled the entire lab. Hello? What? You've been dying to see me? Must meet within an hour? Or you'll drop dead? Alright, got it. Coming right over. On the other end, Renfei could only manage to call out Su Ji's name before falling silent. Sugu hung up, shrugging helplessly at Professor Qian, Dinu, and the other bigwigs. Too charming for my own good. Can't help it, women always go crazy over me. Professor Qian, you guys go ahead to the theater. I'll join you next time. Professor Qian and the others weren't the type of stuffy old men obsessed solely with research. Especially under the influence of the ever-trendy Dr. Tang, they'd cultivated their own hobby attending timeless dramas at the Grand Theater. Sugu was certain he'd fall asleep within 3 minutes if he went. Fortunately, Renfei's call came just in time, sparing him the trouble of inventing lame excuses. For Hua Technology RD Zone. Sugu hummed a tune as he breezed into Lab 22. Smack. Ouch. Sugu instinctively covered his cheek, stung by the unexpected slap. Hey, Ms. Ren, what was that about? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Renfei didn't stop at one slap, she delivered a second. You're always spinning like a top, yet you've got abs? Been sneaking in extra workouts in your dorm? Sugu regretted it immediately. He shouldn't have teased Renfei over the phone earlier, taking advantage of the distance. Hey, Ms. Ren, that's going too far. I'm a respectable person. Only when Renfei's cough echoed behind him did she casually withdraw her hand. Sugu pulled his coat tighter, maintaining a 2-meter distance from her. Damn, this woman really holds a grudge. Right now, in our D-Lab 22, it was just the 3 of them. President Ran looked at Renfei and Sugu. Who do you think is the spy from the American Empire? Until they found the mole hidden within, they dared not continue developing the 4 nanometers lithography machine technology. Renfei also looked at Sugu. Sugu took 2 more steps back. I don't know. I haven't been with your company long. Why don't you round up everyone in the RD area and subject them to every form of torture? The Rin family father and daughter automatically ignored his last remark. Before the three could reach any conclusion, the door to RD Lab 22 opened. Sun Xian walked in cheerfully, holding a newspaper. Look! It's in the paper. The front page boldly proclaimed, American Empire spy trained for 12 years captured in Great Xia. Fong Buting and the other American Empire agents' mugshots dominated the center spread. Sun Xian, the American Empire is despicable. Brainwashing a child for decades to make her loyally serve them? TSK. Suga glanced at the paper twice before withdrawing his gaze. Continue the previous RD. Aim to have a finished product within a week. The expressions of the Ren family father and daughter shifted imperceptibly. Over the next few days, Suga worked almost non-stop. Core engineers in Lab 22 rotated shifts. When exhausted, they'd find a corner to sleep for a few hours before resuming work. Early morning. 2 sets of data appeared on the lab's main screen. Chips produced with 4 nanometers lithography technology vs chips produced with 8 nanometers lithography technology. Power on-off speed, 30% improvement. Transistor density, 40% improvement. Computational capability, 32% improvement. Processing speed, 20% improvement. Functional expansion, 80%. Signal quality, 37%. Dynamic power consumption, reduced by 50%. Static power consumption, reduced by 60%. Even Renfei, usually steady and mature beyond his years, let out a jubilant cheer. We did it! We succeeded! If Renfei was this excited, the others were beyond words. Soon, the corners of the RD lab echoed with voices of excitement and joy. Suga stood arms folded, admiring his creation from a respectful distance. Not bad, not bad. Though still some distance from the American Empire's 2 nanometers and 3 nanometers technologies. He had confidence in himself it wouldn't be long before they caught up. Hey! What are you doing? Put me down. I'm afraid of heights. Ignoring Su Ji's protests, the engineers hoisted him high into the air, tossed him upward with all their might, caught him securely as he descended, and tossed him up again. Their excitement grew with each toss, their throws becoming increasingly forceful. Thud! Suga made intimate contact with the high ceiling. Chapter 79, The entire nation doubts Xia Jiguan, please clarify. Suga simply relied on his own powerful arm and leg strength, grabbing onto the slightest uneven spots on the ceiling. He positioned himself in a spread eagle stance, clinging firmly to the surface. No matter how much the engineers below shouted at him, he refused to come down. Only a fool would come down and let you toss him around like a ball. Poof! The engineers were thoroughly scolded by CEO Run, who rarely reprimanded his subordinates. Only after the engineers exhausted every persuasive tactic and vowed never to repeat such a mistake did Suga reluctantly descend. They caught him and helped him steady himself on the ground. This time, Huawei Technology chose not to fly under the radar but instead held a full-scale product launch event. Inviting prominent media outlets to attend, the event was streamed live. Reporter, compared to previous models, what technological breakthroughs does the newest series phone feature? Renfei, the A series phones are manufactured using 4 nanometers lithography technology. Before the event began, neither the media nor the live stream viewers except for Weihua employees had any idea about this major move. They assumed it was just routine PR. A lackluster new product launch to suppress negative news about Weihua and restore public confidence. Instead, Weihua Technology had been preparing something major. Major news outlets each launched their own live streams. At the start, the most watched stream barely topped 200 viewers, while the smallest had only a dozen or so. The moment 4 nanometers lithography technology came out of Renfei's mouth, the livestream platform's big data systems immediately recognized it, and traffic surged to a whole new level. The 200-person livestream surged to over 2,000 viewers, while the single-digit livestreams climbed to several hundred. Backstage administrators received system alerts. Whoa! Manager! The manager escalated to their superior, ultimately alerting the platform's CEO. CEO, Weihua Tech hasn't shared any information with us. If not for system monitoring, we'd likely only learn about this after the event ended. Could they be secretly partnering with our competitors? Should we still boost traffic for Weihua's new product launch? Wait, traffic for their competitors' events is also low. Well then, what are we waiting for, President? For news of this magnitude, we absolutely must maximize their traffic. What could the CEO say? He had to nod in agreement. Opened the big screen. The platform's CEO sat there watching intently. Reporters on site had already asked, which company did Weihua contract to manufacture the chips this time? Renfei, our own company. A professionally trained reporter nearly lost it. What did you say? Renfei, we possess our own 4 nanometers lithography technology. The veteran reporter's voice cracked. Oh really? Renfei nodded with a smile. Well, to be precise, the patent for this technology belongs to Xiazigwang Technology. We've signed a long-term cooperation agreement and there will be further collaborations in the future. Xiazigwang Technology. How come I've never heard of them before? Live streaming platform control room. Live streaming president, I need every detail about this company within 1 minute. In less than a minute, his team had the information. President Xiaoziguang Technology was newly established 2 months ago with a registered capital of only 500,000 yuan. The legal representative is Su Gu, a freshman at Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology. This combination of facts caused everyone's minds to short-circuit. What does possessing 4 nanometers lithography technology mean? It means they've shattered the technological monopoly held by the American Empire for years. It means they can independently develop and produce high-performance smartphones and computers. It means Xiao's technology has achieved a groundbreaking leap. And the person behind this series of unimaginable breakthroughs is just a freshman. With the platform's full traffic support, any user opening their phone at this moment could instantly enter the livestream for Hua Technology's new product launch. What's going on? Let me check. Whoa, I never follow this kind of news. Why is the platform's big data pushing this to me today? Is the AI glitching? Wow, what am I seeing? Our great Xia nation actually has its own 4 nanometers lithography technology? Ha? Ours? Not just borrowed from another country? We're actually the ones behind it? No way, it really is ours. But it's weird the patent for this tech belongs to some newly established small company. Holy crap, people are already digging up info on Xiaoziguang company. This feels surreal. Ha? Netizens started searching keywords themselves. Relevant videos and photos popped up quickly. A half-built building? Wait, I'm looking for info on Xiaoziguang company. Why am I seeing a construction site? Xiaoziguang's actual office is inside that unfinished building. Zoom in and you can even see their office setup through the windows. Some resourceful netizens zoomed in on the window multiple times and enhanced the image. Soon, someone spotted the key detail. Wait, having an office in an unfinished building is one thing, but why are they using desks that our school retired nearly 30 years ago? Dude, how do you know? Have you been there? Because the desk near the window has a turtle design carved into it. I carved it myself when I was a kid, sneaking into my dad's office after school. Later, I became a teacher at that same school and inherited that very desk. Recently, when the school relocated, they provided us with brand new desks and chairs. Oh my god. So this Xiaoziguang company with 4 nanometers lithography technology is actually broke? What kind of company has the financial backing to support engineers doing R&D at that level? Agree with the above. Don't blame me for conspiracy theories, but consider this: not long ago, the American Empire shamelessly sent spies to seduce key engineers at Huawei Technologies. I suspect the real owner behind Xiaoziguang company is likely the American Empire. This comment was screenshotted by many netizens. Media at the press conference noticed their live streams flooded with comments. Xiaoziguang is suspicious. Don't fall into the American trap again. When the next reporter took the floor, he directly posed the question most on everyone's mind. Mr. Ren, many viewers suggest Xiaoziguang Technology is nearly a newly established small company. And they fear the real owner behind it might be the American Empire. If your company invests massive funds into production only for them to renege on the contract at the last minute, it could cause immeasurable losses. What are your thoughts on this? Chapter 80, New Star, Does the Idol Poop? Viewers in the livestream flooded the reporter with likes. Finally, a reporter who gets it. No wonder we're suspicious the American Empire has pulled similar stunts before. Exactly. After all our efforts to build a tech company that can compete with the American Empire, Waka is being sabotaged by hostile nations one after another. I share the same lingering fear. Weihua Tech is already struggling enough it can't withstand major setbacks. I'm more worried about Weihua going bankrupt than the CEO himself. Yeah, if Weihua goes under, the CEO might survive, but ordinary folks like us would have to pay premium prices for high-performance phones from other countries. If those countries get even nastier and refuse to sell us phones with advanced features, we'll have nowhere to turn when we cry. Ren Fei had already anticipated the concerns of journalists and netizens. She calmly raised her hand, signaling everyone to settle down. Next, we'll invite an important guest to address your questions. An important guest? Who could it be? Could it be CEO Ren? Ren Fei scanned the room, her gaze steady and composed. Due to the guest's unique status, they cannot be fully exposed to the public eye at this time. Therefore, we kindly request all media representatives to lower their camera angles, capturing only the lower legs and below. Ha! Confusion spread. No one understood. What kind of guest could offer answers yet remain hidden from the public? Still, most media cooperated immediately, lowering their lenses. A handful of media outlets, unwilling to miss capturing this key figure who could create a major sensation, quietly opened their phones and secretly recorded. However, within 10 seconds, the venue's security personnel precisely located them. Sorry, you violated the conference rules. Please leave immediately. Those media outlets were unwilling to accept defeat. But the venue security personnel gave them no chance to argue, forcibly escorting them out. On stage, Ren Fei smiled calmly. Although the patent for 4-nanometer lithography technology does not belong to our Weihua company, pinpointing who is secretly filming or recording is effortless for us. So I ask all media friends to honor our agreement and not harbor any illusions of luck. The guest about to take the stage enjoys a level of protection far exceeding your expectations. Even if you manage to capture unauthorized footage, it will be useless. Not only will you be unable to distribute it, but it will undergo rigorous scrutiny afterward. Thank you for your cooperation. Renfei's words carried significant weight. Manhwa Technology has always maintained a relatively friendly stance toward the media. Even when reporters photographed Renfei or CEO Ren during private engagements to stir up sensational topics, Renfei had never spoken with such severity before. The expressions of the journalists present grew noticeably more serious. Their livestream had reached unprecedented levels of popularity. With traffic support from major streaming platforms, the livestream with the highest concurrent viewers had already hit 1 million. Numerous big spenders were throwing money around like crazy. Today's live gift revenue alone could rival their company's annual earnings. Young CEO Ren only asked the media to lower their camera angles, not their heads. Does that mean reporters and photographers might actually see the mysterious guest's face? Wah, I wish I could be there too. Those media folks who got kicked out must be kicking themselves right now. Why even mention them? Does the mystery guest's appearance really matter? Isn't the crucial point Xia Jiguan's relationship with the American Empire? Exactly. Here he comes. Ha? Sneakers? Muscular calves and thick leg hair? The media on site were dumbfounded. Wasn't a mysterious big shot supposed to come and enlighten them? Why is some greenhorn taking the stage? An intern accidentally barged in? But Renfei and CEO Ren, who had already retreated to the audience, showed no unusual reactions. Hey, the audio's pretty clear. Su Ji's bright, sunny voice carried through the speakers into everyone's ears. Ahem, let me introduce myself. I'm Su Gu, CEO of Xiazigwang Technology, and the developer of the Weiwei smartwatch. Last time, a rival nation tried to extract the watch's internal chip data from me by setting up a beauty trap. Not only did I avoid the trap, I took the opportunity to wipe them out completely. Those who follow the news should have seen my exploits in the papers. Heh. Think I'm kinda impressive? No need to feel inferior or harbor envy, folks. After what I'm about to share, you'll realize my capabilities are far greater. Instead of feeling inadequate, give me a round of applause. Su Gu paused deliberately. The room fell into a deathly silence. At the front row, CEO Ren raised both hands and clapped vigorously. Only then did the others react, joining in one after another. The thunderous applause echoed through every live streaming room. Seriously, did Huaka Tech hire some clown to fool us? But you gotta admit, this kid-ass got some serious comedic talent. If this were any other setting, I wouldn't believe a word he says, but even Mr. Rin is applauding him. Let's see how this plays out. I'm keeping my wits about me today. Any hint of trouble won't escape my notice. Only after the applause died down did Su Gu resume his speech. The 4-nanometer lithography technology belongs entirely to Xiazigwang Company. As the company's owner, I swear on my own fortune and that of my descendants, Xiazigwang has no ties whatsoever to countries like America or Germany. If any connection must exist in the future, Xiazigwang will remain an unattainable entity to them. I do hold other positions, but I cannot disclose them at this time. Suffice it to say, Xiazigwang underwent scrutiny far more meticulous than 4-nanometer technology during its founding. Any further questions? The journalists fell unusually silent. Su Gu had delivered an overwhelming amount of information, leaving them momentarily overwhelmed. He casually tapped his leg for half a minute, yet no questions emerged. He cleared his throat lightly. Well then, let me summarize, whether you're media colleagues here in person or viewers watching the livestream. Please have more confidence in our great nation, Xia. Hostile nations rely on technological monopolies to suppress both our country and our tech companies. But Xia is no pushover. We won't stand idly by while they bully us. We will catch up to them soon and even surpass them. Oh, and the A series phones have entered production. Those looking to upgrade, get your wallets ready. With that, he slipped his hands into his pockets and strode off stage with a flourish. The live feed had already cut away from him. Yet the journalists' and photographers' gazes involuntarily followed Su Gu. Like ordinary fans, they were intensely curious. What was this prodigy like off stage? Does his poop even come out in complex data patterns? Chapter 81, Renfei was struck by lightning, her bottom line drops again. Ahem, few people in this world truly don't idolize anyone, it's just that not all the stars they chase are celebrities. Take this moment, for instance, not a single person present remained unaffected by Su Ji's charm. The allure of a true powerhouse is utterly irresistible. As he himself put it, he wasn't just a little bit talented, he was god tier. Until Su Gu pulled something out of his hoodie's oversized pocket, a pancake, or was it preserved vegetable pork? Leaning against the wall, he chatted with Little Run while chewing noisily. His movements were too vigorous, sending bits of preserved vegetable flying from between his teeth. Achoo! Achoo! He must have caught a chill, sneezing repeatedly. The next second, Su Gu sniffed. His right thumb and index finger pinched both sides of his nose bridge, applying gentle pressure to align his nostrils toward the corner ready to unleash. Damn it, he wasn't going to do what they were thinking, was he? Oh my god, for heaven's sake. Sure, they weren't chasing after a pretty-faced celebrity, but he couldn't be this sloppy. The only people Su-gu remembered doing it this way were old folks at rural markets. Renfei, standing beside Su-gu, was struck as if by lightning. The second before Su-gu blew his nose, she pulled out a tissue, disgustedly covering his face with it, and promptly dragged him backstage. Su-gu grumbled in protest. What the hell? What the hell? I can't even blow my nose properly. Little Ren CEO, are you trying to murder me so you can inherit my company? Renfei's usually composed expression finally cracked. She yelled at him. Su-gu. Su-gu had already wiped his nose clean and was back to munching on the preserved vegetable pancake he hadn't finished earlier. Hey, my ears aren't deaf. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Renfei felt strangely relieved. She plopped down beside him on the single sofa, making it feel cramped. Su-gu, don't you care at all about what people think? You should know that after today's press conference, your image in everyone's eyes is very high. Su-gu just hummed in response. So what? If I have to keep a big mirror in front of me to watch my every word and action just to maintain that high image, what's the point of it all? Renfei responded with silence. Just as she was about to compliment Su-gu on his profound thinking, he let out a lone, pickled mustard-scented burp right at her. Renfei's hand itched. She pinched his left cheek, her gaze darkening. Some people really do have thick skin. Weihua Technology's public live-streamed press conference naturally spread rapidly across nations. The shock on Great Xia citizens' faces shifted to their adversaries. Reactions from various countries. Kimchi Nation, has our internal 4 nanometers lithography technology been leaked? Cherry Blossom Nation, could it be that the American Empire has adopted a new tactic, preparing to rub salt in the wounds of Xia's Weihua technology? American Empire, either recruit Su-gu or eliminate him. As for 4 nanometers lithography technology? Only nations authorized by the American Empire may possess it. If Weihua dares to bypass us, the American Empire will show them the wrath of a great power. All sectors of the Great Xia Nation are ready to welcome Weihua Technologies as series smartphones. After watching the launch event, the audience felt a sense of pride and vindication. Leaving the venue, Su-gu took a rare moment to drive his beat-up pickup truck for a spin in the countryside. Passing a small convenience store, he pulled over to buy water. Several elderly gentlemen sat under a large tree outside the store, shooting the breeze. Weihua's new phone is coming out. My son says he's buying one and will give me his old one. I can't count on my son. I'll buy my own. I'm going straight for the Weihua series. I'm getting old, but I still want to experience keeping up with the times. TSK, you guys are loaded. The cheapest A series is over 5,000. I can't afford it. Me neither. That price is ridiculous. Can't afford it? That's normal. Let's spread the word instead. Let those who can afford it buy it. It's our way of indirectly supporting the Great Xia Nation. Exactly. That American Empire tries to hold us back every day, finding ways to restrict us. But we'll keep developing anyway. Just to piss them off. Su-gu unscrewed the cap, took a sip of water, refreshing. He walked over to the group of elderly gentlemen and pulled out a stack of internal vouchers. Gentlemen, someone in my family works for Huaka Technology. As an employee perk, I brought home a bunch of vouchers for Huaka A series phones. With one voucher applied, you can get an A series phone for just 2,000 or 3,000. Su-gu placed the vouchers down, then casually got into his car. With a kick of the gas pedal, he sped off for a drive up the mountain. The old men were left staring at each other in bewilderment. Could that kid be pulling our leg? Probably fake. Forget it, give them all to me. I'll toss them later. Oldly, you're daydreaming again in broad daylight. Hand them over. At the Weihua factory, production of the A series phones was running overtime. The R&D department had dispatched several engineers to the site. Any technical issues could be resolved immediately. Su-gu was confident in his creation, and with Bureau 139 hitting new heights in workload, he hadn't visited the factory much. For Weihua Tech's mysterious guest revealing only what lay below the knees during the livestream launch, others might struggle to identify who it was based on such limited clues. But the die-hard fans from Capital University of Science and Technology, who had been quietly following Su-gu, knew the moment the guest spoke it had to be him. In theory, students without income shouldn't be the primary target audience for the Hua series phones. Yet, one by one, they had their wallets ready. Even when Su-gu ate in the cafeteria, he could hear classmates around him discussing phone purchases. Mine's been 3 years old, super laggy, and the storage is tiny. This time I'm upgrading to the A series 256G. Same here. I'll give my old one to my grandpa. I'm so worried I'll spend the money before buying the phone. I've already withdrawn it, locked it away, and had our dorm leader hold the key for me. Ha ha. Lucky I helped Su-gu sell Weihua smartwatches during breaks earlier, earned over 10 grand effortlessly. Su-ji's at the next table. Why's he only eating veggies today? Probably too many people buying meat dishes, he doesn't want to wait in line, so he's pitifully settling for veggies. I'll share a chicken drumstick with him. Hey, look at this. Sugo made an exaggeratedly slow, dramatic motion pulling a chicken drumstick from his tray. As if afraid they wouldn't notice, he even held it up and paused for 3 seconds. Alright, let's just skip over this part for now. Chapter 82, All Night Queue, a series phone sell out. Sales start Saturday. Are you guys buying online or going to a physical store? Online orders will definitely crash. Even if you place an order, it'll probably take at least 2 days to get it. Anyway, I don't have class on Saturday, so after breakfast, I'm taking the subway straight to the store. You're eating breakfast first? The A-series phones are that popular? I'm going to start queuing Friday afternoon. Whoa, that's crazy. The other students all thought it wasn't necessary to go that early. They'd only ever heard of people in Great Xia queuing overnight for high-end new phones from the American Empire, never for domestic brands. Still, when it comes to this sort of thing, better early than late. No classes anyway. College students are full of energy and love trying new things. So why not queue? Friday night. The USTC students thought they'd arrived early. They even assumed only a bunch of crazy college kids would do something like this. But when they got there, they saw a line of at least 20 or 30 people already ahead of them. They were stunned. Seriously, the guy at the very front even brought a tent. He's got the best spot under the eaves. Does he really need a tent? Ugh, I should have brought a tent too. Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't we ask him to rent it out? The first guy in line was sitting outside his tent playing games, complaining it was stuffy inside. When he heard the students wanted to rent his tent for $20, his eyes lit up. Sure, but you have to return it before 8 a.m. tomorrow. I have to go back to work at the company. The college students nodded eagerly. The weather forecast predicted a cold snap tonight, and a tent would help ward off the biting wind. Within 5 minutes, 5 or 6 more customers had joined the line behind the students. By nightfall, the queue had looped back around to the storefront. Ahem, who said there was no need to queue up so early? And who insisted on coming to queue on Friday afternoon? The other students from Ku University were genuinely relieved. For Hua Mobile Shop would definitely stock up heavily tomorrow. But if too many people bought them and they arrived late, they'd surely miss out. And on those days without a purchase, every minute and second would feel agonizing. Wow, the crowd is getting bigger. More students were lining up, and when their school handed out free, delicious chicken legs every Tuesday. By 10 p.m., they finally realized the real peak of the queue had just begun. The temperature was dropping. The students huddled in tents, fighting off drowsiness, but the glare of one bright light after another outside chased away any sleepiness. What's the situation? Some drove cars, some took taxis, some rode e-bikes, and others pedaled bicycles. Looks like they don't even know each other. Stop staring. They're all workers in the capital city. They just finished their shifts. My sister is one of them. She gets off work at 9 p.m. and doesn't get home until around 10. Huh? That tough? This group of workers who just arrived felt their own hardship too. They'd rushed straight from work without even grabbing dinner, only to find nearly 200 people already queued ahead of them. Wah, I could cry. But within an hour or two, their misery faded. Because the wave of workers finishing at 11:30 p.m. had arrived. With a new benchmark, their own work suddenly felt less grueling. Ha ha ha. Because so many people gathered outside the Huawei store in such a short time. A nearby resident thought something major had happened and panicked, calling the police. When the officers arrived and understood the situation, their expressions were hard to describe. The university students asked, "Can't we queue up at night to buy phones?" They understood they couldn't do this on campus, but did they have to do it outside too? The young officer took a deep breath and scanned the surroundings. The queuing workers, seasoned by big scenes, knew the officers were just on routine patrol. They carried on chatting, eating takeout, or sleeping wrapped in thick clothes on yoga mats, uninterested in what the officers were doing. After surveying the scene, the young officer relaxed, flashing an especially friendly smile at the group of students whose eyes were unusually clear. The students grinned back. "Officer, you must be working hard patrolling this late at night." The young officer waved it off. "It's just part of the job. Not really hard work, but A look of hesitation crossed his face. The students immediately grew cautious. "Officer, is there anything we can help with? Is there a wanted criminal nearby? Rest assured, we'll assist you in the arrest." The young officer cleared his throat, a rare hint of embarrassment flitting across his face. No. My phone fell into the water during a mission yesterday. I'm using a backup now." Seeing everyone lining up for the Huawei S-series watches, "I wanted to join the queue too, but I have to work tonight." The students immediately understood. "We can buy it for you, you just need to give us the money first. We're students and can't cover it ourselves." The young officer agreed, promptly transferring the funds. Both parties were pleased. The students felt proud to have assisted the officers serving the people. The young officer could get his S-series phone without neglecting duty. Since the queue kept growing, the officers wouldn't venture far tonight. They'd patrol nearby in their car. Inside the vehicle, the veteran officer shot him a glare, and the young officer chuckled sheepishly. Veteran officer, you just got scammed last time, and you still haven't learned your lesson? The young officer scratched his head with a sheepish grin. I remember everything, sir. Last time, a criminal suspect had called them claiming he wanted to turn himself in. But he was in another city, his phone was disconnected, and he asked them to transfer 200 yuan. He promised to show up at the station the next day. The young officer believed him. He transferred the money, and the outcome was predictable. The money was gone, and the suspect never showed up. In the end, they had to drive over 300 kilometers to apprehend him. The veteran cop gave him a sidelong glance. You know you're doing this again? The young cop grinned with confidence. Because they're just like I was back then. They'd probably pay me to take their case, they'd never try to scam me. The veteran cop fell silent. Because based on his years of experience, college students really were that pure and, ahem. TSK. That night, several groups were in an uproar. The American Empire sent representatives to Star Mountain Corporation in Korea, primarily to placate them. Star Mountain's president was so flustered he nearly tore through several wigs. The launch of Manhwa Technologies' series watches is severely impacting sales of our new products. Chapter 83, The American Empire Prepares to Strike. The primary reason Star Mountain had agreed to halt contract manufacturing for Manhwa technology, besides being intimidated into compliance by the American Empire's might, was that Manhwa's products were already severely cannibalizing Star Mountain sales. Continuing to supply chips to Manhwa would be tantamount to feeding their competitor while starving themselves. American representative, just defective products. How could they impact us? The Xing Tian president didn't grasp the implication. What defective products? The American representative smiled without comment. By this time tomorrow at the latest, you'll understand exactly what I mean. After escorting the American delegation to their hotel, the Xing Tian president summoned Han De-sig, the vice president in charge of market development, to analyze the American Empire's true intentions. Han De-sig pondered for a moment. Amikan has likely dug another pitfall for Manhwa Company. President Xing Tian nodded in agreement. So it seems our previous concerns were unnecessary? Han De-sig shook his head. Ever since Manhwa pulled that mysterious engineer out of thin air, neither we nor Amikan has gained an edge in our clashes with them. This time, he too had an ominous premonition. President Xing Tian, however, thought Han Daiji was overthinking it. The times they'd had the upper hand were just luck on Manhwa's side. Luck runs out eventually. With Amikan's capabilities, preventing Manhwa's new product from selling normally would be a piece of cake. Nearly a month had passed since Manhwa's launch event. Amikan had remained silent the entire time, leading President Xing Tian to suspect they were brewing something big. Just after 6 a.m. in the capital, employees arrived to open the flagship store. Normally, staff didn't start until 8 a.m. But due to today's special occasion, the company was offering triple pay. They were required to arrive 2 hours early. The staff who hated mornings immediately protested, "No problem. We love early shifts. We'd gladly work them every day." When the staff arrived at the storefront, they nearly thought they were in the wrong place upon seeing the serpentine queue stretching out. "Wait, did you guys get here at 4 or 5? The customers chuckled. "We arrived shortly after you closed yesterday afternoon. We've already ordered takeout twice. Did your store open early today? Is the sale starting?" After the initial shock, the staff shook their heads. "We have a large shipment today. We came early to finish inventory before 8 o'clock. The waiting customers let out a disappointed "oh." "All right, back to the line." Exactly at 8 o'clock, the sale began. The first customer in line stepped up. "I'll take 10 units of every model in the A series." The customers behind him froze. "Sir, buying that many? Planning to equip every finger and toe with a phone?" The man flashed an awkward yet polite smile. "I'm in a hurry. Could you please hurry up?" He was a man with a keen business sense. Seeing how popular the A series phones were, he knew there was a huge business opportunity here. Last night, he posted several messages on major platforms offering to help with proxy purchases. By now, over 100 people had contacted him, requesting his assistance. More than 40 had already transferred money directly to him. He set his proxy purchase fee at 200 per unit. Man, those big spenders. The highest offer he'd gotten was 2,000 per unit. Could he possibly pass up such a golden opportunity? The store clerk flashed a polite smile. "Good morning, sir. I'm sorry, but our company policy requires real name registration for a series phones, with a limit of 3 units per person." Tent Brother was displeased. "Miss, I noticed you rolled your eyes at me several times while restocking this morning. Do you have it in for me? I've never heard of any phone brand imposing purchase limits." The sales assistant was baffled. "Sir, I'm a professional. I wouldn't dare roll my eyes at customers. You must have misinterpreted." "Oh, I remember now, I had some gunk in my eye that was bothering me. I was busy moving goods and didn't have time to clean it out. So I was moving my eyes around trying to push it out." Tent guy, okay, my bad. My apologies. Please go ahead and pack the phones for me. Sir, this really won't work. Seeing he still didn't believe it, the salesperson pulled out the company notice sent out at midnight for everyone to see. It's a new company policy. We just got the memo ourselves. Tent Brother instantly felt like he'd lost thousands of dollars, while the customers behind him breathed a sigh of relief. If there really were no purchase limits, given today's chaos, they probably wouldn't have gotten any. Purchase limits are great. Purchase limits are brilliant. Salesperson, sir, are you still buying? Tent Guy wailed, yes. Better to make less than nothing. Phones were in stock, and the company had even provided ID scanners on short notice. The sales staff had rehearsed every step multiple times. Customers who queued yesterday afternoon, evening, and overnight all bought their phones before 9 a.m. each, getting 1 to 3 units. As for those arriving after 8 p.m., salesperson, ma'am, I'm sorry, we're completely sold out. The woman pointed at the wall clock. It's only 9:01. I dropped my kid off this morning and came straight here. I've been waiting in line for an hour, and now you tell me it's sold out? Meanwhile, students from USDC, having bought their phones, saw the staff overwhelmed with boxes scattered everywhere. Kindly, they pitched in to help tidy up. After the rush, the store staff bought each of them a cup of milk tea. So, brimming with positive energy, the USTC students sipped their drinks and declared with righteous conviction, sis, they really are sold out. We can vouch for that. The mother wavered, still feeling a bit resentful. But I waited in line for an hour. A clear-eyed USTC student pointed to himself. We've been waiting over 10 hours. You came too late. And look, there's a sign right at that intersection. It clearly states, supply is tight. We do not recommend queuing. Please return when stock is replenished. The mother. There were quite a few customers like this mother. Take old Zhang and brother Jie, for instance. Before setting out, they had specifically calculated that flagship stores usually open at 8 a.m. They left at 8 o'clock and arrived at 8:30. Perfect timing to miss the store's morning rush. Yes, they missed the rush and the A-series phones. But the stock was truly gone. The two whined pitifully, but if anyone was to blame, it was their own tardiness. Most Huawei flagship stores encountered similar situations. Dealing with reasonable customers was manageable, encountering unreasonable ones? Ha, brace yourself for a verbal lashing. Sales staff were seriously tempted to close shop early. Suga slept soundly in his dorm room until dawn. Waking up, he found a large delivery box on his desk. Is this for me? Yuan Xiao, reading nearby, looked up. Probably. A delivery student dropped it off around 6 this morning. Sugu opened it immediately. Inside were 50 high-end S-series smartphones. TSK, must be from Little Ren. While unboxing, he asked, hey, where'd old Zhang and brother Jie go? This early? Not back in the lab again, are they? Yuan Xiao, gone to buy S-series phones. Chapter 84, money can't buy everything, even old men go crazy. Just as Sugu was about to pull out his phone to call them and tell them not to go buy them, the dorm door swung open. Old Zhang and brother Jie walked in, heads hanging low. Old Zhang, first time I've ever felt what it's like to have money but still can't buy something. Brother Jie, tomorrow wait, no, this afternoon we're going to line up at the nearest flagship store. I refuse to believe we won't get them tomorrow. Sugu beckoned to them. Pick one. The high-end version came in 4 colors. Jiego and old Zhang's legs reacted faster than their brains. What do we pick? Phones? Damn, they're all high-end S-series models. Their eyes lit up like 800-watt light bulbs. By the time they'd chosen their colors, Sugu had also picked up a black one. He left the rest entirely to Yuan Xiao. Yuan Xiao, take one for yourself. Distribute the rest to the classmates in our class. Yuan Xiao's expression wasn't much better than old Zhang's or brother Jie's. The phone felt incredibly premium in their hands. The three of them completely lost their usual lab-bound composure. They couldn't wait to power them on. Holy crap, so smooth, unbelievably smooth. This is the magic of 4 nanometers tech. Sugu, come here, I'm gonna hug you to death. Hey, don't run. They'd already learned about its specs from Weihua Tech's launch event. But actually holding the real thing delivered a completely different level of impact. Fearing a repeat of his forced spread eagle position against the ceiling in Weihua Tech's or D-Lab 22, Sugu had already slipped away. The 3 roommates gave up chasing him, happily settling in the dorm hallway to stare and play with it for half an hour. The neighboring dorms were occupied by their classmates. Shan, what's going on? Holy crap, an S-series phone and the high-end model. The classmate's booming voice instantly drew everyone else out. What? Who got an S-series phone? Let me see. Quick, let me see. Hey, don't push. Holy crap, this feels smoother than my $10,000 American Empire phone. This speed? I love it. The noisy crowd soon quieted down. Yuan Xiao handed each of them a high-end S-series phone. If you don't like the color, swap with someone else. Alright, everyone got theirs? I'm heading down to the girls' dorm to deliver theirs. He was already at the stairwell when the boys finally snapped out of their stunned amazement. Ow. Big head, why'd you twist my arm? Hee hee, just testing if this is real. The boys knew instantly this was all Su Gu's doing. One by one, they eagerly unwrapped their phones in the hallway, just like old Zhang and the others had done earlier. The feel, the speed, unbelievable. My feelings for Su Gu have evolved from indifference, jealousy, envy, admiration, worship. I hereby declare, any girl or guy who tries to bribe me with bubble tea to deliver love letters for Su Gu will be firmly rejected. Ah, Su Gu, you're a god. A large group of people playing with phones in the dorm hallway was naturally eye-catching. It drew out students from other nearby classes. But there's a purchase limit. How did you guys get so many? Obviously, they're from Su God. Why, I hate not being in Sushin's class. Is it too late to transfer to his class now? On campus, the principal had been pacing dozens of laps beneath Su Ge's dorm building since early morning. As luck would have it, he bumped into Su Gu. Ahem, ahem. Just as the principal nearly coughed his lungs out, Su Gu finally noticed him. Principal, what's wrong? Did a plum pit get stuck in your throat? Plums lined both sides of the path. The principal must have been sneaking a bite alone, afraid of being caught, and choked on one from eating too hastily. Su Gu rolled up his sleeves to perform the Heimlich maneuver. The principal backed away repeatedly. And no, Mr. Su, Su Gu, I'm fine. I wasn't stealing plums either. Su Gu breathed a sigh of relief. You gave me quite a scare. The principal dared not cough again. He took 2 steps forward, rubbed his hands together, and opened his mouth several times, but couldn't speak. Su Gu was no fool. If it were an academic matter, the counselor or vice principal Zheng Feng would have notified him directly. Why would the principal go out of his way to seek him out? Principal, I was actually about to find you. As you know, I have a partnership with manhwa Technology. Their new series phones are selling exceptionally well. I heard several students from our school lined up early this morning but couldn't get one. I discussed it with manhwa Tech and arranged for them to bring a batch of a series phones this afternoon. Any student from our university can purchase them at a 20% discount. The only thing is, it might require the university to organize the distribution. Would that be too much trouble? The principal's face lit up with delight, as if he wanted to jump up and shake the plum tree. Not at all. Not at all. The principal had come to see Su Gu at this hour, thick-skinned though he was, entirely pushed by the university's senior professors and academicians. The old professors had resorted to both threats and inducements. The principal dared not refuse a hem, plus he was itching to try out the S-series phone himself, so he came bounding over. This was no ordinary device. It was a 4-nanometer chip phone developed entirely in-house by their great nation, Xia, breaking free from the shackles of the American Empire. Its significance was immense. That afternoon, Huawei Technology dispatched trucks straight from the factory, delivering several large loads of phones to campus. The entire campus erupted in cheers. Students who snagged S-series phones at 20% off without waiting in line gloated about it on social media. Envy spread across all walks of life. Do I envy them getting the S-series at 20% off? No, I envy them skipping the line. Hey, as a Huatech student, let me clarify, we still had to queue. With so many people on campus, even if it was only 5 minutes, it was still a line. Someone, drag that pretentious troll upstairs out of here. Unfair. We're in a small town backwater with only one Huawei store. The clerk told me straight up they only got 100 S-series phones today. I showed up late and didn't even get to touch the phone's edge. Same here. Why doesn't Huawei open more stores? Suburbs of the capital. Those old men who loved bragging at the convenience store sat empty-handed under a big tree, glaring at each other. You got up early and took the bus to buy one, but still didn't get it? Oh, don't even get me started. Those young whippersnappers have no respect for their elders. But they had verified with the staff the vouchers were genuine. Just then, a car pulled up in front of their store. The old men didn't pay much attention at first, assuming it was just someone stopping for cigarettes or drinks. Instead, the person in the car walked straight toward them. Good day, gentlemen. Mr. Su mentioned your strong interest in purchasing an S-series phone and specifically requested we deliver it personally. Are you still interested? The elderly gentleman, yes. Chapter 85, Hua caught in a publicity storm, exterminated to the last man. Fearing they might be scammed, the elderly gentleman specifically called over the convenience store owner to help verify the delivery person's identity. It's real. So the convenience store owner also snagged a voucher from the gentleman and purchased a mid-range S-series phone for 2,300 yuan. After getting their new phones, the gentleman played with them for a bit before heading out to show them off. One of them, an elderly gentleman surnamed Lu, boasted until past 9 p.m. before returning home. Upon opening the door, his son sighed helplessly, Dad, I really did go queue up for you early this morning. I didn't get one, but that's not my fault. You're getting on in years, could you please stop storming out of the house whenever you get angry? Mr. Lu hummed a happy tune, raising his phone to show off. Count on you? I got it myself. Lu Lai was utterly shocked. But Dad, all the nearby stores sold out ages ago. Where did you even get this? Old man Lu gave a proud little snort. I've got my own channels. Lu Lai trailed behind his father, grinning obsequiously. Dad, can we talk about something? Old man Lu swiftly stuffed the phone into his back pocket. Don't even think about it. Lu Lai was utterly disgusted by his father's shady tactics. He stormed back to his bedroom, pulling out his own pair phone. The phone he once treasured dearly now filled him with utter contempt. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a bright red headline popping up on his phone. Explosion of Huawei A series high-end phones. He rubbed his eyes. What the hell? He tapped the headline. But this pair phone had been in use for over 4 years, loaded with apps, and often lagged. Now, of all times, it froze again. It took a full 10 seconds of lag before he could open it. What greeted him was a surveillance video, over a minute long, unedited. The footage showed a man playing with his phone on a sofa. Judging by its appearance, the phone was undoubtedly a high-end A-series model. At the 10-second mark, the man muttered a complaint, just played a few rounds of games, and it's already overheating? Despite the grumbling, he kept playing. Urged on by his teammates, he started a new game. By the 50-second mark, it was clear his hand holding the phone was starting to feel uncomfortable. But he was too engrossed in the game. At 58 seconds, surveillance clearly shows sparks flashing from the phone. At 1 minute and 12 seconds, the phone catches fire. The searing heat in his hand forces him to pull away from the game. Realizing something was wrong, he violently flings the phone away. But the explosion happens at the exact same moment. Boom! Ah! The video freezes on this scene. Lu Lai patted his chest, catching his breath for a long moment. In the living room, his elderly father was on the phone with a distant relative he hadn't seen in years, asking if they'd eaten. They said they had. Grandpa Lu, I've eaten too. I was just playing on my phone. Speaking of phones, I recently bought a Huawei. Lu Lai lunged forward, snatched the phone from his father's hand, and sprinted downstairs. By the time Grandpa Lu chased him out, Lu Lai had already placed the phone on a bench in the neighborhood plaza. He even pulled his father back, refusing to let him approach. After learning the whole story, Grandpa Lu stood with his hands behind his back, stomping his feet in anger. You good for nothing. How could I have raised such a reckless, troublemaking son? Seeing his father's disbelief, Lu Lai pulled out the surveillance footage to show him. Old man Lu watched it all the way through. That's it? Lu Lai glared with eyes like bulls. What do you mean that's it? The new phone exploded, Dad. Aren't you scared at all? Old man Lu rolled his eyes ungracefully. I don't believe it. It's all fake. Go get my phone back. Lu Lai thought his dad had lost his mind, but he still went to retrieve the phone. Dad, the evidence is right in front of us. Why won't you believe it? Grandpa Lu couldn't explain it either, but he had an inexplicable confidence in the Huawei S-series phones. That's none of your business. Lu Lai remained worried. Grandpa Lu didn't even want to talk to him anymore. But it's bull. Even if my phone really explodes, it'll be your old man who dies first. Lu Lai felt utterly helpless. That night, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He feared his dad's phone might explode just like the ones in the news without warning, blowing up the whole house. He kept browsing online news about the explosions. The more he read, the more horrified he became because it wasn't just one incident. Some exploded while charging at home, others detonated in bags while walking, even injuring bystanders. His sleepiness vanished completely. Like Lu Lai, many others couldn't sleep either. Weihua Technology immediately issued a denial. Weihua Technology has immediately dispatched personnel to verify and investigate. Regardless of the facts, we will provide a full explanation to our users. Netizens flooded the comment section. I don't want to believe it, but the surveillance footage is too clear. So, Sai, I hope this is all just a nightmare and no one got hurt. Go Weihua. Investigate thoroughly. If it really is our technical shortcomings, fix it immediately and recall all faulty devices. Recall the entire A series. Why, should I still queue up at the store tomorrow morning? I stayed up all night yesterday, using both phone and computer to snag one online. It's about to arrive, can I refuse delivery? Netizens in the Great Xia Nation were relatively polite. Everyone makes mistakes. When our own people slip up, we handle it internally and give them chances to correct it. Netizens from other countries weren't so kind. Especially with the American Empire's official efforts to muddy the waters, Huawei's reputation plummeted. TSK, Huawei phones? Never heard of them. Small brand, bound to have issues. So Apple phones are still the way to go. They're pricier, but reliable and secure. Kimchi Nation. Star Mountain Corporation. Conference room. Excellent. Absolutely perfect. Notify the advertising department immediately. Star Mountain's new smartphone was finally ready to launch. The advertising team pushed aside all previously prepared selling points, shifting the focus entirely to emphasizing the security of their Star Mountain phones. The next day, after a night of fermenting, Weihua had completely become the center of public discourse. The Star Mountain CEO personally went to the hotel to pick up the American representative. Knock knock. The CEO, filled with gratitude, began, Mr. Jerry, I. Jerry was on the phone and raised his hand, signaling him to hold his tongue. The CEO quickly shut up and once inside, smoothly closed the door behind him. Jerry conversed in broken Chinese with the person on the other end of the call. We've prepared a private jet for you. Complete just one final task and you'll come to the American Empire to enjoy wealth and glory. Good. New. Awaiting your good news. The Xing Tian CEO was intrigued. Mr. Jerry, do you have more tricks up your sleeve? Jerry poured 2 glasses of red wine for himself and the CEO with elegant grace. My purpose in coming here is to ensure manhwa technology never rises again. Those who dare to displease the American Empire face only one fate: annihilation. Chapter 86, Who is the Spy? 4 nanometer locator implanted. Inside. The matter hadn't been fully investigated yet, and most users remained in a wait-and-see stance. Until a live stream clip surfaced, allegedly from an engineer claiming to be a key member of manhwa Technologies R&D department. The new account had no followers. The stream started that morning, lasting under 5 minutes with fewer than 10 total viewers. Manhwa Group Chairman's office. Suga, Renfei, the head of RD, and other executives were present. Suga pressed play. This clip, rapidly spreading across major platforms, played in the spacious office. The first view was the entrance to manhwa Technologies RD zone. The person holding the phone swiped their card and used facial recognition to enter the building. They headed straight for RD room 22. The person positioned the phone in a suitable spot. 2 seconds later, their face finally appeared. The RD zone manager looked pale. How could it be Sun Xin? He dared not look at the expressions of President Rin and young President Run. In the livestream, Sun Xin formally unveiled the dark secrets behind manhwa Technologies' series smartphones. After the launch event, the world eagerly anticipated manhwa's proprietary 4 nanometers lithography technology. But only we insiders know how deep the water runs. A technology that eluded manhwa indeed, the entire nation of Dacia for decades, suddenly breakthroughs just as companies like Xing Tian refused to manufacture chips for manhwa? We're just engineers, essentially employees powerless to influence senior management's decisions. I only learned of manhwa's 4 nanometers lithography breakthrough on the day of the launch. How ironic, right? I clung to a sliver of hope that the extravagant claims would be dismissed as too far-fetched to be believed. But sadly, not only did people believe it, they went crazy buying the products. Yesterday, I saw consumer reports flooding online about a series phones exploding and catching fire. I just couldn't stay silent anymore. I know that speaking up means I won't just lose my job at Huawei Tech. No other tech company in China will hire me either. But I still have to say it, because my conscience tells me I can't be a silent bystander. Huawei's 4 nanometers technology has never succeeded. The technology already deployed in the Ace series phones is extremely immature. Both we engineers and Mr. Ren know its flaws. As for why they chose to proceed anyway, I believe you can already guess the reason. My time is running out. One final plea: don't let passionate marketing slogans cloud your judgment. After all, you only get one life. The RD department head erupted in fury. Sun Xin. Did the company mistreat you that you'd spread such lies? This won't do. I'm going to kill that bastard right now. His rage was genuine. With his team causing such a massive scandal, he couldn't escape responsibility as their leader. Senior management pulled him back. What are you doing? We just got word Sun Xin boarded a plane hours ago. The RD head grew even more frantic. Then reported for interception. That bastard Sun Xin is definitely a spy meticulously cultivated by the American Empire. Renfei grabbed him and threw him onto the sofa. He boarded an American Empire private jet. By the time Great Xia received the intelligence, it was too late to intercept him. Sun Xin is now flying through the airspace of a third-party nation. Even if that third country cooperated with Dacia, it would be nearly impossible to catch him. The American Empire's technology truly outpaced Dacia's by decades. To put it bluntly, Dacia's aircraft simply couldn't match the American Empire's speed. They could only watch helplessly as the enemy stirred up trouble within their borders, muddied the waters, and then slipped away. The office atmosphere was gloomy. The escalation of this incident was partly due to the tacit approval of Renfei and General Manager Ren. They had feigned falling for the trap to expose the spy infiltrating the RD department. Yet they still hadn't anticipated the American Empire would directly dispatch aircraft to the top floor of the RD building to retrieve Sun Xin. This provided Sun Xin with the opportunity to escape. The RD department head realized the gravity of the situation and knelt before President Ren with a thud. Renfei and others hurried to help him up. Don't help me. Let me kneel. I am the guilty one. A spy was dancing right under my nose, and I didn't even notice. President Ren sighed. Saying this now is useless. Find a way to make amends. The head nodded vigorously. But making amends was easier said than done. Sun Xin had fled to the American Empire. How could they possibly capture him? Just as everyone was at a loss. Su Gu, who had remained mostly silent, spoke calmly. Sun Xin has entered the American Empire's airspace. He's currently relieving himself. TSK, I knew it, his kidneys aren't in good shape. Everyone turned to look at him in astonishment. All present were sharp minds. Sugu, how did you know? Did you suspect Sun Xin was a mole all along and turn him? Was this all part of your plan? Sugu craned his neck, clicking his tongue. Thanks for the flattery, but sorry I didn't foresee Sun Xin being an American spy either. Renfei strode over to Sugu in 2 or 3 steps. Keep playing coy, and I'll kiss you unconscious right here today. Sugu inwardly grumbled that Renfei wasn't acting like a proper woman, but he dared not keep everyone in suspense any longer. He had no doubt that the woman named Run was capable of such a thing. Half a month ago, the company organized the annual physicals for the RD department. Everyone remembers that, right? The group murmured in acknowledgement, holding their breath as they fixed their gaze on Sugu. Well, he continued, I was obsessed with 4-nanometer technology back then. With some spare time on my hands, I developed a series of byproducts. Among them was a 4-nanometer locator that could be injected into the body via a needle. It wouldn't be metabolized for 3 months. This locator not only tracks location but also has real-time audio recording capabilities. The group sucked in sharp breaths. Renfei posed the crucial question. You said you didn't know Sun Xin was a spy beforehand. How did you manage to place the locator precisely on him? Sugu slipped his hands into his pockets, leaning back lazily against the sofa. Cast a wide net, that's how. This operation was a joint effort between him, Wang Zhongping, and her hospital's lab team. Ahem, naturally, he'd coordinated with Old Xian beforehand. Though seemingly unrelated to Bureau 139, Old Xian could reach higher-ups to secure the necessary permissions. Before Sun Xin surfaced, neither Sugu nor his superiors had ever used the tracker to invade the privacy of Weihua RD personnel. The executives in the office still found Sugu utterly terrifying. The looks directed at Sugu had shifted from pure admiration to timid, fearful admiration. Renfei stiffened her neck and turned to ask him. My father and I participated in the physicals to set an example. Is it in our bodies too? Sugu rubbed his nose, his gaze drifting. Well, the equipment was all produced in batches. It's hard to distinguish individually. Chapter 87, a brilliant comeback. Ame was furious. After a moment, he added, I already said the chip activation isn't under personal control. Only when the spy reveals themselves can I activate the locator using the permissions granted from above. Plus, it'll be completely metabolized by the body in 3 months. I underwent the medical exam myself. I have the locator too. You really have nothing to worry about. Unfortunately, his words failed to reassure anyone. They say you should never date someone in the medical field, otherwise, if they ever grow tired of you, you won't even know how you died. To the executives at Huawei, I'd add, don't casually date tech researchers either, especially those working on chips. Death aside, just imagine how long you'd survive if every trip to the bathroom became a surveillance session. The office crowd glanced at their own arms, wondering if the device was still lodged there. Then they looked at Sugu, sitting there calmly picking his nose. They silently warned themselves, whether now or in the future, even if pushed to the brink, never cross Sugu. This bastard is terrifying. After the initial shock, they returned to the matter at hand. Now that we have his location, should we head to the American Empire to apprehend him? Are you stupid? We can leverage Sun Xin to uncover the American Empire's secrets. Would the Americans even let Sun Xin access their secrets? Whether they would or not, it was simply impossible to arrest him now. Let Sun Xin enjoy his freedom for a while longer. Sun Xian's livestream clips not only caused Weihua Technology's reputation to plummet but also sent its stock price crashing to the daily limit. New users of the A series phones felt like the sky had fallen. They'd spent thousands supporting Weihua, only to be treated like Japanese citizens. Who could accept that? The phone was useless now, neither to keep nor to discard. Lu Lai couldn't focus at work during the day. He called his dad at least 10 times. Every so often he'd ask, Dad, is your phone overheating? By the 10th call, the automated message kicked in, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. After several more attempts, he finally realized his dad had blocked him. The moment he clocked out, Lu Lai rushed home. His dad wasn't there, so he headed to the convenience store outside. There, his dad was playing Do Diju on his phone with a group of old men. Lu Lai stood with his hands on his hips, ready to scold his dad. But seeing how engrossed his dad was, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. A few minutes later. After the game ended, Lu Lai finally called out, Dad, how long have you been playing? Isn't your phone burning up? Stop it already, I'll buy you a new one. Old man Lu was annoyed by his son's voice. Burning up? I've been playing for 2 hours and it's perfectly cool. If you've got nothing better to do, go home and make babies with your wife. Lu Lai, Dad, I don't even have a wife. Where am I supposed to go to have kids? Old man Lu looked down on him. You don't even have a wife, yet you have the nerve to lecture a successful man with a happy family. Lu Lai was stunned by his father's shamelessness. Dad, can't you just listen to me once? Those Weihua engineers went live to prove the company prioritizes profits over user safety. Grandpa Lu's old buddies couldn't take it anymore. Lu Lai, you think us old farts combined aren't as smart as you, someone who can't even get a wife? Exactly. We've used Weihua phones for days, how could we not know if they're good? Stop jumping to conclusions. Seeing isn't always believing. A few random people go live to try and bring down a major company with independent R&D capabilities? Lu Lai, you've got a lot to learn. Lu Lai began doubting himself under the barrage of criticism from the uncles. But the elders weren't listening to his buts. At 7:30 p.m., all channels broadcast the Great Xia Nation's evening news. Lu Lai's family habitually watched the news while eating dinner. When the anchor mentioned Weihua Technology Company, the entire family's gaze instinctively turned toward the television. On the TV, the capital's police chief addressed the camera solemnly. Recently, overseas criminals have deliberately fabricated facts to undermine the development of our nation's high-tech industry, harming unsuspecting victims and causing. The police chief also stated that the mastermind had been apprehended. The true instigators, Jerry and his associates, had been added to the Great Xia Nation's most wanted list. Grandpa Lu wore an expression that said, "I knew it." Lu Lai forced down the steamed bun in his mouth. The news cut to another scene. The Imperial Capital Technology Forensic Center. The director presented several forensic reports. Our analysis confirms the authenticity of the surveillance footage circulating online with hundreds of millions of views. However, the exploding phone depicted was not a Huawei device, nor was it from the Huawei S series. It merely had a Huawei branded case. The scene shifted again to a hospital. A surviving victim tearfully recounted their ordeal before the camera. "I won that phone in a lottery at a convenience store. The clerk said it was a Huawei S series, so I believed them. I should have known there's no such thing as a big, round pie falling from the sky onto my head. Those bastards from the American Empire have no conscience. What did I ever do to them? Now I'm stuck in the hospital." That unfortunate victim voiced the collective frustration of all Huawei S series users. They've been living in fear, too scared to even use their S series phones, all because of this injustice against a good company. Damn the American Empire. On the news channel, relevant experts also directly criticized and denounced the American Empire's shameless actions. After today's news ended, Grandpa Lu's standing in the family rose significantly. "Lu Lai, what did I tell you?" Lu Lai hung his head, conceding defeat. He truly still had much to learn. Like Grandpa Lu, the students from the Capital University of Science and Technology remained unwavering throughout. It wasn't that they trusted Weihua Technologies so much, they trusted Su Shun. How could anything Su Shun personally developed possibly go wrong? They were Su Shun's absolute devotees. After the broadcaster's clarification aired, the students felt Su Ji's brilliance even more profoundly. One move led to another. Not only did he turn a deadlock into a winning situation, but he also inadvertently delivered free global publicity for Weihua's S-series phones. Without this drama, third-party nations wouldn't have known much about Huawei's S-series phones. Thanks to the assistance from the American Empire, third-party nations now knew the S-series not only featured 4nm chips but also prompted the Americans to resort to dirty tricks to suppress it. This proved the S-series was genuinely excellent, otherwise, why would the Americans go out of their way to suppress it? So Huawei's S-series overseas orders exploded once again. Watching Huawei Technologies thrive, the American Empire felt the most bitter sting. They'd lost several spies cultivated at great expense, poured in significant funds, only to end up sewing a wedding dress for someone else. Jerry and his crew were so furious they slapped each other. Their faces swelled up like pig heads. Stop. Huawei Technologies must not be allowed to develop further. Chapter 88, Sugo, living off others isn't so bad, you know. Soon after, the American Empire enacted relevant laws and regulations. To protect American citizens, the import and sale of Weihua Technologies' dangerous S-series phones are hereby prohibited within the American Empire. All S-series phones already in the American Empire shall be temporarily seized. The public justification was simple: repeatedly broadcast news of explosions and injuries caused by counterfeit S-series phones they themselves manufactured, aiming to intimidate the public. Internationally, this drew criticism. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. Today, the Aincan Empire can arbitrarily reject or even seize goods from the Great Xia Nation without warning. Tomorrow, it might do the same to its own products. Even third-party nations have united, holding successive press conferences demanding the Aincan Empire cease this series of irrational actions. Otherwise, they too will take measures against imported goods from the Aincan Empire. Great Xia. Unfinished building. Suga sat in a well-worn classroom office chair, devouring watermelon in big bites. Their company now had 12 employees, including security and cleaning staff. Just enough to finish off a whole watermelon. The security guard finished his last bite with a satisfied sigh. Have you seen the news lately? That despicable America won't let our Huawei phones into their country. They're probably afraid their consumers will switch to Huawei and stop buying their own products. The cleaning lady grumbled in agreement. A country like America? Even if they were next door, no one would want to deal with them. Can't win fair, so they resort to dirty tricks. Disgraceful. Su Go, who'd been buried in his watermelon, looked up and gave Lao He and Liang Wei a thumbs up. Though Xia Jiguang's company was crammed into a half-finished building, the staff were top-notch. Look at them, even the security guards and cleaners chatting during breaks stay on top of current events. After everyone finished their melon and returned to their posts, Lao He discussed with Su Gu. Mr. Su, I've heard that within 6 months, the suspended development plans for our area will restart. Any thoughts? Su Gu showed little surprise. How much is in the company account? Lao He looked at Liang Wei. Liang Wei tapped a string of numbers into the calculator. Less than 10 million earned from the sales of 2 smartwatch models for Huawei. Lao He weighed his words. If we want to take over this unfinished building, it's still a bit short. He phrased it diplomatically. It wasn't close, it was far off. When Su Gu had secured this plot, he'd anticipated acquiring the stalled project cheaply once funds were available. But even the lowest price wouldn't dip below 9 figures. Su Gu leaned back in his office chair and stretched. Go find out the asking price first. I'll raise the funds. Lao He nodded. Mr. Su, I can help secure the money too. Also, my intel isn't 100% reliable. This plot had lain idle for years, with rumors circulating almost annually that construction was about to resume. After so many false starts, even locals dismissed them as jokes. Su Gu waved him off. No need. Just handle the tasks I assign you. As for whether it's true, we'll take a gamble. It wasn't like he couldn't afford it. Lao He gave a heavy nod. He loved that drive in Su Gu. Following him meant there was a future. Su Gu drove off in his beat-up pickup truck. Weihua Technology Headquarters. After hearing Su Ji's purpose, Run Fei nodded with understanding. You have excellent foresight. If Weihua Technology's headquarters location weren't already finalized, I'd have suggested to my father that we establish it in the West District. Like Su Gu, she was certain the West District, home to the unfinished building, would eventually catch up to the other districts. Now was undoubtedly the perfect time to invest. Prices were low, and options were plentiful. Su Gu tentatively asked, aren't you afraid I might gamble wrong and squander the 1,000th share of Weihua Tech I'm about to mortgage to the bank? That 1,000th share was Su Ji's payment for allowing Weihua Tech to use the 4-nanometer lithography machine. Ran Fei paced behind Su Gu twice, then suddenly leaned in close to his ear, her movements suggestive. Her tone, however, was anything but suggestive. As cold and stern as if delivering a speech on stage, then you'll pay with your body. The room temperature was perfectly comfortable, yet Su Gu shivered. A terrifying woman. Su Gu didn't dare linger a second longer. The moment the deal was sealed, he took off like the wind. Having learned from past experiences, Su Gu dared not retaliate again. The woman surnamed Rin was too fierce, he couldn't handle her yet. Just wait. Someday, he'd make that Rin woman submit willingly, bowing to his authority. After several days of hustle, Lao He had finally pinpointed the bottom price for the unfinished building. Su Gu crossed his legs on the old-fashioned desk, tapping his fingers on the surface. So if I pledged that 1,000th share of Weihua, it would cover the entire purchase price for this building? Lao He nodded, a hint of regret in his tone. If American doesn't throw a wrench in the works, we could secure even more financing. Mr. Su, do you think American can withstand the international pressure being applied to them? Su Gu let out a hollow chuckle, his expression growing colder. American won't stop until they get what they want. Even if they can't hold out this time, they'll find other ways to suppress Weihua. Hearing this, Lao Hei's wicked temper flared. I'd love to go to American and blow up those decision makers who make choices on a whim. We'd use our country's non-nuclear hydrogen bomb, pinpoint them and reduce them to dust scattered across the sky. Su Gu smiled. In the future, if the chance arises, we might just get to experience the thrill of precision bombing. After completing the necessary procedures, Su Gu successfully mortgaged 1,000th of the shares to the bank. The funds would bypass his personal account, being transferred directly by the bank to the main contractor of the stalled construction project. Before Su Ji's Summer Light Company formally signed the contract with the main contractor, the latter had also followed protocol to initiate the auction process for the unfinished building. Only Su Gu and a handful of other companies actually participated in the auction. Those companies all came with the mindset of snagging a bargain. If they could buy it at the starting bid, that would be ideal. If someone else bid aggressively, they'd quickly let the others take it. Joking aside, if the stalled project site were truly prime real estate, would it even be available to them? Wouldn't it have been snapped up long ago by the big corporations? The cheaper the land, the less they dared to buy it. Thus, Su Ji's side only raised their bid 3 times before securing the stalled project. The original developer had failed to complete the building's roof due to a broken capital chain and banks refusing further loans. Su Ji's task was simple: finish the roof. Once completed and passed inspection, the property certificates could be processed. Let's use the funds in the account first. If it's not enough, I'll go earn more. Su Gu spoke with righteous conviction, and the company's 12 founding members admired and respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Cleaning lady, Mr. Su has it so tough. Not only does he go out and earn money to build the company's building, but he also has to support us. Security guard, yeah, our company might look a bit shabby, but they pay me 16 grand a month. Chapter 89, Tariff War, Layoffs. They even give him commission. Before Xia Jiguang arrived, he never knew security guards could earn commissions. He wasn't a native of the capital. His son had settled in the city, buying a small, old two-bedroom apartment. That place wasn't even as big as the main room in his hometown. His wife came to help with the grandkids, so he tagged along. He couldn't stand being cooped up in that cramped apartment day after day, so he went out looking for work. He wanted a job with free meals and lodging, paying 4,000 or 5,000 a month. He'd be happy with that, just to ease his son's burden. And then, by some stroke of luck, he landed a great job paying over 10,000 a month, with free meals and lodging. The kicker? The job was incredibly easy. The security guard often felt uneasy. Did his abilities really justify such a high salary? Mr. Su, I see our company's been struggling lately. How about you lower my salary? We can raise it again when things improve. The female security guard gritted her teeth and followed suit. Mr. Su, please reduce mine too. With even the security and cleaning staff leading the charge, several other company veterans voiced their support. Sugo had been so good to them they were willing to weather the storm alongside the company. Deeply moved, Sugo wiped his eyes, tears that wouldn't fall. I appreciate your kindness, but the company is on an upward trajectory. Let's not bring up unlucky topics like pay cuts again. The monthly salary I give you? I could earn that just by selling my charms on the street. If things got really bad, he could just close his eyes, let Little Rin squeeze his thigh, and the employees wouldn't have to worry about a year's salary. Employees. Mr. Su was still as unpredictable as ever. Still, they felt reassured. With the boss so unflappable, it meant the company was thriving and everything was firmly under Su's control. After calming the employees, Sugu headed to Weihua Technology. Ahem, not to sell favors to earn legitimate profits. Run Fei abruptly stood up. You want to develop 4 nanometers computer chip technology and 3 nanometers lithography equipment simultaneously? Sugu maintained his usual carefree demeanor. Correct. I request full cooperation from young Master Rin and the company. Could Rin Fei possibly refuse? She suppressed the surging emotions within, her gaze intense as she fixed it on Sugu. Fine. Whatever you need, just ask. Resources the company has will be prioritized for you. What we lack, I'll fight to get it for you. Sugo walked off toward the RD zone, hands behind his back, satisfied. 4 nanometers mobile chip technology had already been successfully developed. Scaling it up to computers wouldn't be too difficult. The core engineers in Lab 22 couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Woohoo, no big deal. Working under Su God, I'm already overwhelmed. The pace is insane. I haven't even finished scanning one set of data before the next batch is already here. And this was after they deliberately adjusted their schedules, catching up on sleep and organizing shifts to ensure they wouldn't drop the ball during Su God's development phase. Yet on the very first day of actual work, they were already overwhelmed. Physically, they could keep up, but mentally, they couldn't. Sugu remained oblivious to all this, completely immersed in his development. At the same time, the Amikan Empire finally lifted its restrictions on the Weihua series phones. It wasn't because threats from third-party nations had worked. The Amikan Empire was powerful enough to retaliate against any threats it faced. Who fears whom? It was because ordinary American citizens weren't buying into the restrictions. The A-series phones offered the best value for money currently available. For comparable performance, American pair phones cost 2,000 yuan more. American citizens weren't fools naturally, they wanted to buy Weihua phones. But the American government barred Weihua A-series phones from entering the country. Citizens are forced to purchase them from neighboring countries or through unauthorized resellers. Not only does this complicate the buying process, but it also drives up prices. Each Huawei phone costs over 1,000 yuan more on average. American citizens refuse to accept this. Their money doesn't grow on trees. They've taken direct action to oppose the government's authoritarian measures. Only then did the American government reluctantly change its strategy. America, White House. The methods Great Xia uses to corrupt America into submission are too dirty. Since citizens oppose banning the A-series phones, we must resort to other indirect means. I propose raising tariffs on Huawei's A-series phones by 5%. 5%? Might as well not raise them at all. We should give Great Xia a major warning, target all Huawei products directly. I agree. Our fiscal spending has been unbalanced lately. Huawei is so mighty? Let's hike tariffs to 200% and crush their arrogance. The Black House's impulsive decision-makers glared with malice. If possible, they'd devour Huawei completely. After balancing and coordinating among various U.S. government factions, they swiftly rolled out additional rules to suppress Great Xia and Weihua. Effective immediately, tariffs on all Weihua technology products rise to 150%, with A-series smartphones increasing to 200%. Effective immediately, tariffs on photovoltaic products from Dacia rise to 100%, wooden furniture to 250%, glycine to 150%. The long list of figures sent a chill through the hearts of Dacia's merchants. It felt like the sky had fallen. Tariffs are typically paid by the buyer. But buyers aren't fools. These costs would either be passed on to consumers or squeezed out of sellers, regardless of the source. It was extremely unfavorable for Dacia merchants. After their initial dejection, Dacia business leaders immediately began searching for solutions. To continue exporting goods to the American empire and profit from them, they would inevitably have to shoulder part of the tariff burden indirectly. Cost cutting became imperative. The merchants tacitly agreed to target the wages of their employees and workers. Pay cuts. Thus, the workers suffered. Wages were already low, and now they've been cut by 30%. It's hard enough to make ends meet. Shoo, keep your voice down. The factory next door has seen their export orders drop by nearly 50% this year and has already started laying people off. The tide of events was unstoppable. Even Su-gu, buried in his work at her D-Lab 22, felt the impact of America's high tariffs. The call came from Liang Wei, her voice rapid. Su-gu, this'll only take a minute. Just now, Uncle Su called me personally. He wants to know if our company is still hiring? Su-gu signaled to the other engineers to take over his work. Who does my dad want to bring in? Liang Wei paused for 2 seconds. 6 people total, close cousins and younger uncles from your family. They were all ordinary folks who'd previously worked at the same factory. Each was reliable and capable, earning a steady monthly salary of over 10,000. Their factory specialized in exporting wooden furniture. The tariffs directly doubled or tripled the product prices. No matter how much their boss squeezed profits, he couldn't cover the tariffs. Chapter 90, 3 nanometers technology lands. The American merchants could only express regret. Unable to absorb the tariffs, they had to double the prices of their goods. The problem was consumers weren't fools. At such exorbitant prices, they simply wouldn't buy. The factory owner hasn't received any orders for a month. Every day the factory operates incurs massive expenses. The owner ran out of options and began layoffs. Among the first group cut were relatives of Su Ji's family. Their high wages meant significant labor cost savings after dismissal. As for whether laying off experienced senior workers would impact factory efficiency? With the factory on the brink of collapse, the owner dared not think that far ahead. Liang Wei specifically sought Su Ji's opinion because Xia Jiguang still owed the bank a huge sum and hadn't built his factory yet. Beyond the watch business, he had no other income streams. We're not short on people for now. Su-gu rubbed his temples. I'll call you back in 2 minutes. Just then, Ren Fei arrived for an inspection. Su-gu brought up the matter. Ren Fei considered it. Agreed. Consider them on loan to Hua Factory. She used the term loan because she was certain Su-gu would eventually establish his own factory. How many unemployed people are still in your hometown? Bring them all over at once. Su Ji's brow relaxed visibly. Ren Fei might be a bit rogue, a bit domineering, a bit bossy, but she proved incredibly loyal when it mattered. After Su-gu called Liang Wei back, she deliberately drove back to Su Village. Su-gu was locked up in the RD lab, so Liang Wei temporarily took charge of his beat-up pickup truck. The old truck rumbled into Su Village. The village was filled with young people who usually only appeared during the new year. Su dad saw Liang Wei return and immediately came over. Wei, where's Su-gu? Su's mother interrupted. If he hasn't come back, he must be busy. I think we shouldn't bother him with these trivial matters. Su's father disagreed. How can you call this trivial? Several young people in the family had bought houses in the city over the past few years, with monthly mortgages costing several thousand yuan. They also had wives and children to support. Suddenly losing their income, how were they supposed to survive? Seeing the couple about to argue, Liang Wei quickly interrupted. Uncle and aunt, please hear me out first. She relayed Su Ji's message to them. This time, even Su's father began to worry. It's someone else's company. Doesn't that mean Su-gu owes them a huge favor? How will he ever repay that? Mr. Su wanted to help his younger relatives, but only if it didn't drag his son down. Liang Wei smiled and shook her head. Su Ji's exact words were, favor? They'd be thrilled if I asked them for favors. Su-gu refused to acknowledge General Manager Rin as his godfather. Back then, General Manager Rin had tried to sneakily get Su-gu to sign a lifetime employment contract with Weihua Technology, but failed. Now, the chance to deepen their ties with Su-gu was something they couldn't resist. The elderly couple finally relaxed. Liang Wei used a loudspeaker to gather all the young people in the village. Su-gu specially found jobs for you. It's hard work, but who's willing? The young people raised their hands eagerly. When they learned the salary and benefits, they were so moved they were nearly in tears. Where's Su-gu? I want to thank him in person. Su-gu saved my family. I couldn't pay the mortgage, and my wife was threatening divorce. Let's be honest, if your wife can't stick with you through tough times, better off divorced. From now on, I'm following Brother Su. If he tells me to walk backwards, I won't walk forwards. Months earlier, Su-gu had won the hearts of the village elders with his smartwatches. Now he had the village youth genuinely grateful to him. Liang Wei arranged a bus to transport the young people to the Hua factory. On the bus, they were both excited about their new jobs and worried about being laid off again. Did you see the news? Just now, Ardassia also issued a notice raising tariffs on certain goods exported from Omicon to Ardassia. Sigh. At the start of the year, it was just minor skirmishes. I didn't take it seriously. But now both sides are getting serious. The ones who'll really suffer are ordinary folks like us. Sanwazi, what are you implying? Are you saying our country should just sit back and take the hits? Wait until America gets tired and stops on its own? Of course that's not what I meant. Then why say things that only boost their morale? Sanwa's dark face flushed crimson. Others scrambled to smooth things over. Honestly, America's tariff hikes are mainly targeting Huawei tech. If we go to Huawei's factory, we probably won't last long either. Silence hung heavy for a moment. Though they didn't want to admit it, reality was this harsh. Forget it. Let's just take it day by day. We'll deal with it when the day comes. I trust Sugu. Since he brought us in, he probably won't let us get laid off. 1 week later, 3 a.m. Liang Wei answered the phone groggily. Hello? It's your mom. Talk to me, quick. Liang Wei, still half asleep, was oddly adorable, her voice cute yet feisty. Liang Wei, it's me. How are my cousin and the others adjusting? Hearing that familiar voice, Liang Wei's drowsiness vanished instantly. Ah, Brother Su. Remembering what she just said, her face flushed bright red. They're all doing great. How come you have time to call me today, Brother Su? Her eyes lit up as a thought crossed her mind. Brother Su, are you guys close to success? Su Ge gave a soft nod. See you at the company tomorrow morning. Liang Wei rolled around on her bed, nodding excitedly. The 3nm lithography machine had been installed, and Su Ge had pushed the engineers in RD Lab 22 to their limits. He walked around the lab, seeing their massive dark circles under their eyes, and couldn't bring himself to wake them. After a moment, he dialed Renfei's video call. It rang for just a second before connecting. On screen, Renfei's hair and neck were dripping wet. Su Ji's eyes widened. Little Ren, what are you doing? Renfei's tone was utterly calm. Taking a shower. With that, she placed her phone beside the bathtub, the camera lens pointed at the floor. No blood-pumping visuals, but the background sound of running water filled the air. Sugu tried his best to ignore the ambient noise. Little Ren, it's so late and you're still awake. You're not sneaking off to meet some pretty boy, are you? He'd chosen this time to call purely out of spite, hoping to disturb her peaceful slumber. Little did he know the woman showed no sign of sleepiness whatsoever. Renfei's cool, detached voice came through. MHM's secret rendezvous with you, my pretty boy. Sugu mimicked her tone, calmly dropping a bombshell. The 3nm lithography machine is ready. When will you come inspect it, Little Ren? This time, I want 0.15% of the shares as payment. The flowing water sound in the background paused for half a second, followed by a splashing noise. Moments later, a pair of pale feet appeared in the frame. I'm on my way. The video call ended abruptly. Sugu swallowed uncomfortably. Unattainable things always stir up desire. Chapter 91, Renfei, Sugu, I'll kneel and sing conquest for you. Renfei ran 3 red lights and arrived at RD Lab 22 20 minutes later. Wearing mismatched shoes, she hurriedly scanned her face to enter the lab. Sugu had already assembled a 3nm chip phone and computer. Renfei looked at the phone. It was secured to the workbench. She swiped through the operating system. Downloaded every popular game on the market. Download and installation speeds were blazing fast, a game installed in the blink of an eye. She opened all the game interfaces, running them simultaneously. Then she tested each one. Not a single game lagged, everything remained incredibly smooth. After testing, Renfei looked up at the data displayed on the screen. Phone, 3nm vs 4nm. CPU performance increased by 15%. Power consumption reduced by 30%. Transistor density, 290 million mm superscript 2, 29% increase. Leakage control optimized. And it paved the way for future 1-2nm technology. Sugu stood by with his arms crossed, waiting for Renfei to scream with excitement. But that wasn't the usual style of Renfei, the greasy CEO. Late at night, indoors, she pulled out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. Her pink lips murmured softly, Sugu, how about I kneel and sing conquest for you in exchange for washing shares? Su Ji's mouth twitched, then his eye corners twitched, then his scalp twitched. Sure enough, capitalists weren't just calculating, they had absolutely no limits. He reached out and snatched the sunglasses hanging on Renfei's nose, placing them squarely on his own. He narrowed his eyes at her. Kneeling and calling me daddy won't work either. Renfei sighed softly, clearly genuinely disappointed Sugu hadn't accepted her proposal. Renfei's shamelessly brazen demeanor left Sugu with intensely complicated feelings. God had blessed her with a devilishly alluring figure and a face like a demon. Yet she had cultivated every trait of a greasy young tycoon, topped with the shamelessness and boundless audacity of a middle-aged tycoon. Spending time with her could easily give anyone a heart attack without a steel heart. Thankfully, the sunglasses only let him see what he wanted to see. Rejected, Ren Fei showed no sign of anger. Back to business. Currently, the highest mobile chip configuration in the American empire is 3 nanometers. Our technology is now on par with theirs. Once they learn we possess 3 nanometer technology, they'll undoubtedly impose even greater obstacles. My father and I have decided to temporarily abandon the American empire market. American citizens possess strong purchasing power, making the decision to forego that market a difficult one for Huawei. But their current predicament left them no other choice. Su Ge, shielded by his sunglasses, leaned lazily against the control console. His gaze roamed unabashedly over Ren Fei, who had rushed out in a hurry, her clothes disheveled. So what if we abandon it? Our capabilities are right here. Do we really need that American consumer base? With identical specs, Huawei phones were priced 20% lower than Pear phones on average. Which brand would third-party country citizens choose? Who would turn down money? They lost the American market but gained access to every other nation. Ren Fei's eyes sparkled with amusement. Right. So you plan to build your own factory to manufacture chips for Huawei? Su Ji's eyes twinkled as he deliberately moved across to stand beside Ren Fei, his hand brushing against hers. Little Ren, I've been dreaming of this. Too bad I lack the startup capital. How about lending me a bit more? Ren Fei was equally forward, sliding her hand down his arm. Seeing an opening, Su Ge pressed his advantage. Once my factory starts generating profits, I'll pay you back. Ren Fei gave him a half smile, pinching his waist. I'm funding your factory? Why wouldn't I build my own? Ren Fei had considered this idea for 2 reasons. Secondly, barring any surprises, the 3 nanometer tech phones were poised to sell like hotcakes, leaving the company no spare capacity to build a new factory. Su Ge shrugged, his face lit up with a mischievous grin. Learned it from someone, you know? Just swing a bat at the jujube tree every now and then, you never know, maybe a fruit will fall? Su Ge intended to build the factory, and site selection was imminent. But the funds would still need to be drawn from the shares Huawei Technology was about to grant him. He demortgaged them at the bank, secure the loan, and then purchase the factory. The development of the 3 nanometers lithography machine remained top secret. The Ren family decided to entrust all 3 nanometers chip production to Su Ge's factory. Huawei Technology's factory would handle production of phone accessories other than chips. Su Ge walked back to the unfinished building with his hands in his pockets. It wasn't called a stalled construction site anymore. The roof was complete, just waiting for Su Ji's return to finalize the last procedure and obtain the certificate. Before Lao He could speak, Su Ge cheerfully announced their chip production plans to Lao He and Liang Wei. Lao He's jaw nearly hit the cement floor. Mr. Su, why didn't you tell us sooner? We're completely unprepared, we don't have the manpower. Liang Wei stood nearby, frantically tapping away at a calculator. Brother Su, if we're opening a factory, our building can't be renovated for now. It'll have to stay in its raw state. Su Ge frowned. Huawei Technology just allocated me a 0.15% stake. Isn't that enough to mortgage to the bank? Liang Wei gave a wry smile. Brother Su, if you just want to start a small electronics assembly factory, that's certainly feasible. But what you're aiming for is a lithography machine and chip factory. The demands on equipment, environment, and personnel are extremely high. The investment required won't be any less than what we spent buying this unfinished building. Plus, due to the tariff war, the market is bearish on Huawei Technology. Their stock hasn't closed in the green for over 2 weeks. Liang Wei had based her estimate on the highest possible loan amount the bank might offer. Su Ji's fingers tapped the desk in an erratic rhythm. Is there any money left in the account? Liang Wei's small face grew even more speechless. Brother Su, we only have just under 10 million in the account. We stretched every penny to the limit just to finish the building's roof. The empty account stunned Liang Wei, the finance manager, a little. Her eyes darted around. She stole a glance at Brother Su's expression, then plucked up the courage to say deliberately, Brother Su, next month's salaries for the employees are still up in the air. Are you going to deliver takeout to pay them, or are you going to sell your charms? Su Ge rose and ruffled her neatly styled hair into a messy nest before letting go. Little Liang Wei, you're getting bolder by the day, aren't you? Liang Wei giggled and dodged away. Su Ge, tonight, I'm going out to earn our employees' wages. Liang Wei and Lao He exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting varying degrees of alarm. Su Ge, Mr. Su, you're not seriously going to sell your charms, are you? Come on, it can't be that bad. Our Xiaziguang company hasn't sunk so low that the boss has to resort to flattery. Chapter 92, a spring breeze blows once, Yu Yuan catches him red-handed. Su Ge rolled his eyes so hard they nearly popped out. He ruthlessly stretched out both arms, shoving the man and woman bouncing around him aside. He returned to our D-Lab 22 and fiddled around inside. He produced 12 high-performance, top-secret mobile phones. Stuffing them into his pockets, he floored it toward the bronze-hued steel office complex. Su Ge hadn't visited Bureau 139 much lately, but all access privileges remained open to him. Su Ge first headed to Yao Qingli's dorm. Yao Qingli? Senior? Disciple? The sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom. Moments later, Yao Qingli emerged, barefaced and wrapped in a towel. Oh, Su-gu. She tossed aside the towel and threw herself at him. I missed you so much. Su-gu tilted his head back smugly. Who was avoiding me like the plague just a moment ago? Yao Qingli's face remained unflushed, her heart unmoved. My physical condition couldn't handle your antics back then. For the long term, naturally I had to make a run for it. Su-gu eyed her with a suggestive gaze. So now you can handle it? Yao Qingli smiled with alluring charm. I specifically sought out Dr. Tang for treatment. Now you should worry about whether you can, Seconds later, Yao Qingli was on the verge of collapse. Thud. Why is it always the phone? Do you keep so many phones in your pockets just so you can smash someone over the head with one if they annoy you? As dawn broke, Su-gu finally emerged from Yao Qingli's bedroom, feeling refreshed and alert. No sooner had he stepped out of the dormitory building than he was caught red-handed by Yu Yuan. Su-gu, come here. Su-gu obediently stepped forward. Good morning, Director Yu. What kind of elixir have you been taking lately? Your gray hair seems to have diminished. Yu Yuan snorted. Stop buttering me up, Su-gu. As the chief engineer of the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb project, you haven't shown your face at Bureau 139 for over a month. Are you planning to resign, or just abandon your responsibilities? Facing Director Yu's fury, Su-gu absorbed every ounce of it. After soothing his own anger, Director Yu eyed Su-gu sideways. How is the cleanup going with that mess Hua left behind? Can you finally settle the tariff war between Great Xia and America? Su-gu offered a polite smile. Director Yu, I appreciate your high opinion of me, but I'm not quite that capable yet. However, I did come today with something worthwhile to share. Su-gu pulled out a phone. This is the Fury phone I developed specifically for our Bureau 139 colleagues. Its performance is top tier across all metrics compared to anything on the market. Most crucially, hackers will never breach its firewall. Yu Yuan's respect for this young upstart grew, though he retorted, I don't buy it. You're pulling my leg. Su-gu pursed his lips, scanning the surroundings. Seeing no one nearby, he lowered his voice. Because I've incorporated magnetic ore components into the chip. Neither physical nor electronic means can compromise it. Yu Yuan caught him off guard, giving Su-gu a few light whacks on the head. You little rascal, Su-gu. You've got some nerve, stealing magnetic ore to use like that. Su-gu knew he'd be blamed for theft, but he couldn't exactly tell Yu Yuan that the magnetic ore beneath his family's homestead was far superior to what was found in the war zone. He grinned sheepishly as he apologized. Director Yu, how can you call this theft? Look at it another way, I just took the magnetic source ore to the Hua Technology or D zone for processing. Now I've brought it back to use for our own people. He even swore on his life. If I ever stole Bureau 139's magnetic source ore, may lightning strike me dead, and may I never produce a high-yield nuclear. MMMPH. Director Yu angrily covered the mouth of this scatterbrained brat. Shut your damn mouth. Su-gu obediently nodded. Director Yu still loved his rage phone. He wasn't a loner, he had emotional needs too. But he tilted his life's focus entirely toward work, leaving little time for family. Bureau 139 was a special unit where personal phones were strictly forbidden. They feared hostile nations intercepting signals, tracing the lines, and doing things detrimental to Bureau 139. Su-gu chuckled as he showed Yu Yuan the raging phone's features. Video calls and voice chats anytime, unlimited internet access, no need to drag yourself back to the office and boot up a restricted computer. From now on, you can surf the web while taking a dump and it won't leave a trace. Director Yu, if you ever get a bit twisted, you could totally sit on the toilet and cyberbully anyone who pisses you off. Director Yu landed several more swats on Su-gu. What a rotten kid, getting more and more out of hand. If you don't watch your mouth, I'll have Dr. Tang prescribe you a dose of silence poison that little bastard into mute. Su-gu didn't flinch, grinning cheekily. Dr. Tang's too busy pursuing his twilight romance to poison me. There was one more thing Su-gu dared not say. Dr. Tang was still pointing at him, demanding he find 103 women over 95 to date. Ha! It was clear Yu Yuan was quite fond of the rage phone. Su-gu extended his hand at the perfect moment. Yu Yuan, 21,200 yuan. Yu Yuan, who had been fiddling with his phone while walking, didn't register it immediately. What? Su-gu repeated patiently, noticing Yu Yuan's eyes widening. He glared back. Director Yu, you're not seriously trying to take someone's stuff for free, are you? No way, no way. Yu Yuan, what kind of junk phone costs over 20,000? Is this thing even approved for sale? Does it have sales certification? Su-gu instantly backed down. Director Yu, my bad. Just think of it as me paying the security guard at my company. Yu Yuan knew Su-gu had started his own company, but he found it utterly baffling. Su-gu, I don't think you're cut out for business. Why not shut down the company early and focus on research at Bureau 139? With that tiny, shabby company of his, paying over 20,000 a month just for security guards? Bankruptcy was inevitable. Su-gu resorted to his old trick, chuckling awkwardly, avoiding the topic, and trying to brush it off. Director Yu, are you still taking the phone? Seeing Yu Yuan refuse to pay, Su Ji's penny-pinching nature surfaced. Furious, Yu Yuan swung his leg to kick Su Gu. What's that gonna do? You think I won't give you the money, so you're just gonna take the phone back? Yu Yuan cursed under his breath as he registered an account on the new phone. The unique feature of the Rampage phone was its built-in ID number, allowing registration on major apps without needing a phone number. Yu Yuan immediately transferred the 21,200 yuan to Su Gu via the phone. Su Gu stole a glance at the balance. Wow, Yu Yuan, never would have guessed you were hiding such wealth. At first, Yu Yuan didn't grasp what Su Gu was implying. Only when he noticed Su Gu staring intently at the balance displayed on his phone screen did he pause in surprise. Then he chuckled, as long as you're willing to work diligently at Bureau 139 without getting distracted, I guarantee that by the time you reach my age, the balance on your account will have at least 2 more zeros than mine. Chapter 93, Melo and Bank. What's this small-time company so full of itself about? Su Gu let out a soft sigh. Director Yu, I've got over a dozen employees under me, each with families to support. I can't just abandon them. Plus, I want to show the American Empire what we're made of. Closing the company isn't an option. Sigh, Yu Yuan, I really envy you. Yu Yuan was still adjusting to the young man suddenly turning sentimental. You? Su Gu sighed again. Sigh, I never imagined being a boss would be this hard. Yu Yuan had never seen Su Gu like this before. Just as Yu Yuan composed his words to console Su Gu, the latter pressed his hand to his forehead and let out another heavy sigh. Yu Yuan, don't misunderstand. I'm not eyeing your savings, nor am I asking you to dip into your life savings to buy thousands of pounds of chip raw materials for my factory so we can rush out 3nm mobile phone chips and seize the American Empire's market share. Yu Yuan now felt like she just finished a gourmet dinner prepared by a master chef, ready to give rave reviews only to discover the chef was actually a toilet fly in disguise. Yu Yuan turned and walked away. Su Gu scratched his head innocently. Yu Yuan, weren't you supposed to come with me to the S+ lab? Yu Yuan, hands behind his back and fuming, turned back around. He marched straight past Su Gu, leaving a chill in his wake. The phone flew into Su Ji's arms. Hurry up and turn it over. Once you're done, get back to the lab and work your ass off for 7 days and nights straight. Su Gu dared not tease the little old man any further. He hurried after him, handing the phone back with both hands. Director Yu, I'm sorry. I was just joking. I truly didn't expect you'd be willing to give me your entire life savings. Yu Yuan abruptly stopped. Su Gu slammed on the brakes, barely managing to halt just behind him. Aren't you short on cash? Su Gu hadn't noticed Yu Yuan was already rolling up his sleeves. He looked relaxed, inwardly marveling at Yu Yuan's deep sense of loyalty and righteousness. I just needed money to pay the staff. I sold every phone in my pocket to scrape together enough. I was just messing with you earlier, woof. Su Gu clutched his rear end, staring in disbelief at Yu Yuan's fist. Judging by the searing pain radiating from his backside, that punch had easily clocked in at 800 N. Was this really the kind of force an old man could unleash? Ow! Another round of blows landed on his rear. Su Gu scrambled around, chased relentlessly by Yu Yuan. Su Xingha, who'd been watching the spectacle outside the S+ lab entrance for who knows how long, noticed Su Gu still running while staring at Yu Yuan with utter shock. He kindly shouted a warning. Su Gu, back in his youth, Director Yu trained under a martial arts master. Director Yu had pursued this training for 2 reasons, first, to strengthen his body, and second, to protect himself. Even the most formidable security couldn't shield them at all times. Like Old Qian and others, he was a key scientist of the Great Xia Nation. No mishap could be tolerated. Su Gu felt like crying. Why hadn't anyone told him sooner? He vividly recalled during the tech competition when he'd signaled to Yu Yuan to hold back, convinced that if Yu Yuan and academician Zhang Feng fought, Yu Yuan would be completely outmatched. Now it was clear he'd been dead wrong. Su Gu dared not fight back, resorting to running for his life. He'd even lost one shoe. Not only did he limp away, but he also had to free one hand to rub his sore butt. Such a pitiful sight you wouldn't find another like it in the entire 139 bureau. Finally, Su Xingha had seen enough of the spectacle. His conscience kicked in, and he went to fetch Old Qian, who rescued Su Gu. From then on, Su Gu dared not act up again anytime soon. He obediently sold the remaining 11 phones, then rubbed his sore butt as he prepared to leave. Before he could step out the door, Old Qian grabbed him back inside. Old Qian, you're already here. Su Gu. Su Gu had no choice but to puff out his butt and huff and puff his way through 3 days and nights of non-nuclear hydrogen bomb experiments at Bureau 139. He successfully broke through the 10-gram magnetic or equivalent threshold. Su Gu clapped his hands and boasted loudly. Once I've thoroughly beaten those American chips, I'll focus on non-nuclear hydrogen bomb research. Then I'll hit 100 grams in one go, blowing your mind so hard you'll lose control of your bladder. Before he could finish his arrogant rant, Old Qian punched him. Watching the monitor, Su Gu drove away from Bureau 139 in his beat-up pickup truck, looking utterly satisfied. Old Qian and the other bigwigs were left both amused and exasperated. This little brat can't stay serious for more than 3 days. Ha, with him around, even the dullest research becomes entertaining. Right? With little Sugo at Bureau 139, I feel like I could work another 20 years. Hey, my grandson answered. Yu Yuan leaned close to the screen, seeing his grandson for the first time in months. His smile stretched almost to the back of his head. The other bigwigs nearby also called their own family and friends. After their calls, everyone instinctively held their phones, examining them over and over, unable to put them down. I have a feeling it won't be long before America comes begging us to end the tariff war. No need for feelings, that's an inevitable outcome in the near future. Meanwhile, Sugo had already disbursed next month's salaries to his employees early. Employees. Life truly teaches you to keep living, otherwise, how would you know you'd encounter such a boss in your lifetime? They deeply respected and admired Boss Su, yet quietly suspected he might have money growing on the inside of his head, otherwise, how could he pull off something like this? They sought out Liang Wei to return the money. Upon learning of Su Ji's maneuver, Liang Wei was speechless. Since Boss Su has already given it, you should just keep it with peace of mind. Sugo prepared a stack of documents and accompanied Liang Wei to the bank. Within 5 minutes of entering, Sugo's expression darkened. This isn't what we agreed upon. The bank's offer was 30% lower than promised. The mortgage manager offered a professional, forced smile. Mr. Su, we understand you wish to leverage Weihua Tech's shares for a larger loan. However, Weihua Tech's stock has hit another limit down. Countries like Korea and Japan have followed the US and raised tariffs on all Weihua Tech products. Liang Wei was furious. This isn't something that just happened overnight, the news broke a week ago. When we discussed this with you yesterday afternoon, you didn't mention lowering the price. Changing the terms at the last minute, are you playing games with us? The account manager's face turned cold as she slammed Su Ji's documents back onto the table. Half the papers landed in front of Liang Wei and Su Go, while the other half scattered across the floor. Who has time to play games with you? You think everyone's like you, a small, insignificant company with nothing better to do all day? Let me make this clear today, we're not targeting anyone specifically. Forget Xiaziguang Company, even if the CEO of Weihua Tech showed up, the outcome would be the same. With that, she curled her lip, opened the door, and unceremoniously ushered them out. Liang Wei was boiling with rage, rolling up her sleeves ready to argue. Sugo grabbed her arm and pulled her outside. Passing the account manager, he delivered a flat-toned warning. Once I reclaim the 1,000th share of Weihua Technology pledged as collateral, neither Xiaziguang nor I will ever do business with Meiluan Bank again. Chapter 94, Out of the Frying Pan, Into the Fire. The account manager wore her contempt like a badge. Oh, we're so scared. Let me be blunt, Meiluan Bank has long written off the loan to your company as a bad debt. Come the deadline, we'll auction it off without a second's delay. If we get even 10% of the collateral value, we'll count ourselves lucky. Who knows where some people get the nerve to act so cocky? Poof. Liang Wei couldn't hold back any longer. Just as she lunged forward to punch someone, Sugo anticipated her move, swept her into his arms, and strode decisively toward the exit. Liang Wei, ah! Sugo, put me down. I'm going to fight that. Sugo didn't pause. In one fluid motion, he shoved her into the car, buckled her seatbelt, and slammed the accelerator toward Xiaxing Bank. Students at Capital University of Science and Technology all used Xiaxing Bank for their student accounts. Since it rarely handled share collateral transactions, Sugo hadn't considered it initially. After reviewing all documents, Xiaxing Bank's offer still fell short of Su Ji's expectations. But it was 20% higher than Meiluan Bank's, and they didn't pull any last-minute tricks, so Sugo signed. Please disburse the funds promptly. Xiaxing Bank's offer wasn't high, but their efficiency was. The first installment was released in under 3 business days. The timing for the remaining 2 installments would be determined by the factory's construction progress. The funds still weren't deposited directly into Su Ji's or Xiaziguang Company's accounts, but into a third-party account designated solely for factory establishment and construction. The 12 employees of Xiaziguang Company sprang into action. Finally, having substantive work to tackle, the veterans showed more initiative daily than their boss, Sugo. Liang Wei or Lao He would assign tasks broadly, and without any supervision, they threw themselves into the work with full force. After finishing their own tasks, they'd spontaneously help others whose work remained undone, laboring late into the night without complaint. Sugo promptly recalled all his people who had been temporarily assigned to the Weihua factory. Our Xiaziguang factory is just starting out. Naturally, we can't match Weihua's facilities or resources yet. But I, Sugo, promise you this, in the future, I will never shortchange any of you. Those willing to join me may come, those who prefer to stay may remain and continue excelling at Weihua. Su Ji's words sounded no different from the empty promises other entrepreneurs made. Yet before he finished speaking, someone shouted, "I'm in." Not a single person objected. When they faced hardship, Sugo had sent them to a high-paying factory, resolving their predicament. Now that Sugo needed manpower, they naturally stepped forward. Wouldn't he refusing make them ungrateful? But their numbers alone weren't enough. Sugo instructed Lao He and Liang Wei to continue recruiting. By the time Su Guo's first factory officially opened and began operations, Rin Fei was already beside herself with impatience. She drove straight to Xia Zhiguang's factory to demand shipment. How much inventory do you have now? Ship it to Weihua factory first. Weihua had already produced a large quantity of components. Once the chips arrived and assembly was complete, sales could begin. Weihua technology was being crushed by the American empire. After careful consideration, many distributors from third-party countries had actually chosen to cancel their orders and stop purchasing the A-series phones. Weihua's other phone models had even less of a market outside. Weihua's entire fortune now rested on the A1 series phones. Su Gu instructed Liang Wei to conduct the inventory check. Once completed, load it onto the trucks. Watching the first truck loaded with chips depart for the Weihua factory, Ren Fei exhaled a slight sigh of relief. The A1 series launch event is tomorrow. Su Gu, make sure you're available. Unusually, Su Gu didn't negotiate terms and simply nodded in agreement. This was a critical moment. Su Ji's presence would further bolster external confidence in Weihua technology. News of Weihua Tech's upcoming product launch generated significant buzz, though widespread skepticism prevailed. Even citizens of Daxia Nation held dim views on the company's future. Ren Fei's secretary watched her expression with concern. Young President Ren, many still hold optimistic expectations. Ren Fei remained impassive, offering only a faint smile. Where there's buzz, there will be sales. Capitalists only see money. This launch event drew attention not only from citizens of the Great Xia Nation, but also from hostile nations and third-party countries. The American government, as always, relentlessly pushed various negative perspectives about Weihua. As for ordinary American citizens, the majority remained skeptical. Due to high tariffs, Huawei's S-series phones in America cost nearly double the price of Apple's premium models. More rational American citizens understood the culprit was the exorbitant tariffs imposed by their own government. Less rational ones naturally directed their frustration toward Huawei. What a piece of junk phone. Average specs, yet they're charging an outrageous price. Why not just rob people? Overpriced junk. Get it out of my sight. Pull it off the shelves now. Our little kimchi nation is following America's lead. They bash Huawei's new releases while aggressively pushing their own Samsung phones. Its working Korean citizens are buying into it. Who recommended Huawei's S-series phones to me before? I thought they were affordable and high quality, but they ended up costing thousands more than similarly spec Samsung phones. So I never gave the A-series phones a second glance. Some even speculated that Huawei's new product was merely an S-series phone with a bigger screen, lacking significant improvements elsewhere. Xiaoshang Bank conference room. Two executives were locked in a heated argument. The cause was Weihua Tech's stalled development and a flood of order cancellations. Some executives argued they should never have extended credit to Su Gu. Senior executive Dong He pointed an accusing finger at Yu Qinghong, who had approved the loan, and berated him. Mr. Yu, did you take kickbacks from Xia Zhiguang's company? Why else would you sign off on such an obviously loss-making deal? Don't you know Xia Zhiguang's company and Weihua Tech are deeply intertwined? Weihua is on the brink of collapse. How much better could Xia Zhiguang possibly be? When Su Gu defaults, how much will his pledged shares even be worth? Yu Qinghong wasn't one to back down. He stood up and fired back. The loan to Xia Zhiguang was compliant and legal. If you don't like it, go ahead and report me. Let the higher-ups come investigate me. Dong He laughed with contempt. Heh, I already reported it. Yu Qinghong, you still have time to back off before the higher-ups investigate. While Xia Zhiguang Company's assets still hold some value, get our bank's money back early. Save yourself the shame of tarnishing your legacy. Yu Qinghong's pupils contracted sharply. What the hell did that Dong guy mean? Recall the loan early? Bull. Once a loan is issued, it can't just be recalled before repayment is due. He finally understood Dong He had come today purely to torment him. Chapter 95, Hairy Legs. Thud. Yu Qinghong slammed his fist on the table in rage. Dong He preempted him, lunging forward and pinning Yu Qinghong to the floor. The two quickly descended into a scuffle. Everyone in the conference room was stunned into silence. Is this what highly educated, sophisticated people do? Others pulled them apart with mixed feelings. Due to the severity of the incident, both Dong and Yu suffered repercussions. Consequently, the project Yu Qinghong oversaw securing collateral for Huaka Technology was re-examined by the board. As the instigator, Dong He received public censure and had his annual bonus revoked. At work, he radiated hostility, but the moment he returned home, he popped champagne to celebrate with his new lover. Had Su Gu and Liang Wei been present, they would have recognized Dong He's new fling as the Meiluan bank account manager whose mouth had been pickled in poison for 3 days and nights. Su Rusong nestled into his embrace. Honey, how did you handle things today? Did anyone at the company catch on? Dong He chuckled softly. Those fools? They're not that smart. The board will definitely investigate Yu Qinghong. As long as we can bring down Xia Zhiguang's company, Weihua's new product won't launch smoothly. Su Rushiang smiled coyly. My husband is so capable. He found out early on that Weihua Technology had outsourced the chip production for their new phone to Xia Jiguang. Dong He beamed with smug satisfaction. He didn't tell his mistress that the information hadn't come from his own digging, it was a tip from a certain American. If he could sabotage Xia Jiguang's chip factory, the other party would pay him 10 million. To show their sincerity, they'd already sent a 2 million yuan deposit. Even though his annual salary was already in the millions, who wouldn't be thrilled to earn 10 million with minimal effort? Honey, when are you finally divorcing that sourpuss? Dong He brushed her off. Soon. Su Rushuang breathed into his ear. I've already picked out that penthouse in the city center, it's super popular. When are we going to buy it? Dong He, as soon as the final payment comes through, I'll buy it for you immediately. Su Rushuang was satisfied and gave herself to him even more passionately that night. Late into the quiet night, watching his young lover's graceful silhouette, a flicker of contempt passed through Dong He's eyes. Getting close to this young lover was also that person's idea. First, have Suga hit a wall at Meiluan Bank, then use a little trick to get him to apply for a loan at Xiaoshang Bank. This time, they couldn't refuse him. They had to smoothly approve the first loan. Once Su Ji's factory was almost up and running, they'd snap the loan off. As for what to do after that? That wasn't Dong He's concern. His task would soon be complete. Sure enough, the board's decision was to suspend the second loan to Xia Jiguang Company. The reason? Just make up a few excuses to fool them. They were dead set against further disbursements. If Suga came complaining, they'd resort to delaying tactics. Drag it out until Xia Jiguang Company went bankrupt, then they could refuse the loan outright with a clear conscience. But what infuriated Dong He was that in the end, they still approved it. Later, he found out that Yu Qinghong had personally guaranteed the loan for Xia Jiguang Company a second time, putting his career on the line. Sugo remained completely unaware of the internal strife at Xiaoshang Bank. He slept soundly and arrived at the press conference looking refreshed and energetic. When he arrived, it was just his turn to speak. The host visibly relaxed upon seeing him. Today's Weihua press conference was being broadcast live on online television. The combined online audience across platforms had already surpassed 100 million. As Su Ji's lower legs entered the camera frame, the comments sections of major livestream platforms erupted once more. Damn, those familiar calves again. His leg hair seems even thicker now. Can a 20-something really save an entire corporation? Hey, your IP shows you're in America. Why are you crashing our great Xia livestream? Hey, I just want to see how many Xia fools still believe in Weihua. Instead of wasting time here, why not go earn some cash, buy a decent phone? The guy above is harsh, but he's right. Weihua's finished, can't get back up. Their so-called new products are just to pick your pockets one last time. Similar comments flooded nearly every major livestream. Until Su Ji's voice echoed through the venue. Good morning, everyone. Long time no see. Have you all forgotten that Great Xia still has a genius like me? That familiar self-admiration instantly transported everyone back to Weihua's last launch event. Su Ji's achievement in developing 4 nanometers chip technology was truly remarkable. Globally, only a handful of nations possess this capability, and they're all tightly controlled by the US and other powers. Is the A-series phone from Weihua, utilizing 4 nanometers chip technology, any good? Without a doubt, it's excellent. At least in the Great Xia Nation, its value for money is unmatched. Su Ji's calm yet piercing gaze swept across the venue. Despite his youth, every media representative under his gaze instinctively straightened their posture. I didn't want to feel it, but I've sensed your skepticism toward Weihua's new product. Frankly, I could have skipped today, our product speaks for itself. But I came for one reason, to personally prove you wrong and enjoy watching your expressions change. Not far away, Renfei cleared her throat twice, signaling Su Ge to rein it in. The skeptics included the media themselves. If they turned on him en masse, she wouldn't be able to stop them. Su Ge had a handsome face, seeing it beaten to a pulp would hurt her eyes. Su Ji's lips turned down at the corners. Alright, our dear Ms. Ren asked me not to provoke everyone. Since she's usually pretty decent to me, I'll give her the courtesy today. Now for the main event, everyone, perk up your ears. Audience. Su Ge pointed toward the large screen behind him. The Huawei A1 series smartphones adopt 3 nanometer chip technology. For performance enhancements across all metrics, please see the big screen. Worried some might not grasp the technical jargon, Su Ge thoughtfully provided plain language explanations. CPU performance is 15% faster than the A series. What does that mean? For example, with an S-series phone, you could be in the same interface, teaming up with friends for a game, calling your lover, replying to your significant other's messages, and maybe even grabbing some energy points or ordering takeout all at the same time. With the A1 series, you can video chat with your significant other for hours on end without any lag whatsoever. On-site media livestream audience. Is Leg Hair God determined to get this livestream shut down today? Su Ge continued his diligent product demonstration. Power consumption reduced by 30%. What does that mean? You don't need to know the technical details, your brain capacity couldn't retain it anyway. Listen up, I'll explain in plain terms. If your series phone lasts 12 hours on a full charge with your usage habits, the A1 series will last 15.6 hours and it runs cooler too. Chapter 96, Times have changed, prepay 200%. Su Ji's plain talk was a bit rough around the edges. But it was genuinely easy to grasp, even many elderly viewers understood instantly. Sugo switched the big screen to his own livestream page. Over 2 million viewers were already online. Comments flooded in endlessly. The viewers who had been furiously commenting froze when they suddenly saw their own remarks appear on the phone screen. Just like that, suddenly appearing before friends nationwide? Why am I suddenly blushing? The comments they posted in the livestream, well, they weren't much better than what Sugo was saying on stage. No wonder the rumor goes that Brother Leg Hair is a real dog. The public's eyes are indeed sharp as a tack. Su Ji's sudden move caught Renfei and the others completely off guard. A staff member approached Renfei for instructions. Ms. Run, should we switch the interface? Renfei raised her hand to decline. No need. Let him speak. On stage, Sugo finally found the comment he wanted among the tens of thousands. He enlarged it onto the big screen. Alright, everyone, stop secretly admiring your own comments on the big screen. Now, let's take a look at this comment from the netizen named, "Please remind me to eat." He says, even if Huawei held 100 press conferences and gathered all the top talent in the country, they still couldn't catch up to the chip technology of the American Empire's parent company within 3 years. And that's being conservative. The reality will be worse. The wisest move is to bow to the American Empire. It's humiliating, but it'll bring us new tech, keep us in step with global progress, and deliver tangible benefits. The livestream audience was still attacking Sugo in the comments. That netizen's username was clearly "Please remind me to eat," so why did Leg Hair God read it as? But after reading his full comment, the netizens fell silent. After the silence, they quietly gave Sugo a thumbs up. Many were pessimistic, but few were so pessimistic as to suggest Great Xia should bow down to the American Empire, begging for scraps. Su Ji's voice remained steady. I'll formally address the Eat netizen's suggestion. Yes, our Hua brand chip technology has not yet surpassed Pear's technology. It's merely on par. As for your claim that we won't surpass them within 3 years, I can assure you, eating more would be better than leaving this line as the biggest stain on your life. It's merely half-nanometer lithography technology, not some half-baked innovation that'll make humans sprout wings like sparrows and soar through the skies. Look how terrified you are. You're practically kneeling before Pear Incorporated, begging, "Honored ancestors, please bestow upon me some of your aged excrement to consume." The journalists present were highly professional. Yet they couldn't contain themselves. They were shaking like sieves, causing the live stream cameras to wobble wildly. But among the hundreds of millions of viewers, few noticed the abnormal camera shake because they were laughing like idiots themselves. Ha 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 ha. Well said. Hit the nail right on the head. Every time I think Brother Hairy Legs has hit rock bottom, he manages to set a new record in crudeness. I propose Leg Hair God should make full use of his time, like writing more jokes while taking a dump. Publish them to enrich our miserable working lives. Gaga, I second that motion. Is Sugo's cyberbullying an ordinary person here? Ordinary person? More like a total jerk. Don't worry about the ordinary person, they're smart enough to have deleted their account and vanished already. After the new product launch, alongside the Huawei A1 series trending on major platforms, clips of Sugo cursing on stage also shot up the charts. Netizens have sharp eyes. Everyone's an analyst. After watching so many big and small launches, Leg Hair God's speech was the most satisfying. At least it'll keep me entertained through this year's New Year celebrations. Thumbs up. If Leg Hair God ever ventures into diplomacy, I have a feeling he could literally yell enemy diplomats into tears, make them question their entire existence. Is Leg Hair God really going to be a diplomat? I definitely watch his diplomatic speeches daily. Feels like after watching, I could instantly transform from a sluggish guy into a spirited one, hee. God's speech video has already spread overseas, with foreign netizens sharing it like crazy. Kimchi Nation. After watching the video, President Sun Tsun's face turned as pale as cabbage. Is he insulting me? Vice President Han Dae-sik inwardly scoffed, how can someone practically beg to be insulted? President, Brother Suahem, Sugo, he's targeting their country's netizens. As you can see in the subtitles, our Songsin Corporation isn't mentioned at all. President Songsin was exceptionally sensitive today. Isn't he indirectly calling Pear Incorporated? To put it bluntly, their Songsin Corporation was Pear's underling. If the boss is, doesn't that make the underling worse then? Jerry, I need to call Jerry. Have Jerry petition the American Empire to hike tariffs on Weihua tech to 10,000%. Han Dae-sik. His urge to cash out and flee intensified. President, I've dealt with Weihua tech several times. Aside from their lagging nanolithography technology, they're solid across the board. Now they've even cracked 3 nanometers lithography technology. We should consider shifting tactics. Don't antagonize them. Test the waters for cooperation. More friends, more paths. Before he could finish, the CEO sprayed him with spittle. You want me to cozy up to a company that used to be beneath us, a company I utterly despised? Han Dae-sik shut up. Exhausted. The American Empire had tried to suppress the release of Weihua's new product. But Su Ji's ranting video had gone viral. It was impossible to contain. Overseas netizens, including Americans, watched his video and couldn't wait to find out what kind of launch event he was actually holding. This effect was far more powerful than presenting the full content directly to them. The American Ken government held an emergency meeting. As for what dirty tricks they might devise next against Weihua attack, Renfei's attitude was, I couldn't care less. Because only 12 hours had passed since the launch event ended. Weihua was flooded with orders. This time, Renfei wasn't going to indulge those overseas merchants who had placed orders only to return them last time. Prepay 200% of the order value. Upon confirmation of receipt, Weihua will refund 100% of the payment via the original method. If you object, please refrain from placing orders. This announcement did spark discontent among a small fraction of overseas merchants. However, the majority were willing to abide by Weihua's terms. After all, they had stood Weihua up before. Now, they were reaping what they had sown. Chapter 97, Revenge for Wrongs, and adding fuel to the fire where none exists. These merchants dared to pay 200% upfront because they were certain the Weihua A1 series phones would bring them enormous profits. Kimchi Nation. Han Dae-sik quietly established a company. Then just as quietly placed an order with Weihua Technology and paid the full amount. Then he quietly began selling the Weihua A1 series phones in Korea. Not only did Xing Tian Company fail to notice this, but even Weihua Technology detected no irregularities. It was only when Su Ge went to Renfei's office to find her and accidentally caught a glimpse of the long list of partner information on her computer screen that he discovered it. This distributor is Han Dae-sik's man. If I recall correctly, Han Dae-sik is the one who specifically came to Dacia last time to take you and your father out, right? Young CEO Run, you're so forgiving you're actually willing to sell phones to him and make money? Renfei's pupils contracted sharply. She immediately dispatched someone to investigate. Within half an hour, detailed reports were delivered to her desk. So Han Da-ji really is the mastermind behind this. Renfei was so furious she laughed. Su Ge, relishing the drama, circled behind her, feigning concern as he massaged her shoulders and egged her on. Boss, let's take him down. Renfei raised her hand, lightly patting his wrist with a smile that hid a knife. Alright, let's take him down. The whistleblower letter was sent directly to the private email accounts of Xing Tian Corporation's top executives. While Xing Tian's leadership reeled in shock, confusion, and disbelief, floundering like headless flies trying to figure out their next move, the media in Kimchi Nation also received the email. The Kimchi Nation media immediately reached out to Xing Tian Corporation. Of course, the media wasn't acting out of kindness, they simply wanted to cash in on the opportunity. Before negotiations could conclude, news of Star Mountain Vice President Han Dae-sik secretly registering a company to sell Weihua A1 series phones and purchasing luxury mansions in the American Empire spread like wildfire across nations. In this age of universal self-media, South Korean outlets reported what they could, if not, so be it. They didn't need their limited reach anyway. Is that even possible? I've learned something new in Sakura country. So should we avoid buying Star Mountain phones? Of course we should buy the Huawei A1 series. Setting aside other factors, Star Mountain's high-end models simply can't compete with the Huawei A1 series. Plus, after Korea's tariff hike, their prices are now practically identical. After this incident, any Korean consumer with half a brain knows which one to buy, right? Korean consumers have already made their choice with their wallets. The Weihua A1 series now matches Apple's high-end phones in performance, yet in Korea, it costs just 70% of Apple's price. Prospective buyers aren't even comparing the Weihua A1 series to Star Mountain's high-end models. Long queues form daily at noon outside Huawei flagship stores in Korea, as that's when shipments from China arrive. As for the unlucky Han Dae-sik, he faced a full-scale board backlash at Star Mountain. His initial punishment, removal from all company positions. The CEO felt this wasn't enough. Star Mountain suffered massive losses due to Han's actions, and he vowed to send Han to jail. Terrified, Han Dae-sik fled overnight. Before escaping, he promptly reported the Star Mountain CEO. Who doesn't have skeletons in their closet? If you want to wipe me out completely, don't blame me for fighting back. Fearing the CEO would use his financial clout to suppress the scandal, Han took drastic measures. He publicly submitted the evidence online. This forced the South Korean authorities to investigate the CEO. As a result, Xing Tian's stock price plummeted, turning green enough to make shareholders' hearts turn green too. Even more ruthless was that private investigators captured footage of the CEO being taken away for questioning. And it was made public. A handful of netizens with top-notch photo editing skills turned the footage of President Xing Tian being taken away into all sorts of gifs. Some showed him in shackles, others with silver handcuffs, and still others in prison garb, whatever looked most disgraceful. Netizens worldwide were gorging themselves on the drama. Hey, President Xing Tian probably never dreamed this day would come. I can't shake this feeling. Was Xing Tian Corporation set up? Ha, if they hadn't set themselves up, who else could have found the dirt to frame them? The mastermind behind it all, Ren Fei, was reviewing the company's financial reports. The A1 series had been on the market less than a week, yet it had already covered the losses from the previous 2 months. But this money wouldn't stay in Weihua's account for long. Haunted by the memory of being crushed under America's high tariffs, Weihua adjusted its strategy, setting up factories in major third-party countries. Su Gu was invited too. Su Ji's teeth were grinding. So you're saying you won't pay me what you owe? This time, Ren Fei was massaging Su Ji's shoulders. The difference? Ren Fei was serious, as hard as she could possibly squeeze. Who said we're not paying? I plan to make you a fortune. Let their money work for them. Su Gu squirmed and protested under her grip. Get off me. You're crushing my bones. Ren Fei clapped her hands, raising an eyebrow at Su Gu. Have you thought it through? Su Gu slumped in his chair, cradling his shoulders. He was utterly speechless. But he had to admit, Ren Fei's proposal was tempting. When disputes arose between American and Weihua, third-party nations would easily side with American. But if their own substantial interests were at stake, would those third-party nations still readily align with American? Absolutely not. They would firmly align with Weihua instead. Su Gu remained silent, leaving Ren Fei uncertain of his thoughts. How can you stand living in this dump? My shoes were spotless before entering, but now they're covered in dust after just a few minutes. Before Su Gu could explode, she gave a bossy chuckle. You just focus on your research. Leave the renovation of this dump to Weihua's team. Su Gu lifted his gaze, suppressing his agitation. Free of charge? Ren Fei hesitated for 2 seconds before giving an almost imperceptible nod. Su Gu stood up and pushed her toward the door. What are we waiting for? Get them to come measure the site and draw up plans immediately. Ren Fei. The unfinished building was completely bare. Aside from a few desks, computers, and basic office equipment, there was nothing else inside. It was incredibly spacious, so much so that you didn't need a megaphone to speak, as the echo and amplification came naturally. Su Gu had heard enough of his own voice echoing back. Hey, Su Gu, don't leave. I still need to talk to you. Liang Wei stomped her feet behind him. Su Gu waved at her with his back turned. I'm not leaving. I'm escorting our little CEO Ren out. Su Gu half-pushed, half-carried Ren Fei into the car in one swift motion. Just as Su Gu tried to pull his hand away, Ren Fei yanked his entire arm and him into the vehicle. The driver ahead frantically raised the partition and slipped on his headphones. Ren Fei was mere inches from him. Her breath washed over Su Gu's face. Chapter 98, Curing the Boss's Arrogance, the Devoted Fan's Pride. In that instant, Su Gu's gaze grew hazy, his mind filled with 2 thoughts. That Ring girl doesn't have bad breath? What brand of toothpaste does Ms. Ring use? It smells amazing. Ren Fei's pale fingers glided lightly across his cheek, her gaze carrying a hint of aggression. Satisfied with your groping earlier? Su Gu, huh? Ren Fei's hand moved downward. Man, you started this fire. You're responsible for putting it out. Su Gu. Ms. Ren's bossy tendencies were flaring up again. Su Gu was thoroughly flustered by her. If he didn't show Ren a thing or two today, he wouldn't be Su Gu. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, his gaze suddenly clear. Young Master Ren, wait a moment. Ren Fei's eyes also held a hint of desire. Playing hard to get? Su Gu flashed another clear smile. I need to fart first. Before Ren Fei's grease and yellow waste-filled brain could process Su Ji's words, puff 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 sounds echoed through the car. They say loud farts aren't smelly, and smelly farts aren't loud. Su Gu refused to accept that. He could produce loud, stinky farts with a distinct leak flavor. The stench was so potent it kicked Ren out of the car. Su Gu brushed the dust off his buttocks, chuckling to himself. Young Ren, I'll book a hotel. Shall we continue later? The only response to Su Gu was the car's rumbling engine, its exhaust fumes, and the dust kicked up by its wheels. Su Gu pumped his fist. Yes. Liang Wei at the door hadn't witnessed the car's interior drama. Seeing only the exterior scene, her lips twitched. Brother Su, the Maloan bank executives personally visited this morning. Su Gu grabbed a fancy pastry from a pile of gift boxes on the desk and popped it into his mouth. They sent these? Liang Wei nodded. Su Gu scowled in disgust. Who needs this junk? What did you tell them? Liang Wei glanced around. With employees busy at their tasks, she immediately launched into a dramatic reenactment for Su Gu. First, she stood opposite Su Gu, deepening her voice. Ms. Liang, regarding the previous matter, it was the account manager acting on his own authority. We kindly request you convey our message. We wish to personally apologize to Mr. Su. Then she shifted to the opposite side, mimicking Su Rushuang's tone from back then. Our Maloan bank has long classified your Xiazigwang company's loan as a bad debt. It will be auctioned off at a low price as soon as the deadline hits. But while Su Rusong had delivered those words with every fiber of her being radiating bitterness, Liang Wei's performance somehow stripped away all the harshness and cruelty, leaving only comical cuteness. Sugu was doubled over laughing at Liang Wei's antics. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Stop, Wei, stop imitating her, ha ha ha. Liang Wei flicked her own upturned nose with a finger. Sugu, you should have seen it. Those executives turned pale, then flushed, then pale again. Let's see if they dare show their faces next time. After her performance, she turned to Sugu and started talking about the Xiaoshang Bank matter. Brother Su, I just heard the latest news. Xiaoshang Bank was originally going to give us a hard time too. It was Chairman Yu who personally guaranteed the loan for us back then. Sugu leaned back in the old classroom office chair, saying nothing. Liang Wei, terrified Sugu might lose his temper and mistreat their benefactor, rattled on incessantly by his ear. Brother Su, if it weren't for Chairman Yu this time, our factory wouldn't even have money for raw materials. I mean, Chairman Yu isn't related to us by blood or marriage, yet he's willing to go this far for us. It's incredibly rare. And what's more, he's shouldering such immense pressure, yet he hasn't even mentioned it to us. Seeing she was about to continue, Sugu casually stuffed a pastry into her mouth. Chew chew chew. Xiaoshang Bank. After days of high tension, Yu Qinghong finally exhaled deeply. At the company meeting, Dong he looked relaxed, using a joking tone to brush off his earlier outburst in the conference room. Well, Mr. Yu truly is in top form. This time, I admit defeat. You can punish me however you like. Several senior executives from Xiaoshang Bank who were on good terms with him also spoke up in his defense. They couldn't possibly kick Dong He out over such a minor incident. Yu Qinghong gave a cold laugh. Having risen to this position, he was certainly no pushover either. During this period, while closely monitoring developments at Weihua and Xiaziguang, he hadn't overlooked Dong He either. He stood up and inserted a USB drive he'd prepared long ago into the computer. A bank transaction record appeared before everyone's eyes. Mr. Dong, could you please explain why, several months ago, your 80-year-old mother's account suddenly received a mysterious overseas transfer of 2 million? Dong He's pupils contracted sharply, but he concealed his flustered state well, offering a smooth smile. Mr. Yu, who did your collage work? I must say, the craftsmanship is quite good. If this is your punishment for me, I'll gladly accept it, ha. Yu Qinghong remained impassive as he opened the next file. This time, it was surveillance footage. The moment the images appeared, Dong He's chair scraped loudly against the floor. All the executives turned to look at him. Dong He's face drained of color as he desperately tried to justify himself. Chairman Yu, what exactly are you trying to do? You actually installed surveillance in my home to target me? This alone is enough to send you to jail. Stop this now, and we can still talk. Yu Qinghong's smile didn't reach his eyes. Mr. Dong, rest assured. Unlike you, I don't break the law knowingly. The source of this surveillance footage is entirely compliant. Dong He shoved his chair away and stumbled forward, lunging for the USB drive. He had allies among Xiaoshang Bank's upper echelons, just as Yu Qinghong did. Yu Qinghong's men half carried, half dragged him back to his seat. On stage, Yu Qinghong pressed play. The footage showed Dong He in Yu Qinghong's study. Inside, Dong He and an American were getting straight to the point. The surveillance footage and audio were crystal clear. It captured every detail, how the other party laid out the terms for Dong He, and how Dong He eagerly accepted them. Thud. Dong He slid down to the floor. This time, no one helped him up. Dong He was finished. Completely finished. Being pushed out of the company would be the lightest punishment. Given the company's past conduct, this time he'd rot in prison. Who gave you this surveillance footage? Dong He, disregarding his own disarray, crawled from beneath the conference table to Yu Qinghong's feet. Yu Qinghong kicked him away without mercy. The conference room door opened. A figure walked in, one no one except Yu Qinghong had anticipated. The newcomer slapped Dong He across the face. Covering his face, Dong He gasped in disbelief. Honey, was it you who installed the hidden camera in my study? And you're the one who gave it to Yu Qinghong? His wife had always been gentle and virtuous. He'd suspected someone hired a repairman to install it under the guise of home maintenance, never imagining it was his own wife of over a decade. Chapter 99, Questioning Life, Scam Call? The middle-aged woman laughed bitterly. Wife? Dong He, do you really consider me your wife? Your affairs with other women were bad enough, but you brought that woman home while I was taking our son to the hospital. Bringing her home was bad enough, but you made our daughter call her mom? What do you think I am? What am I? What is our son? What is our daughter? The middle-aged woman looked utterly haggard. Tears streamed down her face as madness intensified in her eyes. I endured all that above for the children. But you went and bought that multi-million flat for some other woman. You want to strip me and the kids of everything, leaving us no way out. Since neither I nor the children can have anything, then no one will. We'll all go down together. Ha 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 ha. Dong He suddenly sprang to his feet and charged out like a mad dog. He never intended to divorce his wife. It was that Su Ruxiang's doing. Yu Qinghong, bad news. Dong He is fleeing to evade punishment. Everyone, chase him. Perhaps due to the overwhelming resentment and unwillingness radiating from Donghe, he actually managed to break through and reach the Maloan bank. Security guard, manager Su? She was just fired and is packing her things inside. Su Rujuang never imagined things would escalate to this point. Clutching her box, she gazed at her office with lingering reluctance. Bam! Turning around, she saw her beloved lover, and tears welled up in her eyes. Why, I got fired, honey. You have to support me now. Her lover responded with a barrage of punches and kicks. If the security guards outside hadn't heard the commotion and rushed in, Su Rusong's life would have been forfeit that day. This incident was later recounted by Yu Qinghong to Su Gu during a formal private meeting, shared as an amusing anecdote. Su Gu responded with solemn gratitude, Mr. Yu, thank you. Yu Qinghong laughed heartily. I did it for myself too. I've never gotten along with that Dong guy. Even without you this time, he'd find another reason to target me. And, ahem, Mr. Su, I've actually always been your fan. He winked at Su Gu. Last tech competition, our chairman was ill, so he sent me instead. Back then, he'd been utterly stunned by Su Ji's low-yield nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. In the entertainment world, he was a textbook brainless fan. Whatever Su Gu did, he supported with real actions. Su Gu, usually thick-skinned, felt unexpectedly embarrassed. He scratched his face, then his head. Chairman Yu, both I and my company's 12 founding members are genuinely grateful to you. I won't sugarcoat it. From now on, whenever Ziyaziguang Company needs banking services, we'll come straight to you. Only if you're unavailable will we consider others. Yu Qinghong beamed like a fool. Not because he'd landed a major deal, but because his idol valued him so highly that they'd be dealing with him regularly from now on. This was a scene most fans could only dream of. Su Gu waited for Yu Qinghong's response. Normally, a reasonable person would either politely decline or readily agree. But Yu Qinghong, without warning, he stood up and ran off. 3 minutes passed, and Yu Qinghong hadn't returned. 30 minutes passed, and he still hadn't returned. Only then did Su Gu realize Yu Qinghong had genuinely bolted. Su Gu found himself doubting his own judgment for the first time. Scratching his head in confusion, he muttered. What did I say wrong just now? He picked up the teapot on the table and downed its entire contents in one gulp. After finishing, he sat there, contemplating the meaning of life. Another half-hour passed before Liang Wei called. Brother Su, Xiaoshang Bank just sent us several important documents, customized financing plans, supply chain finance. These were premium resources within the bank, rarely offered to ordinary clients. Su Gu felt both amused and exasperated. Turns out Yu Qinghong was so thrilled he went back to prepare a return gift. He ordered a table full of dishes, but Su Gu didn't touch a bite. He simply had the waiter pack it up to take home. Today's lunch for Xia Jiguang's veterans was simple: braised pork ribs with potatoes, plus a bowl of blanched greens. The meal was prepared by the cleaning lady. Now responsible for both cleaning the office and cooking, Su Gu paid her a minimum monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Originally, the cleaning lady's cooking was just average, barely edible. But ever since she started earning 20,000 yuan a month, she's transformed. After work each day, she skips the square dancing and has no interest in joining the neighborhood ladies gossiping about which family's daughter is too picky, or which spinster still can't find a husband. Or gossiping about which son was always out and about, surely up to no good. Instead, she buried herself in the kitchen, working away. Her cooking skills skyrocketed. But when Su Gu returned with a packed feast, the staff, including the cleaning lady herself, suddenly felt the spare ribs in their bowls weren't as tasty anymore. Mr. Su, is the company about to hit it big? These abalone are bigger than my palm. Seeing his staff devour the meal, Su Gu's lips curved into a faint smile. After dinner, rubbing his belly, Su Gu sat with the veterans to chat and brag. You guys believe me when I say I can make it happen for every one of you to buy a place of at least 100 square meters in the prime districts of the capital within a year? The veterans instantly beamed with delight. We believe you, we really do. My goal's a bit ambitious. I'm buying a villa. Then I'll plant a ring of scallions from our hometown around it. Scallions dipped in sauce, slurp. Haha, buy a house this year, a car next year, what's next? By the Americans' heads. Worth it. Just as Su Gu was about to speak, his phone rang. An unknown number. Su Gu hesitated for 2 seconds before answering. Hello? Are you the foreign minister? Su Gu rolled his eyes and snapped right back, then I'm Sister Hua's daddy. My good girl, call me daddy so I can hear it. Silence hung on the other end for a moment. Su Gu, come to 222 Big Tree Road in the capital at 3 p.m. today. I have urgent business to discuss with you. I've already tipped off security, they'll escort you in to see me. Su Gu tapped his leg impatiently. You damn scammer. Think you can fool me with such cheap tricks? Watch out, I might just spit out 8 sons in one breath, every one of them asshole-less. TSK. Daddy's in a good mood today, won't stoop to your level, you fraud. Daddy's telling you, when it comes to scamming, you're still a greenhorn. This is my specialty. Transfer me $1,000 now, and Daddy will graciously give you a few pointers. Guaranteed you won't make such rookie mistakes again. Before Sugo could finish his counter-scam plan, the phone line went dead with a series of beeps. Sugo set down his phone, still feeling unsatisfied. TSK. Chapter 100, Sugo, Liang Wei, you guys go start your own business. He flung his phone onto the desk, flicked his hands behind his head, and casually propped his legs up on the old table, ready to kick off a blissful nap. That inconsiderate phone rang again and again. Sugo was getting irritated. You scammer, will you ever stop? You think I won't call the cops right now and have you all arrested? Xian Lao's agitated voice came through the phone. That scammer? Little Sugo, you got scammed? What did they scam you out of? Money or your body? Sugo gritted his teeth. Xian Lao, I get the feeling you're kind of looking forward to me getting scammed, huh? Old Xian cleared his throat awkwardly. Not at all, haha. Truthfully, the thought of the sharp-witted little Sugo actually getting scammed struck him as bizarrely amusing. He'd love to witness it firsthand. Sugo rolled his eyes. Old Xian must be been corrupted by that lecherous Dr. Tang. Old Xian awkwardly changed the subject. Sugo, did you receive a call from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs earlier? Sugo froze in shock. His legs, lazily draped over the desk, snapped back to his lap. No way. Why would the ministry call me? I'm not even acquainted with them. Not just unacquainted, we've never even crossed paths. A sinking feeling of foreboding rose in Su Ji's chest. On the other end, Old Xian said, I don't know the specifics, but Director Hua personally asked me for your contact info. It should be good news. Did you actually answer the call? If not, have her call you back. Sugo swallowed hard, clinging to a sliver of hope. Ah, I did get a call earlier. The number ended with 1111. As he uttered the final three, Sugo felt his heart sink. What kind of scammer would dare use such a number? Why hadn't he thought to glance at it when he answered? Sure enough, Chen Lao's next words sent Su Ji's heart plummeting. Yes, that's correct. That is indeed Xiao Hua's personal number. Her phone number is very easy to remember. Ha? Xiao Hua actually used her personal number to call you? Then it must be personal business? Old Qian thought for a moment. Personal or official business, it made no difference to him. He cared about only one thing. Sugo, you really should find time to return to Bureau 139. Since you left, the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb project has stalled. Oh my, Bureau 139 can't function without you. Come back soon, come back. By the end, Old Xian was practically singing. Sugo leaned on the table, struggling to stay upright. His tone was heavy with unspoken meaning. Old Xian, you, stay away from Dr. Tang. He's no good. Don't let him corrupt you. Beep beep beep. Sugo got hung up on again. Even the banter with Old Xian didn't ease Su Ji's unease. He'd witnessed Director Hua's diplomatic showdowns countless times. Every time he saw her leave foreign diplomats speechless, Sugo would cheer her on. Calling her his half-idol wouldn't be an exaggeration. Sister Hua is a busy bee. She probably won't take my words to heart, right? He resigned himself to the thought that his earlier words had been so offensive that if Sister Hua got angry, she might just decide not to meet him at all. Perfect. He could just pretend he never got that call. Ha. Sugo had himself all comforted, legs back up on the desk, ready for a nap. PayPal received 1,000 yuan. The sudden phone notification jolted Sugo right off his chair and onto the floor. The loud noise drew Liang Wei over from her computer, where she'd been diving deeper into financial studies. Sugo, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Sugo pointed at his phone, trembling. Liang Wei, help me check who just transferred me 1,000 yuan? Liang Wei was baffled. She picked up the phone from the desk, muttering as she did so. Someone transferred you 1,000 yuan. It's not like they stole 10 million from your account. What are you scared of? No note, just a phone number. Hey, the last digits are funny 4 ones. Hey, Sugo, why are you sitting on the floor? Your face is so pale. Are you sick? Lao Hei, come quick. Sugo raised his hand to stop him. His heart felt as dead as ashes, as lifeless as dried wood. Wei, your Sugo is done for. You should lead our company's founding members to strike out on your own. Liang Wei. This was utterly absurd. She'd only stepped away for a short online class, and now her Sugo was possessed by some other entity? Sugo stumbled to his feet, supported by Liang Wei. What time is it? Liang Wei glanced at the wall clock hanging on the bare brick wall the one Old Black had bought for $10 from the scrap dealer. 1:33. Over an hour until 3 o'clock. Sugo exhaled slightly. All right. He braced himself against the wall and shuffled toward the exit. Liang Wei, Old Black. Just how big of a problem had he gotten himself into? Could it be the company was going under? The two hurried after him. Just as Sugo was about to touch the driver's door of the beat-up pickup, Lao Hei stepped in front of him and pushed him to the back seat. Mr. Su, I'll drive. You sit in the back. Sugo nodded absent-mindedly. Liang Wei got in too. She studied Su Ji's expression. Sugu, what kind of big deal is this? Tell us, maybe Lao Hei and I can help sort it out? The only response to Liang Wei was Su Ji's sighs, each heavier than the last. Only when they neared their destination did driver Lao Hei realize. Mr. Su, you've got the wrong location. This is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Great Xia Nation. The imposing security at the entrance was already watching them. Sugu, I didn't make a mistake. Before getting out, he turned sideways and pulled Liang Wei into a tight embrace, then leaned over to hug Lao Hei. Then, his weathered figure strode resolutely inside. Liang Wei and Lao Hei exchanged glances. Something's off. Very off. If today's destination had been the imperial prison, both would have suspected brother Su. Mr. Su had committed some unforgivable crime and come to turn himself in. But this was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Even for a surrender, this wasn't the place. Brother Su left his phone behind. Just then, the phone rang. The caller ID showed it was old Qian. Liang Wei often answered calls for Su Gu. Her hand moved faster than her brain, swiping to accept the call. Old Qian's furious roar burst through the phone, reverberating throughout the beat-up pickup truck. Su Gu, did you swallow a pound of seedless hydrogen bombs? You dared to flirt with Director Hua and have her transfer you $1,000 as tuition? You think you're so capable? Are you planning to launch yourself into space tomorrow with your homemade rocket, you little bastard? Lao Hei Liang Wei. Got it. Finally got it. Upon learning the truth, their reactions weren't much better than Su Ji's. Their Su brother Su boss had not only called Hua director the woman who'd fought her way through a pack of men, repeatedly shutting down hostile diplomats without a single curse word until they choked on their own anger and wept a fraud, but he'd also swindled her out of money. If Sugu weren't family, both would have spat in unison and added, serves him right. Chapter 101, An Unprecedented Diplomatic Act, Madman Su. Sugu, who deserved it, was led into Director Hua's office. Director Hua has a meeting. Please wait a moment. Sugu accepted the tea offered by the secretary with both hands. All right. He glanced at the wall clock. It was 2:36 p.m. He endured the longest 24 minutes of his life. At exactly 3 p.m., light yet steady footsteps sounded outside the door. Sugu sprang to his feet instantly. Good afternoon, Director Hua. The voice that greeted him was magnetic yet sharp. Impressive. Proper bearing, sharp tongue, you've got what it takes to be a diplomat. Sugu, who had braced himself for a torrent of scolding, froze. Was Director Hua just complimenting him? Ha? Hey? Sugu immediately seized the opportunity. Right? I am top-notch at confronting people. There's no one I can't take on, it all depends on whether I feel like it. The words were out before he could stop them. Realizing this wasn't the time for bragging, he cleared his throat emphatically. That earlier call, Director Hua, I didn't mean to upset you. It's just that scammers have been running wild lately. I wanted to give them a taste of love, a wake-up call. Had I known it was you, I would have bathed and burned incense 3 days in advance, waiting for your call. Director Hua burst into laughter. Sugu scratched his head and laughed along. At 4:30 p.m., there's a semi-public, semi-private event. Interested in joining me? Sister Hua phrased it as a question, but her tone and demeanor left Sugu no room to refuse. Sugu nodded obediently like a model student. I'll be there. Once they arrived at the venue, he gained a new understanding of the term semi-private. Private meant minimal media presence and no live broadcast, but otherwise it mirrored standard diplomatic proceedings. And today, foreign ministries weren't the main attraction. The venue buzzed with heavyweights usually confined to news reports. Sugu followed Sister Hua, silently adjusting his new shirt collar. No worries. If anyone dared to upset me or Sister Hua, a low-yield non-nuclear hydrogen bomb would send them dancing in the sky. Sister Hua didn't give Sugu any special instructions, but she did seat him right beside her. This drew frequent glances from other Xia diplomats. What gives this kid the right? Once the event commenced, representatives from various nations began their addresses. Sugu listened intently for a while before grasping the theme of today's diplomatic conference. The American empire was stirring trouble again. American spokesperson, through cooperative win-win efforts, our nation's technical experts will jointly achieve breakthroughs in 2.5-2.9 nanometer lithography technology. This will surely be recorded in the annals of history. Kimchi Nation spokesperson, our Kimchi Nation is eager to join the joint research on low nanometer lithography technology. Cherry Blossom Nation spokesperson, this is an unprecedented opportunity for smaller nations to acquire advanced technology from a mycan. Naturally, our Cherry Blossom Nation will follow suit. Other third-party nations, fine. We'll join too. In the past, the US never bothered to consult them. If they lacked top or D talent, they'd simply poach it from other nations, persuading those experts to willingly stay and develop for them. So all nations felt somewhat flattered. But the US's true target was the Great Xia Empire. Yet today, the Great Xia Kingdom remained conspicuously silent. The American spokesperson feigned casualness with a teasing remark, has Great Xia lost its voice from sheer delight? You. A strange male voice crackled through the speakers, piercing the ears of all nations present. Who had just spoken? Everyone looked up, searching for the audacious individual. Since the speaker used standard American language, a proficiency shared by all diplomats present, no one could immediately identify the nationality of the speaker. Thus, every man in the room became a suspect. Sugu also looked up, but his gaze fell on the table before him. Damn it, I was about to take down 3 Americans. Where is the mic hidden? How did my voice end up echoing across the entire hall? Unable to identify the culprit, the American delegation temporarily dropped the matter. This time, they addressed the issue with far greater politeness. Spokesperson of Great Xia, what is your perspective on this? Sister Hua responded calmly and deliberately. Great Xia has no interest in joint research on lithography machines. The moment her words left her lips, nations outside of China erupted in astonishment. What does Great Xia mean? But this is sub-nanometer lithography technology. Could it be that Great Xia has already mastered 3-nanometer lithography and believes they can push further? Great Xia is being overly confident. The US-Japan-Korea alliance has been stuck at 3-nanometer for 2 full years with no progress. Do they really think their RD team is better than ours? Well, Great Xia not joining is actually a good thing. The Americans were whispering among themselves. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated such a decisive refusal from Daxia. After a long pause, the American spokesperson finally spoke again. We won't dwell on the benefits of joint research. Truthfully, our nation has long harbored doubts about Daxia's RD capabilities. The previous theft of our 3-nanometers lithography technology, we never publicly pursued it, merely granting certain nations a chance. Sugu, who'd been trying to blend into the background, couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and erupted. You bastard! You, with that disgraceful mole right in the middle of your forehead. Make yourself clear today, when exactly was your American 3-nanometers lithography technology stolen? Who can prove it? Standing there with that insinuating tone, are you implying our Great Xia nation is the thief? The American spokesperson, singled out, pointed at himself in disbelief. Then Sugu's blunt remark sent him into a shrieking rage. Is this the caliber of spokesperson your Great Xia nation fields? Sister Hua remained perfectly composed. He speaks human language to humans, and dog language to dogs. The tension in the room instantly thickened. The American spokesperson lost his cool, lunging toward Sugu as if to fight. Sugu yelped, leaping onto the half-meter-high table. Spreading his legs, rolling up his sleeves, he sprinted across the conference table like a parkour athlete. In moments, he had tackled the spokesperson to the ground. Raising his fist, he began pounding away. A blood-curdling scream pierced the room. Everyone present. What the hell is this? By the time security reacted, the American spokesperson had been beaten under the conference table by Sugu. Curled into a ball, looking utterly miserable. Amidst the chaos, Sugu swiftly stuffed a booger-sized object into the big guy's mouth. Before security could grab him, Sugu seized the big guy's Achilles heel. Come on, tell everyone straight up, has your technology been stolen or not? The big guy had never faced anything this terrifying. Even with his comrades nearby, he knew clearly that one wrong word would cost him his life. Big guy, no. Our 3-nanometer technology has never been stolen. Chapter 102, the ultimate diplomat takes down the entire room. Deji's companions grew increasingly pale. They frantically signaled him to rephrase his statement. But today's conference table was an oversized, elliptical solid wood slab. Sugu pinned Deji Thomas beneath the table's center, holding him down. The darkness beneath made it impossible for the other American diplomats, even those crouching down, to meet Thomas's gaze. Sugu pressed him further. Then why were you being so sarcastic just now? Tell me the truth. Sugu didn't utter threats, but the pain radiating from Thomas's neck left him utterly unable to lie. He only wanted to satisfy Sugu quickly and free his neck. Because we planned ahead to frame your self-developed tri-nanotechnology as stolen from America. That way, other nations would rely more on America while rejecting your Great Xia. Sugu and Thomas, his life hanging by a thread, could barely breathe. He stammered, and our real purpose here is to get Great Xia to join the Joint Research Council. Whether other nations join or not, we couldn't care less. We want Daxia's talent, especially that leg hair god who developed the 3-nanometer technology. Sugu had been satisfied with Thomas's answers until he heard the term leg hair god, and his anger flared. Damn it! You unlucky bastard, you actually gave me a nickname. Sugu dragged Thomas outside, grabbed a teapot, and started pouring it down his throat with a clang. Just as he went for a second pitcher, Sister Hua pulled him away. Sugu wasn't done yet. Sister Hua patted his shoulder and whispered, that's enough. Oh. Raging Sugu logged off. Rational, obedient Sugu logged on. Su Ji's stunt was truly unprecedented. Everyone, including the American and Kenyan sides, was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. By the time they finally organized their rebuke against Sugu and the Great Xia Nation, Sister Hua preempted them. If you don't pursue charges against us, we won't pursue charges against you. But if you insist on pursuing charges, we will release the full video footage of today's incident to the global public. After all, it was the US that had lost face. At worst, everyone would be thrust into the eye of the media storm together. The US couldn't afford this humiliation and didn't want to face another international backlash. They had no choice but to swallow their pride. Your people assaulted us. Surely you should apologize? Spokespersons from other nations silently agreed assault was indeed wrong and deserved an apology, but they dared not show it openly. After all, that madman from Great Xia remained unsanctioned. What if he suddenly targeted them next, charging over to beat them senseless like he did Thomas? That would be a huge loss. Sister Hua looked at Su Gu. Su Ji's response was to roll up his sleeves and leap onto the table. Already in excruciating pain, Thomas recoiled in terror. His mouth spewed frantic cries. No, I won't apologize. His companion seethed with frustration. Thomas raged. You weren't the ones beaten, so of course you don't care. The real kicker? This beating was completely undeserved. On the way back, the other Xia diplomats stared at Su Gu with astonishment. To be honest, when they learned Sister Hua was bringing a greenhorn with zero diplomatic experience to such a high-level event, they harbored some resentment. Everyone who worked alongside Sister Hua was top-tier talent. What gave that kid the right? After this incident, they finally understood. Su Gu turned around unexpectedly, his gaze dripping with smugness. Right now, aren't you all super impressed by me? Want to ask me to be your mentor? Heh, I don't take apprentices. Keep drooling over me instead. With that, he spat a bit of saliva into his palm and used it to slick back his hair. The diplomats. What was with that urge to punch him? After gloating for a moment, Su Gu leaned over to speak with Sister Hua. Director Hua, are you satisfied with my performance today? Can we just forget about that time I blabbed nonsense on the phone? Sister Hua's sharp gaze swept over him. Su Gu shrank his neck. Ahem, just pretend I was farting earlier. Sister Hua burst into laughter. Su Gu, you're the most promising diplomat I've ever seen. Join the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I'll personally mentor you. Su Gu visibly perked up. Sister Hua, you think I'm worth developing too, huh? I kinda want to join your team too. Getting to yell at people every day, and it's even blameless. And getting rewarded for yelling well? Just thinking about it is awesome. Sister Hua raised an eyebrow. Then come on in. The doors of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are wide open for you. Su Gu spread his hands helplessly, his voice turning sly again. I really want to join, but I'm afraid Mr. Qian and Weihuatek will send people to hunt me down. Ah, I seem to have forgotten to tell you I'm the Deputy Chief Engineer of the Nuclear-Free Hydrogen Bomb Project. The 3nm chips and Weihuatek's A1 series phones are also my handiwork. Time's running out. If only the world had the ability to clone people. Then talents like me could contribute so much more to society. Ahem, Sister Hua, I know you're aware of my multiple identities. What I said earlier was mainly directed at them. Don't get the wrong idea, hee. Though his tone remained as cheeky as ever, the diplomats in the car suddenly felt their fists go limp. Their gazes shifted from wanting to punch him to wanting to kiss him. Su Gu, were you the one who developed the low-yield non-nuclear hydrogen bomb in the tech competition? Ever since our country developed the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb, even if it's only low-yield, we've had so much more confidence in our diplomatic dealings abroad. You're our very own god of leg hair. Su Gu met the diplomat's predatory stares and instantly cringed. He scrambled backward frantically. But the confined space left him nowhere to retreat. Fearing they might devour him alive, Su Gu blurted out nonsense. I'm not. I lied to you. I was just bragging earlier. Big brothers and sisters, please spare your little brother. I swear I'll never brag recklessly again. His tone and demeanor were utterly sincere. This left the diplomats momentarily uncertain. They all turned to look at Sister Hua. Sister Hua declared he wasn't bragging. He is the Deputy Chief Engineer. He's also the engineer who developed the low lithography machine. Su Gu was certain Sister Hua was getting back at him for his earlier disrespect. The car sped along the highway, and with the driver colluding with the diplomats to refuse pulling over, Su Gu was inevitably subjected to a brutal ordeal. By the time the vehicle finally came to a halt in the Foreign Ministry parking lot, Su Gu was a complete wreck. He stepped out of the car with a look of utter despair, walking toward the exit without a single glance back. Sister Hua called out to him, but he pretended not to hear. His ears were deaf now, so be it. Chapter 103, Global Humiliation. Su Gu plays the fool again. Sister Hua called out again, this time more deliberately. Su Gu still feigned deafness, quickening his pace. He'd never associate with those wolves at the Foreign Ministry again, not even if you killed him. Sister Hua pulled out her phone and shouted into it. Hello, officer? I've been scammed out of 1,000 yuan. Yeah, just today. Su Gu executed a sharp turn, dashing back to snatch the phone from Sister Hua. The screen was black. She'd been tricked. Sister Hua hadn't called the police at all. Su Gu gritted his teeth. Every single one of you Foreign Ministry folks has more holes than a sieve. You just love picking on honest folks from the countryside. Sister Hua tried to smooth things over. Should I apologize on their behalf? Su Gu snorted coldly. You're no better. Sister Hua, I'll apologize to you too. Su Ge crossed his arms, ready to start another argument. Sister Hua, you did such a huge favor for our foreign ministry. You won't even accept a reward? Are you really okay leaving empty-handed? Su Ji's toes began tapping impatiently. First tell me what the reward is. Just so we're clear, if it's too small, I won't accept it. Sister Hua's mouth was a weapon. When she wanted to insult someone, she could use polite language to leave them utterly confused. When she wanted to coax someone, it was even simpler. Su Ge knew it was a trap, yet he half-heartedly stumbled right into it. Only when they reached the cafeteria entrance did Su Ge start to crack. Director Hua, don't tell me the reward is just an invitation to eat at your office cafeteria? He'd never been this stingy with his own company's employees. Was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs really that shameless? Sister Hua led him over to the nearby station to scan his face and register his information. It's lunchtime anyway. Why not grab a bite? What's the matter? Does our Mr. Su look down on cafeteria food? Su Ge curled his lip. Don't push my buttons. I'm not falling for this. Having to go through all this hassle just to eat a meal is such a pain. It's your first time today, so we need to record your info. Next time you come, you can just use facial recognition. Sister Hua led him inside. Help yourself to whatever you like. Su Ge muttered something about next time. If he ever came back, he'd change his last name. Whoa, this is a cafeteria? It's more lavish than the buffets at 5-star hotels I've been to. Oh my, you guys really eat well here. When I'm rich someday, I'll set this up for my company's employees too. When people are full and satisfied, their temper is at its best and their brains run at their slowest. Thus, when Su Ge was coaxed by Sister Hua into completing the onboarding procedures for his special diplomatic position and then walked out of the foreign ministry building wearing a badge with his own photo under the watchful eyes of security personnel, his mind was still spinning. Back at the company, Liang Wei spotted the work badge hanging around Su Ji's neck and couldn't quite believe her eyes. Su Ge, weren't you going to be punished? How come you came back with a job? Wait, that's not right. Su Ge, even without counting your student status, you already hold 3 important positions. Are you trying to make yourself even busier? Lao He also found it hard to put into words. He and Liang Wei knew full well how rare a position at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was. It was an organization many top students couldn't even dream of joining. But Su Ge was different. He neither needed those titles to enhance his prestige nor relied on this job to support his family. Su Ge suddenly snapped out of it. Right. How did I get tricked again? He took off the ID badge and handed it to Liang Wei. Wei, go return this badge for me tomorrow. Tell them I've resigned. Liang Wei wasn't stupid. She turned and shoved the badge back at Lao He. Lao He, I've got stuff to do tomorrow. You handle this. Lao He, who usually wasn't afraid of trouble, was unusually cowed. He handed the badge back to Su Ge. Mr. Su, please spare us. He didn't have the guts to go against the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The hot potato hadn't been passed off. Su Ge took a deep breath and roared to the heavens. Come squeeze the life out of me if you dare. 3 days later, that semi-public diplomatic event aired on television. Liang Wei gathered the veterans of Xiaziguang Company to sit in a row and watch their boss on TV. Mr. Su, why hasn't he appeared yet? America wants to collaborate with other countries on sub-3 nanometers lithography technology, leaving our great Xia nation out of the game? Watch closely, it's our great Xia nation that is too proud to join. Something feels off here. America started off so hostile, talking all aggressive, but then suddenly softened up. And look at their main spokesperson the moment the camera cuts away, he has got a black eye and swollen face like a pig's head. Probably allergic. Heard Americans get allergies easily. Lao He knew from the start that Su Ge wouldn't appear on TV. So when Liang Wei called him over to watch, he gave a half-hearted response, preferring to lean against the doorframe picking his teeth rather than endure the boring TV. Hearing them argue whether the American spokesperson had allergies or been beaten up, he raised an eyebrow, tossed his toothpick aside, and joined the crowd to watch. One glance was all it took for Lao He to be certain he was beaten up. And, judging by his gait, his movements, and the numerous internal injuries invisible to the naked eye, everyone gasped in unison. How bizarre. At a diplomatic event of this caliber, who could possibly have beaten up the notoriously domineering and unreasonable Amikan chief spokesperson? And it seemed Amikan wasn't pursuing the matter, still dutifully cooperating to complete the diplomatic proceedings? Too strange. Though everyone found it highly improbable, their eyes still drifted involuntarily toward the corner where Su, the CEO, lay snoring soundly. He'd been working nonstop for 3 days and nights, shuttling between the 139 Bureau and the RD zone of Weihua technology. Despite the commotion, Su Ge's deep sleep remained undisturbed. He was even snoring loudly. The employees murmured among themselves. Our CEO Su might act crazy sometimes, but I don't think I've ever seen him hit anyone. Yeah, I've never seen anyone as easygoing as our CEO Su. Last time I accidentally spilled mop water on him, he just smiled and reassured me it was fine, said he was going to take a shower anyway. Even if it really was our CEO Su, so what? He must have had his reasons. Exactly. We all know Anakin's temperament. That pighead must have said something really offensive for CEO Su to lose his cool. Man, our boss Su is so badass he can freely insult a Mikan and even beat him up. Sugo woke up from a deep nap to find the company's veterans gazing at him with even more admiration. Scratching his unwashed hair, he wondered if his charm factor had just skyrocketed again. The news quickly went viral. Great Xia refuses participation in low nanojoint or D project organized by American Empire. Miraculous transition, allergy or fall? Chapter 104, Americane's countermeasure, Dr. Tang innocently caught in the crossfire. These two headlines quickly dominated the top 2 spots on all major platforms. Outside a suburban convenience store in the capital, the same group of elderly gentlemen, each holding a Huawei S-series phone. This phone model featured intelligent voice recognition, accurately interpreting the owner's commands. All their phones were simultaneously streaming the diplomatic news. Volume cranked to maximum, creating a natural megaphone effect. The elders' eyesight had deteriorated, and they disliked constantly staring at screens. They preferred listening. The audio quality surpassed their home televisions. As they listened, something felt off. Let me see. Hey, who beat this guy up? Good for him. Every diplomatic event he shows up at, he's such a pain. They really beat him up? Ha 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 ha. So our country isn't joining that low nano joint development? Is that really okay? What could possibly go wrong? The low nano chips in our phones right now are developed entirely by our country. Look at that condescending, patronizing attitude from the US and UK. Who needs to collaborate with them anyway? The old guys chatted back and forth, finally concluding, when Weiwa company releases new products, I'll still buy them. Instead of spending retirement funds on products that can't even guarantee health, why not invest in DCA's own high-tech goods? Use our money to propel DCA tech further and higher, so we can sooner use high-tech to sanction those Western powers. Thomas has truly become a global laughingstock this time. True, the video of Thomas getting beaten wasn't released publicly. But its absence only fuels the public's wild imagination. Human nature being what it is, it's hard to feel sympathy for the unlucky side. At most, people might stifle their laughter. Faced with the endless mockery flooding the internet, Thomas snapped. His depression deepened, eventually manifesting as physical symptoms that made diplomatic work impossible. He was forced to seek psychiatric treatment in disarray. America and Britain were mortified and seething with rage. They were the kind to pick fights even when provoked by no one. This time, however, they had suffered a genuine, substantial defeat at the hands of the Great Xia. William, the American-British diplomatic leader, roared, "Haven't we gathered all the information on that young Great Xia diplomat yet?" The subordinate answered, trembling with fear. That event was hosted by the Great Xia. All on-site evidence is in their hands. We could only sketch the unnamed diplomat's features from memory, but no further information has surfaced. Just as William was about to explode, another subordinate entered with top-secret documents. Minister William, the Defense Advanced Research Agency just provided these files. Please review them. All were paper copies, sealed with an immediately destroy after review stamp. After reading them, William felt a weight settle in his chest. That nameless young diplomat was none other than Su Gu. Su Gu, who developed the 3 nanometers and 4 nanometers lithography machines. Su Gu, who created the low-yield non-nuclear hydrogen bomb. As head of the American Foreign Ministry, William had faced no shortage of ridicule lately. His original plan was simple: find the diplomat, kill him, and make sure his death was gruesome. He wanted to show the world the consequences of crossing the American Can Empire. But now, unless absolutely necessary, this man absolutely must not die. William let out a cold laugh. Then I'll make sure you wish you were dead. He submitted a request, activating an American Can sleeper agent who had been lying dormant in the Great Xia Kingdom for years. Su Village. A titanium gray sports car parked on the village's drying field, where radish slices from local households lay spread out to dry just a meter away. Dr. Tang changed cars again? Dr. Tang frequently visited Su Village, offering medical help to villagers in his spare time, earning him their affection. Dressed as stylishly as ever, he beamed cheerfully. Yeah, got tired of the old one. Holding a small box, Dr. Tang headed straight for Su Ji's house. Su Ji's parents warmly welcomed him. Seeing what Dr. Tang offered, they repeatedly declined. Dr. Tang, you don't need to give us tonics anymore. You've already made us strong enough. Nowadays, who'd believe we're middle-aged? Everyone says we look 20. Keep this up, and next time people might mistake us for middle schoolers. Such potent tonics were undoubtedly priceless. They couldn't possibly keep accepting them. Dr. Tang pressed the medicine box into Su Dad's arms. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Returning it to me is pointless. To you, it's a tonic; to others, it's poison. See who you want to poison, then feed it to them. Su Dad and Mom. The couple dared not refuse further and promptly stashed the box back inside. Before they could figure out how to thank Dr. Tang, he casually chimed in. The candied sweet potatoes I had at your place last time were delicious. Mrs. Su immediately beamed. We have plenty left in the cellar. Old Sue, let's go get some sweet potatoes. The couple grabbed a large basket and headed to the cellar outside. Humming a tune, Dr. Tang plopped down on a recliner in the courtyard. He pulled out his Huawei A1 phone and happily started filming. Opening the video app, he found all the elderly women he followed. He was so engrossed in scrolling that he didn't notice someone watching from the big tree outside the gate. Hey, are those the same two from earlier? Bull. Those two look barely 20. Su Ji's parents are at least in their early 40s, and being farmers in the countryside, they probably look older than their urban peers. True. The photos they held were of Su's parents from a year ago. Su dad and Su mom had changed so much in the past half year that if villagers didn't see them daily, they'd suspect someone had swapped them out. The men in black shifted their focus to Dr. Tang in the courtyard. Admittedly, Dr. Tang bore a slight resemblance to Su dad before he started taking the tonic. Su Ji's mom isn't here. Should we wait until she returns? Better to strike now than risk delays. One down, one to go. And so, Dr. Tang, who was coolly liking the latest work by his new obsession as centenarian, was hoisted up, gagged, and carried away. MMMPH. The men in black were ruthless. Obey, or I'll kill you. Meanwhile, in the cellar, Su dad had filled a basket with sweet potatoes. Su mom reached out to pull him out. Su dad waved her off. I've got plenty of strength now. Su mom also remembered not only did they look younger, but their physical condition felt at least a decade younger too. The two carried their basket of sweet potatoes back home. Old Su were truly blessed. Not only had their son made something of himself, but everyone they knew was a formidable figure. If not for their son's success, they'd never have met Dr. Tang, let alone had the chance to consume so many genuine tonics. Should we give Dr. Tang another big red envelope later? Chapter 105, Nuclear-Free Hydrogen Bomb Positioning. Thomas continues to fall. Father Su shook his head. We're just farmers scraping by. How big a red envelope could we possibly afford? Look at those cars of Dr. Tang's. Any one of them costs several million. Mother Su gasped. But we only make worthless candied sweet potatoes. That's just too shabby. Mr. Su fell silent for a moment. It was indeed shabby, but he quickly let it go. Well, we still have our son. Debts of the father are paid by the son. Let's have him express our gratitude. Ouch. Wife, why are you twisting my arm? Mrs. Su glared at him. Why do you think? After a brief verbal spar, Mrs. Su's thoughts drifted again. Old Su, our son said Dr. Tang works a regular job too. His company has good benefits, but his salary isn't as high as those senior employees at big corporations. Where on earth did he get enough money to buy luxury cars? Dr. Tang always likes to keep up with the latest trends. He wouldn't take out loans like young people do, would he? Even if we take your lowest estimate of $1,000,000 per car, just the ones he's driven into our village number over a dozen. That means he might have taken out tens of millions in loans. He'd be paying those off until the cows come home. Mr. Su was at a loss for words. Dr. Tang has no need for loans. Mrs. Su, huh? Mr. Su, with Dr. Tang's medical skills, you wouldn't believe how many wealthy people line up for his treatments. The consultation fees alone could buy him countless sports cars. Su mom grew increasingly envious. Ahem, not that she envied Dr. Tang, she was thinking of taking her husband to apprentice under him. The couple now felt like they turned back the clock to their 20s. With so much time on their hands and their son achieving so much, they couldn't afford to lag behind his parents. But when they got home, they found Dr. Tang was gone. Only a note remained. 139 Bureau. Sugu was showing the location on the screen to Old Qian and the others. Guess what this is? Yu Yuan, a little red dot. Sugu, alright, I won't keep you in suspense. This is Thomas's location. Yu Yuan pondered for 2 seconds. Thomas, the chief spokesperson for the American Empire's foreign affairs? Sugu calmly nodded. The eyes of every big shot present widened in turn. Yu Yuan paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Great. Absolutely fantastic. Sugu, so beating him up was just to cover your real goal was to plant a tracker on him. Truly a genius from their Bureau 139. Quick-witted and strategic. Sugu hastily shook his head. Nah, I just beat him up cause he looked like he deserved it. After I got my kicks, I remembered to stuff a low-yield nuclear-free hydrogen bomb in his gut. Su Ji's words sent shockwaves through the room, making the big shots' eyes water. It took them ages to reconnect their speech centers. Sugu, when you keep saying you'll blow someone sky high, you're not just joking? How many nuclear-free hydrogen bombs did you actually sneak into that diplomatic event, and how did you get past security? Now that Thomas swallowed the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb, could it be about to come out of his system? The big shots were now like elementary school kids encountering a real-life Ultraman, excited and chattering away with a barrage of whys. Sugu patiently answered each of their questions. I was just joking. Non-nuclear hydrogen bombs are so expensive, you can't just use them casually. I aspire to be a pillar of the nation, I can't just kill people willy-nilly. I've got a handful stashed in my pocket, never counted exactly how many. Security scanners are child's play, it'd be weird if they even detected it. I can remotely control the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. Right now, it's firmly stuck in Thomas's stomach. Unless absolutely necessary, it won't be expelled. The big shot's eyes sparkled with wonder. Sugu felt he'd said all he needed to. Feeling a bit restless, he was itching to show off again. But Yao Qingli suddenly appeared and pulled him aside. Sugu, something's happened to your family. Yao Qingli's words plunged Sugu into an icy abyss. What about my parents? His gaze turned icy cold. Seeing his distress, Yao Qingli hurriedly explained, Uncle and Aunt are safe for now. They're at the village committee office with local police. Our protection team is en route by plane and will reach them in 2 minutes. Once Sugu had calmed somewhat, she recounted the entire incident of Dr. Tang's abduction. It appears the criminals mistook Dr. Tang for Uncle Su. Before Sugu could say anything, Bureau 139 had already arranged the plane the moment they learned of the situation. What would normally take hours was covered in just over 10 minutes. Mom, Dad, are you okay? Su Dad and Su Mom looked anxious. Son, we're fine, but Dr. Tang is in trouble. The kidnappers left a note demanding Sugu go to their designated location at 5 a.m. Su's mother gripped his hand tightly. Son, you can't go. They're definitely targeting you. Let your father and I go instead. Su's father remained silent but stood firmly beside his wife. Sugu turned to the armed security chief. Any news on Dr. Tang? The man's expression was equally grim. Latest update, they've taken Dr. Tang to a third country. Regardless of Su Ji's connection, they would spare no effort to rescue Dr. Tang. Just as old Xian was a pioneer in developing the nation's strategic weapons, Dr. Tang held equal stature in the medical field. Sugu demanded, what else have you uncovered? Tell me everything. Captain Hu hesitated. He was the ultimate decision-maker for this operation. Usually, others were the ones coordinating with him. Yet his mind flashed to the core armory, where low-yield non-nuclear hydrogen bombs, all his creations, were stored. It was the Americans. They activated their spies embedded within Great Xia. Su Ji's fingers tapped his wrist with measured force. The Americans. The Americans, indeed. Let me borrow your computer. Su Ji's fingers typed out string after string of data on the keyboard. Soon, the sound of chewing food echoed from the computer. Captain Hu was baffled. What was Sugu up to? Sugu input another set of numbers, then suddenly spoke directly to the computer. Thomas, you dead pig's head. Keep eating, and I'll blow you sky high. Thomas, who had finally regained a little appetite under the psychologist's treatment, dropped his fork straight onto the floor with a sharp clatter. The demon's voice came again. Thomas scrambled in terror under the table. It's okay, Thomas. Hold on. It's all fake. You're far from danger now. But that terrifying voice rang out once more. You stubborn pig, you're forcing me to take action against you? Thomas asked in horror, you're in my house? Su Ji's voice was even colder than when he'd beaten him last time. Inside your stomach lies the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb I planted last time. It can precisely obliterate you and everything within 50 meters into ashes. Curled beneath the dining table, Thomas hugged his legs tightly and whispered weakly, I don't believe it. Your Great Xia never developed a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. That's fake news you spread. Chapter 106, Thomas Goes Mad, William's Karma. Sugu gave a cold snort, his fingers dancing nimbly across the keyboard. Captain Hu beside him watched helplessly as the tiny red dot on the screen split into 5, one of them rapidly sliding into Thomas's intestines. The effect was immediate. Thomas clutched his stomach, moaning in agony. Sugu, Thomas, find an open space near your home immediately and prepare to defecate. Thomas ignored him, charging straight toward his bathroom. Sugu chuckled softly. Seems you'd rather I nuke your house with a hydrogen bomb. Fine, I'll kindly grant your wish. Thomas, pants halfway down. Gritting his teeth against the urge, he agonized for a moment before finally pulling up his pants and sprinting to the open space outside his small courtyard. He began to release with all his might. Great Xia. Listening to the gurgling sounds coming from the computer, Captain Hu felt he could practically smell it through the screen. His face twisted in disgust. Disgusting. He'd suffered a work injury today, and now he had to listen to a pig's bowel movement. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Sugu, one of the red dots seems to have been expelled. Sugu nodded and continued issuing commands. Thomas, retreat 10 meters within 5 seconds. Failure to comply will be at your own risk. The red dot stimulated his intestines into frantic contractions. The red dot was expelled, but Thomas hadn't fully emptied his bowels. 5, 4. Thomas, frustrated and pulling up his pants, roared and sprinted outward at his absolute fastest speed. Boom! The explosion was louder than a car tire blowing out. Thomas had barely made it 10 meters away. The faint pop behind him infuriated Thomas, who hadn't finished his business. You're messing with me. His words trailed off as his voice cracked. He turned to witness the scene behind him. Where once stood a patch of grass with a small tree. Now, a crater at least 10 meters deep gaped in its place. The tree? He'd just taken a dump right beneath it. Thomas, still holding up his pants, searched the area dazedly for the little tree. Gone. Only leaves, blown off earlier, littered the ground 10 meters away. Plop. Splash. Thomas lost control of his bowels. Yet he seemed oblivious, plopping down onto his own mess. His fear-induced shivering was so intense it could practically generate electricity enough to charge a Huawei S-series phone if harnessed properly. Sugu. What do you want me to do? Just tell me. I'll do anything to stay alive. He couldn't die. He still had so much money left to spend. He absolutely couldn't die. In Dacia, Captain Who stared at the screen in disbelief. Though he couldn't see the explosion, he heard the boom. He was utterly certain that was the sound produced by Dacia's low-yield non-nuclear hydrogen bomb detonation. Back when the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb was stored, they'd conducted tests. That sound was something he'd never forget for the rest of his life. He desperately wanted to ask, Sugu, did our non-nuclear hydrogen bomb have this stealth capability? Why didn't you tell us sooner? Ahem, though we won't need it anytime soon. But Sugu was negotiating with Thomas. He dared not speak, forcing himself to swallow the flood of words. Su Ji's voice remained utterly unruffled. Thomas, your people have abducted one of my great Xia physicians. I demand you find the person who issued that order. Thomas dared not hesitate for even a moment. Understood. I'll start searching immediately. My guess is Minister William is highly likely behind this. He's the type to hold grudges. With his life in Su Ji's hands, Thomas was now more obedient than a housedog. Only after Su Ji's own microphone was turned off did Captain Who dare to speak cautiously. Sugu, has our non-nuclear hydrogen bomb truly evolved to this level? Sugu, yes. Currently, only non-nuclear hydrogen bombs with yields under 1 gram can achieve these capabilities. To ensure its sensitivity during development, I had to compromise on other aspects like significantly reducing the blast radius to a maximum of 50 meters. Sigh, still room for improvement. Captain Who felt like bowing to Sugu twice. It's already excellent. Forget 50 meters, even 5 meters would be more than enough to crush their enemies in combat. Hours later, Thomas eagerly relayed news to Sugu. Sugu, I'm certain. That old bastard William did it. I ordered him to release the hostages, but he refused. What should I do? Kill William? But the mole activated by William only took orders from William. William's death wouldn't benefit him in completing Su Ji's mission. He was torn, desperately needing Su Ji's new instructions. Thomas seemed even more anxious than Sugu. Sugu, find another open area. Thomas nodded immediately, then realized something and began crying again. Why? I've been cooperating all along, please stop threatening me, okay? Sugu, retrieve a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb and find a way to make William ingest it. Hearing this, Thomas's limp legs regained strength. Alright, I'll go get it right away. The deactivated hydrogen bomb was now only 1/5 of its original size. Thomas pinched his nose, vomiting while frantically searching through his own excrement with wide eyes. Found it. American Foreign Ministry. William was on a call with the undercover agent. Release him? Ha ha ha, no way. Once Sugu walks into the trap, we eliminate him. The undercover agent acknowledged understanding. William set down the receiver and cheerfully asked his secretary to brew him coffee. Soon, the coffee arrived. But it wasn't the secretary who delivered it, it was Thomas. William frowned. Thomas, I've already told you, Sugu is a must-have for both me and America. If you try to persuade me again, don't blame me for being blunt. Thomas hurriedly offered a conciliatory smile, presenting the coffee with both hands. Minister William, I was mistaken earlier. Thomas adopted an extremely deferential posture. Minister William couldn't immediately find a suitable replacement for Thomas as the primary diplomatic spokesperson, so he didn't press the issue further. He took the coffee and sipped it twice. Thomas glanced at the coffee cup, unsure if the minister had swallowed the seedless hydrogen bomb he personally planted. He stood there, talking incessantly to Minister William. He talked until the minister's mouth went dry, and soon the cup was drained. Minister William pushed the cup forward, signaling Thomas to brew another. But Thomas's attitude took a sudden, drastic turn. He shoved the cup straight into Minister William's mouth. Drink up. I told you to drink, and now you're giving me orders? All because you stubborn old fool wouldn't listen to me, forcing me to dig a nuclear bomb out of. Drink this and die. Ah. If Thomas's psychiatrist had been present, he would have exclaimed, holy crap, depression just turned into mania. Chapter 107, Better to live like a dog than die like a king? Thomas scrambled and rolled to escape William's grasp, only then pulling the cup out of his mouth in terror. He grabbed a thick dictionary to use as a weapon. Thomas, have you lost your mind? Seeing him sneakily reaching for the emergency button. Thomas didn't even blink. Yeah, probably. Pressing it would just let us go down together. William snatched his hand back in terror, eyeing Thomas up and down like a startled rabbit. He chose to ignore Thomas's earlier mention of the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb. Both he and the Americans firmly believed the Great Xia nation's non-nuclear hydrogen bomb was merely a smokescreen. He suspected Thomas was venting frustration over his suspension. You strapped explosives to yourself? Thomas, I'm dead anyway, but your future is still wide open. We can talk this out. Thomas must be mentally unstable now, otherwise he wouldn't be digging up. He needed to calm Thomas down first. Thomas let out a cold laugh. Now you want to talk nicely? Where were you earlier? Sugu, tens of thousands of kilometers away, grew impatient and transmitted his voice directly through the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb inside William's stomach. Thomas, shut up. Wait outside the door. The moment before, Thomas had been raging like a madman. The next, he obeyed Suji's command without a second thought, striding out like a loyal dog raised for 10 years. Minister William, dictionary in hand. Terror nearly spilled from his eyes. Who's speaking? His mind wasn't dull, and his memory was astonishing. He quickly searched his thoughts for the owner of that voice. Sugu. It's you, Sugu. Sugu remained silent, solely focused on manipulating the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb to drill and dance within Minister William's body. Ah! William felt as if invisible little people were kneading, gnawing, and kicking his internal organs. The thick dictionary slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Immediately after, he collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony. Only after reducing William to unconsciousness did Sugu cease his assault. With icy detachment, he continued transmitting his voice to Thomas, instructing him to enter and rescue the victim. Yes. Gazing upon William, now barely clinging to life, Thomas couldn't help but shudder. He silently thanked his luck for having the sense to follow Suji's arrangements early on, sparing himself greater suffering. When William regained consciousness, he instinctively let out a cry. Thomas covered his mouth. Did you want to piss off Sugu so badly you'd blow up the entire building? The once arrogant William, who had sworn to make Sugu wish he were dead, now had nothing but panic and fear in his eyes and heart of fear that came from the depths of his soul. Thomas, what the hell is going on? Thomas shrugged helplessly. Clearly, you've messed with someone you shouldn't have, and dragged me into it. William pondered for a moment. So that non-nuclear hydrogen bomb is real? He preferred to believe Sugu had somehow bribed Thomas into slipping a new type of electronic drug into his coffee. Thomas grinned like a devil. Of course. Look, this is the crater from the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. Thomas deliberately pulled up the photo saved on his phone for William to see. William's heart sank halfway, clinging to the last shred of hope. Thomas, you and Sugu teamed up to deceive me, didn't you? Thomas didn't want to deal with him anymore. Sugu, Minister William has lost his mind. Please just blow him to bits. William dead, and now he had a chance to take his place? Ha ha ha. Before Sugu could respond, William caved. Sugu, I'll have your father released immediately. I'll make those who captured him pay with their lives. As long as he survived, the rest didn't matter. Third country, rainforest. Dr. Tang had already trekked 30 kilometers with the two undercover agents. Though 103 years old, Dr. Tang possessed the ability to make Su Dad and Su Mom, in their 40s, look 20 years younger, let alone himself. His physical condition was top-notch. The rainforest wasn't like flatland, there were no paths. Every step the two undercover agents took was extremely arduous. Drinking water was exhausted. Sweat drenched the undercover agents, soaking their clothes through. Damn pursuers. Once I'm out of here, I'll use fighter jets to blast every last one of these chasers to smithereens. The pursuers were dispatched by Third Country, Banana Nation. He hadn't anticipated Great Xiao's response would be so swift, nor that they could command Banana Nation to send troops to capture them. Dr. Tang was dry everywhere except for a bit of mud on his feet. Not a trace of fatigue showed on his face. His tongue remained sharp. You two weaklings? Surviving this is doubtful enough. Blasting them with fighter jets? That'll be the day, ha ha ha. The two undercover agents, panting heavily, halted abruptly and whipped their heads around. What the hell are you talking about? They were both specially trained operatives. But right now, they truly felt the struggle. Their souls were already raw and blistered, each step a piercing agony. Their earlier bravado had been more about bolstering their own resolve to push through to the rainforest. Their helicopter had crashed into a tree earlier while evading the sudden appearance of the Banana Republic Air Force, destroying it. Dr. Tang flashed a few teeth in a fawning smile. No, you misheard me. I said I'm just an old nuisance. Poof. You'd better be. If not for awaiting orders from headquarters, they'd have already ditched this dead weight. Finally reaching the water source, two undercover agents nearly dying of thirst abandoned Dr. Tang. They rushed forward, burying their heads in the water and gulping greedily. Plop. The seemingly docile Dr. Tang had walked behind them. With a swift kick from his century-old leg, he sent Undercover Agent 1 tumbling into the water. Undercover Agent 2 snapped to attention, drawing his gun to fire at Dr. Tang. Dr. Tang held a leaf he'd carefully selected along the way. With a sharp flick, the leaf traced a graceful arc across Undercover Agent 2's throat. The agent slid into the water, trailing a string of blood that stained the surface crimson. While Agent 2 still clung to life, Dr. Tang kindly offered him a clear understanding of his fate. "You moron. Spending too much time with those Americans turned your brain to mush. You can't even catch the right guy. I ain't Xiao Suji's dad, I'm your ancestor, you bastard." Undercover Agent 1 scrambled up from the water, looking utterly bedraggled. Dr. Tang still held a leaf in his hand. He wasn't entirely certain of victory. Though both undercover agents were physically exhausted, their martial arts skills were formidable. He knew clearly that his first attempt succeeded only because Undercover Agent 2 had been caught off guard. But Dr. Tang wasn't afraid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to act at this moment. He was already 103 years old, he'd lived long enough. How could a decrepit old man like him possibly allow the nation's pillar, Sugu, to trade himself for Agent 2? If he escaped today, it would be because fate hadn't yet claimed him. If he didn't escape, it would be the end of all troubles. Chapter 108, Striking the Ox Across the Mountain, Banana Republic instantly caves. His only regret was not witnessing the Great Xia Empire's successful high-yield nuclear-free hydrogen bomb test. Not seeing Great Xia's technology crush the American Empire. Nor meet in person the 8 elderly women he'd been courting online. Undercover Agent 1's gun was already trained on Dr. Tang. Since you're not Su Ji's father, keeping you alive serves no purpose. No leaf could outpace a bullet's velocity. Especially since Agent 1, having learned from Agent 2's mistake, shielded his neck with his arm in advance. Dr. Tang showed no fear in his eyes, quietly awaiting death's arrival. He wondered how his old man was faring in the underworld. Would he have to start over from scratch when he got there? The instant Undercover Agent 1 was about to pull the trigger, the micro-satellite receiver embedded in his scalp flashed. William's voice crackled through it. "Release the hostage immediately." Undercover Agent 1's brow furrowed. "Minister William, he's not Su Ji's father at all. We can't kill him." William's command came again, icy and unyielding. "Release him." Undercover Agent 1 seethed with reluctance. But the flicker of his discontent was instantly picked up by William. Without a word, William pressed the self-destruct button. Boom! Undercover Agent 1 was blown apart. Dr. Tang couldn't dodge in time, his body covered in shrapnel. The satellite tracker on Agent 1 was destroyed along with him. Dr. Tang wiped the debris from his face and dragged Agent 2's body out of the water. "Hey, can you hear me?" Soon, Su Ji's voice echoed from Agent 2's skull. "Dr. Tang, stay put." Dr. Tang nodded. He even had the energy to chat with Sugu. "Sugu, I barely escaped death this time. How should I treat myself when I get back?" First buy 3 brand new sports cars all red, for good luck. Then meet up with the 8 grandmas I'd been chatting with online. About an hour later, several helicopters circled above Dr. Tang. "Dr. Tang, Sugu, my rescue is here. Gotta go." After being lifted aboard, Dr. Tang saw a familiar figure inside. Instead of relief, shock washed over him. "Sugu, why are you here? Who sent you? Don't you know Banana Nation rips people off like crazy?" Dr. Tang knew without asking that Great Xia must have paid a hefty price to get Banana Nation to deploy troops this time. If Sugu was thrown into the mix too? Dr. Tang could choke on his own anger. Banana Kingdom Captain. He was still here. Sugu smiled as he handed Dr. Tang a bottle of nutrient solution. "Dr. Tang, have you forgotten my skills? Anyone who dares to confine me will find their entire family obliterated." Not just saying it, Sugu tapped the screen and pointed it toward Dr. Tang. The Banana Republic captain peered over discreetly. The screen displayed Amican's digital map. It detailed buildings down to specific numbers. One marked Minister William. William from Amican's foreign ministry? A bright red dot glowed in Minister William's bathroom. What did that signify? The Banana Republic captain was utterly intrigued. A Mikan. William had taken drastic measures to expel the threat from his body as quickly as possible. He kept drinking water, then rushing to the bathroom to release it. His entire house was filled with a stench. His family couldn't stand it and quietly drove to the park for some fresh air. William was nearly exhausted from straining. He called out for his wife to help him up. But when no response came, he cursed under his breath, steadied himself against the wall, and limped back to drink more water. After finishing, he shuffled slowly back to the bathroom. Before he could even unbutton his pants, William felt a warm surge coursing through his body. His heart leapt with joy. That must mean the hydrogen bomb was finally being expelled. Yet in the next instant, his body, along with a faint smile on his lips, turned to ash. Everything within a 10-meter radius of the bathroom was reduced to dust. The commotion was minimal. Neighbors lived too far away to notice William's home had vanished. It wasn't until William's family returned, having caught their breath, that they discovered their home was gone. Only a large crater remained. Afterwards, the American FBI immediately sealed off the information. They reviewed the surveillance footage from William's home and the surrounding area over and over again. There was no sign of an external attack. The explosion occurred without warning. But what truly horrified them wasn't that. It was the scene at the moment of the explosion. It was as if a massive cage had enclosed William's home, with the blast radius precisely confined within 10 meters. The furniture inside the house and the structure itself were instantly reduced to ashes. What kind of bomb could achieve such precision? Countless teams were dispatched to search the site for bomb remnants. But they found nothing, only ashes remained. Regarding this, Thomas, now promoted to minister, remarked, "I know, I have one inside me, but I won't tell you." If before learning of William's incineration, Thomas still harbored a sliver of hope to escape Su Ji's control, after receiving the news, only loyalty to Su Gu remained. How did Su Ji's actions differ from killing someone without a trace? If he dared to step forward and assist the FBI agents? The next moment, his fate would mirror William's, a death that would have been for nothing. Su Gu and Dr. Tang had arrived at the airport in Banana Country. They would transfer here and board a DCI aircraft to return home. As they disembarked, the Banana Nation captain twisted his ankle. Terrifying Great Xia. Even more terrifying was that this had been orchestrated by Su Gu. Watching the panicked captain dash off to report, Su Gu whistled up at the sky. "Did you see that, Dr. Tang? Tiny Banana Nation easily manipulated." Dr. Tang was both amused and exasperated. "Indeed, our little Su Gu is truly formidable." Su Gu was utterly smug. And why wouldn't he be? "I knew it all along, a genius like me is in demand wherever I go. But I, Su Gu, am a great Xia man through and through. How could I ever serve another nation? Banana Kingdom's research and technology lag far behind our great Xia. They must be green with envy over a genius like me. If I hadn't prepared thoroughly, how could I dare set foot on Banana Kingdom's soil?" Seeing Su Gu starting to brag again, Dr. Tang wasted no time, grabbing Su Ji's wrist to take his pulse. Su Gu knew full well the depth of Dr. Tang's medical skill. He stopped his ranting and quietly let the doctor examine his pulse. Seeing Dr. Tang's expression grow increasingly grave, Su Ji's heart skipped a beat and he swallowed hard. "Is something wrong with my body? Did some villain poison me?" Dr. Tang stroked his non-existent beard. "Your tendons lack nourishment and your liver qi is stagnant." Su Gu flared up. "My liver's messed up? That means someone poisoned me. Once I track that bastard down, I'll blast him sky high with a hydrogen bomb." Chapter 109, Meeting the Leader, Munching on Sugarcane. Dr. Tang's eyelid twitched as he explained in simpler terms. "Young Su Gu, this stems from long-suppressed emotions. If you keep bottling it up, beware of qi and blood backflow." Su Ji's handsome face visibly flushed this time with embarrassment. "Ahem, Dr. Tang, mind your words. Such private matters shouldn't be discussed in public." Dr. Tang smiled without comment. Su Gu often accused Dr. Tang of being indecent, for only he could effortlessly rein in that sharp tongue of his. In stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere between the old man and the young man, the video conference between the captain of Banana Nation and several high-ranking officials was exceptionally stifling. Their willingness to assist in hunting down the great Xia mole stemmed from motives identical to those of a mecha. They intended to use Dr. Tang to pressure Su Gu into assisting Banana Kingdom with breakthrough research or perhaps even handing over the 3-nanometer lithography technology. Upon learning Su Gu had boarded a plane to personally escort Dr. Tang to Banana Kingdom, the kingdom's leadership was ecstatic. They even dispatched an additional military unit to welcome Su Gu. Yet before Su Gu even appeared, they were stunned by the intelligence brought back by the Banana Nation squad leader. A nuclear-free hydrogen bomb? Impossible. How could something without nuclear radiation be called a hydrogen bomb? Breaking news just in from Omicon, Minister William has passed away. His home truly vanished, leaving only a massive crater. Only faint static filled the video conference. After a long pause, someone spoke up. "It's not a hydrogen bomb. Its destructive power would be far greater than this. Plus, residents near William's home weren't evacuated, meaning no nuclear radiation was detected at the site." "Exactly. It might be a new type of bomb developed by Great Xia. Should we proceed with the original plan?" Another silence descended. Su Ji's wrist and abilities made Banana Nation intensely envious. Similarly, his vengeful nature sent shivers down their spines. Better safe than sorry. Ahem, let's revisit the pricing for the 5-nanometer chips with Great Xia. Feasible. The Banana Nation team leader saw his superiors finding their own way out and breathed a huge sigh of relief. A battle without gunfire began as silently as it ended. Su Gu and Dr. Tang smoothly boarded the Great Xia aircraft sent to retrieve them. Seated by the window, he watched Banana Nation fade into the distance and muttered, "Our aircraft technology is still a bit behind." Earlier, Sun Xin, a core engineer from the 22nd floor of the Huawei RD zone, had fled Daxia aboard an American aircraft. Later, an undercover agent had taken Dr. Tang hostage and swiftly flown out of Daxia into Banana Kingdom. Upon landing in Daxia, Dr. Tang was immediately carried away by doctors from Bureau 139. Dr. Tang kicked his legs in discontent. "I'm perfectly healthy, no problem. Put me down. I have plans with Orchid. We're meeting this afternoon to pick her up in my sports car. You brats don't know the first thing about respecting your elders." As Dr. Tang's voice faded into the distance, Sugo wiped the smile from his lips and boarded the vehicle alongside the fully armed soldiers. He had no idea what their mission entailed. Perhaps higher-ups were sending someone to soothe his wounded little heart? The Grand Xia Supreme Council chamber. Few occupied the seats, yet each held immense weight. Old Qian patted the seat beside him, gesturing for Sugo to join. The moment Sugo saw the bigwigs inside, he froze stiff. Hey, hey, hey! His feelings weren't hurt to the point where all these big shots needed to come and comfort him. Today's meeting had one sole agenda: eliminating the American spies within Great Xia. America had been playing a grand chess game for many years. The spies they activated had been dormant within Great Xia for at least 5 years, some even as long as 20. They were embedded across critical positions. Impossible to guard against. In the past, Great Xia could only swallow this bitter pill silently. After all, spies, well, who hasn't planted agents in other nations? And this sort of thing wasn't something they could simply investigate at will. The only regret was their nation's insufficient strength, preventing them from matching America's ability to invest massive funds in cultivating large numbers of elite spies. Now, Su Ji's newly developed implantable, nuclear-free hydrogen bomb offered hope for mass-scale spy apprehension. Upon hearing this, Su Ji's trembling legs instantly steadied. He raised his palm to his lips, his voice tinged with excitement as he asked Old Qian. I have a solution. May I raise my hand to speak shortly? Unbeknownst to him, his voice had reached the ears of the leader seated at the center. Of course, young Sugu. Share your solution. The warm yet authoritative voice sent another tremor through Sugu. He rose stiffly, but the leader pressed a hand down, signaling him to sit. Sugu could only sit back down stiffly. After gathering his thoughts for a long moment, he finally spoke. The current foreign minister of Ainken, Thomas, is very obedient to me. I can try to get him to find the list of Ainken spies infiltrating Daxia. Given Thomas's capabilities, he probably won't find them all. Everyone should be prepared for that. After speaking, he dared not lift his gaze to meet the elder's expressions, instead winking and nudging Old Qian beside him. Old Qian, you're still so nervous, wanting to escape. Old Qian understood Su Ji's meaning. Ever the straight shooter, he made no exception today. Old Qian addressed the elders loudly. The atmosphere is too tense and serious. Little Su Gu is a bit scared. Why don't we all relax a bit? Su Gu. Old Qian, you've betrayed my trust in you. Su Gu was so embarrassed he dug a black palace into the floor with his toes. 5 minutes later. Light-hearted, cheerful music filled the solemn meeting room. Alongside tea, snacks like watermelon, sugarcane, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and grapes now adorned the table. Su Gu, utterly dejected, picked up a slice of watermelon longer than his face and began munching away. There was no way around it. This watermelon looked incredibly sweet, a true gem among watermelons. He felt he had to eat it quickly. Leaving it any longer would diminish its flavor, and he couldn't bear to waste such a treasure. The big shot in the center also picked up a slice and began eating. Seeing this, the other big shots dropped their formalities and started munching on the watermelon before them. Slurp, crunch, slurp. The leader, speaking in a casual, chatty tone, guided the other big shots in discussing with Su Gu the most critical issues facing Great Xia at the moment. How to persuade Thomas to work for them more efficiently. The tariff war with America, could they turn the tide, even counter America's moves? When would the high-yield non-nuclear hydrogen bomb become a reality? Guided by the big shots, Su Gu found his stride, growing more animated with each passing minute. In his left hand, he held a juicy piece of sugarcane, occasionally popping it into his mouth and crunching away. His right hand wasn't idle either, gesturing wildly in the air. So America thinks that by teaming up with engineers from other countries, they can develop a world-shocking sub-3 nanometers lithography machine in no time? That's laughable. With me around, why would they get a chance to show off? Crunch crunch. Everyone, dig in. I've never tasted sugarcane this good in my life, so tender it melts in your mouth, and so juicy. Chapter 110, the global live broadcast fishing for the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. The bigwigs played along, starting to munch on sugarcane. The scene sent chills down the spine of the Secretary General who'd come in to refill their tea. Just like Su Gu earlier, he couldn't help but shiver. This wasn't your average conference room, and the figures seated inside were no ordinary big shots. But judging by the atmosphere inside, if you brought in a few more bottles of beer and some skewers, he wouldn't doubt for a second that they'd plant one foot firmly on the ground, casually rest the other on the table, and start chugging straight from the bottle. For a split second, he even considered asking the boss if he should swap the tea in the pot for beer instead. Fortunately, his extraordinary self-control reigned in those absurd thoughts. When he reached Su Ji's place to refill his tea, the thoroughly satisfied Su Gu casually struck up a conversation. Secretary General, the fruit here rivals heavenly peaches, and those peanuts are absolutely amazing. Could I grab a few bags to take home later? Ahem, not because I haven't had enough myself. It's because my company's employees have never tasted anything this good. I want them to try it too, ha ha. The Secretary General's mouth twitched. Not content with eating and drinking to their heart's content in the sacred conference room alongside world leaders, he now had the nerve to ask for more to take home? He'd never seen anything like it. Seeing the Secretary General's entire face contorting, Sugu thought his request had put the other man in a difficult position. Ah, no good then? No problem, no problem. When I have the money and time later, I'll cultivate an even tastier new variety myself and let my company staff eat their fill. The Secretary General was at a loss for words, finally understanding why Sugu possessed such magic to lead the leaders to break their rules so thoroughly. Of course it's possible. I'll have someone pack it up as soon as I step out. You can take it back with you shortly. Sugu grinned widely, great. He then loudly praised the Secretary General to the leaders. This Secretary General brother of ours is exceptionally responsible and dedicated, he deserves a raise. The Secretary General was startled by Su Ji's sudden loud voice. Did Sugu even realize who he was talking to? His face flushed bright red. A man who could effortlessly handle any high-level diplomatic situation was now, for once, at a loss for words. But then the leaders smiled and said, alright, we'll follow young Su Ji's suggestion and give the Secretary General a raise. Secretary General. Had the world turned surreal? Or had he lost his mind? The Secretary General's inner turmoil was of little concern to anyone in the meeting room. They'd already cracked open their sunflower seeds and moved on to the next entertaining segment, watching young Sugu issue commands to Thomas. The bigwigs asked, is the red dot Thomas's current location? Sugu nodded. MHM. I stuffed a 1 kiloton nuclear-free hydrogen bomb into Thomas's mouth. Later I remotely triggered it to split into 5 bombs. 2 have been used, leaving 3 remaining. But don't worry, I've tamed Thomas. 3 bombs are practically redundant. I plan to have him produce 2 more to take care of the American and British leaders, ha ha ha. The big shots listened intently while cracking sunflower seeds. When Sugu issued commands to Thomas, they all instinctively paused their snacking. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, Thomas proved just as obedient as Sugu described, doing exactly as told. Thomas, the spy list? I might not get it from other departments, but the Foreign Ministry's spy list is right here with me. No need to steal it, I'll give it to you immediately. Sugu wrote down each spy's name and current address. He hadn't noticed several new figures had entered the conference room, some radiating murderous intent, others commanding respect without a word. Only when a chill ran down his spine did Sugu slowly lift his head. He was immediately startled by the sight of several stern faces. One of them asked, finished writing? Sugu obediently handed over the paper with both hands. Aha, done. Finished. The leader, who knew Su Ji's temperament inside out, glared at the others. Sugu isn't under your command. Don't scare him. The men, who still carried the aura of battle even in peacetime, exchanged glances. Had they been that intimidating? They'd deliberately lowered their voices. They didn't linger long, taking the list and leaving. Sugu assumed today's tasks were nearly done, though he wondered if the Secretary General had packed his watermelon, sugarcane, and peanuts. Hey, little Sugu, don't you want to watch the fishing? Sugu froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. Yes. He knew the Great Xia armed forces were efficient, but he hadn't imagined they'd be this efficient. They split into teams, each squad assigned to apprehend 1 spy. Live broadcast throughout. Whoa, live broadcast? Wait, you guys hooked up the wrong feed, this is on the news broadcast. Seeing Su Ji's panic, a senior figure patted him on the back. Sugu, we're not just broadcasting this domestically, it's going global. We're letting every hostile nation know, if you plant spies in our Great Xia, we can't stop you, but be prepared to lose everything. Too bad those American spies had satellite trackers implanted in their skulls before deployment. The moment we detect disloyalty, those trackers detonate. Sugu nodded, then abruptly stood up. He recalled forgetting something during his time in the Banana Kingdom. He blurted out, we can extract the locators from their skulls. This way, they could interrogate the spies for more intelligence while also enlisting them to work for Great Xia for free. After all, dead spies hold far less value than living ones. Using spies meticulously trained by America to serve Great Xia, a no-cost bargain. But the elders fell silent. Old Xian said, Sugu, that thing can't be removed. Attempting extraction triggers detonation. They'd tested it countless times. Sugu frowned. Could it really be that complicated? The live broadcast of the spy roundup came unexpectedly. Global shock. What did I just see? The Great Xia military indiscriminately attacking its own citizens? Korean netizen above, open your eyes, the headline clearly states they're capturing American spies. Is the American empire this insane? Planting so many spies in Great Xia, what are they after? Heh, what else? Obviously trying to steal our Great Xia's secrets. Oh, they've even blown up Great Xia citizens. Watching the livestream, those spies are everywhere, some even infiltrated schools as teachers. No need to guess, her students were definitely brainwashed by her ideology. What's the American empire's reaction? Haven't seen their response yet. The American empire's officials naturally saw the livestream too. American leader, who? Who exactly leaked the list? No need to think hard, it's obvious there's a leak within their own ranks. Chapter 111, Strengthening the Tendons, Piercing the Skin Without Breaking the Shell. American Empire officials, Black House lawmakers, and ministers from various departments all sprang into action. It's confirmed all the captured spies belonged to the foreign ministry. Thomas knew the investigation would inevitably lead to him. He had long prepared himself mentally. After all, America doesn't have the death penalty. Facing intense interrogation, Thomas stubbornly denied any involvement. Thomas, if you persist in your delusion, you'll never walk out of here alive. Thomas merely hummed in acknowledgement, continuing his silence. Thomas's refusal to cooperate caused the American authorities considerable headaches. Having suffered a major setback, America summoned media outlets worldwide to condemn Great Xia. Great Xia is framing us. Great Xia would even sacrifice its own people to smear the American empire. Confident that their trained spies would remain eternally loyal, the Americans shamelessly turned the tables. Dacia broadcasting spy arrests? Those people clearly have Daxian features, how dare they make Americans take the blame? True, Americans have always acted high-handed, but you can't pin every misdeed on them. Dacia's gotten a bit too big for its britches lately, raking in profits from those 3nm chips. Use your brain for a second, which country would invest heavily to plant hundreds of spies in another nation? And even if they did, how did Dacia manage to round them all up so quickly? I'll observe first, no judgment yet. Dacia is a major power after all, why resort to gimmicks just to sell chips? Bet you anything, next they'll claim their spy busts were all thanks to 3nm chip phones. Ha! Isn't that basically implying Huawei's A1 series phones are unsafe? Of course, the American media is leading the narrative. Ever since Huawei's A1 series phones hit the global market, sales of American smartphones have plummeted. This move by the US and UK not only covers up the spy scandal but also allows them to smear Huawei phones, reclaiming the market share lost by their own devices. Great Xia, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Sister Hua personally poured a cup of tea for Su Gu and handed it to him. Su Gu dared not drink it, tugging at his collar and shifting uncomfortably. Sister Hua, please speak your mind. We've known each other for years. You know I'm a man of honor, brave, resourceful, and capable of pulling a handful of nuclear-free hydrogen bombs out of thin air. Whether you want me to berate and punch people at diplomatic conferences or resort to old tricks like stuffing hydrogen bombs into their mouths, I'm ready for anything. Sister Hua didn't beat around the bush. How confident are you in extracting the micro-satellite systems embedded in those spies' brains? This determined whether they could win the propaganda war against the US. That. Seeing Su Gu seem troubled, Sister Hua frowned. Su Gu, you're not confident either? Then this is in jeopardy. The situation had just started to improve, was it about to take a sharp turn for the worse again? Sister Hua felt a heavy weight on her heart. Su Gu quickly cleared his throat. No. After the meeting with the leaders that day, Su Gu brought the sugarcane and peanuts that Secretary General Brother had packed for him back to the company and distributed them as benefits to the employees. After receiving unanimous praise from the staff along with a series of wildly loyal declarations vowing to work at Xiazig Wang Company until death, Su Gu carried some sugarcane to the cool beauty Wang Zhongping and offered her some. She returned the favor by helping him regulate the liver qi within his body. After the treatment, the workaholic Wang Zhongping headed off to work. Yao Qingli stumbled upon Su Gu alone in his dorm. Without asking for payment, she spent over 10 hours assisting him with his tendon strengthening. So much so that Su Gu hadn't even had time to head to security to study the micro-satellites on the heads of the American and Kenyan spies. His neck was still covered in red marks. Thinking of this, Su Gu tugged uncomfortably at his collar. Ding, dropped 2 tech fruits. Su Ge's eyes lit up. He hadn't checked the tech tree in ages, and it had actually grown a bit. The little man remained unchanged. 1 tech fruit landed right at the little man's feet. Wielding his hoe, the little man lunged to chop it down. Su Gu hurriedly used his consciousness to retrieve both tech fruits. +1 magnetic energy anti-miniature satellite technology. +1 advanced aircraft engine technology. Su Gu was overjoyed. This was like a pillow delivered just as he was nodding off. Facing Sister Hua's slightly scrutinizing gaze, Su Gu didn't beat around the bush. Sister Hua, I'm 100% certain. You just prepare the sharpest diplomatic counterattack plan. Sister Hua's lips curved upward. Excellent, Xiao Su Gu. I love your audacity, it's an essential quality for a truly outstanding diplomat. Su Gu. Flattering him again, huh? Su Gu drove his beat-up pickup truck toward the security department. The seats feel surprisingly comfortable today, and the steering wheel handles better too. Could this be the benefit of strengthened tendons and relaxed liver qi? Hey, old Tang's a decent guy after all, didn't he pull a fast one on me? Humming a tune, Su Gu drove cheerfully toward the security department. The driver in the ordinary sedan tailing the beat-up pickup whistled cheerfully. Alright, I won. Su Shen hasn't noticed his beat-up pickup's been completely swapped out inside and out. Losers, hand over $100 each. TSK, take it, you money grubbers. Su Shen's usually so sharp, yet he didn't sense a thing when his car got swapped. Probably trusted us too much. Never thought we'd pull a fast one on him. Ha. On the road, Sugu occasionally glanced at the magnetic energy counter mini satellite technical documents. TSK, right eye, why are you twitching like that? Stop it, or I'll slap a big red paper over you later and make you look ugly as sin. A sudden ding sounded above the driver's seat. Did a bird run across the roof and leave a mess? Su Ji's heart skipped a beat in sync. His beat-up pickup truck sensed the danger before he did. The windows shot up, and the interior reconfigured in an instant. Several electronic displays materialized on the glass. The soldiers protecting Sugu in the back shouted urgently. Sushin, you're under ambush. Stay inside the vehicle, don't move. We'll handle this. Sugu could occasionally hear the sound of bullets being chambered from the soldiers' display. Through another split-screen display, Sugu saw the bomb on the roof of his beat-up pickup explode. Inside the vehicle, Sugu only felt a slight vibration. From the adjacent green belt, several figures armed with medium-caliber weapons burst forth, unleashing intense bursts of fire at his pickup truck. Both the vehicle and Sugu emerged unscathed. Had he not realized they'd modified his beat-up pickup while he was away, he'd have lived in vain. With enemies intent on killing him, Sugu couldn't just sit quietly inside. While the soldiers behind him held their ground, Sugu spent a dozen seconds thoroughly examining the modified wreck. This wasn't some beat-up pickup, it had been upgraded into an anti-aircraft combat vehicle. Chapter 112, Livestream Under Attack, Desperate Counterstrike. Sugu located the vehicle's bullet launchers and opened fire on the green-clad assailants outside. Bang! Ah! The sudden gunfire sent nearby drivers, pedestrians, and shopkeepers scattering in panic. A few bolder souls raised their phones to livestream the chaos. Folks, I'm caught in a gunfight on Flower Sea Road. Witnessing this scene, citizens of the Great Xia Nation long accustomed to peace instinctively reacted. Streamer, what country are you in? There was no way this was Great Xia. The streamer panned the camera. This is Flower Sea Road in the imperial capital of Daxia. If you live nearby, stick your head out the window right now, you should hear the gunfire. The live feed showed shop signs and panicked pedestrians fleeing the street, confirming the streamer's words were real. It was so terrifying that every viewer who was automatically pushed into the stream stayed put. The system instantly flagged this as a premium stream and ramped up its promotion. Holy, what's going on? This is our capital city. Are our soldiers arresting spies? Possible, but do we really need this level of military force for spies? Plus, Great Xia always keeps a low profile. The only time we made a big deal was when we caught those 100 American spies last time. But even then, we barely disturbed nearby residents, just did a live stream. FCK, soldiers chasing fleeing spies? This is clearly a spy ambush targeting our Great Xia people. Are you so sure about that? Of course. I'm a military enthusiast, I've studied weapons from every country in depth. That configuration? Only American spies could have it. Holy crap, is America retaliating for us capturing over 100 of their spies? Does that mean I can infer the person in that pickup truck is likely the key figure who led us to those spies? We can't let them get away with this. The live stream had already surpassed 10,000 viewers. At first, the audience could still hear the streamer's commentary. But later, when the spies deployed more lethal explosives, only the sound of explosions filled the air. Pray the people inside are safe. Damn Americans, bullying us like this. Broadcast halted due to excessive violence detected. The livestream abruptly shut down. But moments later, the host frantically switched to a secondary account and restarted the stream. This time, he avoided filming the scene directly. He steered clear of gory footage. Viewer numbers surged just as rapidly as before. Those spies clearly hadn't anticipated Su Ji's beat-up pickup truck being so heavily armored. Their ammunition was nearly depleted, yet they hadn't even managed to puncture a tire. Instead, their own casualties mounted dead and wounded piled up. Finally, only one remained. Clutching the last bundle of explosives, he charged toward the convenience store behind Sugu. He intended to force Sugu out of the vehicle. Su Ji's bodyguards immediately shouted, "Su God, don't fall for his trap. We'll rescue the hostages." In that brief moment, the spy smashed through the convenience store's glass door and without hesitation shot a large man who tried to rush forward to stop him. Inside the convenience store were elderly people, children, and even a pregnant woman. Sugu witnessed this scene, his eyes turning bloodshot. The spy grabbed a child and held it in front of his own head. "Make Sugu get out. If he comes with me quietly, I'll spare these people." The soldiers tried to stall for time, reinforcements would arrive in 2 minutes. But the spy's emotions were wildly unstable. "I'll count to 3. If Sugu doesn't get out, I'll kill this child. Every 3 seconds, I'll kill one. 3, 2. The streamer's live viewership surged past 10,000 again. Everyone's hearts clenched. So hard to decide, what should we do? Right now I wish I were a bolt of lightning to strike that spy dead. Wait, did that spy just say get Sugu out here? Is it the Sugu I know? Ah, it's him. Who else could it be? Only that Sugu would make Ken's spy attempt a suicide kidnapping. Then he absolutely cannot go down. But what about those dozens of lives in the convenience store? Ordinary people's lives matter too. If not for Sugu, they wouldn't be caught up in this. What do you mean? Are you telling Sugu to go to his death? So you'd rather let those dozens of innocent people die? The streamer also realized the person in the pickup truck was Sugu. The moment the truck door was pushed open from inside, the streamer instinctively lowered the camera angle, only capturing Sugi's lower legs. No doubt about it, it's leg hair god. He's getting out. Those who made Sugu get out, if anything happens to our great talent today, I'll never let you off the hook. Damn spies. They wouldn't dare kidnap Sugu to America for their research, would they? Better to kill Sugu now than let him return and harm our great Xia. Broadcaster, kick that dead man out. At the scene, Sugu strode to the convenience store entrance. The spy held a child hostage in a sniper blind spot. Take off your coat. Throw the gun on your body. Sugu complied with each order. His compliance only deepened the spy's suspicion. Strip off every last piece of clothing. Now. Leave nothing on. An elderly man finally lost his temper. What kind of man are you, humiliating a kid who hasn't even grown a full beard? I'm sick of living anyway, I'll fight you to the death today. The old man didn't just talk, he acted. He grabbed a can of cola from the convenience store and hurled it at the spy. The spy was enraged. In that split second of distraction, Sugu yanked the child from the spy's arms and flicked a booger into his hair. The spy, unable to deal with the old man, raised his gun to shoot Sugu. Time seemed to freeze. The convenience store owner, watching the livestream, lunged toward Sugu at this critical moment. But a counter stood between them. His rescue attempt ended at the counter. Just as everyone thought all hope was lost, a soft thud echoed. Dozens in the store witnessed an unbelievable scene. The spy exploded before their eyes once, twice, thrice, finally crumbling into a pile of dust on the floor. The old man was the first to recover. Staring at the dust, he murmured to himself. Cleaner than a crematorium. Not a single bone fragment remained. Reinforcements burst in immediately. They escorted Sugu away. The others were dismissed simultaneously. Live chat. What did I just witness? How did that spy suddenly turn to dust? I thought I saw Sugu toss something at the spy's head. Chapter 113, Ambush Me? Blown away by boogers. I recall that motion too, but his hands were empty, right? I recorded it and posted it on my homepage. Check it yourselves. Just got back. Did Sugu fling a booger at his head? That must have been a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb. Impossible. Our great Xia's low-yield non-nuclear hydrogen bombs pack far more punch than that. Blowing up the entire convenience store would be a breeze. I couldn't believe Great Xia actually developed a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb, but any sane citizen of Great Xia would believe their own country. Back then, the news repeatedly reported on the power of non-nuclear hydrogen bombs. Minister Ma from the security department shared the same doubts as netizens. Sugu, what exactly did you throw? Sugu picked his nose with his finger, extracting several minuscule non-nuclear hydrogen bombs. Seeing Minister Ma's expression, one that defied easy description, Sugu grabbed 2 tissues from the minister's desk and gave the bombs a quick wipe. Minister Ma, the situation was too tense. I knew that spy would make me strip. So I had to stuff them in my nostrils. It was just for a moment, they barely picked up any boogers. Want to see? If not, I'll put them away. Minister Ma snatched the tiny, low-yield nuclear-free hydrogen bombs before Sugu could react. Though they looked harmless to the naked eye, Minister Ma couldn't put them down. Sugu, you truly are a treasure of Great Xia. Sugu chuckled sheepishly. Right? I feel the same way, ha ha ha. Minister Ma, thinking Sugu was traumatized, was ready to arrange for a professional psychologist to help him process his trauma. Nothing was more important than Sugi's physical and mental well-being. But Sugu waved his hands frantically. Once I crack the satellites and those spies' brains pull out the radish and the mud comes with it, I'll be healthier than anyone. Minister Ma's gaze toward Sugu grew even brighter. He nodded. Good. The 100+ American spies were assigned to detention cells. Sugu casually plucked a female spy from among them and brought her to the lab. Female spy, you're going to dissect my head? Let me tell you, it's useless. I'll explode. Boom. Ha ha ha. Sugu snatched a towel from the janitor and stuffed it into her mouth. The difficulty of countering micro-satellite technology was far less than that of developing nuclear-free hydrogen bombs or low-nanometer lithography machines. In less than a day, Sugu successfully disabled the micro-satellite inside the female spy's skull. Sugu instructed the doctor to extract the micro-satellite from her brain. When the tiny chip landed on the surgical tray, the female spy was even more shocked than the doctor. That demon that had controlled her for years had just left her head? Sugu asked the female spy in a casual tone. Want to confess? No need if you don't. After all, you have hundreds of accomplices. Someone's bound to want to earn their stripes. While the doctor operated on her, Sugu handed the newly developed satellite jammer to the security department personnel, instructing them to disable the micro-satellites embedded in the other spies' brains. The female spy's mind raced. How she had fallen into becoming an American Empire spy no longer held any significance worth pondering. I'll confess. Will you set me free? Sugu gave a cold laugh. You? Want freedom? Why don't you just go eat? The female spies cover in the Great Xia Empire was as a primary school teacher who had graduated less than 2 years prior. Her face flushed crimson at the insult, yet she refused to give up. If I could turn in another 100 American spies, would I still not be granted freedom? Sugu scoffed. You? Have you even had access to information on 100 spies? The female spy gritted her teeth. I was once the lover of the American leader. Sugu raised an eyebrow. Oh? Tell me more. If what you say is true, I'll petition higher-ups to expel you from Daxia. Fine. For the female spy, this was already the best possible outcome. The remaining 100 spies, no longer fearing detonation, provided varying degrees of useful information under the friendly interrogation of the Great Xia Security Bureau. A dozen or so American spies, hoping for slightly more comfortable conditions in Great Xia prisons, voluntarily cooperated with the Security Bureau and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, exposing America's heinous crimes. American spies rescued. Spies denounce American inhuman acts. Several related news reports were disseminated globally by the Great Xia state. So tragic. How dare America claim Great Xia treats them harshly? They're the ones being brutal. Ha? Is the American Empire trying to annex the entire world? I swear I'll never buy any American goods again. I won't fund the enemy's equipment or spy training with my money. So terrifying we have American spies here in our country? Ha! Even its top two lackeys, Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation, couldn't escape. Let alone other countries wonder what those minions are thinking now. Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation got pretty pissed off. Right now, they kinda envy Great Xia having both the strength and guts to go head-to-head with the US to the bitter end. Their only consolation was that their engineers were collaborating with American teams to develop 2 3-nanometer lithography machines. Once successful, they could once again crush China's Huawei, reignite the tariff war, and wear down China technologically and economically. They'd get their share of the spoils too. American White House. The leader roared, "Why can they decode our microsatellites?" A senior senator delivered more bad news. We've lost nearly 200 spies again. Worst of all, their methods for controlling spies had failed. Agents could defect at any moment. The American leader pounded his chest in rage, his face turning liver-colored. Withdraw all spies. In the spy war, America suffered a crushing defeat. Decades of espionage planning had been destroyed in an instant. That very day, according to America's own media reports, dozens of high-ranking American officials were rushed to hospitals by ambulances. One of them was diverted midway and taken straight to the crematorium. That night, as the news reached Great Xia, Sugu's phone rang another unknown caller. Having learned his lesson from Sister Hua, Sugu dared not let his guard down with this unfamiliar number. Hello? A voice both authoritative and warm reached Sugu's ears. Sugu, you've helped Great Xia root out hundreds of cancerous tumors. You're a great contributor. What reward do you want? Just name it. Sugu, who had been casually crossing his legs, jolted upright. Leader? Is that you? The leader's voice carried a hint of amusement. It's me, little Sugu. Go ahead, tell me what you want. Sugu had plenty he desired, but better to be practical. He voiced a pressing need. I heard that development on the area around my company is supposed to start this year. Why hasn't anything happened yet? Chapter 114, A Small Shock, 2000 Turbine. The leader looked at the Secretary General. The Secretary General immediately pulled up the satellite map of that area. After reviewing it, the head declared with certainty, construction will begin within half a month at the latest. This has already been finalized. Since that doesn't count as your request, Xiao Sugu, tell me again what you want. Sugu rubbed his face and fidgeted with his hands. Last time I attended that meeting in our conference room, I had some peanuts and sugarcane snacks. Honestly, I'm still craving them. Heh. That's it? Yep. Early the next morning. A small delivery truck pulled up outside Xiaziguang Company. Trucks at the company entrance weren't unusual. Recently, Huafei Company had been renovating their building, with trucks coming and going daily. Liang Wei didn't think much of it until the driver stepped out and asked, "Hello, is this Xiaziguang Company?" Liang Wei nodded. Renovation matters are handled by a dedicated team. You should go to Gate 2 to find them. The driver then pulled out a slip and asked Liang Wei to sign. I'm from the farm. I'm here to deliver agricultural products. Please sign for the receipt. Liang Wei was puzzled. What agricultural products? Their factory had only 12 people. For daily food and drinks, Liang Wei would simply call the nearby supermarket owner to place orders. When deliveries arrived, they were usually brought by someone on an electric scooter at most. Scammers' tactics were constantly evolving these days. What if some rival had tailored a scam specifically for Xiaziguang Company? If she foolishly fell for it, it would be disastrous. Liang Wei raised her hand. Hold on a moment. She called Su Gu. A woman answered. Hello? What is it? Little Su Gu is in the shower. Liang Wei's plump little face instantly fell. Oh, then bring it into the bathroom for him. I have an urgent matter. Yao Qingli paused briefly. She admitted she was deliberately playing the green tea. Seeing the contact name Wei Wei saved on Su Ji's phone. Such an intimate nickname. She was jealous, oomph. She pushed open the bathroom door. Su Gu raised an eyebrow, you're back? Yao Qingli flushed slightly. It's a call for your Wei Wei. Su Gu took the phone. Ha? Ah? Right. You sign for it. That's what your brother Su earned with his own skills. Liang Wei, surprised on the other end, nodded. The moment the delivery driver opened the cargo door, she was stunned. It was packed full of agricultural products. She hurriedly called in the company's veterans to help unload. The company staff remembered the peanuts and sugarcane Mr. Su had packed for them last time, still savoring the memory, their mouths watered uncontrollably. As soon as the produce was carried into the office, the rich, earthy aroma of fresh food wafted throughout the entire space. If it weren't for our amazing boss, I might never have tasted gourmet food like this in my life, huh? The driver overheard and quickly explained. It's not what you think. These are new varieties developed by the Agricultural Science Academy. Some have low yields, others have weak disease resistance, and the economic returns are low, so they can't be mass-produced yet. Once these issues are overcome, you'll be able to buy them at supermarkets and markets. Oh, I see, the employees murmured in understanding. By the time Su Gu returned to the office, the employees were already happily digging in. Mr. Su, come quick. The delivery driver said these cherries won't keep long, best to eat them today. The employees' smiles were sweeter than ever. Last time, when Mr. Su gave me sugarcane, I took it home for my 80-year-old grandfather. As he ate, he started crying. She said it felt like returning to those summer afternoons of her childhood. Mr. Su, why do you always think of us when something good happens? I'm almost 50 now, and besides my mom, you're the second person who's ever been this kind to me. Mr. Su, if our company ever faces another crisis and can't pay salaries, I'll be the first to. Our company's booming now, about to rake in the cash. Stop being such a downer. Su Gu loved hearing people butter him up. It made the hairs on his armpits stand on end. With so many agricultural products, the company veterans alone couldn't sell them all. Su Gu had Liang Wei divide them into several portions and express delivered one to each of his roommates, his parents, and his colleagues at Bureau 139. After being showered with praise by everyone, Su Gu headed to the Aerospace Bureau. Time to build that aerospace engine. The engineers at the Aerospace Bureau didn't recognize Su Gu. They just assumed he was an intern from some prestigious university doing odd jobs. They naturally assigned him a slew of menial tasks. Hey you! Just clean out our D-Room 3. Engineer Lu Liang needs it soon. Su Gu cleaned it. But when Lu Liang, the core engineer at the space agency, arrived with his team, he found Su Gu already using her D-Room 3. Lu Liang frowned, and his deputy immediately stepped forward to reprimand him. Which university are you interning from? Don't you know no one is allowed to use the equipment inside without an engineer's permission? Su Gu was growing increasingly adept. He'd mentally reviewed the advanced aerospace engine technology beforehand. Upon arriving, he'd immediately started hands-on work. Sure enough, in just a short while, he'd crafted superalloy turbine blades. Seeing Su Gu ignore him, the assistant strode forward to stop him. Can't you understand human speech? Do you have any idea how precious engineer Lu Liang's time is? When Su Gu still paid him no mind, the assistant was so furious he was about to go to HR and have this unruly intern sent back to school. Su Gu, completely focused, placed the superalloy turbine blade into the high-temperature test furnace. He steadily increased the temperature. From 1000 C to 1200 C to 1500 C. At 1500 C, the turbine blade inside the furnace showed no signs of creep deformation. Engineer Lu Liang, who had been equally displeased, watched in stunned disbelief, his pupils contracting sharply. His assistant had just brought HR personnel to the scene. The HR representative muttered in confusion. That's odd. Our space agency hasn't taken on any new interns recently. The assistant pointed angrily at Su Gu. So he's not your intern? Did I assign him? The HR representative took a closer look and sucked in a sharp breath. Assistant, speak up. Think you can brush this off with just a gasp? The HR rep brushed him aside and strode straight toward the test furnace, next to Su Gu. Its internal temperature had already reached 1600 C. Keep in mind, even the most advanced turbine blades in their space agency couldn't withstand temperatures exceeding 1500 C. The deputy was itching to curse. Lately, their country's aircraft had been getting thoroughly beaten by the Americans. Every engineer at the space agency was on edge, even squeezing in work during bathroom breaks. They desperately hoped to redeem themselves soon, but now HR was dropping the ball at the critical moment. He lunged forward. 1700 C? Is the furnace thermometer broken? Yes, everyone's reaction to this scene was nearly identical. First, shock. Then, suspicion that the thermometer was faulty. but equipment was inspected daily by specialists. If it were truly broken, it would have been reported for repair immediately. So, Chapter 115, Aerospace Bureau, oh no, we've been played by God. Suga had manually raised the temperature to 1800 C. The crowd collectively sucked in a cold breath. Their eyes fixed intently on the turbine blades inside. They hadn't warped from the heat, let alone melted. When Suga raised the temperature to 2000 C, the turbine blades still passed the high temperature test flawlessly. He clapped his hands in satisfaction. Who just said this test furnace's thermometer was broken? Go find a working one and run the test again. If it passes again, I'll start developing a variable cycle engine, okay? Everyone's minds froze again. Variable cycle? Was this the latest variable cycle technology, high thrust with low fuel consumption, exclusively possessed by the American Empire? Suga was annoyed by their staring. One by one, they were scarier than those thugs at the foreign ministry. He held the cooled turbine blade up to his face. Hey, snap out of it. Are we testing or not? They had to test. Not because they doubted Sugu, but because they couldn't believe their own eyes that Disya's turbine blade technology could suddenly surpass America's. They wouldn't dare dream of such a thing. They ran several more tests with different new machines. Each time, it safely passed 2000 C. Sugu inwardly groaned. Here it comes, those fiery, eerie stares were all turning toward him again. Sugu turned and ran. The memory of being hurled onto the ceiling last time was still fresh. He absolutely didn't want to go through that again. In the end, the Aerospace Bureau crew had to carry him out of the bathroom. Lu Liang's deputy bowed 90 degrees. My deepest apologies, master. I failed to recognize your greatness earlier. Please accept my humble bow. With that, he straightened up to kowtow to Sugu. Startled, Sugu lunged forward and yanked him upright. Brother, we live in a socialist society, not feudalism. Cut the nonsense. I still need to be remembered in history books for future generations. Can't risk leaving behind anything unworthy of praise. The deputy's mouth outran his brain. You're Sugu? That insufferably smug tone reminded them of another big shot Sugu. They hadn't dared consider this possibility before, because in Su Ji's previous public addresses, he'd never shown his face. The recorded voice also differed slightly from his actual speaking tone. But the most crucial point was this: they never in their wildest dreams imagined Sugu could be so versatile. After all, whether it was nuclear-free hydrogen bombs, low nanometer lithography machines, or high-performance engines, achieving excellence in just one of these fields would make someone incredibly formidable. Sugu, however, excels in all three. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed it. The deputy pressed on. You are Sugu, correct? Sugu took a step back. Ha! That's me. Hey, stay half a meter away from me, no getting too close, okay? So, I'm about to start work on a variable cycle engine and need 2 assistants. Who's up for helping me? I'll treat whoever helps to delicious peanuts and sugarcane later. Naturally, a crowd scrambled for the positions. One spot was inevitably claimed by Lu Liang, the chief engineer of the space agency. The other spot, well, it was time to test the martial arts skills of the space agency engineers. The last spot went to an engineer with martial arts skills who snagged it by chance. Under the envious gazes of his peers, sporting a messy bedhead, he stood proudly to Su Ji's left. Sugu. The space agency's logistics department had prepared to provide Sugu and his team with over 3 months of top-tier support services. But 3 days later, the lab doors swung open. The director, equally curious about the situation inside and who passed by the lab entrance multiple times daily, was the first to pry open the doorframe and inquire. Why are you all out? Did you hit a major roadblock? Should I gather everyone for a meeting? Having learned from past experience, Sugu offered only a polite smile before turning to Lu Liang. Chief Engineer Lu, I gotta pee. I'll leave this to you guys. With that, he slipped away. He didn't go far, planning to return once things cooled down. Hands behind his back, he strolled over to the cafeteria. The food was absolutely fantastic. Not bad. It'd be even better if we could send the cleaning ladies from the company for some training. It wasn't quite lunchtime yet, so the canteen staff were all pretty idle. Idle enough to come over and chat with Sugu. Young man, you're so young, must be from logistics, right? Never seen you before. New hire? Got a girlfriend yet? Auntie here can tell you're a handsome guy. Girls must be all over you. I've got a niece about your age. Sugu, Auntie, I'm just a lab assistant. I got married years ago, got 3 kids already. Hearing this, the ladies grew curious again. We heard Sugu joined our space agency lab. Have you seen him? Is his leg hair still thick? I've got a folk remedy that can slow hair growth. Seeing the conversation taking a turn, Sugu quickly shoved the last piece of tender braised pork into his mouth, wiped his lips, and stood up in one fluid motion. Auntie, Sugu doesn't have much leg hair. His leg hair isn't worth mentioning at all. Please focus on his talent instead. I'm full now, gotta go. He feared staying any longer would turn him into bald brother. Laboratory. Engineers and several top leaders from the space agency stared intently at the Q-99 fighter jet, now equipped with its super combustion engine, as it flew back and forth across the test flight zone. The test area simulated various extreme environments, and the jet had survived them all unscathed. Once the cheers died down and the excitement subsided, Sugu, standing at the perimeter, finally spoke up. "Director, may I request an aircraft? I'll return it within 48 hours. The space agency practically worships Sugu. How could they possibly deny such a minor request? Without Sugu, their engine technology wouldn't have made such a quantum leap. Not only did they grant him the aircraft, but they also preemptively filed the necessary paperwork for him. He could fly any domestic route, provided it didn't interfere with civilian or other military aircraft. Would you like us to assign a professional pilot?" Sugu shook his head. "No need. I can handle it myself." Initially, the space agency staff assumed Sugu simply wanted a leisurely flight. But when they saw the data from air traffic control, holy moly, Sugu had flown straight out of the country. Sushin visited Banana Nation before. Maybe he fancies their plantains and wants to pick some fresh ones? He's about to leave Banana Nation's airspace. Has Banana Nation's Air Force spotted him? This was no small matter. While upsetting Banana Nation's Air Force was one thing, if their Sugod got detained, it would be a major incident. No. He's moving too fast. Banana Nation's radar network is already way behind ours. They probably didn't detect a thing. Why am I feeling strangely satisfied? So this is why Sushin felt so exhilarated when he repeatedly flew his aircraft in and out of our territory back then. Chapter 116, Live Broadcast Title, Those Who Offend Great Xia, though. Holy crap, Sushin seems to be heading straight for the American base. The head of the space agency furrowed his brow repeatedly. Contact Sugu immediately and order him back. Their military capabilities still lagged behind America's. Sugu was a genius. They'd send to hell below America if they could. His mission to America was practically walking into a trap. Deep blue void. Sugu, focused on his mission, heard the urgent pleas through the satellite link. His tone remained calm. "I'm already here, no turning back now." The space agency director had no choice but to address him directly. "Sugu, we can't afford to gamble. Come back immediately. Whatever you want to do, we can discuss it properly." Had he known Sugu intended to drive the Q-99 to the US to cause trouble? He would have gladly risked his dignity today, putting on a ridiculous show of tripping over thin air, falling flat on his face, and faking amnesia rather than letting Su Ji drive the Q-99 out of the space agency. Su Ji's lips turned down at the corners. "Director, you don't trust me?" The director was so flustered his white hair seemed to turn black. "Sugu, this isn't about trust. Come back. I'd even let you call me Dad." Su Ji's mood had soured considerably, so he blocked the audio from the space agency's end. Simultaneously, he opened his phone. This phone was custom made for him, featuring a 1nm chip capable of connecting to the aircraft's satellite system. Sugu initiated a video call to the computer in the lab. The moment the call connected, he immediately blocked the audio from the other side. "Everyone, watch closely. This is how I deal with traitors who betrayed Great Xia and betrayed me. Start the live stream. Give the traitor and America a little shock." Everyone in the lab. Shock didn't even begin to describe their current state. Su Ji's mind was made up, and he had already entered America's airspace. Urging him back now would only hinder his performance. They held their breath, watching the live feed Sugu was transmitting. No one dared speak, but their eyes kept darting toward the director. "Director! Arrogant! Utterly arrogant!" He turned and stormed out. He sprinted back to his office, made several urgent calls, and within moments, they forged the boldest decision. Live stream. Global live stream. Title: Those Who Offend Great Xia Shall Be Punished, No Matter How Far. The lab, usually filled with reason and coldness, ignited. The first reaction of all major media outlets upon receiving the assignment was identical. What the hell? Am I going blind at my age? After repeatedly confirming the assignment was correct, one by one, their hearts pounded like bouncing balls. They weren't going blind, but they were close to having a heart attack. Damn! Within Great Xia's domestic streaming platform, Su Ji's livestream was pushed directly to every single user's screen. Yes, every single one. The moment anyone opened the corresponding streaming app, whether they were just opening it or already watching other videos or streams, the next instant, their feed would be replaced by Su Ji's livestream. The chat exploded. Where the hell did my hot wife's dance stream go? The sky? What's so great about that? Can you even stream from the sky? Damn, that's fast. Pilot's first-person view, huh? First time I knew a stream could hit over 10 million viewers. Already 15 million. The neighboring streaming platform's blown up too. All I can see is this stream. Someone explain what the hell is going on. The bullet comments were flying so fast they were blurring. The platform got this assignment last minute and just assigned a few admins to the stream. The admins plastered "Those who dare to offend Great Xia shall be punished, no matter how far" in big letters at the top of the screen. Viewers still couldn't figure out how that phrase related to the Sky livestream. Until the Q-99 descended and the phone footage shifted from deep blue to pure white, then suddenly revealed clear ground structures. Whoa, where is this? America! Has the world turned upside down? Upside down? This is the Great Xia's air power crushing America, a hard-hitting statement. Ah, I'm so hyped my nose is bleeding. This is insane. Space Agency, Laboratory. The sweat pooled in everyone's palms could fill a tub for Su Ji's salty soak. Director, has Americans' radar detected Q-99 yet? Monitoring Department, not yet. Though he knew they couldn't help Su Gu now. The director still asked every 30 seconds. On the seventh inquiry, Monitoring replied, Director, Americans' Air Force is closing in. The director clutched his chest with one hand while bracing himself against the console with the other. His gaze fixed intently on the live feed. Without hesitation, Su Gu headed straight for an affluent neighborhood in Angken. Within a villa in the wealthy district. Sun Xian reclined on a poolside lounge chair, a blonde in his left arm and a petite waist in his right, utterly content. Now this was living. He'd had his fill of the Great Xia Wei's selfless devotion, relentless toil, and the guilt of indulgence. All those years of hard work were for this, a comfortable life in his twilight years. He raised his glass to clink with Callum, his recent playmate. Cheers. At the same moment, in the Black House, the American leader's face turned green. Have you contacted the Minister of Air Defense? The parliamentarian hung his head. Minister Callum's phone is off. We've already dispatched personnel to locate him. The Amiken leader and the assembled senior parliamentarians were on the verge of losing their minds. The mad Daxia had dared to pilot an aircraft into Amiken's airspace. They had only just received the news. Leader, there's more bad news. The leader gritted his teeth. Speak. The subordinate dared not speak, trembling as he handed the tablet to the leader. In the livestream, Su Gu piloted the aircraft directly over the leader's residence in the affluent district. The leader's hands began to shake. Though no munitions had been dropped from the aircraft. But if Daxia's aircraft could fly over his home today, tomorrow it could drop explosives on his residence. The cause of former Foreign Minister William's death remained unsolved to this day. They still hadn't found a single trace of that ammunition capable of reducing people and buildings to ashes, let alone developed it themselves. Many high-ranking American lawmakers also resided in that area. Their hearts raced in unison with the leaders. Look! Minister Callum is here. In the livestream, Callum and Sun Xian wore expressions of pure bliss. Only when Su Gu's aircraft approached within 5 meters did they finally sense something amiss. Sun Xian frowned. Callum, who in your department is managing that fighter jet up there? How dare it fly to my residence without authorization? Callum looked up in confusion. As the plane descended, his vision sharpened. It's a Great Xia fighter jet. He bellowed, then bolted toward the house. Seeing his panic, Sun Xian's survival instinct kicked in. He shoved the woman off him and followed Callum into the house. Chapter 117, Thrust 25 tons. Quick, lock the door. Callum shoved a cabinet against the entrance for double security. Sun Xian, where's the indoor access to your basement? Sun Xian was panicked too, but he retained a sliver of rationality. I don't have a basement. Callum, are you sure the thing outside is really a fighter jet from Daxia? Callum nodded vigorously. Yes. Help me push the cabinet. Sun Xian's words trailed off incoherently. No. Impossible. How could a Daxia fighter jet safely enter American airspace? Callum didn't respond. He'd already ducked into the closet. Sun Xian was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes darting frantically. It was a Daxia aircraft. Only one person could do something this insane. The person in that plane was Su Gu. Hide, I have to hide. Panicked, he dashed back to the bedroom and scrambled under the bed. Bang! With a loud thud, Callum inside the cabinet saw the kitchen suddenly brighten through the cracks. He held his breath. Another soft thud. The top of the cabinet protecting him was ripped off. Callum buried his head in his knees like a fool, as if that would make Su Gu not notice him. Su Ji's target today was Sun Xian, but when he spotted this chubby white guy outside earlier, he felt a sense of familiarity. An American who looked familiar? Definitely an enemy. So Su Gu operated the launcher, firing down a net. Ah! The net ensnared Callum. The more he struggled, the tighter the metal mesh contracted. Su Gu pulled him upward, positioning his pig-like face perfectly within the phone camera's frame. Callum screamed in terror. Let me go. Release me. I'll give you money, any amount you want. I beg you. Staring at that hideous face, Su Gu let out a howl. He finally remembered who this man was. Did you hear that, fellow Americans? Your Secretary of Defense says he'll pay whatever I demand. TSK, your welfare in America is truly generous. Does the minister's annual salary start at 100 million? The livestream had long been reposted by unofficial American sources. American citizens were furious at Great Xia's audacity, but even more enraged by their own air defense ministry's inaction. Great stuff. During work hours, our air defense minister is partying with beauties in his villa. How nice. Judging by Minister Callum's tone just now, his bank account balance is definitely no less than 100 million. 100 million? At least a billion. Our taxpayer money isn't strengthening the nation's armed forces, it's lining Callum's pockets instead. No wonder the enemy's already at our doorstep and the Air Defense Ministry hasn't even reacted. Citizens of other nations weren't quite as enraged. After all, the fighter jets weren't targeting them, so they were happy to watch the spectacle unfold. Wow, didn't the US claim their fighter jets had the world's fastest speed? But from what I see, China's J-99 seems even more impressive. It's not just a bit better. According to America's own published data, their fighter jets have a maximum thrust of 20 tons. But this Xia A-99? I'd say its thrust exceeds 25 tons. Dude, I'd say? Why not just say I feel? Damn. Its engine seems to automatically adjust the bypass ratio. It's true. While the US claims to have this technology, it's still in testing and not yet deployed. What? I'm getting more and more confused. Let me summarize, Dacia's fighter is already outperforming America's. America's fighter definitely can't catch the Q-99 today. All we'll see is the Q-99 getting blasted down by America's ground-based air defense missiles. What if there's a chance? What if it manages to escape? No chance. America won't let it fly out intact. Bedroom, under the bed. Sun Xian lay stiff as a board on the floor, sweat soaking through his clothes. Boom. The bedroom ceiling was blown off. Fear made Sun Xian's heart pound like a drum. He gripped the gun in his hand. If Sugu came down to capture him, he'd fire immediately. Even if he couldn't kill Sugu, he could buy time until the American military rescue arrived. Sugu sneered coldly, pulling out a pack of boogers from his pocket. He picked out one of just the right size and flicked it down with a whoosh. The thing was so tiny that hardly any of the billions watching the global livestream noticed it existed. Until a faint thud echoed through the livestream. What just happened? Where's the mattress? It's all dust. Rich people's mattresses are that advanced, capable of morphing like this? Dude upstairs, drink more brain fluid. Wow, that guy peed himself. What can I say? Though I'm a bit scared too, it feels kinda comical, huh? Two big-headed fish hanging from both ends of the fighter jet. Seriously, it's been this long, and the American air defense hasn't caught up yet? I think I hear a faint buzzing sound. The American fighter jets were indeed in pursuit. Sugu calmly intercepted them head-on. Once they entered his firing range. Boom! After the bombardment, Sugu took off. Great Xia, Aviation Bureau. The director roared, that damn kid. What does he think he's doing? Seeing Sugu go through all that trouble just to capture a traitor, he was furious. A traitor? Was it really worth risking one of Great Xia's top talents for? He watched with bated breath as Sugu captured Sun Xian, only for the traitor to bypass the shortcut back and head straight for the American City District. Director! Sushin seems to be heading for the Black Palace. The director's eyes rolled back and he fainted. All major news networks in Great Xia broadcast this live event. Suburban imperial capital, outside a small grocery store. The old men leisurely playing chess and the old women gossiping about neighbors fell silent, eyes glued to the large TV above the store. Only after Sugu tossed a large bag of excrement from the sky directly above the Black Palace and strode away did they slowly begin to speak. He probably can't catch up, right? Can an elementary school kid outrun an athlete? That's good. Did he just throw poop at the Black House? Definitely. America's made a name for itself again. So satisfying. Absolutely satisfying. Who was flying that plane? I'm gonna carve a monument to his glory under my apartment building. I already know who he is. Old you, stop teasing us, spill it. Sugu. Listen to those occasional sounds in the livestream, it's definitely him. Ami-ken Black Palace. Leader Tupo endured multiple humiliations within a single day. Intercept the Great Xia fighter jet at all costs. Chapter 118, Mr. Tupo, that's your home still bombing? The Deputy Minister of Air Defense wore a grave expression. Mr. TEP, our fighters can't catch him. Those moments when they seemed close were merely Sugu toying with him. TEP roared, what about missiles? Bombard him with missiles. The Deputy Minister paused. His speed is too high. Our missile systems can't pinpoint him accurately. TEP was beside himself. Then target it roughly. Bomb it. One hit will do. The Deputy Minister gave a bitter smile. Mr. Tep, it's been flying over residential areas. We can't guarantee hitting it, but we'll definitely flatten the neighborhoods. Tep continued his fury. Then bomb it. Bomb everything. His parliamentarians rushed to dissuade him. Mr. Trump, do you still want to run in the next election? Seeing Trump stubbornly clinging to his stance, the lawmaker's tone grew harsher. This single incident has already sent your approval ratings plummeting to rock bottom. If you blatantly disregard citizens' lives, America might hold new elections next month. Trump unbuttoned his shirt, slammed the table, and bellowed, "Bomb it!" Everyone. One lawmaker noticed the shift in the broadcast feed. "Mr. Tep, Dasya fighter jets are now hovering over your residence." Tep whipped his head to look. Sugo had retrieved another sack of manure and was dumping it onto Tep's villa. To ensure even coverage, he circled the area in his fighter jet, scattering the load. The deputy minister asked knowingly, "Mr. Trump, shall we bomb again?" Trump was speechless. Fearing viewers might miss the details, Sugo deliberately circled Trump's residence several more times, capturing every detail with remarkable precision. "Holy, I just noticed he's actually live streaming with his phone. A phone through fighter jet windshield glass producing this quality? I won't even mention how its image clarity blows away that camera I bought for $100,000. Just that we never felt any shakiness in the livestream footage. It couldn't possibly be phone footage. It really is phone footage. It's the high-end model from Huawei's A3 series. The livestream is from within Great Xia, and Huawei just announced it. The livestream platform officially verified it. Wait, I thought Huawei only updated to the A1? Weihua headquarters. The Rin family father and daughter were torn between worrying about Su Ji's safety and seizing the moment to promote the Weihua series globally. After planting their crude, direct ads across major live streams, they collapsed onto the sofa in unison. Half their faces radiated excitement, while the other half bore a faint, deathly pallor. Mr. Rin, he truly lives up to being the godson I longed to adopt but couldn't. Even in that critical moment, he still prioritized Weihua. He'd sent them the core specifications of the phone model he was using. Ren Fei asked with a smile, "Dad, are you really not worried at all?" Mr. Rin rubbed his stomach, bloated from the hurried lunch he'd wolfed down amid the chaos. Worried about what? That he couldn't pull it off? Ren Fei stared at the ceiling for a moment. Sugo had already made it. Though they hadn't verified the phone's other features yet. Just its anti-shake performance rivaling a rooster's head and the clarity of the transmitted images. TSK, the image sensor technology in Su Ji's phone had undoubtedly reached new heights. Ren Fei leaped up from the sofa, startling her old father. What? Is there something we haven't thought through? Ren Fei laughed wildly. Since our product is flawless, we'll ramp up advertising. Everyone watching today's livestream must know about our product. Weihua Company had been suppressed by a mythical for far too long. It was time to turn the tables. Mr. Ren also sprang to his feet and joined his daughter in the hustle. Since all major live streaming platforms had coordinated their broadcasts in real time, they tacitly allowed product placements within the livestream. Brands were practically fighting tooth and nail to secure mere seconds of airtime showcasing their products in a livestream already boasting over 100 million real viewers. Before this, the heads of major live streaming platforms had indeed lamented the revenue loss during the full-length broadcasts. But upon recalling what Amikan had done to Dacia, they instantly cast those regrets aside. Who could have predicted that after Su Ji's airstrike against Amikan's livestream began, the brands knocking on their doors became increasingly generous, even proactively bidding for ad spots, with starting bids in the tens of millions. President, Mr. Rin from Weihua Corporation has personally arrived at our company. He wishes to initiate the second round of collaboration for today's livestream. At their meeting, Ren Fei arrived with genuine sincerity. Name your price. As long as it's reasonable, Weihua Corporation is willing to accept it. The platform president pondered for nearly a minute. This made Ren Fei feel a bit uneasy. Could it be that the other party wanted to name an astronomical figure but was too embarrassed to say it? This round of advertising will be free. Both Ren Fei and the platform executives thought they'd misheard. The president first bowed to his own executives. My apologies for making such a significant decision without consulting you beforehand. I admit I acted a bit like a lone hero on this matter. But I believe life demands a measure of passion. We are merchants, driven by profit, yet in critical moments, merchants can also contribute to the nation without regard for cost. Weihua Corporation is no ordinary enterprise. The tariff war was ignited around Weihua. Weihua is the face of Great Xia electronics technology. A face once trampled underfoot by America and Korea. It did not yield, it endured. And has even begun its counteroffensive. As a citizen of Dacia, he couldn't remain a passive bystander. Of course, this is just my personal view. I don't force anyone to agree with me, and I'll accept whatever consequences come my way afterward. A wave of patriotism gradually swept over the executives, swiftly masking the lingering stench of greed. I agree. I also agree to provide free advertising space for Weihua. I propose replacing all ad slots with Weihua's A3 series. Agreed. It was Sugo who brought them this surge in popularity. It was Sugo who caused their live streaming app's new user count to skyrocket by 12 million within half an hour. And the influx of new users continues to grow. Their value already far exceeds the revenue today's ads could generate for the company. Sugo is the core R&D engineer for Weihua's series phones. Providing free ad space to Weihua is the most righteous thing imaginable. Ren Fei couldn't get a single word in throughout the entire discussion. Upon learning this, the presidents of other live streaming platforms cursed under their breath. Only they can pull this off? Green tea. What a huge green tea. As if we're the kind of merchants who'd sell out for money. Follow suit. So what if we don't make money today? Chapter 119, Boss Faye reaching new heights of greasiness. New user numbers surged across all major platforms. The newly added user base primarily consisted of middle-aged and elderly individuals with considerable purchasing power. This move? Not a loss. Regarding the permanent placement of Weihua A3 series ads in livestreams, audience reactions were unanimous. Alright, I've been wanting to say this: if today's stream had to run ads, the A3 series was the only choice. Well done. Our Daxia merchants still have some backbone. I'm 50 years old, and after today, my attitude toward live streaming has completely changed. Ah, look! Sugo has flown beyond the borders of the American Empire. Many citizens spontaneously wanted to go greet him at the airport. But stepping outside and looking up at the road, everyone froze in confusion. Where exactly would they greet him? The civilian airport? Obviously impossible. While people debated sneaking into the military airport, Sugo had already arrived at the space agency. He kicked Sun Xin and Callum, both barely recognizable, out of the cockpit. State security agents were waiting. Sun Xin was easy to handle. He was a Daxia citizen who betrayed the nation. Arresting him was routine. But Callum was the current Minister of Air Defense for American. Sister Hua pushed past the state security agents, grabbing Callum by the collar. In the past 2 years, his orders to eliminate targets indirectly led to the deaths of over a dozen Great Xia soldiers. Isn't that reason enough for us to sanction him? The state security agents nodded in agreement. They just needed a legitimate reason to detain Callum. Suga struck a cool pose nearby, his arms nearly numb from holding himself up, yet the audience's attention remained fixed on those two bastards. Su Ji's face instantly darkened. Ahem. Where's our hero? Everyone laughed proudly, warmly, affectionately. Sister Hua stepped forward and gave Sugo a bear hug. This time, she truly crushed him until he coughed. Sister Hua's eyes brimmed with moisture and reverence for Sugo. Little Sugo, from now on, I absolutely will never again coerce or bribe you into working at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Because you belong to all of Daxia. You are the light of Daxia. No single department can bind you. Sugo threw his head back and laughed wildly. That's right. This is the proper way to welcome Sugo. After a brief rest, Sugo plunged back into Lab 22 of the Hua Research and Development Zone. He had built the 1-nanometer chip, but strangely, the lithography machine hadn't been completed yet. If they could, the engineers would love to dissect Su Ji's brain to understand how he did it. How had he achieved such a monumental leap? Sugo threw himself into perfecting the 1-nanometer lithography machine. The 2-nanometer model was delegated to his team, with him providing guidance. This left him spinning like a top once more. Yet even amidst the chaos, he insisted on eating 3 meals a day on schedule. His personal assistant had been replaced by none other than the domineering Faye herself. Chief Engineer Su, dinner is ready. Su Ji's attention was entirely on the intricate components before him. He gave a perfunctory nod. Half an hour later, Renfei produced a pair of silver cuffs from somewhere, fastened them around Su Ji's wrists, wrapped her arms around his waist, and led him toward the lounge. Sugo snapped back to reality. Well, today's boss Faye had taken her dominance to new heights. The 2-nanometers lithography machine and the 3-nanometers lithography machine were unveiled simultaneously. The entire RD zone erupted in cheers. Sugo, unshaven and disheveled, plopped down on the floor of the men's restroom. He stretched lazily, then cautiously peered out the door. Has that person left yet? The engineers who'd come to the restroom together stifled their laughter. Young Mr. Ren went back to the company half an hour ago. Said he needed to prepare for the new product launch and start production of the A2A3 series phones. Sugo instantly perked up. All this time, he'd been pouring his heart into research, letting that greasy face slip through the cracks. By the time he realized something was off, RD had already reached a critical stage, leaving him no room for distraction. Sugo had completely lost his earlier ambition to crush Greasy Faye and make him beg for mercy. All he wanted now was to get rid of the grease. Everything else could wait. Chief Engineer Su, your phone. His real personal assistant had finally arrived. Half an hour later, Sugo was escorted into the National Security Department. Sun Xin has been on a hunger strike for 7 days. He won't stop until he sees you. The department had no intention of killing him. Instead, they planned to keep Sun Xin in a dungeon, working as a free, high-level technician for the Great Xia Empire for the rest of his life. After the cell door opened, Sugo declined the soldier's offer to accompany him. He won't make a splash. Hearing the commotion at the door, Sun Xin, already in a state of despair, remained motionless. Better off dead. Hey, dead dog, got any last words? The familiar voice sent a flicker of confusion through Sun Xin, as if he were still in Lab 22, working side by side with Sugo on developing low-nanometer chip machines. Sugo delivered another kick to his head. Sun Xin squinted into the blinding white light and made out the visitor's face. Didn't you say you didn't want to see me? Su Gu sneered. Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? I'll do whatever I want. Why should I explain myself to a traitor like you? Sun Xin's purpose in wanting to see Su Gu was simple. Su Gu had given him the chance to be valued by America and indirectly allowed him to live a life of wealth and privilege he'd once dared not dream of. But it was also Su Gu who had dragged him into hell. Before dying, he wanted to stab Su Gu in the heart to make him suffer too. Su Gu, you don't seriously believe you alone can make Great Xiao's technology surpass the American Empire, do you? Ha ha ha, do you know what? Their 2.5 nanometer lithography machines are already in the debugging phase. And you? You're stuck at 3 nanometers. That's the best you can achieve with your entire lifetime of knowledge. You and those idiots in our D-Lab 22 combined aren't worth a single team from a micon. Su Gu said nothing, pulling out his phone to show him. The live stream displayed Weihua Corporation's new product launch event. 2 nanometer and 1 nanometer lithography technology has been successfully mastered. Minutes passed, yet Sun Xin remained frozen, staring unblinkingly at the phone screen. Su Gu tapped his phone lightly against Sun Xin's head twice, but he still didn't move. Su Gu tutade, tucked his phone away, slipped one hand into his pocket, and strolled leisurely toward the exit. Whoever's in there is dead as a doornail. Drag him out and cremate him already. The soldier outside gasped. They rushed in, pushing the door open. Seeing Sun Xin alive and well, they breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my God, X is always so fond of jokes. Just as they were about to leave, Sun Xin, who had refused all communication and food, once again mustered every ounce of strength in his body and shouted hoarsely. Su Gu, you bastard. Sun Xin's entire worldview had been shattered. I want to eat. He wasn't dead. He wanted to live. He wanted to live and see just how far Su Gu would go. Even if the price of living was a lifetime without freedom. Su Gu cruised around in his beat-up pickup truck. Every now and then, he'd pull out his A3 phone to snap a couple of scenic photos. Only when his stomach started growling loudly did he whistle and drive back. Damn, why haven't that Ren father and daughter called me yet? Chapter 120, Su Gu rejected, Tapu takes desperate measures. Given their personalities, they'd definitely treat him to a big meal after the press conference. Growl. Su Gu called Rin Fei with a long face. The number you have dialed is turned off. Now, Su Gu's mouth practically twisted up to his neck. Could it be that some poor soul, sick of being greased by Fei, finally snapped and kidnapped her off to the northwest to air dry the grease off her? Su Gu called Ren Fei's father next. Same result, turned off. His heart skipped a beat. Something was terribly wrong. Secretary Hua was equally surprised when Su Gu called. Aren't President Rin and young President Rin supposed to pick you up for dinner? I reserved your table ages ago. Just then, Su Ji's phone beeped again, a new call, international. His gaze instantly turned icy. Black Eagle, Su Gu, Su Shun? Long admired your reputation, huh? The voice on the other end sounded cocky. Su Gu spit it out. Black Eagle chuckled. Alright. You're a busy man, I get it. I'll make this quick. The Rin family father and daughter are in my hands. If you want them back alive, destroy all your engraving machines, got it? Yeah, best to blow up the lab building too. From his tone, Su Gu deduced this man was the head of some international assassin organization, not the true mastermind behind the scenes. Did the Americans place this order? How much did they pay you? Black Eagle clicked his tongue. Smart guys, all of them. Su God, you don't mind me calling you that, do you? Our organization values reputation above all. We don't take jobs based on who pays the most. So, unfortunately, I can't fulfill your request. But I admire you. Want to join our group? I'll give you top-tier treatment. Heh, with talent like yours on our side, we'd be unstoppable. Oh, and were you trying to track my location through this call? Ha! Useless, dude. As Udisya folks say, a clever hare has 3 burrows. La la la. Su Gu slammed his phone down in fury. The phone was too well made, it looked exactly the same before and after the crash. He picked it up and floored it toward the police station. The kidnapping of the Rin family father and daughter in broad daylight was no small matter. Using the Sky Eye surveillance system, the police located Mr. Ren's driver. The driver had been knocked unconscious and dumped into a long abandoned vehicle in the parking lot. Su Gu grabbed him by the collar. Mr. Ren and young Master Ren? The driver looked utterly bewildered, the throbbing pain in his head slowly bringing back his memory. I was standing outside smoking when a man walked past me and suddenly whacked me in the head. He couldn't recall anything after that. The man was short, wearing a hat and ordinary clothes. Unfortunately, the surveillance didn't capture his face, and the driver hadn't seen his features either. Disguised as the driver, the man had taken the unsuspecting Ren and Rin Fei away. Investigation team, our people found Mr. Ren's car in the outskirts of the capital. Seems the kidnappers abandoned the vehicle. The difficulty level just went up. Civil Aviation Authority. Sushin, all fighter jets are undergoing maintenance. Su Gu radiated an icy chill that could freeze people solid. I know. I'll just go take a look inside. Staff members were on the verge of tears, resorting to emotional pleas. Su God, if I let you in today, I'll be eating prison food tomorrow. Please don't make this difficult for me. I have 4 90-year-old elders to care for and a string of hungry children to feed. The Aerospace Bureau had learned from past mistakes and would never again give Su-gu an opportunity to take risks. Director's office. The director, working with one hand while hooked up to and 4 in the other, finally set down his pen. He laughed? The staff member nodded, still shaken. Sushin was so furious, steam practically came out of his ears. The director sighed heavily. But we couldn't let him go to America. It was obvious that Brat would definitely sneak in a pocketful of nuclear-free hydrogen bombs. With his temper, blowing up the Black Palace of the Amikan Empire would be the least of it. But after Amikan's one lapse, would they ever let Su-gu successfully enter their territory again? Even with just a 1% risk of failure, they wouldn't let Su-gu take that gamble. Amikan Black Palace. Tep and his team finally scored a victory. What's the progress on the joint RD team? Counselor, Mr. Trump, the 2-nanometer lithography machine is complete, but it hasn't passed the first phase. Trump raised his hand to cut him off. What first phase, second phase? It's done, mass produce it and sell it worldwide. The counselor considered this and nodded in agreement. The immediate priority was restoring global confidence in American and solidifying its position as a world power. Engineers at the Joint RD conference disagreed. The first-generation lithography machine has significant flaws. We need more time to refine it. Unfortunately, no one cared whether they agreed or disagreed, because their opinions simply didn't matter. AIMCAN announced globally that its lithography technology had entered the 2-nanometer era, ordering companies like Pearly Star Mountain to work overtime to ramp up production. For Hua Corporation headquarters. Has the chairman arrived yet? I have 2 critical documents requiring his signature. The Secretary General knew everything, yet had to pretend nothing was amiss. The chairman has private engagements and will return in 2 days. The director frowned. Time waits for no one. If absolutely necessary, have young Mr. Rin sign instead. The Secretary General maintained his composure. Both young Mr. Rin and Mr. Ren have private engagements. I hope you understand. The news of the chairman and young Mr. Ren's kidnapping had been kept strictly confidential internally. Any leak would inevitably impact the stock price. The Secretary General was now the only person in the company besides the driver who knew the truth. The pressure was immense. Yet, within hours, the news had spread. The Secretary General, who had collapsed onto his desk in panic and dozed off for a few minutes, slapped himself hard across the face twice. Did my damn mouth just blurt out nonsense in my sleep? The secretaries in the office were also visibly anxious. Secretary General, are the rumors outside actually true? With the company's new product about to launch, under normal circumstances, both Chairman Rin and young Master Ren would practically live at the company 24/7. How could they vanish without a word for over 10 hours? The Secretary General insisted vehemently. No, it's false. The chairman and young Master Ren have important private engagements. A trembling junior secretary thrust a widely circulated photo from the internet into the Secretary General's face. The world went black before the Secretary General's eyes. Who took this? The photo showed the chairman and young Master Rin bound and suspended beneath the cliff. The secretaries clung to a sliver of hope. Secretary General, could this be AI? The Secretary General lost his voice. AI or not, he could tell. Damn it, this was real. Chapter 121, Stock Plummets, Preparing to Cut the Ransom. Task Force Headquarters. Su Ji's bloodshot eyes fixed on the middle-aged woman before him, the one who might have seen the kidnappers' true faces. If you can describe his general appearance, I personally offer you 1 million yuan plus a residence within Beijing's Second Ring Road, no less than 100 square meters in total area. The task force's criminal investigators silently sucked in a breath. But this was indeed the fastest and best approach. Except for being a bit pricey, it had no drawbacks. The middle-aged woman's fingers nearly shredded the hem of her skirt. I don't want your money. I know you're a hero of the great Xia nation. I watched your livestream when you fought the Americans. I like money, but I can earn it myself. I'm just worried that if that kidnapper finds out I tipped you off, he'll come after me. My own life doesn't matter much, but I have 2 little grandchildren. Su-gu, I promise. As soon as you tell us, I'll arrange for your entire family to be sent to a third country. You'll stay there until the criminal gang is completely wiped out, then I'll bring you back. All expenses will be covered by me. A huge weight lifted from the middle-aged woman's heart. I'll talk. A few minutes later, the psychological profiling expert showed the woman several sketches. Pointing to the middle one, she exclaimed, "That's him." The task force wasted no time, feeding the sketches into the database for comparison. Found him. Xia Ming, male, 34 years old. Imprisoned 5 years ago for severely injuring his cousin, released just 1 week ago. Xia Ming's records and those of anyone he'd interacted with were retrieved. Deep in the mountains. Xia Ming fetched 2 bamboo tubes of mountain spring water. He fed half a tube each to Renfei and Rendong before sitting down to drink the remainder. The father and daughter exchanged a glance. They couldn't just sit and wait for disaster. Mr. Rin, young man, how old are you? Xia Ming ignored him. Mr. Rin, young man, I haven't eaten much today. Do you have anything to eat in your bag? Xia Ming pulled out a compressed biscuit, shoved it into his mouth, then did the same for Renfei. After feeding them, he took turns giving both water again. Renfei had been pampered since birth. She'd never endured such hardship. Yet she didn't complain or cry out. She swallowed the food with great effort. Renfei forced her voice to sound level. How much did they pay you? I'll give you double. Just let us go. Xia Ming finally looked directly at the father and daughter, his eyes brimming with scorn. Do you rich people really think money can buy everything? Renfei inwardly groaned. This guy hates the wealthy. Not your typical kidnapper. Just then, Mr. Rin shot his daughter a reassuring glance that said, Dad's got this. Young man, Renfei began, your accent suggests you're from the south. More specifically, Tongshu County? Xia Ming lifted his head, fixing Renfei with a steady stare. Mr. Rin smiled. I spent my youth doing rural work in Tongshu County, so I'm quite familiar with the local dialect. Back then, everyone struggled. We urban-educated youth and the villagers clashed at first, but we gradually found common ground. A seasoned man like Mr. Run, when recounting the past, naturally drew his listeners into his narrative. Renfei had heard her father speak of his commune days before, but never with such depth as now. Mr. Rin spoke for over 2 hours, his lips parched by the end. Xia Ming fetched 2 more bamboo flasks of mountain spring water for him to drink. Just as Mr. Rin thought there might be hope, Xia Ming poured a bucket of cold water on his expectations. I won't let you go. They said they want you to die miserably, but I can at least make sure you die quickly. Mr. Rin gave a bitter laugh. I understand. Your line of work has its rules. I've lived through everything in my life. To die now feels like it's all been worth it. But my daughter, she's still young. Whatever the fault lies, let me bear it alone. Spare her life, please? Xia Ming twisted his mouth into a grim smile. God's truly unfair. He gave you money and family bonds. You two have monopolized all the world's blessings. Mr. Rin, your father passed away? Xia Ming's smile didn't reach his eyes. Not only did I lose my father, but my mother too. 5 years ago, my family and my cousin's family had a dispute over homestead land. He pointed his finger at me and cursed my family for being poor, saying that at 30 years old, I couldn't even find a wife, so what use was such a large homestead? I couldn't stand it and got into a fight with him. He lost and ended up in the hospital. I won, but I didn't gain anything good either. I ended up in prison. In my 2nd year inside, my father died. During a rainstorm, part of our roof caved in. He went out to fix it in the rain, slipped, fell, and died instantly. After serving 5 years, I came out determined to leave the past behind and properly care for my mother. But do you know what I saw when I returned home, cleansed of my past and full of hope? A collapsed shack and news of my mother's death. My cousin's family claimed she starved herself to death after losing her husband and son. Ha ha ha. Because we were poor, we deserved all this suffering? Chairman Rin and Rin Fei both felt deeply conflicted. For a moment, the three fell silent. Beyond the mountains, turmoil raged. Global media scrambled to cover Weihua Group's developments. Weihua Group chairman suspected to have suffered shock photo. Internal turmoil at Weihua Group. Major shareholder dumps Weihua Group stock. Headline after headline sent panic rippling through the public. Some shareholders who'd bought into Weihua Group couldn't hold on. Damn it, when Weihua launched the A1X series phones, I bought in at the peak. Just when I was gritting my teeth, I sold half my holdings. Ha, I'm worse off. I bought at the peak during their A2A3 launch event. In less than 2 days, I lost the down payment for a Beijing apartment. Better to cut losses now than risk losing every last penny later. Weihua Corporation. Company executives watched the online rumors and bearish commentary about Weihua Group with anger, but more so with helplessness. The chairman and young Ms. Ren had been missing for nearly 48 hours. Still no word. Something's off. These most aggressive sellers are clearly paid trolls stirring the pot. Weihua executives rushed to investigate. Ma Ken won't rest until he destroys our company. Deep in the mountains. Over a dozen helicopters circled above Xia Ming and Renfei's group. Renfei stared fixedly at one of the aircraft. Her gut told her Su Gu was inside. Clearly, Xia Ming hadn't expected the police to find him so quickly. His first instinct was to take Renfei and Renfei hostage and push them off the cliff. He gripped the other end of the rope tightly. If he let go, the Ren family father and daughter would fall to their deaths. Xia Ming, don't act rashly. Unable to wait for the helicopters to land, the people aboard used loudspeakers to shout warnings. Xia Ming's eyes burned with ferocity as he moved toward the cliff's edge. By the look of it, he was prepared to take both father and daughter with him. Chapter 122, Heroic Rescue Wins the Heart of the Tycoon. Then, a familiar yet unfamiliar elderly voice came through the loudspeaker. Son, don't do anything foolish. You can't let your mother lose her husband and then her son too. Xia Ming's pupils contracted sharply. His mother's voice? But his mother was dead, wasn't she? Son, did your cousin's heartless family say I died? Your cousin was beaten so badly by you back then he couldn't get out of bed for 3 months. His family harbors resentment, can't stand seeing us happy, and deliberately spread lies. I'm alive and well. Only when a white-haired yet spirited old woman was helped out of the helicopter did Xia Ming confirm he hadn't misheard. He collapsed to his knees. Mother! I'm sorry, I've been such an unfilial son. There's no turning back for me now. Ignoring the task force's attempts to stop her, the old woman hurried forward, bending down to support her son. My child, as long as you're alive, there's always a way. The living will never be suffocated by their own urine. Listen to your mother stay alive. Xia Ming sobbed uncontrollably, buried in his mother's embrace. Mother, you came too late. Xia Ming channeled all his misfortune onto the Ren family father and daughter. His voice turned venomous. They're despicable capitalists. They crushed our livelihood, tore our family apart, they deserve to die. The old woman held her son with one arm while thrusting her cane forcefully with the other. What damned capitalists? Then what am I, your damned mother, if I was saved by those damned capitalists? A damned old hag? Xia Ming froze. Mother? What are you saying? The old woman pointed her cane at General Manager Ren, still dangling from the cliff. The year your father passed, I truly struggled. I couldn't even afford medicine when I fell ill and was ready to give up. Then the hospital said I qualified for their corporate partnership's free treatment program. They cured my illness. When they learned our house had collapsed, a penniless old woman with no one to rely on, they simply placed me in their group's own nursing home. I worked there a little each day to offset my lodging costs. But it was only an hour or two of work, barely enough to warm up. You call that labor? They were just letting me stay for free. They just needed a pretext to avoid making me feel awkward about it. Son, do you know the name of that company? Xia Ming's lips trembled slightly as he began to piece it together. Old lady, that's right, it's Weihua Group. Whether they're despicable capitalists, your mother doesn't know. But the fact that I'm alive to see you today, I truly owe to Weihua Group. Xia Ming, but... Ow. Mother. I said you're it. The old lady unexpectedly raised her cane and smacked her son hard. Again and again, I should have beaten you 5 years ago. If I had, you would not have had the strength to beat your cousin. If you hadn't beaten him, you would not have ended up in jail. If you hadn't gone to jail, our family would still be intact. You disobedient brat. The old lady hadn't been idle these 5 years in the nursing home. She'd often brandish her cane aimlessly. Today, it finally served a purpose. The soldiers seized the rope from Xia Ming's grasp and hauled the Ren family father and daughter to safety. Ren Fei was supported by one of the soldiers. He asked her, scared? Lean on my shoulder if you need to. Su Gu. Ren Fei never expected Su Gu to be the first charging out to snatch the rope. Are you out of your mind? Today's domineering boss Fei was unusually unpretentious. Her face was smudged with dirt, yet it couldn't obscure her uniquely striking beauty. Su Gu leaned down and planted a kiss on her chattering lips. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Mr. Ren, who had been watching his daughter's comforting efforts. His fist tightened but quickly relaxed, replaced by a mysterious smile. Even Mr. Ren, the old father, pretended not to see. The others certainly wouldn't speak out of turn. After the pack, Su Gu took a step back, leisurely preparing to watch Ren Fei's face flush and reveal a bashful expression. After all, women tend to blush a little when faced with such situations. Just as Su Gu hesitated, wondering whether to pull out his phone to capture the moment, Ren Fei stepped forward and grabbed the back of his head firmly. 1 minute later. A young soldier, flushed and timid, interrupted the pair. A heavy downpour is coming. The captain ordered us to depart immediately. On the plane. The two red-bottomed figures sat side by side, neither uttering a word. Su Ji's gaze was practically floating into outer space. He sensed the gossipy stares from several soldiers inside the plane. The more Su Gu thought about it, the angrier he grew. It was always like this. If he didn't teach that woman surnamed Ren a lesson today, he wasn't a man. Su Gu steeled himself, rolled up his sleeves, turned his head, and lunged fiercely toward Ren Fei. Ren Fei didn't flinch or dodge. You little glutton. She even gave him a look that said, honestly, what can I do with you? All thoughts vanished from Su Ji's mind in an instant. He slumped back in his seat, muttering, forget it. I can't win against you. Ugh. This time, no one interrupted them. Only the little soldiers in the cabin suffered. Landing in the capital. Father and daughter disguised themselves and headed straight to a small apartment under Ren Fei's name that they used year-round. Wait for my signal. News of the kidnappers killing the Ren family spread globally within an hour. Pictures tell the truth. Hard to disbelieve. Black House. Trump rejoiced, popping open a bottle of champagne on the spot. Good. Acquire shares in Weihua Corporation. Within 3 days, America must secure actual controlling stake in Weihua. Once Weihua was in hand, how to deal with it would be entirely up to America. Great Xia would never possess technology surpassing America's. With its chairman gone and new products shelved, does Weihua even have a future? Yes, everyone condemns a mycan, but who can resist their might? Trump issued the order, but his subordinates weren't so compliant. Ha! He opens his mouth and expects us to dump hundreds of billions? Wait. Let Weihua's stock plummet to rock bottom before we swoop in at rock bottom prices. Anyway, with Weihua's chairman gone, they can corner the market however they please. Meanwhile, in our D-Lab 22, lights blazed. The core engineers inside knew both Renzong and Rendao were gone. But Sushin said he needed them to assist in building a 0.5 nanometer lithography machine. They sensed something was off, but they had no time to dwell on it. The gap between 0.5 nanometer and 1 nanometer lithography might seem small, but the technological barriers they needed to overcome were incalculable. Even with Su Gu possessing a complete set of sub-nanometer lithography blueprints and the support of so many top engineers, the practical implementation posed an immense challenge to their brain cells. The assistant in our D-Lab 22 had a daily routine, sweeping hair off the floor. Ugh, another big clump. These engineers don't have much hair left to begin with. If they keep losing it, they'll all go bald. Then they won't need haircuts anymore, saving them the barber's fee. Chapter 123, the half-nanometer lithography machine emerges. The assistant suddenly heard a click and instinctively looked up. What she saw nearly sent her tumbling backward. A lifelike 3D image of herself, sweeping the floor in perfect proportion, appeared before her eyes. That's me sweeping hair just now. She was usually quite vain, convinced she was the most beautiful woman in the world. But now, facing a doppelganger of herself? She was terrified. Sugu stood up and handed her the phone. The assistant was still reeling from the shock. Ha! Sugu grabbed another phone, stepped into the hallway, and initiated a video call for her. When she answered, a vivid 3D image of Sushin appeared before her eyes. Wow! Posts predicting Huagang Group's downfall had lost their heat, and American capitalists were rubbing their hands in anticipation of a bargain buy. Right at this critical moment, another global livestream burst into the public eye. Ha! How did I end up in a factory livestream? Factory? Whose factory is this big spending? Holy crap, it hasn't even been a minute and the livestream has already hit 500,000 viewers. The last time we saw this kind of spectacle was when our Sushin went to attack a mycan. Speaking of which, it's been a while since Sushin made a move. Xiazigwang's chip factory. I interviewed there last time. Sushin's Xiazigwang company's factory? Aren't all Huawei products seeing declining sales? How could a chip factory still get orders? Consumers are worried they'd buy their phones, only for the company to go bankrupt before the warranty expires. No one dares to buy. Finally, the host's voice filled the livestream. Good evening, viewers from all over. Welcome to the livestream from Xiazigwang's half-nanometer chip production factory. The moment the host finished speaking, the world erupted. Half-nanometer? America has only managed 2 nanometers. True, Huawei previously announced achieving 1 nanometer chips, but consumers never actually got their hands on the finished products. In consumers' minds, that's practically the same as not having made them at all. Meanwhile, Pair Mobile has genuinely produced them, and the moment they went on sale, they sold like hotcakes worldwide. Wasn't a mycan determined to suppress Great Xia tech? How come Great Xia just quietly skipped ahead to 0.5 nanometers? Wait, something's off. Xiazigwang only partners with Weihua, and Weihua is about to go under. Who's he making chips for? The host's camera just happened to pan to the warehouse. Outside the warehouse, a familiar figure was directing workers as they moved cargo. Damn, that silhouette has such presence, she's the future mother of my child. Upper floor, get some shame, that's Renfei, the heiress of Weihua Group. Ha? Renfei? Damn, Renfei is still alive. It really is her. Didn't the whole internet say she and Chairman Run were killed by kidnappers? Weihua is about to rise again. Well, I'm genuinely happy Ms. Rin survived, but with Chairman Weihua gone, can she really shoulder the responsibility? Coincidentally, Chairman Rin wearing a yellow hard hat appeared in the frame, conversing with Renfei. So, father and daughter are alive and well. Who spread those death rumors? Who else could it be? Definitely a mycan. After all, Weihua went bankrupt, and they're the direct beneficiaries. By the way, young Ms. Ren's looks and presence are totally on par with celebrities. Ah, look! My wife just waved at me. Wait, that guy, who is he? Why are they hugging? They're kissing right in front of me. The already explosive livestream erupted once more. Sugu hadn't noticed they were streaming. He'd come specifically to report his success to Renfei. But this woman, oblivious to the situation, started kissing and hugging him. The cameraman sensed the tension and quickly shifted the lens, avoiding Su Ji's face. Leg hair guy? Su God? My feelings are so complicated. I was about to ask which pig sacrificed my precious cabbage, but now, it seems, these two actually look pretty good together. Sugu pushed Renfei away with great dignity. Ahem, mind your image. Renfei gave a devilish smile and lifted his chin. Man, did you miss me so much you lost your mind? Sugu. Sugu beckoned the host over. To thank everyone for supporting Weihua Group, we'll be streaming all night. For all live streams within Great Xia, we'll give away 5 A4SR half nanometer chipbones every 5 minutes. For nations friendly with Great Xia, draws every half hour. For other third-party nations, every hour. America, Korea, and Japan are ineligible. The chat exploded with applause for Su Gu. Once the cheering died down, everyone remembered to ask, what makes the Weihua A4 special? Maybe it has significantly improved power efficiency? Stop guessing, see the finished product. Su Gu summoned the company's veteran security guard and cleaning lady, who had volunteered to do odd jobs at the factory. He handed each of them a phone. He instructed them to operate the devices on the spot. When their 3D images appeared on screen, the audience reacted much like the lab assistants with sheer terror. Security guard, Bauer, check my health data. An amusing, childlike AI voice chimed in. Certainly, Master. Master, your random blood glucose is 8.3 mol L, systolic pressure less than 107 mm of mercury, diastolic pressure 70 mm of mercury, blood oxygen at 98%, total cholesterol. What? Whose Bauer is this? It's incredible. This is mind-blowing. Previously, for Hua, they released a smart monitoring watch primarily targeting middle-aged and elderly users. But that still required wearing it on the wrist, with probes that penetrated the skin. Has A4 already achieved contactless measurement of human health data? Huh, are those numbers even real? Doubtful. Probably just made up. Even $100 device could do that. Just like those cheap body fat scales out there, put a brick on it, and it'll tell you your body fat percentage shot up 12%. Heh, if it were anyone else, I might jump on the bandwagon and doubt it. But this is Su Gu. Could anything Su Gu makes be fake? I trust him. Su Gu had anticipated everyone's doubts, so the camera cut to security guards and cleaning staff being loaded onto a plane, heading straight for the most authoritative hospital in the capital. On site, they underwent a series of tests in the lab. The cleaning lady also got tested simultaneously. Results came back on the spot. Amazing. 0 error rate. Does this mean we can do preliminary tests at home for health issues and bring them to doctors? Saves time and money. At the hospital, Su Gu instructed the cleaning lady to place her phone on a cabinet. Following the phone's prompts, she underwent a full body scan. Through the phone's electronic medical system, a complete 3D medical imaging map appeared before everyone's eyes. Wow, I think I can even understand this. The cleaning lady has a thyroid issue. Holy cow, I can see it too. Chapter 124, Holographic Imaging, built into your phone. The cleaning lady herself was astonished. I have hyperthyroidism, just diagnosed a few days ago. Su Gu chuckled. I know viewers are wondering how Bauer does it. Simply put, it interfaces with biological signals to gather human body data. Currently, Bauer can independently perform 86 medical tests. I saw some netizens worried that hospital testing equipment emits radiation during operation. Since the A4 phone is in daily contact with us, could it also expose us to radiation? Well, regarding that, I suggest everyone look into the Imperial Capital Tech Competition, the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. As someone who can create a low-yield nuclear-free hydrogen bomb, do you really think the radiation from a mere phone chip could trouble me? That familiar tone, still so reassuring. Buy. I'm buying 10 units. One must cost over 10 grand, I can't afford it. Me neither, but I'm rallying the whole village to pool for one. Split evenly, it's just a few hundred per person. Don't hospital tests cost hundreds anyway? Great idea. No need to guess when it launches, the frenzy will be unforgettable. I'll never forget queuing all night for the A1 phone. Ah. My home is near the Summer Light Factory. That tiny place, what production capacity could it possibly have? Won't the A4 be released globally too? No way. Please, company, prioritize the domestic market first. Business instincts are the sharpest. Merchants from New Home Nation immediately sent order requests to Weihua Group. Weihua accepted. Before New Home Nation's merchants could celebrate, Weihua's international sales director added, shipments in 2 months. If that works, we'll sign. New Home Nation's merchant, Jumming, was furious. No way. Shipment must be within 1 week at the latest. Are you kidding? The entire world is watching the A4 right now. Consumer demand is at its peak. The director replied regretfully, impossible. Jumming was so furious he slammed the phone down. By convention, the other party would surely call back to placate him. After all, their company was New Home Nation's largest distributor. For Weihua phones to enter the New Home Nation market, they were indispensable. Half an hour passed, yet the phone remained dead silent. Jumming cursed at the device for 5 minutes before accidentally hitting redial. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. This time, Jumming accidentally redialed for a full 3 minutes before the call finally connected. 1 month, I'll wait no longer than 1 month. Jumming consoled himself, businessmen must know when to bend. Director Weihua gave a helpless chuckle. I'm sorry, Mr. Jumming. If you place your order now, the earliest we can ship would be within 5 months. Had Jiaming been using his Weihua A4 phone during this call, the director would have witnessed the comical sight of his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Jiaming took a deep breath. Director, 2 months. I suppose I could wait that long. The director on the other end gave a bitter laugh. Mr. Jiaming, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. If you hesitate any longer, you'll be looking at 6 months. Our order books are completely full. There's no way around it right now. Weihua Group is the only company globally capable of manufacturing chips for Xiaoziguang Corporation. Jiaming never imagined this would go so wrong. The more he thought about it afterward, the more miserable he felt. He had his secretary book a flight to Daxia. After months of renovation, Xiaoziguang Company was finally complete. At Su Ji's insistence, the first floor retained its original concrete floors, cement walls, and vintage classroom desks and chairs. Only central air conditioning and some soft furnishings were added. Since the first floor served as the company's public face and housed Su Ji's executive office, Daho Group's in-house designer nearly racked their brains to create this environment rough yet exquisitely luxurious. Renfei had only one comment: "Man, I knew you were hopelessly in love with me. Otherwise, why would you be constantly trying to save me money?" At certain moments, just as the people of Daxia Kingdom desperately wished to shut Su Ji's big mouth, Su Gunao desperately wished to shut Renfei's smooth-talking mouth. Watching the two about to start kissing again, regardless of time or place, the sour-faced Liang Wei's eyes lit up. "Hey, someone's coming, looks like a foreigner." The road outside Xia Jiguang's office had been damaged by heavy trucks and remained unrepaired. Jiaming, who'd kept his shoes clean all the way there, stepped out only to find them instantly covered in dust. His anxious heart settled considerably in that moment. Better if it's a rundown place means Xia Jiguang's company isn't doing well, giving him a better chance to strike a deal with them. Jiaming's secretary handed over his business card. Liang Wei showed it to Su Gu, who remained silent. She'd have to decide for herself. Thinking guests should be welcomed, Liang Wei invited him inside. Seeing the dilapidated interior of the company, Jiaming's lips curved into a determined smile. "Mr. Jiaming, what brings you here?" "Jiaming, I want to partner with Xiaoziguang Company. First, produce 1 million half-nanometer chips for us. The initial shipment must reach new home nation within 3 days." "Ahem." Liang Wei choked on her saliva. "Mr. Jiaming, I'm sorry, but we don't manufacture chips for companies or nations outside of Weihua." Jiaming snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with derision. "I know you have a contract with Weihua. The penalty isn't insignificant. I can cover it. All I ask is 51% of Weihua's shares." Jiaming's arrogant, obnoxious demeanor triggered Renfei's domineering CEO syndrome. She rose imperiously, sweeping Su Gu, who was about to speak, behind her with a flick of her wrist. Her expression was textbook: 3 parts mockery, 3 parts coldness, 4 parts nonchalance. "Guards! Drag him out." Security personnel, long fed up with Jiaming and his secretary, immediately seized him and hauled him out. Su Gu. Who exactly was Xia Jiguang's boss? Thud. Jiaming, tossed into the trash heap, couldn't fathom where it all went wrong. The massive success of the Hua A4 phone shattered the American empire's grand dreams. The better the A4 sold, the more drastically the market share of Pear and Star Mountain phones plummeted. American citizens were also voicing their discontent with the Trump party. David was an ordinary American citizen, as ordinary as they come. He had diabetes and wore a continuous glucose monitor. It provided real-time blood sugar tracking, but required replacement every 14 days and wasn't cheap. He'd been eyeing the A4 series for a while. Its blood sugar accuracy even surpassed his CGM, so he decided to buy one. Yet he scoured every mobile store near his home without success. Why isn't it available? It's been on sale in Great Xia for half a month. The salesperson offered a suggestion. You could try finding a proxy buyer online. David looked into it. What? 25,000? You must be pulling my leg. Even the high-end model of the Hua A4 only costs 12,000 yuan in Great Xia. Chapter 125, America unilaterally ends the tariff war. The reseller on the other end grew impatient. "Sir, our wholesale price alone is 16,000. Plus, it's in short supply globally, we can't meet demand. If you pay in full now, the earliest you'll get it is next Monday." David felt a massive shock. He had no choice but to quickly crunch the numbers in his head. An Huawei A4 costs over 20,000 yuan and lasts at least 3 years. A continuous glucose monitor costs 500 yuan, with 2 needed per month, 10,000 yuan annually, totaling 2,000 yuan in expenses. Buying the A4 would recoup the cost in 2 years, plus he'd have an extra phone. After calming himself, David reluctantly paid up. After a long week of waiting, David finally received the phone he'd been longing for. He took it to the hospital to have his venous blood glucose tested and compared the results with the phone's readings. Results are in? David carefully compared both reports, even the 2 decimal places matched. He might as well test every other parameter. All the test values aligned perfectly. Yet as David walked out of the hospital, he felt an intense surge of anger. Such a great product, yet we Americans have to pay double to get it. What the hell is the Trump administration doing? Many American citizens shared David's frustration. Consequently, the Trump administration faced unprecedented opposition. Forced into a corner, the Trump administration had no choice but to end the tariff war. Effective immediately, tariffs on all goods imported from China to the US are reduced to 20%. Import tariffs on steel and aluminum reduced to 20%. Though some high tariffs remain unadjusted, given the current situation, reductions are inevitable. After all, if the American empire doesn't get its act together, the Great Xia Empire won't allow Huawei's A4 series phones to be exported to America. Huawei Group has demonstrated through action that Huawei doesn't need America as a customer. But your American empire absolutely needs us. Once tariffs dropped, the swiftest response came from industry leaders. Production resumed immediately. Raw materials were purchased and workers were hired in mass. Meanwhile, China showed no signs of lowering its high tariffs on American goods. At diplomatic meetings, American diplomats fiercely accused China of breaking the rules. Sister Hua retorted, "Rules? Who set these rules? Did your American empire establish them? Ridiculous. Why should our Great Xia Kingdom abide by another nation's rules?" Sister Hua practically challenged them, "Go ahead, raise those tariffs further. Continue this tariff war. We'll see whose face cracks first when they can't hold out." The American diplomats were rendered speechless. If they truly had the guts, they wouldn't have come to the diplomatic conference to blabber on, they would have taken direct action. As the weather grew increasingly scorching, Suga waved his hand decisively, ordering all employees of Xiaziguang to take leave. Liang Wei and Lao He were so startled they hurriedly pressed him back into his chair. "Brother Su, you can't do this. Hua's orders are booked through February next year. We're contract manufacturing chips for them, we can't stop for a single day." Su Gu shouted. "No way. I just stepped outside and my shoe soles nearly melted. You can't work in this heat, you should be lying at home with the AC blasting." Seeing the boss stubbornly unyielding, Lao He resorted to his trump card. He leaned close and whispered in Su Ji's ear. "If Little Rin doesn't get her chips, you know what happens. Within 24 hours, she'll storm in, pin you to the desk for a kiss, and then..." Despite the sweltering heat, Su Gu shivered. He swatted Lao He away. "Anyone who dares take time off, I'll kill them." Lao He Liang Wei. Only an oil tycoon could handle this madman. Su Gu genuinely cared about his workers. He spent the entire morning in the chip workshop experiencing the conditions firsthand. When he emerged, soaked through and grim-faced, he demanded, "Why the hell do the machines get air conditioning? But my workers only get fans? I was in there for just a bit and my underwear got soaked." Lao Hei's mouth twitched slightly. "Mr. Su, it's 41°C outside. The machines need cooling. Without air conditioning, they'll shut down. But people don't need to dissipate heat?" Su Ji's face twisted in fury as he hiked up his waistband to show Lao He and Liang Wei underneath. "I was soaked through after just half an hour in there. Those workers spend at least 8 hours a day in that heat. Who gave permission to abuse my workers like this?" Lao He Liang Wei. Something shattered softly. "Oh, it was Brother Su, Mr. Su's integrity. Liang Wei, Brother Su, the workers' dorms have air conditioning installed. But the workshop is too large and high-ceilinged. Not only would the installation costs be astronomical, but the daily electricity bills alone would be a huge burden for us. Workers mostly stay under fans if they don't move around, it's not too hot. You're the one pacing the workshop like a caged animal. Of course you're hot." Liang Wei managed the finances, Lao He handled operations. If these two kept opposing him, Suga would truly become a lone commander. "Is it me who's short on cash, or the company? Aren't those big malls taller than our workshop? If they can install it, so can we." Lao He and Liang Wei still thought it unnecessary. So far, not a single worker had suffered heatstroke. They'd also reduced the workers' daily shift from 8 hours to 6, so they could head straight back to their dorms to enjoy the air conditioning after work. Suga was so furious he pointed his index finger at them. "You heartless capitalists, you won't install it, huh? Fine, very fine. Then I'll run naked through the factory." Lao He and Liang Wei were utterly horrified. They immediately agreed, promising to have air conditioning installed for all workshop workers within a week. Because they knew their crazy boss was absolutely capable of doing just that. 3 days later, central air conditioning was installed in every workshop at Xiaziguang. Workers stepping from the scorching outdoors into the suddenly cool interiors felt a bit disoriented. "They really installed AC for us? I saw someone tinkering with something earlier and thought they were doubling the machine's cooling, worried it wouldn't stay cool enough and would shut down. Whoa, so cool. Never thought an illiterate like me would get to work in an air-conditioned room. Long live Su God." Su Gu was satisfied. The next day, he was pinned to his chair by Yuba, who kissed him for 2 whole minutes. "Man, why didn't you tell me about something as big as installing central air conditioning in the factory? We need it for the Hua factory too, we're negotiating the price right now. Bulk orders get better deals." Su Gu, his lips stinging from the kiss, couldn't take it anymore and flipped her over, pinning her down. Knock knock. Mr. Rin, the chairman wants you to attend a meeting. Ah. The secretary was stunned by the scene inside. Sorry. Sugu felt a bit awkward too. Runfei urged him, go on. Sugu covered her oily face with his large hand. Go to the meeting. Don't think you can fool me out of my shares with beauty tactics. Conference room. Sugu was naturally the center of attention today. The director's present knew Suji's temperament. He loved hearing flattery. One compliment after another had Sugu floating on air. Ahem, time for bonuses. If he listened any longer, his tail would be wagging sky high. Chapter 126, Su's hesitant mother. Ren's eyes sparkled with amusement as she personally handed Sugu a share transfer contract. Sugu accepted it with delight. At the same moment, Wei Hua transferred the first installment of payment for Xia Jiguang's company into the corporate account. After deducting the debts owed to Meiluan Bank and Xiaosheng Bank, along with this month's wages for the workers and other expenses, 60 million remained. Seeing the 60 million net assets in the account, Sugu whistled with joy. Ding! Level 0.7. 0.7 0.8, 50-60 million. Quantum communication technology available via paid upgrade. Proceed? Sugu nodded without a moment's hesitation. Upgrade. Upgrade successful. Level 0.8. Quantum communication technology plus 1. 0.8 0.9, 100 million 5 billion. Sugu clutched his newly acquired full quantum communication technology, barely having time to warm it in his hands before a notification on the system interface made his eyes widen. 50 billion? Why don't you just go rob a bank? The only response to Su Ji's outburst was the little figures on the screen cutting even more vigorously. Half an hour later, Liang Wei called urgently. Sugu, our company account is down 50 million. Where'd you put it? Su Ji's eyes darted around. Just spent it. Liang Wei, spent it where? Sugu threw it into the sea. Liang Wei. To avoid being hounded by the fierce little Wei, Sugu ducked off to Bureau 139. Guan Xiaoping, already sporting a bald spot, was as excited as a child upon seeing Sugu. He grabbed Sugu and dragged him toward the S+ lab. Sugu, we've been stuck at 49 kilotons. We just can't break through. Sugu tilted his head back. A measly 49 kilotons has you guys freaking out like this? I can handle it in a day. You believe me? Guan Xiaoping nodded frantically. I do. I totally believe you. Su Ji's grin stretched almost to his ears. Let's go. Build a hydrogen bomb and blow up the American Empire. Before entering the lab, Sugu had to stash his phone in a locker. Ha? A call from Mom? Hey, Mom. Miss me? Heh, just listen to my voice for now. I'll come home to see you guys when I have time. Su's mother hesitated. Son, your father and I have something we'd like to discuss with you. Sugu waved her off. Family matters? Nothing to discuss, just decide yourselves. Alright, Mom, my professors are calling me in. Gotta go. Hearing the dial tone, Su's father stood with his hands behind his back, a peculiar look on his face. Hang up? Su's mother, yes. He told us to decide for ourselves. Su's father's expression turned awkward. Well. At Bureau 139, Su Ji's forceful return instantly resolved the long-standing problem with a satisfying snap. The atmosphere throughout the S+ level laboratory surged to unprecedented heights. While everyone was thrilled, they also felt it was only natural. After all, Gu was the one who could accomplish what they couldn't. In Bureau 139, Sugu had driven the academicians from half-ball to ball panda-like states in one go. The academicians stared intently at the large screen, their eyes wide and panda-like with tension. Nuclear radiation, below minimum detection threshold. Explosive power, 80 black palaces. An 80-yield nuclear-free hydrogen bomb weighs less than 100 grams, a mere 1/trillionth of a hydrogen bomb with equivalent destructive power. Small size, immense destructive force, truly a nation's heavy weapon. Sugu, arms folded, admired his masterpiece. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught old Qian's subtle movements. His eyes darted, and he quietly slipped behind the old man. Old man, are you so excited about blowing up the Black House tomorrow that you're about to cry? Old Qian turned sideways, unwilling to let young Sugu see his disheveled state. What nonsense are you spouting? Sugu grinned, holding out his sleeve. Here, wipe your tears. I don't believe you don't want to blow up the White House. You definitely do, right? Old Qian, we'll split up and work together. You go to the Aerospace Bureau and get us 2 fighter jets. I'll pilot them. We'll go blow up the American White House and their entire arsenal. Whoa! Old Qian grabbed him by the ear and dragged him into the group, issuing a stern warning. Academicians present, if any of you dare lend Sugu an airplane or fighter jet, you will be traitors to Great Xia. You will be condemned for all eternity, and your descendants will be reviled alongside you. Academicians from other regions lack such authority, but those from Bureau 139's S+ level laboratory did. The academicians understood immediately why Old Qian had singled them out. Rest assured, Old Qian. We'll keep each other in check. We won't give young Sugu any opportunities until the time is right. Sugu felt like crying. Damn it, if I'd known, I wouldn't have gone to old Qian. I should have gone straight to Yu Yuan. He's easier to manipulate than old Qian. Old Qian, you're pulling my ear off. Sugu looked pitiful. Old Qian snorted, releasing his grip, though his suspicious gaze still scanned Sugu up and down. What are you planning to do next? Sugu, sleep, of course. Old Qian, I don't buy it. Sugu rubbed his ears and invited him, how about we sleep together? Woof. Another slap landed on his head. Sugu protested. Mr. Qian, if you have a new big idea, just say it. Mr. Qian snorted again, pulled out his phone, and made a call to someone unknown. Come on, wait at the main gate. Sugu was bewildered. Wait for who? A few minutes later, a red flag car with 3 6s at the end of its license plate pulled up in front of Sugu. Sister Hua rolled down the window. Sugu, we meet again. Sugu glanced back at old Qian. He didn't want to work at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Old Qian yanked open the door and kicked Sugu inside. Sister Hua, keep a close eye on this guy. Send him back once the blood in his head cools down. The academicians, including old Qian, were all advanced in age. Even with Sugu secretly spiking their drinks with energy cola, they couldn't match his endurance working non-stop for half a month while remaining alert and energetic. They needed time to rest and recuperate. Otherwise, if their physical fitness fell below standards, old Qian would remove them from the hydrogen bomb research project. In this regard, old Qian applied the same standards to himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Sugu to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He would have kept a close eye on him himself. Last time, he'd let his guard down, allowing Sugu to slip through the cracks. The reckless young man had dashed off to America, only to be chased by tens of thousands of Air Force personnel. Sugu, utterly dejected, was dragged by Sister Hua to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Once inside Sister Hua's office, Sugu dropped all pretense, flopping onto the sofa with a sigh. Sister Hua chuckled and nudged him twice. Sugu rolled over, presenting his backside to her. Sugu, you've done so much solid work for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Haven't you considered asking me for a reward? Sugu promptly held out his hand. Oh, a reward? Hand it over. Enough with the empty talk. Sister Hua, alright, take it. Su Ji's unprepared palm suddenly grew heavy. He jumped upright. Staring at the little figure on his palm, striking a victory pose. This is me? Sister Hua watched his expression change faster than flipping a book, suppressing a laugh as she nodded. Do you like it? Sugu picked up the little golden statue and took a hard bite, stuttering. It can't be solid gold, right? Sister Hua nodded again. Only for you, little Sugu. One of a kind. Sugu weighed it in his hand. Damn, it was at least 5 pounds. The slight frustration he'd felt about not being able to blow up the Black Palace right away vanished instantly. Sis Hua, I love you to bits. Chapter 127, The Little Golden Man Around His Neck. Sis Hua smiled and asked him. There's a meeting with the Kimchi Nation later. Want to come? Sugu nodded. I'm in. He stuffed the heavy little golden statue into his pants pocket, instantly pulling down a large section of his already loose-fitting pants. Hee, Sister Hua, got any string? Sister Hua already knew what he was up to, and even if she had some, she wouldn't give it to him. Sugu scampered off to find the cleaning lady. The cleaning lady produced a length of red string, about as thick as a pinky finger, from who knows where. Is this enough? Sugu grinned and nodded. More than enough, more than enough. Thank you, beautiful lady. The cleaning lady beamed, her teeth practically falling out. In her 50s, and still called beauty. Ah, this shift was getting more promising by the minute. Diplomatic Conference Hall. Park Min-jun, diplomat from Kimchi Nation, directly demanded at the meeting that Great Xiao manufacture half-nanometer chips for them. Our country once helped your Daxiao Hua Group manufacture chips below 7 nanometers. As a return favor, you should assist us with contract manufacturing. Sister Hua raised an eyebrow at the little golden man beside her. Sugu pressed the microphone switch. Certainly possible. Park Min-jun froze, seemingly surprised by the smooth response. Seizing the momentum, he pressed on, excellent. Then start by supplying our Kimchi Nation with 1 million half-nanometer chips. Their jointly developed chip technology with countries like America and Kenya only reached 2 nanometers, and its flaws, well, better not dwell on that. In contrast, Huawei's A4 phone utilizing half-nanometer chips remained a global sensation. 1 million chips equaled 1 million phones. He was certain orders would explode even before production began. Sugu nodded in agreement. Sister Hua shot Sugu a glare. You little brat, what are you doing? I told you to confront him, not to give him any sweet deals. Given how Korea had kicked his xiao while it was down back then, they shouldn't expect even half a chip, let alone a million. Now Korea received the same treatment as America. The Hua A4 wasn't sold directly to Korea. If Korea wants to buy them, they'll have to pay a premium through resellers. Why? Because they're in bed with the Americans. When good fortune comes, they feast. When America suffers, they suffer alongside. Suga stroked the smooth little golden statue, giving her a reassuring look. Alright, then Korea must prepay 15 billion for the goods. We'll deliver the first batch in 6 months. Sister Hwa choked on her own spit. Park Min-jun across from her wasn't faring much better. Is this how your great Xia treats guests? Suga reached out to stop Sister Hwa from speaking, then stood up and spat a thick lob of phlegm at Park Min-jun. Spit. You think you're special? Our great Xia's punks aren't for you to insult, you pickled Korean. You're a guest of great Xia? Who invited you? You're just a freeloading beggar showing up uninvited to beg for handouts. 15 grand a ticket too expensive, huh? That's exactly how your Xingshan company treated us at Weihua Group back then. You started the fight, we'll finish it. You pissed off our great Xia and still have the nerve to come begging for favors? I'm being generous, not shoving a turd from the outhouse into your filthy mouth. Big dummy. MMMPH. Suga shot a look of accusation at Sister Hwa, who was covering his mouth. Sister Hwa, that's too vulgar. Swear cleaner. Oh. Suga rolled up his sleeves and deftly leaped onto the conference table. The small gold statue around his neck bounced with his movements weighing 5 jin, it nearly crushed his ribs. In the heat of battle, Suga forced himself to ignore the searing pain. Buy or not? Park Min-jun, accustomed only to dealing with diplomats who spoke in convoluted, roundabout phrases, had never witnessed such a scene. Su Ji's fierce, demonic glare seemed ready to devour him whole. Instantly, Park Min-jun recalled rumors circulating about how the primary diplomatic spokesperson of a mycan had mysteriously turned into a pig's head during a conference allegedly beaten by a diplomat from Great Xia. He hadn't believed it back then, firmly convinced the other had merely suffered an allergic reaction. After all, regardless of how powerful America was, punching their diplomat was tantamount to punching their face. Even when facing diplomats from ordinary small nations, who in their right mind would dare to strike them? But now, he believed it. Holy, they'd encountered a madman. When the madman raised the little golden statue hanging around his neck and smashed it into him without a moment's hesitation, Park Min-jun finally cracked. His voice breaking, he shouted, "We'll buy it. We'll buy it, Korea." Suga didn't lower the golden statue. He tapped it lightly against Park Min-jun's head twice. Really? Park Min-jun, yes. Suga, when do we sign the contract? Park Min-jun, in a few days. No, wait. I'll have President Songson fly over immediately to sign with you. Suga, fine. You stay right here. You leave only when President Songson arrives to sign the contract with them. Any objections? None. Park Min-jun knew deep down he was being threatened. But he dared not do anything. You couldn't reason with a madman. Park Min-jun and his entourage sat obediently in their seats, not daring to move an inch. Suga stepped out to have a doctor examine his chest. The muscle over your sternum is thick. Your ribs aren't broken. As long as you avoid another hard impact, it should heal on its own in a couple of days. Suga felt relieved. Sister Hwa, standing nearby, seized the moment to suggest Suga remove the glaring little golden statue from around his neck. Suga thrust his chest forward. Sis Hwa, see? The doctor even complimented my thick muscles. Want to feel them? Miss out now, and you'll regret it. I'm the one and only chosen one, brave and brilliant, capable of building nuclear-free hydrogen bombs and sculpting these sleek, oiled pecs. Sis Hwa. Sis Hwa punched him. Suga gasped for breath in pain. Doctor, oh dear, let me take a look. This time, those ribs are probably truly broken. Suga stole a glance toward the door. Only after confirming Sister Hwa had left did he dare speak. Sister Hwa trained too? The doctor was also a veteran of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yes. Countries like the US and Japan can't exactly act like you did, losing it publicly in a conference room. But they'll sabotage things elsewhere. Sister Hwa's skills were honed out of necessity. You're not going to mess with her again, are you? Sugu grinned. He would mess with her again. Kimchi Nation. The former CEO of Star Mountain Corporation was in prison, and the current CEO was his son. When he received Park Min-jun's call, he was terrified. 15 million per share. I have no problem with that, but our company account doesn't hold that much cash. 15 billion won. What company keeps that kind of liquidity sitting idle in its account? Park Min-jun roared, if you don't have it, go borrow it. Suga barged in, picklehead, what are you yelling about? Dissatisfied with our great Xia hospitality again? Chapter 128, beating out the kimchi diplomat, reaping hundreds of billions. Thud. Park Min-jun's phone fell to the floor in shock. I'm not dissatisfied. Yes. President Xing Tian says their company doesn't have that much cash flow. Suga, is that so? Park Min-jun nodded frantically. Yes. Su Ji's eyes twinkled as he grinned and proposed. Then use Xing Tian's shares as collateral. Park Min-jun President Xing Tian on the other end. This is beyond ridiculous. Their silence made Su Ji's smile vanish instantly. Not willing? Park Min-jun wanted to cry, the kind of crying where you scream for your mom to save you. Thud. The solid gold statuette smashed hard against Park Min-jun's head. Park Min-jun clutched his cracked skull and scrambled across the conference room floor. Wah! I'm suing you. I'm taking the whole Great Xia Corporation to the United Nations. You people from Xia have gone too far. Wah! Suga tossed aside the cumbersome, torn coat. An evil grin spread across his face. Sue me? Go to the UN? Why not just say you're going to get your American daddy to avenge you? Sue. Right now. Suga flung the phone at him. Park Min-jun clutched the phone, suddenly at a loss. Suga snorted. Not suing? Why not? Because you know your American daddy won't help you? Or because you know they're nothing but a pretty pillow now? Park Min-jun's psychological defenses had completely crumbled under Su Ji's pressure. He wailed loudly, snot and drool forming a big mess. Yeah, Xia's fighter jets had flown right over the American White House and dropped their load. America had only dared to spit out a few tough words in the news, taking no real action. He'd just gotten beaten up. Could he really expect his American dad, who was busy saving his own skin, to help him get justice? Justice probably wouldn't come before Suga sliced him to pieces. Park Min-jun lunged forward violently. I remember who you are now. This must be the legendary Su who once beat an American diplomat to a pulp. Park Min-jun clung to Su Ji's legs, wailing uncontrollably. I was wrong. If I'd known you were him, I would have done anything you asked. On the other end of the line, hearing the Kimchi Nation's chief diplomatic spokesperson wail like that, the current CEO of Xing Tian Company shuddered involuntarily. We're done for. Kimchi Nation is finished, and Xing Tian Company is finished even more. Afterward, he immediately convened a board meeting. Board members, what? Borrow 8 billion from the bank? Have you lost your mind? The president immediately played a recorded phone conversation. After listening, every old face turned paler than the next. Daxia has gone too far. Do we even have other options? Report it. Get Korea to send troops for rescue immediately. Rescue what? Under what pretext? Is Great Xia trying to take on the entire world? That Suga is terrifying. I agree. Whatever Suga wants, I agree to it. The timid ones were already itching to sell off their shares. Grab the cash and run the farther away, the better. Money can always be made again, but what if the money remains while you're gone? They'd die with regret. The mere mention of Su Ji's name was enough to send such timid souls into a panic. The slightly bolder ones wanted to hold out a little longer. How could Xing Tian's shares just be handed over to the Great Xia people? The Xing Tian CEO had the conference room door closed and sat down to analyze the situation slowly for them. Actually, mortgaging the shares to Xiaziguang Company isn't entirely without its benefits. The shareholders narrowed their eyes at him. Xing Tian's president adopted a what's done is done attitude. I know you're all thinking I'm not as good as my father. But my father is in prison sewing socks now, he won't be getting out. Xing Tian is in my hands now. You have no choice but to follow my lead. The director's expressions darkened. President Xing Tian offered a carrot after the stick. That said, none of you can deny the excellence of the A4 phone, nor can you dismiss how the half-nanometer chip is transforming current medical models. Neither we nor Amai can currently possess the means to catch up with Daxia's chip technology in the short term. This means that if we abandon this opportunity now, we'll fall behind Daxia in healthcare in the future. Do you think the Korean people and their government would welcome such a chain reaction? The director's expression shifted from pale to grave. Indeed, Park Min-jun's desperate cries on the other end of the line weren't just genuine suffering, they also served as a performance for them. Park Min-jun's stance essentially mirrored the Korean government's position. President Xing Tian observed their reactions keenly. Does anyone know the current retail price of the A4 phone in Korea? The directors answered in unison, 29,999. Because that was precisely what they had paid for it. It was the most expensive phone they'd ever owned. The thought alone was infuriating. Yet the A4's performance was simply too superior. These directors were all of a certain age, each carrying their share of health issues. Especially the big three: high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high cholesterol. Almost all of them suffered from these conditions. The A4 could measure their blood sugar, blood pressure, and blood lipids without contact. It monitored them anytime, anywhere, more effectively than a personal doctor, without leaving any wounds on their bodies. They simply couldn't resist it, forced to use it while grumbling. President Xing Tian nodded. Its price in the US has also skyrocketed to 27,000 now. As for Japan, the highest price is 32,000 per unit, with no lower option. The directors felt slightly better, at least they weren't the most expensive, haha. President Xing Tian continued, the 15,000 yuan chip is indeed pricey, but factoring in all other costs, a finished phone tops out at 18,000 yuan. That's still far better than us scrambling to buy through resellers at inflated prices. Plus, we have direct access to the chip. The A4 phone's chip is embedded within a small casing. Technicians worldwide have attempted to extract the chip and read its core data. But the extraction process alone was enough to shatter their defenses. It simply couldn't be removed. If they tried to force it open, their skulls would shatter along with it. This applies to all Huawei S-series phones. Not a single loophole exists for them to exploit. After President Xing Tian's persistent, relentless persuasion, he finally secured the unanimous approval of the entire board. Every asset the company possessed that could be mortgaged was pledged. They scraped together a total of 12 billion yuan. The remaining 3 billion was pledged as shares to Su Ji's Xiazigwang company. On the day of signing, Liang Wei was present. She stared intently at the account, stealing glances at Su Gu whenever she could. Su Gu, what's up? Think your brother Su's gotten hotter lately? Can't resist taking a second look? Liang Wei puffed out her cheeks. Brother Su, I'm worried these funds might vanish into thin air just like that 50 million did. Chapter 129, Establishing the Billion Yuan Science Award. Liang Wei steps up again. Su Gu scratched his nose. It seemed the previous incident had left quite a shadow on little Wei Wei. Su Gu raised his hand in a solemn vow. I absolutely won't scatter it into the sea again. Trust me. Liang Wei sniffed, eyeing him sideways. Swear it. Su Gu held up 3 fingers. I swear. If I tell a single lie, may I be poor for the rest of my life. Liang Wei instantly beamed, bouncing up to hug Su Gu. Brother Su, I'm so happy. I've never seen so much money. Can we take it out and count it all? Su Ji's hand, halfway raised, snapped back as he shook his head. No. Liang Wei whined, rubbing against him. 500 million? 100 million? Su Gu kept shaking his head. Seeing Xiao Weiwei pouting, on the verge of tears, Su Gu changed the subject. How about I get you a set of gold jewelry? What style do you like? Liang Wei's eyes lit up. She reached out and took the little gold statue hanging around Su Ji's neck into her hand. Su Gu, you're going to melt down the little gold statue to make jewelry for me? Su Gu silently snatched his little gold figurine back from the bad guy and pushed Liang Wei away. Ahem, your brother has plenty of money. We'll just buy gold and hire an artisan to craft it. Liang Wei gave a non-committal "oh," not seeming very interested. Su Gu, who had been showing off his little gold figurine for days and still hadn't grown tired of it, suddenly felt it was time to put his little gold figurine away. Otherwise, if little Wei Wei really melted it down that day, he'd have no way to explain it to Sister Hua. Under Su Ji's strong insistence, Liang Wei was still taken to the gold shop to have a full set of gold jewelry made to her measurements. Crafting gold jewelry took time, so Liang Wei prepared to return to the company with Su Gu. Su Gu pinned her down on the sofa. This gold set is worth over $1 million. I won't feel at ease unless you stay here and keep an eye on it. Liang Wei gasped. Su Gu, how much did you say it was worth? Su Gu held up one finger. Over $1 million. About the same price as my little golden statue. Hee hee, I told you I wouldn't shortchange our little Wei Wei, and I won't. I'm good to you, right? Liang Wei grabbed her leg to stand up, then rushed to the counter and shouted, Master, we're not pawning. Su Gu quickly covered her mouth. Master, continue. I've already paid the deposit. Do as I say, or I'll take my business elsewhere. The master nodded solemnly, promising compliance. Liang Wei stomped her foot in fury. Su Gu stroked her hair soothingly. Wei Wei, you're not the same old-fashioned Liang Wei anymore, and I'm not the same old me either. Why don't you wear some of your old jewelry? Outsiders might think I'm stingy with my own people. Who'd dare do business with us then? Liang Wei huffed indignantly, who's old-fashioned? Su Gu, you're so mean. Su Gu tickled her nose. I'm mean. Liang Wei could only watch helplessly as Su Gu and his beat-up pickup truck drove away. But the thought that brother Su had made his fortune and thought of her first made her cover her mouth and giggle. Hee. Liang Wei's joy didn't last long, though. When she returned to the company clutching over $1 million yuan worth of gold jewelry, she received devastating news: 10 billion yuan had vanished from the company account, leaving only enough funds to keep the company running for 3 months. Lao Hei tried to calm her. Liang Wei, don't panic. I'm not panicking. She knew exactly who was responsible without even opening her eyes. Every internet-connected system at their company, Xiaojiguan, had been encrypted by her super-powered Sugu using quantum communication technology. Even the world's top hackers working together couldn't crack it. Only one person could access such a massive sum. Her Sugu. Liang Wei bared her two little fangs. Sugu? Is he here? Lao Hei pointed toward Su Ji's office. He's catching up on sleep in there. Liang Wei stormed into the Xiaziguang CEO's office. She found Sugu already asleep on the floor. His stubble had grown out again. Seeing Sugu like this, the dragon roar that had been on the tip of Liang Wei's tongue instantly vanished, swallowed back down. She crouched there, hands propping up her face, watching him for a long time. Ah, Liang Wei, you can't be charmed by his good looks. She gritted her teeth. No way. I can't just let brother Su off that easily. She clattered over to the secretary's desk, grabbed some office supplies, and rushed back. After fussing over Su Ji's face for over 10 minutes, he finally opened his bleary eyes, feeling like he'd been sat on by a lamb. Little Wei Wei, come give brother Su a kiss. Liang Wei flashed her sweetest smile. No way, brother Su. You still haven't told me which ocean you dumped that 100 billion into. Sugu sat up, rubbing his neck. Dump? I put that money to much greater use. Liang Wei folded her arms and hummed disapprovingly. Sugu opened his laptop and beckoned her over. Wei Wei, come see. Liang Wei, fine, I'll see. Sugu Science Award. Liang Wei, you established this? Sugu, yep. Liang Wei, this thing cost 100 billion? Sugu scratched his nose. Research is expensive. Not every scholar is as awesome as me. Plus, a bunch of big shots are clamoring to recognize my work and fund me. Look here, my quantum communication research can apply for funding from this too. Liang Wei's face scowled so fiercely it could have smoked tofu. Alright, using your own money but still applying for grants. My Sugu is just so awesome, always one step ahead of everyone else. Sugu pinched her cheek uncertainly. Xiao Weiwei, were you just being sarcastic with me? How could I dare? Our Sugu is number one in the world. Every decision he makes is absolutely spot on. Confirmed. Weiwei has been corrupted by Old Black. Outside the door, Old Black, inexplicably hit by a giant pot. The $1 billion science prize established by Sugu. It had already gone viral in the RD community. Is that prize legit? It's officially registered, and the funds are under third-party supervision. A young faculty member from our school just got approved. Woohoo, I got approved too. For young researchers without academic connections or major achievements, the Sugu Science Prize is like an oasis in the desert. I'd rather join Su Ji's quantum communication project. Ha? Is that even a thing? It is, but the hiring requirements are insanely strict. Not just anyone can get in. Everyone should focus on applying for research grants in their own fields. People outside the academic world were also stunned by Su Ji's bold move. That's 100 billion, not 1 million. Netizens once joked that Sugu must have secured that fortune from South Korea's Star Mountain Corporation, predicting he'd immediately renovate his hometown. Others speculated he'd buy multiple mansions, rotating through them daily without repeating a single month. I admit, I was shallow. As expected, the Su god our entire family worships is truly extraordinary. The extraordinary Sushin, clad in a tank top and shorts, had been tricked into attending the Rin family banquet. Chapter 130, Sugu, me? Serving you tea and water? He even wore a pair of flip-flops dangling from his feet. Sugu stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing coldly at the lavish, high-end banquet before him. This is my wedding banquet? Renfei, dressed in a sleek black gown that radiated high-end dominance, wore a polite smile. Yet her hand landed squarely on Su Ji's groin, digging in hard. Su Ji's face contorted in pain alongside her hand. Ouch. Renfei asked him with a forced smile. Why didn't you wear the dress I had delivered for you? Sugu curled his lip. That thing was uncomfortable and constricting. I was afraid if he jumped up wanting to hit someone, he'd rip my pants right off. That would totally ruin the momentum. Renfei was on the verge of losing her composure. Man, don't push me to kiss you to death right now. Sugu leaned in closer. Kiss, I'll give you a kiss. Renfei flashed a doting smile. Alright, stop messing around. The guests invited to tonight's banquet are all big shots from various fields. Making more connections can't hurt. A few VIPs haven't arrived yet. I'll go greet them at the door. You go ahead inside. Sugu nodded and went inside. Not because he was obedient, but because Greasy Fei was back online. Sugu dared not linger. A high-end banquet naturally featured high-end cuisine. With an empty stomach, Sugu grabbed a plate bigger than his face and wandered among the various delicacies. This looks good. Let's try a piece. What's this? Caviar? Ugh, gross. TSK, guess I really am a bore who can't handle fine grains. Steak? Let me see. Serving it undercooked? Aren't you afraid of eating raw meat and getting worms in your stomach? Even my cleaning lady cooks better than this. Sugu finished one plate and went to get another. Just as he was about to continue feasting, someone called out to him from across the room. You! Get me a steak. Sugo glanced up at him. The steak is right there within your reach. Don't you have hands? Can't you get it yourself? Mr. Huang, CEO of Sheetsy shopping app, was being fawned over everywhere he went lately. Could he really tolerate being snapped at by a waiter? He could. After all, a man of class doesn't lose his temper easily. Another businessman beside him, Mr. Tang, who'd been desperately trying to partner with Mr. Huang lately, saw his chance to curry favor and seized it. He stepped forward and barked at Sugu. Mr. Tang, what's your name? Get your manager over here. Sugu watched the shiny drool pooling on his plate and turned green. So you think I'm your waiter? Listen up, you lot. I'm not your waiter, and I've no obligation to serve you. Mr. Tang assumed the man was just trying to dodge responsibility by denying his role. Oh, great. When trouble hits, you claim you're not an employee? You folks sure know how to play the game. The commotion drew the attention of Manager Tang, the catering area supervisor. Manager Tang immediately stepped forward to apologize. Gentlemen, he's new here and doesn't know better. I sincerely apologize for ruining your mood. Mr. Tang was furious. New? He just claimed he wasn't your employee. You're hosting such a major banquet today, entertaining bigwigs from all walks of life, and you're using a rookie? Manager Tang continued apologizing. Mr. Tang himself didn't think it was worth getting worked up over. People like them had precious time. Every second spent on trivial matters was a second less spent making money. But clearly, Mr. Huang wanted to make a big deal out of it. And since Mr. Tang needed Mr. Huang's favor, he was determined to play the bad cop role to the end. Whoever made the mistake should apologize. Manager Tang immediately grabbed Su Ji's sleeve. You there! Come apologize to Mr. Tang and Mr. Huang. Sugu was utterly speechless. He'd originally planned to ignore this crowd today, out of respect for Oily Fei. Apologize? Apologize for what? Apologize for your family's outhouse. Su Ji's outburst left everyone present stunned. What kind of occasion was this? A banquet hosted by the Rin family. Who were the invited guests? High-ranking dignitaries. Sugu cursing among these important figures was like defecating on their faces. Mr. Tang's face turned crimson with rage. You dare repeat what you just said? Go your ancestors' graves, Sugu retorted, refusing to engage with the moron. He turned to leave but was blocked by Mr. Huang's bodyguards. Sugu laughed bitterly. Before my mood turns completely sour, get your men to off as far as they can go. Mr. Huang finally opened his precious mouth. The quality of employees invited to the Ren family banquet is abysmal. The Rens can't even raise a dog properly. How did they ever build their business? Manager Tang was furious both at Su Ji's insubordination and at the subtle contempt in Mr. Huang and Mr. Tang's words, contempt for him and all the working stiffs like him. But they were the guests. No matter how much it stung, he had to swallow his grievances. Mr. Huang, please don't be angry. It's our management failure. I'll fire him immediately. Is that acceptable? Mr. Huang downed the red wine in his glass in one gulp and slammed the empty glass onto the floor. Do as you please. This is how you treat guests. I, Huang, have certainly learned something today. Let's go. With that, he turned to storm out. Manager Tang dared not let the guests leave in such anger. Mr. Huang, I apologize. Please calm down. He's just a new employee who doesn't know the rules. Whatever punishment you want for him, we'll give him. Don't let this little thing upset you. Mr. Huang was merely putting on a show. He'd come specifically for Sushin today and wouldn't tea leave until he met him. He extended his wine-stained shoe forward. Fine. I've never bothered with petty matters. Have him clean the wine stain off my shoe, and we'll call it even. Manager Tang thought this was better than having Sugu lose his job. He immediately pulled Sugu aside. New guy, I know you feel like you can't lose face. But in our line of work, forget about dignity, just get the money first. Money equals dignity. Once this blows over, what if the higher-ups see you as someone who can bend and stretch? They might just give you a big responsibility? Think about it, would you still be short on money then? Seeing Sugu nod, Manager Tang let out a sigh of relief only to hear the man spit out, You hear that, Mr. Huang? Even a lowly manager gets it. What are you, the big boss, still standing there for? Come apologize. Be sincere. Today's incident will be forgotten. Mr. Huang. Manager Tang. The crowd of onlookers grew larger. The VIP guests generally felt President Huang was being overly harsh now that he had the upper hand. His words were unnecessarily harsh, completely unbecoming of his status, and indirectly diminishing their own standing. But then again, President Huang was still a guest. As the hosts, the Run family, well, they were being a bit inattentive. Chapter 131, The weather turns cold, someone's about to go bankrupt. From the start, Mr. Huang had only been making a show of force messing with the Run family's waitstaff to embarrass them. After all, Weihua Group had repeatedly refused to integrate his Persimmon app into the stock system of Weihua phones. But now, he genuinely wanted to take Su Ge down. He gave his bodyguards a subtle signal. The bodyguards immediately moved forward, but before they could touch Su Ge, two other staff members who seemed to appear out of nowhere pinned him down with deadly force. That level of skill was impossible for ordinary waitstaff. Among those present, who didn't have 100 or 80 wits about them? I've only seen such skills beside a political heavyweight. Leg hair. That familiar leg hair. Could that young man be Su Shin? Highly likely. Though the Ren family hasn't explicitly stated Su Shin will attend, given his close ties with them, he's almost certain to come. Today's banquet gathered so many heavyweights not only because the Ren family holds immense influence, but also due to Su Ge's presence. Even if Su Ge might not attend, the bigwigs dared not miss the chance he might show up. The man who developed the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb, who single-handedly persuaded the domineering Americans to end the tariff war. And now developing a revolutionary holographic quantum medical system, any chance to connect with him could catapult even a small, struggling company straight into the Fortune 500. Medical CEO, back then, Mr. Huang's son was reckless. He pointed his finger at Mr. Ren's face, calling him a damned old man, and even rammed his car into Weihua Group employees to vent his anger. Mr. Huang never properly handled his son's actions back then. Yet 6 months ago, he acted as if nothing happened, seeking cooperation with Weihua Group. After being rejected, he even went to the media to subtly criticize Weihua. Now he's eagerly attending the Ren family banquet. Who would believe he's not here for Su Shin? The medical CEO's words left CEO Huang flushed with embarrassment. Oof, Mr. Li, have you resolved all those overseas medical device returns your company faced? Mr. Li chuckled in response. My company's affairs need no concern from Mr. Huang. He'd be better off figuring out how to apologize to Mr. Su. Mr. Li was also a seasoned fan of Su Ge. At a glance, he'd confirmed Su Ge's identity. Mr. Huang, however, scoffed. He's Su Ge? Ha! Does he really think any youngster can impersonate Su Ge? Mr. Huang had gone through countless intermediaries trying to connect with Su Ge, encountering a slew of scammers along the way. It had left him with a deep psychological scar. So he'd rather hold his nose and attend the Ren family banquet than waste more money and effort chasing frauds. Seeing Huang's certainty, Mr. Li couldn't help but burst out laughing. Before Huang could erupt in anger, the imposing Ren Fei arrived. What's going on? The situation was completely beyond Manager Tang's control. Trembling with fear, he explained the scene to Ren Fei. Ren Fei shot him a cold glare. You're fired. Then she walked over to Mr. Huang. Su Ge, now protected by plainclothes security, suddenly felt an ominous foreboding. Sure enough, Ren Fei asked in a clear voice, is this you bullying my man? Su Ge covered his face. Mr. Huang was speechless. He's just a waiter. Mr. Huang's expression suddenly brightened. Oh. So the daughter of the chairman of Weihua Group actually dates a waiter? Ha 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 ha. This broadens my horizons. Su Ge figured he'd already lost all face today, so he might as well play along. He took Ren Fei's hand and gave it a gentle shake. Ren Fei, HM? Su Ge, look at him still looking down on waiters. Ren Fei immediately lifted her head and questioned in a refined tone, Mr. Huang, do you look down on waiters? Do you think waiters are inferior in your eyes? Or are you the only one above everyone else in this world? Mr. Huang, I didn't mean that. Seeing the waitstaff's increasingly suspicious glances, Mr. Huang realized this young upstart had completely thrown him off balance. He couldn't let him get away with this. Young Ms. Ren, I'm a very busy man. I can't be bothered with such lowly folk. Take me to meet Mr. Su. The other bigwigs were itching to dig deeper into how Mr. Huang had made his fortune. As the head of a renowned domestic e-commerce brand, how could he not have recognized Su Ge's extraordinary status? Oh? Is Mr. Huang planning to replace me? Mr. Ren's voice made Mr. Huang's neck jerk back in surprise. Mr. Ren, you walk so quietly. Mr. Ren, cut the crap. My Ren family isn't about to let some Huang start barking orders around here. Mr. Ren swept Mr. Huang up and down with a gaze that radiated sheer authority. You were never invited to this banquet, Mr. Huang. I turned a blind eye to you attending as Mr. Tang's companion. Yet you have the audacity to disrupt my event and bully my guests. Have you made up your mind to oppose me? The tension in the room thickened. Everyone who knew Mr. Huang understood his temper arrogant and unreasonable. After being berated point blank by Mr. Ren, he was bound to leap up and slap him. Yet everyone watched in stunned silence as Mr. Huang nonchalantly took a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray, acting as if nothing had happened. Mr. Su? Mr. Su, where are you? If you hear me, please respond. I'm Mr. Huang from Persimmon Shopping. I'd very much like to meet you. Everyone. Suddenly, it made sense how Mr. Huang had built Persimmon Shopping. When someone's face is thicker than a toilet seat, they can accomplish almost anything if they set their mind to it. Finally, Mr. Tang, who needed Mr. Huang's help, couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Mr. Huang back down from his attempt to go upstairs find Su Shin. Mr. Huang, haven't you noticed the person you're looking for is right in front of you? Mr. Huang narrowed his eyes, sizing up Mr. Tang for a moment before pushing him away with disdain. Mr. Tang, cut the nonsense. I have urgent business with Mr. Su. Mr. Tang's eyelid twitched violently. He grabbed Mr. Huang's finger and pointed forward. Mr. Huang, see that? The young man you just called lowly is the very Mr. Su you're looking for. Mr. Huang, Mr. Tang, don't joke with me like this. Mr. Tang was practically jumping up and down in frustration. Do you really think he's not Mr. Su if Ren and young Master Ring guard him like he's their most precious treasure? And those two bodyguards by his side, they took down your bodyguards with a single move. Do you honestly think they're ordinary people? Mr. Huang stumbled, and Mr. Tang promptly steadied him. Mr. Huang, you should just kneel before Mr. Su and apologize. I'll pretend to help you up, but you insist on kneeling. Let's see if that convinces Mr. Su to overlook today's incident. On the lawn. Sugu was massaging Renfei's shoulders while fanning her with a handheld fan. Boss, it's getting chilly. That persimmon shopping thing should go bankrupt tomorrow. Chapter 132, Pear Company explodes, Hook swings hard. Renfei pondered seriously for 2 seconds before rejecting the idea. No. My power isn't strong enough yet to make them go bankrupt tomorrow. Sugu snatched his hand back. Then what the hell are you doing being a boss? Renfei pressed her lips together. 1 week. Give me 1 week. I'll bankrupt that Huanggai and have Huawei acquire Persimmon Company. The soon-to-be bankrupt CEO Huang, supported by CEO Tang, did a complete 180 in attitude. Mr. Su, so you really are Mr. Su. I knew it. From the start, I sensed your aura was different from everyone else. Mr. Su, I have a lucrative plan to discuss with you. Sugu couldn't be bothered to glance at him. Get lost. Mr. Huang persisted, clinging on like a leech. Su Ji's bodyguards wouldn't give him the slightest chance to touch Su Ji's coat hem. Hearing the surrounding mockery and seeing Su Guo's complete refusal to give him any opening, Huang finally snapped. Fine, fine. You're just some lucky, hillbilly-born poor college kid. I'm doing you a favor by even considering you. And you dare be so clueless? Like I actually need you? Put. Mr. Tang, let us go. Mr. Tang. He didn't want to leave. He did want to curry favor with Mr. Huang, but he certainly didn't want to alienate the Ren family and Su Shin in the process. Mr. Huang departed smoothly, storming out with a mix of fury and awkwardness. Renfei, today's incident has made a spectacle of us all. Please accept our apologies. The atmosphere eased once more. Renfei and Mr. Ren formally introduced Sugu to everyone. The medical device CEO's smile was particularly bright. Mr. Su, I've long admired your reputation. After the pleasantries, he couldn't wait to ask. Mr. Su, do you think holographic quantum communication medicine is truly achievable? Sugu, why not? The medical CEO grew even more excited. Then, is there potential for collaboration? Su Ji's eyes darted around before he smiled. Potential? Absolutely. But as you know, Mr. Huang, the foundation for all this is developing the holographic quantum communication technology itself. Research is extremely costly. What kind of budget do you have available? The medical CEO was sincere. He thought carefully. I can temporarily allocate 300 million for RD. But once successful, the patent rights for this technology. Sugu immediately raised his hand to interrupt. Patents? Forget about it. Of course, I won't let you spend money for nothing. When we integrate this into medical devices, you'll definitely be our top priority. The medical CEO nearly lost his composure like CEO Huang had. But recalling the collaboration model between Weihua Group and Su Ji's Xiaziguang Company, he regained his composure. From 4nm to half-nanometer chip machines, all RD funding had been covered by Weihua Group. Yet the patents belonged to Xiaziguang Company. Even decisions on who to sell the half-nanometer chips to rested solely with Sugu. By comparison, his own term wasn't too shabby either, huh? The medical executive immediately chimed in eagerly. All right. We'll do as you say, Mr. Su. Mid-next month, several payments will come in for our company. I'll add another 100 million then. To attend the Ren family banquet today, he'd even skipped his father's 80th birthday celebration. That morning, enduring his father's cold stare, he'd stubbornly insisted the driver take him to the Ren family estate. He'd made the right choice, absolutely the right choice. Missing his father's 80th birthday? There'd be an 81st, a 82nd. And if he ever secured deeper collaboration with Sugu to develop groundbreaking medical equipment, he might even celebrate his father's 120th birthday. But a chance to meet Su the Divine? That didn't come around every day. The medical CEO grew increasingly excited, stepping forward to bear hug Sugu. Su God, I've decided to commission a statue of you at the temple. I'll place it right in the center of my family's ancestral altar. Sugu pushed away the middle-aged man's stinky bear hug with a grim expression. Worship my ass. Your family hasn't paid me any image rights fees. The medical CEO rubbed his hands together. What if I paid the licensing fee? Would that work? Sugu ate, drank, and reveled at the banquet, thoroughly enjoying himself. Meanwhile, the after-sales department of America's pair company was in chaos. They were overwhelmed, scrambling to handle user complaints. After 2 sleepless days, the exhausted after-sales rep, Eli, with puffy eyes, knocked on the office door of his equally busy supervisor. Supervisor, just received a complaint a user's phone exploded. The supervisor asked numbly, was he injured by the explosion? Eli shook his head. He said he almost was. Supervisor, then he wasn't. Follow the script, tell him the phone explosion wasn't the phone's fault but his own misuse. Figure out how to get him to list several dangerous phone usage habits, then compensate him 50 yuan. In the past, when Pair Company faced such issues, they not only compensated customers tenfold but also sent representatives to personally visit the affected households. But the failure rate of the new Pair phone was sky high, and the company had already injected several rounds of funding into the after-sales department. Every time the after-sales director went to Hook to request additional funds, he was met with cold silence. After several consecutive rejections, the director was ready to explode. Was the high volume of phone repairs really their after-sales problem? Clearly it was the RD department's fault. That so-called 2-nanometer chip was completely useless. Ailey went out to respond to that unlucky user. Before long, she hurried back, clicking her high heels. Bad news, terrible news, director. That user seems to have been driven to death by me. Director, don't be ridiculous. No one dies from anger. Get back to work. The after-sales calls are already flooding my line. One day later, Pair Company finally made headlines thanks to their own users. Pair Mobile shifts blame in after-sales. Pair Phone enrages user to death. Shocking. A strong heart is prerequisite for owning a Pair phone. The veterans of Xiazigwang Company crowded around a computer, watching the American media coverage. Liang Wei, finally, American media did something worthwhile. Cleaning lady, I heard the daughter of that user who died from anger is a news reporter, and the son is a lawyer. The veterans all turned to look at her. Cleaning lady, where did you hear that? The cleaning lady pulled out her phone. I registered an account on their American social app. I pretended to be a Pair phone victim too, and they added me to the Pair mutual aid group. The victims in there shared the scoop. Everyone gasped. Sugu, sitting with his legs crossed, looked smug. Look at that. Every employee in my company is a key player. Even the cleaning lady is well versed in internet matters. Auntie Ahemde Aquilin, I hereby appoint you as the head of Xiazigwang Company's Business Intelligence Network Department. Yes. Auntie Chui slammed her mop handle on the floor. Mr. Su, what exactly does the intelligence department do? Chapter 133, Tep has nowhere to run, desperate tricks abound. Sugu, exactly what you're doing right now. Aunt Dao, oh, okay. I won't disappoint your expectations, Mr. Su. A new message popped up in the mutual aid group. The cleaning lady held her phone and started dictating the text. After finishing, she nodded approvingly at the string of automatically translated foreign text, admiring her own work for a moment. TSK, if it weren't for the translation feature on our CEO Su's phone, I'd never have snuck into this foreign chat group. Aunt Dao was brimming with motivation right now. Her monthly salary had already climbed to over 40,000 yuan. Good heavens, who would have guessed she was just a village woman with only an elementary school diploma? As a child, her dream was endless snacks. In her youth, she dreamed of marrying a handsome, wealthy husband. Now in her middle age, she longed for a peaceful retirement, cherishing her grandchildren and living out her golden years in bliss. Yet reality was cruel, not a single dream from any stage had come true. As a child, just having enough to eat was a luxury snacks? Forget it. There wasn't even enough to fill her belly. When it came to finding a partner, would a handsome, wealthy husband ever notice a village woman like her? The men she could attract were naturally just like her, 2 peas in a pod, each content to accept the other's shortcomings. As for a beautiful middle-aged and elderly life? That was reserved for the middle class and above. Her son fought tooth and nail, burning the midnight oil just to scrape together a place in the big city, a tiny, old, run-down apartment whose age matched its square footage, crammed with an entire extended family. After mortgage payments and basic living expenses, her son and daughter-in-law's monthly salaries left them with less than dirt in their pockets. Finally, when her grandson started kindergarten, this old woman finally found time to get a job. Her original plan was to save some money for her own retirement, with any leftovers helping ease her son and daughter-in-law's burden. But who knew she'd accidentally overachieve? Her monthly take-home pay now exceeds her son and daughter-in-law's combined income. Once she cooked for her daughter-in-law, now her daughter-in-law cooks for her. Every day she comes home to a hot meal waiting. Auntie Dao basked in the thought Mr. Su, their boss, was always generous. One job meant one separate paycheck. She resolved to excel at this business intelligence network job. Starting next month, she might even earn over 60,000. Then, if her son and daughter-in-law ever hit a rough patch at work, she could simply wave her hand and declare, "Come home and rest. Mom will support you." The more she thought about it, the more excited she got, wishing she could work around the clock without rest. Oh my. Mr. Su, this is serious. People from Pear Company are trying to drag our company and Weihua Company into the mud to take the blame. Aunt Dao urgently thrust her phone toward Su Gu. Pear Company's misconduct had not only angered ordinary users but also turned some of its own employees into enemies. Employee defections carried far more weight than ordinary user backlash. Su Gu snorted derisively. No problem. Let them try. The truth will come out in the end. Weihua Mobile had established an absolute foothold domestically, its market share now fully surpassing Weihua. Internationally, however, its recognition and market share still lagged behind Pear. Pear Company's PR team operated with far greater efficiency than their after-sales department. Hook, Pear Company is accountable to every single user. Pear Company will not tolerate the tactics of malicious competitors. Weihua chips are inferior to Pear phones. Pear's PR tactics were quite effective. They didn't just rely on written statements, they also resorted to old tricks fabricating facts to smear Weihua. They attempted to cover up the real issue, Pear's 2nm chip phones exploding and short-circuiting by spreading fabricated negative news about Weihua's S series. Unfortunately, they underestimated users' anger toward Pear phones. They also muttered about Su Ji's reach, backed by his abundant financial resources. The unfortunate old man's journalist daughter went all out, leveraging her connections and authority. She exposed Apple's fake news piece by piece, revealing the sheer number of holes in their narrative. Meanwhile, the old man's lawyer son provided free legal assistance to help victims file lawsuits. Even before the case was formally filed, the uproar was already deafening. The lawyer even petitioned the court for asset preservation, citing the sheer scale of the victim group and the involvement of multiple lives at stake. The court granted the request. Hook finally panicked. I spend a fortune every year keeping you lot employed, and you can't even handle a bunch of sloppy lawyers from the other side? The Pear Company's legal team shared the same frustration as the customer service director. Hell no. Even the best lawyers can't spin black into white. Come on, try it yourself. Hook ordered his lawyers, unfreeze the company's accounts within 24 hours. For a company of Pear's caliber, having its accounts frozen even if not a single penny was missing caused massive damage. The lawyers had no choice but to grit their teeth and explain. Mr. Hook, there's only one way to unfreeze them quickly: reach a settlement with the plaintiffs and get them to withdraw the case. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for the court hearing and the judge's ruling. By then, the losses wouldn't just be the compensation paid to the plaintiffs. There would be many unforeseeable financial costs, potentially amounting to several times the current sum. It wasn't impossible that the company could be driven into bankruptcy outright. Hook's face slowly contorted into a grimace. He simply couldn't swallow his pride. Had it not been for the influence of the American Black House, he never would have allowed the untested 2nm lithography machine into the workshop. Black House. Upon learning Hook was waiting in his office, Tep turned and slipped away, his retreat somewhat comical. Mr. Tep, Mr. Hook is waiting for you inside. Hook had long stationed bodyguards at every exit. Teppo steeled himself to meet Hook. Facing Hook's dark glare, Teppo pretended not to notice. Hook rattled off a long string of numbers. Teppo feigned ignorance. Huh? Thirsty? I'll have someone fetch you water. Hook chuckled coldly. Teppo, this is the price Pear Group must pay for your flawed decision. Don't you intend to give me an explanation today? Seeing his act wouldn't hold, Tep resorted to another tactic. Hook, you know we had no choice back then. You've never been one to follow trends, you have your own unique business acumen. Did you really implement the 2nm lithography machines just because I suggested it? Wasn't there also your own desire to gamble big with small stakes involved? Hook was furious. Who guaranteed me back then that even if major after-sales issues arose, they'd handle it for Pear Company? That was precisely why he'd agreed. Tep began playing the victim. We genuinely tried our hardest to smooth things over for you. But alas, those idiots just won't stop causing trouble. If our party dares confront them head-on again, America will need another election this year. Hook clearly wasn't buying it. Trump glanced at his expression out of the corner of his eye. It was disastrous. He racked his brain and finally came up with a new strategy. Hook, the only way to cover up this scandal now is with new RD. Chapter 134, Persimmon shareholders taken down one by one. Hook was so furious he laughed. New RD? You make it sound so easy, just by moving your lips. Do you have any idea how long and how much money it takes to develop something that could silence the entire world? Tepper shot him a look that said, don't get worked up. If it's ready-made, why not use it? We'll kill 1,000 enemies and gain 10,000 ourselves. Hook. He understood Tep's meaning: utterly outrageous, despicable, yet surprisingly feasible. A competent businessman has no morality. Back at Dacia, Sugu, unaware his unborn RD project was already being eyed, was playing acquisition games in Rinfei's office. Currently, Dacia had 5 major e-commerce apps. Persimmon app used to rank second or third in previous years. But due to CEO Huang's string of poor business decisions, Persimmon app now hovered between 4th and 5th place. CEO Huang realized that without change, Persimmon app's user attrition would multiply several times over within 2 years. This was precisely why he was stretching his neck to reach Su Gu. Renfei returned from her meeting and, with the natural swagger of a boss, perched on the armrest of the executive chair and planted a kiss on Su Gu. Has the stock price of persimmon shopping hit rock bottom yet? Su Gu stretched lazily. Almost. I've already acquired most of the retail shares. Next, it's time to make persimmon shopping shareholders sweat. After several rounds of financing, CEO Huang held roughly 23% of persimmon shopping shares. By acquiring additional shares from a few shareholders, he could gradually devour persimmon shopping. Renfei unexpectedly lifted Su Ji's chin. Honey, I'm being good to you, right? If you want to acquire it, I'll immediately assemble the full team of funds and personnel for you. Here she goes again. Su Gu was speechless. Do you think I'm illiterate? Mizren, with what's left of your conscience, tell me, is this really for me? You're just expanding your own business empire. And let's be honest, some women have had their eyes on persimmon shopping for a while now, haven't they? Renfei smiled a smile that was both oily and dazzling. She stretched her arms wide, pulling Su Gu into an embrace that felt both forceful and strained. You're the man I chose for a reason. Your mind works brilliantly. Yes, my father and I covet the profits of the online shopping market. Before, we lacked the opportunity and didn't want to compete with them. Now that we have no reservations, we can do as we please. Su Ji's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Under Renfei's puzzled gaze, he effortlessly slipped free of her embrace, dashed to the window, let out a leak-scented fart, then plopped back down. Young Ms. Ren, please continue. You. Renfei's gaze held a complex mix of emotions. Su Gu crossed his legs. Young Ms. Ren, you don't burp or fart? How do you release gas normally? Through your nostrils? Renfei stared at him intently. Man, are you really that eager to know more about me? Su Gu shuddered. I don't want to, not one bit. Ahem, young Master Ren, come on, let's get back to our acquisition game. That scared the crap out of me. When he had time, he absolutely had to develop a machine that could remove grease anytime, anywhere. The acquisition of Shitsi Shopping and the development of the holographic bioquantum communication medical project proceeded simultaneously. Under Renfei and Su Ji's relentless pressure, Persimmon's major shareholders spent over half a month in constant anxiety. They ate poorly and slept restlessly. When they finally drifted off, nightmares plagued their dreams, and whatever they ate lay undigested in their stomachs. Among them, Chairman Zhou, Persimmon's largest shareholder, suffered the most. Dark circles ringed his eyes as he sat at the dining table. The housekeeper brought over a steaming pot of fragrant black chicken soup. Mr. Zhou, I noticed your appetite has been poor lately. I specially bought this black chicken, raised deep in the mountains for over 2 years. I simmered it all morning. Please have some. It nourishes your qi and blood, and it should help stimulate your appetite. Mr. Zhou nodded. He truly hadn't felt like eating anything lately. The soup did work wonders for his appetite. After downing a large bowl, his hunger was suddenly awakened. Yet he showed little interest in the dishes on the table, instead fixing his gaze on the persimmons placed nearby. Bring me the persimmons. The housekeeper smiled and nodded. Yes, of course. I knew you loved persimmons, so I bought extra. Glad you're eating. Watching Mr. Zhou devour several persimmons, Aunt Tang finally cleared the table. Mr. Zhou, have you been facing difficulties at work lately? Let me tell you, no matter how tough things get, nothing matters more than your health. If your body breaks down, what good is all the money you earn? You agree, right? Aunt Tang's seemingly offhand remarks suddenly struck a chord with Mr. Zhou. He had always approached investments and business with pure rationality. The outlook for persimmon shopping was indeed uncertain, but based on his logical analysis, holding onto the shares for another 6 months posed no problem. Yet lately, his gut instinct kept urging him to sell his persimmon shopping shares immediately. The constant battle between reason and intuition had left him utterly exhausted. What good is money without health? But this wasn't a trivial matter. He couldn't make a rash decision. Zhou Dong decided to give himself one more night to think it through. That evening, excruciating stomach cramps seized Zhou Dong, and he was rushed to the hospital by ambulance. The doctor diagnosed it as indigestion. Indigestion? How could I get indigestion from eating so little? It must be all this worrying lately affecting my stomach. Once the pain subsided, the first thing Zhou Dong did was sell off all his Weihua shares. A park near Zhou Dong's home. 2 ordinary women pushing grocery carts exchanged a few casual words. Dao Zuilan pulled out a thin red envelope. Sister Tang, the password is your birthday. You've been working hard lately. Aunt Tang's face crinkled with laughter. Sister Dao, if you ever have another opportunity like this, remember to tell me. She didn't have to poison her employer or spread slander. Just prepare some unappetizing, hard-to-digest meals as usual, and 20,000 yuan was hers. Dao Zuilan gave a perfunctory nod. Alright, time's almost up. You should hurry back to cook for your employer. From now on, stick to normal meals. And to avoid raising suspicions, we should limit our meetings. Aunt Tang nodded vigorously. Shui Lan followed the same routine, distributing money to the remaining ants one by one. Xia Ji Guan Company. Su Guo eyed Aunt Dao up and down with pure admiration. No, no. Aunt Dao frowned in confusion. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Su Ji's expression turns serious. My company's most valued employee, the total cost of her entire outfit doesn't even reach 100 yuan. Phew. Aunt Dao exhaled in relief, waving her hand with an honest smile. Mr. Su, I'm getting on in years. I don't care about appearances or keeping up appearances. This is just fine, really. Suku, no way, Aunt Dao, just you wait. Chapter 135, Old Lady, hand over your boss's insurance. Soon after, a minivan pulled up in front of the company. Leading the group was a man with an exaggerated, flamboyant walk, his fingers curled like an orchid. He entered the building in high spirits, ready to make his mark. A few minutes later, unable to control his expression, he emerged with a long face. Mr. Su, I thought you urgently summoned us to get yourself spruced up. Instead, you had my team style, this cleaning lady. He was the exclusive stylist for Mr. Ren, earning a 6-figure monthly salary. Suga fired back with 3 rapid-fire questions. Do you look down on cleaners? Do you look down on older people? Or do you look down on me for valuing this cleaning lady? 3 accusations landed in quick succession, leaving the stylist reeling. I didn't. Mr. Su, you're misunderstanding me. Suga shoved Auntie Dao toward him. Then prove it to me. Stylist. Hours later, Aunt Dao stared at her reflection in the mirror. Her face was frozen in disbelief. Is that really me? She hadn't even looked this stunning in her youth. The stylist had designed her look based on Aunt Dao's personality. It wasn't the kind of style that looked great at first glance but fell apart with the slightest movement. It perfectly suited her fiery, middle-aged spirit. Staring at the sharp, sassy woman in the mirror, Aunt Dao completely forgot her earlier claim that she didn't care what she wore. That evening, when Aunt Dao's son and daughter-in-law returned home, they were startled to find a stranger with an extraordinary aura sitting in their house. Who are you? What are you doing in our home? Aunt Dao rolled her eyes. Don't you even recognize your own mother? Her son and daughter-in-law's eyes widened like copper bells. Mom, how could you? Aunt Dao glanced at them, her tone light and detached. The items on the table are for the two of you. Lift the cloth and take a look. Her son and daughter-in-law exchanged glances. This was too bizarre. A perfectly ordinary rural grandmother had suddenly transformed into a mysterious, aristocratic lady. Neither dared lift the cloth covering the table. Mom, what's wrong with you? Stop this, we're scared. Did something go wrong at work? If it's too much, just quit. At your age, you should be enjoying your retirement at home. Your son and I both got raises recently. It's not much, but we can easily afford to support an extra person like you. Aunt Dao rolled her eyes again. Big grandson, come here. The little kid scampered over from the TV. Grandma. Aunt Dao motioned for her eldest grandson to lift the cloth. Your parents don't have the guts to do this. You do it, grandson. The little kid thought Grandma was complimenting him for being braver than his parents. He instantly stood up straight, patted his chest, and grinned. Yeah, I'm the best. With that, he climbed onto the stool with a heave-ho and pulled back the tablecloth with his little hands. This time, even the little brat was stunned. He wasn't a 2-year-old anymore. He knew what money was for, and he knew the red bills were the highest denomination. Those stacks and stacks of red bills, how many toys could they buy? The son and daughter-in-law supported each other as they went to the table and pulled out a bill. It was real. It was actually real. The young couple worked in perfect sync. One unlocked the door, the other closed the windows and drew the curtains. Mom, did you rob a bank? No way. Banks have tight security these days. An old lady like you couldn't pull that off. Mom, you didn't break into your boss's safe, did you? The couple's hands trembled more with each thought. Oh my god, we're done for. Mom was definitely going to end up behind bars. Aunt Dao's mouth twitched repeatedly. Finally, she couldn't hold back. She grabbed the designer handbag her stylist had given her and tapped it lightly on both their heads. Can't you just believe in your mom for once? I earned every penny of this with my own skills. Her son gave a wry smile, his face screaming, I don't buy it. Mom, you work as a cleaner. Your monthly salary tops out at 8,000 at best. Even if you didn't spend a single penny, working for over half a year would only let you save up to 50,000. And for the past 6 months, all the household expenses had been covered by Mom. He was already impressed she could come up with 30,000, and deeply grateful that at her age, she still devoted herself wholeheartedly to the family. The young couple were both grateful. With Mom covering the household's basic expenses each month, she had already lightened their financial burden significantly. Whenever their work wasn't too hectic, they would take over all the household chores. Not born into wealth, the couple had never imagined that in their 30s, they could still rely on their parents to bring about a dramatic change in their lives. Aunt Dao was displeased. She placed her hands on her hips and questioned her son. Didn't I tell you I got a raise? And not just once, but multiple times? Son, yeah, you did. But how much could a cleaner possibly get raised? An extra 200 a month? Or 500? Both he and his wife were highly educated, yet their annual salary increases never exceeded 20%. Aunt Dao couldn't be bothered arguing with these two idiots. She pulled out her bank statements and shoved them in their faces. After reviewing it, the young couple fell silent for a full 5 minutes. Their mother's base salary as a cleaner was actually 15,000 yuan. And in her first month at the company, she earned 23,000. 23,000 was her lowest monthly pay in nearly half a year. Last month's take-home pay had exceeded 70,000. Had they not seen the company name, the couple would have insisted on taking their mother to turn herself in. For a village woman with only an elementary school education to suddenly earn that much money in such a short time, there was only one possibility: she'd been framed. Framed for something big. Better to turn herself in early and seek leniency. But they saw the company name. "Mom, why didn't you tell us you started working at Xia Zhiguang's company? And you're using a Huawei A4 phone." They were still using budget phones. It wasn't jealousy toward Mom, everyone in Hua knew how hard those phones were to get. Aunt Dao rolled her eyes. "You two were always swamped with work, coming home late, too exhausted to even talk. I wanted to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Later, when you weren't so busy, I brought it up again, but you didn't believe me. You thought I was bragging. Remember?" The young couple. A full 200,000 yuan. Burdened by their mortgage, the couple had only a small emergency fund, not a penny more. "Mom, thank you." They rushed to the bank and used the entire 200,000 to pay off their mortgage. After paying it off, both of them were a bit breathless. "I even promised before that I'd bring my mom to the big city to enjoy life with me. Never imagined I'd get to enjoy my mom's blessings first." The couple pondered for several days and made a major decision. When Aunt Dao heard the news, she nearly choked on her own spit. "You two want to join Xia Zhiguang Company too?" Chapter 136, The Holographic Quantum Medical System Debuts. The young couple nodded. "Mom, someone like you can earn 70,000 a month. I think we should be able to too." Aunt Dao laughed in exasperation. "What do you mean, someone like me? Our CEO Su said I'm a rare talent. Xia Zhiguang doesn't hire just anyone. I'll ask Director Liang if the factory needs staff." The young couple felt deeply hurt. "Mom, do you think we're only fit for factory work?" Aunt Dao realized she'd gone too far after all. They were her own son and daughter-in-law. "Oh dear, just pretend I never said anything. Anyway, Xia Zhiguang isn't easy to get into, don't even think about it. The money I earn will all be yours eventually." Enough. I have to go work overtime soon." The young couple. Aunt Dao wasn't the only veteran at Su Ji's company with such favorable treatment. The other dozen or so were the same. Even in a place like the capital, each of them commanded high salaries. Outsiders felt envy, jealousy, or even sought to replace them, but none succeeded. Su Gu didn't value the veterans' individual abilities most. What mattered most to him was their integrity. At least so far, the company had never experienced a single case of betrayal or leakage of critical data or technology. For this alone, his veterans deserved their high salaries. The popularity of Huawei's A4 phone continued to soar internationally. Both Huawei's factories and Su Ji's chip plant had undergone multiple expansions. Yet demand still outstripped supply. Naturally, Su Gu profited handsomely. With the money rolling in, he sought every means to raise his workers' wages. High-temperature subsidies, overtime pay calculated by the minute, base salary increases, you name it. Interview any worker at Xia Zhiguang's factory, and their monthly salary starts at 20,000 yuan. Recently, workers have been taking turns on high-temperature leave, with many heading out for vacations. On bus 99 in the capital, two strangers exchanged a few casual words. Black-clad, bro, what do you do for a living? White-clad, screw assembly at a factory. Black-clad, what a coincidence. I work at a self-operated factory on Shitsi shopping. White-clad, I'm at Xia Zhiguang chip factory. They just gave every employee a 5,000 yuan heat allowance and mandated 7 days of heat leave forced rest. The guy in black sucked in a breath of envy. Bro, your factory's benefits are unreal. Unlike us, we haven't been paid in 2 months. Guy in white, huh? Our factory pays the previous month's wages on the 3rd every month, never late. The guy in black pondered for a moment. Is your factory hiring? Guy in white scratched his head. Not right now, but I heard Xia Zhiguang factory is about to expand again soon. They might be hiring, then you should keep an eye out. The guy in black finally caught on. Xia Zhiguang? The company supplying Weihua with half-nanometer chips? The guy in white nodded. Yep. The guy in black was silent for a long while. Until today, influenced by the company boss, he'd harbored strong resentment toward both Weihua and Xia Zhiguang. After being beaten up by the boss, he finally realized how ridiculous his previous stance had been. He got off at the next stop and boarded the return bus. He was quitting Shitsi shopping. Cut his losses. Joining Xia Zhiguang would be ideal. If not, he'd find another path. Turns out, he wasn't alone in this thinking. Pay up now, I'm outta here. No wages? Fine, then take company supplies to settle the debt. Hey, don't grab that computer, it's mine. Mr. Huang is here. Everyone glanced at Mr. Huang. The boss who had stormed in to discipline the unruly employees instantly chickened out, turning tail and fleeing in a panic. The glare from that group of workers was terrifying. He feared that one wrong word might get him killed. With the boss himself running away, his subordinates, who had pinned their hopes on him, instantly lost all resolve. After a token attempt to stop him, he simply let the employees have their way. Within 2 months, Persimmon Shopping, a company worth tens of billions, was engulfed in negative news, losing massive numbers of members. Major shareholders dumped their stakes one after another, leaving the company cash-strapped and unable to pay employee wages. Major media outlets scrambled to cover the story. Experts predict Persimmon Shopping's market share will fall below 10% by year-end. Persimmon CEO spotted at casino, suspected of desperate gambling. Netizens were gorging themselves on the scandal. Until news broke of Xia Zhiguang and Weihua Group's joint acquisition of Persimmon Shopping, the entire internet went haywire. Holy crap, so those rumors were true after all. What rumors? Rumor has it CEO Huang of Persimmon chased down Su Shin and Ren of Weihua Group, yelling at them. You know Su Shin, the guy who beat up a US diplomat at a diplomatic conference and flew a plane to bomb a US mansion? He is not someone who takes losses lying down. I was wondering why CEO Huang was still alive. Turns out Su Shin planned to make him wish he were dead. Dude, swear you're not lying? The guy above got so scared he deleted his account. Probably was bluffing, afraid of getting sued. This sounds crazy to me too. How could such a huge company lose half its market value and even change hands in such a short time over personal grudges? Sometimes the most unbelievable things are actually true. Netizens couldn't believe the rumors, but business tycoons dared not dismiss them. They'd all witnessed Mr. Huang's humiliating blunder at the Ren family banquet. They weren't surprised Su Gu and Ren Fei would strike back. What shocked them was the sheer thunderous force of their tactics. Especially Su Gu, his status is unique. Doesn't he worry this will tarnish his image? He's publicly declared more than once that he wants posterity to remember him. Unfazed by his image, Su Gu now sat with his legs propped on the desk of Yue Medical's CEO, picking his nose. After orchestrating the acquisition of Shitsiap, Su Gu had left it entirely to others, immersing himself in Yue Medical's R&D department for nearly a month. Those talents, recruited from around the world at high salaries by President Li, had initially gazed at Su Gu with starry eyes. But over time, Su Gu had worn them down into one pair of squinted eyes after another. Every time they locked eyes with him, those squinted eyes were filled with terror. God, Su has another new idea? The moment testing concluded on the holographic quantum communication medical system, the R&D team collapsed on the floor and fell into a deep, snoring sleep. They finally understood why Su Shin possessed such brilliance yet had so few proper assistants. Because no assistant could endure more than a month working under him. Each stint required months of recovery afterward. All the excitement and joy couldn't outweigh the overwhelming exhaustion. Surviving without sudden death was already a blessing from heaven. So now the scene was this: talented researchers sprawled asleep across the lab floor. Su Gu had retreated to Mr. Li's office to pick his nose, while Mr. Li himself was eagerly operating the system to run a full body checkup on himself. Chapter 137, Quantum Healthcare Early Detection, Early Intervention. As a medical device entrepreneur, he'd interacted extensively with doctors and specialists, maintained rigorous self-care routines, and enjoyed far better health than his peers. Hypertension? Hyperglycemia? Hyperlipidemia? None of those plagued him. He'd been supremely confident just a month prior. His comprehensive physical had declared him in peak condition. 10 minutes later, a holographic quantum medical system completed his full examination. A 5D digital anatomical model, magnified twice his actual size, appeared in his field of vision. Lighter colors indicated healthier areas, while darker hues signaled more severe pathological conditions in those regions. Why are my prostate and that other area showing darker shades? He felt nothing was wrong there. But the research breakthrough he and his team of brilliant minds had fought for days to achieve in the lab absolutely couldn't be wrong. So, Mr. Li floored the gas pedal and raced straight to the hospital. Doctors at big hospitals are always busy. Seeing Mr. Li showed no symptoms, they insisted on a thorough examination, leaving him utterly exasperated. Mr. Li, doctor, just give me the order form. Money's no object. The doctor sighed. Fine, but this is your own request. Don't come complaining later that we overtreated you. These days, you encounter all sorts of oddballs. Before treatment, the doctor is practically the reincarnation of Hua Tuo. After recovery, they're quacks, prescribing unnecessary tests just to rake in commissions without considering the patient. Mr. Li, aha. Mr. Li was anxious. He didn't leave but sat right outside the lab waiting for the results. When the report came out, he eagerly grabbed it. Couldn't make heads or tails of it. He scurried back to find the doctor. It was lunchtime. The doctor was dozing with his head on the desk. Woken by Mr. Li, he looked slightly annoyed. All right. I'll look at it right away. Just let me find my glasses. Sit down, don't rush. I'll tell you, don't panic, and definitely don't stress. Often, when your body isn't sick, worrying every day can actually make you sick. Ah, hey. Seeing the doctor's expression change, Mr. Lee nervously leaned in closer. Doctor, what's the situation? Is there a problem or not? Doctor, your prostate is enlarging. Without immediate intervention, you'll soon experience difficulty urinating, possibly accompanied by pain. Mr. Lee's emotions were complex at that moment. But, my physical last month showed no issues. The doctor interlaced his fingers. Have you been attending many social engagements lately? Mr. Lee scratched his head. Yes, I have been attending quite a few. Those industry peers and executives from upstream and downstream companies, once they caught wind of Sugu conducting quantum medical research in his company's R&D zone, they came flocking one after another. After all, future collaborations were at stake. With such warm invitations, Mr. Lee couldn't very well refuse. But Mr. Lee had his principles and boundaries. Dinner? Fine. Drinks? Also acceptable. But meeting Sugu? Out of the question. He wouldn't utter a single word about Sugu. Businessmen at his level were seasoned veterans, polished and slick. He was certain, if he dared use Sugu as conversation fodder today, Sugu might seek out his competitors tomorrow. That would be like digging a pitfall for himself. The doctor across from him nodded knowingly. Exactly. Social engagements inevitably involve drinking. Avoid alcohol completely for the next 3 months. Monitor your condition at home. No immediate treatment is needed. Mr. Lee had just assured the doctor he valued his health and would absolutely abstain from alcohol. Moments later, his arch-rival summoned him for a meal. Dining was the pretext, probing about Sugu was the real intent. Mr. Lee remained tight-lipped. After over an hour of maneuvering, the rival hadn't extracted a single detail about Sugu. Frustrated, he began pouring wine furiously for both men. Seeing Mr. Lee refuse, he deliberately goaded him. What's this? Old Lee's about to strike it rich and looks down on my wine now? Mr. Lee drank. The rival poured a second glass, then a third. Whenever Mr. Lee showed any reluctance to drink, the rival immediately started goading him again. After battling for so many years, they both knew each other's weak spots inside out. By the time Mr. Lee was sent home, he was already dead drunk. Waking up the next morning, he felt excruciating pain around his private parts. He struggled to get up and head to the bathroom to relieve himself. He stood there for several minutes, but nothing happened. Suddenly, it felt like the sky had fallen on Mr. Lee. That bastard, he didn't slip something into my drink, did he? A hurried knock sounded at the door. Mr. Lee's wife opened it and saw Sugu standing there. Her face stretched into an overly flattering smile. Mr. Su, are you here to see Old Lee? Old Lee, come out quickly. Master Su is here. Sugu wore a sour expression. Mr. Lee emerged pale-faced to greet Sugu. Master Su, why have you come? Sugu said nothing, only snorted, his angry demeanor clearly signaling for Mr. Lee to figure out where he'd gone wrong. Mr. Lee was somewhat bewildered. It was actually Mr. Lee's wife who, upon opening the door and seeing Su Shin, found his expression strangely familiar. Now it clicked, it was exactly like her son's pouting face when he scored a perfect 100, but the parents forgot to praise him. She hurriedly leaned close to her husband and whispered a few words. Mr. Lee sighed, slapping his forehead in frustration. Su Shin, look at me. Oh dear, yesterday I used that holographic quantum system you developed for a full body scan. Guess what? It detected my prostate. Sugu clicked his tongue, his anger dissipating. How are you feeling now? Mr. Lee's face contorted into an even heavier mask of pain. Worse. I drank heavily again last night and can't pass urine. Sugu strode toward the exit. Seeing Mr. Lee still standing there, he grew impatient. Come on, let's get you treated. Mr. Lee, oh? He scurried after him. Sugu had the entire holographic quantum medical system transported to the hospital. They met directly at the hospital. The quantum system and the hospital's examinations were conducted one after the other. The results were consistent. It was the same doctor again. His brow furrowed, then relaxed, and he immediately jumped up in excitement. This is cutting-edge technology. The level of detail was clearer than what you'd see by directly opening the patient's affected area. Sugu gestured to him. You can manually zoom in on any part of the 5D digital anatomical model up to 100 to 1000 times magnification. Following Suji's instructions, the doctor magnified the 5D digital model of Mr. Lee's bladder and urethra by 10 times. The internal hyperplasia and blockage became clearly visible. With solemn expression, he removed his glasses and magnified it another 2 times. Perfect, no glasses needed for clear vision. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible. A single scan took 10 minutes, which seemed lengthy compared to some hospital MRI equipment. But it could examine the entire body at once, deliver results simultaneously, and was completely non-invasive. By the way, does it emit high levels of radiation? Chapter 138, surrounded by onlookers, Mr. Lee feels embarrassed. The doctor casually asked. Even if it did emit high radiation, he still considered it a groundbreaking achievement of the century. Just wear protective gear during the scan. Sugo ran his hands through his hair, slicking it back neatly. What radiation? I can effortlessly neutralize hydrogen bomb radiation, let alone the radiation from a mere little device. Mr. Lee. You call this a little device? Sugo had just finished admiring his own handsomeness reflected in the hospital wall tiles when he looked up. Oh my goodness, where did all of you come from? A crowd of doctors and nurses had formed layers upon layers around Mr. Lee's 5D digital model. In the hallway, several elderly men and women in white coats, their hair streaked with gray, were shuffling toward the commotion. Before long, Sugo, the creator, was pushed out the door. He grumbled in dissatisfaction. Why are they crowding me and not Mr. Lee? Being in the center of the crowd wasn't pleasant for Mr. Lee. Because this group of eager medical staff hadn't kept him around out of kindness. They kept him solely for comparison. Comparison alone would have been fine, but why did they have to touch him? Touching him was one thing, but now they were stripping his clothes. Stripping his clothes was one thing, but now they were pulling down his pants. Mr. Lee couldn't take it anymore. He clutched his belt with both hands. Facing the eager gazes of two female doctors, he gripped the belt buckle with all his might. No! These female doctors were a different breed. Their faces showed no trace of coyness, only pure academic curiosity. To us, this patient has no gender. Your contribution could indirectly save tens of thousands of lives. Mr. Lee felt like crying. You're morally blackmailing me. And he was actually a somewhat moral person. Resigning himself, he closed his eyes and loosened his grip. The next second, Mr. Lee was stripped bare. Chased out, Sugo felt deeply aggrieved. Now it's balanced. Half an hour later, if Sugo hadn't been so bored at the door he couldn't even pass gas smelling of chives, Mr. Lee would still be subjected to their in-depth comparison and study. Seeing Sugo finally come to rescue him, Mr. Lee immediately hid behind Sugo, dressing while voicing his grievances. God, you're so disloyal, leaving me all alone back there. Sugo stifled a laugh. Mr. Lee, you seem to be enjoying yourself, ahem. Never mind. Lie down for surgery. Suji's last remark left both Mr. Lee and the assembled medical experts and bigwigs frozen in place. Mr. Lee, for surgery, don't we need to go to the operating room? Sugo, Mr. Lee, do you even know what exactly this project you poured hundreds of millions into actually is? Mr. Lee was even more bewildered. It's non-invasive testing, right? Replacing traditional invasive procedures? Sugo shook his head dismissively. Would non-invasive testing alone be worth all my time? I could just upgrade the Bauna chip and call it a day. With that effort, I could have blown up Tepu's place 3 times over. Mr. Lee medical staff. The once noisy conference room now fell so silent you could hear each heart pounding. Intuition told them that in seconds, they'd hear an explosive statement from Sushin's mouth. Sure enough, Sugo casually remarked, it can perform surgeries under the guidance of a professional doctor. What exactly it can do depends entirely on the doctor's instructions. Inside the ward, a collective gasp of shock filled the air. Sugo, hands in his pockets, glanced at them. Mr. Lee's bladder surgery can be performed directly without incisions. An elderly professor on re-employment nearly choked on his words. No scalpel? Completely non-invasive, not even a millimeter-long incision? Sugo, exactly, old man. Why don't you operate Mr. Lee using the holographic quantum system? Mr. Lee's current condition met the criteria for surgery. An old man anchored the wavering hearts of the medical staff back to reality. 98 years old, he was one of the hospital's 4 founding elders. Even the hospital director addressed him respectfully as professor. The old doctor paid no mind to Su Ji's title. What troubled him was Su Ji's blatant falsehood. They call you Su the Divine, clearly you're a young man gifted in certain areas. But, no matter how gifted you are, you can't spout nonsense, especially when it comes to healing and saving lives. The old professor was usually easygoing, rarely losing his temper with colleagues or students. Today, his stern, serious expression had the medical staff frozen in shock. Sugo rolled up his sleeves and pinned Mr. Lee onto the bed. Believe it or not, but if you don't, get lost. Sugo moved the medical system into position. Come on, Mr. Lee, perform surgery on yourself. Right now. Mr. Lee, Sushin, don't get mad. I believe you. Fine, I'll do it. The system supported voice commands. After issuing instructions, Mr. Lee signed the electronic surgical consent form. Seconds later, the system initiated the procedure. Mr. Lee's 5D digital model reappeared before the crowd. His affected area was isolated and magnified several times over. The old professor, displeased with Sugo's apparent disregard for life, took a large gulp of water, preparing to give him a stern lecture. But just as he opened his mouth, he witnessed a scene that shattered his presbyopic glasses. At the sight of the blockage, the system was automatically clearing the obstruction. Those waste products seemed to obey commands, breaking down into smaller molecules on their own. The old professor was speechless, his mouth opening and closing for a long while without uttering a single word. The rest of the medical staff, however, erupted into fervent discussion. So smooth. Look how bodily fluids are rushing to the affected area to clear out the waste. Quick, get a bedpan. Mr. Lee watched this miraculous scene, forgetting he was surrounded by a crowd of men and women staring at him. The moment the waste was flushed out, Mr. Lee, who'd been constipated all night and morning, instantly felt relief wash over his entire body. Full quantity clearance, residual alcohol remains in the patient's system, potentially causing secondary blockages within the next 12 hours. A second clearance procedure is recommended within this time frame. Before he could fully process the situation, Su-gu roused him. Let's go find a hospital with discerning eyes to collaborate with. This hospital was already among the top-tier institutions in the capital, and Mr. Lee's company had deep-rooted partnerships with it. This left Mr. Lee somewhat conflicted. At that moment, the elderly professor who had watched the entire procedure with burning intensity threw himself into Su-ji's arms. Master, your disciple has searched for you so desperately. Everyone. Professor, are you even aware of what you're saying? Su-ji's mouth twitched. I'm just a young bloke who likes to spout nonsense. How could I possibly deserve the title master from a distinguished professor like you? Let go, please. The old professor's eyes welled up with tears, but he didn't argue with Su-gu. When Su-gu walked out, he followed. When Su-gu climbed into his beat-up pickup truck, he climbed in too. When Su-gu tried to shoo him out, he spread his arms and clung to the door. Su-gu, old man, get out. The old professor grinned, revealing a mouthful of dentures. Master, your disciple will follow you for the rest of my life, even if I turn to ashes. Chapter 139, Eavesdropping in the Bathroom, Exterminating 9 Generations. Su-ji's foot twitched on the gas pedal, missing the pedal entirely. Mr. Lee, sitting meekly in the passenger seat and not daring to utter a sound, coughed weakly once more. Mr. Su, the old professor, is 98 this year. To be bluntly honest, it won't be long before he's just ashes. The thought of the old geezer clinging to his obsession, refusing to reincarnate, and trailing behind him everywhere made Su-ji's eyelid twitch repeatedly. Have your hospital send a group of top-notch medical staff to UA Medical Devices for training. The old doctor's face crinkled with laughter. Yes, sir. Master, your disciple promises to exceed expectations. Su-gu glared at him. Aren't you going down? He couldn't figure out what was up with these super elderly folks these days. Each one seemed stronger and more energetic than the last. Hee, take your time, master. Hey, leave your address with your disciple. I'm off the day after tomorrow and will come visit your place. Su-gu left him with nothing but the exhaust fumes of his pickup truck. Inside the vehicle, Su-gu shook his head inside. Sometimes being too powerful isn't all it's cracked up to be. People worship you wherever you go. Mr. Lee kept his eyes on his nose on his heart, and his ears completely tuned out. Fortunately, Su-ji's phone rang just in time, rescuing Mr. Lee from the ordeal of listening. Hey, Mom, did you get the local specialties I sent? Sue's mother nodded vigorously. Yes, son, I got them. Those sour plums are delicious. I haven't had much appetite lately, but those plums are so appetizing, just 2 can make me polish off a whole bowl of rice. Su-gu chuckled. They're good? I'll send you more. After a few more family chit-chats, Sue's father took the phone. Son, when are you coming home? Su-gu thought about it. It had indeed been a while since he'd been home. I've got things to handle these next couple days. Maybe the day after tomorrow. But the day after tomorrow, he still couldn't make it back. Because news of the successful development of his holographic quantum medical system project had reached Omicon. The 2 old men, Tep and Hook, dispatched dozens of teams daily to UA Company to steal data. Their agents even attempted to bribe members of Su-ji's project team right under his nose, trying to get them to steal the quantum system. A cleaning lady, who had only been working at the company for less than 3 days, was mopping the floor when she accidentally entered the men's restroom. She startled Engineer Tan, who was urinating, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Auntie, why didn't you check if anyone was in here before coming in? The cleaning lady approached with a sly grin. Engineer Tan, someone wants to buy your measurement system. They say the price will satisfy you. She slipped another note to him. The meeting place and time are written here. You absolutely must go. I'll be watching you. Are you out of your mind? Engineer Tan hurriedly pulled up his pants and fled. The auntie called after him. You absolutely must go. After muttering to himself for a moment in the men's room, he shouldered his mop and headed out. Su-gu, who'd been halfway through his business in the squat toilet when he panicked and stopped, burst out and grabbed the aunt by the collar. Hey! What's this? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Let go of me. The auntie yelled loudly, acting as if Su-gu had done something terrible to her. Soon, nearby staff members were drawn to the commotion. What's going on? The auntie was tearfully sobbing. He held me in the men's restroom and did this and that. Everyone. Auntie, if you're going to lie, at least make it believable, okay? Forget everything else. How old are you? And how old is Su-shun? If Su-shun wanted a woman, would he really need to force someone several generations younger than him? Su-shun, I've already called the police. Hearing the officers were coming, the auntie turned red in the face, her neck bulging with panic. My epilepsy's about to flare up. I need to go to the hospital or I'll die. Wah! The auntie screamed and thrashed, her body twisting into a pretzel. That would have been bad enough, but when Sugu stopped her from running, she spat right at him. Sugu! How disgusting! Sugu released her, and the aunt bolted. Seeing some company employees about to chase after her, Sugu waved them off. No need. She won't get out of the company. Sure enough, at the corner, the aunt was caught by a ghost who appeared out of nowhere. This time, whether she struggled or spat, it was useless. Soon, the police arrived and took her away. Inside the station, she still tried her old tricks of acting up. If it were some trivial matter, it might have worked. But when it came to the nation's future development and the safety of its top talents, her tactics not only failed but landed her in serious trouble. Within an hour, the woman had confessed everything. Wah, I was picking bottles by the roadside when that man asked if I wanted to make $500,000. $500,000? I've never seen that much money in my life. Even if it was a scam, I wanted to try. What if it was real? I'd be set for life. Wah, I really know I was wrong. Please, let me go home. Otherwise my husband and my son and daughter-in-law will worry about me. Releasing her was out of the question, but the officers arranged for her son to see her briefly. The auntie looked utterly wronged, Her son's expression, however, was dark and terrifying. Mom, what have you been doing out there? Why did my workplace say I'm implicated by you and put me on suspension? The auntie's face paled instantly. His job was a secure position. Not only had he burned the midnight oil to land it, but his family had also invested heavily in his career. Son, don't scare your mother. That job is ironclad. Who dares suspend you? Her son was frantic too. That's why I'm asking, what did you do to make them dare suspend me? When he first got the notice, he thought it was a prank from his workplace. But there it was, black and white on paper, stamped with an official seal. His boss's expression had been dead serious. They'd even told him not to travel anywhere for the time being, just stay home and wait for further notice. He and his wife racked their brains at home, trying to figure out what his retired mother could possibly have done to affect him, someone who'd been working for years. Inside the glass room, the aunt's expression grew increasingly grim. No, son. I'll explain to them later. This is all my doing, it has nothing to do with you. Closing his eyes briefly, he knew from his mother's reaction that this was no small matter. He never would have imagined he wouldn't fall victim to a competitor, but instead to his own mother. He didn't want to say or ask more, knowing too much wouldn't benefit him. Watching her son hang up the phone and walk away with a lonely figure, the aunt cried heart-wrenchingly. Wah. If only I'd known, I wouldn't have been greedy for that $500,000. Wah. 50,000 yuan couldn't compare to her son's future. This video was edited into a news segment and aired on television. Yielding to money's temptation, ruining children's futures. Chapter 140, The So Good It's Bad Law. After watching the news, those who had been tempted by the prophet and were starting to get restless felt their hearts sink. What era is this? Exterminating entire clans? Serves them right. Just as Great Xia's tech is finally gaining traction and American spies are being purged, some short-sighted, incompetent fools try to drag everyone into the fire with them. It has to involve family to make those traitors think twice. Overthinking it. This only deters the kind seen in the news. For those with no ties, or those ruthless enough to do anything for money, we still need whistleblowers. Exactly. He can't possibly have zero social connections. If he does, someone close might notice something off. And if they spot it but don't report it, they'll still be implicated. While netizens debated fiercely, the holographic quantum medical system had already rolled out across several top-tier cities like the imperial capital. Total R&D costs for the system, including all expenses, reached nearly 60 billion. Several key patents involved belonged to Xiaziguang Corporation, and their licensing fees weren't even factored in. The system's high production costs meant it wouldn't be accessible to everyone like smartphones or smartwatches. Currently, only major hospitals can access it, and not through purchase, as no institution could afford it outright. Unified leasing is the only option. The rollout of the full system sent shockwaves through the entire Daxia citizenry. Suburbs of the capital city, small outer district. Grandpa Wang rode in his son's car, making a point to pass by the neighborhood store. My son's workplace has family medical checkup slots. He is taking me to the hospital for a physical. The other old men, who asked you? TSK, who here doesn't have medical insurance? As if anyone can't afford a checkup. No one paid him any mind. Wang Laoya's son felt a bit embarrassed. Dad, get in the car. The sooner we go, the sooner we'll be back. Wang Laoya ignored him, strolling around them with his hands behind his back. I told my son last night, I just had a checkup in the first half of the year, no need for another. But he insisted, this time it's different. When I asked how it was different, he said it's one of those all-system checkup slots that's all the rage lately. No needles, no MRI scans. Just lie on a bed for 10 minutes, watch some TV, and you're done. The other seniors gasped and turned to look at him. Having achieved his goal, Grandpa Wang waved without looking back. Oh dear, my son's calling me. I've got to go. I'll come back another day to play chess with you all. The seniors could only catch the tail end of his car's exhaust. Inside the car, Wang Leoi's son sighed in exasperation. Dad, you're an old man now. Why are you still telling lies? Wang Leoi protested. What lies? We were supposed to go for a full body checkup today. Dad, there's no one else here. Stop playing dumb with me. His son cut straight to the chase. Dad, why didn't you tell them? The whole company only has 2 spots. I wasn't planning to fight for it. You threatened me with that feather duster, saying if I didn't give you the spot, you'd go to my boss at work. Oh Dad, am I even your son anymore? Old man Wang was stubborn and unyielding. So what? It's just a matter of who gets it. They had made an appointment in advance, so they could go straight in for the examination. Son, remember to record the whole thing for Dad. Use my phone. That way, he could brag about it to those old guys later. His son's mouth twitched, then his eyes. Alright, I heard you. Following the doctor's instructions, the old man lay down on the hospital bed, curious and excited. Is this all there is to it? He stared at it for a long time, seeing only a machine less than half a cubic meter in size. He'd imagined it would be at least half the size of a room. The doctor smiled and nodded. Sir, lie still and don't move. If you get bored, you can chat with me or watch TV. The old man nodded. I heard your hospital rents this too? Why not just buy one of these good things outright? It wasn't that big. Recalling Huawei's A-series phones, old Wang figured it might cost a few hundred times more than a high-end Huawei model? For a worker, it was astronomical, but hospital labs and ICUs were full of million-dollar machines. Compared to those, the full series wasn't that expensive. The doctor chuckled. Mr. Wang, do you know its actual price? Mr. Wang, 3 million? 5 million? Surely not 10 million? The doctor held up 9 fingers. Mr. Wang's lips began to tremble. Billions? The doctor nodded. Mr. Wang sucked in a sharp breath. The doctor quickly reminded him. Uncle, stay still. Uncle Wang stared at the little square contraption for a long while. Wow, that's expensive. How much is the rental fee? Doctor, 1 million a month. Uncle Wang was starting to lose track of money. So that's 12 million a year? Your hospital must be pretty wealthy. That was just the kind of person old Wang was. If the hospital was struggling, he'd worry it might close, leaving him nowhere to get treatment. He'd fret that doctors earning low wages wouldn't be motivated to treat him properly. But if the hospital seemed too wealthy, he'd get a bit sour. The doctor saw right through Grandpa Wang's thoughts, which amused him even more. Grandpa Wang, what do you take our hospital for? We're barely breaking even these days. The rental for this equipment is subsidized by the capital's finances. If we had to pay for it ourselves, we'd probably be saving up until next year and still not have enough. The old man nodded. True. But look at how our tech industry is booming. The whole world buys our phones and computers. Even our aircraft are about to dominate the global market. We'll only get richer, and eventually, the government will allocate more funds to hospitals. Still, I think this thing is a bit pricey. So small, yet so expensive, tech companies really rake it in. But when the examination concluded and the report was ready, old Wang's attitude shifted instantly. Goodness gracious, what on earth is this thing? The 5D digital anatomical model, twice his size, startled old Wang. The doctor smiled warmly. Mr. Wang, this shows your test results. Let's take a look together at your health status. Mr. Wang sat up straight like a well-behaved elementary student, hands resting on his knees. His eyes brimmed with awe at the monster before him and the marvel of technology. Mr. Wang, your results indicate you're generally healthy for your age group. However, your blood lipids are slightly elevated. You should watch your fat intake, avoid things like braised pork belly or pork knuckle. Hearing this, his son, who had been quietly filming nearby, immediately widened his eyes. Dad, ever since the hospital found your high lipids, Mom's been strictly following the doctor's orders with your meals: less oil, less salt. Forget braised pork, there's barely any extra oil in the soup. Be honest, have you been sneaking snacks outside? Grandpa Wang's eyes darted around as he flatly denied it. I haven't. I don't know. Maybe the doctor made a mistake. Chapter 141, What's more important? Doctor. With such a huge pot, the doctor wouldn't dare take the blame. Mr. Wang, based on the comprehensive systems test results, it appears you consumed fatty pork between 9:30 and 11 p.m. last night. To be more specific, it was a dish of stir-fried pork belly with chili peppers. Grandpa Wang stared in disbelief. How did you know? Did you team up with my brat and plant some kind of camera on me? The doctor enlarged the 5D anatomical model of Grandpa Wang's stomach. Residue from chili peppers and pork rind could still be found inside. Grandpa Wang. With the evidence laid out before him, old man Wang couldn't deny it. He cowered into a ball. His son was both exasperated and amused. Dad, you're not a 3-year-old. How can you lose control over something this trivial? Seeing the father and son about to start arguing, the doctor quickly interrupted them. There are other patients waiting outside. After returning home, old Wang immediately sought out his old buddies to brag. This time, his old buddies were genuinely envious. Damn, why didn't my kid get me a full series checkup slot too? Why don't we go ask around at the hospital ourselves? See how much it costs. If it's not too expensive, we can just pay for it ourselves. Yeah, I'm in. Nah, let's not. We're all fine. No need to hog medical resources. Hey, what do you think? Will there be no doctors left in the future? Huh? What do you mean? I still want my grandson to go to medical school someday. Indeed, a significant number of people worry that the widespread adoption of the healthcare system will lead to mass unemployment among medical staff. Parents of medical students couldn't sit still, directly calling various departments seeking a definitive answer. But department staffers have no idea what the future holds, and even if they did, they wouldn't dare say outright. Left without answers, the parents grew even more anxious. They decided to escalate the issue, drawing media coverage and nationwide attention. Public discourse erupted. While technological advancement is commendable, is it truly appropriate to displace tens of thousands of workers? Mr. Lee usually only glanced at such reports for entertainment. Even when parents directly called out his company online, he would at most have the PR department handle it professionally. They'd offer platitudes like welcoming the children to apply for jobs at their company after graduation, promising plentiful positions and high salaries. No matter how much the parents protested, it couldn't change the inevitable trend of the future. The Great Xia Nation would never abandon technological advancement over this, nor would it force his company to stop selling the full system. Because if they don't advance, neither will other nations. And when that happens, the Great Xia Empire would repeat its mistakes, once again being pushed around by the US and others. It would face another trade war with tariffs, utterly powerless to retaliate. As for balancing technological advancement with employment rates, that is not a problem a mere businessman like him can solve. Knock knock. The urgent knocking sounded twice. Before President Lee could call out "come in," the door swung open. Mr. Su? Mr. Lee's initial displeasure instantly melted into obsequiousness. Please, have a seat. Su Go waved him off. Mr. Lee, get ready. The media will be downstairs interviewing us shortly. Mr. Lee, Mr. Su, what's this interview about? Besides, we have a dedicated lobby. Why go downstairs? The ground floor was an open space with people coming and going all around. Su Go swiped his phone, looking busy. They're covering the employment situation for medical students and healthcare workers across the entire system. I've invited over 500 attendees. Our lobby can't hold that many. Hurry up, it starts in half an hour. Mr. Lee's face turned pale with shock. He wasn't afraid of interviews, but he dreaded this kind of unprepared one, especially with hundreds of spectators showing up out of nowhere. Mr. Lee cautiously peered out the window. What? Representatives from the major live streaming companies are here too. Su Go casually remarked, they're here to live stream it. Mr. Lee pondered inwardly whether it was still possible to make a quick escape. Every public statement he made in any setting was meticulously drafted and revised by his team before he read it verbatim. He might not shine, but he absolutely couldn't make major blunders. But this particular setting? With today's interview topic? For him to think there were no oversights? That was utterly preposterous. Su Go, holding his phone as he walked toward the door, turned back and said softly, I've had my bodyguards block all the exits and entrances to the company. Mr. Lee, you have half an hour left to decide. Either go downstairs gracefully for the interview, or jump off the 32nd floor and be done with it. Mr. Lee. Time waits for no one. With no other choice, Mr. Lee resolved to throw the entire problem to his think tank. Within a mere 20 minutes, they prepared 3 versions of a universal response. The remaining 10 minutes were reserved for Mr. Lee to memorize them. As he recited, he had his assistant tidy up his appearance. Gazing at his disheveled and tense reflection in the mirror, he gave a wry smile and tugged at the corners of his mouth. No wonder people outside the company called Su Go a madman. He used to argue back, saying they just had poor eyesight. Now he finally understood Su Ji's madness. By the time Mr. Lee nervously descended the stairs, the media, audience, and hosts were all in place. There were 2 hosts, the ones for the 7:30 p.m. broadcast. Facing the sea of eyes below, some scrutinizing, some resentful, some curious, Mr. Lee nearly lost his footing. Fortunately, his assistant, quick to read the situation, promptly supported him. In his mind, Mr. Lee silently recited the 3 universal responses his advisors had prepared for him. Female host, Mr. Lee, how many people does your company plan to hire in the next 6 months? And what percentage of those positions require higher education qualifications? Mr. Lee shifted uncomfortably. Well, 500 to 600. Higher education graduates will make up about 20%. Male host, we know there are approximately 70,000 new medical graduates this year. Your company clearly has a gap of 500 or 600 positions. Why would you brazenly claim you can absorb all 70,000 graduates? Mr. Lee grew flustered, unable to sit still any longer, and stood up abruptly. I never said that. But seeing the dark camera lens below, he sat back down with a nervous chuckle. Well, we do plan to expand recruitment. Female host pressed, how many specifically? When will it start? For which positions? Mr. Lee steeled himself, ready to use the universal response his advisors had prepared. But before he could finish, Sugu cut him off, smiling warmly at the CEO. Mr. Lee, besides the live audience here, the total online viewership has already reached 50 million. Everyone's watching this live stream because of me. If you don't tell the truth, I'll blow up the Uwei Company headquarters building in a minute, okay? Chapter 142, Mr. Lee, Sue the Madman. Not just Mr. Lee, every single person present felt their hearts skip a beat. Because, this madman standing before them was absolutely capable of doing it. Mr. Lee put on a show of absolute sincerity. I apologize to everyone. The announcements my company issued earlier were all lies. Although our company holds the full production rights for the system, only major hospitals can afford to buy or lease it, so we won't be mass producing it. Therefore, we won't be hiring employees in large numbers either. Will medical professionals be replaced in the future? Personally, I believe some incompetent doctors will be weeded out. His blunt honesty sent the room into an uproar. A parent of a medical student stood up and asked him, "Then may I ask, Mr. Lee, how do you determine whether someone is truly incompetent? Are all those dismissed really incompetent?" They had come today to broaden their children's paths, not to narrow their survival prospects. Mr. Lee shrugged. Of course not. There will inevitably be collateral damage. I think the term quack here can be seen as neutral, specifically referring to those whose skills aren't up to par, who think they've successfully become doctors and don't care about future advancement, just coasting along. Mr. Lee knew his words sounded harsh, but what could he do? Sue the madman had forced him to speak the truth or else he'd blow up his building. Well, that would just mean the fragile hearts of parents and medical staff would be shattered once more, he chuckled. Observing the parents' expressions, a strange sense of satisfaction welled up inside Mr. Lee. In short, in the future, competition will intensify among both medical students and practicing doctors. After all, survival of the fittest. As the parents' faces darkened to the point of being ink black, Sugu stood up and led the applause. Let's all thank Mr. Lee for his candid remarks. Clap clap clap. You there in the middle row, 6th seat from the front, why aren't you clapping? Is it because you don't want to hear the truth? The parent stiffly raised both hands to clap clap clap. Suddenly, Mr. Lee felt completely at ease. He even chuckled to himself a few times. So in Sue Dianzi's heart, he was still the most important person after all. Mr. Lee narcissistically concluded that Sue Dianzi's actions today weren't about destroying the company at all. Wasn't he actually inviting the haters right to his doorstep to confront them head-on? To avenge him? But moments later, Mr. Lee's smile vanished. Because Sugu asked him, Mr. Lee, as the CEO of Uwei Group and the biggest direct beneficiary of the nationwide medical school expansion, what compensation and contributions do you plan to make regarding the impending unemployment of the large cohort of state-sponsored medical students? Mr. Lee's cheeks twitched violently. How did he manage to shift the blame back onto him again? Mr. Su. Mr. Su, what do you think I should do? I'll follow your lead. He had no choice but to scramble to find a way out. Sugu pondered briefly. In my opinion, you should allocate 10 billion yuan annually to subsidize these less-than-stellar medical students and the soon-to-be-laid-off medical staff. Use it to support their transitional training during this gap period, helping them find new employment. Mr. Lee, do you think 10 billion is enough? If not, we can add more. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee clutched his chest, his smile looking more like a grimace than a laugh. Enough. I think that's enough. No need to add more. 10 billion. Sometimes when the company's performance is poor, the annual revenue doesn't even reach 10 billion. Sugu publicly urged Mr. Lee in front of tens of millions of people to transfer this month's subsidy into the newly established public welfare account he had just applied for. Any eligible medical staff or medical students could apply. Parents who had prepared a barrage of angry questions for Mr. Lee fell silent as mountains. They never dreamed things would turn out this way. They hadn't expected much from capitalist Mr. Lee today anyway. Their hope was that today's news coverage would draw more attention to their children studying medicine. They didn't want their children, who had toiled for decades over their studies, to have studied for nothing. But who knew? Oh, well. After the interview, Mr. Lee hurried back to his office. He locked himself in his small lounge. Outside the door, his special assistants exchanged glances. Should we go in and talk some sense into him? Are you crazy? Want to get docked pay? Honestly, I just can't stand seeing someone my dad's age crying so pitifully in front of me. It'll pass. Mr. Lee'll pull himself together. Let's just get back to work. Special Assistant Zhao, have you ever seen Mr. Lee cry before? Yeah, just that one time. He got screwed over big time by our competitor company. He locked himself in the men's restroom and cried. The male colleagues on that floor had to hold it in and go downstairs to use the restroom. He didn't cry for long, maybe half an hour total. But this time, Mr. Lee cried for over 2 hours, his voice hoarse from sobbing, and showed no signs of stopping. His assistants had no choice but to call in Mrs. Li. Madam, please try to comfort Mr. Li. I'm afraid if he keeps crying like this, he'll cry himself blind. Mrs. Li forced a smile. All right. You've worked hard. I'll handle this. You don't need to worry. Shortly after the special assistants were dismissed by Mrs. Li, a loud thud echoed through the room. Special assistants. Their footsteps quickened. Who would have thought? The gentle and refined chairman's wife could actually lose her temper. Getting angry was one thing, but she actually kicked the door. Kicking the door was one thing, but she was also hitting people. Hearing the muffled sobs mixed with gasps coming from the chairman's office, they shuddered and sprinted downstairs, pretending they hadn't heard a thing. In the break room, Mr. Li was being chased and beaten by his own wife. You venomous woman. Mrs. Li rolled up her sleeves, revealing a wicked grin. Ah, call me a poisonous. If I don't beat some sense into you, you ungrateful dog, I don't deserve the title. Mr. Li kept up his bravado as he ran. I won't stoop to a woman's level, humph. Ow. You're cheating. Mr. Li clutched his shoulder where the high heel had struck, finally losing his temper. He scrambled under the bed. Mrs. Li stood with her hands on her hips. Come out. Mr. Li scoffed, ha. Like I'd just come out when you tell me to? No way. Mrs. Li laughed in exasperation. Mr. Li, aren't you so capable? Didn't you want to wail so loud the whole building could hear? Why aren't you continuing? Mr. Li muttered under his breath, better safe than sorry. If his wife wanted to yell at him for a bit, let her yell. It wouldn't hurt him anyway. Clearly, Mrs. Li wasn't going to let him off the hook today. You're usually so full of scheming, yet today you can't see through Mr. Su's intentions? Who do you think Mr. Su pulled out all the stops for? It's all for UA Medical for you. At this stage, simply leasing the Quan system to the Great Xia Kingdom wouldn't generate much profit. But the heated public debate about how the full system's launch would impact employment rates would undoubtedly indirectly affect sales of UA Medical's other products. Chapter 143, a paltry 10 billion? Let it go. Mr. Li lay on the ground feigning death, and the more Mrs. Li watched him, the angrier she grew. She extended her high-heeled shoe to stomp on him. Mr. Li silently shifted further inward. You can't reach me. Mrs. Li rolled her eyes in frustration. I'll ask you this, was Su Ji's solution a good one? The emotions of the parents and medical staff were calmed, and the company's image improved. Mr. Li shouted, 10 billion a year. 10 billion. That could buy you so much jewelry, so many mansions. Hey, hey, hey. You shrew, don't pull me. I'm not coming out. Mrs. Li flung off her high heels and crawled under the bed, forcibly dragging Mr. Li out from beneath it. After a session of marital affection, Mr. Li sat on the sofa with bedhead and torn clothes, looking as pitiful as could be. Mrs. Li, have you learned your lesson? Mr. Li, yes, I'm sorry. Mrs. Li, what exactly did you do wrong? Mr. Li, I was wrong to be so stingy. Mrs. Li, anything else? Mr. Li, also, I didn't thank Mr. Su promptly for his help, and I even gave him a nickname behind his back. Oh dear, honey, promise you won't hit me anymore. You'll beat your man silly. Who's gonna earn money for your handbags and jewelry then? Ouch, that hurts. Under Mrs. Li's stern orders, Mr. Li went to Shujia village with black eyes and lavish gifts to apologize. Still sore from his wife's beating and too exhausted to think clearly, Mr. Li asked before leaving, honey, why are we going to Zujiakan instead of directly to Xia Jiguang's company? To show sincerity, they went without a driver or assistant today. Mrs. Li kept tapping the trunk repeatedly to make sure all the gifts were accounted for. Why? Because Mr. Su isn't at the company. Liang Wei explained over the phone that Mr. Su wouldn't be appearing for nearly a month, and the specific location couldn't be disclosed. Mrs. Li wasn't stupid. They had deep cooperation with Xia Jiguang's company. They were a community of shared interests. If Mr. Su had gone elsewhere, Director Liang wouldn't have kept it from her. Therefore, it was highly probable that Mr. Su had gone to Bureau 139. Off to develop another nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. Preparing to blow up the American empire, heh. Mr. Li, oh, so you've already called, huh? Heh, my wife is so thoughtful. Mrs. Li didn't even spare him a single glance. Su Village. Under Su Ji's leadership, the village's young people, even those with little education, all secured good jobs as long as they were willing to work hard. With higher incomes, their debts were paid off, and they even had extra money to build small Western-style houses for their families. They even secretly competed to see whose Western-style house looked better and more impressive. Honey, look, isn't that Su Ji's name carved on the commemorative steel? Mrs. Li leaned out the car window to peer at it. Mr. Li glanced over too. It really is. But if I were from Shujia village, I'd have a monument carved for Mr. Su too. As long as the villagers of Shujia village didn't cause trouble or mess things up, at least 3 generations would not only have no worries about food and clothing but also enjoy smooth paths ahead. Honey, slow down. There's a pregnant woman up ahead. It was their first time in Shujia village, and they didn't know the exact location of Su Ji's home. Mrs. Li decided to get out of the car. Young lady, hello. Could you tell me how to get to Su Ji's house? Ma Dongmei, strolling through the village with her large belly, promptly corrected her. Young lady, I'm almost 50 now. You should call me big sister instead, haha. Mrs. Li, who spent most of her time shuttling between beauty salons and was passionate about skincare, was taken aback. You don't look it. I thought you were just in your early 20s. Ma Dongmei was used to compliments. My husband and I both look young. By the way, who are you looking for at Su Ji's place? Ma Dongmei and her husband had grown accustomed to this little white lie. It saved them a lot of trouble. Mrs. Li quickly replied, I'm here to see Su Ji's parents. Ma Dongmei's hand, which had been resting leisurely on her belly, tensed. What's happened to him? Mrs. Li waved her hand. No. Mr. Su has been so helpful to us. My husband and I just wanted to visit his parents to express our gratitude for raising such an outstanding son who has benefited us immensely. Ma Dongmei's heart sank back into her chest. She scratched her face, feeling a bit embarrassed. Actually, it's really his own doing. Even after Ma Dongmei led them back to the Su residence, the Li couple still hadn't realized that the heavily pregnant woman gesturing for them to sit down, and the man in the yard building a swing with his shirt off, revealing several defined abdominal muscles, none other than Su's father, were the very people they'd been searching for. Mr. and Mrs. Li showered the Su household with praise, stopping just short of complimenting the cement courtyard for its beauty and vitality. Mr. Li and his wife exchanged a glance. Mrs. Li asked softly, My dear, no, sister, when will Mr. and Mrs. Su return? Or perhaps you could tell me where they are, and we'll go find them ourselves. Ma Dongmei let out a startled gasp and beckoned her husband over from his work. Old Su, stop working. We have guests at home. Help entertain them. His work was interrupted mid-task. Mr. Su grumbled with some displeasure, guests every single day, entertaining them constantly. The doorstep is practically worn flat. Su's mother, Ma Dongmei, shot him a glare. This is the CEO of Yue Medical Devices and his wife. Father Su straightened up. You mean that Yue company our son mentioned when he called home recently? Su's mother nodded. Yes. Mr. Li and Mrs. Li, standing nearby, couldn't take their eyes off them. Who could tell them what on earth was going on in the world? A man and woman who didn't look much older than Mr. Su himself were claiming to be his parents? They suspected they'd been scammed. Ma Dongmei sighed helplessly, Look, there's a family photo of the three of us on the table. If you still don't believe us, then there's nothing more we can do. It took Mr. and Mrs. Li quite a while to process this reality. They rushed to the car and brought out all the gifts they had prepared for Su's parents. They were all expensive gifts favored by middle-aged and elderly people. It must be said, these gifts truly struck a chord with Mr. and Mrs. Su. Though their bodies had grown younger, their original tastes remained unchanged. This wine is far more mellow and aromatic than any 30-year-old vintage from some foreign estate. Su's father carefully peeled away the crumbling seal from the bottle's neck, letting the aroma waft straight into his nose. Mrs. Su gazed at the golden threaded screen before her, her eyes sparkling. Aren't these gifts too extravagant? We can't possibly accept them. Mr. Su nodded in agreement. The gifts were splendid, but they couldn't risk harming their son indirectly through their own greed. Mr. Li insisted, You absolutely must accept them. Without Mr. Su, there would be no me, Li, standing here today. Fearing the Su parents might try to stuff the gifts back into their car, the couple clasped hands and fled without looking back. After running a considerable distance, the couple exchanged a knowing glance. Honey, do you still feel bad about giving away 10 billion every year? Mr. Li shook his head faster than a rattle. A mere 10 billion. Chapter 144, High-Yield Nuclear-Free Hydrogen Bomb. Your Excellency, please choose. What do the wealthy care about most? Money? No, it's life, it's health. Su Ji's parents certainly weren't naturally youthful. And it's not just their outward appearance, their underlying vitality is youthful too. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to easily conceive a second child at their age. Don't be fooled by TV news stories about couples in their 40s, 50s, or 60s having children later in life. News is news precisely because it's rare. If everyone could conceive and give birth at that age, it wouldn't make the news at all. And judging by the looks of it, Mr. and Mrs. Su's second child was likely an unplanned pregnancy. Had they truly intended to have a second child, they would have done so in their 20s or 30s, not waited until now. And with an accomplished son like Su Gu already in the picture, having another child would be entirely unnecessary. An unexpected pregnancy nearing 50. What does that tell you? It means that Mr. Su's wonderful son must have employed some cutting-edge technology beyond their wildest imagination, completely transforming his parents' physical constitution. Once I'm close enough to Su Gu, why would he not tell me how he became just like his parents? Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Our future looks brighter than ever. Honey, let's set aside half a day each week to visit Brother Su and Sister Su. Mr. Su is so busy he can't come home. We'll just consider this our way of helping him fulfill his filial duties. Looking at Sister Su's belly, she must be close to giving birth. What if we could lend a hand when she gives birth? Honey, don't you think Mr. Su will always remember our kindness? Mrs. Li teased him with a smile. Oh, who was reluctant to come earlier? Who was so attached to that jar of 60-year-old yellow wine? Mr. Lee chuckled, refusing to admit it was him. Well, it certainly wasn't me. Mrs. Lee suddenly sounded a bit sour. When I was carrying our third child, you were out socializing every day, not coming home for 10 days or even half a month at a time. When you finally did come back, you were always drunk out of your mind. But when other women got pregnant, you sure were quick to visit them, huh? Fearing another beating, Mr. Lee quickly apologized. I promise, if you ever get pregnant with a fourth child, I'll stay by your side every single moment. Mrs. Lee shot him a reproachful glance. At my age, 4 more children? I'm done having kids. If you want more, you can have them yourself. Oh, and I heard from an old friend that she knows a herbalist who has a century-old ginseng root. Mr. Lee immediately responded. I'll transfer the money to your account right away. Get that century-old ginseng root as soon as possible. Don't let anyone else snatch it up. Next week, we'll take that ginseng to visit Father and Mother Sue. Mrs. Lee nodded in agreement, finding the idea quite sound. The couple never considered whether their actions might seem overly fawning. Throughout history, how many emperors had committed extraordinary deeds to achieve immortality? They were merely being a little more attentive. Compared to those emperors, they were mere amateurs. Sugu, unaware that his parents were being honored by their peers, found himself under the intense scrutiny of a group of influential figures. Today is just the first test run of the large-scale system. There was no need for everyone to come. You can all come back once it's stabilized. It was no exaggeration, every single one of those bigwigs from the last high-level meeting had shown up. The already heavily guarded Bureau 139 was now completely enveloped in a web of security. The bigwigs remained silent, but their gazes grew even more intense. Sugu rubbed his head twice, then his eyes lit up. What's up? You guys like my inverted triangle haircut too? Want to get one yourselves? Hey, let me tell you, this is the fortune-attracting hairstyle I spent half an hour perfecting with my barber. That barber moonlights as a fortune teller. He said the inverted triangle brings me luck. I'm planning to get an inverted triangle tattoo in a few days. Hey, Senior Yao, what's up? Why are you always pulling my hair? Yao Qingli forced a smile, her lips curling into a thin line as she ground out the words. Sugu, haven't you noticed old Qian rolling up his sleeves? Sugu cleared his throat. Alright, let's get started. Let's get started. To complete the first high-yield test, they had connected several large blast zones. Before the official start, Sugu stood up and tugged at the beach shorts stuck to his butt. Since the blast zone's area and load capacity are quite limited, we'll only detonate one small molecule from the high-yield charge. As for which specific component we detonate, let our great leader decide. Serious and solemn, having delivered countless speeches in public forums without ever faltering, the leader felt a flicker of hesitation for the first time in his life. I choose. Sugu placed both hands on the leader's back, heave-ho, pushing him toward the control console, cheerfully explaining to everyone. I specially programmed a little app for them, coding numbers from 1 to 10 billion. You can directly input any number you like or let the system pick one. Just press pause randomly, and it'll give you a number. The leader swallowed hard, his throat dry with nervousness. He stood before the console, deep in thought for a long moment. This nuclear-free hydrogen bomb would have profound implications for the Great Xia Empire. Finally, he solemnly pressed 4 digits, 1949. The moment the leader finished, Su Ji's hands deserving of a good punch shoved him back into his seat. Ignoring the murderous glares from Yu Yuan and old Qian, he grinned broadly at the crowd below and declared. Haha, today, this is my turf. Everyone listen carefully to my explanation. Anyone who dares to zone out gets punished by choking down 3 onion-filled buns in one breath. At this stage, we've developed no fewer than 5 detonation methods for our nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. Considering most of you probably need reading glasses by now, I've kindly selected the senior mode for everyone. The bigwigs below the stage. Honestly, his sweaty palms suddenly itched, the kind of itch that makes you want to punch someone. The kind of itch that makes you want to beat someone up. Seeing the bigwigs frantically searching their surroundings for feather dusters, Sugu grinned wickedly. No need to thank me too much, folks. I, Sugu, have always been the helpful type. Carry on, carry on. This so-called senior mode means that shortly, the display screen ahead will show the image of the 1949 terrorists selected by the leader just now, magnified several times over. The entire detonation process will be synchronously magnified multiple times. Without giving anyone a moment to process, Su Ji's nimble fingers danced across the control panel for a second or two. The nuclear-free hydrogen bomb ignited. The big shots. That brat really does deserve a beating. Chapter 145, let's go to the hospital to see your mom and sister. They regretted it. They shouldn't have thought they could just endure it because the brat was a major contributor. They should have beaten him into submission from the start to spare their aging hearts from repeated challenges. But soon, the big shots had no time left to ponder beating up little Sugu. Everyone, including the veteran researchers like old Qian, held their breath as they stared intently at the large screen. The molecule selected by the leader burst free from its cocoon, exploding layer by layer in the air. The explosion zone simulated a modern human living environment, complete with ordinary buildings, scaled down rivers, seas, and forests. With each successive boom, everything within was shattered into fragments, reduced to ash. Only when the dust settled back onto the ground of the blast zone, piling up obediently, did Sugu reappear, hands behind his back and head tilted back. Seeing everyone still staring at the screen, unable to snap out of it for a long time, Sugu cleared his throat again, feeling utterly triumphant. Well, are you all so stunned you want to scream? The response was a slow, synchronized movement as the bigwigs buried their heads in their hands. Sugu was momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, why are you all reacting like this? Below the stage, Yao Qingli pointed emphatically at the noise-canceling headphones around both her and Su Ji's necks. She asked in a conversational tone, Sugu, if you weren't going to block out the explosion sounds in the test zone, why didn't you give the bigwigs noise-canceling headphones beforehand? Sugu was in complete control of every detail at the event. That brat, aside from his tendency to shoot his mouth off and say things that piss people off, was utterly reliable in everything else, especially the development of the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb. Whatever he arranged, everyone followed. So even though many young engineers noticed Sugu had only distributed noise-canceling headphones to the younger attendees and not the elders, no one raised any objections. Sugu absent-mindedly scratched his inverted triangle hairstyle, his expression and tone as innocent as could be. Ah, well, I thought the older folks generally have hearing issues, so louder volume would be easier for them. Oh dear, old Xian, don't be angry. Ouch, my neck. Sugu was chased around the entire venue by old Xian. He finally hid behind the leader, temporarily escaping the wrath. What, boss, look at old Xian. He's being too harsh. Other people use things and throw them away, but old Xian uses them and then kills them. Old man Xian rolled up his sleeves to his shoulders, revealing biceps rarely seen on an elderly man. Leader, please step aside. I'm going to teach this little brat a lesson today. Every person present held a position of power. If any one of them were deafened today, the consequences would be unimaginable. The leader raised his hand. Enough, old Xian. Young Sugu means well. We're not made of tofu. His voice may be loud, but I like it. That wasn't mere explosive noise, it was the victory drum heralding great Xia's imminent rise among the world's dominant powers. Old Xian, but this time he's gone too far. Old Xian, enough with the theatrics, okay? The leader knew full well what he was up to. Who doesn't know? Even if you laid a hand on me today, you'd never lay a hand on your beloved Prodigy. Old Xian gave an awkward chuckle and glared at Sugu again. Sugu pressed his advantage. I could be your beloved genius, you know. Old Xian. This time, he genuinely wanted to strike. Sugu made a stopping gesture. Mr. Qian, wait, there's one more thing I forgot to mention, and it's rather serious. Please hear me out first. After all, you might get angry too once you hear it. So let's get angry together and save me from getting beaten twice. Old Qian, go on. Su Ji's gaze drifted slightly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Ahem, well, it's just that lately, anyway, I've discovered that magnetic ore deposits seem to have a special affinity for me. Everyone was filled with question marks. What on earth was Xiao Sugu trying to say? Sugu carefully chose his words while stealing glances at everyone's expressions. Stammering and hesitating like this was so unlike him. Sugu finally steeled himself, closed his eyes, and blurted out, there's a small magnetic ore deposit beneath my family's homestead, with a remarkably high proportion of premium ore. As a nationally nurtured talent, I wish to repay my country by requesting the nation send personnel to develop it. What? Old Xian and Yu Yuan's voices cracked. No one bothered to ask when Sugu had discovered the magnetic ore deposit on his property. A special task force was immediately formed and whisked away by plane to Shujia village. Sugu found himself squeezed between a group of bigwigs, listening to their discussions about the future and all that. He was bored stiff, yawning constantly. The leaders couldn't take it anymore. Sugu, do you think all this yawning will drown out the constant farting? Ha! Sugu tried to play dumb, but when he met the furious yet aggrieved gazes of the bigwigs who had endured a whole flight of onion-flavored farts in the confined space, he sheepishly scratched his nose. Oomph. Tomorrow I'll head to the space agency and develop a plane specifically designed to eliminate fart odors. He could eat and drink heartily, with a robust digestive system. You couldn't blame him for that. After landing, the bigwigs abandoned all politeness, jostling and shoving their way off the plane. Standing on the open ground, they gasped for fresh air. Sugu was the last to disembark. He grumbled, is it really that stinky? I didn't notice anything. Hey, Dad. The plane had landed right in front of Su Ji's house. The bigwigs figured that since they'd come all the way to Su village, they ought to pay a courtesy visit to Su Ji's parents. To thank them for raising such a fine son. Su's father, who had been rushing to leave, was stunned by the dark mass overhead in the plane parked on the ground. Son, what happened? Cough cough, son, did you fall into the outhouse? Hurry back and wash up. Father Su covered his nose. He missed his son dearly, but dared not get too close. The stench was overwhelming, worse than a toddler's diaper filled to the brim. Sugu scowled. Dad, am I even your son anymore? It's bad enough they despise me, but now you're turning your nose up at me too? I'm going to ask mom if I'm even your biological child. All traces of longing vanished under his father's wave of contempt. Sugo declared he was going to climb onto the roof and tear off the tiles. A flicker of embarrassment and a hint of a smile crossed Suji's father's face. Son, you're back just in time. Come with me to the hospital to visit your mom and sister. Sister? For a moment, Sugo felt a bit bewildered. But he was no fool. His mom had mentioned wanting to get 2 cats ages ago. But with all the farm work back then, there was simply no time for pets. Now that money wasn't an issue, maybe his mom had finally gotten the kitty she'd been dreaming of? My mom sure keeps up with the trends. Young people these days love calling their pets sons, daughters, little brothers, little sisters, and such. Chapter 146, Sibling Reunion, Extra Emotional. Sugo had never owned a pet, so he just couldn't bring himself to say it. When mom tried to force him to call the cat little sister, he'd just crack jokes to dodge it. He could buy the most expensive cat food for the kitty, the fanciest cat bed and climbing tree, but calling it little sister? Never in a million years. Sugo watched his dad lugging bags and boxes, and even offered to help carry them. Father Su felt deeply gratified, already anticipating his son's reaction upon meeting his sister. The leaders and others, thinking Su's mother was hospitalized, prepared to follow. Only then did Su Ji's father realize the caliber of people surrounding him. His legs went weak, and he gripped his son's arms tightly. Son, just slap your old man. Su Ji's mouth twitched violently. Dad, even though everyone says I'm pretty tough, I can't just punch someone out of nowhere with all these people watching. He tossed his bags onto his back, pondered for 2 seconds, then leaned close to his father and whispered, how about we find a quiet spot later and do it discreetly? Come to think of it, hitting your own dad should be pretty thrilling, right? It wouldn't hurt to try, especially since he asked for it himself. Su's father couldn't wait. He pinched his own thigh hard. Ouch. It hurt. It really hurt. I've actually seen the leader in my lifetime. Not just the leader, any one of those bigwigs beside him would be enough bragging rights for decades. In his brother-in-law's village, an old man was commended for doing good deeds. The district chief personally pinned a big red flower on him. For such a minor thing, every time he accompanied his wife back to her parents' village, he'd hear the old man sitting at the village entrance bragging about it. Now he'd seen a dozen or more high-ranking officials all at once. From now on, he wouldn't just sit at the village entrance bragging, he could lie down bragging, stand up bragging, even bragging upside down. Father Su grew more and more excited as he thought about it, pulling out his phone. Son, could Dad get a photo with them? Just one. Sugo scratched his head. It didn't seem quite appropriate. The officials were here to inspect the magnetic source mine. The leader overheard their conversation and approached with a kind smile. You must be Xiao Su Ji's father? Truly, the parent who raised Xiao Sugu is extraordinary. May we take a photo with you? Su's father, sure. And so Sugu became the designated photo prop. Everyone, move to the left. Smile. Click. After snapping one shot, Su's father gestured at the empty spot beside him and excitedly called out to his son. Son, one more shot. I'll Photoshop your mom into it later. Sugu nodded in speechless resignation. All right. After snapping 2 photos, the leader insisted on visiting Su's mother and the others. Sugu muttered under his breath, just a sick cat in the hospital, is all this fuss really necessary? Times really have changed. Even cats that used to catch mice for food are living the good life now. Until the car pulled up at the maternal and child health hospital. Sugu was dumbfounded. Dad, why didn't you tell me mom was sick? Seeing his son transform into a raging dragon on the spot, Su's father glared at him silently. The leaders are still here. Why are you shouting like that? Besides, your mom isn't really sick. Sugu was his mother's favorite son. Fine, Su Daqiang. My mom endured hardships with you, bore your children, and now that she's old, you think she's just a haggard old hag. Not telling me she's sick is one thing, but treating her illness like it's nothing. Divorce. Su's father wiped the spittle from his face after being sprayed by his troublesome son. You little brat, what divorce are you talking about? Sugu was seething with rage, steam practically coming out of his nostrils. I'll have my mom divorce you. I'll live with her from now on. You can live alone, become a lonely old man. The leaders and others. Out of nowhere, how did they start arguing like this? They rarely encountered such down-to-earth moments in their daily lives, and for a moment, they didn't know how to mediate the situation. Su's father was the first to storm off, driven mad by his foolish son. Sugu chased after him, shouting curses. Love truly does cloud one's judgment. Lost in the drama of his mother being abandoned by his faithless father, Sugu completely failed to notice he'd chased himself into the maternity ward. Occasionally, he'd catch sight of parents cradling and soothing their newborns in the corridors. In a foul mood, he lashed out at everything he saw. A new dad held his newborn baby close, cooing softly. Baby, you're the most beautiful baby in the world, aren't you? Don't cry, baby. Daddy loves you most of all, oh. Sugu glanced over as he passed by. Ugly as sin. Even uglier than the newborn baby rats in my mouse hole. Dad. Suga didn't even pause, giving the dad no chance to confront him. He followed straight into a suite. Suda-xiang, don't think hiding behind my mom and having her back you up means I can't do anything to you. Mom, why are you holding a monkey? Su dad Su mom. Su's mother had just given birth and was brimming with maternal instinct. Seeing her long-absent son suddenly appear before her, holding their warm little daughter, Su mom was overcome with joy and tears streamed down her face. 5 minutes later. Mrs. Su wiped her own tears dry, placed the sleeping infant in her crib, and slowly made her way over to Su Gu, leaning on Mr. Su's arm. Son? Su Ji's dark, bright eyes shifted back to the crib. His parents blocked his view, so he pushed them aside with his hands. Su's parents exchanged a glance. They knew something was wrong. Does our son dislike his little sister? Father Su, son? You've been quiet for so long. Don't scare your mother, she just gave birth and is still weak. She can't handle a fright. Su Gu remained silent. Su's mother gently took her son's hand. Son, do you dislike your little sister? When your mom found out she was pregnant with her, she was already 4 months along. If it weren't for that hospital checkup, neither your dad nor I would have even considered it. We were torn. Should we keep her? The age gap between you two was so big, we feared she might become a burden to you later. But to not keep her felt wrong. She was a little life, a blood relative connected to you even after we were gone. Didn't you agree back then? The more Su's mother thought about it, the more wrong she felt. They had genuinely sought their son's opinion back then. Smack! A slap landed on Su Ji's shoulder. Speak to your mother properly. That slap landed on Su Gu, but it stung the hearts of Shonao and the others. Oh dear, don't go damaging their precious talent. The slap also snapped Su Gu back to his senses. So you gave birth to a real sister for me, not just adopted a cat sister? Su father Su mother. Hold back. Today's a rare family gathering, can't beat the kid. Chapter 147, don't listen to the bad reviews. Su Gu cracked his stiff neck and leaned forward to examine the hairless black monkey. Hey, little one, wake up. Su's father was about to say, your sister just fell asleep, she won't wake up. But then he saw the infant slowly open her dazed little eyes. Rolling her dark, shiny eyes around, she scanned her surroundings until they finally met Su Ji's gaze. She even tilted her head to one side. As if she too was curious about this new human before her. Who was this person staring intently at her? Su Ji's fingers itched to touch her. He extended his index finger and gently tapped one of her cheeks. Seeing no reaction, he poked again. Finally, a reaction. Mom, she's rolling her eyes at me. Oh my, this little thing is something else. Su's mother's mouth twitched slightly. She's just sleepy, dear. Let her sleep now. Su Gu reluctantly withdrew his hand. He didn't leave either, pulling up a stool to sit beside the crib and watch. Finally, Su's mother shooed him out to the outer room, claiming his breathing was too loud and would wake his sister. Once outside, Su Gu remained restless. Seated among a group of bigwigs visiting Su's mother, he boasted to each one in turn. Boss, did you see my little sister just now? You've never seen such an adorable child, have you? Mr. Qian, you showed me photos of your great-granddaughter recently. Honestly, don't get upset, but she's not half as adorable as my little sister. General. Watching Su Gu on the verge of offending every single one of these bigwigs, Su's father's legs began to buckle again. He hurriedly escorted the guests out with a forced smile. He turned and glared fiercely at his son. But the brat hadn't even noticed his glare, he was busy playing a 3D video game. Moments later, the video call connected. Liang Wei's 3D image appeared in the room. Uncle Su, you're here too? Hey, Su Gu, are you guys in a hospital room? Who's sick? Su Gu smiled mysteriously. Liang Wei, I have a little sister now. Liang Wei, aren't I your sister? Su Gu chuckled. It's different. You're my biological sister, but I'm talking about a biological little sister. My mom just gave birth to her. She's a tiny little thing, I could eat her in one bite, heh. Liang Wei and Su's father were both speechless. Su Ji's mind was racing too fast. Fearing he might be led astray, Su's father decided to go inside and keep his wife and daughter company. Liang Wei's initial reaction mirrored Su Ji's bewilderment, surprise, shock. But after Su Ji's relentless show-off for 10 minutes, Liang Wei clearly couldn't sit still either. Shuga, that big truck on the road seems to be barreling straight toward our company's main gate. I gotta lead our employees to dig escape tunnels and evacuate. Gotta go now, beep beep beep. Liang Wei, who had personally provided the ending sound effects, puffed out her cheeks as she stared at the video call that refused to shut off. Su Gu, I really have work to do, okay? Su Gu fiddled with the controls, shrinking Liang Wei's life-size 3D avatar down to a palm-sized figure. Su Ji's meaning was clear, you can go do your thing, but you'll be listening to me brag while you're at it. Liang Wei. Fortunately, Su Gu didn't subject her to his ramblings alone. He sent copies to Lao He, Brother Jia, Lao Zhang, Yuan Xiao, academician Zhang Feng, the chef specializing in braised pork knuckles at the school's third cafeteria, Sister Hua, and others. Afterward, they all received the same treatment as Lianwei shrunk to the size of a small palm and placed nearby. Everyone. Ren family manor. Bathroom. The phone rang. Ren Fei, lazily soaking in the bathtub, instructed her smartphone, "Baby, connect the video call." The moment the call connected, everyone froze in stunned silence. In the center of the bathroom, larger than the living room itself, sat a circular bathtub. The faintly visible figure within the tub stirred the imagination. Then, everyone saw Sugo, nose bleeding, frantically swiping through the split screens, closing every video call except Ren Fei's before wiping his nose and plopping back onto the sofa. Ren Fei, soaking in the bath, clearly noticed that Sugo had been with others moments before. Her face showed no trace of embarrassment or annoyance. "So, man, turns out you're into this kind of thing." Sugo, his face smeared with blood, denied it 3 times in a row. "I'm not. I didn't." "Don't say that." Ren Fei replied meaningfully, I see." "Sugo, what do you understand? You haven't contacted me for over a month, yet you call me out of the blue. What are you trying to show off?" Ren Fei stepped out of the bathtub, knowing the Huawei A4 phone had a person tracking feature. Su Ji's nose, barely dried from the earlier bleeding, began gurgling again. "Are you a mind reader or something? How do you know everything?" Sugo sulked for a moment before chuckling to himself. "Hey, Ren, I'm gonna tell you something later. You can either be jealous or envious." Ren Fei had already rinsed off the foam. Su Ji's grin stretched from ear to ear. "I got a little sister now, and she's the cutest thing in the whole world, hee hee hee." Ren Fei perked up with interest. "I don't believe you. Unless you show me." Sugo peered into the inner room, lowering his voice considerably. "I can give you a peek. No one else gets this privilege, just one glance." Ren Fei, "Fine." Sugo took his phone inside and aimed it at the little one. The little one had just woken up from a nap, flailing tiny arms and legs. The 3D image of Ren Fei also seemed a bit excited. Not bad. "She's definitely my man's sister, my little sister-in-law." "Little sister-in-law, I have several vacant villas in the capital. I'll have someone bring the property deeds over for you to choose from later." If you don't like the capital, I also have houses." Before she could finish, Sugo cut her off. "Hey, Ren. What do you think you're doing? She's my sister. Why are you buying her all this stuff? You scoundrel. Don't even think about luring my sister away with petty favors." Ren Fei, have never stooped to deceiving anyone." Sugo, "Oof. Ren Fei, I usually prefer to just take things outright." Sugo. 1 second later, Ren Fei discovered she'd been blocked by Sugo. 1 minute later, everyone who knew both Sugo and Ren Fei had blocked her, including her own father, Mr. Ren. After pulling off his mischief, Sugo finally got his mom's permission to take his little sister out for a stroll. "Don't wander too far, okay?" Sugo gave a half-hearted nod. To be fair, Su Ji's little sister was genuinely pretty. The moment Sugo stepped outside with her, he was showered with compliments, so many that he started feeling modest. "Haha, no way. She's just got a prettier nose than your kid, bigger eyes than yours, and a slightly higher bridge than yours." A dad on the outer circle tiptoed to get a better look before blurting out his critique. "She's so dark-skinned, you'd think she was picked up from a coal pile." Su Ji's first instinct was to cover his little sister's ears. "Sis, don't listen to the nasty comments." Chapter 148, Undersea Magnetic Source Mine? He glared fiercely at the man, then suddenly realized he looked vaguely familiar. Damn it! That was the dad from the hospital who'd been bragging about his ugly daughter. Su Ji's fierce glare instantly softened, replaced by a hint of guilt. "Ahem, come on, little sister. We won't stoop to his level. Let's go take a stroll in the garden downstairs." Well, they never made it. Su's father dragged them back. "There's a lot of flu going around these days. Don't take your sister to crowded places." Suga sighed regretfully. He lifted the little one high in the air. "Little sister, I'll have old Tang whip up some tonic herbs for you. Once you take them, the flu won't stand a chance against you. Then Big Brother will take you out for walks every day, okay?" The little one couldn't possibly understand, only drooling incessantly. After bonding with his little sister for a few days, Suga was taken away by plane. Old Qian and the others were there too. Suga grumbled discontentedly, "Even oxen and horses get breaks. Now that I'm gone, who's going to wash my little sister's diapers?" Yao Qingli was curious. "Suga, don't they use disposable diapers nowadays? Where on earth did you find cloth diapers for your sister?" Suga chuckled and skillfully changed the subject. "Old Qian, spill it, which research facility are you dragging me to next? What monumental human invention are we completing? Another feather in my cap for my commemorative monument a century from now?" Old Qian took off his reading glasses. He pulled out a map. His finger tapped lightly on a spot. Suga looked surprised. "Hey, if I remember correctly, isn't this the same large magnetic source mine we visited last time?" Old Qian nodded. "Correct. The mining team reported half an hour ago that this magnetic ore deposit is far larger than we ever imagined. Exactly how large it was would only be determined once they arrived. Only after the plane landed did they realize the situation was far more complex than they had imagined. The lead mining team captain reported, the undersea magnetic ore deposit covers an enormous area, with a significant portion extending into foreign territory. Rumors circulated that the primary component of the small munitions Sugo had once used to strike Aincan was magnetic ore. Furthermore, scientists from Aincan had discovered promising properties in the magnetic ore samples they'd managed to obtain from Daxia. Unsurprisingly, major nations led by the American Empire would never pass up the chance to claim their share. Yao Qingli felt her blood boil just hearing this. That belongs to our great Xia. What right do they have to claim it? Drive them out. The pioneer mining team leader shared Yao Qingli's sentiments. Unfortunately, they weren't powerful enough to confront so many nations at once. According to international law, magnetic ore deposits beyond our territorial waters don't belong to us. But looking on the bright side, our own seabed reserves are richer than anticipated, so we've actually gained something. Yao Qingli wished she could pull a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb from Xiao Shuge's pocket and reduce that bunch of boundary-less scientists to ashes. Magnetic ore is the key component of nuclear-free hydrogen bombs. Originally, with both the ore and the bombs in our hands, dominance was within reach. Now they're taking the lion's share. If they develop nuclear-free hydrogen bombs too, won't we be back on equal footing? That was precisely what galled her. Yu Yuan couldn't bear to watch. Qingli, you're a young lady. Stop talking about blowing this and that up all day long. No need to guess she'd picked up bad habits from Xiao Sugu. Yao Qingli felt indignant, but she restrained herself somewhat in front of Yu Yuan. On the sea surface, warships from various nations lay in wait, their eyes fixed on the area above. Sugu peered through his binoculars, scanning here and there. Suddenly, a mysterious smile spread across his face. This drew frequent glances from old Xian and the others. Sugu, which country's pretty girl has caught your eye now? Sugu waved his hand. I'm not some womanizer. Old Xian Yu Yuan. Whether you're a womanizer or not, you know exactly what you are. Do we really need to spell it out for you? Sugu chuckled, some things aren't just handed out to anyone who wants them. You gotta earn it, right? Old Xian and the others exchanged glances. Young Sugu has a point. Let's set aside the external conflicts for now and focus on mining our own magnetic source ore. If we could extract most of the magnetic ore before other nations and develop it into nuclear-free hydrogen bombs, then the Great Xia Empire wouldn't be far from the pinnacle of the world. On the open sea, representatives from America, Kenya, and other nations gathered, similarly deliberating strategies for magnetic ore extraction. The Great Xia Empire has experience. What if we could poach 2 people from them? Forget it. Ever since our American spies were wiped out by Xia Sugu, forget about recruiting scientists from them. We can't even plant spies or bugs there anymore. Their scientists suddenly became so loyal? I don't buy it. You Americans just didn't offer high enough bribes. Then why don't you Brits give it a shot? You'll learn all about Great Xia's methods soon enough. Daxia's current methods surpass even those of the US. The Americans merely implanted microsatellites into spies' brains. Daxia not only implants devices into scientists' bodies but also into their family members. What exactly it is remains unknown to the outside world. But it certainly isn't anything good. Probably weapons even more lethal than their WeChat satellites. The representatives from various nations fell into their own deep contemplation. It seems we'll have to rely on ourselves. The American Empire's warships alone accounted for over half the fleet, their presence undeniably formidable. While the Aincan Empire flexed its muscles and attempted to control other nations' mining operations, Sugu lay in his cabin, legs crossed, video chatting with his sister. A 5D image of a tiny infant, barely longer than a pair of chopsticks, appeared before Sugu. Xinai, what are you doing? Do you miss your big brother? Su Kaisen, yay! Missing big brother so much? How about I have someone fly a plane to pick you up? Su Kaisen, you agree? Mom and Dad, did you hear that? Kaisen wants to come find me. Quickly pack her things. Su's mother and father appeared in the frame, still rendered in 3D. Faced with their son's preferential treatment, the Su couple had grown numb. Son, anything else? If not, hang up. Your sister isn't even a month old yet. You two have no business chatting so much. Other parents might worry that their children aren't close enough, fearing they won't be able to support each other when problems arise. Su's parents had no such concerns whatsoever. On the contrary, they sometimes felt that too close a sibling bond seemed rather unhealthy. For instance, right now, Su dad wanted to take his daughter outside for some sun, while Su mom wanted to catch up with her sisters. But because their son missed his sister, they were stuck here video chatting with them. The thing is, this wasn't the first or second time. Their son had been gone less than 24 hours and had already called back 6 times. Chapter 149, Wedding Hijack? After Su Ji's father accidentally hung up the call, Sugu lay back with a pout. Only then did Yao Qingli ask curiously. Sugu, why did your sister's image look different from uncle and auntie's just now? That lifelike image made Yao Qingli's heart skip a beat. Suga propped his hands behind his head and casually replied. It's the same as the one in the whole system. You've seen it before, haven't you? Yao Qingli sat cross-legged beside him. Suga, don't try to fool me. The full system projects a 5D anatomical digital model. It's exactly what I saw earlier. Suga shook his head smugly. We adapted the imaging principles of the full system for mobile devices, removed the anatomical digital components, and applied quantum communication principles. Yao Qingli grew more excited by the minute, itching to drag Suga straight to the lab and replicate one right then and there. Where are we going? To bed. At those words, the seriousness vanished from Yao Qingli's face, replaced by a touch of bashfulness. The two spent half the night shamelessly together on the sea. Yao Qingli stared at Suga, slightly speechless. It's 3 in the morning. What are you doing going out? Suga flashed a mischievous grin. Checking out the underwater situation, of course. Yao Qingli. So why on earth did he have to go at this hour? The Great Xia garrison troops, upon hearing Su Ji's request to go underwater, tried their best to dissuade him. Su God, the current conditions underwater are unclear. I don't recommend you go down. Suga was already selecting a submarine. Give me this submarine, or I'll hang myself right here in front of you. Everyone. Knowing Su Ji's temper, they had no choice but to agree. However, the garrison forces also set conditions. Let Guangho pilot the submarine. He's the youngest and most promising captain in our naval forces. He'll lead you underwater. Suga stroked his chin, pondering for 2 seconds. Once we're down there, who's in charge, me or you? Xiao Guanghao didn't hesitate for a second. I'll follow your lead. Suga nodded in satisfaction. Alright, let's go. As they descended deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly quiet, so quiet it felt eerie. What's going on? Not seeing any big sharks is one thing, but not even small fish or shrimp? This doesn't make sense. Suga stood behind Xiao Guanghao, his brow furrowed tightly. Today was also the first time Xiao Guanghao had ever dived this deep. Maybe the magnetic ore field is scaring them away? Suga shook his head firmly. Impossible. Marine life doesn't reject magnetic ore deposits. Why was Suga so sure? Because he'd run experiments out of boredom earlier. Something fishy's going on, big time fishy. Su Ji's eyes gleamed brighter than the fish in the sea. Suga urged Xiao Guanghao to continue descending. Xiao Guanghao, Su God, maybe we should head back first. Su Ji's tone carried an air of authority. Follow orders. Xiao Guanghao had no choice but to continue. Only when Suga realized their fuel was nearly depleted for the return trip did he agree to head back. By the time they reached sea level, the sun had risen. The morning sun shone brilliantly, yet Su Ji's expression remained as dark as storm clouds. Old Qian, who had maintained a daily morning run for years unless on critical missions, circled Suga once. Suga? Suga was blunt. Mr. Qian, the seabed magnetic ore mining project won't proceed smoothly. There might be unknown lifeforms down there. Old Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead with the towel around his neck. Let's discuss this inside. This was no trivial matter. They needed to hold a video conference with the leadership. Ever since Suga implemented quantum communication technology to develop a unique video conferencing program for major government agencies, they could hold video meetings with complete confidence. No hacker could breach the system or eavesdrop. This greatly improved the efficiency of all government agencies. The contents of the meeting remained unknown to the outside world. Afterward, rumors spread throughout the Great Xia Empire claiming their Su God was love-struck, head over heels, and determined to return to force a marriage. America, White House. Trump's expression grew more exaggerated with each word. What? Is that so? I'll have someone look into it. Suga was someone America coveted but could never obtain. His recent appearance near Dacia's giant magnetic source mine was no secret either. After all, since arriving, Suga had publicly berated representatives from various nations without restraint. He hurled every filthy insult imaginable, and no one could rein him in. Anyone who dared retort would find him leaping up, threatening to hurl bombs at them. His formidable strength was undeniable, and nations were genuinely concerned. With Suga present, Dacia's mining pace would accelerate exponentially, leaving others blatantly outpaced, a humiliating prospect. So when news suddenly broke that he was leaving, nations were both shocked and delighted. Tep had been directly and indirectly targeted by Suga numerous times, leaving him with deep psychological scars. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Investigate. Tep's team swiftly presented a stack of documents before him. Mr. Tep, our verification confirms that Suga harbors a secret affection for the Weihua heiress. However, the Weihua chairman disdained Suga as a country bumpkin, too rustic and unsophisticated. Deemed him unworthy of his daughter. While Suga was away developing the magnetic ore mine, he hastily arranged a marriage between his daughter and a man of equal social standing. The files included footage of Renfei's family dining with the man's family, as well as scenes of Renfei alone with him. More crucially, Weihua's press conference announcing the happy news further confirmed public speculation. Some netizens in Dacia are joking about pooling money to assassinate that man, claiming he stole Su Ji's woman. How amusing are Dacia's assassins that expensive? Ahem, Mr. Trump, if you have no further instructions, I'll take my leave. Tep waved his hand, unwilling to engage further with the gossipy junior counselor. He summoned his own think tank. They were specifically tasked with investigating whether Sugo was genuinely troubled by love. Why not? After all, Sugo is just a freshman in college. His background means he won't go far. Personally, I suspect this might just be him running out of ideas, a convenient excuse to fade from the public eye. Ha! That's entirely plausible. In short, they believed Sugo would never return to explore the magnetic seabed mineral deposits. Then we should go all out. Countries like America and Kenya work day and night to mine the magnetic ore deposits. Magnetic ore in shallow waters was easy to extract, but its purity was low, most of it was inferior grade. The American deep-sea mining team was fully equipped. Suddenly, Alex stopped what he was doing and held his breath, listening intently. Alex, don't slack off. Alex, I'm not slacking off. I think I heard something. When asked what sound, he couldn't describe it. This only confirmed to everyone that he was indeed slacking off. Ali was a bit annoyed, but the sound hadn't reappeared for the time being. Alex had no choice but to keep mining. Chapter 150, The Scapegoat. Until. As Alex kept mining, he discovered a hand identical in color and shape to the magnetic ore. Alex wasn't sure if it was a real arm, because it had 10 fingers spread across one palm, each one the same length. Moreover, it was clenched tightly around his tool. Alex screamed in terror. He frantically swam toward the exit. His captain yelled from behind. Alex, get back here. Fear of the unknown creature drove Alex to completely ignore his captain's orders, swimming frantically. The captain was so furious he wanted to chase after him, determined to teach Alex a lesson today. But he couldn't move forward, his legs were being dragged down. Captain, who's dragging my legs? Let go, damn it. A miner nearby screamed in terror through his earpiece. There's a monster. The captain instinctively looked down to see 10 icy fingers clutching his left leg. Following the fingers upward, a massive dark shadow slowly stirred to life within the magnetic ore deposits on the ocean floor. The captain's mouth fell open. The oxygen in his tank was rapidly depleting. All the miners instinctively tried to scatter in all directions. But it was too late. The colossal beast had already awakened. The slowest miner, an American worker, was swallowed whole in one gulp. Witnessing this scene, the team leader fainted on the spot. The beast lifted him up, examining him from head to toe, as if pondering whether this new delicacy would be tasty enough. Unable to discern anything with its eyes alone, it simply tightened its grip. The searing pain in his midsection jolted the unconscious captain back to consciousness. He felt his internal organs being crushed together, then bursting with a loud pop. Blood spurted from his mouth, staining the sea red. He watched helplessly as a satisfied grin spread across the beast's jaws. In the next instant, the beast opened its gaping maw once more and swallowed him whole. The captain didn't even have time to scream. The others, seeing this, swam even faster. But no matter how fast they swam, they couldn't outpace the awakened beast. The beast snatched them as easily as an eagle seizing chicks. One by one after another. Over 100 miners went down, along with their submarine. Except for Alec, who reacted first and swam away fastest, none of the others survived. When the news reached Black Palace's ears, he roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. They couldn't even make up a convincing lie. All they wanted was money and supplies from me? Fine. Here you go. If he weren't tied up, Tep would have personally gone down to supervise their magnetic ore mining. This was crucial to whether their American empire could retain its position as the world's top military power. Mr. Tep, the report is true. The man brought Alec inside. After enduring such a catastrophe, Alec's mental state had become somewhat unstable. He barely looked human anymore. The moment he was brought in, he darted under Trump's desk. Don't eat me. I'll never touch your house again. Don't chase me. The man slapped Alex twice, finally bringing him back to his senses. Tep looked at Alex, then at the man. The man gave a bitter smile. Mr. Tep, do you still think I'm joking with you, or trying to get you to approve more supplies for us? Those selected for deep-sea magnetic ore mining might not all be geniuses, but at the very least, they were fundamentally sound in mind and body. Alex's current state clearly indicated he'd suffered a tremendous shock, his mind and body unable to withstand the blow, leaving him in a semi-delirious state. Tep raised his hands on the table, his face drained of color. Dispatch the submarine squadron to engage. A mere monster could never halt Americans' march toward global dominance. This wasn't just Tep's resolve, it was the collective will of all Americans' high command. However, Amikan was also shrewd. They did not rush to attack those colossal sea beasts themselves, instead preparing to incite other nations to test the monster's strength first. Dacia warship. After being cooped up on board for 3 days, Sugo grew restless and sneaked over to play on the warship of neighboring Banana Nation. Crouching low, he evaded the Banana Nation guards, spotting a stray cat tethered by a rope in a nearby corner. His curiosity piqued, he hadn't even approached when a Banana Nation soldier suddenly appeared from above. He blocked Su Ji's path. Mr. Su, this cat belongs to the captain. It's quite fierce. Please don't approach it. I'm afraid it might hurt you. Su Gu, who thought his disguise was pretty convincing. He awkwardly scratched his nose. Oh, really? I thought it was a stray. I was going to take it home. Never mind then. Su Gu found an excuse to back out and prepared to slip away. Looks like his skills still aren't up to par. Couldn't fool the Ba Country brothers. Oh well, better find a master to train with properly. But the soldier remained firmly planted in front of Su Gu. Mr. Su, the leader of our country requests your presence. Su Ji's face turned beet red with frustration. No wonder the Banana Kingdom soldiers had spotted him earlier yet let him stroll around freely. They had their own agenda all along. Su Gu dropped his smile, hands clasped behind his back. Let's go then. The Banana Kingdom soldiers respectfully escorted Su Gu to the leader's presence. The Banana Kingdom leader greeted Su Gu directly at the entrance. Mr. Su, it's an honor to finally meet you in person. This journey has been well worth it. I've admired you for a long time. Su Gu raised his hand. Enough. You have 5 minutes. Say what you need to say. No time to spare. Banana Kingdom leader. Before he could devise a plan to make Su Gu remember Banana Kingdom forever within those 5 minutes, his aide burst through the door urgently. Your Excellency, the head of Ain Ken is outside and requests an audience. The leader's expression immediately turned serious. My apologies, Mr. Su. An unexpected situation has arisen. I'll have someone escort you back first. The tangled web of grievances between Su Gu and Amiken couldn't be untangled in a few words. If Amiken learned that Su Gu hadn't returned to Dasha for love but had boarded Amiken's ship instead, trouble was guaranteed. For both public and private reasons, Banana Kingdom couldn't afford to let Su Gu get into trouble on their turf. Su Gu, however, wasn't in such a hurry to leave. Oh, go ahead and meet with him. I'll wait right here. We still have 5 minutes to chat, after all. The Banana Nation leader opened his mouth to try to persuade him further. Su Gu grinned, digging a glob of snot from his nostril. Keep talking, and I'll blow up your warships. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone in the room recoiled in unison, taking a startled step backward. The banana head dared not utter another word, swiftly leading his men away. Whether intentionally or not, the banana chief had arranged his meeting with the American representative right next door to Su Gu. Separated only by a thin wall with poor soundproofing. Su Gu didn't need to press his ear against the wall to hear the conversation across the way. He listened, shaking his head and clicking his tongue in disbelief. About half an hour later, the banana chief returned to Su Gu with a heavy expression. Chapter 151, What about Sui? He waited for Su Gu to ask him, but Su Gu sat there, staring at his phone, looking at the new photos of Su Kaisen his father had sent. The Banana Republic leader's mouth twitched for a moment before he finally spoke directly. Mr. Su, Ame wants us to join the coalition force hunting the giant sea monster. Do you think our country, Banana, can participate? Su Gu set a photo of Su Kaisen watching other kids eat lollipops one she couldn't have and bursting into tears as his new phone screensaver. If you want to join, just go ahead. Why ask me? I'm not even a citizen of your Banana Republic. The Banana Nation leader gave a nervous chuckle. Mr. Su, you're no ordinary person. If you're willing, you're always welcome to become a citizen of Banana Nation. Su Gu waved dismissively. I don't even think much of America. Why would I care about your Banana Kingdom? Banana Nation leader. Next time he met the Great Xia leader, he'd ask him straight out, how do you put up with him? So, Mr. Su, will your Great Xia join? Amiken was determined to recruit everyone. Su Gu picked his ear. Join for what? To be Amiken's cannon fodder? The people from Banana Kingdom fell silent. Su Gu looked down on them. Don't you know what kind of person Amiken is? He's more of a cheapskate than the 80-year-old granny back in my village. Falling for it every time, losing out every time, never learning their lesson, always convinced they'll get the upper hand next time. TSK. The banana chief's face flushed at Su Ji's words. He felt a bit annoyed. He was, after all, the leader of a nation. Yet every word Su Gu spoke rang true. So you're suggesting we shouldn't join? Su Gu gave him a dismissive glance, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. You'll listen to whatever I say? Chief Banana seized the moment to fawn over Su Gu. Mr. Su is undoubtedly correct. Su Gu immediately held out his hand. Alright then, give me 100 billion to prove you're telling the truth. Banana Chief, Mr. Su, you really do love to joke around, Su Gu, 100 billion. Will you give it or not? Banana Chief couldn't even manage a fake smile. His face turned as sour as a bitter melon. Mr. Su, I wish I could, but I don't have it. Our Banana Kingdom is dirt poor. If I had 100 billion, I'd transfer it to you without a second thought. Su Gu snorted derisively. Let's go. No need to see us off. The Banana Chief glared, then jawed to catch up. Mr. Su, please don't be angry. Su Gu waved him off with his back turned. I don't get angry at people who brag and talk big. The Banana Chief let out a slight sigh of relief. Then what about Amiken? Sugo halted and glanced back at him. You think the real big opportunity would come to you? Wouldn't a Mikan go enjoy it himself? Well, Suji's words completely shattered the Banana Chief's fleeting sense of relief. Yeah, why would Banana Nation ever get a share of the good stuff? The next day, he had the Banana Kingdom's medical helicopter come and pick him up. To the outside world, he claimed he'd been bitten by a cat and needed serious medical attention back home. But when it came to Banana Nation's major affairs, no one else could make decisions in his absence. Upon receiving the news, the head of a Mikan laughed bitterly. Well done, Banana Republic. Paying lip service while secretly defying orders. When I was here, he didn't dare utter a peep, but the moment I left, he turned against me. In Amakan's eyes, Banana Kingdom was nothing but a soft target. This time, Amakan's original plan was to have Banana Kingdom take the lead. Or should I pay a personal visit to Banana Kingdom? I refuse to believe that old Codger would dare feign illness in my presence. Forget it. Send Kimchi Nation. The Kimchi Nation's navy was trembling in fear. They didn't want to go, yet dared not refuse. Great Xiao warship. Sugo was surrounded by heavy guards. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. It's getting late. Why don't you all go back to sleep? This place is perfectly safe, nothing to guard here. The guards' gazes were as unyielding as bedrock. Sugo couldn't take it anymore and rushed off to the restroom. Only to find himself surrounded once more. Sugo, guys, we should give each other a little privacy, right? The guards remained expressionless, not even a flicker of a smile. As Sugo tried once more to close the stall door, they dismantled it in 3 seconds flat. Sugo, face slumped, went to seek help from Old Chien. Old Chien, your son is about to get depressed. Old Chien rubbed his temples. Don't you know what time it is? A Mikan finally trusted you enough to let you return to the capital, and what do? You go and board a warship from Banana Nation. What were you thinking? That Banana Nation has been eyeing you for years. Don't you fear never returning? Don't you fear that in future histories you'll be remembered not as a great man of monumental achievements, but as a traitor to the great Xia? Sugo truly felt like crying in front of old Master Chien. Old Chien, please don't scare me like this. You know this is what matters most to me. Old Chien thought to himself, I know you're a vain little brat, that's exactly why I said it. Otherwise, next time you'd have the nerve to run straight to the American warship. Still, Old Chien felt a pang of concern for his prodigy and personally negotiated with the great Xia's representatives. Under Old Chien's various assurances, the other side finally agreed to reduce the 6-layered encirclement to just 2 layers. Sugo made a last-ditch plea. From now on, they're not allowed to watch me when I go to the bathroom. The official nodded in agreement. Sugo muttered to himself, fine then. If it comes down to it, I'll just spend the next few days holed up in the bathroom. But Sugo had seriously underestimated the situation. The guards no longer stared at him, but instead linked arms, standing with their backs to him, forming a protective circle around him. Sugo called his parents in utter despair. After a long lament, they showed no reaction. Sugo took a deep breath. Mom and Dad, your son is being mistreated out here. Su's parents felt rather helpless. Son, don't take your blessings for granted, okay? When we get the chance to meet those responsible, we'll have to thank them properly. Stop obsessing over going out on adventures all the time. The weight on your shoulders is already too heavy. Sugo, Mom and Dad, you've betrayed me too. Su Kaisen? I need to see Su Kaisen. I'll ask her if she's planning to betray us too. The camera shifted to Su Kaisen, who was lying on her bed blowing bubbles. Su Kaisen stared at the sudden appearance of the familiar 5D image. Her eyes lit up as she flailed her 2 lotus root arms to grab Sugo. Sugo coaxed gently. Su Kaisen, will you always stand by your brother? If so, blow another bubble. Su Kaisen blew 3 bubbles in a row. Su Ji's icy heart instantly warmed. Su Kaisen, I declare you my dearest relative in the whole world, even Mom and Dad take a back seat. Once I blow up a Mikan, I'll stake out a plot of land there and build you the biggest amusement park on earth. Chapter 152, Cry. Sugo was busy outwitting the guards. Under pressure from the American Navy, the Kimchi Nation Navy reluctantly entered the waters where the giant beast had appeared. Unfortunately, as soon as the Kimchi Nation's yacht entered that area, a major problem arose. A red alert flashed on the fuel gauge. Bad news, Executive Officer. The submarine's fuel is nearly depleted. The deputy captain's brow furrowed so deeply it could have crushed 3 flies. Impossible. We filled the tanks to capacity before departure. We estimated 3 round trips would be no problem. The soldier frantically pointed at the gauge. The fuel gauge was indeed nearing 0. The alarm had already sounded. The executive officer immediately ordered someone to check the fuel tanks. Moments later, the man returned, his face ashen. Lieutenant Commander, the fuel tank is empty. When he opened it, there had been a little left, but in just 2 seconds, it vanished as if someone outside was gulping it down. Gone, all gone. No fuel meant they couldn't return. The executive officer refused to believe it, striding purposefully toward the tanks to see for himself. Boom! A violent collision echoed from outside the submarine. The impact sent everyone inside tumbling about. The executive officer rolled from one end of the submarine to the other. What the hell? The lookout's voice was filled with terror. No good. The monsters spotted us. Run. But their submarine's fuel was exhausted, they couldn't escape. The colossal creature seemed to have found something amusing. One moment it would balance the Korean submarine on one of its heads, swaying it back and forth. The next, it would toss the submarine into the air and slam it against the massive rocks on the ocean floor. After several rounds of this, the stomachs of the elite Kimchi Navy trained for resilience churned violently. One by one, they crawled to the deck and vomited frantically. Just as their stomachs finally emptied, the colossal beast outside discovered a new game. Crash! It rammed the submarine with its sharp horns. The Kimchi Nation soldiers watched helplessly as the submarine's hull buckled under the relentless blows, growing increasingly fragile with each impact. Their eyes fixed intently on that spot. Until it finally split open, seawater pouring through the gap into the submarine. The instinct to survive drove them to muster their last ounce of strength to escape. But the beast, much like that chef, would never let its carefully prepared meal escape. One bite at a time, crunching it crisply. The Kimchi Nation soldiers didn't even have time to utter a desperate cry before meeting their end. This footage was transmitted back to the surface by the Desya satellite they had purchased at great expense. After watching the footage, the Kimchi Nation naval commander's eyes turned bloodshot. Fear, rage, and sorrow churned within him. Those sacrificed soldiers were the fruits of years of painstaking training. Now they were lost for nothing. The American commander offered a few half-hearted words of consolation. Look on the bright side, we captured the true form of the colossal beast this time. Previously, Amercan had used its own satellites. Once it reached the ocean floor, its signal was automatically blocked. They relied entirely on the descriptions from that half-madman, whose mental state fluctuated between lucid and unstable, to understand the conditions beneath the sea. That satellite was a new technology specially developed by Amikan for the underwater environment. They had only just started using it themselves and weren't eager to let their subordinate, Kimchi Nation, benefit from it. Korea, whose own technology lagged behind, grumbled about America being stingy and China being too greedy while secretly using China's satellites. Reality proved they'd made the right choice. Without the Great Xia satellite, they wouldn't even know how their own people died. The South Korean official intended to demand an explanation from the Americans, only to find their focus fixated on the satellite, which infuriated him further. The American official observed every flicker of emotion on the other side's face. Don't worry. Once we defeat the sea monster and extract all the magnetic ore, you'll see it was worth it. The American and Kimchi Nation officials studied the footage transmitted by the Great Xia satellite. Coincidentally, Great Xia was studying their footage as well. Sugo had been idly watching the commotion from the doorway when he was suddenly jostled into the center of the crowd. Old Chen narrowed his eyes and asked Sugu. Young Sugu, since this satellite technology originated from Dacia, why hasn't Dacia adopted it? Why did Korea get to use it first? Sugu scratched his head and chuckled. Because I designed it specifically for Korea. I've come to realize that whether we give it to them or not, Korea will find ways to steal our technology anyway. You can't guard against thieves forever. So I just pulled a little trick to let Korea use our good stuff. The others fell silent. What was with that tinge of satisfaction? Desya has publicly condemned Kimchi Nation's despicable behavior more than once. But it never worked. Kimchi Nation couldn't care less, continuing its despicable behavior of "you accuse me of stealing, I accuse you of stealing." Su Ji's move was truly ingenious. Some voiced concerns. What if they discover this later? Could it damage Great Xia's reputation? Kimchi Nation might seize the chance to stir up trouble, claiming that all of Great Xia's tech products secretly install eavesdropping programs. That would be very detrimental to us. Sugu was indifferent. When did our country ever authorize selling new satellites to Korea? Who can prove that satellite is ours? Does it have unique coding? Did it go through customs declaration procedures? Su Ji's barrage of questions silenced everyone. Indeed, Korea had acquired it covertly, and Sugu had sold it covertly. If the truth ever came out, they could simply claim Korea had bought counterfeit goods on its own, nothing to do with them. After all, Korea couldn't produce any evidence. Captain Liu, the maritime operations chief, suddenly grabbed Su Ji's shoulder, pulling him aside with a serious smile. Su God, we've known each other for over half a month now. Just tell me straight up, how many more of those mini satellite things have you actually placed on other countries? Sugu counted on his fingers. Quite a few, actually. The commander's dark face broke into a broad, honest grin. Spill it all. Sugu sighed. Captain Liu, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but there are just too many, I can't remember them all myself. Captain Liu, then isn't releasing them the same as not releasing them at all? Sugu, tisk, Captain Liu, you're underestimating me, aren't you? Everything I sell comes with a unique internal program I've set up. Any anomaly triggers an alert on my end. If I don't get one, it means nothing happened. No need for constant monitoring, it's incredibly convenient. Trust me on this. With Sugo handling things, Captain Lu felt genuinely at ease. Yet his strong sense of responsibility kept his worries bubbling up. That sea cow beast looks far too formidable. I wonder if a mycan can really handle it. Sugo gave a nonchalant chuckle. Captain Lu, you overthink everything day in and day out. No wonder you're getting gray hairs one after another at such a young age. Chapter 153, Is Sushin playing me again? Captain Lu let out a bitter smile. Sushin, you don't understand. The shadow a mycan casts over us is too heavy. His strength speaks for itself. Though Amikan also received a large share of the undersea magnetic ore deposits, they've always been greedy. Once they defeated the sea cow beasts and mined their own block of magnetic ore, who knew if they'd set their sights on Great Xiaz? Sugu patted him on the shoulder. Captain Lu, if America really has that kind of capability, we'll just play the role of the bird in the bush. Once they've huffed and puffed their way through defeating the sea cow beast and mining their ore, we'll blast them to smithereens with a single nuclear-free hydrogen bomb and seize the loot. Captain Lu's eyes widened. Not being part of Bureau 139, he lacked clearance to know the exact progress of the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb research. Sugu winked at him again. America can't handle the sea cow? First, the beast will wear down their combat strength. Second, we can learn from America's mistakes and avoid repeating them, right? Captain Lu nodded vigorously. Sushin, thank you. Sugu smiled modestly. No need to thank me, I am your Sushin, after all. After watching the misfortunes of the Kimchi nation, Sugu strolled back to his cabin to sleep. Before sleeping, he made his usual video call to his parents. The call was hung up the moment it connected. Sugu tried again, undeterred. After 3 consecutive attempts, Su's father finally answered, his voice thick with sleepiness. Son, I've told you before there's a 2-hour time difference between where you are and the capital. Back in the day, that brat wouldn't call home for weeks on end. Now look at him, he'd call 10 times a day if he could. Never before had Su's father doubted his once cold son so deeply. Sugu got straight to the point. Dad, is Sukayan awake? I haven't said goodnight to her yet. Also, let me see if she's gotten any chubbier today. Su's father held his breath, ready to scold his son across the phone, when a hand reached over and placed the phone directly against Su Kaisen's soft cheek. Sugu. No need to ask, it was his mother, irritated from being woken up. Sugu dared not babble on any longer. He muttered a goodnight to Su Kaisen's left cheek and hung up promptly. Perhaps from sleeping too long during the day, Sugu tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He shot upright like a carp and headed straight for the lab. At dawn the next day, Captain Lu arrived as usual to inspect the work. Only to find the lab in utter disarray. Before he could even get angry, he spotted a monster. Captain Lu instinctively took 2 steps back and assumed a defensive stance. Just then, Sugu emerged from some hidden corner and enthusiastically invited, Captain Lu, you're just in time. Come experience our manatee-type submarine. Captain Lu was practically half dragged, half pulled into the manatee submarine. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but that the thing was simply too realistic. I've installed hydrogen bomb launchers inside. From tiny ones the size of a booger to fist-sized ones, they can all be fired with ease. Of course, we won't use this until absolutely necessary. Let's test it with conventional weapons first. Most crucially, Sugu had installed an internal submarine system. Its standout feature was a top speed of 90 km per hour. According to their tests, the manatee-like beast's top speed was 70 km per hour. In critical moments, this built-in submarine could save our lives. Captain Lu, shall we conduct underwater simulations shortly? Captain Lu nodded. They selected a secure stretch of ocean. Captain Lu and his crew entered the submarine. Sugu and his team monitored the real-time experimental data streaming from the ocean floor in the data room. Perfect. Not a single deviation. Long live Sugod. Sugod, do you think we could push it to break 100 km per hour if we spend a bit more time? Sugod, what are you looking at? Whoa. Everyone followed Su-Ge's gaze. Captain Lu and his crew, covered head to toe in vomit, were being helped out of the submarine by soldiers. The submarine's bottom and surrounding areas were equally covered in vomit. Sugu and the engineers all nervously scratched their noses in unison. They had considered everything except that people would still be inside. Cough cough. Sugu braced himself for Captain Lu's scolding, only to see the captain force a smile. Sugod, this thing's a gem. Sugud, yeah. Consumed by guilt and remorse, Sugu didn't even bother to video call Su Kaisen to ask if she'd eaten breakfast. He plunged back into the lab. On the same stretch of ocean, the American Navy had dispatched several nuclear-powered attack submarines overnight. The sea cow monster can drain a submarine's fuel in no time. I refuse to believe it can destroy a nuclear-powered submarine from afar. This time, the US didn't deploy its own forces. Instead, they gifted the nuclear-powered submarines to the Japanese Navy for use. Japan knew full well that America wanted them to risk their lives as scouts, but they had no choice but to comply. America had never shared the core technology of its nuclear-powered attack submarines with any other nation. Prior to this, Japan had never even laid eyes on a submarine. Now they had the chance to see the real thing and operate it. They dared not miss such a golden opportunity. The Sakura Nation Navy prepared for departure and set sail on a cloudy day. Upon receiving the news, Lu Ting, the honest and straightforward elder, rushed into Su Ji's cabin, where preparations were already complete. Startled, Su Gu immediately covered his phone. What the hell? Trying to steal my little sister? Let me tell you, no way. He decided that once Su Kaisen was a bit older, he'd ask her if she'd specifically chosen him as her brother when selecting families in heaven. Captain Lu, the Sakura Nation's Navy has launched. Su Gu just went oh without much reaction. Captain Lu, wanna watch the video? Su Gu, no. Captain Lu, seriously? Su Ji's mouth twitched slightly. No, really. The Americans keep their nuclear submarines under tight security. Outsiders can't get anywhere near them. But? Captain Lu pressed on, his earnest tone tinged with a glimmer of hope. But what? You did manage to get your hands on it, didn't you? Suga felt compelled to set Captain Lu straight. Captain Lu, those shady schemes, I'm the shameless one who can think and do such things. You're the captain. You must set an example. For a moment, Captain Lu felt a pang of shame. He had received proper moral education after all. But he quickly recovered, correcting him with solemn seriousness. Whether house cat or stray, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. Su Gu chuckled. Captain Lu, you make a point. Oh, right, I keep a spy cat. You wouldn't mind if I put it to work gathering intel, would you? Captain Lu felt thoroughly duped. He might as well go down fighting. Does that cat even listen to you? Chapter 154, The Spy. Su Gu patted his chest. Of course it does. After all, I saved its life. When Captain Lu finally saw the cat, he nearly died of fright. Su God. You snuck onto a Banana Nation warship again? And you even snatched their cat. Su Ji's eyes darted around. Ahem, that's all trivial. Su Gu immediately issued several commands to the cat, which it executed flawlessly. Su Gu raised an eyebrow triumphantly at Captain Lu. Tell me, isn't it amazing? The short-haired cat lifted its head, mouth slightly open, looking quite proud. Captain Lu. This is pretty unreal. Su Gu fed the short-haired cat a can of food, patted its back, and it darted out in a flash. At sea. After brief training, the Sakura Nation's naval personnel took their posts. As the nuclear submarine descended deeper, fear gradually seeped into their hearts. The American-made submarine was fully transparent, convenient for them to observe the alien creatures, but equally convenient for the creatures to observe them. Why? Why did they appear so early? 1, 2, 3, a full 6 sea cow monsters. Weren't there supposed to be only one? The creatures continued to scrutinize the toy-like delicacy before them with curious eyes. Seeing the manatee's snout mere inches from his face, a timid soldier from Sakura Nation wet himself in terror. Ah! His commander drew a dagger and swiftly slit his throat. Blood splattered across the floor. The soldiers, who had been panicking moments before, fell completely silent. Sakura commander, follow my orders. Before the sea cow beasts could attack, the Sakura soldiers fired several shots at them. Yet another terrifying sight unfolded before them. The shells didn't even scratch the manatee's fur. Some exploded in the water, while others were swallowed whole by the sea cow beasts without so much as a flinch. Commander Sakura remained composed. Heh, thick skin, huh? Nuke them. The Sakura soldiers were astonished. Commander, are there nuclear weapons on this submarine? And, is this really the right situation to use nuclear weapons? Commander Sakura shot them a dismissive glance. If we don't use the nukes, are we just waiting to die? The nuclear bomb was one of America's secret weapons, though it wasn't the kind of massive nuclear device capable of obliterating the Earth with radiation. After all, such a large weapon wouldn't even fit inside the small submarine. What the Americans gave him were small micro-nuclear warheads. Their radiation was limited, and so was their destructive power. Commander Sakura personally operated the launch equipment, aiming the nuclear device at the closest sea cow-like creature. The manatee-like creature opened its mouth again to catch the new food. This time, it chewed it thoroughly a few times. As Commander Sakura had intended, the micro-nuke detonated inside its mouth. The manatee monster's mouth was blown apart. Inside the submarine, the Sakura soldiers cheered loudly at the sight. We've finally found a way to punish these beasts. Long live Sakura Nation. Keep going, Commander. This time, let me handle it. Commander Sakura stepped aside. One after another, the miniature nuclear warheads were launched. The herd of sea cow beasts sensed their toy snacks were getting tough on the teeth and bolted away, tails thrashing. Their speed surged to a peak of 70 kilometers per hour. But the nuclear bombs fired by the Sakura soldiers couldn't keep up, traveling at less than 50 kilometers per hour. Commander Sakura sighed regretfully. Let's go back first. Commander Sakura returned with the dawn of victory. As he approached his superior's cabin door, he completely failed to notice a cat slipping in behind him. The cat sat under the table with an air of superiority, occasionally licking its paws or playing with its tail. Daxia warship. Su Gu announced to everyone, fresh, hot news. Captain Lu, is this to your liking? Captain Lu's smile stretched from ear to ear. I love it, absolutely love it. Sue, you must ask what flavor canned food the short-haired cat prefers. I'll have someone stock up on plenty for it. Sugu chuckled, no need to worry about that. Just kidding, the canned food Shorty eats contains the intelligence water Sugu obtained from the tech tree. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance back to frugality. After gathering the latest intel through the cat, Captain Lu and the others were itching to act again. Sushin, do you think those American mini nukes will actually work? Sugu spread his hands helplessly. I don't know if it'll work against the sea cow beasts, but it'll definitely cause nuclear contamination in the ocean. Silence fell over the group. The sea flows. The pollution from Amikan wouldn't just contaminate their assigned waters, it would also spread to the waters of the Great Xia. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. Captain Lu desperately wanted to echo Su Ji's catchphrase, I'll pull out a nuke right now and blow those bastards from America to smithereens. Unfortunately, he still had to maintain his image. Just as Sugu and the others assumed the Americans and Japanese had finished their secret talks, and Cat rose to stretch her stiff legs, the American maritime official received a call. Whether they were being invited or not, all they could hear was the American official repeatedly saying aha. The moment the call ended, he immediately summoned his team inside. Meow Meow slumped back down, limp and exhausted. Captain Lu overheard the entire conversation about America's plans. Looks like America plans to wait until the remaining nuclear attack submarines are in position, then wipe out all the sea cow beasts in one fell swoop. Sugu rose abruptly, catching everyone off guard. Captain Lu tentatively asked, Sushin, are you finally ready to let us take action? Captain Lu wasn't a coward. If Sugu hadn't held him back, he would have sent men into the sea long ago. Sugu rubbed his stomach. Go where? To their deaths? I'm hungry. Let's eat. Anyone want to join me? It's on me. Don't be shy. Everyone. At a time like this, only you can still stomach eating. And the cafeteria food is free, too. Ugh. Sugu was ready to enjoy a leisurely dinner in the cafeteria when a phone call shattered his pleasant daydream. Hey, kid's dad, we're here. Come pick us up. Sugu spit out the hot soup he'd just taken a sip of. This attracted the chefs and cafeteria ladies who were always keeping an eye on Sushin, who swarmed over in a flash. Sushin, is the soup not to your liking? It must have been too hot. I'll get you another bowl at just the right temperature right away. Sugu gave a nervous chuckle. No, it's delicious. You all go back to work. They didn't leave. Before Sushin arrived, Captain Lu was the person they most looked up to. After Sushin came, Captain Lu became one among many. And in their hearts, Sushin had already far surpassed Captain Lu ahem. Just don't let Sushin hear that last bit. Sugu glared at them, but they only laughed harder. Their eyes seemed to say, look. My idol just glared at me. Sugu silently pressed his forehead. When he looked up to ask Renfei why she was playing such a joke on him, he found she had already hung up the call and sent him a selfie. Chapter 155, Recalling a Child. Sugu tapped the image. It was a selfie of Renfei standing by the sea, looking like a boss enjoying the breeze. Ahem. With no soup left in his mouth, saliva took its place. Sugu couldn't swallow another bite. By the time he reached the pier, Renfei was surrounded by several single soldiers fawning over her. Ma'am, are you here to see the older brother or the younger brother? You must be here for the father. My name is Zhang Erqiang, 25 years old. Ow. You idiot, why'd you step on my foot? Haha, that's what you get for not following the rules. As they exchanged glances, Renfei, clad in a sleek black tracksuit, had already risen. Before the soldiers could speak again, she smiled warmly and said, My husband is here. The hearts of several single soldiers shattered into dust. They were determined to see who this stunningly beautiful woman's husband was. They'd challenge him to a few rounds later, otherwise, all those years spent at sea would have been wasted. But seeing him was a shock. It nearly knocked their jaws to the floor. Sushin? Renfei, unusually, didn't put on her usual domineering CEO persona. Yes, everyone calls him Sushin, but to me, he has two other identities, my husband and the father of my child. Sugu happened to catch those last two sentences, and his legs buckled beneath him. Sugu put on a calm front and led Sugu onto the warship. Watching the perfect couple ahead, the shattered hearts of several single souls automatically mended themselves. Sushin, they're truly made for each other. What do you think their kid will be like? Brilliant and sharp, right at the top? Sugu also wondered what his child with Renfei would be like. He kept stealing glances at Renfei's belly. Nothing special, nothing to see. Renfei didn't mind his scrutiny. She knew she'd only boarded the warship smoothly because Sugu had led the way. So throughout the journey, despite her curiosity, she hadn't glanced back once. Only upon entering Su Ji's cabin did she resume her aloof, boss-like demeanor. Sugu stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at her. We're indoors now. Why are you still wearing sunglasses? Renfei's vivid lips formed a single word, cool. Sugu didn't want to beat around the bush. Why did you suddenly show up? And what's the deal with the child? Renfei pulled a stack of documents from her carry-on bag. She had expected someone to inspect her papers upon entering, but the guards, seeing Sugo standing beside her, made no further demands. The transfer agreement for 5% of Hua Company's shares, the title confirmation documents for the new factory that your company's accountant Liang asked me to deliver to you. A whole stack of documents all requiring Su Ji's handwritten signature. Sugo glanced at them briefly before placing his hand on Ren Fei's belly. The baby? Ren Fei chuckled softly. If you want it, by this time next year, I'll have you holding a baby. Su Ji's heart nearly stopped from Ren Fei's teasing. Oh really? Ren, did you think I was too idle, so you came all this way just to tease me? Watching Sugo fuming before her, Ren Fei's smile never left her lips. She seized the moment, grabbing Sugo and forcefully pushing him onto the sofa. With sheer force, she forced him into a dominant embrace. Where did I lie to you? You had the media plastering everywhere that you loved me to the bone, that you'd crash the wedding to steal me away, that you wanted to be my man. Doesn't that mean you're admitting you're the father of our future child? Making babies? The father of my child? Sugo was furious enough to spit blood. He reached out and flipped the light switch. Making babies is fine, but I don't want to have kids with a greasy tycoon. He feared the child would turn out greasy too. Poor genetics were surprisingly resilient. 2 burning embers in the cabin lost all sense of heaven and earth, while the American soldiers in the sea had no idea where heaven and earth were either. Because they were about to descend into hell. Yes, the Americans had finally sent their own men into the sea. 29 nuclear-powered submarines launched simultaneously. Their plan was to finish the battle within 2 hours. Yet they searched the ocean for over 5 hours before finally spotting a single small sea cow-like creature. Quick, keep up. It's definitely heading for the main group. Wait, am I seeing things? How did it suddenly grow a 4th head? 4 heads. I swear it only had 3 before. All the sea cow beasts we encountered before were adults. This one looks like a calf. Maybe the extra heads disappear on their own when they mature? They drove forward, their worries mounting. There's actually magnetic ore down there. Just how vast is this place? Is it truly boundless? Look! That little manatee stopped. Damn! The Amekan's expressions grew solemn. How did there get to be so many more? And now there's a 4-headed adult manatee. Captain, the situation is more complicated than we thought. I suggest we retreat. I spotted the manatees the Sakura soldiers attacked with mini nukes earlier. They're still alive and kicking. They'd gained an extra head, several more arms, and their bodies seemed to have grown larger. This sight filled the American soldiers with utter terror. An ominous foreboding pounded at their hearts. The American commander's toes shifted back slightly. But the terms he'd negotiated with Tepa steeled his resolve. Launch the nukes. Nuclear bombs rained down like hailstones upon the sea cows. The sea cow beasts had long detected the delicious food invading their territory. Overjoyed, they opened their mouths to devour it. Having learned from their previous experience, they were no longer startled by the explosions of the miniature nukes. As leisurely as the sea cows were in the ocean, Amekan and the others in the ship's cabin were equally frantic. What's going on? Why aren't they even injured this time? Captain, we need to retreat. Captain, I beg you. Captain Ainken gritted his teeth, refusing to budge. Give the nuke a little more time, it's bound to detonate. Instead of the nuclear bomb shattering the sea cow, its attack arrived first. A single nuclear submarine only needed to be rammed 5 times by a sea cow monster to sustain a massive breach. The first to be swallowed was the captain himself. The sea cows had learned to chew, and before dying, the captain caught a whiff of his own scent. All 29 submarines of the American fleet were wiped out. Even their specially designed undersea satellite signals proved useless. Amekan's reconnaissance units reported every 15 minutes. 3 days passed. Yet far away in the Black House, Tep and the others still hadn't received any good news. Trump sat in his chair, his face ashen. Did Captain Charles escape with the submarine? Yes. Those submarines are worth a fortune, he must have gotten greedy. Issue a pursuit order. Hunt down Charles. Faced with Tep's blatant self-deception, the council members refused to blindly follow his lead. Mr. Tep, prepare to step down early. Chapter 156, Last-Ditch Effort. Tep sat despondently in his chair, reluctantly caressing his throne. His eyes flickered with profound reluctance. Suddenly, Tep leapt to his feet and shouted, I will not step down. The council members shook their heads. They saw no point in Tep's desperate struggle. The bizarre deaths of Captain Charles and his elite crew of several hundred were undeniable. Over 20 nuclear-powered submarines had vanished without a trace, their combined value exceeding tens of billions. Had this information never been made public, Tup's team might have been able to salvage his reputation. But Tup's big mouth had given it away. Just days ago, unable to contain himself, he'd bragged to the media, celebrating prematurely. Trump would have to give everyone an explanation. Tep walked away with his hands behind his back. Hours later, he held a press conference regarding America's operation. Facing questions from major media outlets, Trump appeared energetic and composed, showing no trace of sadness or sorrow. Reporter, there are rumors that Captain Charles is dead. Is that true, Mr. Trump? False, Trump declared flatly. Next question. Reporter, it said that someone photographed the wreckage of our newest nuclear-powered submarines. Are those 29 submarines still intact? Trump remained unflappable, of course. Trump's team of lawmakers were stunned. They hadn't seen a single word of the prepared remarks they'd drafted for him. He spoke entirely from his own thoughts. Some lawmakers had resolved to leave his team and seek new allegiances, but Trump pulled this bold move, catching them completely off guard. American journalists weren't pushovers either, they wouldn't be fooled so easily. A reporter who looked authoritative stood up and asked, Mr. Trump, we have obtained evidence confirming that Captain Charles, his elite crew, and the billion-dollar submarine were completely destroyed. Yet you insist they are all alive. Well then, may we connect with Captain Charles live right now? When the reporter stood up, the lawmakers in Trump's team felt a wave of dread wash over them. Their instincts told them that Trump's usual tactic of lying with unwavering conviction wouldn't fool this reporter. Tep stared straight at the reporter, eyes wide. The reporter dared not look away. Mr. Tep, are you afraid to connect? Tep continued to stare at him. The stare down lasted a full 65 seconds. Just as the reporter prepared to press further, Trump unexpectedly bent down and picked something up from the ground. As he stood up holding the object, a small dog that had appeared out of nowhere seized the chance to dart away. As it fled, it glanced back at Tupo with incredulous puppy eyes, then shivered and sped up. Besides the puppy, only the few people closest to Tep saw what he was holding. This is ridiculous. Surely Mr. Tep wasn't planning to eat in public to distract everyone. Mr. Tep proved with his actions that he certainly wasn't. He executed a textbook shot put motion. Splat. The still warm puppy poop landed with not a single drop missing on the authoritative reporter's face. Everyone on the scene held their breath. Taking advantage of the stunned silence, Teppa jumped up and down excitedly, shouting, I seriously doubt you've been bought off by the great Xia. Who doesn't know Captain Charles is on a mission? You're forcing me to contact him right now. Are you afraid he won't make it through the night? If you're not a great Xia spy, I'll eat my own standing on my head. The reporter opened his mouth to retort, but was cut off, unable to speak. Ultimately, the press conference ended with journalists fleeing early, terrified that Tep would lose his mind again and start throwing dog. Video footage of Tep's madness before the media quickly spread across every street and alley worldwide. Netizens worldwide declared they'd seen it all. Impressive. Impressive my ass. Feeling bad for that reporter for 2 seconds. How did a dog even get into such a big press conference? Normal. Amicon prides itself on being a pet-friendly country where employees can bring pets to work. It was likely the dog of that politician or reporter. I'd bet 9 times out of 10 it was deliberately planted by Trump. Trump's reaction was pretty hilarious, but based on my experience, Captain Thomas might actually still be alive. Great Xia. The leaders and others in the main conference hall were also enjoying watching Trump lose his mind. The leaders' attitudes varied. Pro-Thomas alive faction, while I'd love to see Thomas dead already, their naval equipment is top-notch, and they took every precaution before launching. This might just be the Americans staging a show to grab attention. Pro-Thomas is dead faction, we've seen the manatee-like creature's destructive power in the footage they sent back. Its strength is no joke, it's entirely possible it took down the American submarine. The leader remained silent as the debate reached an impasse, all eyes turning to him. Leader, if mining magnetic or truly demands such a heavy toll, I believe we should halt extraction. Minerals are important, but the lives of our warriors matter more. After all, if even the Americans couldn't take it down, then so be it, no one would. The leader silently dialed Su Ji's phone. Nowadays, even the most confidential conversations could be conducted via mobile phone. Except they used specially modified phones provided by Suga, not the ones sold on store shelves. Hackers couldn't breach them, and they were convenient. Soon, Su Ji's 3D image appeared in the center of the conference room. Suga smiled warmly, good afternoon, everyone. For some reason, whenever the leader saw Suga, no matter how complicated his mood, it would quickly settle, leaving him feeling at ease. Leader, Suga, have you seen today's news? Not yet. He and Rin Fei had spent the entire day together shamelessly. Is the outside world talking about me again? About to praise me to the skies? Tell them to hold off. Once I'm done with this, they can praise me to my face. The leader chuckled at his teasing. Suga, I've had the curated news sent to your phone. Suga opened it, read through it, and laughed hysterically. What kind of president is this American guy? Ha 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 ha. Not only does he blatantly lie, but he also shamelessly manipulates the facts. He really has no shame. Suga considered himself pretty uninhibited. The leader and several other high-ranking officials picked up on certain keywords in Su Ji's attitude and words. Suga, are you implying the American Navy is actually in trouble? Suga tapped his forehead in frustration. Ahem, my apologies, everyone. Captain Lu and I should have informed you about this sooner. We got caught up in the chaos and completely forgot. Just take everything Tup says as the opposite. They're all gone. America has suffered heavy losses. Those sea cow beasts are truly formidable. The leaders took a moment to digest the bombshell news. The leader frowned, making a difficult decision. Then you should return first. We'll deliberate on the magnetic or mining project at length. Chapter 157, I did it, so what? Sugu paused, about to say it wasn't necessary. The life at sea was a bit dull. He enjoyed receiving real-time updates daily about the misfortunes of countries like America and Kenya. But meeting the leader's earnest gaze, Sugu backed down. Alright then. The equipment in the offshore lab was limited, making many studies impossible. It was a good excuse to head back and weigh Sukaisen to see if he really hadn't lost weight. Before departure, Sugu deliberately took a stroll outside. Guards on warships from various nations kept a watchful eye on Sugu. Combined, there must have been over 1,000 sniper rifles trained on him. Some nations had already speculated that Sugu had returned. It was a pity he hadn't remained perpetually love-struck, but without seeing Sugu himself, they couldn't be 100% certain. Now that Sugu had surfaced himself, their apprehension toward Great Xia had returned. This young man had achieved too many miracles for them to underestimate him. Sugu had set up a custom-made surround sound system. Seated on a speedboat, he activated the speakers and microphone, launching into his performance. Friends and foes gathered here surprised to see me again? Ah, no need to fear. I'll be leaving with my people shortly. Feel free to mine away as you please. Whoa, whose sniper's red dot is aimed right at my head? Move that little red dot or I'll get angry. The red dot trembled between Sugi's eyebrows but didn't budge. Sugu, fine, I'm genuinely angry now. His finger tapped between his eyebrows. Then came a loud bang. The Cherry Blossom Country sniper was shot in the head by the Kimchi Country sniper diagonally across from him. Both sides were utterly shocked. The Sakura Nation commander pulled out a megaphone and shouted at Kimchi Nation, Kimchi Nation. Why did you kill our sniper? The Kimchi Country sniper frantically explained to his commander. I didn't. I don't know what happened, the bullet just went off on its own. Even he found his own excuse absurd, so he tried another angle. I had no idea the Cherry Blossom Nation sniper was ambushing there. My gun was aimed at Sugu the whole time. The Kimchi Nation scout produced a videotape. Sir, we truly have wronged Rue Jun. As you can see from our footage, the bullet fired from Rue Jun's barrel was indeed heading toward Sugu at first. But then it suddenly veered off course. The scout slowed the footage of the bullet's high-speed trajectory several times over. The blurred projectile appeared to be deflected by an external force, veering 30 degrees toward the Cherry Blossom Nation's sniper. The Kimchi Nation commander was utterly stunned. What on earth caused it to change course? Bullet trajectory and velocity can be affected by wind direction, but snipers are professionally trained. Even with deviation, it wouldn't be as drastic as 30 degrees. And there was no wind on the sea at that moment. Japanese soldiers on the sea surface continued to shout demands for an explanation from Korea. The Kimchi Nation commander had no choice but to make a copy of the footage and send it over. The Cherry Blossom Nation also had footage. But like Korea, they couldn't believe it. On the speedboat, Sugu wrapped his arm around the boatwoman's shoulder and planted a kiss on her cheek. How about your man? Pretty impressive, huh? Renfei, ever the dominant CEO persona, immediately returned the kiss with force. He is. If Sugu had a tail, it would be wagging wildly right now. He raised the microphone again and announced. Japan, you've really wronged Korea this time. It wasn't them. It was this young master who did it. I told you guys, tell your Cherry Blossom snipers to stop putting that red dot on my head. I'm off red this year. Want to know how I pulled it off? Not telling you, haha. Sugi's words nearly made the commanders of both nations spit fire. The Sakura commander couldn't let Sugu trample their honor in front of so many nations. Sugu of Great Xia. You've persecuted my Sakura people with utter disregard. Today, you will either come before my Sakura warriors and repent, or prepare to face the onslaught of Sakura artillery. Ha! The moment his threat ended, a bullet struck him. He collapsed instantly. Sugu whistled. Ah, another one bites the dust, and it was me who did it. How about that for respect? Chaos erupted aboard the Sakura warship, mirrored on the Kimchi warship. Commanders from other nations immediately ordered their snipers to cease fire and withdraw. Their snipers couldn't be lost for no reason. No one from Sakura Nation dared shout anymore, fearing they might be the next to die. Sugu was just too damn unnerving. After flaunting his new skill, Sugu sauntered back to the Great Xia warship aboard Ren the boatman's speedboat. Shortly after, he boarded a plane with Old Qian and the others, heading back to the capital. On the plane, Old Qian was examining a ring, turning it over and over in his hands. This thing can actually deflect bullets? Old Qian was squinting so hard his eyes were practically crossing, yet he still couldn't make out the intricate inner workings. Sugu yawned. Old Qian, you need to examine it with professional equipment. Old Master Qian knew he was just impatient, he wanted to see it right now. Sugu, just how many talents of yours are still hidden from me? Sugi's eyes crinkled with a smile. Plenty more, enough to fill a day and night. Master Qian, care to take me as your teacher? I'll teach you for free. He got a whack on the head. It was Yu Yuan who hit him. Did the sea breeze get to you? Your head's all fuzzy? Su Gu clutched his head, pouting in mock grievance. Just kidding. Seeing Yu Yuan about to discipline Su Gu again, old Qian raised his hand to stop him. Old Yu, what's wrong with letting me call Xiao Su Gu master? Su Gu lost his composure and cleared his throat loudly. Master Qian, I was just joking. Please don't embarrass me like this. Su Ji's heroic deeds at sea were naturally going to be widely publicized by the media in Daxia. The focus was on promoting their new high-tech equipment, the magnetic bullet controller. The moment Su Gu touched down, a sturdy, muscular middle-aged man grabbed him by the arm. Su Gu, can the magnetic sensors be mass-produced? What's the cost? How versatile are their applications? Su Gu could feel the bruises forming on both his biceps from the grip. Commander, please let go. We can discuss this calmly over there. It can be mass-produced, but its primary raw material is magnetic ore. As you know, our magnetic ore mining operations are currently stalled, so mass production isn't feasible at this time. As for its applications, theoretically there are no limits, but practical implementation requires careful consideration. After hearing this, the commander calmed down considerably, though he still couldn't hide his excitement. Su Gu, let's go. We'll discuss this properly at the military base. The silent old Chen finally couldn't hold back and kicked the commander. Where? Xiao Su Gu is about to return with us to Bureau 139. Chapter 158, Who says scientists can't love money? Old Qian guarded the commander like he was a thief. The commander was both amused and exasperated. Old Qian, I wouldn't dream of competing with you for talent. Old Qian snorted coldly. I'd rather kill the innocent than let a single thief slip through my fingers today. And don't think I can't see through you really want to snatch him away. Old Qian guarded Su Gu like a mother hen protecting her chicks, escorting him back to Bureau 139. Watching that peerless talent slip away right under his nose, the commander's heart bled with anguish. Old Chen was right, he really did want to snatch him away. The young officer leaned in close and whispered mysteriously. Commander, we could actually try something else. The commander glanced sideways at him. Go on. The young officer whispered a few words into his ear. The commander's expression shifted from initial disapproval to consideration, then finally to approval. Alright, Xiao Sun, this task is yours. Deputy Commander Sun's eyes widened. Me? Or should I go myself? The commander retorted. Deputy Young Officer Sun paused, as if realizing it might indeed be more appropriate for him to go. Yes, sir. Hours later, a military jeep pulled up at the entrance of Shujia village. Because Su Gu had handed over the magnetic source mineral beneath his homestead, Shujia village was now heavily guarded. Many of the guards belonged to Bureau 139. Noticing something amiss, Deputy Commander Sun immediately drove the jeep away. He then drove around the surrounding towns. Sir, I saw your help wanted sign outside. Do you think I'd be a good fit? The owner ran a general store. He used to handle business for the nearby neighbors all by himself. But since various industries had sprung up around the area, the population had grown, and business at the general store had picked up too. He couldn't manage everything alone anymore and wanted to hire someone to help with deliveries. The boss looked him up and down. Ever done manual labor? Delivering goods is tough work, young man. You look too young to handle the strain. Sun the youngster immediately rolled up his sleeves and got to work. With his left arm, he effortlessly hoisted a 100-pound sack of chili powder while his right hand lifted the shop owner. The boss dangled in the air, kicking his legs. Put me down. Sun, the young deputy, grinned sheepishly and asked, Boss, do you think I can keep this job? Boss, sure thing, sure thing. Just put me down. As luck would have it, there was a delivery order for Shujia village. Boss, Shujia village is a bit different from the others. Since it's your first time, I'll take you to register. Then you can go on your own next time. Deputy Young Officer Sun nodded obediently. Security at the gate was indeed strict. This registration wasn't just about having Sun fill in an ID number. The person handling it had extensive system permissions, combing through every possible record. Fortunately, Deputy Cadet Sun held a special position. Much of his information wasn't even in the system. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly exposed today. That's all. You may proceed. Deputy Sun took his credentials with both hands and drove his three-wheeled cart loaded with seasonings into the village with a simple, honest smile. That evening, Su Gu found time to return home. Hey, Mom and Dad, Sukai's back. Su Ji's voice preceded his arrival. However, after searching the house, he found no sign of his family. Su Gu ran his large hand over his freshly shaved head. Ha? Where's everyone? His heart skipped a beat. Could they have been kidnapped again? Impossible. What kidnapper in their right mind would target Shujia village these days? Maybe they'd just gone out to play. Su Gu waited at home for half an hour, but still no sign of anyone. Unable to hold back any longer, he pulled out his phone. The phone rang once before being answered. Wah wah wah. First came the familiar baby babble, then his mother's voice. Su-gu, quick look. Our little Kaisen can answer the phone now. Hearing his parents' voices on the phone, Su-gu breathed a sigh of relief. Mom and Dad, where have you been? Father Su, son, the commander and the others threw you a victory banquet, but you didn't show up. No matter how great you are, you can't stand up so many people like that. Your mom and I even brought Kaisen along especially to celebrate with you. Su-gu was dumbfounded. Once he grasped what was happening, he pressed his hand to his forehead and smiled modestly. Sometimes it's better not to be too good at what you do. When everyone's fighting over you, I'm afraid they might get too carried away and tear me apart. Su-gu and Old Qian arrived at the imperial capital's first military camp almost simultaneously. Su-ji's eyelid twitched. How did Old Qian hear about this so quickly? Old Qian, my parents and little sister are in the commander's hands. Don't drag me into this. Old Master Qian waved his hand dismissively. I'm not stopping you. I'm here to curse someone out. Su-gu rubbed his nose. His gut told him a major showdown was about to erupt. He went inside, found Su Kaisen, tucked him under his arm, and with his free hand, pulled his parents away from the trouble spot. Su's parents hadn't even grasped what was happening. Su-gu shook his head with a weary sigh. Mom and Dad, it's all because of my brilliant ideas. Come here, Su-kaisen. Let your big brother see if you've inherited even 1% of my smarts. Su-gu and his little sister giggled and played, while Old Qian and the commander chased each other around. The underwater reconnaissance team from Omaikan finally captured footage of the herd of sea cow-like creatures beneath the magnetic ore deposit. After watching the footage, the newly appointed captain of the Omaikan sucked in 3 sharp breaths. They've mutated again. 5 heads, arms, too many to count. It was enough to make your scalp crawl. The new captain reported the situation truthfully. In a desperate attempt to turn the tide, Tep once again threw caution to the wind. He urgently summoned relevant scientists worldwide. He didn't rule out talent even from the Great Xia. He even covertly dispatched numerous agents to contact and recruit weapons development scientists from the Great Xia Empire. In the morning, Su-ji's smartphone assistant alerted him. Master, over the past 2 hours, Bauer has intercepted 303 suspected spam calls from pure automated systems and 597 suspected spam texts from pure human operators. Would you like Bauer to open the interface for you to review? Su-gu stretched lazily. I'll take a look. After reviewing the messages, Su-gu couldn't help but laugh. I knew it wasn't that simple. If that salesperson had this kind of persistence, they'd have made a fortune by now. Upon meeting with the bigwigs at Bureau 139's S-Class lab, Su-gu discovered they were all in the same boat. Each had received multiple bombardments of messages from Omaikan. Omaikan is desperate. Unless those sea cow beasts are eliminated, they won't and dare not rest easy. A villa worth over 100 million, a luxury car worth tens of millions, complete with drivers and servants. If my resolve weren't so strong, I might actually be tempted by them. How many scientists truly care about fame, fortune, or material possessions when they're fully immersed in research? Those who do end up being mediocre scientists. Su-gu timidly raised his hand. Ahem, I care very much. Who says scientists can't be materialistic? I'll lead the charge in material pursuits. Chapter 159, The Celebration Banquet and the Great Battle. The bigwigs glanced at him. Oh, it's little Su-gu. As long as he doesn't go off the rails, it's fine. They silently withdrew their gazes and resumed their previous discussion. Old Qian clapped his hands. Enough chit-chat. Let's begin today's research work. Not long ago, Old Qian realized his abilities were no longer sufficient to lead the team in developing the ultra-high-yield nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. He had voluntarily stepped down as chief engineer of the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb project and recommended Su-gu to take his place. Su-gu, the chosen successor, remained completely unaware throughout the process. He was only informed after the selection had been made. Su-gu immediately protested vehemently, arguing that the role of deputy chief engineer was already demanding enough. He demanded either to be relieved of his duties or to simply give up. A compromise was reached. Shen Lao would retain responsibility for most matters, while Su-gu focused solely on critical technologies. Sometimes, watching Qian, with his graying temples and magnifying glass in hand, burning the midnight oil to prepare reports, you felt like punching Su. What else could this be but bullying an elderly man? Yet Su-gu would smirk and say, I'll get Old Qian a tube of special dye for seniors and a pair of smart glasses that automatically zoom in on whatever he's looking at. Then he won't have to hunch over with a magnifying glass anymore, haha. Yu Yuan muttered under his breath while helping Professor Qian with the work. Today was no different. While helping Old Qian with his workload, Yu Yuan spotted Su-gu slacking off and playing with his phone nearby. His eyes widened. He quietly crept up behind Su-gu. Su-gu whirled around with a start, grinning widely. Hee, Yu Yuan, you didn't scare me. Yu Yuan. Su-gu was watching newly captured footage of the sea cow-like sea monster filmed by the American fleet. He held his phone up to Yu Yuan's face. Yu Yuan, do you see anything? Yu Yuan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Sugu, how did you get this footage? Wasn't it agreed that no new Disya satellites would be installed on American equipment? Sugu, before leaving, I placed a new anti-tracking information collection device on Shorty. Anywhere the cat could go, anything scanned by the device could be filmed and recorded, then transmitted back via satellite signal. Sugu zoomed in on one of the beast's heads. There's a fading scar on it. This head grew out of that scar. Yu Yuan frowned. Based on our previous analysis, these beasts have existed on the ocean floor for at least a decade, yet only 3 heads have grown. Yet within less than 2 months, they've rapidly sprouted 2 new heads. What could have triggered such sudden, accelerated growth? He and Sugu exchanged glances and declared in unison, it's nuclear radiation. It's American's mini-nuke. Amikan had covertly deployed nuclear weapons, though miniature, their radiation remained beyond human tolerance. They had tested the nuclear levels in that sea area before, and the results were within normal ranges. Everyone speculated that the deep seawater had isolated the radiation. But the truth proved otherwise. The radiation had been absorbed by the sea cow-like creature. For humans, nuclear radiation is something to be avoided at all costs. But for the sea cow beast, it was the perfect nourishment. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Clearly, the scientists of American haven't realized this yet. They're preparing to double down on nuclear weapons. American weapons scientist. As long as our attack pace exceeds its regeneration speed, we can definitely eliminate them. To regain public support, Trump concealed the deaths of the original captain and others, having the Black House release the latest battle updates every few days. Of course, he only reported victories, leading Americans to believe a decisive triumph was imminent, that America was about to seize yet another major new natural resource. Sugu stared at the American press conference for a long while. Is that it? This so-called new weapon is just doubling the nuclear payload? Wan Xiaoping, prematurely balding, chuckled. It doesn't emit radiation. For the general public, it truly is a groundbreaking new weapon. Another Disya engineer snorted derisively. That's because the radiation gets absorbed by the sea cow beasts. That Trump guy's got some skills. His ability to blatantly lie with a straight face is something most people couldn't pull off. He stood on stage with righteous indignation, declaring, our nuclear bombs automatically convert radiation into harmless gas upon detonation. Despite their mockery, they knew Top had played a masterstroke. After all, no matter how other nations tested, they couldn't detect nuclear radiation in the sea. Trump had successfully exploited the loophole. Trump had already instructed his butler to prepare a celebratory banquet. Wine. Choose from my cellar. Tep's daughter urged, Daddy, the banquet can be arranged quickly. We should focus our attention on the magnetic ore deposits in the deep sea and the sea cow-like creatures first. Tep roared with laughter. Lei, you're good at everything, but you're just too cautious. Seeing his pleas were futile, Lei sighed and gave up. Just how hyped was Tep? He scheduled the celebration banquet for the very night the double nuclear missile officially launched its underwater assault on the sea cow beasts. While changing into a fresh suit with the maid's assistance, Tepu declared triumphantly, what monster could possibly withstand a nuclear blast? Ha ha ha. That cowardly Great Xia surrendered without a fight. Once we extract the undersea magnetic ore deposits, the first nation Tep, will annihilate his Great Xia. Tariff wars, technology wars before absolute power, they're no different than ants fighting elephants. The victory banquet was held at Tep's estate. He had several screens set up on the vast lawn, ready to broadcast the epic battle between the American Navy and the sea cow beasts at the appointed hour. As dusk fell, guests and media began arriving in droves. Tipo radiated confidence, infecting even the American guests present with boundless optimism about the impending battle between humans and beasts. Can we get to eat some sea cow meat later? Those things are mutated. What's so tasty about them? Speaking of which, if we eliminate all the sea cow beasts, won't other nations just reap the benefits? Exactly. They barely lifted a finger, yet they want to claim so much magnetic ore? That's not fair. Hey, why don't we just make them hand over their surplus magnetic ore later? With the hard power they've demonstrated this time, which country would dare refuse? Great Xia is a tough nut to crack. What's so special about Daxia? One nuke and they're reduced to dust. Ahem, nuclear bombs are off limits. The nuclear radiation from a bomb powerful enough to obliterate a nation would be enough to plunge the entire world into ruin. As the Great Xia would say, their goal is to gain at others' expense, not to kill 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of their own. Teppo leisurely sipped from his stemmed glass. You've forgotten we'll soon have an endless supply of magnetic source ore. With that ore, we can build nuclear-free hydrogen bombs. Chapter 160, live long enough to see it. Immediately, someone below chimed in. Oh yes. With non-nuclear hydrogen bombs, forget about that stubborn nation of Daxia. Even the entire world would be no match for 2 nuclear-free hydrogen bombs. Who'd dare defy us then? We just drop a nuke right on their heads. The media snapped away at Tep. Tipo's soaring enthusiasm infected everyone present. One reporter plucked up the courage to suggest, Mr. Tep, you've already live-streamed the battle between humans and the sea cow beasts for all of us here. Why not broadcast it directly to all the Americans, even the entire world? Tep placed his wine glass onto the waiter's tray. Lei, sensing trouble, set down her glass to intervene. But Trump beat her to it, promising all the media. Then we'll broadcast it globally. Let other nations witness the raw power of our American nation. The journalists erupted in cheers. Great! A broadcast of this magnitude would be eagerly picked up by media worldwide. Who wouldn't want to see a miniature nuclear bomb detonate underwater? Who wouldn't want to see the true form of the sea cow-like creatures lurking near the sorcerer? Who wouldn't want to see the true form of America's latest nuclear-powered attack submarine? From 3-year-olds to centenarians, anyone passing by the TV would pause to take a look. The people of Daxia were no exception. Back at that familiar corner store in the suburbs, under the same old tree, the old men stared at the TV screen, watching and ranting. Extravagant, utterly extravagant. It's all thanks to squeezing the value out of the working people in neighboring countries that they've achieved this life of luxury. Those American nuclear-powered submarines really have something going for them. Compared to theirs, our country's submarines still fall short. It won't be long before we catch up. Bauer, check Su Ji's latest schedule for me. Ever since they bought the Huawei S-series phones, the old folks have been navigating the internet with increasing ease. Whenever they encounter something they don't understand, they immediately ask Bauer to search for them. The smartphone assistant replied in a cheerful tone. Master Bauer, based on your preferences, I infer you wish to learn about Su Ge, known as the Su God of Daxia. However, I'm afraid I can't disclose his schedule per relevant regulations. Would you like me to play Don't Be Sad instead? The old man sighed, play it. Seeing how confident and spirited Aimee looked, the old men couldn't help but feel a bit down. Sigh, I see netizens from all countries mocking us great Xia, saying we surrendered without a fight. We did pull out a bit too quickly. If all else fails, we could at least put on a show like other nations. See if we could trade our resources for some of those radiation-free nukes the Americans have. Let's deal with the nuclear radiation around our magnetic source mines first. Wait, those magnetic ore deposits are interconnected. They can only be artificially divided by region. Wouldn't those alien beasts also divide their territories? Exactly. So America will likely wipe out all the beasts in one go? We'll get the bargain, then no need to trade resources. Oldly, are you genuinely naive or just pretending? Do you really think America would let Great Xia get something for nothing? Old Manly froze, his voice trembling slightly. Old Wang, are you saying America still intends to seize our magnetic ore deposits? That's unacceptable. That ore field lies entirely within our national territory. Old Wang unscrewed his thermos and took a worried sip. Given America's usual modus operandi, what do you think? The other old men began opening their thermoses and sipping tea. Autumn had arrived, and a chill crept in with the morning air. Yet the steaming tea failed to warm the old men's frozen hearts. Until the shopkeeper's startled cry pierced the air. On the live broadcast, Anakin's submarine had already begun attacking the giant manatee. The submarine rolled through the water, executing one elegant maneuver after another. Miniature nuclear bombs, doubling in number, crackled and whizzed toward the manatees. But the scene of torn flesh and blood did not unfold as the Americans had anticipated. The struck sea cow beasts' bodies slightly swelled, then rapidly sprouted new heads at an astonishing speed, each accompanied by several irregularly shaped hands. The television even broadcast the startled cries of several American soldiers. Outside the TV, the old men couldn't hold back either. I've never seen anything like this in my life. And these sea cow beasts continued mutating while attacking the American submarine. The American submarine, touted as incredibly sturdy and formidable, shattered with a loud crack under the sea cow creature's impact. The soldiers inside didn't even have time to put on their diving suits before being seized by the sea cow creatures. The sea cow beasts deliberately tore the American soldiers apart bite by bite in full view of the other submarines. American soldiers who hadn't yet been attacked desperately held down the launch buttons. They tried to overwhelm the creatures with sheer nuclear firepower. Alas, no matter how many nuclear bombs were launched, they were all absorbed by the sea cow monsters, becoming their nourishment. One pregnant sea cow creature absorbed so many nuclear bombs that its belly grew visibly larger by the minute. Seconds later, it gave birth to 3 baby manatee monsters, each with 7 heads. The old men outside the convenience store stared wide-eyed, then squinted, then widened their eyes again, repeating this cycle over and over. After today, they'd surely all need to visit the eye doctor together. Suddenly, the TV screen went black. Hey, what happened? Boss, your TV's broken. Fix it quick. Old Wang shouted impatiently. This was way more exciting than any movie. The owner also suspected the TV was broken. But after fiddling with it for ages, the TV was fine. Oldly pulled out his phone. Bauer, I want to watch a Mycan's live underwater broadcast. Bauer's clear voice chimed in, yes, Master Ding. Sorry, Master, the live stream has been cut off by the American side. The old men. Under the big tree, the sound of a dozen thermos lids being unscrewed echoed once more. After drinking their water and calming down, Oldly slapped his thigh hard. Great. Just great. The other old men nodded in agreement. Daxia had suffered too many losses at the hands of America. Though they'd managed to claw back some ground in the tariff war and several diplomatic meetings over the past few months. But it wasn't enough. Seeing America suffer brought them great satisfaction. Only old Wang couldn't muster a single smile, his nose, eyes, and eyebrows nearly crumpled into a tight knot. Those sea cow beasts are too formidable, even nuclear bombs can't touch them. If they just ruled that stretch of ocean, that'd be one thing. But what if they decide to expand their territory? What if they start breeding like crazy? Wouldn't our entire sea be overrun by those sea cow beasts? What if they grew tired of the sea and mutated legs? Where would humanity go then? This concern wasn't limited to the elders, it troubled people worldwide. Old Master Qian and the other leaders dragged Sugu out of bed. Chapter 161, The Sky Has Fallen. Sugu had pulled several all-nighters. Barely 2 hours into his sleep, his eyelids were fighting fiercely to stay open. What's up? Is the sky falling? Old Qian, hands behind his back, it's practically like the sky has fallen. Their emotions had never been so complex. They rejoiced that Huan Hu Ken had suffered a setback at the hands of the sea cow beast, yet they were deeply concerned about the future of the great Xia. Sugu rubbed his eyes and applied a drop of tiger balm to each upper eyelid. He felt instantly refreshed. Before they could show him the battle footage, Sugu lazily waved his hand. No need to watch it. I already guessed what happened. Old Qian, Sugu, today we witnessed the sea cow beast's power firsthand. I fear even a hydrogen bomb might not be effective against it. It could even absorb the blast. Sugu hesitated for 2 seconds. How about I take a few little snorkels down to the ocean floor for a test run right now? The moment the words left his mouth, the elders stepped in to stop him. These old-timers wouldn't let Sugu go, they'd go themselves. Sugu flopped back onto his small dorm bed, letting the elders circle around him, towering over him. Staring at me won't help. Since you won't approve using the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb on those sea cows now, we'll just have to wait. They had to wait until the sea cow beasts had drained the military strength of countries like America and Japan, until those nations were utterly exhausted, only then could they strike. Old Qian and the others exchanged glances. Each felt a pang of regret. Yes, they had no choice but to wait. They were all seasoned veterans who'd weathered storms before. That they couldn't match Sugu in scientific research was one thing. But how could they also fall short in temperament compared to this brat? Snore. Snore, snore, snore. Watching the brat sprawled out on the bed, snoring rhythmically, old Qian and the others left quietly, torn between laughter and exasperation. They even closed Su Ji's door for him. Stepping outside and gazing at the star-studded sky, old Qian sighed softly, we really should learn more from young Sugu. As they approached the door, anxiety nearly overflowed from their hearts. But after chatting with that carefree little rascal for a few moments, all that anxiety vanished, and their spirits lifted considerably. In his dream, Sugu was a force to be reckoned with, radiant and captivating. Without exaggeration, his current dream was precisely what Tapu wanted to experience tonight. Too bad he messed it up. Though he'd immediately cut off the live broadcast once he realized what was happening. But it was too late. Not only did America lose face globally, but it also made everyone think America's nuclear bombs couldn't even defeat a few measly fish. Could they possibly be fake? Would those tiny nations ever fear the US again? Trump knew he was in trouble. The banquet hadn't even ended when the butler rushed in with urgent news. Mr. Trump, a large crowd of citizens has gathered outside. They demand an explanation from you tonight. His daughter, Leah, steadied him. Daddy, I'll accompany you to address them directly. Let's honestly explain the challenges America faces and the efforts you've made to overcome them. Let the citizens understand that replacing the president now might not necessarily be better than keeping Tep, who understands the situation best. But Tepe chickened out. He roared. Why go out? They're all worked up. What if they beat me to death the moment I step outside? Lai massaged his temples. Daddy, have you forgotten you have bodyguards? They're highly skilled and won't let the citizens get near you. Tep was terrified of dying. He refused outright and turned to run away. In the blink of an eye, he dashed straight to the helipad in the backyard. Lei and the American citizens outside watched helplessly as Tep escaped aboard the helicopter. Unsurprisingly, the citizens' emotions flared even higher. Originally, they had merely gathered outside, waiting for Tep to provide an explanation. Now, his actions had enraged them. They began smashing road signs outside Tep's estate, trampling the flowers and plants in the garden into a chaotic mess in moments. But this was merely the beginning. Had it not been for the electric fence security surrounding Trump's estate, they would have stormed into his home long ago. If they couldn't get to Trump's house, then they'd go to the White House. Move aside, the manure truck is coming. Farmers drove manure trucks straight toward the Black Palace gates, spraying their contents. The security guards who had initially tried to resist scattered faster than anyone else. Better to take a beating than get sprayed in the face with manure. American farmers had long been dissatisfied with Trump. Months earlier, the tariff war had led to a boycott of their soybeans, corn, cotton, and other crops by the Great Xia Empire. Dacia was one of their major buyers. It was no exaggeration to say that a significant portion of their crops were grown specifically for Dacia. But in retaliation against America, Dacia directly raised tariffs on American agricultural exports, making it unaffordable for Dacian merchants to buy their crops. No other country besides Dacia could absorb their agricultural surplus in the short term. To sell their produce, they had no choice but to continuously slash prices to offset the tariff premium. Unfortunately, a large quantity of crops still ended up rotting in the fields. American farmers, seeking to cut costs, were forced to watch helplessly as unharvested crops rotted in the fields. Recently, Trump further raised agricultural sales taxes nationwide, justifying it by claiming America needed public support to fund the construction of nuclear-powered attack submarines due to insufficient funds. The farmers accepted this, but what happened? Trump threw lavish parties at his grand estates, while their money was torn to shreds and swallowed by sea monsters in the ocean. Who could tolerate this? Truckloads of various manure were dumped around the Black Palace. Tep, hiding on the Black Palace rooftop, grew furious as the stench grew overwhelming. Snipers? Make sure you take out the ringleaders. The senator frowned sternly. Fine, kill them. Then you won't have to run anymore. You can just go straight to the station and share a cell with those young thugs who can't stand you. Let them find all sorts of ways to torment you. Tepu instantly calmed down. Forget it. Let them make a fuss. Once they run out of steam, they'll settle down. Tep planned to lie low for 3 to 5 days. Once the American citizens realized their protests were futile, he'd emerge to resolve the issue. Oomph. He hadn't made a mistake. The fault lay with everyone else for being too impatient. This time, the Americans weren't giving Tepu a chance. They demanded a new election to choose a president who could truly solve the problems. Within 3 days, the candidates had already emerged. After hiding on the rooftop for 3 days, looking utterly disheveled, Trump saw the 3 candidates on the congressman's phone and was so furious his nose nearly twisted. They think they're worthy to replace me? I'll fight them to the end. Tep hurriedly descended the stairs. The citizens downstairs had long since departed. They were busy attending the election rally. Tep summoned his confidants, his expression grave. Who among you will take care of those 3 candidates for me? Chapter 162, The Great Xia Wizard. Such an outrageous idea, yet Tep's advisors surprisingly didn't object. There was no other reason, it was simply the best solution available at the moment. Even before becoming candidates, those 3 had been at odds with them, whether over political views or other matters. Create an accident, not an assassination. What kind of accident wouldn't arouse suspicion? 1 death is manageable, but 3 at once? Any fool would know it was us. Screw it, kill them first and ask questions later. At that moment, Tep spoke again. First, send them a wave of death threats. Soon after, 3 American presidential candidates suffered separate incidents. One was nearly run over by a drunk truck driver who couldn't brake in time. Another fell after their housekeeper failed to wipe the floor dry after mopping. The third was knocked down by a passing child, sustaining minor injuries. The candidates intended to immediately report the incidents to the police and publicly condemn Trump's despicable actions. But simultaneously, they received private photos of their families taken without consent, accompanied by a note reading, 7 p.m. tonight. Meet me on the rooftop of the Black House. Don't be late. Suppressing their rage, the candidates reluctantly agreed to meet with Trump. Tep spread his arms wide, smiling broadly. Welcome, gentlemen, to the private banquet I've specially prepared for you. The candidates found little to laugh about. Candidate 1, Tep, you dare threaten me with my family? Have you considered the consequences? Candidate 2, Tep, stop resisting. Your approval ratings have plummeted to rock bottom. You brought this upon yourself. Candidate 1 pulled out a revolver and tossed it to Tep. 1 in 6 chance to live. Whether you survive is up to luck. Tep pointed the gun at the fire door on the top floor and fired 6 shots. I survived. Ha ha ha. Candidates. Tep grinned and pulled out chairs for everyone. Don't be mad. You're all itching to kick me out of the presidency, yet you won't even let me crack a joke with you? Come on, sit down and let's talk. The 3 sat down, clearly annoyed. Spit it out. What do you want from us today? Tep elegantly rolled up his suit sleeves, sliced a piece of steak, chewed it deliberately, then slowly wiped his mouth, draining everyone's patience before finally speaking. Ousting me? Fine. But not now. Unless you want the Great Xia to seize the opportunity. The trio exchanged looks of contempt. Tep, if you're looking for an excuse to intimidate us, at least find a decent one. The Great Xia? Their military might? Their technological prowess? Even with recent gains, they're no match for us, the United States. As for that hydrogen bomb they keep bragging about? Ha! If they'd actually developed it, they'd have flaunted it from the start. Trump took another swig of stale red wine, his lips turning crimson. Paired with his eerie grin, the sight was deeply unsettling. The nuclear-free hydrogen bomb is obviously fake, no need to elaborate. But Dacia is a nation with 1,000 years of heritage. They still possess many valuable assets. For instance, I recently received reliable intelligence about a Disya shaman exceptionally skilled at controlling large animals, especially aquatic ones. Remember that pack of ferocious sharks that appeared in the Great Xiao waters, attacking fishermen and passing merchant ships? Do you know how they were finally subdued? Candidate 1, I know. Daxia announced they administered powerful anesthetics. Tepu burst into laughter. You actually believe that? If anesthetics were effective, Daxia would have used them from the start. Why would they let the sharks injure wave after wave of people? The three candidates fell silent. Tep rose and paced behind them twice. The one who truly subdued those sharks was that witchcraft master. If he could subdue sharks, do you think he could subdue the sea cow beasts? Candidate 2, I don't believe it. No human could be that powerful. He said this, but deep down, he was somewhat moved. The Great Xia Empire truly possessed something extraordinary. If one day Daxia were to become part of the American territory, what he coveted most wasn't its material wealth, but rather its intangible treasures passed down through millennia. Trump sneered, what if? What if Daxia's sorcerers actually defeat those sea cow beasts before us? How would America fare then? Would your ascension to power truly turn the situation entirely to America's advantage? The candidates fell silent once more. Despite their outward confidence and bold promises to Amiken citizens during the campaign, their hearts were filled with doubt. If they were to take over a mess destined to be a disaster, they'd have to think long and hard about it. Tep seized the moment. I'm not entirely opposed to a new election. It's just that at my age, I don't want to be forced out in disgrace. That would be too humiliating. Candidates, you know shame? Trump, once we handle the sea cow anomaly, I'll step down immediately. You lot can pile up achievements for yourselves with the magnetic source mine, while I retire to a nursing home. After speaking, TEP wiped a tear from the corner of his eye with a sorrowful expression. He had never before revealed this vulnerable side, one forced to yield to the passage of time in front of outsiders. Everyone grows old eventually. The three candidates weren't young either, just a bit younger than Tepu. Tep grasped their hands. Give me and the research team some time. Once we create the superweapon and eliminate those sea cow beasts, I'll personally bring that Disya sorcerer over. I'll have him tame the beasts and make them slice beef with their hooves for you to see. The three candidates. For now, their interests aligned, so the three agreed to Tep's proposal. Tepa cheerfully saw them off, inwardly mocking the three fools. A mere Great Xia wizard could intimidate them? They actually wanted to compete with me for the presidency? Ha ha ha. He turned and shouldered his sleeping bag, moving into the weapons development lab. American researchers? What is Mr. Tepu up to? Tep held a beef burger in his hand and devoured it in a few bites. Get moving. Whether we can defeat the manatee beast depends on you. Done. You'll have endless money. Fail? I'll go down with you all. As if he feared they wouldn't believe him, Tepu unbuttoned his bulky suit jacket in front of everyone, revealing his specially made vest. The vest was made of explosives. Tep smugly showed the researchers the remote control in his hand. One push of this button, and we all die. But hey, you get me to take you down with you, not a bad deal, huh? Ha ha ha. Tepu had truly lost his mind. This became the unanimous consensus among everyone in the Weapons Research Institute. Tepa didn't actually intend to guard the facility indoors around the clock. Just as everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief, they spotted Tepu sprinting toward the rooftop. Chapter 163, Pirates. Standing here lets me keep a better eye on you all. If even one person tries to escape, we all go down together. Ha 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 ha. Under such intense pressure, even without a wizard, a tiger could learn to slice beef and make beef burgers. And humans, those highly intelligent creatures, only wanted to build a superweapon. Tep ate, drank, and relieved himself on the rooftop. Within a month, he'd lost a significant amount of weight. The scientists below were even worse off, their beards grown wild and unkempt. They looked at least 10 years older. But no one paid attention to this. Their eyes were fixed on the experiment chamber. Inside were several genetically modified mutant sharks. Their attack power was more than 10 times that of ordinary sharks. When their superweapon struck the mutant shark, it instantly shattered into fragments, scattered throughout the test chamber. Not a single one survived. Tepa slammed his fist on the table, eyes red with fury. Good. 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 He immediately convened a press conference. He announced to the world, American has developed a superweapon, and the manatee beasts are on the brink of extinction. Suga watched Tep's frenzied yet frail appearance before the cameras and snorted derisively. That old fool Trump, did he really camp out in their scientists' lab for a month, sleeping on the floor, just to come up with this nonsense? Suga, Tup is still the president of Ainken. Would he really sleep on the floor? Yao Qingli rose from his embrace and picked up her clothes from the bed. Old Qian will likely come for you in a few minutes. Get dressed quickly. Suga muttered that it couldn't be that soon. 2 minutes later, the door to room 139 was violently pushed open. Not only had old Qian arrived, but Sister Hua and top military leaders were there too. Suga stared wide-eyed. Did you guys fly here? Sister Hua replied, well, thanks to the lightning-fast aircraft developed by him and the space agency half a month ago, it only takes 3 minutes at most to get from one end of the capital to the other. Hee, that was definitely my doing, Sugu grinned, looking thoroughly pleased with himself. Ahem, he didn't have the heart to mention that his original motivation for developing the lightning was so he could be home within 5 minutes whenever he felt like pinching Su Kaisen's cheeks. The purpose of Old Qian and the others' visit was to have Sugu take the special nuclear-free hydrogen bombs they'd developed for the manatee-like creatures and test them underwater. Sugu pressed his hand to his forehead. Here we go again. Didn't we agree to let a mechas handle it first? Old Qian admitted frankly, we're uneasy. We can't sit still. With the future of Great Xia at stake, they dared not be careless. Sugu shrugged. Fine then. But once I'm over there, I won't be back for a day or two. Give me half an hour of private time. Old Qian nodded. As long as Sugu agreed, everything else could be worked out. Originally, they hadn't considered sending Sugu on such a dangerous mission to attack the manatee behemoth. But Sugu was too clever. He had long anticipated they would pull the rug out from under him. So when developing the manatee nuclear-free hydrogen bomb, he had embedded a password only he could crack to activate it. This ensured they'd have to take him along. Without a moment's delay, Sugu boarded the lightning and arrived at his home in just 4 minutes. Dad, Mom, Shuka, I'm home. Su's parents remained utterly unmoved. Su's mother even remarked with a hint of disdain. Son, you just came back 3 hours ago and 8 hours ago. Coming home 4 or 5 times a day, don't you ever get tired? At first, she'd been quite intrigued by the lightning her son commanded. Neighbors would peek out when they heard the commotion. Now they couldn't be bothered to look anymore. They were bored. Sugu snorted, snatching Zukaixin from his mother's arms. He lifted her high, making her giggle non-stop. Sukaisen, how about Big Brother gets you a manatee tail to play with in a few days? Okay? Sukaisen, giggle giggle giggle. Sugu chuckled along with her. He loved seeing his little sister's delighted expression. Su's parents hadn't paid much attention to their son's homecoming, but upon hearing his words, they exchanged a glance and both leaned in. Son, wait, you're leaving the capital again? Where to? You can't tell us? Well, just be careful. You're the backbone of this family. We can't do without you. Su's mother's eyes welled up as she spoke. Sugu held Su Kaisen in one arm while wrapping both parents in the other. Don't worry, your son here is pretty capable. Just wait for my triumphant return. Seeing her brother leave again, Su Kaisen didn't cry. In her short memory, after playing for a while and taking a nap, her brother would always come back. 20 minutes later, Sugu and his team arrived at the sea area where the magnetic source mine was located. Damn, the speed's increased by more than 5 times. I've barely gone through a tenth of the materials I prepared. Sugu, is it possible in the future to teleport someone from one end of Earth to the other in a single second? You shouldn't ask little Sugu about this. You need to ask the higher-ups, do gods exist? If they do, then it could be possible. Yu Yuan, you've picked up some bad habits from little Sugu. Ha 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 ha. Their chatting and laughing didn't look like they were heading out to fight sea cow beasts, more like they were going on vacation. So much so that even when nearby American reconnaissance troops noticed unusual activity aboard the Great Xia warship, they didn't pay it much mind. Their superweapon was about to be delivered any moment. When that happened, they'd still be live streaming the fight against the sea cow beasts. That was their real business. American media crews were also on their way. The moment they landed, they eagerly launched their live broadcast. Good afternoon, viewers. We are currently positioned near the Amiken magnetic source mine. Their broadcast remains global. Amiken citizens commented with messages like Amiken will prevail. Citizens from other nations were far more casual. Even though I know how powerful that superweapon is, never mind. Let me speak for you. Last time, Trump bragged about how awesome their nuclear submarines were, but they still got shredded to bits by those monsters. Those predicting doom for the US, be careful, you'll get permanently blacklisted by the media. Can't see their comments anymore. Looking forward to the super weapons debut. America truly lives up to being a world superpower, developing a special effects weapon in less than a month. After taking down the sea cow beasts, I hope the US UK go mess with some Great Xia warships. I want to see their ships sink to the bottom. On a nearby deserted island. Redbeard, the boss wants you over here. Redbeard, who had been fiddling with his phone, quickly added, or just set it on fire, the flames would be spectacular, before shoving the satellite phone into his pocket and hurrying toward the big boss's cave entrance. Boss, you wanted me? The boss pointed at the satellite equipment before him. Around 8 tonight, a cargo ship from Banana Nation will pass through the Three Forks. Get the brothers ready. Redbeard nodded, unable to resist muttering a curse under his breath. What decent cargo could Banana Nation possibly carry? Even if we seized the entire ship and its cargo, it wouldn't fetch 2 pounds of gold. Chapter 164, The Navy moves in. They were the Piranha Pirates, a force to be reckoned with across a 100-mile stretch of sea. At their peak, they commanded over 1,000 men and operated more than 30 vessels of various sizes. Without exaggeration, their lifestyle was more comfortable than that of many minor wealthy families. Unfettered by any nation's laws, they did as they pleased as long as they weren't caught. They were kings of the seas. But their luck turned sour 2 months ago when they intercepted a Great Xia mail ship. They knew the Great Xia Navy would seek revenge for every slight. They hadn't killed anyone on the ship, just wounded a few and stolen some money. The Great Xia Navy pursued them relentlessly for half a month, disrupting several of their planned raids. Worse still, they tracked the pirates back to their hideout, procured cannonballs, blowing their base to smithereens. Had they not retreated swiftly, they would have sunk to the ocean floor alongside their base. All the gold, silver, and treasures they had accumulated, along with hundreds of brothers, were lost. They had to start over from scratch. Even the destitute banana merchant ships they once utterly scorned were now targets for plunder. The leaders sighed. Survival first. As long as we're still alive, we'll have a chance to take revenge on the Great Xia Navy. The Great Xia Navy was their top enemy. Hours later, at the Three Forks, Banana's first mate entered the wheelhouse. Captain, in half an hour, we'll be passing through waters where light rain is possible. Should we bring in the dried fruit spread out on deck? The captain waved his hand dismissively. Light rain? Then leave it. It's for our own crew anyway. The first mate thought it made sense, they weren't usually so particular. The hold was filled entirely with fruit. Some fruit spoiled every day. To minimize waste, they'd pick out the overripe ones, slice them, and lay them out to dry on the deck. Upon reaching their destination, these dried fruits would be given to the Banana Navy, while the fresh produce was naturally reserved for the Great Xia people. The first mate sat down and chatted with the captain. Daxia's generosity toward our banana kingdom is beyond words. They always think of us first with their finest goods. Take those Huawei phones, even countries like America and Japan couldn't buy them at inflated prices, but Daxia keeps sending batch after batch to us. Phones were secondary, after all. As international shipping operators, they could easily purchase Huawei phones in China. What they were most grateful for was that not long ago, Daxia had sold them a batch of weather radar and satellite systems at an extremely low price. They've already put them to use. The weather radar boasts a prediction accuracy of 98%. The satellite system was even more remarkable, boasting an astonishing 99.99% accuracy. Banana Nation was poor and couldn't offer gifts of equal value, so they could only do their best to express their gratitude. This shipment of fruit was one such token of their gratitude. The area near the magnetic ore deposit in Daxia was unsuitable for fruit cultivation, whereas Banana Kingdom was abundant in fruit. As the two chatted idly, the lookout's urgent voice suddenly crackled over the walkie-talkie. Captain, portside 36 degrees. An unidentified vessel is approaching at 33 kilometers per hour. The captain immediately activated the satellite system provided by Daxia to investigate. The situation was even more urgent than the lookout had initially observed. 7 vessels approached from all 4 cardinal directions. The people on board were armed. Judging by their formation, they must have been lying in wait nearby for quite some time. The captain cursed under his breath. They're even trying to rob ships from our Banana Republic? These scum don't even know how to be proper pirates. They deserve to be outlaws. The first mate was speechless. Captain, we probably can't escape. We should send out a distress signal. The captain had no choice but to signal for help. If the pirates only intended to steal goods, that would be the best outcome. But they were hauling an entire cargo of fruit. Fruit doesn't keep well. Even if the pirates loved fruit, they couldn't possibly eat that much in a short time. Worse still, once the pirates boarded and discovered only fruit, might they feel cheated and turn on them in rage? Slaughtering the entire crew? The current waters were international territory. Under any circumstances, sending out a distress call would inevitably lead to exorbitant rescue fees. Captain, man, how many times do we have to run before we earn back that rescue fee? The first mate watched the pirates closing in and remarked slowly, that assumes we get rescued in the first place. The first mate peered through his spyglass at the pirates' faces. They wore no masks whatsoever, their arrogance palpable. 9 out of 10 were on international wanted lists. The ship was also openly displaying the distinctive emblem of the piranhas. The captain saw it too, and his heart skipped a beat. Everyone, leave all your belongings behind and take cover in the ballast tank immediately. Losing money was a minor concern. Losing one's life would be a true catastrophe. They had barely taken cover in the ballast tank when the ballast tanks were filled with water, used to stabilize the ship by adjusting the water levels during navigation. Soon, the pirates' footsteps echoed overhead. Soaked in water, the crew held their breath, daring not to make a sound. After a long while, the footsteps faded away, and they dared to whisper. The fruit on board isn't worth much to pirates, and we didn't bring much money either. Do you think they might get angry and just take our ship to sell for scrap? Then we're done for. We're still inside. They'll find us sooner or later and definitely kill us to feed the fish. Why, I just got married and left for this voyage the very next day. Shoo! New movement. The pirates outside, finding no one, snorted in derision. Forget it. Let's head back. Good riddance. We'll deal with them properly when we get back. The leader, Redbeard, you steer the ship. Redbeard nodded. Little did he know, the moment he stepped into the wheelhouse, a great Xia naval officer pressed a gun to his temple. Redbeard raised his hands, frozen in place like the Banana Nation crew in the ballast tank. His entire body stiffened. Daxia Navy, get down. Redbeard obediently lay prone as the soldiers stripped him of his ammunition. After subduing Redbeard, the great Xia Navy did not take him away. Instead, they ordered him to guide them through the cockpit. Try any tricks? Slow slicing. Redbeard frantically nodded. Yes, yes. I'll be obedient. I'll guide you properly. He was a bloodthirsty pirate who killed without blinking, yet among the piranhas, he was the one who upheld honor. But that didn't mean he'd trade his own life for his brother's. He'd become a pirate precisely to live comfortably. Only with that foundation could he afford to support his brothers. Unaware that the piranha pirates' hideout was about to be wiped out again by the great Xia Navy, the pirates were acting like monkeys. A fruit bitten into and discarded, never to be touched again. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting sailors of Banana Nation were already drafting their last wills. Chapter 165, Kill. Oh no, the pirates really intend to take us back to their lair. But didn't the great Xia Navy already take care of the piranhas? There were thousands of piranhas. They couldn't have all been wiped out. Then, maybe we still have a chance to survive. With so many dead, the piranhas must need. Hey, Captain, why are you hitting me? What's that? You want to be a pirate? I just want to live. The conversation ended there. Survival seemed to leave only one path, to join forces with the piranhas and become ruthless pirates who kill without blinking. The first mate's eyes flashed red. Not a single pirate or bandit has ever walked among my ancestors for 8 generations. This line can't end with me. Otherwise, when I reach heaven someday, I'll have no face to meet my forebears. The banana sailors selected to deliver fruit to the great Xia Navy might lack other virtues, but at least they possessed a basic shred of conscience. If it comes down to it, I'll fight them to the death. Even if they kill me, my family will get compensation. The captain spoke up. I usually turn a blind eye when you slack off, but let me make this clear, anyone who dares submit to the pirates' demands? I'll kill them before the pirates do. The crew members were stirred to a fighting spirit. Captain, don't underestimate us, we're not cowards. Death be it, and in 18 years, we'll rise again. After what felt like an eternity, the cargo ship finally came to a halt. The crew encouraged each other, knowing their chances were slim but determined to try and escape anyway. On deck, the leader barked orders for the pirates to unload some fruit. The rest will be sold off later. The pirates nodded, their spirits low. Compared to before, it was like night and day. After working their asses off all day, this was all they got. Divided among everyone, what the hell could that pittance even buy? Damn the great Xia. Soon. The great Xia is about to fall. What do you mean? America has developed a superweapon. If it can take down sea cow beasts, it can take down great Xia. Hell yeah. When that day comes, I'll skin those great Xia sailors alive, trample them underfoot, and make them beg for mercy. That won't be enough. I'll fly to Daxia, snatch their families, and torture them to death right before their eyes. They'll beg for death but find no release. The leader who uttered those words was struck by 3 bullets in the torso. None of the shots killed him, but the pain was unbearable. Damn it! We've been spotted. Retreat immediately. Daxia naval forces emerged from the cargo ship and surrounding areas. They swiftly subdued the pirates. The pirates left behind at the piranha-infested hideout were also wiped out. The leaders suffered the worst fate, experiencing firsthand every tactic he had intended to inflict upon the great Xia people. Spare me. Spare me. Please, I still have gold. I'll give you all the gold if you just spare my life. The soldiers carrying out the punishment remained unmoved, each blow landing harder than the last. The moment you laid a hand on our great Xia ships and soldiers, you should have known this day would come. The waters and people of great Xia are sacred and inviolable. Anyone who dares to come here. No return. The gruesome fate of the piranha chieftain hardened the resolve of pirates who had hoped to surrender quietly for lighter punishment. Now they steeled themselves to fight their way out at any cost. Yet this was precisely the scene the great Xia soldiers wished to witness. Run. If you don't run, how can we justify shooting you? Prisoners cannot be killed, but pirates who resist can. Bang! 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 The gunfire echoed deafeningly. Redbeard tried to flee, but he knew escape was impossible. He wanted to die knowing why. Which one of us piranhas is your mole? There was no other explanation for how the Great Xia Navy could arrive at the Banana Kingdom's cargo ship within 2 minutes. Great Xia Navy, inside man? Do we need an inside man to catch you lot? Of the piranha pirates, only Redbeard remained alive. Redbeard's heart sank into despair. How did your aircraft manage to not only arrive swiftly but also vanish without a trace into enemy territory? His last shred of hope that Ame-ken would help him exact revenge vanished. Daxia was nowhere near as weak as they appeared to the outside world. They hadn't abandoned mining the magnetic ore deposits. Even America had been deceived by them. Bang! Redbeard was dead too. Thus, the piranha pirate organization that had ruled these waters with an iron fist, committing countless atrocities, was utterly annihilated and vanished from the world. As the Great Xia Navy returned to their warship, Sugu and his team submerged the Manatee submarine. Sugu piloted the submarine into the depths. The Navy silently saluted in the direction he departed. Without the Lightning aircraft developed by Sugu, they would never have reached the scene so swiftly today. In the future, the Lightning aircraft would assist them in solving numerous similar cases. Unaware of how much his merit points had increased, Sugu sat in the cabin with keen interest, watching the live stream from America. Anakin's superweapon was indeed something special. As they neared the sea cow beasts, they began emitting sonic interference waves. The manatee beasts visibly grew restless. They collided with each other in chaos. Before long, the sea was littered with the severed heads of manatees. Tsk tisk. On the warship, the expressions of Old Qian and the others were far from Su Ji's relaxed demeanor. Doesn't that mean the future Amikan could use this method to drive those powerful giant sea creatures into our Great Xia waters? Would there even be room left for our fishermen and merchant ships? Fear not, we possess non-nuclear hydrogen bombs. Phew, that's right, we have hydrogen bombs. America, White House. Trump deliberately allowed the media to capture his image, his bouncing figure appearing in the upper left corner of the live broadcast. See that? That's the true power of America. Before, we just weren't taking it seriously. If we put in a little more effort, those manatees will be extinct. Watching yet another manatee monster's head get smashed off, Tep jumped straight onto his desk and danced a little jig right there. Time for him to gloat. No one will ever underestimate American again. Ah, just waiting for World War III. No way, is it really going to war? Absolutely. Trump took down the sea cow monster, but that alone won't solidify his position. He needs another major achievement for America to boost his approval ratings and avoid getting fired before his term ends. The analysis above makes perfect sense. Buying American defense stocks now is a surefire way to make money. Ha, they're already surging. US military-related stocks are surging. Meanwhile, the situation in Great Xia remains unclear. To this day, no one has noticed that the lifelike sea cow beast in the live broadcast footage was actually devoid of any living presence. Chapter 166, Manatee Brothers, cut it out. That's right, it's Sugu and his team's specially designed model, the Manatee submarine. It can mimic most characteristics of a real manatee. When struck by a micro-nuke, it absorbs the radiation within seconds, then gurgles and sprouts a fresh manatee head. Realistically terrifying. From inside the submarine, Sugu cheered on the manatee beasts, hoo-hoo, manatees. Show them what you're really made of. Facing the onslaught of American's superweapon, the manatee beasts were initially routed. Several manatee beasts even disintegrated completely, just as the Americans had predicted, never regrowing new heads or bodies. Yet a vast number of sea cow beasts survived. Realizing they were no match for this group of delicacies, they cleverly adopted a new counter-strategy. They used the magnetic ore deposits as cover. The superweapon's fire was directed entirely at the magnetic ore deposits. Boom! Magnetic ore deposits in parts of the sea trembled, crashing directly onto the American submarine. Bang! People worldwide watched helplessly as the submarine was ripped open by the sharp edges of shattered magnetic ore, seawater surging in violently. Inside, the American sailors frantically grabbed for their diving suits. But their movements were no match for the manatees lurking nearby, ready to pounce. Snap! The upgraded American satellite radio reception was crystal clear. Global citizens could hear the crisp crunch of a marine's head being bitten off through the satellite-transmitted live feed. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. In the upper left corner of the live feed, Tepu froze for a full 30 seconds before regaining his voice. The feed's glitching, this is old footage. Stay calm, everyone. Everyone, when it comes to blatant lies, no one can surpass Trump. Trump vanished from the live feed. Moments later, the feed was restored. Tepu emphasized with a grim expression. Only the uplifting aspects of our US Navy are to be broadcast. Whoever dares to air anything else will be reduced to ashes after the broadcast. The staff trembled in fear at Trump's words. They stayed on high alert, glued to the screens. The moment the split screen showed any sign of naval defeat, they had to switch it out at lightning speed. Sugu, drifting back and forth between the American submarines and the sea cow beasts, heard Yao Qingli's voice in his earpiece mocking Tepu's phony act. He snorted derisively. Senior sister, want to see the real deal? Yao Qingli froze in the warship. Sugu, don't mess around. We agreed this was just to test the equipment. If Sugu got dragged into trouble again just because she made a few snarky remarks, she'd be torn apart by the bigwigs around her. Sugu, senior sister, don't worry. This was my idea. If those old farts dare blame you, I'll steal their toilet paper when they're taking a dump and let them experience the embarrassment of old age. Yao Qingli broke out in a cold sweat, her voice trembling with tension. Sugu, be good. Finish the test quickly and come back, okay? Sugu, however, remained utterly calm and relaxed. No way. I'm here now. The thing I despise most in life is a phony like Tepu. Today I'll do what's right and expose his false facade. Old Qian pulled Yao Qingli back as she tried to speak further. He whispered, let him make a scene. We won't play along. He deliberately said this for Su Ge to hear. They weren't handing the livestream over to the media. If Su Ge knew his efforts would be in vain, he wouldn't cause trouble. But to everyone's surprise, Su Ge chuckled darkly, Old Qian, you've underestimated your prodigy again, haven't you? Su Ji's nimble fingers danced across the manatee submarine's control panel. As he pressed the final button, a urgent buzzing sound suddenly filled every phone on the warship. Yao Qingli and the other bigwigs were forced to pull out their phones immediately. What appeared before their eyes was precisely the global livestream Su Ge had just activated. Everyone. How audacious. So audacious. It's perfect. Old Qian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Fine, Xiao Su Ge. If you've got the guts, stay out at sea. Don't come ashore. Yu Yuan whispered a warning. Master Qian, that's bad luck to say. Quick, spit 3 times on the ground. Old Qian, pa. 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 Everyone. Su Ge sat in the driver's seat, hands propped behind his head, looking utterly carefree. Mr. Qian, Yu Yuan, cut the superstitious nonsense. As my closest associates, you get first pick. Just say at which angle do you want to see. I'll go live stream it for you right now. Just as everyone thought Old Man Qian would be so annoyed he'd stomp his feet, he spoke up, I want to see the external structure of America's superweapon. Preferably in slow motion, zoomed in 100 times. Su Ge didn't feel Old Qian was deliberately making things difficult for him. He nodded cheerfully and agreed, no problem. Su Ge skillfully navigated the live feed between the battle zones of Amiken and the Manatee. A Mycan soldier spotted the Manatee submarine and, activating the superweapon switch, unleashed a barrage of fire at it. The Manatee submarine instantly expanded, sprouting 11 heads in a flash. The satellite on Su Ji's submarine meticulously recorded this entire scene. Here we go, live streaming the 12-headed manatee. Ha. This spectacle not only terrified all Weihua mobile users watching the live feed but also stunned the surrounding manatee beasts. Before long, Su Ji's surroundings were swarming with manatee beasts. They marched proudly, treating Su Ji's manatee submarine as their leader, leaving the leisurely Su Ge momentarily stunned. Wait, manatee brothers, what's going on here? Hurry up and attack the American submarine. They're your real enemies. I'm just here to watch the show today. Go on. The sea cow beasts paid no heed to Su Ji's thoughts. All they knew was that one of their own had become a sky-piercing manatee. Follow its lead, and you're bound to soar to the heavens too. As the surrounding manatees grew ever more numerous, it was Su Ji's turn to roll his eyes in exasperation. Seriously, are you sea cow beasts out of your minds? Herding together like this, are you just making it easier for a Mycan superweapon to hit you? And Su Ji's manatee submarine was right in the middle of it all. The superweapon was relentlessly drilling into his submarine's protective hull as if it were free. Su Ge, utterly dejected, shouted to Qian Lao and the others on the surface. I've already collected over 1,000 superweapons here. Which one do you want to see? Should I start numbering them first? Old Qian clutched his chest, forcing himself to speak calmly and gently. Su Ge, you've worked so hard. Whether we see the superweapons or not doesn't matter. Just listen to me, come back in the submarine first. Your mother just called. She said your sister misses you so much she's crying. She wants you to go home and comfort her. Su Ge lost his composure at that. He pulled out his phone and immediately called his mother. Chapter 167, Chained. Su's mother was putting her little girl to sleep. She answered the phone groggily and snapped. Hello? Who is this? Calling people during nap time? You better believe I'll have my son dig a nuke out of his nostril and blow you to bits. Su Ge scratched his nose. Mom, Sukai is with you, right? Watch your language. Don't corrupt my little sister. Su's mother was instantly wide awake. Son? Hey, what's that weird background noise? Are you in a simulation pod? Su Ge turned his body, the phone camera swiveling along with him. Su's mother saw a group of ugly monsters and gasped. Son. I know they're fake, but they still scare me. Turn the camera back around, I don't want to see them. Su Ge nodded obediently. All right. Mom, didn't you say Sukai was crying because she misses me so much? Have her join my live stream for a bit to ease her longing for her big brother. The ugly monsters vanished from her field of vision, and Su's mother's scalp stopped tingling. She pulled the cup back up for her little girl, who had kicked it away. Son, I always taught you to be confident we're no worse than anyone else. That was mainly because I feared you'd feel inferior out there due to our family's financial struggles. But now I see you've got a bit too much confidence, huh? Su's mother shifted the camera to focus on little Su Kaison's tiny frame. There he lay, stretched out like a big character, snoring softly, fast asleep. Forget tears, his little face was rosy with sleep, not a trace of a tear to be found. Su Ge realized he'd been tricked. He gritted his teeth. Old Qian, you're done for. For the next few decades, you won't find a single clean piece of toilet paper after you finish your business. Old Qian seized the moment to shout, Su Ji's guardian, rein him in. He's surrounded by beasts that won't let go of their prey. Make him come back this instant. However, not a single word reached Su's mother's ears, for Sugo had already blocked his voice. After a few more exchanges, Su's mother yawned. Son, why don't you let your dad talk to you? He's not afraid of this. Mom's getting sleepy and wants to rest. Sugo waved his hand in refusal. Go to sleep. Turn off your phone so you won't get disturbed again. Su's mother nodded, and mother and son bid each other farewell. Old Qian's scheme had failed, and his mind raced. Sugo, we just got word that bastard Tep is trying to make a run for it. Get back here fast and take a fighter jet to catch him. Sugo wasn't falling for that. Due to your despicable behavior, I've decided to revoke your privileges. No more on-demand viewing, you watch whatever I film. As for going back? He'd think about that when he'd had his fill of fun. On the Great Xiao warship, the hearts of the high-ranking officers were in knots. Yes, they knew how sturdy the Sea Cow submarine was, and they knew Sugo had brought enough non-nuclear hydrogen bombs into the sea. But they still feared the worst. What if the manatee beasts were so invincible that even non-nuclear hydrogen bombs couldn't stop them, and even the manatee submarine could be breached? Wouldn't their brilliant minds then become part of the manatee's stomach? Younger officers like Yao Qingli hurried to reassure the elders like Shen Lao. Old Shen, Xiao Sugo may be a bit of a rogue, but he's always reliable. Exactly. It looks intimidating, but it's actually very safe. Yu Yuan, before I left, my grandmother had a fortune teller cast a divination. She said we'd return from this trip laden with treasures. Under normal circumstances, this might be acceptable, but right now, Sugo is still in danger on the live feed. Old Master Qian trembled as he picked up his phone and called the Armed Forces Department. Yes, chains or links made of something stronger than iron. No locks needed, weld them shut so they can never be opened. Don't ask why, just rush it and deliver it to me once it's ready. Heavy? Then add a few smart wheels to the chain. Got it. I'll be waiting. Old Shen didn't say what the chain was for, but everyone guessed. No one objected. Sugo was reckless with his own life. He kept testing their nerves time and again let old Master Qian tie him up. Yao Qingli received an urgent call and returned to ask everyone. Several official media outlets from Daxia are inquiring whether we can grant them authorization for the underwater livestream. Unofficial outlets also sought contact, but unfortunately, they couldn't even figure out who to reach out to. Currently, only Huawei phone users who agreed to the emergency call protocol during registration could view Su Ji's live feed. However, a significant portion of Huawei users hadn't agreed, and others weren't Huawei users at all. This is where the media needs to step in. Xian Lao didn't hesitate for a second and flatly refused. Su Ji's voice came through. Agree. You must agree. I've been working my ass off all this time just to expose the fact that Trump and America are all talk. If you dare refuse me, I'll go out there and fight the sea cows and beasts with my bare hands. Su Ji's final words successfully intimidated everyone on the deck. No one else could have pulled off such a stunt. But Sugo wasn't just a genius, he was a madman. For a madman, anything was possible. Old Qian took several deep breaths. Alright, follow Xiao Su Ji's lead. Broadcast it globally. Thus, the barely escaping detection, Trump discovered with horror that someone had released every single frame he desperately wanted to keep hidden. Trump roared, "Who's slacking off again? I'll have them shot." A subordinate congressman whispered, "Mr. Trump, judging by the angle, this isn't footage our satellites could capture. It looks more like. Trump whipped his head around, spitting in the man's face. Like what? Spit it out in one breath. Assemblyman, it looks like footage captured from the angle of the sea cow beasts. But, how could the sea cows film it, let alone transmit the footage? Tep and his entourage fell silent. The current situation defied all logical explanation. The counselor ventured a bold hypothesis. Could it be that sorcerer from Great Xia has emerged? Manipulating those sea cow beasts? Tep slapped the counselor across the face. Smack! Ah! The counselor clutched his stinging cheek, looking thoroughly aggrieved. Tepu, what sorcerer? That was just me making it up. How could there possibly be such a figure in Great Xia? With Tep having resorted to violence, the other counselors dared not voice any further suggestions, even if they had them. Tepo could only bite his lip, pacing the room in a rage. The situation I worked so hard to turn around has been ruined by that livestream Xia put out. If we launch a nuclear strike now and obliterate Daxia, what are the odds we won't get caught in the fallout? Ah! After sleepless nights and relentless struggle, Trump finally glimpsed dawn only to have it effortlessly extinguished by Su Gu. Furious, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the floor. Mr. Tap. You can't let anything happen to you. Chapter 168, Taking on a New Recruit. Tepu was swiftly revived by the elite doctors waiting outside. Opening his eyes to see the concerned yet foolish faces surrounding him, he was once again so enraged by his own team's idiocy that black smoke seemed to pour from his nostrils. What are you all crowding around me for? Give the order, continue the assault on the sea cow beasts. Tell the soldiers in the sea, for every manatee monster they capture alive, they get a 5-rank promotion. Plus, they can pick any house in Amaikan and get an extra 100 million yuan bonus. Whoever brings back a section of the sea cow monster's carcass? 10 million yuan reward. Where there's great reward, there's bound to be brave men. Amikan's soldiers were willing to take risks for the money. They stubbornly piloted their nuclear-powered submarines toward the sea cow beasts. Seeing the sea cow submarines remain motionless, the sea cow beasts assumed their boss hadn't witnessed their strength and didn't want to be under their command. So they too went all out, darting and colliding with the magnetic ore deposits around the mine. Boom! The parties collided with each other. Damage was inflicted on all sides. Inside one of the American submarines, a blue-eyed soldier surveyed the surrounding sea cow beasts as if they were endless piles of money. Until he saw a sea cow monster whose head had been torn off by their superweapon. He couldn't sit still. Let's go! We're going out to retrieve that head. His comrades hesitated. It's too dangerous out there. The sea cow beasts may have been driven back behind the magnetic ore deposits, but judging by the current situation, it's likely only temporary. Even though we're equipped with the highest grade protective submarine suits this time, we still haven't determined the upper limit of the sea cow beast's bite force. 10 million is tempting, but we won't be able to earn that money. Blue Eyes was already suiting up. Whether we can earn it or not, I'm going out to test it first. 10 million, that's no small sum. What's wrong with risking my life for it? Worth it. Seeing his resolve, his teammates reluctantly played along. They too harbored a sliver of hope. What if? What if it worked? Then we'd be set for life. Live in whatever mansion you wanted, date as many girls as you pleased. Blue Eyes got ready, waited for the perfect moment, and slipped out like one of those agile sea cow creatures. His diving skills were truly impressive. Sugu almost wanted to give him a thumbs up. Sugu swiped his finger across the screen, framing Blue Eyes in the live feed. He was also curious to see if Blue Eyes could achieve his goal. The manatee-like beast's attention had been drawn elsewhere by the commotion created by the other American soldiers. Within 50 meters of Blue Eyes and the manatee head, there were no living manatee beasts. Everything seemed to be under the blue-eyed soldier's control. Sugu asked the Great Xia Navy inside the submarine, "Do you think he'll succeed?" The soldiers selected to accompany Sugu on this mission were all top-tier elite. But the series of breathtaking events they just endured had already caused cold sweat to bead on their foreheads in wave after wave. I don't think he will. I can't explain why. Just a gut feeling. Ugh, those American soldiers are too reckless. What's the point of taking such risks? Just to get their genetic samples? Sugad, what's your take? The soldiers' gazes turned to Sugu in unison. Suji's fingers tapped lightly on the control panel. If he could change his mind within 2 seconds, he could succeed. Before he could finish speaking, a manatee-like beast 50 meters away suddenly charged behind the blue-eyed soldier and swallowed him whole. Without even chewing. The entire scene was transmitted globally via Suji's satellite feed. Some faint-hearted viewers screamed on the spot. Others were so sickened they retched violently beside trash cans. The leader of Banana Nation kept patting his chest. Thank goodness I heeded Great Xia's advice and didn't join the American-led Manatee Hunting Alliance. Otherwise, his banana soldiers would have been the first sent out to their deaths. Banana Nation wasn't wealthy, so every sailor they trained was precious. He summoned his subordinates, select another batch of the finest fruits to send to the Great Xia warship. The Banana Kingdom leader had previously wavered. Daxia was an ally, but not powerful enough. America possessed real strength, and he always felt that aligning with America might yield more substantial benefits. After this incident, he was firmly resolved to become a loyal vassal of the Great Xia from now on. But to become America's subordinate, they would be required to make advance tribute payments. What if these offerings failed to satisfy America's demands? America wouldn't give Banana Kingdom a second glance unless danger loomed, in which case they'd be the first cannon fodder. Xia was different. Without being asked, they proactively delivered the Wei Hua phone series at unchanged prices, along with numerous military and security equipment. Recently, they even launched a swift operation deep into pirate territory to rescue Banana Kingdom's crew. Now, even their hard power is rapidly escalating. Though they still seem no match for America. But, if the Great Xia truly ascends to greatness overnight, what basis would Banana Nation have to maintain its position as the Great Xia's foremost ally? Only by sharing both hardship and growth with Daxia can their future relationship remain steadfast. The Banana Nation's leader found himself increasingly convinced of this logic. Broadcasted live. Have every television station in Banana Nation air the undersea footage. His subordinate was momentarily confused and cautiously inquired. Are you referring to relaying the live broadcast from the Aimken undersea? Banana leader, of course it's Daxia's. Subordinate, huh? Are we openly declaring war on America? Subordinate, leader, what if America comes after us later? Banana Nation's major pillar industries rely heavily on American support. Take their auto parts, meat products, and fruits. If America were to impose sanctions on them the way it did on Great Xia? They simply don't possess the resolve or strength of the great Xia to go toe-to-toe with America. The subordinate wanted to advise the Banana Nation leader to think twice, suggesting they hold more discussion meetings to collectively devise a plan that wouldn't offend the US. The banana chief laughed. Dacia and America are destined to be adversaries. As for us, we can only choose sides. Now is the perfect moment to pledge allegiance. He had a gut feeling, if Banana delayed any longer, it might not even secure the position of Dacia's third-tier ally. A subordinate interjected, but America. The Banana Nation leader raised his hand to cut him off. Fear not. As long as we cling tightly to Dacia's coattails, should Amiken truly threaten us, we can cry out, brothers of Dacia, save us. They'd come to our rescue even without the call, and with it, they'd come even faster. Underling. Who would have thought their leader was this kind of person? It must be said, the Banana Nation leader's prediction proved spot on. The moment Banana Nation rerouted Su Ji's broadcast to all domestic channels, Royal Nation and others followed suit. Chapter 169, Tearing Through the Defenses. After hearing his subordinate's report, the Banana Nation leader snorted with disdain. Oomph, copycats. He promptly ordered someone to contact the leader of Great Xia. Well, I called today to inform you that whatever Xia needs from us, Banana Nation stands ready at any time. After buttering up the Great Xia leader, the Banana Nation leader returned his undivided attention to the live feed. In the blink of an eye, several more American soldiers, the kind who'd risk their lives for money, emerged from the submarine and swam toward the nearby wreckage, attempting to salvage fragments of the sea cow beast. Oh whoa! Without exception, they were all devoured in various ways by the swift-swimming sea cow beasts. Today, the sea cow beasts had been torn to shreds by America's superweapons. Their primal instincts fully unleashed. They seemed determined to take the American soldiers and their submarines down with them. Some American soldiers were bold, while others were timid, just wanting to reach shore safely. Gene, Captain, we can't hold out much longer. Let's retreat. The captain clenched his fist, staring intently at the satellite screen. Mr. Tep hasn't responded yet. This naval unit was under Tep's direct command. Without Tep's orders, they'd gone ashore? They would be treated as deserters and sent straight to a military tribunal. Watching the dwindling number of submarines ahead and the maniacal manatee beasts, Gene could no longer hold back. He snatched the control panel. The captain and others could have reclaimed the controls, but they chose not to. A court-martial, at least they'd still be alive. Staying below deck offered only a slim chance of survival. As luck would have it, Amiken's live feed switched to the interior of their submarine at that very moment. The media thought the battle at sea was too brutal. With nothing else suitable to broadcast, they decided to showcase the bravery of the American Navy. Even if they jump in to retrieve it the next second, only to be devoured by sea cows the second after? At least for this 1 second, their image of courage and intimidation would be etched into everyone's memory. As for the footage of those being devoured, they simply wouldn't broadcast them. If it's not shown, it never happened. Then, they'll broadcast footage of Gene and the others running away. Ah, laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Is it really that funny? They ran away. Doesn't that mean our America will become an international laughingstock? Hey, America's friends, no need to wait for the future, you're already a laughingstock right now, hee hee hee. Aren't the Americans supposed to be deluding themselves? Why suddenly show footage like this? I'm kinda not used to it. It's gone already, switched away. Boring. The other livestream is way more entertaining. Just got back from there. All US soldiers and submarines left in the ocean are dead. The manatee beasts suffered casualties too, but compared to the American side, it's nothing. And within just that 1 or 2 hours of combat, the mysterious visual feed just showed 5 new baby manatee beasts spawning. Damn, the manatee beasts are spawning almost as fast as they're being wiped out. So it seems the Americans' efforts were all for naught? Their men died in vain? The grim news from the depths sent Tupo into a rage. He stormed off, flung himself onto an ambulance stretcher, and was carried away. This time, Amiken had lost both face and substance. Tep's approval rating had plummeted to nearly 1%. Calls for a presidential re-election resurfaced once more. Lying in his VIP hospital bed, Teppo watched the news reports and couldn't stay still. He wanted to get out. But the medical staff and his daughter held him down. Daddy, if you don't listen to the doctors, I might have to send you to the crematorium this year. Trump. He did feel some numbness on his left side. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but his body still valued its own survival. He obediently lay back down. But he demanded that all his trusted confidants come to his hospital room. He intended to make a comeback. Then he waited for a very long time, but only half of his confidants showed up. Trump, where are the others? Traffic jam? Confidant #N, Mr. Trump, they become confidants for other candidates now. Tep's approval ratings had plummeted beyond recognition, clearly leaving him without the opportunity or strength to turn the tide. For those ambitious confidants, continuing to follow Tep? That would only lead to becoming like the flowers in a vase in his hospital room, fading away silently and unnoticed. Trump is old. They aren't. Thus, they have only one path: defect to another camp and sever all ties with TEP. When Trump realized this, he flew into a rage. Ingrates! May you all rot in hell. The remaining confidants listened with a heavy heart. Mr. TEP, I came today with two matters. First, I came to see how you were doing. But judging by how fiercely you were cursing just now, you must be fine. Second, I'm resigning. Here is my letter of resignation. TEP stared at him with an expression of utter absurdity. What do you mean? Are you defecting too? The confidant sighed deeply. If that thought brings you any comfort, then by all means, continue to believe it. With that, he left. Another confidant stood up. Mr. TEP, you, don't blame me. One after another, within moments, TEP's arms were piled high with resignation letters. The once crowded hospital room suddenly felt empty. The medical staff wanted to leave too, but feared TEP might collapse from anger. Without them present, they couldn't provide timely treatment, so they could only quietly fade into the background. TEP's daughter, Lei, sat beside his hospital bed and patted his shoulder. Daddy, once you're better, they'll regret this. But TEP couldn't hear a word she said. He threw his resignation letter onto the floor in a fit of rage. Unnoticed by them, a stray dog darted inside, circled the room once, then bolted out again. That very night, TEP's inner circle defected en masse, and footage of his emotional breakdown surfaced online. Ha! Was TEP's teen really that fragile? No wonder they couldn't take down the sea cow beast. Ha! My image of Trump has been shattered. Better just pick a new president already. Trump's already meager approval rating barely 1% plummeted to negligible levels after his humiliation went public. No American citizen would want to support a president who'd suffered a complete defeat and been abandoned by his own inner circle. Watching America descend into chaos, the happiest parties weren't the Great Xia Empire, but rather nations like Banana Republic that had wisely sided with the Great Xia during the war. The leader of Banana patted his chest, feeling quite pleased. Excellent. With America so busy and chaotic, they won't have time to bother us. During this period, they could focus solely on economic development and progress. Yet their newly recognized big brother, Dacia, unleashed a tidal wave on an ordinary dawn, disrupting all of Banana Kingdom's plans. Chapter 170. So what if they're smart? Your Excellency, look. The Banana Nation leader, roused from sleep, didn't reprimand his subordinate for barging into his room without warning. He knew that for an aide to disturb him at this hour, something major must have happened. As he watched the footage his subordinate handed him, all traces of sleep vanished from the Banana Nation leader's eyes. Dacia has torn open a breach in the sea cow beast's encirclement? How did they manage that? The subordinate slid the progress bar again. What they were now viewing was a replay. Dacia's breach livestream today began abruptly and ended just as suddenly, lasting a mere 15 minutes. Many who stumbled into the stream hadn't even grasped what was happening before it ended. At this late hour, trending lists across nations should have been calm, as most netizens were asleep. Paying to trend at this hour was simply unnecessary. Yet, Dacia's tear gap livestream didn't cost them a penny. It was entirely propelled by night owls voluntarily pushing it to the top. By dawn, internet networks across nations had crashed multiple times. Spreading offline was only a matter of minutes. Dacia, subway. Passengers, each clutching a phone, strangers to one another, yet united in the emotion reflected in their screens. My Great Xia is rising. Whoa! So that last livestream was actually recorded by our own Great Xia. That angle was so tricky it must have been dangerous at the time. Huh, haven't you figured it out yet? That 12-headed sea cow monster in the footage? That's our Great Xia's sea cow submarine. Ah. Now I remember that other sea cows only have 10 heads, while this one has 12. Soon, everyone noticed that the small TVs suspended above the subway tracks were constantly replaying footage of the Great Xia Navy using non-nuclear hydrogen bombs against the sea cow monsters, except during station announcements. Those sea cow monsters, deemed terrifying beasts beyond human defeat by MA, crumbled like tofu into pulpy debris under the impact of Dacia's non-nuclear hydrogen bombs. A child on the subway pointed at the screen and asked his parents loudly, "Daddy, what kind of bullets are those? They're so powerful." The father replied, "That's our Great Xia's non-nuclear hydrogen bomb." Yes, the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb. Their Great Xia non-nuclear hydrogen bomb has been successfully developed. It's nothing like what the Americans slanderously claim that Dacia's nuclear-free hydrogen bomb is just a gimmick. As the world focused on Dacia's nuclear-free hydrogen bomb, Sugu, its developer and the man who personally took to the seas to tear the seams, took a hot bath and then lay down to sleep soundly. Until he woke up gasping for air. Sugu lifted Su Kaisen off his face. She'd been lying on him so heavily he couldn't breathe and moved her aside. He tickled her armpits. Su Kaisen giggled non-stop. After playing for a while, Sugu finally carried Su Kaisen out of the dormitory. After finishing his shift last night, he'd driven back to Bureau 139 in the capital in his Lightning. "Mom and Dad, what brings you here?" Bureau 139 was no ordinary place. Outsiders were strictly forbidden from entering. Even family members of the academicians couldn't enter unless under special circumstances. Su's mother spread her hands helplessly. "Mom doesn't know either. Little Su flew us over. Looking particularly energetic, old Qian walked over with his hands behind his back. He greeted Su Ji's little sister warmly. Are you little Su Kaisen? Su Kaisen tilted her little head, studying the elderly gentleman before her. Her large eyes brimmed with curiosity. When old Mr. Qian reached out to pick her up, she actually spread her arms and threw herself into his embrace. Mr. Qian was delighted beyond measure. Suga scratched his head and casually snatched his little sister back. Grandpa Qian, why did you bring my mom and the others here? Did you think our whole family has potential for scientific research? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing their son's analysis, Mr. and Mrs. Su's eyes lit up instantly. Though they knew nothing about research, who didn't dream of a career? Their son was so bright, hadn't they inherited some of that intelligence? Rounded up, maybe they had a knack for it too? Working on a small research project at Bureau 139 in the future, who knows? Maybe they could make a major breakthrough too. Then get on TV, become famous, and when they return to the village. Ha ha ha. Mr. Qian, ahem. We made this special exception because we know Xiao Sugu has been working too hard lately. Knowing how close he is to your sister, Su Kaisen, we invited all three of you to Bureau 139 for a half-day reunion with Xiao Sugu. The manatee submarine and the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb specially designed for the manatee beast work like a charm. This means they will no longer face threats from the manatee beasts. They can now safely mine magnetic ore deposits on the seabed. They could even acquire magnetic ore deposits from other nations. As the driving force behind all this, doing this much for him was nothing at all. Sugu grinned, poking his little sister's chubby cheek. Wow, did you hear that, Sukaixen? Your big brother is so awesome. When you're a little older, I'll take you everywhere to the heavens and the depths of the earth. After this brief moment of family warmth, Sugu returned to his laboratory. Since the specialized nuclear-free hydrogen bomb proved effective, mass production was inevitable. However, due to its unique nature and the need for secrecy, it could never be manufactured like conventional weapons on an assembly line in a factory. Thus, every engineer in Bureau 139 joined the assembly line. Hand-rolling nuclear-free hydrogen bombs. These highly intelligent young, middle-aged, and elderly talents could never have imagined in their wildest dreams that one day they would stand on an assembly line needing boogers. Truth be told, before it was fully formed, its state really did resemble boogers. Know why? Sushin deliberately made it look like snot. He even said if it weren't so disgusting, he'd mold it into poop shape. Does Sushin have such a twisted sense of humor? What are you thinking? Sushin designed it for portability like when spying in other countries. Who'd expect our people to stick a nuclear bomb up their nose like snot? Haha, man, my hands are getting sore. Due to the uncanny resemblance between the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb and boogers, these engineers were starving after their physical labor. Yet gazing at the cafeteria's delicacies, they found it hard to swallow. Suga nervously pulled out the nutrient solution from the tech tree. He secretly added it to the water dispenser. Each drop contained 1,500 calories and essential micronutrients. As long as the engineers could drink 1 cup of diluted nutrient solution each day, their bodies wouldn't shut down from lack of calories. Suga drank a cup himself and smacked his lips in admiration. If we lock those Americans up in the factory to work, feed them nothing but 1 cup of this nutrient solution daily, and make them work like dogs, just think how much we'd save. Chapter 171, The Grand Gift. Yao Qingli approached with her tablet. Sugu, what are you muttering about? Sugu, I was saying, seeing your sister, you've worked so hard. Tonight, I'll give you a shoulder massage and back rub. Yao Qingli shot him a disapproving look. Ahem, Xiao Sugu, this is a lab. Mind your manners. The election in America has concluded. They've swiftly elected a new president. Sugu glanced at the tablet. Hey, wasn't this guy already president of American before? He's back? Yao Qingli shrugged. Guess the citizens of American got scared too. They wanted someone reliable, no grand achievements, just stability. Sugu chuckled. America has come to this. How amusing. Yao Qingli teased. Sugu, you little rascal, didn't you orchestrate all this? Amidst the banter, both pairs of eyes suddenly froze on the tablet screen. America was live streaming the inauguration of their new old president, Biden. The White House staff had invited Trump over to complete the handover ceremony. Ahem. Biden didn't approve of this. He knew his rival's temperament all too well. Even though he was elected by the people, in Trump's mind, he remained that utterly despicable criminal. But since Trump insisted on attending, Biden could only hold his breath, praying for no mishaps today. When Trump was pushed in front of the cameras, Biden's heart skipped a beat. For he saw Trump flash him a sinister grin. White's insides churned, yet he forced a formulaic smile. The public harbored anger toward Trump. But now that Trump had been kicked out of office, confined to a wheelchair, looking gaunt and sickly, naturally, people didn't hate him quite as much anymore. Watching Tepu struggle to grip the sides of his wheelchair, trying to stand up. Some emotionally sensitive reporters even had tears welling up in their eyes. During his tenure, Tup actually did a lot of good for us Americans. Yeah, he's been a bit unhinged these past month or two, but you can't entirely blame him. Facing an opponent like Great Xia, Trump going mad was actually the better outcome. Hope Trump can enjoy a peaceful retirement from now on. I wish I could go help him up too. Hey, what's he reaching for? Shouldn't he be shaking hands with Biden? Aha! Trump pulled out a steaming hot turd and shoved it into Biden's unsuspecting mouth at lightning speed. Watching Biden bend over and violently gag, Trump laughed like a child. Ha ha ha, hoo hoo hoo. Unbelievable. It took a full 30 seconds for the surrounding security guards to react and drag Tep away. On his very first day in office, Biden encountered something like this? Unbelievable. Chaos erupted on the scene as the medical team rushed Biden to an ambulance, intending to transport him to the hospital. Biden's face darkened. No need. Clean me up. I'll be continuing with the handover ceremony shortly. Within 5 minutes, Biden reappeared before the cameras, his face once again adorned with a composed smile. He brushed off the earlier incident by claiming Tupo had gone mad. Amikan faces an unprecedented crisis. The sea-like sea monster has claimed countless lives, yet our current armed forces are utterly powerless against it. After extensive deliberation, I propose granting the mining rights to Amikan's magnetic ore deposits to the Great Xia Empire. The specific allocation details will be finalized after discussions with the Great Xia side. The room erupted in shock. Amikan was actually initiating cooperation with Daxia? And on such a sensitive project. This was more shocking than Trump shoving feces into Biden's mouth. Instantly, no one cared anymore about Biden publicly eating feces on his first day in office. 139 Bureau. Su Gu and Yao Qingli exchanged glances. Yao Qingli, Su Gu, what do you think? Su Gu, Biden definitely had ulterior motives. That's magnetic source ore, the essential raw material for manufacturing nuclear-free hydrogen bombs. Would America willingly give it up? The next moment, Su Gu received a private call from the leader of Great Xia. Su Gu, come here. Su Gu was a bit bewildered. Why summon him at this hour when the leader should be busy dealing with Biden? By the time he stepped out of the lab, lightning was already waiting at the door. It was the same familiar, top security conference room. The bigwigs inside were all seated. Su Gu instinctively headed for the seat at the very end. The leader called him over. Su Gu, come sit beside me. All right. Su Gu obediently sat down. The leader said, Biden just called us. He'll be landing in the capital of Great Xia tomorrow. Everyone, share your thoughts. Regardless of what Biden intends, as long as they're willing to sign an official agreement with us, the Great Xia Empire, and make it public, we can openly mine their magnetic source ore. Exactly. There'll be a ripple effect too. Other nations that acquired magnetic ore deposits won't sit idly by either, they'll come knocking for negotiations. Since we're putting in the bulk of the effort, we should at least get a 70-30 split, us taking 30%, America and Kenya taking 70%. That's too little. We should get at least 50%. Though 70% for us is acceptable. What 30/70ths or 50-50? We should take it all. The bigwigs abruptly turned toward the source of the last remark. Su Gu gave a timid little laugh. All of it. We want it all. Not a single bit left. The big shots. Young man, does your expression even match what you're saying? The leader looked at him kindly. Su Gu, explain your reasoning carefully. Su Gu wore an expression of embarrassment. We took over their magnetic ore mines to save them from disaster. Otherwise, once those sea cow beasts breed to a certain number, who knows if they might expand their territory and attack American merchant ships. We're directly saving tens of thousands of American lives, and we're not asking for extra payment from Ken. All we want is that magnetite mine, the very source of their endless misfortune, in exchange. What reason could America possibly have to reject our proposal? Ahem. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility they might be stubborn and refuse. In that case, we'll cease negotiations and cooperation, focusing first on extracting our share of the magnetic source ore. Once we're free, we'll take our newly developed nuclear-free hydrogen bombs and obliterate American. By then, their magnetic source ore will belong to us. The conference room fell into complete silence once more. After a long pause, the leader rose and clapped. Excellent. Young Su Ji's proposal is outstanding. The other leaders paused for 2 seconds before joining in the applause. The next day, the live-streamed meeting between Bai Deng and the leader of Daxia took place in the capital. Media from both sides held their cameras below, snapping away incessantly. Countries worldwide were closely watching this meeting, as it would shape the global landscape for at least the next decade. What's gotten into these countries lately? They're so obsessed with live streaming. Live streaming is great. It makes us common folk feel like we're part of the action. How much do you think they'll actually discuss? No need to guess, it'll be 19-1. Great Xia gets 1. America gets 9. Chapter 172, The Wrath of Su Xin. America has always been domineering, so this compromise represents their greatest concession. Even giving Daxia 10% of the magnetic ore reserve still leaves Daxia with the advantage. At the meeting, after brief pleasantries, the leaders launched into today's agenda. Biden, leader of Daxia, I come today with absolute sincerity. We're not here for bargaining games. You help us eliminate the sea cow beasts, and Amikan will give you half of the magnetic ore. Whether it was the netizens watching the proceedings online or the world leaders listening intently with wide eyes, all were utterly astonished. 50-50? Wasn't America conceding far too much? But the real shock was yet to come. The leader of Great Xia flatly rejected the offer. Mr. Biden, I'm afraid you may have misunderstood the current situation. We in Xia have our own magnetic ore deposits. Your American magnetic ore is merely a nice-to-have for us. They are not essential. Moreover, driving away the sea cow beasts for you requires immense manpower and resources. What if we could only obtain half of the magnetic ore deposits as compensation? Then I'm afraid we cannot assist you. The entire world was watching. The tone of the Great Xia leader left no room for negotiation. Bai Deng took a deep breath, maintaining a composed smile. Then how about 3 parts for Daxia and 7 for Ainken? Daxia leader, Mr. Bai Deng. Perhaps you should sample our new tea this year. Bai Deng couldn't possibly leave empty-handed. Then how do you suggest we allocate it? Bai Deng's tone bordered on obsequiousness. Watching this, Amiken's citizens clenched their fists. Surely they hadn't just kicked out one madman president only to elect another spineless pushover. The Great Xia leader paused briefly before speaking. If the American people genuinely desire Xia's assistance, considering we share a common enemy, we could forego additional compensation and directly offset the cost with the magnetic ore deposits you possess. This would spare you the torment of being disrupted by the manatee beasts. Bai Deng's mind froze in rare confusion. All of it? Hearing this, the Great Xia leader rose to his feet. As I said before, the Great Xia Empire has its own magnetic ore deposits. Any more than that would actually be a burden for us. Meaning there was nothing to discuss. America must either hand over the magnetic ore mines or face the manatee beasts, the ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment, blowing the Ainken people to smithereens. In the camera frame, Baiden's figure swayed slightly, as if he had aged 5 years in an instant. Fine. With no other choice, Bai Deng forced a smile and signed the relevant contracts with the Great Xia Empire. Su Ge, watching from behind, saw Bai Deng's hand trembling as he signed. For once, he felt a flicker of sympathy. That old codger Bai Deng doesn't look too good physically. You'd better prepare some nutritional meals for him. Otherwise, if he drops dead from anger in Daxia, even if we're in the right, we won't be able to explain it. The logistics minister pondered this and found Su Ji's point valid. So, within minutes, Bai Deng received his senior care meal. Bai Deng didn't even have time to get angry, he genuinely needed it. After Bai Deng stormed off, Daxia commenced large-scale mining of the magnetic ore deposits. Of course, before mining could begin, the sea cow beasts had to be dealt with first. Whoosh, whoosh. Su Ge provided his own sound effects as he fired at the sea cow beasts surrounding the magnetic ore deposits. Every day, after taking down 100 sea cow beasts, he would head ashore. Splash. Yao Qingli sighed at the sight of the floating carcasses of the sea cow beasts on the sea surface. Su Ge, your skills are getting better and better. At first, he'd leave them in pieces scattered everywhere, but now they were mostly intact. He controlled the yield of the hydrogen bombs he fired with perfect precision. He blew apart the sea cow's abdominal cavity without causing the entire creature to explode. All because the Great Xia agricultural experts said manatee carcasses could help restore desertified land faster. Su Ge smugly blew back his bangs. It's nothing special. Nothing special. Don't idolize me too much, I'd hate for you to feel inferior. Yao Qingli pinched his cheek playfully. Narcissist. After the Great Xia drove away all the sea cow beasts surrounding the 2 magnetic ore deposits, another unexpected turn of events unfolded. A renowned environmental research team from Amiken publicly accused Daxia's non-nuclear hydrogen bomb of actually being a nuclear device. They demanded Daxia take responsibility for the nuclear leak. They also demanded the return of the magnetic source ore, which they claimed rightfully belonged to Amiken. We originally gave the magnetic ore to Daxia because they promised to use a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb to eliminate the sea cow beasts. Now that Daxia has broken its promise, not only must the magnetic source ore be returned, but additional compensation is also required. The exact amount will be determined by a public vote among Ainken citizens. The citizens of Ainken have finally waited for this moment. Ha ha ha, I told you Mr. Biden isn't a pushover. At least make Daxia give Ainken 10 billion. How about 10 billion? What good is that? We should demand China's half-nanometer lithography technology outright. Exactly. To this day, America's lithography tech is still stuck at 2 nanometers. While American citizens were voting with fervor, the Great Xia watched their shameless maneuvers and laughed in disbelief. Daxia promptly released its own inspection report and made it public. But then Sakura Nation jumped in. declaring, Daxia's report is fake. Of course they'd protect their own people. Countries around the world began to voice their doubts. After all, this involved nuclear radiation. The number of sea cows and other creatures Daxia had killed equaled the amount of nuclear radiation it had produced. In an instant, Daxia's seafood products faced a boycott. All fishermen and those involved in the seafood industry were affected. Unsold seafood could only be sold domestically within the Great Xia. But the people of Daxia couldn't possibly consume that much seafood. Seafood prices plummeted repeatedly. Many merchants, seeking to minimize labor costs, simply stopped selling them altogether and dumped the entire stock. The discarded seafood quickly rotted, attracting swarms of mosquitoes. Su village. Father Su brought back another batch of seafood. Su's mother covered her nose. Old Su, we've been eating seafood for half a month straight. We can't eat anymore. If we keep this up, not only will I be unable to handle it, but your little girl won't be able to either. Little Su Kaisen, fitting the mood, dry heaved a few times at the floor. Su father scratched his nose. Ah, it was cheap. Mr. Zhang, who sells seafood at the market, has run into some trouble lately. I figured I'd help out a little. Su's mother sighed helplessly. When she caught sight of her son entering the house out of the corner of her eye, her spirits lifted. Son, why haven't you come back to see your sister lately? They missed him when he came home several times a day. But when he stayed away for days, their hearts ached, fearing he'd encountered trouble again. Su Ji's eyes were slightly bloodshot, clearly a sign of recent lack of rest. Su's mother felt a pang of heartache. Son, what's gotten into you? If things get too much, why not just take a long break? Chapter 173, Peril on the Island. Sugu took Su Kaisen and played with her for a while. Mom and Dad, I need to go out for a while. Su's parents exchanged glances. For long? Sugu shook his head. Just a day or two. Su's parents were puzzled. Why bother telling them specifically for just a day or two? Could it be dangerous? Sugu waved his hand. It's not dangerous, but I can't tell you what it is yet. Just brace yourselves for something big happening. When you see the news, try not to be too shocked. As Sugu turned to leave, his fingers were tugged. Su Kaisen stared at him with eyes that mirrored her parents' puzzled expression, her gaze full of longing. Sugu ruffled her fluffy hair. Su Kaisen, Big Brother is back. I brought you a present. Su Kaisen responded with babbling sounds. Su's parents watched their son's retreating figure, several times wanting to speak again, but swallowing their words each time. Old Su, your son isn't planning to blow up the earth, is he? Su's father seriously considered the possibility before shaking his head. No way. His little sister, Su Kaisen, is still on Earth. Su's mother, that makes sense. Well, then, let's just go about our business. As long as Earth remained intact, they could let their son run wild. The entire nation of Sakura stood united against Great Xia. The long-abandoned tariff policies were reinstated. Hostility toward Great Xia citizens traveling, studying, or working in Japan grew exceptionally intense. Xing Tian had been in Sakura country for 6 years. He'd even secured a stable job here. But the recent atmosphere in Sakura country made him feel deeply uncomfortable. On his morning commute, passers-by showed no reaction until he spoke. But the moment he spoke, people around him noticed his accent and their tone turned hostile. Oh, so you're from Great Xia, fled to Sakura country to escape the nuclear fallout back home? You people from Daxia are the world's criminals. When are you leaving Japan? Don't come back, we don't want you here. Zhang Qing was furious and wanted to argue back, but they were too many for him to handle. He arrived at the office, still seething. Another colleague from Daxia emerged from the boss's office looking dejected. Well, it's your turn now. Brace yourself. Zhang Qing frowned. Could it be that even his former boss, who had always been quite kind to him, was now taking out his anger over the nuclear radiation incident on him? Zhang Qing nervously entered the boss's office. After several exchanges, Zhang Qing's emotions reached a boiling point. How is that any different from exile? I generated significant revenue for the company just last month. His words were cut off before he could finish. If you don't want to go, just wait to be fired. Zhang Qing suddenly felt like a complete joke. Fine, go ahead and fire me. If this place won't keep me, there are plenty of others that will. Zhang Qing didn't want to linger in the land of cherry blossoms for even a second longer. He grabbed his severance pay and booked a flight back to Great Xia. The moment his feet touched his homeland, his heart felt more at ease than ever before. Home is still the best place. At the capital airport of Daxia, the advertisements on the giant screen vanished, replaced by a live feed. Passengers and airport staff alike instinctively stopped in their tracks. A large face suddenly appeared in the previously pitch-black livestream. Ha ha, hello friends around the world. I'm Su Good, you know, the Su God that many countries want but can't get. I know you're all curious why I'm taking over the screens. Don't worry, I'll reveal it to you right away. the camera shifted, revealing a view of white clouds in the sky. Just as everyone was inwardly grumbling, "What's so interesting about clouds?" As the plane descended, the clouds gradually faded from view. The scene below came into view. It was Sakura country. More precisely, a renowned island within the land of cherry blossoms. Many prominent figures of the land of cherry blossoms resided on this very island. Sugu maneuvered the fighter jet into a low-altitude half-circle, yet Sakura's radars still failed to detect him. Holy crap! What kind of maneuver is this? Is Sugu flying the lightning fighter jet previously unveiled by Great Xia? Way faster than the lightning. Is Sugu trying to provoke Sakura Nation this way? Is this Sugi's personal act or the Great Xia's intention? It's worth pondering. Deep thoughts my ass. The Great Xia keeps sending planes into other countries' airspace, they're way too arrogant. If we don't teach them a lesson soon, they'll run wild. Support the US coming to aid Sakura Nation. Ha, it's just one fighter jet. Do we really need the US to intervene? Japan isn't that weak, is it? Sugu proved to them just how vulnerable Sakura Nation truly was. Using specialized equipment, he hacked into every broadcast system on Sakura Island. All citizens of the Great Xia hearing this broadcast, take note, you have half an hour to evacuate. In half an hour, this island will be reduced to ashes. Everyone on the island. This must be someone playing a prank. Sugu feared the Great Xia people on the island might not hear clearly, so he deliberately repeated the message 3 times. After finishing, he crossed his legs and checked the live stream comments. Would I really dare to blow it up? Had. We'll find out in half an hour. Why all the panic? Sakura hasn't reacted? They have. Don't underestimate Sakura's air force, they're already here. Look. Sakura fighter jets were racing towards Sugu at full speed. Sugu piloted his fighter in a spiral dive straight into enemy territory. Low-yield nuclear-free hydrogen bombs rained down on the Sakura fighters. The Sakura fighters exploded like ignited fireworks, blooming one after another in the sky. Seeing this, the Great Xia people still watching from the island didn't dare waste a single second. Those with vehicles drove away, those without ran. Without even gathering their belongings, they frantically fled the island. The Sakura people on the island. Run! Sugu kept his word, waiting exactly 30 minutes before formally launching his assault on the island. As for those Cherry Blossom Air Force members who came to stop Sugu, he wiped out every last one. Alright, time's up. As Sugi's words fell, a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb followed. Now, let me zoom in the camera so you can witness firsthand how the Great Xia's nuclear-free hydrogen bomb obliterates an island. Sugu spoke these words with a hint of amusement in his voice. It sent a chill down the spines of those listening. Boom! Boom! A nuclear-free hydrogen bomb detonated multiple times in rapid succession. Below, the island was first shattered into several large chunks, then into smaller fragments, and finally reduced to ash drifting in all directions. The entire island was shrouded in thick ash. For a moment, viewers in the livestream couldn't make out the scene below. Sugu, in 5 minutes, the dust will settle. During those 5 minutes of waiting, the live chat feed was unusually quiet. No one spoke. Their emotions were beyond words. Chapter 174, Bringing Honor to the Family. A living island vanished right before their eyes. Xing Tian collapsed onto the ground, his limbs weak and trembling. Passing passengers rushed over to comfort him. Young man, what's wrong? Did the livestream scare you? Oh, come on. It was just some island in that cherry blossom country blowing up. Not one of our Great Xia islands. What's there to be scared of? That was precisely why Zhang Qing was terrified. Just hours earlier, he had left that very place. Had he not been ostracized from every corner of Sakura country? Zhang Qing had planned to settle there permanently. Had he been on that island when the broadcast came on, he wouldn't have listened. That would have meant he might have ended up like the island turned to ash. The thought made Zhang Qing shudder violently once more. At that moment, Suji's familiar voice echoed through the live broadcast. Friends and foes from around the world. You claimed our Great Xia inspection reports were fabricated. You thought Great Xia used nuclear weapons to subdue the sea cow beasts. Didn't you? The ocean is too vast and deep for you to inspect and observe. So I specially conducted a small experiment in Sakura Nation, the country most vocal in its opposition. Experts from all nations can buy plane tickets and fly to Sakura country for verification. Non-experts needn't worry either. You can judge for yourselves whether nuclear radiation exists here by reviewing the photos and videos uploaded daily by residents near the island. Until next time. The livestream went dark for a second before resuming its original broadcast. Su Village. Su's parents strolled through the village holding little Su Kaisen, completely unaware of what had transpired, until the villagers came looking for them. Old Su, your son Sugo has brought honor to the family. Old Su, we're opening the ancestral hall, get ready. Su's parents exchanged a glance. They had already braced themselves, but when they actually witnessed the scene, their hearts trembled for a long time. They had to support each other. steadying their bodies weakened by shock. Su, our son. Su-gu. How could he be so? Well, you know. They had imagined their son might at most fly a fighter jet over the new American president's head and drop a couple of bombs. Old Su suddenly burst into laughter. Well done. He's definitely his father's son. Their hatred for America was nowhere near as deep as their loathing for Japan. Japan should have been bombed long ago. Countries rushed to dispatch emergency rescue teams to Sakura Nation. Their news department, as always when major incidents occurred, would analyze the causes and report on them. This time, no analysis was needed. They condemned the Great Xia Empire outright, condemning Su-gu. But, not a single media outlet dared to condemn them. Why? Simply put, the might of the Great Xia left them no room to speak. Who knew if a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb might rain down on them tomorrow? This time, Sakura Nation lost the majority of its top brass. The few survivors, who were on business trips across the country, escaped the blast. But they were scared half to death and fled the country immediately. Who knows if Su-gu might pull a surprise counterattack? Better to run first. What about working Japanese citizens? Whatever happens, happens. Everything can wait until things settle down completely. The citizens of Sakura Nation were dumbfounded. The three political parties that used to compete fiercely, vying daily for the spotlight, hadn't shown their faces at all this time? It wasn't that they didn't show up. Two of the three party leaders were dead, and the remaining one had vanished on a private jet an hour after the explosion. Destination unknown. Citizens cursed under their breath while packing to flee. Major airports across Sakura Nation were packed with people. All were fleeing for their lives. Those Dixia nationals still in Sakura dared not venture out lightly, fearing that if the Sakura people couldn't get to Su-gu, they might take it out on them. After all, they were easy targets. But when they ventured outside, they saw people rushing by on the streets. Even if they recognized them as Dixia nationals, the hostility had vanished, replaced only by fear. The Great Xia leader waited and waited, but never received any condemnation from America. He asked the young man eating snacks in his office, "Is Bai Deng dead? Why is there no sign of movement?" Su-gu wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth. "No way. He's just too scared to make a move." The leader handed him a cup of tea to moisten his throat. "Su-gu, you've done such a great service. What do you want?" Su-gu smiled gently, his lips pressed together. "Leader, I want world peace." The leader froze. "World peace?" Su-gu nodded earnestly. The leader gave Su-gu a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Good lad. You've got ideals and ambition." Once the entire world was conquered by the Great Xia Empire, peace would naturally follow. Su-gu chuckled. America finally issued a statement. Biden stood before the media, summarizing the recent disputes over magnetic source minerals. The American research team studying nuclear radiation need to spend several years studying in Daxia, and certain media outlets, desperate for attention, have been reporting recklessly without regard for the truth. Bai Deng delivered a sharp rebuke to his own people. To demonstrate sincerity toward Daxia, he genuinely sent those scientists to study there. Ahem. Though they were ultimately rejected by Daxia, his intentions were clear. As for the news outlets, he shut down several under various pretexts, while the remaining ones faced hefty fines. Even a powerful nation like America dared not challenge Daxia. The rest of the world is even more docile. The Kimchi nation recalled its past transgressions against the Great Xia. The entire nation broke out in a cold sweat. Weary, done for. Is it too late to pack up and flee now? I can't run. I can't even afford a plane ticket. Even if I could afford it, I can't hide abroad forever. I don't speak the language. I wouldn't even find work. Who the hell suggested treating Daxia like that in the first place? They should be dragged out to face Daxia's wrath. I know. Those big shots. Usually it's no big deal. Citizens of Kimchi Nation rarely feel much involvement in national affairs. But the Great Xia has a madman. And this lunatic has a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb. Whenever this lunatic gets upset, he threatens to go on a global bombing spree with his non-nuclear hydrogen bomb. Thanks to the collective efforts of all Kimchi Nation citizens, the big shots' backgrounds have been thoroughly exposed. From the number of bank accounts they hold domestically and abroad, how much money is in those accounts, down to how many times they poop each day and how many times they drink water. Just as Kim Jong-un finished his bowel movement, he saw his personal information on his phone had been updated again. 2208 to 2232. Dae-yoon was taking a dump. Dao-yoon. Furious, he flung open the bathroom door to find the nanny frantically typing away on her phone. "What are you doing?" The nanny, who was usually terrified of him, was equally afraid today. Startled by his roar, the phone slipped from her hands and clattered to the floor. Picking up the phone, she summoned her courage and shouted back, "Why are you yelling? Just because you're the boss. You think you're so great?" Chapter 175, Mechanical Guardians. If it weren't for you constantly pushing to raise tariffs on Great Xia, how else would we have managed to piss them off so badly? If we hadn't offended them, we wouldn't be living in fear right now. It's all your fault. With that, the maid ran back to her room and locked the door. Dao Yun stomped his foot in frustration. He called for security, but there was no response for ages. At least he stormed off to the security office himself. Good grief. That bunch of security guards he'd hired at great expense were watching surveillance footage. What surveillance? The cameras inside his car. They'd installed them secretly. Should we just skip this part? No. We need to edit out the irrelevant parts. Otherwise, it'll be too much for the netizens of Daxia to handle. Got it. I'll edit it right away. When Dao Yun's voice echoed overhead, the security guards reacted far more calmly than the nanny had. Want to watch it together? Nah, you're a criminal with nothing better to do anyway. Come help us edit it. Dao Yun. How ridiculous. Still, in the end, he really sat down and cut. Because the security guards weren't asking for his opinion at all. If he dared to go back to sleep alone tonight, he had no doubt they'd beat him senseless. Film the whole thing, then upload it online to curry favor with their big brother Daxia. And the great Xia netizens were indeed picking and choosing with great interest. That Dao Yun, how come he poops so much? He eats well, so naturally he eats a lot. Still so angry. That kimchi country, relying on America's backing, nearly wrecked our Weihua group. I propose giving them a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb too. I agree. Me too. The kimchi nation's people are on pins and needles. How could they do this? Fortunately, that non-nuclear hydrogen bomb never came crashing down. Because the little bomb-dropping expert was busy with other matters. Magnetic or mining experts have discovered something new on the seabed. Just as Su Ge zoomed up to the surface, he received devastating news. Su Xin is missing. All the scientists and miners who went underwater have vanished. Old Xian and the others had remained at sea. Unlike the miners, they didn't follow strict schedules for extraction. But the seabed conditions were complex. To ensure safety, every mined area required verification and assessment by Old Xian and his team. Only after approval could the workers proceed. Today, Old Xian and his team had gone down as usual, but when the scheduled time passed, they still hadn't returned. There was no communication either. Did the satellite locator fail? The executive officer, the locator was removed and discarded, but the submarine itself had vanished. The deputy captain was at his wit's end. Su Xin, do you know where they are? You must know, right? Su Xin had solved every problem they encountered while transporting the magnetic ore. He was convinced this time would be no different. Su Ge clutched his head and scratched it hard twice. I'll dive down and check the situation first. American, Black Palace. Biden also received news of the sudden disappearance of all the Daxia scientists. Vanished suddenly? The counselor nodded. Correct. However, our people have already uncovered some clues. America never rests. If overt methods failed, they resorted to covert ones. They poured immense effort into installing a miniature satellite inside an ordinary worker-use submarine belonging to the Great Xia. The signal comes and goes. Bai Deng was overjoyed. Good. Keep a close watch. We must pinpoint the exact location of those Daxia scientists. How much did the Great Xia value these scientists? Everyone knew. Indeed, God still favors America. An hour later, the congressman returned with good news. Their location has been confirmed. On the Great Xia warship, Su Ge returned empty-handed, sitting on the deck and staring at the calm sea, lost in thought. Commander Su, the leader requests a video call with you. Su Ge responded with a muted "oh." He entered the conference room, where the leader's 5D hologram materialized before him. Su Ge, the Americans have contacted us. They've located the Great Xia scientists. Su Ge, what do they want? The leader, they want the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb technology, and you. Su Ge snorted derisively. They've got some nerve. Leader, I haven't agreed. We're not at that stage yet. Su Ge felt a pang of hurt. So you're saying once you reach that point, you'll just sell me out? The leader cleared his throat heavily. Of course not. If it ever came to that, they'd nuke the Black House with a hydrogen bomb first. Once we take down America, they'll naturally uncover the scientists' whereabouts. But such a forceful approach might provoke discontent among other nations. And if they were to unite against Great Xia, that would be quite a headache. Su Ge dismissed everyone from the conference room. The leader grew even more serious. Su Ge, is there anything else you haven't told me? Su Ge nodded with a smile. Yes, Mr. Leader. Our new generation of submarines are essentially giant satellite probes. I've always known the location of Old Xian and the workers. Rest assured, they are not in danger now. However, they encountered the mechanical guardians of the undersea mineral deposits. The leader's brow furrowed deeply. Mechanical guardians? How do they differ from the sea cow beasts? Su Ge, they're more formidable. Their magic resistance is higher. A standard nuclear-free hydrogen bomb might not inflict significant damage on them. Seeing the leader remain silent, Su Ge added, but I've already devised a way to deal with them. The leader immediately pledged the full support of the Great Xia Empire. The mechanical guardians were born from magnetic ore deposits at the ocean floor. Basic hydrogen bombs are useless against them. Then we'll go for altitude. Increase the number of fission events in the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb tenfold. If tenfold doesn't work, then 100-fold. If that still doesn't work, then 10,000 times. Sugo flew back to Bureau 139's S+ level laboratory. Under the sea, Old Xian was distributing canned food to the scientists aboard the submarine. Eat until you're full. Then sleep. When you wake up, we'll eat some more. The scientists weren't as optimistic as Old Xian. I just saw only these few cans in the storage box. Does that mean we're about to starve to death? Those machines outside are sentinels. They're trying to wear us down until we die. Sigh. Old Xian tapped each of them on the head in turn. Enough with this death talk, it's bad luck. Who says we're doomed after finishing these canned goods? Old Xian brought over a chair. In front of everyone, he dismantled the chair. Gurgle, gurgle. A pile of concentrated nutrient solution rolled out. These are all survival supplies Xiao Sugo prepared for us. Everyone gasped in shock. Mr. Qian, how did you know there was nutrient solution inside the chair? Old Xian pointed at the can's label. It was written right there. To the unfortunate Great Xia Navy, after finishing the last can, don't lose heart. All non-essential items inside the submarine are detachable. Nutrient solution inside left by Su Gu. Chapter 176, The Future, Conclusion. The scientists finally dared to open and devour the canned food distributed to them. Old Xian ate too. After finishing his portion, he encouraged everyone. Su Gu will definitely come to rescue us. Just think of these days as a vacation at the bottom of the sea. Didn't you always complain that vacations were too short? Thinking of their brilliant colleague Su Gu, the scientists' faces brightened with renewed spirit. Once they adjusted their mindset, they even found the mood to observe the mechanical sentinels outside. They weren't particularly large, roughly the size of humans. Their overall color matched the magnetic ore perfectly. Once near the magnetic ore deposits, as long as they remained motionless, the human eye couldn't distinguish between the mechanical sentinels and the ore deposits. Hey, why doesn't the nuclear-free hydrogen bomb work on them? No worries, they can't hurt us anyway. The new submarine features an automated defense system. Scientists needn't operate it manually, it activates defenses automatically upon detecting danger. America. Biden and his congressional entourage, sipping champagne in the White House, waited for the Great Xia to capitulate. No need to lift a finger, just a little trick, and we'll reap huge rewards. The lawmakers showered Biden with praise once more. He truly was far more capable than Trump. Biden humbly acknowledged the praise. Daxiao will certainly bargain with us. When that time comes, we'll make a few concessions to save their face. The counselors agreed, securing the lion's share was already a great outcome. But as they waited and waited, no reply ever came from Daxia. Instead, Daxia convened another diplomatic conference. Before the media, Sister Hua strongly condemned Amikan's extortionist behavior. Daxia will never compromise with them. Biden was so furious his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Fine, you don't want our help? Then we'll make sure Great Xia's scientists never set foot on shore again. A counselor whispered into Biden's ear. We don't have that capability yet. Biden grew even angrier. His expression eerily reminiscent of how Taipu had looked when repeatedly provoked by Daxia's Su Gu before his death. A counselor tried to reason with him. Mr. Biden, perhaps this is merely a delaying tactic by the Great Xia. They couldn't possibly abandon those scientists. Biden calmed down. Daxia simply doesn't want to give up that many. Then we'll stall too, let's see who gets impatient first. Biden also ordered his subordinates to monitor the movements of the Great Xia scientists underwater daily. It's been 7 days already. Their food supplies must be nearly depleted. Their vital signs and mental states should be collapsing by now. Chart their vital signs and send the data to Daxia. Biden intended to keep the leaders of Great Xia in a state of constant, searing anxiety. Yet Daxia still offered no response. Now it was Biden who was consumed by anxiety. Leak the information to international media. International media outlets scrambled to report the story. Within half a day, even 2-year-olds playing with mud in kindergarten knew that a Great Xia scientist was trapped at the bottom of the sea. Daxia hasn't denied it. Looks like they really are trapped. Magnetic ore isn't that easy to mine. Wait, those vital signs look perfectly normal. Yeah, I didn't spot anything wrong either. Thought I might have misread it. Ha ha ha. No wonder the Great Xia isn't panicking. Black Palace. Biden slammed the table and kicked the chair in fury. Who authorized this? Who gave you permission? The subordinate lawmakers looked aggrieved. Mr. Biden, didn't you tell us to send it? Biden glared, his beard bristling. Didn't you know to alter the curve to an abnormal state before releasing it? Just then, another panicked counselor rushed in. Mr. Biden, it's bad news. It's. Seeing him struggle to articulate the urgency, Bai Deng bellowed, "What's the big deal?" The congressman took a deep breath and straightened his tongue. The Xia fighter jets are circling above the Black Palace. Blackness flooded Biden's vision. But it was too late. Before he could escape the Black Palace, it was blown to smithereens. He and his counselor, his schemes, his ambitions all turned to ashes. The capital of Amerkan was spared nothing. Sugo had kindly warned the Great Xia citizens remaining in Amikan beforehand. He had told them to evacuate. Whether they heeded his warning or not was beyond Su Ji's control. For a long time after this incident, no one dared to provoke the Great Xia. Countries possessing magnetic ore deposits even proactively surrendered their reserves to the Great Xia. "We thank the Great Xia for helping us eliminate the sea cow beasts. We pledge our allegiance to the Great Xia." Sometimes, even before the Great Xia explicitly stated what it wanted, they would proactively offer it up. There was no other choice. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too vast. Since they all understood they were no match for the Great Xia, it was better to follow Banana Kingdom's lead and quickly recognize the Great Xia as their overlord. Ding! Host assets exceed 5 billion. Can upgrade to level 0.9 via in-app purchase. Host, do you wish to proceed? Suga didn't hesitate for a second. Pay to upgrade. Level up successful. Congratulations! Host has acquired photon transmission technology. After studying it intently for several days, Suga was ready to put it into practice. Hey! Talk about perfect timing, just what I needed. Daxia had already dispatched multiple rescue teams to save Old Qian and the others, but the mechanical guardians beneath the sea could directly interfere with the submarine's weapons via hydroelectric waves, causing them to self-destruct. Before the battle even began, the weapons were rendered useless. After some time, Sugu personally led the rescue team into the sea, equipped with brand new weapons. The mechanical guardians resorted to their old tricks, attempting to destroy Su Ji's weapons. Try something new. Less than half a second after Suga spoke, the mechanical guardians were blown apart. Where did the ammunition come from? Why did they suddenly die? In that moment, the mechanical sentinels seemed to awaken with sentience, their eyes filled with profound confusion. Alas, they would never know. Suga had employed photon transmission technology to convert hydrogen bombs whose fission rate was 10,000 times that of conventional nuclear weapons into photons, using seawater as a medium. He had transported them directly to the mechanical guardians' vicinity. It caught them completely off guard. The mechanical guardians that had plagued the Great Xia for so long were thus annihilated by Sugu. Retrieve their bodies for research. Who knows? We might repurpose the scrap to develop new weapons. After issuing the orders, Sugu headed straight for the location of Old Qian and the others, guided by satellite coordinates. When Old Qian and the others spotted the Great Xia submarine, they showed only slight excitement. Sugu frowned. Shouldn't you be overjoyed? Why so calm? Old Qian. Director you've even gained weight. To accelerate the development of the photon transporter, Sugu had practically forgotten to eat or sleep. He had visibly lost weight, fearing that any delay might prove too taxing on Qianlao and the others. Yet here they were, each one glowing with health. Old Qian and the others burst into hearty laughter. Because we knew for certain that our great talents from Great Xia would come to save us. Nutrient solution was plentiful, and it contained a hypnotic agent. Their waking hours were brief each day. After eating their fill and doing a little exercise in the confined space, they would drift back to sleep, well-fed and well-rested. How could their complexions not be rosy? After being rescued, Old Qian and the others didn't head straight for shore. Instead, they rushed toward the nearby magnetic ore mine. The magnetic ore mine, guarded by mechanical sentinels, was of a higher grade. They used the magnetic ore to create a large number of superweapons. At the subsequent performance review meeting, Suga proposed achieving an artificial sun during next year's Grand Military Parade, allowing Great Xia to enjoy abundant sunlight whenever desired. From then on, resources would be limitless. What an audacious idea, yet no one dared mock him. For nearly everyone firmly believed, though utterly preposterous, Sugu might just pull it off. What would life with an artificial sun be like? The entire world awaits that day with both trepidation and anticipation.